Chapter 1, Entering the Strange Dungeon with a Terminal Illness. Welcome, players, to the new round of the Strange Dungeon. Dungeon name, The Wedding of Fengmen Village. 80 years ago, a wedding was about to take place here, but during the ceremony, the groom vanished, and the next day, the entire village disappeared. Please uncover the secret of Fengmen Village and do your best to survive. Players who clear the dungeon will receive generous rewards and can make one wish. Difficulty, A. Current number of players alive, 10. Qin Lang opened his eyes and found himself standing in a dark and eerie forest. Not far away, a series of dilapidated village houses spread out before him, with low, weathered mud walls covered in strange symbols and traces of human activity, but not a single living person in sight. A moon hung in the sky, its cold light making one's bones ache. Then, a crisp voice echoed in Qin Lang's mind. Qin Lang swallowed nervously. Well, what luck! His first time traveling through, and he lands straight into a strange dungeon. As a transmigrator, Qin Lang had just arrived an hour ago. After struggling to understand what had happened and getting a sense of this world, he was chosen by the system and brought here. This world was called Blue Star, with a land area and population more than 10 times that of the Earth Qin Lang had lived on. People here generally lived long lives, yet there was no issue of overpopulation or aging. That's because Blue Star had a mysterious force that regularly selected certain individuals to enter secret realms, to explore one strange dungeon after another. Many people died in the dungeons, and Blue Star indirectly completed a population screening through this. Those who cleared the dungeon not only received rich rewards but also gained a powerful talent, enabling them to dominate the real world. Invisibility, time pause, space teleportation, fire breathing, and more. There were various powerful abilities, and if you could imagine it, the system could grant it. Those who cleared the dungeon and returned to the real world were typically either rich or powerful. Calling them kings would be an understatement. Many high-level players who had cleared the dungeon multiple times could even move mountains or fill seas, and their words alone could determine life and death. But the difficulty of clearing was immense. Especially in Qin Lang's A-class dungeon, where the average survival rate was less than 1%. Even those who had extraordinary talents and had cleared previous dungeons had a chance of dying again when they entered. Qin Lang could only think of one plant name right now, grass. He was a complete newbie. This was like a bronze player accidentally entering a king's match. But what made Qin Lang feel even more hopeless was something else. After fully integrating the original owner's memories, Qin Lang discovered that the original owner, besides being an orphan, had a fatal buff, terminal illness. Once the illness flared up, the pain was so intense it felt like dying. Currently, there was no cure, and only one thing could alleviate it. That was the scent of a girl. Yes, as long as he inhaled the scent of a girl, the pain would stop. The more scent he inhaled, the longer the relief lasted. If he went too long without smelling a girl's scent, it was basically a death sentence. In this case, all he needed was to find a girlfriend. But the original owner was an orphan and a poor boy, with no girl willing to grow up with him. At first, when the hospital staff found out about this, some kind-hearted nurses would often accompany him or give him a jacket they had worn. But over time, both sides felt uncomfortable, and the original owner didn't want to trouble those kind-hearted nurses anymore. The original owner would often go to places where girls gathered, like cosmetic stores, shopping malls, cinemas, and so on. He would stay near girls and take in a bit of the scent they left behind as they passed by. Though the effect wasn't great, it could still offer some relief. After learning about this, Qin Lang felt utterly numb. Dude, you have a natural LSP physique. At this moment, Qin Lang faintly felt some discomfort in his body. Damn, could it be that the effect of the body fragrance I inhaled earlier wasn't enough? In this desolate wilderness, where am I supposed to find some body fragrance? Original host, couldn't you at least carry some natural scent with you? Wouldn't that help with the urgent need? Right now, Qin Lang can only hope that when the instance opens, he'll find a female player to team up with. Original host, what if you had cancer? At least you'd get a bit of sympathy. Is this terminal illness a bit over the top? Qin Lang suddenly remembered the prompt from the instance just now. The person who clears the instance not only gets rich rewards but also a wish granted? Then, if I wish to cure this terminal illness, wouldn't that work? Qin Lang gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. Fine, it's just an instance, isn't it? Let's go all in. After all, it's a dead end anyway. Ding. Host's transmigration detected, mental power system bound successfully. Ding. System binding completed. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the golden finger of the transmigrator welfare has arrived. Wait, what's this death countdown system? Could you at least give me a woman? With the thought that having something is better than nothing, Qin Lang began to ponder the system's functions. System, could you introduce your functions? Sure, the host can now use their mental power to employ various skills. After midnight each day, the host will receive a new skill. Since the system just bound to the host, it grants a free skill, Death Countdown. A new skill every day? Xin Lang suddenly wasn't sleepy anymore. Doesn't this mean it's time to soar? Moreover, this Death Countdown skill sounds awesome. System, about this Death Countdown, does that mean I can see this so-called Death Countdown? You're right, host. As long as you consume a certain amount of mental power, you can view the Death Countdown of any existing entity. Not only people, but also plants, trees, and even bizarre life forms will have their death countdowns displayed accurately before you. The countdown will be displayed in hours. For example, if a person's life has only 48 hours left, you'll see the number 48 on them. Once the death countdown is displayed, it will be permanent. The host does not need to use this ability on the same target again. Your current mental power, 100 out of 100. Note, consuming 10 mental power will allow you to view a target's death countdown once. Wow! Xin Lang instantly realized the clever use of this skill. As long as he finds the player with the longest remaining life, he can simply latch onto them, and the problem will be solved. There are currently 10 players, which means he can spend a maximum of 90 mental power to find that big leg to hug. The remaining 10 mental power can be saved for emergencies. Thinking like this, clearing the instance doesn't seem that hard after all. But the problem is, where are the people? Someone, come over and let me see. It would be best if it's a girl. I feel like my body is about to collapse. Great, it's a man. Suddenly, 8 people emerged from the woods, 3 men and 5 women. Great, people are here, and there are quite a few women. Xin Lang was about to approach. Hello? A bald, muscular man suddenly stepped forward. Hold on. First, tell us your name and your skills. We've already formed a team, we don't need someone who will drag us down. Have you been through an instance before? Xin Lang took a closer look and realized that these people's expressions weren't friendly. The way they looked at him was filled with scrutiny, as if they were interviewing him. This is my first time here. Xin Lang told the truth because lying would be exposed quickly. Behind the bald man, a heavily made-up woman sneered, another rookie? Little brother, you're unlucky. All 8 of us are experienced players. Bringing a dead weight into the instance is tiring. You'll have to team up with another newbie. Xin Lang's heart sank. Great, trying to latch onto a big leg doesn't work either. The bald man pointed to the woods. The other newbie is behind, go find him. Don't follow us. Newbies are the easiest to get killed. We don't want to be dragged down. The other 6 didn't speak or glance at Xin Lang again. Xin Lang had no choice but to find other new players like himself. He had only taken a few steps when a small figure appeared in front of him. You? Hello. A young girl with twin ponytails timidly greeted Xin Lang after seeing him. Under the faint light, Xin Lang saw the girl's fair skin, her age seeming no more than 20, with big, expressive eyes, a small delicate nose, slightly upturned at the tip, giving her a playful and lively look. Her exquisite face looked as delicate as a porcelain doll. Thankfully, she was a girl, and she was quite good-looking. It was a bit of luck in the misfortune. Xin Lang smiled and said, I'm Xin Lang. This is my first time in the instance. I heard you're the same, if you don't mind, shall we team up? What's your name? Su Muwei. Su Muwei lowered her head, looking a bit socially anxious. Xin Lang nodded, nice name. He took the opportunity to spend 10 spirit power, wanting to check Su Muwei's death countdown. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from behind, sending chills down the spine. Xin Lang turned around and saw the bald man from earlier crashing down suddenly. A little girl dressed in red was holding the bald man's head, munching on it with relish. Chapter 2, Tianshan Tonlao? The sight before them made everyone step back in fright. The previously glamorous woman's face had turned as white as paper, hiding behind her companions, trembling in fear. The little girl in red, biting into the bald man's eyeball, grinned at them with a smile that could chill the bones. The other 7 players all frowned in unison, assuming defensive stances. But none dared to run. As experienced players, they knew that running in the face of abnormalities was the most foolish thing to do. Because the abnormalities must follow the rules of the instance and cannot kill players casually. On the other hand, running might cause a violation, giving the abnormal creature a reason and excuse to kill. Xin Lang didn't know this rule, but he didn't run either. He subconsciously positioned himself in front of Su Muwei. It's okay, I'm here. If we're going to die anyway, let me die looking cool first. Su Muwei then asked, aren't you afraid? Xin Lang was obviously afraid. This was the first time he had seen something like this, his heartbeat racing, nearly breaking his ribs. But in the spirit of playing it cool till the end, Xin Lang took a deep breath. The best way to get rid of fear is to face it. The song of humanity is the song of courage. Su Muwei gave a subtle smile. The little girl in red pointed at one of the players, a man with glasses, and giggled, come play with me. The atmosphere froze instantly, a cold wind blowing all around. The little girl had made the same invitation to the bald man earlier. The bald man obviously knew she was an abnormality, but he had no choice but to agree. Because this was another unwritten rule of the instance, if an abnormal creature makes a request, you must try to fulfill it. Otherwise, the abnormal creature has the right to initiate an attack and even devour the player. The little girl in red said to the bald man, I want to play with a ball, give me a ball. The bald man was immediately put in a difficult position. Just as he was about to find a ball, the little girl suddenly pointed at his bald head. Isn't this a ball? Give it to me, give it to me. The bald man was stunned. How did my head become a ball? No, no. Before he could finish speaking, the little girl in red directly bit his head off. The man with glasses was now as pale as a sheet, but still maintained a basic level of calm. He nodded, okay. The glamorous woman spoke up, Luigi, be careful. Luigi pushed up his glasses and said, don't worry, I've encountered similar abnormalities before. Their requests seem impossible to fulfill, but there is a pattern to follow. The bald man just instinctively rejected her, which is why he died so horribly. Seeing his analysis, Jean Lang activated the Eye of the Reaper. The host spent 10 spirit power to check Luigi's death countdown. Host's remaining mental energy, 90/100. In the next second, Jean Lang saw a number appear above Luigi's head. 0. The system had mentioned, if someone has less than 1 hour of life left, it will show as 0. In other words, he's about to die? No way, man. You look so badass, but you're gonna die in less than an hour? Luigi stepped forward and smiled, hey, little girl, what are we gonna play? The red-dressed little girl grinned, her bloody little mouth opening wide, and said, I want your liver. Luigi's face changed. But he forced himself to stay calm, okay. Bald-headed old Seven was killed because he refused. If I agree, I should be fine, right? The red-dressed little girl giggled and rushed over, thrusting one hand into Luigi's stomach. Her little hand stirred inside. Ah! Luigi screamed loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. Jean Lang swallowed hard, thinking, this is the end. If we all have to play games with this red-dressed little girl, won't we be wiped out at the very start? At that moment, something unexpected happened. Jean Lang saw the number above Luigi's head start to go up. From 0, it suddenly shot up to 39. Ha! Could it be that he won't die after all? Everyone noticed a clear change in the red-dressed little girl's face. Her smile faded, and she even looked terrified. She pulled her little hand out of Luigi's body and quickly turned into a red flash and disappeared. This scene shocked everyone present. She just left? Jean Lang was surprised by the sudden change and understood something. Turns out, the countdown to death is not fixed. How much time someone has left to life changes based on their actions and the environment around them. Jean Lang thought deeply, this way, he can also use people's death countdowns to judge if their choices are right and predict what to do next. Jean Lang, are you okay? Sumubai asked softly from behind. Jean Lang turned his head and smiled, I'm fine. That weirdness ended kind of abruptly. Guess it's a bit of luck in bad luck. You're really brave. You don't even look scared. Sumubai smiled helplessly, even if I'm scared, it's useless. Besides, I'm someone who's going to die sooner or later. A month ago, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. I have less than 6 months left to live. Now that I'm here, I think dying here might not be so bad. Jean Lang raised an eyebrow, you have a terminal illness too? Sumubai looked confused, what do you mean too? You have one as well? Jean Lang suddenly wanted to change the topic. His illness was something he couldn't explain. He reached out his hand, actually, I can read fortunes. Give me your hand, I'll read your luck. Sumubai smiled like a child, then simply reached out her hand. Jean Lang took her hand, his left hand holding it up, and with his right hand pointing and tapping here and there on her palm, pretending to study her palm lines. He wanted to get close to her scent, to help treat his strange illness. At the same time, he activated the system, wanting to check this poor girl's remaining life. Host spends 10 mental energy to check Sumubai's death countdown. Host's remaining mental energy, 80 out of 100. Jean Lang looked up and met Sumubai's big eyes. At the same time, a long string of numbers lit up above Sumubai's head. 187-9680. What? Jean Lang's mouth dropped open. Over 1.8 million hours? That's over 200 years. This little girl's gonna live like some immortal witch from the mountains. Jean Lang, why are you looking at me like that? Sumubai touched her own face, a bit embarrassed, and asked, do I look ugly to you? Jean Lang shook his head, no, you scared me. Sumubai lowered her head, I'm sorry. Xin Lang quickly explained, no, that's not what I meant. Miss Su, believe me, you'll live a long, long life. He understood. It must be that Su Mubai finally managed to beat the instance, then made a wish in the game to cure her illness, and also got a long life. The thigh you have always dreamed of is right in front of you. If you want to sleep, just come to the pillow. Su Mubai smiled bitterly, you don't need to comfort me anymore. Xin Lang said with certainty, trust me. The person who clears this dungeon can make a wish. Let's work hard, try to clear it together, and then live through it safely. Su Mubai turned his head and met Xin Lang's eyes again. Time seemed to stop in that moment, everything around them was blocked, and all the people and things were irrelevant to them. Su Mubai asked, do you really mean together from the heart? Can I really trust you? Xin Lang did not hesitate, of course you can. Su Mubai smiled and took a step forward, alright then. A fragrance, hard to describe with words, rushed into Xin Lang's nose, absorbed by him in a storm. All the discomfort in his body instantly disappeared. Ah, so comfortable. You two are quite sweet, huh? Lu Ji shouted from behind, still not entering the village? Are you waiting to be eaten by some other monster here? Xin Lang was a bit surprised. Wasn't he just having his heart ripped out by the red-dressed girl? How come he was still talking like nothing had happened? He turned around, and was immediately stunned by Lu Ji's appearance. Chapter 3, The Woman Horse. Just a moment ago, Lu Ji, who was about to spill his guts, now looked like nothing had happened. Could it be that what I saw just now was an illusion? Xin Lang focused, and noticed that the shirt on Lu Ji's abdomen was torn and stained with blood, indicating that he had indeed been attacked. But underneath the clothes, his body was lean, with a flat stomach, completely unharmed. What's going on? Lu Ji pushed up his glasses, guessing the confusion in Xin Lang's mind. Stop staring, this is my talent I got after clearing the dungeon. My talent is healing. That little injury was nothing to me. Xin Lang suddenly understood, saying, country won. So, the other 6 people must also have their own abilities, right? Lu Ji casually added, fortunately, that monster left just now, giving me time to heal by myself, or I would have been in trouble. Xin Lang's mind returned to the question, why did the red-dressed girl suddenly run away? What was she afraid of? The seductive woman walked over to Xin Lang and Su Mubai and said, you two did well just now, not scared like the other newbies. You both have some talent, you should be able to help. So, we decided, you two can join our team. My name is Ling Long, nice to meet you. At this moment, a beautiful woman, cold-looking, with excellent looks and figure, immediately spoke, Ling Long, I think they must be scared out of their minds. There's no need to invite newbies. The risk is too high. This dungeon is clearly different from the previous A-rank dungeons. Ling Long replied, Old 7 is dead, we need to find a man to join, right? Otherwise, we won't have enough backup for the groom. The beautiful woman stopped talking. Xin Lang asked in confusion, Groom? What groom? Ling Long said, didn't you carefully read the prompt at the beginning of the dungeon? The plot of this dungeon is to help the young lady get married, and we need a groom. Old 7 is dead, and counting you, there are only 3 men left. In other words, you might be the groom. Xin Lang was speechless. So they just want to use me to make up the numbers? At this moment, Su Mubai smiled, Xin Lang, don't be afraid, isn't being the groom a good thing? Xin Lang couldn't help but smile, the young lady here must be a monster. Is it a good thing to marry a monster? Su Mubai asked, do you think it's not? Xin Lang thought for a moment and said, if she's particularly beautiful, I might consider it. Lu Ji then said, alright, there's no point in talking more, let's just go to the village first. We survived a disaster, so we must be fated to meet. That's enough. The beautiful woman snorted, and the others looked indifferent, tacitly agreeing with Lu Ji's words. The group walked towards the village. Along the way, Su Mubai stayed very close to Xin Lang. Xin Lang didn't mind at all, because the fragrance on Su Mubai was simply the perfect medicine for his illness. He couldn't help but lean closer to Su Mubai, and their arms brushed against each other. It was icy cold and yet very soft to the touch. Sorry. Xin Lang awkwardly smiled. Su Mubai smiled and shook her head, it's okay, actually, I think we could hold hands and walk together. Xin Lang didn't expect the shy little girl to be so proactive. Xin Lang wasn't some noble man, and he didn't particularly need a woman by his side, but as a 2-time virgin, he still felt a little uneasy. You won't mind? Su Mubai smiled, didn't you say I could trust you? Xin Lang was moved by her smile, alright. He then directly took Su Mubai's hand. After they entered the village, a strong stench hit them. The village roads were uneven, and there was a thick layer of decaying leaves on the ground. The houses on both sides were arranged relatively neatly, but the damage was quite severe, with dust and cobwebs piling up thickly in the corners. Something's wrong. Ling Long suddenly shouted as she looked at a chair by the road. Lu Ji asked, "What's wrong?" Linglong pointed and said, "Look, everywhere else is covered in dust, but why is this chair so clean?" Xinlang looked and indeed found the chair spotless, as if it were brand new. It was obvious that someone had been sitting here often. But the mission said that the villagers of Fengmen village had all left. When things are this strange, something's up, everyone immediately became alert. "Someone's here." The beautiful woman called out into the distance, "And I'm sure it's not human." Xinlang looked around but saw nothing. Could this be the woman's ability? Lu Ji nervously said, "Is there another anomaly?" The beautiful woman closed her eyes, as if sensing something, and said, "It's not an anomaly, I can be sure of that. It seems to have a woman's body, but a face." Ah! The woman's face turned pale, and she immediately opened her eyes, as if she had seen something terrifying. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the ground, her beautiful face full of horror and fear. Linglong was about to ask her what happened when a cold voice suddenly emerged. "Welcome to Fengmen village." At some point, someone had sat down on the clean chair. To be exact, it was a creature with a human woman's body but a horse's head. No wonder the beautiful woman had reacted like that. Anyone would be shocked sensing such a monster. Horse woman. A woman in a professional suit trembled and said, "I've never seen such an anomaly." "Wrong, I'm not a horsewoman, I'm a female horse." The female horse smiled. "A horsewoman has the body of a horse and the face of a human, but I have the body of a human and the face of a horse. Also, I'm not an anomaly, I'm the steward of Fengmen village's instance." "Welcome to all of you." Lu Ji, seeing that the female horse meant no harm, asked, "You must have a task for us, right? Let me guess, is it to complete the young lady's wedding?" The female horse shook her head. "No, my main task is to welcome you all. The wedding is scheduled for tomorrow night. One of you will become the groom, and the others will be guests." After a pause, the female horse pointed at the houses on both sides. "We've already prepared the rooms, the ones with the wedding symbols on the door. Please rest here for the night, and tomorrow you will attend the young lady's wedding. Remember, only 2 people can enter each room, and if anything happens along the way, you must not open the door. Otherwise, something terrible will happen." Lu Ji and the others looked at each other. They knew very well that these rooms were definitely problematic. Perhaps there was an anomaly hidden inside, or there were traps. In short, nothing good would come of it. The veteran players were even more nervous. They all knew, in an anomaly instance, choosing a room was like choosing a way to die. Without hesitation, Xinlang said to Sumubai, "Miss Su, let's take one room." Sumubai was slightly taken aback. "Aren't you afraid I'll drag you down?" "I'm a beginner, I don't know anything." Xinlang said, "I told you I trust you, of course I will stay loyal." Looking at the long countdown from Sumubai, Xinlang felt that following her was definitely the right choice. After hearing this, Sumubai smiled and said, "All right, then let's go together." At this moment, Lu Ji spoke up and asked the woman horse, "So how do we choose a room?" The woman horse replied, "You are guests, you can choose for yourselves. But remember, no matter what happens, do not open the door." Just as her voice fell, a piercing scream suddenly came from a room behind everyone, making their hair stand on end. Ah! Chapter 4, Choosing Rooms. Everyone turned their heads to look at the door that had let out the scream. Is someone inside? The beauty was quite surprised. She hadn't sensed anything just now. The woman horse seemed a bit angry. "Fat girl, no more playing tricks. Come out now." One of the doors opened, and a chubby girl poked her face out, smiling at everyone. When Xinlang saw her smile, he felt very uncomfortable. The chubby girl looked like one of those lucky babies often seen in rural posters, with a chubby face and big rosy cheeks. Staring at her for too long made one feel uneasy. The woman horse apologized with a smile. "Sorry, this is my daughter, she just likes to play tricks." No one spoke. Everyone was thinking, the woman horse looks like this, and she has a child? And this child looks so normal, it's a bit unbelievable. "Mom, so many people." The chubby girl smiled and poked her entire body out. Below her neck, her body was like a snake, covered in scales, with no arms or legs. Ah! The beauty screamed in fear and collapsed to the ground again. Horse face, human body, snake head, what is this? Xinlang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Detected a strong emotional fluctuation in the host, mental energy increased. Host's remaining mental energy, 160/200. Xinlang was a bit surprised. So this is how I can increase my mental energy? By the way, I haven't asked the system how to increase mental energy yet. I'll find a chance to ask later. Seeing Xinlang smiling, Sumubai was a bit curious. "Xinlang, everyone else is so scared, why are you laughing?" Xinlang snapped back to his senses. "It's nothing, I just think this little one looks special." "By the way, aren't you scared?" Sumubai smiled and said, "What use is being scared? I stopped caring a long time ago." The chubby girl twisted her body like a snake, crawling across the ground, constantly staring at all the players. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the chubby girl crawled to the woman horse's feet, then wrapped her body around her leg, continuing to stare at the others with her large head. The woman horse smiled and said, "Sorry, my daughter is like this, she really likes that room. But that room is also prepared for you all, you can choose." Everyone couldn't help but chuckle inside. Who would want to go into a room that a strange creature likes? The woman horse touched the chubby girl's snake-like body and revealed her scarlet tongue. "Alright, you can start choosing your rooms now." Lu Ji and the others exchanged glances, already feeling that something extraordinary would happen tonight. But they still had to choose rooms. Lu Ji spoke up, "It's better to go in pairs, but that would leave one person out. Is anyone willing to go alone?" "I'll say I can't, because I can assist others, but I can't fight alone." Everyone else was silent. The person who would go alone was definitely the most dangerous. The beauty pointed at Sumubai, "Let her stay alone." Qin Lang stood in front of Sumubai, "No. I must be in a pair with Miss Su." The beauty rolled her eyes, "Are you an idiot? Two newbies together? That's just waiting to be wiped out. I'm giving you a chance to live, and you still refuse? Have you lost your mind?" Qin Lang insisted, "I don't care, anyway, I will be in a pair with Miss Su." "You're the one who's lost your mind. Sumubai can live for over 200 years. At this moment, Qin Lang felt his hand tightly grabbed by Sumubai. A man with a tattoo on his arm spoke up, "I don't agree with having two newbies in a team. They might get wiped out, and it could also leave one ability user alone. It was likely one person would die, but now three might die at once. That's definitely not worth it." The others quickly voiced their agreement, and their gazes towards Qin Lang and Sumubai changed. Qin Lang realized something was wrong. They wouldn't try to force this, would they? Suddenly, Ling Long spoke, "Then I'll stay alone for the night." The tattooed man said, "Ling Long, we know your abilities, but the strangeness of this instance can't be predicted by common sense. Look at how Old Seven died so suddenly." Ling Long interrupted him, "Old Seven was an accident. This will never happen again. Enough talking. It's decided." Ling Long clearly played the role of leader among these people. After she spoke, they immediately split into 4 teams, with Ling Long alone. Qin Lang said to Ling Long, "Thank you." Ling Long tied up her hair, looking somewhat resolute, "No need to thank me. I prefer to act alone. As for you two newbies, follow the rules. If you're not allowed to open the door, then don't open it. The strangeness in the instance has its own set of behavioral rules. As long as you don't break them, you'll be fine." Qin Lang nodded and thanked her again. He calmly checked Ling Long's death countdown. 87,654. Only a little over 10 years of life left? Well, at least she can last through this instance. Because Ling Long was alone, she had the privilege of choosing her room first. The cottages in Fengmen village were all about the same size. The difference was in style. Some looked new, while others were clearly old and dilapidated. The girl and the fat girl didn't rush either. They just stood aside, wearing a half-smile, half-mocking expression as they watched them. Ling Long looked for a while, then pointed to a room in the middle, "I'll choose this one." She was about to step in. At that moment, Qin Lang saw the number on Ling Long's head change from 5 digits to 0. "Ling Long." Qin Lang blurted out, "Don't choose that one." Ling Long frowned, "Why?" When she withdrew her leg, the death countdown went back to 87654. Qin Lang said, "Well, it's just a feeling. I think that room is unlucky. Why don't you try choosing another one?" He felt that Ling Long had helped him, so he thought that helping her avoid a wrong decision might balance things out. But really saving someone, he couldn't do, and he didn't have the obligation to either. Even the King of Hell can't stop a dead soul from dying. Ling Long thought for a moment, then pointed to a room next door. "What about this one?" Qin Lang looked and noticed that the number on Ling Long's head didn't change. He nodded, "I think it's fine." Ling Long nodded, "Alright, I'll choose this one." Lu Ji was speechless. "Ling Long, has your brain gone bad? You actually listened to a newbie? In the instance, only your own judgment is trustworthy." Ling Long shrugged, "Why do you care?" She said this and walked confidently into that cottage. The others couldn't be bothered to argue further and began choosing their own rooms. Qin Lang looked at Sumubei, "Miss Su, where do you think we should go?" Sumubei blinked, "Aren't you supposed to have great intuition? You choose." Qin Lang smiled, "Intuition isn't always right. No matter how accurate intuition is, it can't beat you, the European emperor who can live for over 200 years. Sumubei glanced at the room Ling Long entered, then asked, "Are you very concerned about that woman?" Qin Lang was a bit confused by the question and shook his head, "Not really, it's just a matter of reciprocity. If she hadn't volunteered to act alone, we would have been split up, right?" Split up. Sumubei repeated this word. Alright, I understand. Qin Lang was left puzzled, not understanding what Sumubei had understood. Then let's choose this room. Sumubei casually pointed. Qin Lang followed her gaze. Isn't that the room the fat girl likes the most? Chapter 5, Gone. Qin Lang saw Sumubei choose the room that everyone else was avoiding. His eyes became somewhat confused. But he quickly nodded. Okay, let's go in. Sumubei smiled. Okay. Seeing Qin Lang and Sumubei's decision, Lu Ji couldn't help but sigh. After all, they were new and inexperienced. They really didn't believe in danger. The woman asked Lu Ji, aren't you going to stop them? The last part of the instance will definitely need one man to be the groom. It's obvious that the death rate of the groom is high, and that kid is a rookie. He's just right for the role. Lu Ji shrugged. Ling Long agreed. What can I do? After entering the room, Qin Lang found that the space was not small and could accommodate 4 people to live in, but the setup was quite simple. There were plenty of mosquitoes, insects, and ants, and the tables, chairs, and beds were all covered in thick dust. The light bulb above flickered weakly and was dim, as if the voltage was unstable. But fortunately, there was nothing strange, and no traps were waiting for them. Qin Lang picked up a broom from the corner to clean up, since they would have to stay here for the night. Just as he was about to grab the broom, Sumubei also reached out her hand. The two of them held the broom together, then exchanged a smile. Qin Lang took the broom. Miss Su, let me do it. You can sit down somewhere. I'll clean up for a bit. Sumubei smiled and stepped back, standing in the middle of the room. Suddenly, she said, you are such a good person. While cleaning, Qin Lang said, in our team, we're the only 2 rookies, so of course we have to support each other. They are too unfriendly to new people. Sumubei sighed lightly. There's no helping it. The survival rate of rookies in the instance is really low. 1 year, in all the instances, only the old players could clear them, and not a single rookie survived. I believe they have helped rookies before, saved rookies, but seeing one rookie after another die in front of them, they must have become numb. Qin Lang nodded, feeling that made sense. But soon, he realized something was off. When Sumubei was saying this, she didn't sound like a rookie at all. Recalling the scene just now, she didn't overreact when she saw the fat girl. Was it because she thought her time was almost up and didn't care? While thinking, Qin Lang cleaned near the bed. Qin Lang widened his eyes, leaned down, and looked under the bed. He couldn't help but feel a chill and exclaimed, no way. Sumubei walked over, puzzled. What's wrong? Qin Lang pointed to the bed. The top of the bed had dust on it, and even the blanket had mold on it. But the underside of the bed was quite clean. Qin Lang rubbed his finger on it and didn't see much dust fall off. Qin Lang said, the top of this bed is full of dust, but the bottom is so clean. Doesn't this mean that someone has been living here all along, and often hides under the bed? Thinking of this, Qin Lang immediately felt a little uneasy. The thing hiding under the bed couldn't be anything good, could it? Sumubei said, didn't the woman just say her daughter likes this room? Maybe she often plays under the bed? Qin Lang shook his head. That's not possible. The fat girl is too wide, her head and body are too big, she can't fit under the bed. If it was a child, though, it would be perfect. Sumubei seemed to think of something. A child? Could it be the little girl in the red dress we met at the village entrance? Qin Lang nodded. It's possible. Maybe she's a villager from Fengmen village, and this is her room? But why would she hide under the bed? Sumubei looked at Qin Lang with more admiration in her eyes. Your observation is quite detailed. You seem to have potential. Qin Lang smiled. What's this? It's nothing. The real potential is you, the girl who can live for another 200 years. In the next moment, the light bulb in the room suddenly dimmed. Qin Lang and Sumubei took a step closer to each other, nervous and not daring to make a sound. Outside, they heard the woman's voice. Dear guests, it is now our village's curfew time. The young lady is watching us, she said. She doesn't like people running around, so make sure not to open the door, got it? The voice of the woman was faint and distant, as though she was pacing back and forth. Qin Lang furrowed his brow. The young lady is watching us? Is she picking a new groom? Sumubei said, Qin Lang, are you afraid of being the groom? Qin Lang shook his head. Being a groom might not be such a bad thing. If the young lady is beautiful, I could get some good luck. Before he finished speaking, a strange sound came from outside. It sounded like some kind of beast howling, echoing in his ears. But no matter how hard Qin Lang tried, he couldn't imagine what kind of thing would make such a noise. Qin Lang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down and not scare himself. It should be close to midnight now. By then, he would refresh a powerful new skill, and maybe he wouldn't be afraid of anything strange anymore. Screech, screech. A chilling sound came from outside again, like 2 knives rubbing together. The sound kept repeating, young lady, young lady. Screech, screech. The sound echoed around him, growing louder and louder, enough to make one's skin crawl. Bang, bang, bang. A strong knocking sound came from the door. Xin Lang held his breath, clenched his fists, and resolutely did not open the door. He even glanced at the door's death countdown. The door could hold for another 10 years. In other words, as long as he didn't open the door, whatever was outside wouldn't be able to break it. Xin Lang let out a sigh of relief. Miss Su, don't be scared. Miss Su? Xin Lang reached out with his hand, but felt nothing. Su Mubai was gone. Xin Lang sucked in a cold breath, then asked, Miss Su? Where are you? There was no sound of the door being opened, so she should still be there. At the same time, the knocking stopped suddenly, and the noise from outside became much quieter. Xin Lang became anxious. Miss Su? Where are you? In the darkness, he didn't dare move carelessly. He even had the urge to open the door and look for her. No, I can't open the door. Xin Lang pulled his hand back. Su Mubai must still be in the room. She said she had a terminal illness. Could it be that she fainted from a sudden attack? Xin Lang crouched down, extending his hand to feel around, hoping to find Su Mubai. But before he could start searching, things got worse. Xin Lang began to feel extremely unwell. Damn it, the fragrance of a woman's body that I inhaled earlier wasn't enough. Could it be that I'm getting sick too? But this wasn't the worst thing that worried Xin Lang. As long as there was a woman nearby, even if her scent was just lingering in the air, it would alleviate his condition. But now, if he's getting sick, it means there's no woman in the room. Su Mubai is not here. At that moment, a blood-red light appeared in front of Xin Lang. Xin Lang's pupils dilated, and he stiffly turned around to look. The red-clad girl who had previously twisted off the bald man old Seven's head was now standing behind Xin Lang. Big brother, let's play together, she said. The red-dressed girl crouched under the bed, letting out a creepy giggle in a low tone, sending chills down his spine. Xin Lang's first reaction was not fear. Because the pain in his body was already so intense, it felt as if countless needles were stabbing into his limbs. Xin Lang couldn't help but squat down, clutching himself. Damn, why does it hurt so much? It turns out that this illness, when it strikes, is even worse than he imagined. It's truly unbearable. The red-clad little girl slowly crawled out from under the bed, standing with her arms wide open. Big brother, come play with me. Big brother. Xin Lang was sweating from the pain. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through his mind. This red-dressed little girl is also a woman, right? A dead horse is worth trying as a live horse. Anything is better than dying from the pain. Alright, big brother will play a game with you. Xin Lang reached out his hand. But can you come over here first? The girl in the red dress was stunned. She clearly did not expect Xin Lang to say that, and the strange atmosphere from before also weakened a lot. The girl in red took 2 steps forward, uncertain, and asked, You want me to come over? Xin Lang nodded, even waving his hand as if he couldn't wait. The girl in red stepped forward a few more steps, and Xin Lang suddenly grabbed her hand, then pressed it against his forehead, his nostrils flaring as he took several deep breaths of the scent between her fingers. It's the smell of a girl. Once the pain in Xin Lang's body disappeared, he let out a long sigh of relief. He opened his eyes and discovered that the hand he was holding was actually quite normal, not like the long, dirty, and ugly nails of the creepy women in the movies. Suddenly, Xin Lang noticed a strange symbol on the girl's hand. He raised his head and happened to see the young, confused face of the girl in red. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Xin Lang's heart started to race, and he tried hard to stay calm. If she didn't act, it meant he hadn't broken her rules, right? Upon closer inspection, Xin Lang realized that the girl didn't look so terrifying after all. Little sister, you're quite cute. The girl in red's voice became filled with grievance. Whoa, the young lady has gone mad, she killed so many people. I've been locked here, and no one is coming to save me. Xin Lang glanced at the bottom of the bed and asked, Who locked you here? The girl in red shrugged her shoulders and started crying. The young lady, it's all the young lady. The young lady? Xin Lang was about to ask more, but suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. It was that sound again. Xin Lang was certain that no known creature could make such a strange and terrifying sound. The crying girl in red suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Veins bulged all over her face, and her teeth became incredibly sharp. Just as the girl in red was about to bite Xin Lang, her eyes suddenly widened. Young lady, go back quickly. Xin Lang was stunned. The young lady go back? What does that mean? With a whoosh, the once snarling little girl turned into a red flash and darted back under the bed. Hey, little sister, why did you leave? Before Xin Lang could react, a cold hand was placed on his shoulder. Who? Xin Lang turned around, and a familiar, strange fragrance hit his nose. Shoo! Sumubai whispered, don't make a sound. Xin Lang stood up, his mind full of thoughts about where the girl had just gone. He glanced at Sumubai again and noticed that the countdown to her death was still a terrifying 200 years. It seemed like she was fine, and there was no possibility of her being impersonated by something else. Coincidentally, as soon as Sumubai appeared, the noise outside quieted down, and the lights came back on. Sumubai sighed in relief and said, Xin Lang, are you okay? Xin Lang shook his head, Miss Su, where did you just go? Sumubai replied, I don't know either. I just went black for a moment and lost all consciousness. What happened just now? Who were you talking to? It was the little girl I saw at the village entrance just now. Xin Lang briefly recounted what had happened, but left out the part where he inhaled her scent. Sumubai said after hearing this, you really have great luck. I passed out completely and knew nothing, but you didn't break that girl's rules, and she didn't do anything to you. Your luck and mental toughness are really good. Xin Lang smiled bitterly, same here. Actually, I should have realized there was something wrong with this room a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Sumubai asked, realized it a long time ago? Xin Lang explained, yes, just now the woman outside said, don't open the door and that the young lady doesn't like people running around. When we heard don't open the door, our first reaction was that something outside would break in, so we closed the door to keep others out. But actually, there's also the possibility that is, there is something in the room that will force us out. When we run out, we will violate the young lady's rules. Sumubai nodded, makes sense. So the thing in this room that will force people out is that little girl? Xin Lang shook his head, it should be like that. But I don't know what the young lady did to make her so scared. Sumubei's voice became much colder, do you think the young lady did something wrong? Xin Lang was a bit confused, what's wrong or right about this? I'm just thinking about the relationship between the young lady and these eerie things. And the biggest danger in this room, if not her, would be the eerie thing that made you lose consciousness. Sumubei quickly said, oh. Right, so what should we do now? Xin Lang looked at the bed and said, let's lift it and see. The red-dressed girl came from under it, and from her description, it seems something happened under that bed. The key to this copy lies in the young lady, and maybe we can find some clues about her from the girl. Sumubei asked, lift the bed? Aren't you afraid that the girl will come out again? Xin Lang glanced at the death countdown on Sumubei's head. There was still no change. This meant that what he was about to do wouldn't affect her lifespan. If there's something terrifying under the bed, surely it wouldn't just target him, right? With Lady Luck on his side, there was no need to fear. Xin Lang said, don't worry, it'll be fine. Trust me. Sumubei hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Xin Lang took a deep breath, squatted down, and prepared to lift the bed. Ding! 0 o'clock has arrived. The host's superpower has been refreshed. New superpowers again? Xin Lang sighed with relief, thinking this was a timely blessing. The host has gained the ability, sensory loss. The host can automatically deactivate a portion of their senses and emotions, such as joy, anger, sorrow, fear, smell, hearing, vision, etc. After losing a sense, the host can choose when to restore it. Each activation consumes 50 mental power. The host's remaining mental power, 140/200. Losing part of one's senses? This ability seems useless, but for Xin Lang, it was quite good. The most terrifying thing is fear itself. If he had no fear, then he could remain calm in any situation. Xin Lang chose to turn off his fear feeling first. The host has turned off the feeling of fear. The host's remaining mental power, 90/200. Alright, Miss Su, step back a little. Xin Lang felt that his speech was much calmer now, and the tension and unease about this room and the entire instance had faded. With a strong push, he suddenly flipped the bed that was hiding the red-dressed girl. Ah! Sumubei covered her mouth and took a step back. Under the bed was a mummified body curled up in a corner. From the size and the clothes on the body, it was easy to tell that it was the same red-dressed girl. Xin Lang's face was as calm as a still lake, and he didn't find the mummified body particularly terrifying. After looking at the mummified body for a while, Xin Lang quickly turned his attention to the bottom of the bed. Countless scratch marks appeared on it, some with traces of blood. It was easy to imagine the struggles and endless pain of the person who was once pressed under the bed. Sumubei pointed at the mummified body and whispered, did she claw all of this out? Xin Lang nodded, yeah, it should be. She must have been trapped here until her death, unable to get out or move, only able to struggle like this. No wonder the underside of the bed is cleaner than the top. Sumubei asked, but she won't come out herself? She can't come out. Xin Lang sighed and said, remember when I told you? The chubby girl can't crawl under the bed because the gap under the bed is too small, and even a teenage girl would find it hard to get in from the outside. If she was trapped under the bed, she would never be able to get out again. In other words, she would be slowly suffocated to death. Su Mubei nodded. So, someone like you just did, lifted the bed first, and then pressed it down after the girl got inside. Qin Lang stared at the scratch marks and said, that's right. After being trapped, the girl had no food or water, and she quickly starved to death. Su Mubei frowned. Who would be so cruel as to make a girl die in such a horrible way? Qin Lang walked over and touched the deep and shallow scratch marks, crouching down to observe the dried corpse. Seeing Qin Lang being so bold, Su Mubei was filled with surprise. Isn't he scared? This kind of courage and mental strength would easily surpass 90% of newbies. Qin Lang suddenly said, it's not to harm her. The person who trapped her under the bed might have wanted to protect her. Su Mubei asked in confusion, what do you mean? Qin Lang said, if you think about it logically, the bed isn't a torture device, and a normal person wouldn't think of such a way to kill. There are no signs of the mouth being blocked, no signs of binding. In other words, she was allowed to scream for help and escape. Fengmen village used to have a lot of villagers, and this method of killing is slow and easy to detect. Who would do such a thing? Su Mubei thought for a moment and then asked, then what do you think could have happened? Qin Lang said, look at the clothes she's wearing. They're not everyday wear. Before she was trapped here, she was probably attending a celebration or festival. Su Mubei immediately said, a wedding. Qin Lang agreed, exactly, maybe something went wrong at the young lady's wedding, and her family or friends hid her here. It was this incident that led to the tragedy for her and the whole village. Maybe something happened in the village, causing everyone to start running away, and the girl was hidden here by her parents. Qin Lang picked up the girl's hand again and, sure enough, saw that strange symbol. Su Mubei asked, is there something wrong with this? Qin Lang said, it looks like a religious totem. Could it be a local belief from Fengmen village? No sooner had he spoken than a scream came from outside the window. Ah, let me out. Please, let me out. Has something happened to a player? Qin Lang and Su Mubei hurried to the window to see what was going on. Just as they reached the window, something dark suddenly popped up. It was a woman's face skin. A strange figure was wearing that face skin, with two tentacles emerging from the eye sockets. The nostrils, mouth, and other holes were also filled with wriggling tentacles. The woman's skin seemed to have just been peeled off, and fresh blood was constantly flowing down. Su Mubei screamed in horror and covered his eyes, shouting ah. Qin Lang, however, didn't react much. Having lost his sense of fear, he remained calm in the face of this horrifying scene, almost too calm. Qin Lang immediately recognized, this face skin belonged to the beautiful woman who had treated him so poorly at first. Clearly, she was already dead, and her skin had been gruesomely peeled off. Qin Lang asked the strange figure through the window, could you move aside for a moment? Such a polite question, but who knows if the tentacled figure understood it. It pointed at Qin Lang with the two tentacles coming out of its eyes, as if staring at him. Qin Lang shook his head, if you don't want to move, then never mind. Su Mubei said in astonishment, you aren't afraid? Qin Lang said, I was born with a big heart. Help! Don't come near. Outside, a man's voice shouted. Are you crazy? If we open the door, we'll die. Are you trying to kill me? Another woman, probably from the same room as the man, angrily shouted. Then, there was another round of screeching and screaming. Ah! No! Soon, the surroundings fell into complete silence. Su Mubei grabbed Qin Lang's arm. Are they all dead? Qin Lang nodded, yes, counting the one who was skinned, at least 3 are dead. This is only the first night, and it's almost a total wipeout. The tentacle creature outside the window was still there, watching Qin Lang. Su Mubei said, we are really lucky. We didn't break any rules, so it can't come in. The girl in the red dress too, there's still no reaction from her. Qin Lang fell silent for a moment, then walked back to the window. He looked at the tentacle creature, do you have something to tell me? Chapter 8, Unexpected. Qin Lang actually tried to talk to the creature? Su Mubei stared at Qin Lang, stunned. The tentacle creature kept its eyes on Qin Lang, but didn't take any further action. Qin Lang thought for a moment, then reached out to open the window. Su Mubei quickly pulled on Qin Lang's sleeve, Qin Lang, be careful. Qin Lang spoke calmly, don't worry, as long as I follow the rules of not opening the door or running outside, I should be fine. After all, no one said I can't open the window, right? Su Mubei gave a helpless, bitter smile, you're the bravest person I've ever met. Indeed, courage is also a valuable quality. Qin Lang looked at her for a moment, then smiled, maybe it's because you're here. A hint of shyness flashed in Su Mubei's eyes. Qin Lang opened the window, then spoke to the tentacle creature, what do you want to say? The tentacle creature actually spoke. Young lady, come back. Young lady? Come back? It sounded similar to what the little girl said. While Qin Lang was pondering the connection between these two, the tentacle creature started to mutate. All of its tentacles suddenly became incredibly sharp and began stabbing towards him. Qin Lang quickly reacted, stepping back in time. A tear appeared on his chest, and if he had been a second slower, his internal organs would have been slashed. Sumaway quickly grabbed him, asking, "Qin Lang, are you alright? I told you it was dangerous." Qin Lang looked at the tentacle creature, its tentacles continuing to grow longer, and the number of tentacles extending from the woman's face hole increased. Strange, which rule was violated? Qin Lang wasn't scared by the scene, his mind began to race. Phew, finally safe. A woman's voice came from behind. Sumaway and Qin Lang turned around to see a female player standing behind them. Qin Lang immediately recognized her as the glasses-wearing woman who wore a suit. Wasn't she in the room across from them? How did she suddenly show up here? Qin Lang asked, "Did you use your ability?" The glasses-wearing woman nodded, "Yeah, my room was breached by the creature, and my teammates are ridiculously stupid." Before she could finish, Qin Lang immediately said, "Get out." The glasses-wearing woman frowned, "What did you say?" The lady said, "There can only be 2 people in a room, and you're breaking the rules now." Qin Lang pointed to the tentacle creature by the door. "It wasn't planning to attack me, but now it wants to kill us and cover up the evidence because of your arrival." The glasses-wearing woman said, "So what? Can't we just figure out a way to deal with it together? You're not helping your own kind?" Qin Lang retorted, "Why should I help you? Back then, you agreed to sacrifice Miss Su, and now you want to protect yourself when trouble comes. Are there people this shameless?" It was because of this glasses-wearing woman's sudden appearance that Qin Lang almost died. How could he possibly help her now? Although in the creepy scenario, survival is the top priority, the glasses-wearing woman's actions are understandable, but Qin Lang didn't want to sympathize with her. Hell is other people. The glasses-wearing woman pulled out a dagger from her waist, sneering, "You're a brave newbie, looks like I need to teach you some manners when speaking to seniors." Qin Lang twisted his neck, "Want to play rough? Alright then." He glanced at the countdown of the glasses-wearing girl's life. 0. In other words, she had less than an hour to live. We will win. Qin Lang spent another 50 mental energy to turn off his own sense of pain. No fear, no feeling of pain. Qin Lang didn't know the strength of this experienced player, but he believed in his own strength. Most importantly, he truly didn't know what fear meant now. Sumobai said anxiously, "Qin Lang, be careful. She's an experienced player, and we don't even know her abilities." Qin Lang picked up a candlestick from the table and aimed it at the glasses-wearing girl. "It's fine, when brave warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave will prevail." Sumobai was momentarily at a loss for words. Has he always been this brave? The glasses-wearing girl was also a bit surprised, even somewhat impressed by Qin Lang's performance. However, she still took the initiative to attack, thrusting at Qin Lang fiercely, clearly aiming for his life. Qin Lang dodged, kicking out and hitting the glasses-wearing girl right on the chin. With a scream, her glasses flew off. You. The glasses-wearing girl clearly felt her chin dislocated. Where did this kid come from? Qin Lang instinctively wanted to continue the attack. Unexpectedly, the glasses-wearing girl suddenly appeared behind Qin Lang, grabbing his neck and raising a dagger to stab it into his throat. "Goodbye, newcomer, it's over." But Qin Lang turned his head and rubbed against the glasses-wearing girl's neck. "You smell so good." When the girl in red appeared earlier, Qin Lang had only inhaled a small amount of her body fragrance, and that strange illness wasn't stable enough yet. Now, with a woman suddenly close to him, Qin Lang's body instinctively inhaled deeply. "Why, you're sick or something?" The glasses-wearing girl was thrown off balance and suddenly pushed Qin Lang away. At that moment, Sumobai picked up a broom and rushed up to hit the glasses-wearing girl. The glasses-wearing girl didn't even turn her head and kicked Sumobai away with force. Ah! Sumobai fell to the ground in pain, and Qin Lang counterattacked the glasses-wearing girl, knocking the dagger out of her hand. "You're looking for death." The glasses-wearing girl was furious and kept hitting Qin Lang's back hard. Having turned off his sense of pain, Qin Lang remained unfazed and only held her tighter. Qin Lang knew how to take her down, but right now, he just wanted to inhale as much of the woman's fragrance as possible to stabilize his condition. Meanwhile, the strange tentacle had crawled into the room, pushing forward with a face made of perfectly peeled human skin, writhing toward the 3 of them. The glasses-wearing girl panicked, "Let go of me. Let go of me. Otherwise, we'll all die." Her ability allows for small-scale teleportation. From the moment she entered the room to just now attacking Qin Lang, she had used this trick. But the condition for her ability to activate is that her body cannot touch any solid object. Now that Qin Lang was holding her, she couldn't use her power at all. Qin Lang seized the opportunity and directly pushed the glasses-wearing girl in front of the strange tentacle. The tentacle's sharp appendages immediately pierced into the glasses-wearing girl's body. "You little brat, you will regret this." The glasses-wearing girl said this hatefully, and then was pierced through with over 100 holes. In the next second, her entire body, flesh and bones, turned into pus, leaving behind only a light, floating piece of human skin. Sumubai watched from the side, her face even paler than before. She didn't expect Qin Lang's skills to be so good. What made her more uneasy was that Qin Lang remained frighteningly calm, as if everything happening in front of him was only natural. "Qin Lang, what are you?" Qin Lang stood up from the ground and smiled slightly. "Miss Su, trust me, you won't want to know." His identity after crossing over was a poor soul who entered a strange dungeon. But regarding his past life identity, Qin Lang thought it would be better not to say. After punishing one person, the strange tentacle collected its spoils and slowly retreated. Qin Lang sighed in relief, thinking that it was good this strange thing followed rules. He turned to look at Sumubai. "Miss Su, are you alright?" Sumubai struggled to stand up. "I'm okay." Qin Lang said, "Alright, now it's just the two of us left. There won't be any problems." Just then, a cold voice rang out. Player Qin Lang killed player Fu Qin. Now starting player judgment. Remaining players will vote on whether Qin Lang can continue the game. If more than half of the players think Qin Lang should not stay in the dungeon, he will be erased. Qin Lang. What? Chapter 9. Only 4 people. Qin Lang was shocked. What does it mean? Players can't kill players? He was confused. Logically, survival should come first in this strange dungeon, so how could there be such a restriction? But soon, Qin Lang understood. This was not a restriction, it was just that the dungeon system wanted the conflict and suspicion between players to escalate even more. After a player kills another player, the remaining players can then determine the killer's fate. This was essentially intensifying the conflicts and doubts among players. Especially in situations where tough choices had to be made, due to this rule, players would hesitate. And hesitation could lead to defeat or even death. For example, if Qin Lang had known about this rule earlier, he might not have been so ruthless against the glasses girl. After all, he could end up dead himself. Choosing to be decisive could lead to facing judgment from strangers like Qin Lang was now, with his life completely left to luck. The glasses girl dared to strike against Qin Lang because, for long-term players who had already banded together, they would undoubtedly eliminate the newcomers. To survive, they couldn't avoid killing each other, but killing came with risks. In this dungeon, you were the biggest old silver coin. Sumubai forced herself to stand and said, "Qin Lang, don't worry, I will vote to keep you alive." Qin Lang forced a smile. "Thank you, Miss Su, but I need a majority of votes. If others disagree, I'll still die." Sumubai held his hand. "No way, you will survive. I promise." Qin Lang looked at this beautiful girl, and surprisingly, he felt quite calm inside. Even if he really died, having such a beauty by his side wasn't too bad. Sumubai lifted Qin Lang's shirt to see the numerous scars left by the glasses girl, frowning deeply. "Doesn't it hurt?" Qin Lang smiled and shook his head. "Just endure it." It seems Sumubai really believed he wouldn't die, still having the mood to check his wounds. Time passed second by second. Death is not scary, what's scary is waiting for death. Sumubai kept staring at Qin Lang, noticing that there was no fluctuation in his facial expression at all. "Qin Lang, aren't you afraid of dying?" Qin Lang said, "Being afraid is pointless. Actually, I'm pretty thick-skinned, so I'm rather dull about these things. Right now, I feel like a foreigner who doesn't know how to write the character for fear." Sumubai asked, puzzled, "Why? Is it because foreigners are typically braver?" Qin Lang laughed and replied, "No, it's because foreigners can't write Chinese characters." This cold joke earned a look of disdain and helplessness from Sumubai. "What time is it, and you're still thinking about this?" Voting completed. Half of the players believe there's no issue with Qin Lang's actions. Player Qin Lang can continue the game and inherit player Fu Qin's equipment and abilities. Qin Lang was somewhat surprised. There's also this benefit? The others chose to save themselves, and the equipment and abilities of that girl, Fu Qin, became spoils of war. It was a double blessing. It seems killing a player, while extremely risky, can also yield great rewards. Sumubai smiled as she held Qin Lang's hand. "I told you, you would be fine." Qin Lang nodded. "Miss Su is amazing." Sure enough, following a lucky star couldn't go wrong. In the next second, Qin Lang suddenly felt a warm current continuously filling his body. The dagger used by the glasses girl floated up automatically, flying before Qin Lang's eyes, and a line of text appeared. Ability, Basic Teleportation. Allows you to quickly flash to any place within 1 meter. In a short time, it can be cast continuously, but it will consume a lot of strength. Before using teleportation, if any entity is touched, one must leave the entity and wait 10 seconds to use the ability. Black Dog Blood Dagger. Item level, C. function, can cut through the strange body, causing 1 minute of continuous damage. Qin Lang said, "Can this make the strange be hurt continuously for a minute? This equipment is pretty impressive, not a loss at all. It's just that this basic teleportation is a bit troublesome, with short distances and many restrictions. No wonder the girl in glasses was so easily killed by me and Sumu Bai. Aside from Qin Lang's cheat abilities, she must have used teleportation many times before entering this room, which consumed a lot of her strength too." Sumu Bai smiled and said, "Better to have than not have, Qin Lang, now you are also an ability user." Qin Lang smiled back. He wanted to say, "Actually, I already have 2 skills, and I will have more in the future." Oh oh oh. A long crowing chicken sounded outside, indicating that the bloody night in the sealed door village had finally passed. Sumu Bai said, "Looks like we can finally go out." Qin Lang glanced at the red-dressed girl's corpse under the bed, unsure of what he was thinking. The horsewoman outside spoke up, "Dear guests, you can come out now." Creak. Qin Lang and Sumu Bai held hands and pushed the door open, discovering the sunlight outside was just right, quite warm. However, the scattered body parts on the ground made the scene extraordinarily bloody and chilling. Needless to say, these were all players who broke the rules and opened the door last night, and now had turned into a pile of meat mush. The chubby girl twisted her snake body, taking big bites out of a human thigh, her already plump abdomen constantly swallowing. Qin Lang noticed that there were also traces of blood at the corner of the horsewoman's mouth. She had also done it. The horsewoman wiped her mouth. "Guests, don't be afraid. A horse that doesn't eat night grass won't get fat. I need to eat at night too." Qin Lang asked, "In your eyes, we are just food, right?" The horsewoman smiled but did not speak. "Qin Lang, you actually managed to kill Fu Qin, impressive." Lu Ji came out, followed by a girl who looked even younger than Sumu Bai. The girl covered her eyes and kept murmuring, "So scary, so scary." Ling Long also came out, and indeed, she was fine. "Yeah, I was also startled." Ling Long said, "Fu Qin is an experienced player who has cleared 2 dungeons, I wonder if she finally tripped in the gutter." Qin Lang said, "It was forced, thank you all for voting to let me survive." Lu Ji said, "Since you have inherited Fu Qin's abilities, the responsibilities that follow will be heavy, we won't treat you as a newcomer anymore." Lu Ji's words had deeper meaning, implying that now Qin Lang was in their camp, and the only newcomer left was Sumu Bai. Qin Lang had to make a statement. "I thank you all, but I am still in a team with Miss Su." Qin Lang said, "Next time there's a vote, I will let you all live as well." Facing Qin Lang, who was indifferent to the situation, Lu Ji's expression changed, and he wanted to say something, but Ling Long shot him a glance to silence him. Qin Lang counted the numbers, including him, there were only 5 people left now. Suddenly, the horsewoman clapped her hands. "All right, dear guests, please allow me to lead you to the next place, to prepare for the wedding. Please, 4 of you, follow closely in my footsteps." Qin Lang frowned. 4? Did you make a mistake? We clearly have 5 people here. The horsewoman's lips curled. "No, only 4 survived last night." "Only 4 survived?" Qin Lang turned to look at Ling Long and the others. "Who was the extra person?" Sumu Bai's eyes widened. "Could it be, one of us is not human?" Lu Ji immediately became alert, staring intensely at Qin Lang. While Ling Long looked at Sumu Bai with a cold gaze. Chapter 10, The Undercover Phase. Woo, so scary. The girl behind Lu Ji started crying loudly, stomping her feet continuously, her short hair bouncing up and down. Qin Lang looked at the short-haired girl and frowned. Anyone who made it through last night is not simple. So the short-haired girl's weak appearance now seems unusual, even a bit deliberate. Lu Ji had said, with his healing ability, he is just a support, and can only work with those who have combat abilities. Then the short-haired girl must have combat skills, it's impossible for her to be this delicate. Is it a contrast? Behind the scenes, the comments started to go wild. "It's my favorite part, who is the undercover agent? He, if nothing goes wrong, they will definitely start to suspect each other and then turn on one another. In the next adventure, they will have to guard against each other, kikik." At this moment, Qin Lang spent 10 mental energy to take a look at this girl. Su Miao, 434,678. Whoa, she can live for almost 50 more years? Looks like she is also a fierce one. And this proves she shouldn't be the weirdness infiltrating the team. So who could it be? Qin Lang glanced at Lu Ji and found the words above his head had changed. Paperman Ghost, 11,898. It's him. Qin Lang smiled. Didn't expect this ability to be quite handy. But now there's a problem, how to reveal this ghost's true face. Everyone is caught in a chain of suspicion, no one will easily believe what others say. If I just say it outright, what if they play tricks and claim they are the weirdness? Then it would be hard to explain. Suddenly, Qin Lang laughed. I've been silly, why drag this out? The best way to eliminate weirdness is to face it. Just do it. Look, it seems like there's a weirdness ahead. At Qin Lang's shout, everyone started nervously looking into the distance. Qin Lang activated the small-range teleportation skill he just obtained and arrived behind Lu Ji. What are you doing? When Lu Ji realized it, Qin Lang had already plunged the black dog blood dagger into his neck. Ah! You! Lu Ji's expression twisted, veins popping out. He reached out to grab Qin Lang, but Qin Lang dodged directly. Qin Lang pulled out the dagger and stabbed again, aiming for the face. Ling Long panicked. What are you doing? She pulled out a willow branch from somewhere and swung it at Qin Lang. Qin Lang dodged again and shouted, "Look for yourself." Ling Long's eyes reddened as she turned around, gasping in surprise. The Paperman ghost revealed its original appearance, a body made of paper and limbs, with facial features drawn with a pen, looking extremely unnatural. Lu Ji. Ling Long's legs weakened, so he's been dead for a long time? The Paperman ghost began to howl in pain, the wounds Qin Lang caused burning continuously, causing ongoing damage. But this obviously didn't cause any fatal injuries, it quickly regained its state. He, this kid actually saw through me in one go. The Paperman ghost instantly became enormous, over 2 meters tall, with limbs that had become incredibly thick. Clearly made of paper, its hands swept lightly, directly breaking through a mud wall. At the same time, the quest system provided a hint. Sea-level weirdness has appeared. Ling Long was stunned. What? It's a sea-level weirdness right from the start? In the quest, weirdness is ranked from highest to lowest in combat power, SSS, A, B, C, D, E. For ordinary players, D and E weirdness can still be taken on alone, but above C requires at least 3 people to team up to fight. Ling Long felt it was over. She knew she definitely couldn't defeat this Paperman ghost. Now it was probably too late to cooperate against it, and the chemistry was lacking. Are they really going to be wiped out now? Ah! The Paperman ghost angrily lunged at Qin Lang, who had just attacked it, ready to begin a slaughter. Qin Lang didn't take it head-on, instead, he retreated. However, no one expected that as Qin Lang's dagger just pierced the top of the Paperman ghost's head, its movements began to slow down. Ah! The Paperman ghost screamed in agony, constantly shaking its head. Qin Lang! Get down! Su Mubai suddenly shouted. Qin Lang drew his dagger, spun in the air, and landed smoothly on the ground. Bang! In the next second, the Paperman ghost actually exploded on the spot. Ling Long and Su Miao were stunned, completely not expecting this outcome. Even Qin Lang felt a bit confused. What's going on? He looked at the black dog blood dagger in his hand. Does this thing have such great killing power? Isn't it supposed to be just a C-class item? Why is the power so exaggerated? The audience watching the live stream was also dumbfounded. No way? A C-class weirdness just vanishes like that? I thought I'd battle for 500 rounds, is it really over? The black dog blood dagger is just a C-class weapon, it can't have such great power. This Qin Lang is too lucky, right? Su Mubai stepped forward, concerned, and asked, Qin Lang, are you okay? Qin Lang nodded, still fine. Su Mubai said, you are so impressive, your skills don't look like a new player at all. What did you do before? Qin Lang smiled, it's nothing, just taught for a few years. Ling Long stared at Qin Lang, teacher? You could take down an old player and even kill a C-class weirdness, what did you teach? Qin Lang did not answer. Player Qin Lang has killed a C-class weirdness. Rewards received, Paperman puppet. Item level, B. Then, a beam of golden light appeared in front of Qin Lang, and a Paperman cut out of white paper fell into Qin Lang's hand. Qin Lang carefully looked at the item's instructions. Can instantly summon a Paperman puppet to serve you, for scouting and combat. It can transform into any shape or gender, but if you have any bold ideas, please think twice. Qin Lang frowned, how did you know I just happened to have a bold idea? This mission is not serious. But this thing is pretty good, it will definitely come in handy. Putting away the item, Qin Lang looked at the female horse. Next, what should we do? The female horse smiled, Mr. Qin, do we still need to ask? You are now the only male player. So tonight, you will attend the wedding as the groom and marry the young lady. The chubby girl shook her snake body, excitedly saying, wedding. Wedding. A big celebration. Qin Lang was momentarily speechless. Single for 2 lifetimes, and now he had to get married? That young lady he was supposed to marry was undoubtedly some weirdness, too. The most critical identity of Groom had fallen on himself just like that. Look! Su Miao suddenly shouted, what is that? Everyone turned to look, and then a chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 11, Joyfully Acquiring the Ghost-Slaying Knife. A team of people was seen coming from a distance, dressed in red ancient costumes, looking just like a traditional wedding procession from the ancient times. Each person had painted their faces white, wearing a uniform eerie smile that made one feel goosebumps just by looking at them. They carried 4 large flower palanquins, obviously well prepared. Su Miao screamed in fright, covering her face. They look so scary, they can't be weirdness again, right? The group became alert once more. The female horse smiled. All right, everyone can set off to attend the wedding. At this moment, an old woman with a hunched back walked out from the wedding procession. The old woman wore a long red robe, with a big red flower pinned on her silver white hair. Her lips were painted deep red, looking as if smeared with blood. The same blood-red color appeared on her blush. Combined with her originally pale face, she resembled a paper doll from a paper-cut shop. Even a girl like Su Mubai, who was 17 or 18, would find it difficult to pull off this makeup. It was truly nauseating to see an old woman dressed like this. My surname is Li, I'm the young lady's personal maid. Young master, please come up, along with the other guests. As these people drew near, Qin Lang found that they were all flesh and blood real humans, but their makeup was indeed somewhat horrifying. But considering that just a paperman ghost could disguise itself. So Qin Lang and the others were still guarded. Qin Lang exchanged glances with the others. Qin Lang asked Linglong, what do you think? Should we go over to them? Linglong said, it should be fine to go over. If there's an ambush, we'll just adapt. Su Mubai nodded, I'll go with you, Qin Lang. Su Miao only knew how to cry and did not object. Linglong looked a bit worried but still agreed. Qin Lang then said, but to prevent something like what happened with Lu Ji from happening again, I think we should be a bit more prepared. For example, we can agree on a slogan. If we're unsure whether the other person is real, we can just check the slogan. Linglong nodded, good idea. So what slogan would be good? Qin Lang said, Imperial Jade Liquid, 180 a cup. The other 3 looked at Qin Lang with puzzled eyes, as if they didn't quite understand what this slogan meant. Imperial Jade Liquid, 180 a cup. Linglong pinched her chin, that is easy to remember, let's go with that. After confirming the slogan, the group planned to set off. At this moment, Linglong spoke again, wait. I want to pay tribute to the deceased, especially Lu Ji, who fought through several instances with me. Qin Lang did not object, it was human nature. But old lady Li frowned and said, young master, delaying the auspicious time would not be good, we should get going. Qin Lang said, don't you understand that we should respect the dead? Waiting a bit won't hurt. Old lady Li sneered, there are plenty of dead people here. If we set up a monument for them now, it will just be dug up soon after. A waste of effort. Before she could finish, Qin Lang directly punched her in the face. He felt no fear now, with no trace of dread towards old lady Li, who might be a strange presence. Hearing her words, Qin Lang was simply enraged. Why are you rushing us? Old lady Li was sent flying 2 meters away, staggering a few steps before falling. Linglong and the others were stunned at this scene. Old lady Li was definitely an important NPC in the instance, regardless of her strength, her role was significant. Did Qin Lang really just attack her so heavily? This newcomer was too reckless, right? The audience in the live stream was collectively shocked. Is this kid made of pure reckless energy? His moves are too decisive. Impressive. I've never seen such a fierce newcomer. I bet those strange beings didn't even react. Qin Lang said, can't we wait a bit longer? I know you're all strange beings who have died once, but just because no one gave you a proper burial doesn't mean you can't stand to see someone else honored, right? Once these words were spoken, the villagers carrying the palanquin all changed their expressions, as if Qin Lang had hit a nerve. Qin Lang coldly said, what are you looking at? If you have the guts, come and kill me. Let's see how your young lady can continue this wedding without a groom. I wouldn't mind taking down a few more strange beings. These words were indeed effective, the strange beings instantly retracted their murderous intent. It seemed that this young lady's wedding was indeed quite important. Old lady Li slowly stood up, her features all distorted from the punch, her nose even sunken in a few centimeters. Young master, you have quite a bit of strength, but young master, please calm down, we can wait. Qin Lang huffed. Ding. Detected host's emotions rising again, mental strength increased again. Ding. Congratulations, host upgraded successfully. Current mental strength of the host, 500 of 500. Host has obtained item, Ghost Slaying Blade. A powerful weapon feared even by evil spirits, considered an A-class treasure in the instance. The treasure has been automatically placed in the host's storage space, and can be taken out with thought when needed. Qin Lang was delighted again, the C-class Black Dog Blood Dagger was already powerful, now he had an A-class Ghost Slaying Blade. Isn't this a huge upgrade? Linglong made a small mound of dirt on the ground, bowing towards the scattered corpses at the village entrance. She then took out a cigarette and lit it. Insert it before the soil heap, hands clasped together. Rest in peace, I will avenge you. Su Miao also bowed behind her. The silently observing Su Mubai also came to Su Miao's side and bowed to the soil heap. Qin Lang made no move, he kept staring at Granny Li and those strange palanquin bearers. Ling Long stood up and said to Qin Lang, "Thank you, Qin Lang." Qin Lang remained calm and replied, "It's nothing, let's set off." Su Miao and Ling Long each chose a palanquin and sat in it. When Su Mubai was about to get in, Qin Lang called out to her, "Miss Su, this is for you." He handed over the black dog blood dagger. "For me?" Su Mubai was taken aback, such a precious thing. Qin Lang said, "You are the only one among us without a weapon or skills. Having something to rely on is always good, take it. I have my own ways." With the killing ghost knife being such a sweet little thing, this dagger was like a less important gift to Su Mubai, a personal favor given. After all, she can live for 200 years as an European royal, it's always good to maintain a good relationship. Su Mubai was a little touched. "You. Qin Lang, you are so good to me." This dagger had just helped Qin Lang deal with a paper puppet, truly a treasure everyone desired. Now Qin Lang, for his own safety, actually said give it away just like that. He really cares about me. Qin Lang waved to her, then walked into the first palanquin. Su Mubai put away the black dog blood dagger and softly said, "Qin Lang, you can rest assured, I will make sure you survive." As Qin Lang sat in the palanquin and prepared to pull down the palanquin curtain, Granny Li suddenly walked over. At this moment, the wounds on her face had disappeared, but she still looked just as unpleasant as before. "What? Want to take revenge?" Qin Lang had already planned to pull out the killing ghost knife. Granny Li said nothing, but quietly tossed a note to Qin Lang before leaving. Qin Lang opened the note and was suddenly shocked. Chapter 12, Let's Wash Together. Qin Lang found that the note only had one sentence written on it. "Save the young lady." Huh? What does that mean? What happened to the young lady? Why does she need saving? And why does it have to be me to save her? Qin Lang couldn't grasp the meaning of this for a moment. He had just dealt with this Granny Li, could it be that she wanted to take revenge on him and set up some kind of trap? However, before he could think more, the palanquin suddenly floated up. Moreover, the speed of movement was even faster than he imagined, as if these villagers were not walking too fast but flying too low. At this time, the live stream's comments started buzzing with excitement again. "Ha ha, they really got into this palanquin. If they knew the truth of this palanquin, they might go crazy. What's this? If they see their destination, they might tremble even more." From the audience's perspective, what these villagers were lifting was nothing but 4 huge coffins. Qin Lang and the others were like 4 corpses, being quickly taken away. Not knowing how much time passed, Granny Li's voice came out, "It's here. It's here." Qin Lang sat still and felt his butt go numb. He lifted the palanquin curtain and found it was already dark outside. What's going on? Have they been sitting in this palanquin for a whole day? Is this sealed door village really that big? After Ling Long and the others got off the palanquin, they too had a face full of disbelief. Granny Li laughed and said, "Everyone, please come in." Only then did everyone notice, the palanquin had stopped at the entrance of a huge mansion, looking quite impressive. On both sides of the entrance were 2 stone statues. Logically speaking, the statues carved at the entrance should be animals like stone lions. But these 2 statues were a bit different, with 2 horns on their heads, they seemed to be some kind of mythical beast. Qin Lang felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't quite recall it at the moment. Su Mubai came over and held Qin Lang's hand, looking quite anxious. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Miss Su, there's no need to be afraid." Su Mubai nodded. "With you here, I am not afraid." Ling Long glanced over at them, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. The 4 of them walked through the gate and saw men and women in festive clothes filling the place. Great joy! Great joy! Great joy! Congratulations to the young master and the eldest lady. 100 years of harmony. When they saw Qin Lang, they shouted these festive phrases loudly, their faces full of excitement. Though the scene was lively, Qin Lang could read one emotion on their faces, greed and hunger. It was as if he and Su Mubai had already become their food. A young woman in a red qipao, over 1.8 meters tall, with a slit up to her thigh, came in front of Qin Lang and smiled. "Greetings, young master. I'm Xiao Qin, the personal maid the eldest lady arranged for you. Please come with me to bathe and change clothes." Qin Lang looked at Ling Long and the others. "What about my friends?" Granny Li said, "Young master, no need to worry. These guests are all important, we will serve them well. The eldest lady likes excitement, the more people, the better." Ling Long gave Qin Lang a wink, telling him it would be fine. Qin Lang nodded and followed Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin wasn't just tall, her figure was the perfect hourglass. The qipao wrapped tightly around her round backside. As she walked, it swung left and right, a real drifting hip. Especially the fragrance floating from her body, it made Qin Lang, a man sick with a need for a woman's scent, breathed deeply and happily. Qin Lang knew clearly Xiao Qin was most likely also a female ghost. But his strange illness made his body really crave this scent. Sister, you smell so good. Qin Lang walked closer and closer. Young master, we're here. Xiao Qin pushed open a door. Her gaze fell to the floor, and then she pulled out a few silver needles thinner than hair from her clothes and secretly scattered them on the ground. The thin silver needles seemed alive, they stood upright as soon as they touched the ground. Xiao Qin sneered, even someone in iron armor would get holes in them stepping on these. Humph, how dare you hit Granny Li, let me give you a little warning first. Xiao Qin turned her head. Young master, please go in. Ah! Xiao Qin cried out, because Qin Lang was suddenly right next to her shoulder, eyes closed, sniffing hard. Young master, what are you doing? Xiao Qin looked at Qin Lang in shock. Qin Lang smiled. It's nothing. I just feel, you smell so good. It's fine. Aren't you my personal maid? Let me smell more. Xiao Qin stepped back. No, young master, I'll scream. What is wrong with this human? At this moment, the comment screen went wild. Bro, can't you tell this woman is shady? Granny Li and those people carrying the sedan were all ghosts. You think she's normal? If you're brave enough, even female ghosts can get maternity leave. If you're bold enough, they get it twice. Xiao Qin is a female ghost, but Qin Lang is a pervert. Qin Lang hadn't smelled a woman's scent for a long time, his body was starving for it. Now, with such a beauty in front of him, he didn't care if she was ghost or not. He lunged forward. Xiao Qin couldn't dodge, and Qin Lang hugged her completely, then they both fell backward. Oh no, there were silver needles on the ground. Needles. Xiao Qin didn't have time to take them back, and her whole back took the hit. Now she was like a meat shield, helping Qin Lang avoid the first wave of the trap. Even worse, this trap was set by her own hands. Pain. So painful. The piercing pain made Xiao Qin lose control of her expression. She could only bite her lip hard to endure it. Qin Lang, meanwhile, lay comfortably on Xiao Qin's chest, breathing in her scent with pleasure. Ah! After letting out a shameful sound, Qin Lang's reason finally came back. Come to think of it, lying on Xiao Qin's body felt really nice. No wonder so many guys love to ride the big car. Qin Lang raised his head. Noticing that Xiao Qin's expression was a bit off, he asked, what's wrong? Xiao Qin gritted her teeth and said, it's nothing. Young master, can we get up first? She felt like her back was bleeding. Qin Lang nodded, oh, sorry, I couldn't help myself. Once they stood up, Xiao Qin endured the pain in her back and pointed to a wooden bucket nearby. Young master, you can go take a bath now. Humph, I will make you unlucky once. I have prepared something good for you in the bathwater. But unexpectedly, Qin Lang grabbed her hand. Xiao Qin, I'm not used to taking a bath alone. So, let's bathe together. Xiao Qin's face changed. Ah, this. Young master. Qin Lang pulled hard, don't be shy. Let me check your body. Chapter 13, The Young Lady's Peeking. Xiao Qin panicked and quickly covered her chest while stepping back. Young master, if you do this, the young lady will be unhappy. Qin Lang laughed, you only thought about the young lady's unhappiness, what about my unhappiness? Come on. Qin Lang yanked Xiao Qin and threw her into the wooden bucket. As soon as Xiao Qin entered the water, she immediately felt something bite her. Ah! Xiao Qin couldn't help but scream. In the bathwater, there was a carnivorous fish possessed by a water ghost, extremely ferocious and biting anything it saw. Qin Lang laughed while standing beside her. What's wrong? Xiao Qin, is the water so hot? Then why did you let me in? That's not fair. Come, I'll help you. Qin Lang reached out and grabbed Xiao Qin's arm, then pulled hard. Crack. This time, she actually pulled her arm off. Qin Lang stared at the arm in his hand and Xiao Qin, who had now turned into a one-armed girl, not knowing what to say for a while. Xiao Qin thought he was scared, so she quickly pulled off the fish from her body, stood up again, and restored her smile. Young master, you're really bad. You actually broke my arm. Surprisingly, Qin Lang laughed. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Seeing you with only one arm is too inconvenient and not pretty. Have you heard of the Venus de Milo? Xiao Qin, ah? Qin Lang grabbed Xiao Qin's other arm and pulled hard again. Crack. Another one broke. Well, now you look much better. Qin Lang clapped his hands and laughed, now you're the second Venus. At this moment, the comments were flying all over. Damn, I've seen weird kills many times, but it's my first time seeing someone teasing weird. If it were me, I would have died from fright at the sight of the arm. Brother, your path has narrowed. Xiao Qin's long black hair suddenly stood up. You go to hell. Xiaoqin's body grew taller, her limbs started to mutate to different degrees, and a huge insect head appeared. It turned out to be a strange creature that was originally a dragonfly. Qin laughed, "I'm your young master, if you kill me, aren't you afraid the young lady will blame you?" Xiaoqin roared, "You're just a smelly man. The changes in Fengmen village are all because of you smelly men. You want to marry the young lady, but it's no problem for me to eat one of your arms or legs." After saying that, she opened her bloody big mouth and bit toward Qin. Qin laughed and pulled out the ghost-slaying blade. The moment the ghost-slaying blade appeared, a ball of white gas dispersed from the blade, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze, with the sound of a pin drop. Before the ghost-slaying blade even touched Xiaoqin, the heavy evil energy on it already made Xiaoqin tremble all over. This. Xiaoqin was stunned. "What is this thing? Don't come over." Qin smiled, "What's wrong? Not so awesome anymore? Come on, didn't you want to eat me?" Xiaoqin was so scared that she immediately turned back into her human form. "Young master, I was wrong, please don't, forgive me, forget my mistake." As a C-ranked monster, facing an A-ranked weapon like the ghost-slaying blade, there was no other way but to turn to dust. Qin smiled, "Do you not want to die? Then tell me something about Fengmen village and the wedding. Otherwise, with this ghost-slaying blade in my hand, I will then insert it smoothly into your, thrust it in and out again, and then release the white evil spirit into your." The live stream room was boiling again. Damn! What kind of wild words are these? Such fast blade, such fast speed. This guy must have some serious problems. No way, bro, why does killing ghosts sound so dirty when you say it? Little Qin quickly nodded. I'll tell everything. Actually, I don't know much either. When I was born, the village was already like this. What I know was also told to me by Granny Lee. Granny Lee said, Sealed Door Village used to be a good place, but after the young miss was born, she kept torturing villagers and killed many people. Little Qin was speaking when suddenly her face became extremely terrified. She actually knelt on the ground and cried with her head in her hands. "Young miss, I was wrong. Young miss, I will never dare again." Qin asked puzzled, "Hey, what's wrong?" But before he could ask more, Little Qin's body showed countless cracks and began to swell constantly. Bang! Countless pieces of broken flesh mixed with blood burst all over the ground. Little Qin was just gone like that. Player Qin killed one C-level ghost. Reward gained, Basic Marrow Cleansing Pill. Basic Marrow Cleansing Pill can briefly enhance the user's strength, endurance, and stamina. Although it sounds like some kind of blue little pill that can make a man's certain part lift its head, the two are very different. Those with weak bodies should use carefully. Qin scratched his head. This works too? But I didn't do anything just now, right? From Little Qin's last words, could it be the young miss who made the move? Has she been watching me all along? Kind of twisted. Qin looked around and said, Since you're watching me, you should know I won't be easily controlled by others. If you want to kill or cut me up, just do it quickly. Seeing no res P0 plus or /P0 plus or /P0 plus or /Ponce, Qin shrugged and prepared to leave to meet up with Su Mubai and the others. At this time, Qin walked to the door and found something wrong. On the table in the room, there was actually a Tang 3-color pottery. Although Tang 3-color sounds nice, this thing is actually a burial object, something only used to accompany dead people. How could such a wealthy family display such unlucky things? Qin suddenly thought of something. Those two stone statues at the door. I remember now, those are Tianlu. Tianlu are legendary divine beasts that can deal with evil spirits. They serve the same purpose as Tang 3-color pottery, both are used to be placed in graveyards for burial. A terrible thought suddenly grew in Qin mind. Son-in-law. Granny Lee appeared from the other side of the hallway at some unknown time. What's wrong with you? Where is little Qin? Qin looked at her and said, Little Qin is dead, killed by the young miss. Granny Lee said oh and seemed not to care much. You haven't changed clothes yet, hurry up, don't delay the time. The young miss will come out during the wedding ceremony, don't make her unhappy then. After hearing this, Qin directly asked, Old woman, you all seem very afraid of the young miss? What does she actually look like? Can I go see her now? Granny Lee stopped, then her neck twisted 180 degrees, staring at Qin with a pair of sinister eyes. The young miss will appear when she should appear. Son-in-law doesn't need to worry. Qin was about to continue asking, but found that Granny Lee started moving her mouth silently, as if telling him something with lip reading. Chapter 14 3000 Divine Jade. Qin stared carefully at Granny Lee and found she seemed to be repeating one word, behind, you. Qin felt a chill behind him. He turned around sharply, but found nothing there. When he turned back, Granny Lee had already disappeared. Ah! From the other side of the hallway came Su Miao's scream. Qin ran over quickly, wanting to see if Su Mubai and the others were in trouble. After passing through room after room, Qin saw Su Miao crying loudly on the ground in one room. There are mice. Su Miao squatted on the ground, crying like a flower drenched in rain. Qin Lang was momentarily speechless. Is this really called an experienced player? Where are Ling Long and Miss Su? Where did they go? Su Miao looked around and said, I don't know when they left. Qin Lang felt even more helpless. He shouted the slogan, Palace Jade Liquid Wine. Su Miao looked up, her big watery eyes staring at Qin Lang. Is it 180 for a cup? Alright, at least it matched up somewhat. Qin Lang pulled Su Miao up and started running outside to find Ling Long and Su Mubwa. Qin Lang. Ling Long's voice came from a corner. Qin Lang turned his head and saw Ling Long standing at the door of a room. Palace Jade Liquid Wine. 180 for a cup. The slogan was correct, so Qin Lang hurried over to her. Ling Long and Su Mubwa were both in that room, and the room's decor was quite unique. In the large room, besides a shrine, a statue, and a wooden table with an incense burner, there was nothing else. Looking at the statue, it wasn't some Buddha nor the Jade Emperor, but a Taoist priest wearing a robe, grinning widely as if laughing at something. Qin Lang wondered, is this some kind of belief from Fengmen village? Su Mubwa touched the table and said, it seems so. Look, it's pretty clean here. Ling Long and I just encountered a weird creature. We originally wanted to follow it and ask for clues, but when we got here, it vanished. Qin Lang looked at the statue and vaguely felt that something was off. Su Mubwa then asked, by the way, Qin Lang, the wedding is about to start. Are you ready? Qin Lang forced a smile, ready for what? I don't want to go at all. Ling Long asked, why? Qin Lang replied, because this wedding isn't normal at all. It's not just that we are the only ones here who aren't weird, this house isn't normal either. I suspect we might be in an ancient tomb. This statement frightened Su Miao to tears. What? An ancient tomb? Ling Long covered Su Miao's mouth and asked, Qin Lang, why do you think that? Qin Lang said, haven't you noticed all the funerary items scattered everywhere? Only tombs would hold such things. And the stone statues at the entrance, they are the legendary celestial animals that guard tombs. Moreover, the layout of this place is very strange. To get to any room, you have to go through a long corridor, a typical tomb structure, narrow at the front and wide at the back. Remember the hint at the beginning of the dungeon? All the villagers in Fengmen village died at a wedding 80 years ago. So this place might just be a tomb, a grave for all the villagers. We think it's night now, but it's actually because we are underground. Ling Long and the others changed their expressions. The live stream began to flood with comments. Wow, this kid seems brainless, but actually has some skills. He guessed it. That's impressive. But so what if he guessed it? If they don't deal with these weird things, especially the boss lady, they're probably dead anyway. Qin Lang continued, is there anything good about having a wedding in a tomb? Wouldn't I be a fool to go? Instead of that, it's better to spend more time looking for clues. He looked at the statue once more and murmured, this thing might just be a clue. The people of Fengmen village don't believe in land or deities, yet they worship such a strange Taoist. It's really suspicious. Su Mubwa frowned, but when the wedding time comes, they will definitely come looking for you. There isn't that much time left now. At this moment, Ling Long sighed, it seems we have no choice but to use that trick. She pulled out a black jade pendant from her bosom. Ling Long explained, this is called the 3000 Divine Jade. It can summon a deity and even allow you to talk to it, gather information, and even obtain items. When Qin Lang heard this, he was puzzled and asked, such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? Ling Long replied, this item is powerful, but the risks are also extremely high. 3000 divine jewels, as the name suggests, contain all kinds of divine beings from 3000 worlds. Different people will summon different gods. If a proper god is summoned, that's fine, but if something bad comes out, it might not be worth the trouble. Someone once summoned an evil god, and it demanded his soul as payment to grant a wish, and he died shortly after. I got this from a powerful figure, and he kept it by his side but never dared to use it. I've worn it for several years. After hearing this, Qin Lang's gaze lingered on the black jewel. The risks and rewards of this item were considerable, how should he choose? Ling Long said, Qin Lang, I'm giving it to you now. Whether to use it is up to your choice. Qin Lang asked, you're giving it to me? Why? Ling Long smiled and said, to speak frankly, my fate isn't good, I am what they call a celestial calamity. So if I use this divine jewel, I probably won't get a good result. I see you're different from other newcomers, you seem to be a person of great fortune, so you should be able to summon useful gods. Qin Lang took the 3000 divine jewel with deep thoughts. 3000 divine jewel. Item level, A. Can summon powerful divine beings, but may also summon terrifying evil gods, all depends on luck. The dungeon system also provided relevant information, proving that Ling Long was not lying. Qin Lang wasn't sure what he could summon. But without any feeling of fear, Jean Lang really wanted to give it a try. Su Mubai frowned and said, Jean Lang, think twice. Su Miao then said, hurry up and try it. What if it works? Then we can all pass together. After thinking for a moment, Jean Lang asked Linglong, how do you use this thing? Linglong's expression turned serious and said, just drop your blood on it, then recite the incantation. Seeing that Jean Lang really intended to use the 3000 divine jewel, the audience in the livestream suddenly became excited. Ha, someone is going to use this thing without fear of death. The 3000 divine jewel should normally be S-rank treasures, but due to obvious side effects, the dungeon system downgraded them. It's quite eerie. I remember the last time a guy summoned an evil god, it said it could grant 3 wishes, but wanted the summoner to fulfill its wish instead. In the end, that guy was played to death. Everyone was now staring at Jean Lang, wanting to see what he would summon. Chapter 15 The Bathing Girl. Lu Ji stormed out after throwing down some harsh words. Jean Lang looked at Linglong and said, you seem to have a good relationship, aren't you going to stop him? Linglong forced a smile and said, he's always like this. Relying on his powerful healing ability, he always likes to run around. Don't worry, he won't die so easily. Having witnessed Lu Ji's abilities, Linglong was quite confident. Jean Lang asked, but didn't he say his healing ability is only supportive and not powerful? Linglong smiled and said, in a dungeon, listen to what others say, but don't take it too seriously. Lu Ji's ability is much stronger than he claims. But in order to lower the vigilance of other players, some people will intentionally hide their strength to increase their chances of survival. This is also a strategy used by experienced players to clear dungeons. After hearing this, Jean Lang shrugged. This wasn't just being an experienced player, it was clearly being a crafty fox. In fact, he already knew what Lu Ji's fate would be. At the moment Lu Ji stepped out, Jean Lang noticed the countdown above his head quietly changed. Lu Ji angrily walked down the corridor. They're all a bunch of lunatics, one moment listening to a newbie, the next wanting to hear something strange. Splash! A sound of water caught Lu Ji's attention. Lu Ji became vigilant, then drew a knife. Cut off his own thumb and threw it onto the ceiling above. After doing this, Lu Ji walked toward the sound of running water. Through a wooden carved window door, Lu Ji saw a beautiful woman stepping naked into a big wooden tub. Covered in layers of steam, he could not see her face clearly, but he could see her slim curves. Such a seductive scene made Lu Ji feel a little dazed and confused. He shook his head and thought, wait, could she be the legendary Miss? Lu Ji thought he must hurry and tell Linglong and the others. Splash splash splash. Wash and wash it clean, first the guts then the heart, wash and wash. Lu Ji was drawn by this strange song and slowly turned his head to look. Ah! After seeing what was inside, Lu Ji was so scared he almost screamed and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Inside the room, the girl bathing had cut open her own belly and taken out all her intestines, scrubbing them over and over in the bathwater. And the hands too. Then her hands fell off and dropped into the water, twisting and turning inside it. Oh, I must wash my hair too. The girl's head snapped off with a crack and rolled into the water, spinning on its own. Lu Ji could no longer keep watching. His legs were weak and he had only one thought in his mind. Run! Just as Lu Ji was about to go back the way he came, he found something was grabbing his foot. He turned around and saw it was a woman's severed hand. Are you also Mrs. Guest? Peeking at someone bathing, how dirty! On the wooden windowsill beside him, the girl's head floated in the air, grinning with a terrifying smile, staring at Lu Ji, her wet hair dripping water nonstop. Lu Ji wanted to scream, but a severed foot stuffed itself right into his mouth, making it hard to breathe. The girl giggled coldly. Other parts of her body also floated out, attacking Lu Ji again and again. The freshly washed intestines wrapped around Lu Ji's neck. The girl used both hands and strangled Lu Ji to death. After Lu Ji collapsed, the girl's body parts came back together, and a goddess-like naked beauty appeared in the middle of the hallway. She bent down, tore off a piece of Lu Ji's facial skin, and chewed it nonstop. Young people's skin is really so tender. The girl ate with great joy, and soon only a pile of white bones was left on the ground. She licked her lips. I wonder how the groom will taste. At the same time, the thumb Lu Ji threw onto the beam also began to change. A faint glow came from the cut of the thumb, and threads started to stretch out from inside. More and more thin threads gathered until they became a dense web, then turned into organs and a new body. Damn it, good thing I'm clever. Lu Ji coughed and lay weakly on the beam, saying, I didn't expect to use my rebirth power right at the start. What the hell is this weird thing? He told others his power was healing, but that was just a cover. His real power was limb rebirth. As long as a piece of his body remained, he could rebuild a new one even if the original was destroyed. That's why he dared to act alone. After making sure no one was around, Lu Ji planned to hurry back to the room to report everything to Linglong. If that creepy thing just now was really Miss, then they better leave fast. There you are. The girl's head suddenly appeared behind Lu Ji again, smiling as she stared at him. Your power is really interesting. Lu Ji shouted ah. And then the girl opened her bloody mouth and bit into his neck. A large amount of blood flowed from Lu Ji's neck, dripping onto a headless woman standing below. Lu Ji desperately tried to make his throat's blood vessels regenerate quickly, while biting his finger to draw a spell on the girl's face. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A puff of white smoke rose from the girl's face, and with a cry, the girl released her mouth. You can still do exorcism spells? The girl, enduring the pain on half her face, laughed coldly. Not simple, ha! Lu Ji covered his throat and jumped down. At this moment, his trachea had recovered, and he could breathe, but his vocal cords would take a little longer to speak again. Lu Ji ran forward quickly, eager to leave this hell. Suddenly, a shadow appeared ahead. Lu Ji instinctively thought there was still an enemy, so he quickly clasped his hands and made a gesture of an exorcism like a Western priest, pushing forward with force. With his vocal cords partially restored, he quickly recited the spell, Ana de Long, Duo Luo So Jia, Hu Hu Na Jia. This was a Western exorcism spell he learned from a previous scenario, a tactic used only by advanced exorcists, enough to combat the 14 demons under Satan. A golden light rushed towards the shadow, and at the moment of contact, the golden light entered the shadow, causing no effect at all. Lu Ji despaired. How is this possible? At that moment, the shadow began to charge towards him. Lu Ji's pupils kept shrinking. Miss, it's the miss. You are the miss. In the room, Qin Lang was still staring at the note filled with clues. Sumubai used the teapot in the room to pour a cup of hot tea and handed it to Qin Lang. Qin Lang thanked her, took the cup of tea, took a sip, and continued to ponder. Sumubai sat next to him. You are going to the wedding soon, aren't you afraid? Qin Lang smiled. He really didn't know what fear was at this moment. If time allowed, he would like to take another nap. Having come this far, there's nothing to fear. I actually find it a bit interesting. Hearing this, Ling Long, who was meditating on the floor, leaned over. What's interesting? Qin Lang pointed to the line above and said, after the mist becomes strange, she needs to hold regular weddings to absorb yang and replenish yin. But the problem is, there are many ways to absorb yang and replenish yin. Why does it have to be a ghost marriage? Ling Long asked, so what are the other ways to absorb yang and replenish yin? Qin Lang was about to explain but found that Sumubai, Ling Long, and Su Miao were all eagerly waiting for him to explain what the other ways to absorb yang and replenish yin were. Forget I said that. Qin Lang waved his hand, don't mind the details. Just then, the door was pushed open. A completely naked man covered in blood walked in. Who else could it be but Lu Ji? Ah! Su Miao quickly covered her eyes. Lu Ji, you pervert! Shameless! Lu Ji stared blankly at everyone and then said, so cold. Ling Long asked, puzzled, Lu Ji, why did you take so long? Wait, did you use that trick? Lu Ji nodded, yeah, I used it. Ling Long was greatly surprised. Forcing Lu Ji to use his rebirth ability meant something big had happened. What happened? Quick, sit down and tell us. Qin Lang suddenly stopped Ling Long. Don't go near him. He is not Lu Ji. What? He is not Lu Ji? Ling Long couldn't help but take a step back and stared at Qin Lang, asking, how do you know? Qin Lang said, trust me, he is definitely not. From the moment Lu Ji stepped out of the door, he had seen Lu Ji's death countdown hit 0. In other words, he had less than an hour of life left. Now that an hour had passed, how could Lu Ji still be alive? Moreover, when Qin Lang looked at Lu Ji just now, he noticed that the death countdown above his head had already disappeared, indicating that he had long since died. Lu Ji glared at Qin Lang and shouted, you brat, always talking nonsense here, and now you want to confuse people. It seems I need to show you some consequences. After saying that, he rushed toward Qin Lang. Ling Long saw this and immediately pulled out the branch hidden in her sleeve, hitting Lu Ji fiercely. ZZ. A cloud of white smoke rose from Lu Ji's arm. Lu Ji's features twisted together, and he shouted angrily, Ling Long, what are you doing? Ling Long looked at the white smoke and frowned, saying, you really have died. If you are truly Lu Ji, then you should know that my willow branch can ward off evil spirits, and it will react this way only when it hits something strange. After saying this, a cruel smile appeared on Lu Ji's face. The young lady has already said that you must die without knowing it, only then can you be a qualified sacrifice. It seems that you can only be a second-rate sacrifice now. Lu Ji then stared at Qin Lang. You can die a little later, but in the end, you will be toyed with by the young lady. After he finished speaking, his mouth opened wide, and his jaw actually dropped to his chest. In the next second, a large number of black, long worms crawled out of his body, quickly covering the entire room. Su Miao was so scared that she started crying and jumped onto the antique table beside her. Qin Lang quickly picked up Su Mubai and placed her on the bed, revealing his black dog blood dagger. Miss Su, hold on tight to me. Su Mubai tightly grasped his neck with both hands and nodded vigorously. Linglong raised the branch and swung it down towards Lu Ji's head. The willow branch was like a sword, directly splitting Lu Ji in half. When those worms lunged at Linglong to bite, her skin felt like steel, and the worms bit her several times without effect. Linglong picked up the branch again and struck the black worms on her body, splitting them into two. Lu Ji immediately turned into a puddle of pus, and the other worms, as if losing control, let out unsettling howls before turning into black smoke and slowly dissipating. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Well done. Linglong said, how could Lu Ji turn into such a monster? Players who die in the copy are just dead, this has never happened. Qin Lang said, this is probably the power of the blood sacrifice. Quick, we need to go. Linglong asked in confusion, where to? Aren't we supposed to wait for the wedding to start? Qin Lang shook his head, leave the wedding to me and the crybaby, you and Miss Su go find the truth of the blood sacrifice. Linglong felt surprised by this division of action, and even Su Mubai was puzzled. Qin Lang, aren't you going to be with me? Su Mubai's tone had a hint of reproach. Qin Lang said, Miss Su, we will definitely still be together, so I need you to keep an eye on Linglong. I feel secure only if you are responsible for the blood sacrifice ritual. Although I don't like that crybaby, at least she is one of the survivors from last night, so working with her should be safe. If the young lady appears, I will try my best to hold her back. You and Linglong must act quickly, find the place of the blood sacrifice from back then, and also find the strange thing that is hidden among us. Su Mubai nodded with complex emotions and said, well, okay. Pip pip pop. Firecrackers sounded outside, accompanied by the noise of drums and gongs. Groom, the auspicious time has arrived. Old Li's voice came from the other end of the corridor. Qin Lang immediately changed into the groom's clothes on the bed, whispering, hurry up and go. Linglong and Su Mubai exchanged glances and quickly ran outside. Qin Lang looked at the backs of the two and then at Su Miao, who was shivering in the corner. All right, let's go. Su Miao covered her face and cried, no, I don't want to go, woo woo woo. Old Li appeared at the door and saw Qin Lang. She sneered, Groom, why did two girls run out just now? If the young lady sees them, it won't be good. Should we bring them back? Qin Lang replied, my friends can go wherever they want, it's none of your business. Old Li still said coldly, Groom, I advise you to bring them back. Without saying a word, Qin Lang stepped forward and slapped Granny Li. Old woman, I've tolerated you for a long time. Qin Lang said, I'll say it again, my friend can do whatever they want, you mind your own business. Granny Li twisted her neck with difficulty, making it crack. With a venomous glare, she looked at Qin Lang and said, all right, since the young master says so, let's hurry outside. Qin Lang grabbed Su Miao and marched outside. Whoa, I don't want to go. If you don't go, you'll die here faster. Seeing them tugging at each other like this, Granny Li coughed and said, young master, if you keep this up, the young lady might get upset. Qin Lang raised his hand, old woman, do you believe I'll hit you again? Lead the way. Granny Li could only shut her mouth. After walking a few steps with Su Miao, Qin Lang felt someone watching him again. Turning his head to look down the corridor, he saw a woman in a black and white qipao walking toward him. Granny Li, who is she? Could she be the young lady? Qin Lang asked, only to find that Granny Li had disappeared at some point. Granny Li? Old woman? Qin Lang called out several times but still got no response. What a beautiful young master. The woman in a qipao had somehow appeared right in front of Qin Lang, her smile stretching almost to her ears, her eyes filled with desire. The young lady is so lucky. She was the eerie being that had just devoured Lu Ji whole. At this moment, facing Qin Lang, her saliva could no longer be contained. Chapter 17, Behind the Idol. This commotion caused Qin Lang to become vigilant again. 6 sources of light appeared in the corridor, slowly approaching them. Upon closer inspection, they were actually 6 large eyes glowing with blue light. A monster resembling a spider was crawling quickly, its body covered with countless human heads and remains, its 8 long legs interwoven. Corpse Demon Spider King. Eerie level, B. Su Miao turned pale with fear and immediately hid behind. It's actually a B-level Eerie. Qin Lang was about to rush forward but was stopped by Linglong. Don't go forward. B-level Eerie's are almost like mini-bosses. Even though you have an A-level weapon and good skills, you still have no chance against a B-level Eerie. We should leave first. Qin Lang glanced at the statue of the sun-seeking child and immediately said, let's go there. He suddenly remembered what Granny Li had communicated to him with lip movements. The backside. Could she be referring to the back of this statue? Although Linglong didn't understand Qin Lang's meaning, she had no choice but to trust this powerful newcomer's instinct. Every statue worshipped in a temple has its back well protected. Who has ever seen the back of the Buddha or other idols? Qin Lang and the others jumped onto the altar, even Xiao Chun flew up with them. The way it flapped its big wings was a bit like a fluttering moth. The corpse demon Spider King moved to the doorway and roared angrily at Qin Lang and the others. Oh whoa! Su Miao clung tightly to Ling Long and asked, Sister Ling Long, why, are we here? Ling Long gripped the willow branch used to hunt ghosts tightly, sweat also forming in her palm. But Qin Lang was quite calm, holding his ghost-slaying knife and staring at the corpse demon Spider King. Surprisingly, Qin Lang's plan actually worked. Seeing Qin Lang and the others hiding behind the statue of the sun-seeking child, the corpse demon Spider King seemed to lose its target, not moving to attack further. But it didn't leave, just stayed at the doorway, staring intently at Qin Lang and the others. At this point, the live stream had attracted a large audience, who exclaimed in excitement. B-level Eerie. I haven't seen one in a long time. Is this dungeon really that amazing? Even the elite monsters are of this level, the young lady must be even stronger. These players seem doomed to be wiped out, what a pity, I thought we could keep watching Qin Lang work his magic. Speaking of which, what is Qin Lang doing? The crowd's gaze quickly focused on Qin Lang. Qin Lang did not want to continue facing the corpse ghost Spider King, because time was not on his side. The longer it dragged on, not only would Su Mubai be in greater danger, but whether they could escape this ghostly place was still uncertain. Behind. Qin Lang continued to recall the hint given by Granny Li. The reason the corpse ghost Spider King dared not approach was perhaps out of fear of Sun Yangzi, but could there be another possibility? Was there some secret behind the statue of Sun Yangzi? In the pitch darkness, Qin Lang could only reach back to feel around. Suddenly, Qin Lang felt he had touched something. Qin Lang said to Xiao Chun, you can't fight, but you must know some magic, right? Can you make a fire? Xiao Chun responded quickly, oh. She snapped her fingers, and a ball of fire immediately appeared in her palm. Dear, this fire is to add a little drip candle action while we are cultivating together, it's a passionate flame. Qin Lang. He did not expect summoning a succubus would turn out to be such a hassle. But at least they had a light source, Qin Lang could finally see the truth behind Sun Yangzi. To his surprise, on the back of Sun Yangzi, there were actually a long string of incomprehensible characters carved into it. Ju W Ju B. Qin Lang wondered, huh? What's written here seems like some kind of cultivation method. Ling Long was greatly surprised, Qin Lang, you can understand these things? Qin Lang nodded, yeah, I can understand, what about you, can't you read it? Ling Long and Su Miao, along with Xiao Chun, the Divine One, all shook their heads in confusion. Qin Lang furrowed his brows, but isn't this easy to understand? This first line says Du Jia Si Ji Deng Zhong. The second line is Yi Xian Ji Yu Ji. Isn't it pretty simple? It's obvious when you look at it. Ling Long and the others looked at Qin Lang as if he was a monster that popped up from the ground, not knowing whether the corpse ghost Spider King outside was more frightening or this strange talking Qin Lang was more terrifying. Qin Lang didn't really know why, but he could understand these things. Since he crossed over, Qin Lang discovered that the original owner must have had some serious illness, at least with issues in brain structure and internal organization. Otherwise, how could he have contracted such a bizarre illness that made him die without inhaling a woman's body scent? Perhaps it was precisely because his brain was different from others that he could read these heavenly texts in the eyes of others? Ah, look over there! Xiao Chun shouted. Everyone looked over and noticed the corpse ghost Spider King's appearance was changing. It took a few steps back, lowering its head and entire body. Those 6 large eyes began to fixate on Qin Lang, but the previous killing intent was gone. This look was as if it was kneeling to Qin Lang. Ling Long exclaimed excitedly, Qin Lang, maybe your incantation just now worked. Try again quickly. Qin Lang tried reciting again. Zhichang Qi Yan Kan Ji. The eyes of the corpse ghost Spider King actually became much calmer. Qin Lang continued to look, finding that the back of Sun Yangzi recorded a lot of information. But even though he understood what each word meant, fully grasping it was still difficult. It was like ancient classical Chinese, fewer characters could carry a lot of information, and the meaning varied with different interpretations. But since reading it had an effect on the corpse ghost Spider King in front of him, then he would keep reading. Qin Lang continued down the line, Qing Huan Shu Sa. The performance of the corpse ghost Spider King became increasingly excited, then increasingly happy, and finally it even actively made way, seemingly inviting Qin Lang and the others to leave. Ling Long still suspected there was something wrong, but Qin Lang had already jumped down first. Qin Lang! Ling Long called out, wanting him to be careful. But Qin Lang stepped forward and found that the corpse ghost Spider King did not block him, instead, it looked quite respectful to Qin Lang. Qin Lang frowned, looking at it and said, do you like hearing me recite those things? Can you understand what I'm saying? The corpse ghost Spider King nodded, then shook its head. Qin Lang continued, I want to leave here now. Can you help me? The corpse ghost Spider King continued to nod. Qin Lang pointed at the statue of Sun Yangzi, if you like to listen, then carry that thing on your back and take it with you. Without a word, the corpse ghost Spider King began to comply, scaring Ling Long and Su Miao, who were hiding behind the statue, to hurriedly move aside. Ling Long was astonished. Qin Lang, you actually tamed a B-class weirdness? Chapter 18. You're still acting? Qin Lang also smiled a little. Maybe it enjoys listening to me chant scriptures. Not only Ling Long, but the viewers in the livestream also dropped their jaws in shock. What kind of godly being is this Qin Lang, that even the B-class weirdness dares not move against him? He can understand those heavenly scriptures. Clearly, he is not an ordinary person. Are all the new people this year monsters? The corpse ghost Spider King strapped the statue on its back and began to lead the way. Qin Lang and the others quickly followed. At this moment, many shadows appeared in the manor. Those shadows quickly transformed into solid villagers, starting to walk towards Qin Lang and the others. Young master, great joy, great joy. Why is the young master leaving? Miss is still looking for you. Those people had a rather sinister smile, relentlessly surrounding Qin Lang and the others. The corpse ghost Spider King opened its huge bloody mouth and let out a roar ahead. The villagers seemed startled by this roar, each one standing still without moving forward. Qin Lang glanced at the corpse ghost Spider King, thinking that having a weirdness as his lackey felt quite nice. At this time, Ling Long tugged at Qin Lang. Since you can command this corpse ghost Spider King, why not let it help us find Su Mubai? Qin Lang replied, this corpse ghost Spider King may not really be that obedient, you know? And as I mentioned before, we need to exit first to save anyone. Seeing Qin Lang still sticking to his original opinion, Ling Long continued, I have good things on me, even rarer than the 3,000 divine jade. You help me find Su Mubai, regardless of life or death, I will give you this item, how about it? Otherwise, I'd rather destroy it. Qin Lang looked Ling Long up and down, how come you have all the good things? Then why don't you use them yourself? Ling Long sighed, just like why I don't use the 3,000 divine jade, because my fate is poor, using it easily won't lead to good outcomes. And everyone's equipment and treasures are for saving their own lives, who would easily reveal them? Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to talk. Qin Lang was somewhat puzzled and asked, but you and Su Mubai barely know each other, how is her disappearance a matter of urgency for you? Ling Long bit her lip, I don't want to abandon my teammates, nor do I want to see someone easily die in front of me. Is that reason enough? Qin Lang didn't know what to say anymore. Enough, indeed enough for a saint. He felt that Su Mubai, who could live for over 200 years, would not easily die, so he wasn't in a hurry to save her. However, now saying this would also not convince Ling Long. But the thing Ling Long mentioned that was more precious than the 3,000 divine jade did spark his interest. Alright, it's a deal. Ling Long then revealed a smile, good. Qin Lang immediately said to the corpse ghost Spider King, we still need to find another companion. Help me catch a speaking weirdness over. Upon hearing this, the 6 big eyes of the corpse ghost Spider King began to rotate immediately. Suddenly, it spat out a series of blood-red threads from its mouth. The threads shot into darkness and quickly brought out an old woman. Who else but Old Lady Li? Old Lady Li was firmly ensnared by the corpse ghost Spider King, unable to move at all. Qin Lang asked, Miss Su was taken by you all, right? Where is she now? Old Lady Li glanced at Qin Lang, then at the corpse ghost Spider King, and couldn't help but shake her head. I have already died once, I am not afraid to die again, and I certainly cannot betray the young lady. It seemed that Su Mubai was indeed captured by the young lady. Qin Lang said, if you don't speak, I will tear this place down now, and when I go up, I will also demolish Fengmen village. I don't believe that lady you speak of would be indifferent. Grandma Li's expression changed at this, Qin Lang, you ungrateful thing. The lady will never let you off. As expected, there isn't a good man among them. This phrase again. That little Qin said the same thing before she died. Wasn't the tragedy of Fengmen village caused by the lady? Why do they all hate men so much? The corpse Spider King seemed hungry, taking a bite and gnawing halfway through Grandma Li's body, making a crunching sound. Su Miao saw this bloody and horrifying scene and immediately covered her eyes, starting to scream. Stop! A long and desolate female voice echoed around. A woman dressed in a gorgeous scarlet robe approached, her clothes embroidered with exquisite dark gold patterns, displaying a classical and solemn aura. The red veil draped over her head covered most of her face, and its edge was adorned with tiny silver patterns, shining in tandem with the red glow of the candlelight around her. Grandma Li was on the brink of death. Upon seeing that woman, she immediately said, Lady. Lady. The servant has tried her best. Ling Long shouted loudly, Qin Lang. The lady has appeared. Be careful. The lady stepped toward them, one step at a time. Fengmen village lady. Strangeness level, A. The next second, the air around seemed to drop several degrees, and all the villagers knelt down to worship the lady. A strong malevolent aura struck every person on the scene, causing Qin Lang's hands to tremble slightly. This is the terror of an A-level strangeness. Xiao Chun quickly hid behind Xin Lang, saying, "Darling, you must protect me." Even though she is a goddess, she fears this the most. Xin Lang. You are truly ruining the face of the gods. Xin Lang turned to look at the lady, smiling, so it turns out your figure is so good, I should have come to pay my respects earlier. I wonder if there's still time to regret now. An eerie voice emerged from under the lady's cover. I hate men. You all, just die. The corpse Spider King growled a few times, blocking in front of Xin Lang. Ling Long took out her willow branch and said, Xin Lang, where is your ghost-slaying sword? Xin Lang pulled out the ghost-slaying sword, saying, it's right here. Ling Long said, Xin Lang, since you can command the corpse Spider King, why not give me the ghost-slaying sword? You order the corpse Spider King to deal with the lady, and I will use the ghost-slaying sword on her. Su Miao also has combat capabilities and can protect you, how about that? Xin Lang nodded, there's long range, there's front line, and a support to protect the back line. A nice team plan. Ling Long extended her hand, then good, But Xin Lang directly replied, but I refuse. Ling Long asked in confusion, why? Xin Lang smiled slightly, if I give you the ghost-slaying sword, will you take the chance to take me down? Ling Long was taken aback, while Su Miao also stopped crying, staring blankly at Xin Lang. Ling Long became anxious, Xin Lang, what are you talking about? Xin Lang yawned, what? Do you still want to pretend? Chapter 19 Betrayal. Xin Lang stepped back a few paces, aiming the ghost-slaying sword at Ling Long, asking, though the biggest boss is the lady, you aren't a good person either, right? Ling Long's eyes changed, staring at Xin Lang and asking, what do you mean? Xin Lang, you aren't being swayed by the strangeness, are you? Xin Lang smiled, no, I am very clear right now. By the way, weren't you trying to find Su Mubai? She's right in front of you. Ling Long was stunned, what, do you mean? Xin Lang looked at the lady, sighing, Miss Su, it's meaningless for you to wear that cover anymore. Upon hearing this, the lady first fell silent for a few seconds, then took off her cover. It was an absolutely beautiful face. Her skin was porcelain white, her features delicate yet with a hint of eerie charm. Her eyes were deep and pitch black, with a hint of red in her pupils that radiated an unusual allure, as if there were tears of blood sliding down the corners. It was Su Mubai. Su Mubai, the lady of Fengmen village. Su Mubai looked at Xin Lang and asked, how did you know? Xin Lang sighed, I guessed it when I saw Granny Li. He pointed to his nose, I have a bit of a problem with my brain, I am especially sensitive to smells, especially the scent of women. Since I was in the same room with you last night, I smelled your scent, so I know what you smell like. When I saw Granny Li from afar, I smelled the same scent again. When I met Xiao Qin, I smelled that same scent. In other words, you should be quite familiar with these eerie things. After figuring this out, Xin Lang also understood why Su Mubai would have a lifespan of over 200 years. For humans, this is a long life, but for the eerie, it made sense. The audience in the live stream applauded for Qin Hao. Awesome! 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 Turns out he knew all along. So he has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He even guessed who the boss was? Let's check who Qin Hao really was before. The essence of the Fengmen village dungeon is, one boss sneaks in among the teammates and slowly takes down human players. On sight, Su Mubai smiled wryly, Xin Lang, you are really the smartest newcomer I have ever seen. Normally, when newcomers find out about my identity, they are already scared to death. Since you already knew, why didn't you expose me as this eerie creature earlier? Xin Lang replied, I am someone who judges by actions, not by intentions. Miss Su, you are from a different camp than mine, but you haven't harmed me along the way. Moreover, I estimate that the first paperman ghost that died at my hands, and the one who tried to harm me, Xiao Qin, were all things you helped me deal with, right? When the paperman ghost self-destructed, I observed your expression, you were too calm, as if everything was under your control. Before dying, Xiao Qin also cried out, Miss, I was wrong, which means you were actually helping me secretly. After hearing this, the atmosphere around grew even heavier. You are wrong, I did not help you. Su Mubai shook her head, I just want to play with you and see how you will die in the end. Xin Lang laughed, say whatever you want. He then looked at Ling Long, the reason I did not reveal my deductions is also because of this woman. Ling Long frowned, what's wrong with me? Xin Lang, you are a bit unreasonable. You believe in a living eerie creature, but not in me, the player who has fought with you through thick and thin. Xin Lang chuckled, your acting is quite convincing. I just said it, I judge by actions, not by intentions. You seem to have been with us, but you are basically digging our graves. Firstly, you suggested we get on the sedan first, and then we came to this ghostly place. Secondly, knowing that splitting up means death, you insisted on going to save Su Mubai. Not only that, but you also urged me to use the highly risky 3000 Divine Jade, and the things summoned afterward were really useless. It seems you are intentionally leading me to a dead end. Xiao Chun? The more Qin Hao said, the worse Ling Long's expression became. Finally, when the corpse ghost Spider King appeared, you wouldn't let me use the ghost slasher blade, saying I wouldn't be able to exert the power of an A-class weapon and that I could only run away. But just now, when facing Miss Su, you said you wanted to use my ghost slasher blade to fight. So, when facing an A-class Eerie, you know how to exert the power of A-class weapons? Then why did you act like a turtle when the corpse ghost Spider King appeared? Qin Lang then looked at Granny Li, who was now only half of herself, and sighed, Granny, I misunderstood you. What you mouthed to me in the corridor wasn't back. You were telling me betrayal. There is a traitor beside me. Grandma Li's expression became calm, then she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Ling Long revealed a sinister smile. Ha 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 ha. Qin Lang, very good, you are very good. It's no surprise that you can have an A-grade weapon and escape the 3,000 calamities of Divine Jade. The corpse Spider King turned its head at this moment, a murderous aura glaring at Qin Lang, completely different from its earlier docile appearance. Qin Lang glanced at the corpse Spider King, saying, just as expected, you are indeed a group. You said you wanted to find Su Muba, not just to send me to my death, but to hold me back, so that the corpse Spider King could find me, right? Ling Long coldly said, so what? The corpse Spider King is my pet. I initially wanted to swallow you all at the wedding, but unexpectedly, you have an A-grade Ghost Slayer knife. I can't sleep until I get it in my hands. Now, one B-grade anomaly and one A-grade anomaly are on my side, you and Su Miao are both doomed. Oh, you must be very curious why I included Su Muba, right? Ling Long proudly glanced at Su Muba, saying, Qin Lang, if you want to die clearly, why not kneel for me? Or obediently hand over the Ghost Slayer knife, and I'll grant you a quick death. Qin Lang replied, no need for you to say. I know why Miss Su is on your side. Because of Sun Yangzi, right? Both Ling Long and Su Muba's faces changed. Ling Long steadied herself, good kid, you even know this? Suddenly, Ling Long froze, her gaze sharply turning to the heavenly books behind the statue of Sun Yangzi. Could it be that the heavenly books told you? Qin Lang raised the Ghost Slayer knife, you can guess. Alright, Sun Yangzi, stop hiding. I already know. The boss among the bosses in Fengmen Village is you. Come out. Chapter 20, The No Way Club. GGG. A twisted and sharp laugh sounded, the corpse Spider King opened its bloody mouth once again. However, this laugh did not come from the corpse Spider King. A squinty-eyed Taoist in a loose gown, with a beard long enough to reach his chest, walked out of the Spider King's mouth. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room went into a frenzy. My god! There's a spy within a spy? According to Qin Lang, Ling Long is in cahoots with the anomaly to trick him with the Ghost Slayer knife? Something's not right, this copy isn't right. It's different from what I saw before. Sun Yangzi smiled and said, Shinji Master has good eyesight, managing to see through the Taoist's disguise. You are the first. Qin Lang said, Humph, after I read aloud those ghostly symbols behind your statue, the corpse Spider King became as obedient as a grandson, it's hard not to think it's unrelated to you. Since Miss Su doesn't mean to harm me, then among the characters appearing in this copy that conspired with Ling Long to harm, who else is there besides you, Sun Yangzi? Sun Yangzi smiled and said, Shinji Master has spiritual roots, why not join me to comprehend the heavenly books and cultivate the right path together? He was eager to recruit Qin Lang, as he had deciphered those heavenly books for many years without grasping their mysteries. Qin Lang ignored him, instead looking at Ling Long, didn't expect, you thick-browed and big-eyed one also betrayed. What's your reason? Can players form alliances with anomalies? Ling Long smiled for a moment, then unfastened the buttons on her top, pulling it open vigorously, revealing a snowy white. At the same time, the copy's live broadcast was unexpectedly interrupted. What's going on? The internet is down? Everything was great, what happened? Damn, are there benefits they won't show us? Facing the suddenly revealed Ling Long, Qin Lang frowned, why on earth are you undressing, On Ling Long's chest was a rather peculiar pattern, looking at first like the Taoist black and white yin-yang fish, but within each side was a strange rune. The copy system detects no signal. Repairing in progress? Qin Lang was shocked, after this pattern appeared, it actually blocked even the signals from the copy system? Ling Long said, I am a member of the Wu Dao Association. Our goal is to gather all the treasures in the copies and the items in players' hands. Qin Lang, you said you couldn't understand how players could unite with the Eerie? Because the power of the Wu Dao Association exceeds your imagination. Qin Lang responded with a no and then said, I understand now. You Wu Dao Association can negotiate with the Eerie in the copy to determine who can clear it, and then divide the player's treasures and the rewards for clearing, right? Ling Long nodded. Qin Lang, you are very talented, you figured it out so quickly. Indeed, on my first night here, I already talked with Sun Yangzi through the Eerie. Originally, I was the only one who could clear this copy. It seems there can be one more now. That is you. Ling Long suddenly pointed at Su Miao. You first kill her, then we kill Sumu Bai, and this copy will be considered cleared. At that time, we will share the rewards together. I can also recommend you to join the Wu Dao Association, how about that? As long as you are willing to collect items and treasures for our Wu Dao Association, you will receive rewards and power that you can't even imagine. Qin Lang looked at Su Miao after hearing this. Su Miao cried out in fear, Wah! No, don't kill me. I can join the Wu Dao Association too. Ling Long shook her head. The more people who clear it, the fewer the rewards, and the lower the score. Su Miao, you lack Qin Lang's qualifications and can only be eliminated. This is the survival rule of the copy. Qin Lang, what do you think? Sumu Bai, who had been silent, looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang glanced at Sun Yangzi. Sun Yangzi, all the Eerie and Fengmen village listen to you, right? Sun Yangzi smiled and nodded. Indeed, Dao Master has always regarded this place as a place for immortal cultivation. Sumu Bai is also a piece on Dao Master's chessboard, used to observe and select useful people among the players, helping my cultivation. Every groom is an excellent sacrifice and material for cultivation. Qin Lang, although it is a pity to let you clear the copy, the Wu Dao Association will also be grateful to Dao Master, so it's not a loss. Don't worry, Dao Master will help you kill Sumu Bai, and then another new Eerie can be chosen as the lady. After you join the Wu Dao Association, everyone's fate will still have a long way to go. Qin Lang nodded, so, as long as I agree, I can easily clear it. But, I refuse. Ling Long frowned. What did you say? Qin Lang smiled. I have a quirk. I like to refuse others' proposals when they think they have the upper hand and feel pleased. It brings me great joy to see their stunned expressions. Ling Long said coldly, You're looking for death. You have no idea how powerful the Wu Dao Association is. Qin Lang raised the Demon Slayer blade. Whether Wu Dao or Dao, my path is the greatest path. The Qin Lang who closed off his fear did not know how to write the word fear. The most critical point. The system reminded him, there are still 10 minutes to midnight. New superpowers are about to arrive. There is a chance. As long as he holds on for 10 minutes. Ling Long shouted angrily, Sun Yangzi, do it. Sun Yangzi looked at Sumu Bai, go ahead, kill Qin Lang. But Sumu Bai stood still. Sun Yangzi frowned, what are you doing? Are you rebelling? Don't forget, you were the one who killed all the villagers in Fengmen village. Without Dao Master's words, you can never clear your sins in this life. Only by helping Dao Master become an immortal can you have a chance to redeem your sins. Sumu Bai, do it. Sumu Bai looked at Qin Lang, gritting her teeth. Qin Lang, can you just surrender? Join the Wu Dao Association. Then kill me, then clear the copy. I beg you. Qin Lang looked at Sumu Bai, shaking his head. Sorry, Miss Su, I am not familiar with you, so I cannot do as you say. I, Qin Lang, have always only acted according to my own thoughts. Let me make the No Way Society a dog, that is absolutely impossible. Ling Long sneered coldly, Sun Yangzi, it seems your underlings are not as united as you thought. You better work hard, we have what you want in the No Way Society. Sun Yangzi shouted angrily, Sumu Bai. Do you want to taste my strength? If you don't make a move, the Corpse Ghost Spider King and Ling Long can still take his life, it just might take some time. Sumu Bai shed 2 lines of hot tears. Then can I just kill myself? If I die, can the 3 of them clear the stage together? Is that okay? Chapter 21 All-Out Efforts. Sumu Bai said, as long as I die, it counts as clearing the stage, right? Then you can let Qin Lang go and have him hand over the rewards for clearing the stage, right? Ling Long said, Sumu Bai, didn't you hear what I just said? The more people clearing the stage, the less valuable the rewards. Now there are only 3 players left. If Qin Lang doesn't cooperate, then I will be the only one who clears the stage. Sun Yangzi lost his patience, took out a talisman from his robe, and with a snap of his fingers, he stuck the talisman onto Sumu Bai. A puff of white smoke rose from Sumu Bai's body as she sprawled on the ground, rolling in pain. Seeing Sumu Bai like this, Ling Long took out a willow branch from her hand and said to Qin Lang, since you refuse to cooperate, there's only a dead end for you. I want to punish you on behalf of the No Way Society. Xiao Chun and Su Miao shrank in fear to a corner. Dear, go for it. Qin Lang, we are counting on you. Qin Lang helplessly raised his ghost-slashing knife, ready to fight. New superpower will arrive in 6 minutes. It really feels long enough. Ling Long suddenly charged at Qin Lang, swinging the willow branch continuously. Qin Lang blocked with the ghost-slashing knife, yet the willow branch unexpectedly grew longer, sprouting countless roots and leaves, wrapping around the ghost-slashing knife and tightly binding Qin Lang's other hand. Ling Long smiled confidently, then rushed in front of Qin Lang and kicked his chin. Qin Lang sealed off his pain, but his body still retreated from the kick. He gripped the ghost-slashing knife tightly with his right hand, and his left hand was entangled by the leaf-covered willow branch, unable to get free, almost becoming Ling Long's live target. Ling Long struck Qin Lang relentlessly in the abdomen, head, and chest. Put! Qin Lang spat out warm blood, falling onto the ghost-slashing knife. The ghost-slashing knife seemed to gain some kind of boost, as its malevolent aura began to erupt continuously, and the entangled willow branches began to break apart. Just as the blade was about to strike Ling Long, she nimbly turned and jumped up. Ha! Ling Long used her strength in the air and kicked the ghost-slashing knife away. Ha ha, this is mine now. No way, invincible. Ling Long picked up the ghost-slashing knife, looking at Qin Lang in front of her, and sneered, regretted in hell. Sun Yangzi shook his head. What a pity, I finally met someone who could understand the heavenly script, and yet he is dying like this. But Qin Lang, don't be discouraged, when you die, I will find a way to turn you into a strange entity of Fengmen village. By that time, just focus on helping me interpret the heavenly script and assist your master in becoming an immortal. At this moment, Qin Lang suddenly laughed. Ling Long questioned, what are you laughing at? Qin Lang spoke, you can't kill me. At that moment, a figure rushed out from behind Ling Long. Ling Long was startled and quickly dodged to the side. Upon seeing the figure clearly, Ling Long was stunned again. Qin Lang? Two Qin Langs actually appeared on the scene. The two Qin Langs lamented at the same time, your reflexes are really quick. Then, the just leaped Qin Lang immediately picked up the ghost-slashing knife from the ground. Ling Long was still in shock, unable to comprehend the situation in front of her for a moment. Sun Yangzi immediately revealed the secret, it's a paperman puppet. Ling Long then remembered that after Qin Lang killed the paperman ghost, the reward he obtained was the paperman puppet that could mimic a real person. Is this how you waste time with your petty tricks? Ling Long pulled at the willow branch in her hand and shouted, I'll take care of one first. Sun Yangzi, what are you just watching for? Sun Yangzi, displeased, formed hand seals and commanded the corpse spider king and the puppet to bite. The paper puppet raised the ghost-slaying sword, without needing much action, just the evil energy from the sword made the corpse spider king dare not approach easily. At that moment, Su Mubai endured the excruciating pain and took out the black dog blood dagger that Qin Lang had given him from his bosom. Qin Lang, catch! Qin Lang caught the black dog blood dagger in one hand. Ling Long, while pulling, sneered, it's useless. My willow branch is an A-grade weapon, and your mere C-grade black dog blood dagger can't cut it. Qin Lang maintained his smile and then cut down on his own wrist. What? Both Sun Yangzi and Ling Long were shocked by Qin Lang's action. To escape, he actually chopped off his own hand. Qin Lang was calm, not affected at all. It's just a hand, if it means survival, that's worth it. Qin Lang bit down hard on the black dog blood dagger with his teeth and then exploded forward towards Ling Long. Ling Long was just preparing to fight when Qin Lang suddenly disappeared. What? Qin Lang reappeared right behind Ling Long. After killing the player Fu Qin, he had gained her ability, short-distance teleportation, which was now coming in handy. Just as Ling Long was about to be slashed at the throat by Qin Lang, a yellow talisman was shot out. Qin Lang instantly felt 1,000 pounds of force crashing into him, and several bones in his body cracked. Sun Yangzi held another talisman and said, Ling Long, your Undeo Association strength should be decent. How did you get mangled by a newcomer like this? How about I take action and just kill him directly? Ling Long shot him a glare, stay out of it. If you kill him, all his equipment and abilities go to the dungeon system. Only if I kill him can I inherit all his attributes. Sun Yangzi put away the talisman in his hand and said, alright, that last strike has sealed all his strength. Next, it's up to you. Ling Long shrank her willow branch down to the size of a longsword and began to walk step by step towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang, accept your fate. Undeo is invincible. Qin Lang lay on the ground, watching Ling Long slowly walk towards him. Only 2 minutes left until a new superpower arrives. Why is it taking so long? And it's unclear what kind of power the new ability will have. Without fear of death, Qin Lang smiled, this is really bad. Suddenly, Xiaoqun flapped her large wings and flashed past. Xiaoqun grabbed Qin Lang and flew into the air. Xiaoqun looked at Qin Lang with concern, darling, how are you? Qin Lang rested his head on Xiaoqun's towering peak, taking in the scent of so many women, and surprisingly, he felt much better. Looks like you're not completely useless. Ling Long angrily said, you useless succubus, trying to help him struggle to the death? Hurry up and put him down. Sun Yangzi didn't say anything enchanted, thrusting a peachwood sword towards Xiaoqun and Qin Lang. Xiaoqun was just a weak little god and couldn't defend against such strong magic. Ah! The peachwood sword pierced through Xiaoqun's wing, causing her to suddenly lose balance in the air and quickly plummet. Ling Long charged again, don't struggle. Obey and die, and dedicate your power to Undeo. Chapter 22, The Final Move. Qin Lang looked at Xiaoqun's wounded wing and pushed her away with force, run. But Xiaochun still held tightly onto Qinlang. I waited 3,000 years for you, I can't lose you just like this. Linglong swung her willow branch down heavily. Ding! 0 hour has arrived. New superpower has been credited. Bang! The willow branch smashed down hard, and a nearly 1 meter deep pit appeared in the ground immediately. Smoke and dust filled the air, sand and stones flying everywhere. Su Mubai revealed a desperate look in her eyes. Su Miao cried even louder, "Whoa, don't come here, please don't come here." Suddenly, Su Miao stopped crying. Su Mubai was also taken aback, "No way." Sun Yangzi yelled, "Ling Long! Xin Lang is not dead." Ling Long suddenly looked up and found Xin Lang indeed standing about 10 steps to her left. Even Xiao Chun didn't expect this, constantly checking herself and exclaimed, "It's fine, my dear, you are fine too." Ling Long asked in surprise, Do you have an immortal body?" Xin Lang laughed, "Hee, haven't you heard of the principle that smoke causes no harm?" That was really close. Just when Ling Long was about to deliver a fatal blow, Xin Lang's new ability finally activated. Time stopped. Can make all time stand still, only the host can move freely. Each time stopping time costs 200 mental power, lasting 5 seconds. Relying on this trick, Xin Lang was able to dodge the deadly strike just now. Detected host's emotional fluctuation, mental power restored 20. Host's current mental power, 320/500. This ability is powerful, but for the already seriously injured Xin Lang, it didn't mean much. If he still had enough strength to fight with the ghost cutter blade, then 5 seconds would be enough to kill Sun Yangzi and Ling Long. Right now, he could only use time stop once more. At this moment, the corpse ghost Spider King finally completely devoured the paper puppet Xin Lang. The ghost cutter blade also fell into Sun Yangzi's hands. Ling Long continued to adjust her state and said, "Xin Lang, this time I want to see where you can hide." Su Mubai exerted force and finally tore off the talisman on her body. But the white smoke coming from her body increased even more, and the damage and pain doubled. At this moment, Su Mubai, with her hair disheveled, had a kind of chaotic beauty. Sun Yangzi frowned, "Are you crazy? You really dare to defy me?" Su Mubai said, "I will no longer help you do evil. For deceiving so many people, killing so many, even if I die today, I won't let you succeed." Su Mubai urged the Yin energy in her body, rushing directly in front of the corpse ghost Spider King. Swish swish. Su Mubai moved her fingers like a swordsman, directly cutting off 3 legs of the corpse ghost Spider King. The corpse ghost Spider King let out a wail, half of its body sinking down. Even Sun Yangzi, who was standing on top, lost balance and shouted as he fell down too. Unfortunately, Sun Yangzi used a talisman to protect himself, so he was basically unharmed. Su Mubai immediately sent a wave of evil energy towards the corpse ghost Spider King. Bang! The corpse ghost Spider King couldn't withstand Su Mubai's energy and actually exploded like a ball. Then, Su Mubai quickly rushed towards Ling Long. Ling Long immediately used the willow branch in her hand to strike her. As an A-level anomaly, Su Mubai's strength was not something Ling Long could easily counter, so the willow branch was easily blocked. Ling Long's expression turned extremely panicked, shouting to Sun Yangzi, "What are you still doing?" Sun Yangzi gritted his teeth and said, "Ungrateful thing. Watch me destroy you." He again recited spells, and 2 talismans were launched. The talismans I refined are wasted like this. It drives me crazy. Seeing Sun Yangzi launch talismans again, Su Mubai immediately dodged away. Bang bang. The 2 talismans exploded in the air. At this point, Su Mubai had already released nearly 200% of her years of power and energy, her entire being at the limit. Xin Lang sensed the urgency and immediately said, "Miss Su, don't overdo it, I have a way." Sun Yangzi pinched another talisman with his fingers, coldly saying, "Su Mubai, didn't expect you to have such strength now. But what about your little lover? How is he?" After saying this, the talisman in Sun Yangzi's hand began to ignite, but the remaining ashes did not scatter under his command. Soon, from the dark depths of the corridor, one after another, bizarre events unfolded. All of them were broken corpses, with blood and flesh pouring out of their bodies. In some places where there was no flesh, only white bones were exposed, many of which bore traces of being bitten. Pieces of human skin either dragged on the ground or floated in the air like flags. These corpses were of both men and women, all completely naked, and it was obvious that not a single part of their bodies was intact, all shattered into broken pieces. Moreover, these corpses all had no heads. On their necks were paper man's heads, with pale faces painted with thick lipstick forming an eerie smile. Su Mubu's expression changed. She said, "These are the villagers of Fengmen village." "Sun Yangzi, you beast, you promised me." Sun Yangzi sneered, "They all died by your hand, how can you still have the nerve to speak? Now, I will let your villagers surround Xin Lang. If you want to save him, then go ahead and deal with these corpses." Seeing the zombies about to surround Qin Lang, Su Mubu gritted her teeth and immediately rushed to Qin Lang's side. Qin Lang, quickly use the black dog blood dagger to kill me. As long as you kill me, the dungeon will be cleared. Everything will end. Once the dungeon is cleared, players killing each other is against the rules. Linglong and the Wudao will no longer be able to do anything to you. Qin Lang shook his head, it's useless. If he really wants to kill me, what good will clearing a dungeon do? Linglong relaxed and smiled, exactly, our Wudao is already locked onto you. Qin Lang, even if you run to the ends of the earth, we will find you. Then kill you. Su Mubu cried and said, I'm sorry, Qin Lang. I shouldn't have chosen you as the groom. I should have told you everything earlier. Qin Lang said, there's no use saying this now. Miss Su, can you give me 1 minute? Su Mubu froze and asked, 1 minute? Qin Lang nodded, yes, just 1 minute. I have one more plan. Although I don't really want to use it. Sun Yangzi coldly said, stop pretending. Your meridians have already been sealed by me. No matter what skills you have, you can't use them. Qin Lang also smiled, then, what about the heavenly book? Sun Yangzi was stunned, what did you say? While Su Mubu was dealing with the zombies, Qin Lang began to silently recite a portion of the heavenly book that he had memorized. Du Shi X, O Kui S. After saying that, Qin Lang raised the black dog blood dagger and suddenly stabbed it fiercely into his chest. Xiao Chun was anxious, darling, what are you doing? Linglong and Sun Yangzi also couldn't understand, did Qin Lang give up and intend to commit suicide? To their surprise, Qin Lang opened his mouth, but his voice had changed, and his expression was unusually ferocious. He, this feeling of returning to the human world is really great. Chapter 23, Evil Spirit. Qin Lang felt incredibly joyful, and when he saw the bloodstains all over the ground, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The words he had just spoken were also out of some kind of impulse. When reading the heavenly book, he had learned a portion of it. That section taught how to summon evil spirits into one's body. It seemed similar to the 3000 Divine Jade, but the heavenly book mentioned summoning a real evil spirit. Qin Lang still couldn't tell exactly what kind of entity this evil spirit was. But from what he had seen so far, it didn't seem to be weak. Seeing Qin Lang's appearance and transformation, everyone present, including Su Mubu, felt uneasy. Linglong frowned, Qin Lang, do you think you can avoid this by pretending to be a god or ghost? Qin Lang's expression grew angry. How dare you? You dare not kneel when you see me, General? At that moment, his voice was deep and rough, sounding like a 7-foot-tall man. Qin Lang could clearly feel that this was not his own voice, nor was it what he intended to say. It felt as if there was a huge roommate inside his body, occupying his space. Suddenly, Qin Lang's vision changed. He was abruptly sinking into the ground, and everything around him became pitch black. Ah! Qin Lang opened his eyes and found himself standing on a circular jade platform the size of a football field. Is it you who called me out? Qin Lang turned around and saw a monster with 2 horns on its head, big eyes, and a long beard, resembling the Dragon King, but dressed almost like an ancient warrior, staring at him intensely. Qin Lang looked at him and asked, what are you? The dragon-headed monster was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, not bad, not bad. To not be afraid upon seeing me means you are someone formidable. To have called me out from the underworld, you must be someone with fate. But it's a pity that you are just a mere mortal, I can only unleash a fraction of my power. Qin Lang asked again, you didn't answer my question. Who exactly are you? Are you asking for my name in the human world? The dragon-headed monster stroked his beard and said, if I remember correctly, it should be Bai Qi. Killer Bai Qi? Qin Lang gasped in shock. Detected host's emotional fluctuation, mental strength begins to increase. Current mental strength of the host, 500 to 500. Chanting a spell actually summoned the legendary Bai Qi? Wait a minute. Qin Lang asked, how could the great butcher Bai Qi have turned into an evil spirit? Bai Qi laughed heartily, butcher? Ha ha ha. I like that title. Enough small talk, look at this. Qin Lang turned again and discovered a large hole had opened up, revealing Linglong's terrified face along with her mournful cries, don't come over. Please, don't come. It felt like watching a first-person game screen. Bai Qi said, this woman is your enemy, right? Kid, I'll give you a favor this time and take care of her. As he spoke, Linglong in the image was instantly heart removed, her blood-red heart exploding. Blood gushed from Linglong's chest. Qin Lang, though not scared, still felt a powerful impact upon witnessing the scene. Bai Qi continued, also, that old Taoist with the cow nose deserves to die too, right? The scene shifted, revealing Sun Yangzi, who was already pale with fear. Celestial path is clear, earthly path is peaceful. Sun Yangzi muttered incantations again and cast several yellow talismans. Bai Qi scoffed, little tricks. In the scene, Xin Lang's severed arm had somehow grown back, reaching out to grab those yellow talismans as if nothing happened. Seeing his last resort was ineffective, Sun Yangzi fled in fear, panicking. But it was too late. Xin Lang grabbed one of Sun Yangzi's feet with each hand and yanked outward sharply. Sizzle! Sun Yangzi was torn in half like dried meat, with organs spilling everywhere, blood splattering all around. Xin Lang frowned. For people like this, I should be a bit harsher, but can't we keep it clean? And besides, you're using my body, right? Whose blood is this all over me? Bai Qi clicked his tongue, thinking, this kid is quite bold and not at all polite to me. Is he naturally this fearless? Originally, Bai Qi planned to seize control, but seeing that Xin Lang was indeed somewhat different from ordinary people, he became curious to observe. He could leave those things for him to handle as well. Then the scene went black, and the sounds of Suan Yubai and Xiao Chen calling Xin Lang and Deer echoed around. Bai Qi said to Xin Lang, kid, I've helped you for free once, now you should help me with something. Xin Lang knew there was no free lunch in this world, but he still tried to ask, can I refuse? Bai Qi raised an eyebrow. What do you think? To summon me means you have to help me fulfill 3 wishes. After the 3 wishes are fulfilled, I will return to the underworld and will give you some benefits. Xin Lang was speechless. When others summon gods, they have the other party fulfill their wishes. Now he has become a servant instead. The benefits Bai Qi spoke of? Xin Lang thought of them as empty promises from a heartless boss. Then tell me, what is the first wish? Bai Qi laughed. That is for you to help me fulfill 1,000 wishes. Xin Lang? Are you crazy? 3 wishes are too much trouble, and your first wish is still to have 1,000 wishes? You've killed too many, haven't you lost your mind? Bai Qi said, don't you know how to right the evil in evil spirit? Before these 1,002 wishes are granted, I won't leave easily. Alright, you want to stick to me, right? Xin Lang said, what if after these 1,000 wishes, the second wish is for another 1,000, or 10,000? You will never go back. Bai Qi coldly laughed. You are too confident in yourself, aren't you? It's possible that halfway through, you will already be dead. I can indeed help you a little in times of crisis, but it's not unconditional and unlimited. I was just a bit restless after just returning to the human realm. Moreover, your mortal body can't unleash my full power. Facing a strong enemy, you probably won't stand a chance. After hearing this, Xin Lang pondered for a moment. So, you mean I'm under your control? I can only do my best to be loyal to you? Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. You could say that. You finally understand. Xin Lang chuckled. Dream on. Do you think if I can summon you back, I can't send you back again? Bai Qi widened his eyes. What did you just say? Xin Lang said, although I haven't fully deciphered the contents of the heavenly book, I now know a way to send the evil spirit back. The first is that I die, and then you lose your vessel, so you naturally have to go back. A flicker of unease flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. Chapter 24, Deal Reached. Xin Lang continued, besides that, there's another way to send you back, but I haven't fully cracked it yet. Seeing Bai Qi's murderous aura, Xin Lang added, of course, there's also a way to let the evil spirit stay in the human realm permanently. If you cooperate, I can choose to let you stay. Bai Qi was furious. You want this lord to work like a dog for you? Xin Lang replied, do not impose on others what you do not desire. If you don't want to work for others, then I don't want to either. Clearly, we could both get what we need. Why should I be your dog? At worst, we can both perish together. He could see that Bai Qi was very afraid of returning to the so-called underworld. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to dirty tricks, wanting to force 1,000 wishes to stay. This was his bargaining chip. Bai Qi asked, perishing together is naturally bad for both, so tell me, what do you really want? Xin Lang said, it's very simple, let's all not be dogs and horses, but brothers instead. This way, we become brothers, mutually beneficial, how about it? In fact, Xin Lang's talk about dying to send Bai Qi back to the underworld was nonsense, a bluff to deceive Bai Qi. Bai Qi's power was evident, he looked like someone who could communicate. Might as well both be good brothers, getting what they need, and worry about the rest later. Bai Qi twirled his dragon beard and said, brothers? Back then, even King Qin had to treat me with respect. What merit do you have? Xin Lang asked, but weren't you eventually given death by King Qin? This sentence killed the argument. Bai Qi was speechless, then stretched out his palm and said, all right. From today, we swear brotherhood with a handshake. Xin Lang also extended his hand, and with a bang, they slapped their hands together to swear. However, Bai Qi's size and strength were more than double that of Xin Lang, and the impact made Xin Lang step back several paces. Ha ha ha. Bai Qi found it amusing and laughed heartily. Kid, since you are now my brother. Wait, I was the one who proposed the alliance, you should be calling me brother. Xin Lang said, that's how it goes in the Brotherhood of the Peach Garden. Bai Qi clearly didn't know what the Brotherhood of the Peach Garden was, and angrily said, what? How old are you to dare call yourself my elder brother? Xin Lang waved his hand. If you don't agree, then we may as well perish together. It's just a title, what does it matter? Don't forget, if it weren't for my words, you would still be stuck in that ghostly place. Bai Qi clenched his fists. Alright. Kid, but as your big brother, you have to help your little brother fulfill his wish. Xin Lang smiled. Of course, my dear brother, tell me, what do you want? Bai Qi said, the first wish, I want you to get the Qian Kuan Jade Bottle and the White Dragon Reverse Scale. Xin Lang frowned. Qian Kuan Jade Bottle, White Dragon Reverse Scale. What are those? I'm still waiting to conquer the next dungeon. Where would I find the time to help you? Bai Qi replied, I didn't ask you to find them, just go buy them. This lord knows that in your world there is something called ghost coins, with it you can exchange for a lot of treasures. Just ask around, and you'll know. Xin Lang said, oh, so I can buy them with money? That makes it easier. Good, I'll ask for you. By the way, how do I get out? Bai Qi laughed, you have always been in your own body, just close your eyes and feel it. Xin Lang followed his advice, closing his eyes and imagining he had returned to his own body. Wet, so wet. Xin Lang felt something wet hit his face, salty as it flowed into his mouth. Xin Lang. Xin Lang. Su Mubo was hugging Xin Lang, constantly calling his name. Xiaochun was also crying sadly, darling, wake up quickly, you can't just call me out and not take responsibility. Xin Lang coughed, opening his eyes, okay, I'm not dead, stop crying. Seeing Xin Lang wake up, Su Mubo and Xiaochun were both surprised. Xin Lang, are you okay? Xin Lang nodded, sitting up and saying, I'm fine. He looked at his body and found all the scars had disappeared, and the left hand he had severed was back, feeling exactly the same as the original. Su Miao, sitting nearby with her knees hugged, asked, Xin Lang, are you human or a ghost now? Xin Lang suddenly felt a strange anger. Wow, turns out it was you who laid down and won all the way. Where are Ling Long and Sun Yangzi? Mentioning these two, Su Mubo and Xiaochun's faces changed. Su Miao began to cry again. Just now, the scene of Xin Lang tearing people apart and ripping hearts was quite shocking to them. Now Xin Lang seemed to have lost his memory. Did he really forget everything? Xin Lang looked to the side and saw two bleeding corpses, a man and a woman, in a terribly gruesome state. He remembered, it was me, no, it was Bai Qi possessing me that killed them. Xin Lang coughed, okay, I understand. Then next. Dungeon signal has been repaired. Significant bug detected in Fengmen Village Dungeon. Compensation for players is now being issued. Player Xin Lang's killing of player Ling Long will not be pursued. Player Xin Lang receives all equipment and abilities of player Ling Long. Player Xin Lang receives 1,000 ghost coins as compensation. Player Su Miao receives 500 ghost coins as compensation. Players Xin Lang and Su Miao have officially cleared the dungeon. Rewards are being calculated. Xin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, cleared the dungeon, finally, it's over. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire underground tomb began to shake violently, the ground continuously rising up. Su Mubo immediately stood up, smashing several large stones to protect Xin Lang from any harm. Passing through the rock layers, everyone finally breathed in the fresh air from outside. Although it was still deep night, it was much better than being underground. As Xin Lang guessed correctly, the wedding procession at first had brought them to an underground tomb. Those villagers, those carved beams and painted rafters, were all just illusions. Looking at the desolate graveyard around, Su Mubo felt a hint of sadness. She knelt on the ground and bowed her head 3 times to the moon. Villagers, Sun Yangzi is dead, you can close your eyes now. Su Mubo got up and said to Xin Lang, thank you, otherwise we would have to serve Sun Yangzi as slaves for generations. After we clear the dungeon, you will leave, and I really feel a bit reluctant. Xin Lang's eyes were complex, and he asked, Miss Su, what really happened between you and the villagers of Fengmen Village? Su Mubai sighed helplessly after hearing this, and began to tell the truth of Fengmen Village's story. Chapter 25 MVP Player. 80 years ago, Su Mubai's family was the biggest landlord in Fengmen Village. Though called a landlord, the Su family treated the villagers very well, and Fengmen Village enjoyed smooth weather all along. But one day, people in Fengmen Village began to go missing, and it didn't rain for a long time, making life extremely difficult for the villagers. At this time, a young man passed by Fengmen Village, claiming that there were strange happenings nearby, which brought disaster to the village. He personally performed rituals and prayed for rain, finally saving the village. This young man was Sun Yangzi. The people of Fengmen Village were very grateful to Sun Yangzi, building a statue and a temple for him. In order to keep him, Su Mubai's father decided to marry his daughter to Sun Yangzi, leading to that wedding. The villagers of Fengmen Village had no idea that this wedding would become their greatest nightmare in their lives. On the wedding night, Sun Yangzi killed Su Mubai. It turned out that all the monsters and disasters from the beginning were arranged by Sun Yangzi. Years ago, Zunyangzi obtained a heavenly book and with the guidance of an expert, learned of a cultivation method that by marrying a girl with a purine fate and completing a blood sacrifice on the auspicious day of the wedding, his power would greatly increase. He had initially set his sights on Sumubai's purine fate, meticulously arranging everything just to marry her, so he could successfully refine her. Once Sumubai transformed into a monster, she suddenly went mad, turning into a fierce and terrifying being, directly starting to kill and slaughter the villagers. When Sumubai came to her senses, she found that she had killed all the villagers. Zunyangzi was using the villagers' corpses for a blood sacrifice, saying he would use their souls to cultivate immortality. Since then, Zunyangzi had turned Fengmen village into his blood sacrifice site, routinely selecting one player as a new groom, forcing Sumubai to complete the wedding, continually performing one blood sacrifice after another. At this point, Sumubai couldn't help but sob. Now I am finally free. Qin Lang and Xiao Chun fell silent. Just as they were about to say a few words, Bai Chi's voice rang in Qin Lang's ear again. Big brother, think of a way to keep this girl. Qin Lang was puzzled and asked in his heart, why? Do you like her? I have no interest in women. Bai Chi said seriously, this girl has a naturally purine fate, she will be of great use in the future. Qin Lang frowned, but she is the monster of this instance, how can I take her away? This is your problem to solve, who told you to be the big brother? You. Before Qin Lang could continue to ask, the instance system's voice began to sound. Fengmen Village Instance Reward Settlement begins. Unlock the truth of Fengmen Village, score, S. Reward plus 20%. Defeat hidden boss Zunyangzi, score, SSS. Reward plus 20%. Total score, SSS. Total reward plus 200%. Player Qin Lang gains 100,000 ghost coins. Gains skill, incredible strength. Instantly increase physical strength and power, up to a maximum of 500%. Gains S-level item, Shaohuasher. A spirit stone produced only on the road to the underworld, a nightmare for evil spirits, usable for weapon and equipment upgrades. For example, upgrading an A-level weapon to S-level. Note, this is a one-time item. Player Su Miao gains 5,000 ghost coins. Gains skill, invisibility. Players can maintain invisibility for 10 seconds, but will reveal themselves immediately if they attack. Additional reward, all damage and negative effects suffered by all personnel are completely cleared. As soon as the words ended, all the cuts and wounds on Qin Lang's body disappeared, and he felt much lighter than before. Even the wounds on Xiao Chun's wings were gone. The key point was that now they had received an SSS evaluation, a score that surpassed many veteran players. And they also obtained an S-level powerful item, Shaohuasher, a tremendous profit. Upgrading a weapon level. Isn't the A-grade Demon Slayer sword able to directly upgrade to S? Especially with this 100,000 ghost coin, Qin Lang feels that buying the Chen Kuan Jade bottle and the White Dragon reverse scale for Bai Chi should be enough, right? When the wish of Bai Chi is fulfilled, there is another reward for himself. How delightful. Su Miao felt a bit wronged, why is the reward so little? But thinking about how she really didn't do much along the way, it was normal for the reward to be small. At this moment, the system spoke again. Player Qin Lang is confirmed as the MVP player. Player Qin Lang can grant a wish, and it can be fulfilled now. Qin Lang glanced at Sumubai and then said, let Sumubai become my companion, and at the same time, close the entire Fengmen village instance. Sumubai was shocked, Qin Lang, you. Qin Lang said, Miss Su, you will be my companion from now on. With you by my side, I can feel much more at ease. Sumubai's eyes turned red, and she said, Qin Lang, thank you. Player Qin Lang's wish has been received. This wish can be fulfilled, but Sumubai, as an instance anomaly, cannot return to the real world with you, please be informed. Qin Lang nodded after hearing, alright. The Fengmen village instance is about to close, may I ask all players if they wish to enter the next instance? Once Qin Lang heard this, he asked, no hurry on that, can I use ghost coins to buy something? Yes, the mall interface is now open for players. A pile of item information immediately appeared before Qin Lang. Taking a closer look, he found that the two items Bai Chi wanted were indeed there. After checking the prices, Qin Lang instantly gasped. Just one Qiankuan Jade bottle costs a whopping 1.2 million ghost coins. How many instances does he need to clear to gather that amount of money? Goodness, the reward for the god of killing is not so easy to obtain. Bai Chi, let me tell you something, can we buy this treasure later? Bai Chi replied, what do you say? Big brother, you promised, so let's do it quickly, to avoid longer troubles. What if someone else buys it? You would have to go steal it back, and that's even more trouble. Let's go to the next instance and earn more ghost coins, or you can even rob those players. Qin Lang had no choice but to say to Sumubai, Miss Su, it seems we don't have to part ways for now. I'm going to the next instance, do you wish to follow? Sumubai replied without hesitation, Qin Lang, I will stick with you from now on. As long as I can be of help, just command me. Xiao Chun quickly hugged Qin Lang. I want to follow you too, dear. Su Miao also said, Qin Lang, I'm going with you too. Qin Lang looked at her, somewhat speechless. You want to win without effort again, right? But upon thinking carefully, Su Miao was actually not simple. Just now, when rising from the ground, so many falling stones came down, and he had to rely on Su Mubai for protection, yet Su Miao was completely unharmed? Could it be that she really is a master? Then let's go together. Qin Lang said to the instance system, I want to challenge the next instance. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Lang felt his eyes go dark. Chapter 26, You Are Here. When Qin Lang woke up again, he found himself sitting on a long-distance bus. Where is this? The light inside the bus was dim, and several small lights looked smaller than jujubes. Qin Lang straightened up and looked around. His seat was near the aisle, in a row of 4 seats, but now there was only him. Where are Su Mubai and Su Miao? Where did Xiao Chun go? Welcome to the new instance. Instance name, Donghu High School. In this instance, players will play as teachers, janitors, etc., and interact friendly with the students of Donghu High School. Pass requirement, survive for 3 days at Donghu High School. Instance difficulty, AA. First task, arrive alive at Donghu High School. The new instance has already started? So this bus is on the way to Donghu High School? My dear, you finally woke up. A voice echoed in Qin Lang's mind from the palm of his hand. Qin Lang raised his hand, frowning. When did you sneak in here? Xiao Chun said, You summon me with 3,000 divine stones, a god pattern will appear on your palm. I can naturally hide inside it. Alright then. So, inside my body, there is an evil spirit named Bai Qi, and a succubus named Xiao Chun. 2 serving 1, what luck is this? Qin Lang asked again, then why don't you come out? Xiao Chun's tone quivered a little, there's a very fierce ghost in this car, just now it was staring at me. I'm afraid if I come out, it will find me and hurt my dear. Qin Lang nodded, so that's how it is, you're quite a good person. Xiao Chun's tone became a bit wronged, dear, I'm sorry, I can't help you anymore. Qin Lang said, it's okay, you can't fight, you've already done very well, that information you just gave was very timely. Xiao Chun perked up immediately, then can my dear reward me? I'm on your right hand, can you guide me once here, let me feel it? Qin Lang. I normally use my left hand. Suddenly, the long-distance bus jolted a bit. Ah! A woman's voice came from behind, impatiently yelling, Driver, can you even drive? The driver in front said, Sorry, this road is not easy to drive, everyone please hold on tight. Qin Lang turned back to see who was speaking. Don't look back. A girl's voice shot out like a needle. This voice was very distinctive, somewhat neutral, but from the tone, it could be heard it was a girl, similar to a singer with the name Chun. Qin Lang asked, Who are you? The girl said, I'm Easy, you must not look back. This bus is a bit strange. Qin Lang frowned slightly, How are you so sure? The girl replied, Because that ghost just spoke too, someone went over to check what happened, but now there's no sound, probably dead. You definitely don't want to end up like him, right? Qin Lang didn't say anything more. If what the girl said was true, then the elimination of players in this instance had already begun. The girl asked again, You are also a player, right? What's your role this time? Qin Lang whispered, Role? What role? The girl said, There should be an envelope at your position, it says your role for this trip to Donghu High School. Qin Lang checked under his backside and indeed found an envelope. Using the fate light, Qin Lang opened it and discovered there was indeed a piece of writing inside. Qin Lang, senior year math teacher. Your students' math scores this semester are not ideal, try to help them out. They've been dozing off in math class recently, while it's normal for students to sleep in class, you better find out what they are doing behind the scenes. Hint. 1. Do not mention the previous math teacher in front of them. 2. Students like to play pranks, so try not to turn your back on them. 3. Students at Donghu High School all live on campus, so strange sounds may occasionally come from the dorms at night, you can go out to patrol, but don't casually come out after 2 a.m. After reading this long passage, Qin Lang felt overwhelmed. What's going on? I'm going to teach math. Is this for real? I forgot all those knowledge points for the college entrance examination, okay? How about you? What role did you draw? Yeezy asked from behind. Qin Lang put away the envelope and then said, I can't say. Yeezy asked, why? Qin Lang replied, on the way to Donghu High School, there might be many surprises, no one can guarantee you will live to the end. If you die midway, it's useless for me to tell you these things. If we survive and make it there, then we can talk about it then. Yeezy chuckled uncontrollably, you're quite cautious. You're not a newbie, right? Qin Lang did not answer, which was considered an acknowledgement. If it were the previous him, these bits of information would just be words. But knowing that there existed an organization like Wudao Club, Qin Lang decided to remain cautious around anyone other than Sumu Bai. What if someone like Ling Long mixed in among the players? Qin Lang looked ahead and noticed that the seats in this bus were all designed very high. Unable to see the back of the passengers in front, and with the dim light, I had no idea how many people were actually in this car. Perhaps besides the driver and the strange person in the back, there were only 2 passengers, Qin Lang and Yi Zi. Maybe there were others, Sumu Bai and Su Miao were also in the car, but for some reason, they were silent now. There was another possibility. The only passenger in the car was Qin Lang himself. The owner of that voice just now, and so-called Yi Zi, were not human at all. Swipe. The car suddenly slammed to a stop, causing Qin Lang's upper body to lurch forward. The angry woman in the back started cursing again. Driver, damn your blood. Do you know how to drive? I swear I'll tear you apart. The driver wasn't angry and continued, sorry, someone is blocking the road up ahead. Qin Lang tilted his head to look forward. The car door opened, and sure enough, footsteps could be heard. An old female voice spoke up, could we get a ride? We want to go to Donghu High School. This old woman wants to go to Donghu High School too? Is she also a player? While Qin Lang was pondering, the driver directly refused, no, it's full. Qin Lang glanced at the empty row of seats beside him. The driver was lying. But this could be understood. In such a desolate area, it wasn't surprising for someone to block the car and rob it, so it made sense not to pick up unknown people. However, the old woman spoke again, please, we're really in a hurry. We don't need seats, we can stand. The driver hesitated for 2 seconds and surprisingly agreed, okay. Soon, an old woman with a cane, hunched over and dressed in a black coat, got into the car. Behind her were 2 people wearing black robes. The robed figures looked quite tall, exuding a strange and mysterious aura, making it impossible to guess their gender or identity. Qin Lang also didn't smell any feminine fragrance in the air, so he judged that they should be 2 men. The old woman came to Qin Lang's side. Qin Lang thought that the 3 of them would see the 3 empty seats beside him and choose to sit down or argue with the driver. To his surprise, the old woman shook her head, looks like there really are no seats. Qin Lang couldn't help but ask, old lady, what do you mean? I have empty seats on both sides. But the old woman looked at Qin Lang with a surprised expression. Young man, there are people sitting on both sides, how do you say there are empty seats? Chapter 27, Can't Tell Apart. Qin Lang frowned slightly. I have people sitting on both sides? Qin Lang asked again, you mean I have people sitting on both sides? The old woman replied, young man, don't joke with me. After saying that, she stood still, using her hand to support the seat. Qin Lang touched the seat beside him. Empty as can be. Is there something wrong with me, or is there something wrong with this old woman? Suddenly, the old woman yelled like a kettle boiling, young man. You're too much. That girl was sitting so nicely, and you just went and touched her? Look at how scared she is. Qin Lang looked confused. What girl? I'm obviously touching the air. However, Qin Lang's hand was close to the cushion, and if there really was a woman sitting there, then he was indeed touching something indescribable. You'd better quickly take your hand away. The old woman's voice grew louder and more urgent. Qin Lang frowned tightly and then moved his hand upward, making a grabbing motion. You're even rubbing? That's too much. The old woman raised her cane, angrily saying, ruining morals. Rascals. Everybody come look, there's a rascal here. She stumbled and accidentally fell to the ground. The 2 robed figures just stood there, motionless. The old woman finally managed to get up and said, you young man, you really are lawless. Qin Lang pointed at the 2 robed men and asked, aren't you 2 going to help her? The robed figures didn't answer. The old woman wondered, young man, what are you doing? Are you trying to act crazy and fool everyone? Qin Lang replied, old lady, those 2 got on the bus with you, what am I pretending to be crazy for? The old lady frowned, every wrinkle on her face filled with disdain. So it turns out you really are crazy. I clearly got on the bus alone, where did these people come from? The 2 men in black robes started to closely follow the old lady, quickly passing by Qin Lang. Qin Lang, at a loss for words, didn't know what to say. What she can see, he cannot see. What he can see, she cannot see? Who made a mistake after all? She reached out her hand towards Qin Lang's back, girl, stop crying, come out, come to me. Crazy people commit murder and arson without consequences, I don't know who made that law. Then, the old lady made a gesture of holding hands, really seeming to lead someone to her side to comfort. The old lady looked around and said, children, don't be anxious. Why argue with a fool? What? He is still a teacher? No way, a teacher treats students like this, really worse than a beast. Oh, young man, thank you, no need to get up, I can stand for a while. Oh, how can I not feel embarrassed by that? The old lady kept laughing, then sat down in front of Qin Lang's right side, continuously thanking the air, as if there was indeed a good person giving her a seat. Qin Lang suspected it was this old lady's mind that had problems. Yi Zi? Are you still there? Qin Lang wanted to say a few words to the only person he could communicate with normally to confirm who really made a mistake. But Yi Zi, who had just been speaking a lot with Qin Lang, was now silent as if she didn't exist at all. Could it be she is also my illusion? Qin Lang reached to touch his letter. Still there. This proves that what Yi Zi and he saw should be real. Is it this old lady who has a mental problem? But how to explain these two men in black? They are definitely standing here. The old lady might have a bad mind, but does she also have bad eyesight? Qin Lang glanced out the window. The scenery was still desolate and wild. As the vehicle sped forward, strange trees were continuously retreating. What's going on? Could East Lake High be built deep in the mountains? Are Su Mubai and Su Miao also riding such a strange vehicle? Suddenly, Qin Lang realized something. Why is it so quiet? If the vehicle is moving quickly in the mountains, it shouldn't be completely silent. What kind of way is this vehicle moving through? The vehicle suddenly jolted again. As expected, the irritable woman in the back began to curse again. Are you sick? Can't let anyone sleep? If you can't drive, don't drive. Go back and drive your mother. Qin Lang glanced at the old lady beside him. It was as if she hadn't heard what that woman said at all, her hands gripping the cane, eyes closed in meditation. Qin Lang shouted towards the front, "Driver, how long until we get to East Lake High?" The driver said, "Soon." Qin Lang stood up and asked again, "Can you stop the vehicle? I need to go to the bathroom." The driver replied in a calm tone, "Wait a moment, we will be there soon." Qin Lang walked over, "Stop the vehicle. I can't hold it anymore." He walked forward and looked at the other seats on the bus. All empty. So why did the driver say it was full, while the old lady left so many empty seats unoccupied? What did they all see? The driver still spoke with an emotionless voice, "We will be there soon." Qin Lang stepped forward, "Am I giving you face?" He took out a black dagger from his storage space, preparing to have a good chat with this driver. But when he got to the driver's seat, he found it completely empty. My God, high technology, unmanned driving? Qin Lang looked at the steering wheel that could turn by itself, feeling more and more intrigued by this vehicle. And they still hadn't arrived at East Lake High yet. So many strange things? The old lady at the back saw again, "Young man, what do you want to do? Can't you see you are disturbing the driver? Didn't you hear everyone scolding you as a lunatic? If you want to die, don't bring others with you." Qin Lang stood in place, constantly thinking. It would be fine if there were some strange things, it was just fighting a big battle. He had the ghost-slaying sword, and after Linglong died, he also obtained the willow branch, both great items. With Bai Qi helping him inside, he could just charge at ordinary strangeness. But right now, he saw nothing. How was he supposed to deal with this? Maybe from the beginning, everyone in this car, except himself, were all invisible strangeness. The old lady, who got on halfway, can see them, but he cannot. The old lady came forward again and shouted, "Hey, young man, didn't you hear? Don't disturb the driver, come back quickly." Qin Lang ignored her. If there really was a powerful strangeness on the car, he thought there would be no harm in having a battle. But what if it was also transparent? Also, did he really create an illusion, and is this illusion caused by it? Now that it hadn't made a move against him, what was it waiting for? Qin Lang felt he should gather more reliable information before making a move. At that moment, Qin Lang noticed a newspaper stuck at the door of the driver's cabin. Qin Lang carefully glanced at it in the weak light. This is Chapter 28, Are You a Devil? The newspaper wrote, Donghu High School bus accident, all students on board died. 2 years ago, Donghu High School hired 2 buses to take all 200 senior students to the county for the college entrance examination. After finishing the last subject, the students happily took the bus back to school, planning to celebrate with the teachers. But on the return journey, the vehicle malfunctioned, both buses fell off a cliff, and all teachers and students died together. 200 young lives perished at the end of the college entrance examination and the beginning of a new stage in life. There was also a photo in the news, showing what the accident vehicle looked like before the crash. Qin Lang focused his eyes, it was exactly the bus he was riding. Goodness, I've boarded a hearse. That's quite thrilling. Teacher, are you okay? Is everything alright? A young boy suddenly appeared from nowhere and gently patted Qin Lang's shoulder. Qin Lang turned around and was shocked by the scene in front of him. The originally empty seats were now filled with people. One youthful face after another, with clear and not foolish eyes. All students. Was everything he just saw really an illusion? Next to the old lady stood a girl student crying like a pear blossom with rain. The boy said, "Teacher, you just touched Xiaoyu randomly, and now you're disturbing the driver. What's going on? It's so scary. Is it too much pressure?" But we already finished the exam. Qin Lang looked at these young faces and instantly felt a bit unreal. Looking back at the driver's cabin, a middle-aged uncle was carefully driving the car, looking over at him cautiously, as if he was still fearful. And the newspaper about the accident had also disappeared. The boy asked again, "Teacher, you've been talking to yourself since just now. You're not possessed, are you?" Qin Lang looked ahead again and saw that the two men in black robes who came with the old lady were still there. He suddenly smiled. "Teacher, say something." The boy quietly asked, "Are you okay, teacher?" Qin Lang patted his head and asked, "Are you saying that I was a bit off in my seat just now?" The boy nodded, "Yeah, you even touched. We won't blame you, but if something's wrong, you should tell us." Qin Lang nodded, "Okay, I understand." He knocked on the driver's cabin, "Stop immediately." The driver, puzzled, said, "Teacher, what are you doing? We're going uphill now, we can't just stop, it could cause an accident." Qin Lang continued shouting, "Stop. Hurry." He directly took out the black blood dagger and began to smash the driver's cabin glass violently. The driver was startled, "Don't do anything reckless. There are children in the car." An old lady pointed at Qin Lang and shouted, "Do you want to die? Everyone, stop him quickly." Several taller male students stood up and hurried forward, "Teacher, don't make trouble. If it continues like this, we will really be rude." They rushed up to grab Qin Lang. In a panic, the driver turned the steering wheel. The vehicle began to shake violently, students' bodies swayed uncontrollably, and someone standing in the aisle fell flat on their back. "Ah!" The students began to scream loudly. The car quickly lost control and charged towards the cliff ahead. Qin Lang held onto the driver's cabin and shouted loudly, "Bai Qi." Bai Qi's voice sounded in his ear, "What's wrong?" Qin Lang said, "Big brother orders you to stop the car immediately, no matter what it takes." Bai Qi replied, "Oh? They all seem like ordinary people, at least I don't see anything strange. Are you really going to take action? You might end up with some blood debts." Qin Lang said firmly, "Who cares? I want to get off the car." Bai Qi twirled his beard, "All right, big brother, are you ready?" After speaking, all the car windows cracked and then, with a bang, shattered completely. Fragments flew inside the cabin, piercing into the bodies of the students. Even the roof of the car caved in, as if something was pressing down on it. The old lady watched all this, breaking out in a cold sweat. "This teacher, what on earth is he?" Boom! The car finally broke through the roadside guardrail, nearly half of its body hanging in the air. "Whoa whoa whoa. Mom, I'm so scared. I don't want to die here." Qin Lang immediately ran towards the back, stepping on several students along the way. Reaching a window where the glass was relatively intact, Qin Lang immediately stepped on two students' bodies and approached the windowsill. The old lady gritted her teeth and said, "Hey! These are all your students, aren't you going to help them? Are you a devil? Shouldn't the students go first? As a teacher, you should be the last to leave, right?" Qin Lang gave a cold smile, "Oh, I didn't see you being so kind. Since you want to be a saint, then take responsibility for them. Goodbye to you." After speaking, Qin Lang jumped off the car. As soon as Qin Lang's feet hit the ground, he immediately activated his super strength skill and forcefully pushed the car over the cliff. The formerly balanced long-distance bus slowly moved forward, pushed by Qin Lang, and was about to fall off. The old lady inside the car saw this through the rear window and panicked, "Hey, do you have any conscience? So many children are still inside." Qin Lang laughed, "Since you love children so much, then stay with them." Seeing this, the students cried out loudly, "Teacher, please wake up. Save us. Teacher, how can you do this to us? You bastard. We won't let you go even as ghosts." With one strong push, Qin Lang pushed the long-distance bus down. Watching Qin Lang standing on the edge of the cliff, the old lady gritted her teeth, "I didn't expect that someone could see through. I underestimated. Sigh." Qin Lang sighed in relief and said, "To be so tired from the start, the rewards of this chapter must be great, right? You really have great strength." A familiar voice rang out again, as Yi Zi walked over from afar, covered in dirt. Behind Yi Zi, there was a mature beauty in red high heels, her legs seeming longer than life itself. Being able to wear high heels on such mountain roads shows that she is quite the tough one. Qin Lang could guess that this beauty was the one who ranted on the bus. Yi Zi smiled, "Thanks to you, we were able to get off that haunted bus." The beauty also said, "Handsome, I owe you a life. Let me introduce myself, my name is Lu Jiao, and you?" "Lu Jiao. 6 and 9. Girl, your father really knows how to name things." Qin Lang had a nonchalant expression and said, "Let's skip the names, I didn't save you on purpose." As long as you don't cheat me. Next, let's figure out how to get to Donghu High School. Yi Zi pointed ahead, we've arrived. Chapter 29, Laughter in the Teaching Building. Xin Lang looked ahead, and sure enough, there was a large area of light and an entire teaching building. After putting away the black dog blood dagger, Xin Lang walked forward. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu wanted him to wait, but Xin Lang walked quickly, ignoring their calls. He really has no gentlemanly manners. Lu Jiu frowned, this man must not have a girlfriend, nor does he have any luck with women. Yi Zi smiled, people with great abilities often have big tempers, I think he has many strengths. By the way, how's your close friend Ling Long? Any news? Lu Jiu sighed, I don't know, maybe she's still exploring some dungeon. It's fine, she's so skilled, she will definitely be okay. We agreed to clear another dungeon before resting, and then we'll go shopping and get our nails done together, huh? As they talked, the three of them arrived in front of the gate of Donghu High School one after the other. Welcome, everyone. A plump monster with a horse's head stood in the center of the school gate. Seeing her, Xin Lang felt as if he was meeting an old acquaintance. Horsewoman, it's you again. The horsewoman smiled, Mr. Qin, after you closed the Fengmen village system, I was assigned here. By the way, your performance in Fengmen village was truly outstanding, you're the best newcomer I've seen in years. She stuck out her long tongue to lick her lips and patted her belly, thanks to you, I had another feast. Now Qin Lang understood how Ling Long and Sun Yangzi's bodies had been dealt with. But it didn't concern him. By the way, did you see anyone else? Qin Lang asked, you know, the girl who was with me in the last dungeon. At the school gate, only the horsewoman was present, Su Mubai and Su Miao were still nowhere to be seen. The horsewoman smiled, Mr. Qin, you are the first player to arrive here. I haven't seen anyone else. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu caught up. Wow, this butler looks so strange? Lu Jiu covered her mouth and nose, seemingly disgusted by the horsewoman's appearance. The horsewoman didn't mind but instead smiled toward them, another player has arrived. Xin Lang turned around and saw a long-distance bus slowly approaching, almost identical to the one he had just pushed down. After the bus door opened, a rush of footsteps could be heard. First, two men got off the bus. They stood beside the bus door, and one man wearing glasses smiled, Lan Lan, we've arrived. The other muscular man in a tank top also said affectionately, welcome to Donghu High School, my noble little princess. A young girl wearing a pink dress with pigtails stepped down. Haoren, Wang Long, thank you for protecting me all the way. LV Xilan smiled and patted the heads of the two men. Just as her foot was about to touch the ground, the muscular man Zhang Haoren quickly knelt before her and stretched out his hands. My princess, please don't let the dust here dirty your shoes. From now on, let me be your knight and protect you. LV Xilan laughed, alright. When her feet touched Zhang Haoren's palms, he exerted force and actually lifted LV Xinhua up, allowing her to sit on his shoulders. Wang Long pushed up his glasses and said reluctantly, Lan Lan, are you thirsty? I have some water here. Xin Lang looked at these three people and couldn't help but sigh, sure enough, warm men follow behind sycophants. Yi Zi asked, what do you mean? Lu Jiu huffed, did you see that? Now that's what you call gentlemanly manners. Ignoring the two, Xin Lang kept staring at the long-distance bus. Is that it? Just the three of them? Where are Su Mubai and Su Miao? The horsewoman smiled, time's up, congratulations to the 6 players for reaching your destination. Donghu High School instance officially begins. As soon as the voice fell, a cloud of white mist rose in front of 6 people, enveloping the entire high school. Xin Lang squinted his eyes and vaguely saw a short figure appear in the middle of the school gate. You are all teachers sent by the county, right? A short and plump middle-aged man said with a smile, I am the principal of Donghu High School, He Jinpeng. Xin Lang remembered his identity as a math teacher, and for the next 3 days, he would have to interact with this He Jinpeng. Yi Zi smiled and said, Principal, I am the new school doctor, please take care of me. Then the others began to introduce themselves. Lu Jiu is the Chinese teacher, LV Xinlan is the music teacher, Su Haoren is the physical education teacher, and Wang Long is the English teacher. He Jinpeng laughed and said, Great. With all of you here, our school will surely achieve great results in this year's college entrance examination. Mentioning the college entrance examination made Xin Lang recall the newspaper he saw in the car. The date of that car accident was in June 2021. What year is it today? Xin Lang doubted that the instance's game start time was different from the time he was in the car, perhaps even in a different spacetime. From the moment the female horse disappeared to when He Jinpeng appeared, many things had refreshed. However, it might be a bit strange to directly ask what date it is today, and Xin Lang did not want to draw attention to himself right away. With a smile, He Jinpeng led them to the dormitory where they would rest for the night and start teaching tomorrow. Donghu High School is not big, with only one large teaching building, one boys' dormitory, one girls' dormitory, a cafeteria, and an office building that also serves as a teacher's dormitory, plus a playground. It was around 8 in the evening, and some classrooms had their lights on. He Jinpeng said that was the senior students studying on their own. On the way, He Jinpeng enthusiastically introduced the school situation. Donghu High School currently has 620 students, all from nearby villages. They could not get into the key high school in the county and did not want to be too far from their elderly family members, so they could only come here to study. Although Donghu High School is small, it has a history of nearly 70 years. It started as an elementary school and gradually upgraded to a high school. The first principal was He Jinpeng's grandfather. His family has been teaching here for 3 generations, earning great respect from the villagers. The county leaders also support He Jinpeng and Donghu High School, often allocating funds to assist them, so they lack for nothing in terms of equipment like the plastic track and multimedia classrooms. Teachers, I have arranged for someone to clean up your rooms. There are bunk beds, each dormitory accommodates 4 people, and you just happen to be 3 men and 3 women, leaving an extra bed for your things. With this arrangement, everyone except LV Xinlan showed no objection. Qin Lang stood in the hallway, carefully observing the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a lonely little house in the center of the school playground. That house looked like it belonged to the last century. Qin Lang had never seen anything like it since he was born. Such an old house standing among the modern plastic track was not only out of place but also had an eerie aura. Qin Lang pointed at the house and asked, "Principal, what is that?" He Jinpeng turned to look, smiling, that is?" Before He Jinpeng could finish speaking, a strange laughter came from the teaching building. He he he. He he he. The sound was peculiar, seeming to come from afar yet also nearby, worming its way into everyone's ears. Qin Lang instinctively covered his ears. At this moment, he saw a terrifying thing appear in the corridor of the teaching building. Chapter 30, The Top Scholar Soup. A pale human head floated past the corridor, and the laughter followed it, drifting away. Upon a closer look, Qin Lang found that the head had disappeared again. Did he see it wrong? This laughter frightened LV Xinlan, causing her to lose color in her face. She covered her ears and trembled, saying, "Who is there?" He Jinping's face looked a bit ugly, but then he laughed heartily. Maybe it's some child staying up late at night, playing a joke on us. Children in the mountains are mischievous, unlike those in the city who are so well behaved. Please forgive us, teachers. I'll have a good talk with them tomorrow, everyone don't worry. The laughter stopped, but everyone felt a bit uneasy inside. He Jinping continued, "You teachers came from afar, you must not have eaten yet, right? I've had the cafeteria prepare your late-night snacks. If you're hungry, you can go get some. The students finish self-study at 10, they will go to the cafeteria then, you can go early to avoid the queue with them, ha." Yeezy smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, principal." He Jinping smiled slightly, "Alright, I'll take my leave then." Qin Lang called out to him, "Principal, you didn't answer my question just now. What is that building in the middle of the playground for?" He Jinping hesitated for a moment, then smiled, "It's nothing, that building has been there from the beginning. My grandfather said no matter how the school changes, that place cannot be touched. There's nothing inside." Then he changed the subject and said seriously, "Please do not go inside if there's nothing going on." Qin Lang frowned, thinking to himself that this was a clear cover-up. That old house definitely had something going on. Then, the boys and girls each walked into their dormitory. Zhang Haoran and Wan Long entered and immediately occupied 2 bottom bunks. Zhang Haoran smugly said, "Sorry, Teacher Qin, you can take the top bunk." Wang Long pushed his glasses up, "We're not bullying you, rather, if Lan Lan needs us, we want to be the first to reach her." Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to argue with them and didn't speak. His attention fell on a calendar hanging on the wall. May 13, 2022? Qin Lang let out a hiss. Sure enough, the time at school was different from the time on his way here. In other words, the moment he entered the school, he had traveled to the future. The car accident happened more than a year ago. "Qin, how many copies have you cleared?" Zhang Haoran had somehow started doing push-ups on the floor. And he had one hand behind his back, using only one finger to support himself on the ground. Even doing such a difficult move, he spoke to Qin Lang with a steady breath, not the least bit chaotic. Qin Lang didn't answer but continued to think. Zhang Haoran was somewhat dissatisfied. "I'm asking you a question. Why are you so impolite?" Wang Long said, "Alright, he has the right not to answer. That said, I'm a bit hungry, do you want to go to the cafeteria together?" Zhang Haoran suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go ask Lan Lan, if she goes, I'll go." Wang Long immediately said, "Zhang Haoran, you just had Lan Lan sit on your shoulders, now it's my turn to serve her." Zhang Haoran coldly said, "You little puppy, how dare you compete with me? If it weren't for Lan Lan asking me to get along with you, I would have." He cracked his knuckles, his fingers making cracking sounds. Wang Long took off his glasses. "Oh? Alright, let's see who wins." Wang Long, Haoran. Next door, Wang Xinlan shouted, "There's a cockroach. Come save me." The 2 men, who had just been at odds, immediately rushed out. Coming. My little princess. Lan Lan, I'm coming to save you. Xinlang silently closed the dormitory door, then extended his right hand. Xiao Chun, come out. A shower of golden powder spread from Xinlang's palm, and moments later, a beautiful demon with large wings appeared before him. Darling. Xiao Chun couldn't help but rush over. Xinlang pushed her away gently. Don't get too excited. I called you out to help me with something. Xiao Chun looked confused, but I can't fight. Xinlang said, you don't need to help with fighting, just listen to me. 5 minutes later, Xinlang walked out of the dormitory door. In the corridor, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were staring blankly at the dormitory. Zhang Haoren and the others were carrying out a big cleaning operation. Desperately struggling with the cockroaches, while Lu Xinlan sat on the upper bunk cheering them on. Yi Zi looked on speechless, then asked Xinlang, have you discovered anything? Xinlang responded with a question, what about you, what have you discovered? Yi Zi smiled, why do you still have such a high level of vigilance? Were you dealt a harsh blow in the last instance? Did someone trick you badly? I noticed that old house on the playground just like you. There might be something extraordinary hidden inside. Based on my experience, these mysterious places might be the key to passing this level. So, how about we take a look together when we have time? Xinlang neither refused nor agreed, but mentioned a doubt he had just thought of. It's already mid-May, with less than half a month left until the college entrance exam. Why suddenly do we have to be the new teachers? Where did the previous teachers go? Lu Jiu nodded, that makes sense, something must have happened to make those teachers leave, or, they all died? The three fell silent. Yi Zi spoke again, Xinlang, let's go check the cafeteria and grab something to eat. Xinlang didn't refuse, partly because he was indeed hungry, and partly because he wanted to see what other strange things this school had. The cafeteria was a small two-story building, with the dining area on the first floor, densely packed with tables and chairs that looked somewhat aged. As soon as he entered, Xinlang caught a whiff of a special fragrance. Not just him, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu also sniffed, so fragrant. Is it rib soup? Oh. You are all the new teachers, right? A chubby lady saw Xinlang and the others and said with a smile, the principal told us to prepare delicious food for you, come on over. Xinlang and the others ordered 3 dishes and a soup, but their minds were still on that peculiar fragrance. The three quickly pinpointed the source of the aroma, a large pot at the entrance of the cafeteria. At that moment, the pot was tightly covered, with white steam constantly billowing out. Yi Zi couldn't resist asking, Auntie, what are you cooking that smells so good? The chubby lady wiped her hands and came out, smiling proudly, this is our school's secret recipe, specially made for students to boost their brains. The students say that after drinking it, they feel awake and clear-headed while solving problems during exams. They call it the top scholar soup. You 3 teachers must try it later. After saying this, she opened the large pot's lid. Xinlang looked inside the pot and was instantly shocked. Inside were several live human heads boiling. Boiling human heads? Xinlang couldn't help but frown, you use this to boost the brain? Was the so-called top scholar soup actually soup made from human heads? At that moment, he felt his plate moving. Looking down, the braised pork and vegetables had transformed into severed human fingers and internal organs, and even the steaming white rice was replaced by black bugs crawling onto Xinlang's hand. Even the once warm broth had turned into a bowl of blood water. Xinlang immediately threw those things aside. Clang! The stainless steel plate fell to the ground, scattering food everywhere. Hey! How can you waste food like this? The chubby lady squatted down, pained, picking up the food with her hands. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu quickly put down their food and grabbed the broom and dustpan from the corner to help clean up. The chubby lady was furious at Xinlang. What kind of teacher are you? If you don't want to eat, you can just not eat. Why waste it? Do you know what kids are eating these days? The school's budget is so tight, and you're wasting things when we're giving you meat. The more she spoke, the more agitated she got, nearly crying. Xinlang glanced at the big pot again. It was indeed human heads. Xinlang grabbed a spoon hanging on the wall and began stirring the soup. The chubby lady became even more anxious. What are you doing? That's for the students to drink. Xinlang pushed her away, step aside. You're so arrogant even while boiling human heads here. Human heads? Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were shocked, and quickly leaned in to take a look. Xinlang fished out a human head, and upon closer inspection, he found he actually recognized it. Wasn't this the boy who spoke to him in the car? Hadn't he already died? Could it be that the school collected the bodies of students who died last year to make soup? Xinlang, there's no human head here. Yi Zi said with confusion, inside are clearly just some pig ribs and beef bones. With this said, Xinlang realized that what he scooped up was indeed just a large beef leg bone. What was going on? Was it another illusion? Was I once again tricked by something strange? The plump ant looked at Qin Lang with the eyes of someone who sees a monster. You're not some kind of crazy person, right? How did you become a teacher with that look? Lu Jiu quickly snatched the spoon from Qin Lang's hand, laughing. Sorry, Auntie, our friend here has had a long day, please don't mind him. He tends to ramble when he's tired. Could you please get him a bit more food? He'll be better after a sleep once he's full. The plump ant closed the pot again, tidying up the food while saying, Alright, you all sit and wait for a bit. After sitting down, Yizi asked, Qin Lang, what's wrong? Seeing illusions again? Qin Lang raised his head. What do you mean by again? Lu Jiu said, you were like this in the car too, talking to the air. Qin Lang was greatly puzzled. I was talking to the air? Yizi and Lu Jiu then recounted everything they saw along the way. At first, Qin Lang and Yizi were communicating normally, but after the car stopped for a while, Qin Lang started acting strangely, battling wits with the air. After saying a bunch of nonsensical things, Qin Lang got up to the driver's cabin, knocking on the door and window with a dagger. The car then began to shake violently, and soon after, the windows shattered as the car was crushed by something, causing them both to jump out. Qin Lang felt even more confused in his mind at that moment. When the car stopped, it was right when that old lady and the two men in black robes got on board. Did I fall into an illusion from that moment? Was it caused by the old lady or those two men in black robes? Qin Lang asked again, you just sat there and watched? He wasn't blaming them for not acting, but he thought there might be other reasons for Yizi and Lu Jiu's restraint. Yizi replied, the car was full of strange things, how could we dare act rashly? But you, making all that noise, we were all on edge watching you. Lu Jiu took a sip of the soup and said, yeah, I thought you were like me, using profanity to ward off evil. Qin Lang asked with confusion, can profanity really ward off evil? Lu Jiu nodded, yeah, haven't you heard that saying? People fear ghosts 3 parts, and ghosts fear people 7 parts. As long as you act fiercer than them, they won't dare to come close. This is a trick my grandma taught me. Qin Lang now understood why Lu Jiu kept cursing in the backseat. What he cared about more now was whether everything he saw was really an illusion. Or was it half true, half fake? Was there something strange intentionally disturbing his mind, trying to drive him crazy? The plump ant brought over a simple meal. This time it was just a can of fish and a plate of stir-fried vegetables, quite dismissive, probably fearing Qin Lang would waste it. Yizi bitterly smiled and transferred her braised pork into Qin Lang's bowl. I'm on a diet, you eat it. Lu Jiu also gave Qin Lang a piece of her rib. I don't like eating bones. Qin Lang looked at the normal food in front of him and grew suspicious again. What exactly is real now? For some reason, the strange scripture he saw in Fengmen village floated before his eyes again. Qin Lang scratched his head, feeling a mysterious force wandering around, but he just couldn't understand what it was. Ding-a-ling. The bell for the evening study session rang, and a commotion of footsteps came from the teaching building. A group of students rushed into the cafeteria like cavalry charging forward. Auntie, Auntie. I want this. Auntie, don't shake your hands. Are you afraid of Parkinson's? Where's the top scholar's soup? Auntie, I want to drink 2 bowls today. The students clamored loudly, and the plump auntie was busy serving everyone. Yizi couldn't help but sigh, how youthful they are, so full of energy. Lu Jiu laughed, I used to be like this when I was in school, eating 4 meals a day and still feeling hungry after 2 bowls of rice each time. Qin Lang looked at these students, silently saying nothing. The most popular dish was the top scholar soup. Each student received a bowl, and before even sitting down, they couldn't help but take a sip. Ah! I feel like I'm not tired at all. I wait for this taste every day. It's so delicious. I'm afraid I won't be able to drink it after graduation. Qin Lang watched them, recalling the scenes of heads bobbing in the pot, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words but wanted to laugh. If he hadn't closed off his sense of fear, he would probably find this scene chilling, right? Yizi and Lu Jiu felt a bit tempted. Is it really that good? I'll go get a bowl too. Yizi stood up, asking Qin Lang, what about you? Do you want a bowl too? Qin Lang thought for a moment and said, alright, I'll have a bowl. I want to see what this top scholar soup tastes like. 3 steaming bowls of top scholar soup were brought to the table. Looking at the milky white soup, Qin Lang's mind recalled the few heads he saw just moments ago. They say you are what you eat, eating human brains should help the brain, right? Could it be that the students of Donghu High School rely on this to study well and improve every day? At that moment, Qin Lang vaguely felt that someone was staring at him. Turning his head, he saw an old man hunching over by the window of the cafeteria, propped up by a cane, peering inside. The old woman from the school bus. 2 men in black robes stood behind her. Qin Lang stood up and pulled out his black dog-blood dagger and ran outside. Yizi was about to drink her soup when she asked, Qin Lang, where are you going? Lu Jiu, sipping her soup, said, really, you can't sit still for a moment. This soup is really good. She didn't notice that the students' expressions in the cafeteria had become a bit strange. Xin Lang ran outside but didn't see anything. Gone? Xin Lang vaguely felt something had stuck to him since the way from the beginning until now. Bai Qi, do you feel anything wrong? Bai Qi's voice sounded, hee, you should ask me, where is it right? This place is too evil. I suspect there is a mass grave underneath this school, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strong resentment. For a place to make an evil god feel uneasy, indeed this AA-level dungeon is not joking. Xin Lang looked towards the playground. The most sinister energy is in that house, right? Bai Qi remained silent for a while and said, I don't know. Don't know? Well, I can't quite explain what that feeling is. Xin Lang pondered for a moment, feeling an inexplicable chill passing through his body. Yizi asked from behind, Xin Lang, what's wrong? Did you see an illusion again? Xin Lang shook his head, saying, it's nothing. Returning to the cafeteria, the two were surprised to find that students were lining up to leave. There wasn't a single food scrap left on the table, all the trays were neatly placed at the door, and everyone's movements were in perfect order as if they had practiced beforehand. Compared to the earlier scene of everyone fighting to get food, it was like heaven and earth apart. Yizi wondered, could it be because of the top scholar soup? Xin Lang asked, you also feel something is off? Yizi involuntarily looked over at Lujiu, worried, Xiaolu, how are you? Lujiu sat quietly in her seat, hands hanging down, head lowered, remaining silent. The food in front of her was all gone. The bowl holding the top scholar soup was completely clean, clearly licked by Lujiu's tongue. Yizi stepped forward and asked again, Xiaolu, what's wrong with you? Lujiu lifted her head, squinting her eyes and said, Yizi, you're back. I suddenly feel so sleepy. Seeing that she seemed fine, Yizi replied, okay, I'll be done soon, then we'll go back together. Xin Lang was silent for a moment, then asked, Lujiu, where did you sit on the way back after last year's college entrance examination? Yizi looked at him in confusion, Xin Lang, why are you asking this? Unexpectedly, Lujiu suddenly became extremely agitated. Who is talking? Lujiu looked around, as if someone was talking to her, come out. Stop hiding. Yizi was startled, Xiaolu, don't scare me. What's wrong? It's just me and Xin Lang here. Lujiu looked terrified, no, there's a man talking to me. I can hear him clearly. What did he say? Someone set fire on the bus, the driver was killed, He said he's in my head. Yizi panicked and asked, hurry, use your best exorcism method. Lujiu quickly took a deep breath and then cursed, you little Sema thing. Hurry up and get out of me. Lujiu suddenly slapped herself, then said in a vicious voice, no foul language. Good students can't do such impolite things. Yizi was greatly alarmed, quickly asking Xin Lang, what's happening? What should we do? Xin Lang said, I did guess correctly. This so-called top scholar soup is made from the corpses of students who died last year. The resentment of those students is lodged in it, drinking it might allow some of their spirits to enter the brain, controlling her consciousness. Yizi had a face full of question marks, the car accident last year? What? Xin Lang, do you know how to break this? Xin Lang sat down and surprisingly stirred the top scholar soup with a spoon, saying, I do have an idea. To untie the bell, you must seek out the one who tied it, just directly ask these vengeful spirits. Yizi hurriedly asked Lujiu, I don't care who you are, as long as you are willing to come out of Xiaolu's body, I will agree to any conditions. I can even help you in reincarnation, assist you in reaching paradise soon. Lujiu shook her head, I don't want any paradise, I want to take exams, I want to take the college entrance examination. As long as learning doesn't kill you, you must study hard. In the next second, Lujiu panicked, what I just said wasn't me. Yizi, think of a way. Xin Lang laughed on the side, saying to Yizi, are you silly? Why would they want to come out so easily? These vengeful spirits would prefer to inhabit more people instead. Otherwise, why do you think all these students want to drink this top scholar soup? Seeing him like this, Yizi asked, if you have a way, then hurry and use it. Xin Lang smiled, where can you find a free lunch? I do have a way, but it depends on how much sincerity you have. After Xin Lang looked Yizi up and down, she quickly covered her chest, as long as it's not offering my body, you name your price. 100,000 ghost coins, how about that? Wow, 100,000 ghost coins can be gotten so easily? The rewards I got in the Fengmen village dungeon were only 100,000. Let me think. Xin Lang then looked at Lujiu, what about you? How much are you willing to offer as a reward? Lujiu gritted her teeth, I will offer 120,000 ghost coins. Didn't expect them to be rich. Xin Lang raised two fingers, each person 200,000 ghost coins, a total of 400,000. Lujiu's eyes widened, are you robbing me? Yizi immediately agreed, okay. Open your system mall, I will transfer it to you right now. At this point, Qin Lang finally realized that players in dungeons can conduct transactions or purchase items through the system mall. Soon, Yeezy transferred 200,000 ghost coins to Qin Lang right in front of him. But the system actually deducted a 0.1% handling fee. Such a familiar operation. Although Lu Jiu was reluctant, she could only transfer 200,000 over. Yeezy asked, "Alright, I've given you the money, how do we get rid of the vengeful spirits from Lu Jiu's brain?" At this moment, Lu Jiu let out a cold laugh, he. It's impossible for me to walk out. Qin Lang picked up the champion soup, really? Let's give it a try. After speaking, he tilted his head back and gulped down the entire bowl of soup. Yeezy and Lu Jiu were both shocked. Are you crazy? You know you'll be possessed and you still drink it? Chapter 33, The Vengeful Spirit. After drinking the champion soup, Qin Lang only felt a wave of energy rolling around in his body, slowly merging into himself. Then, a boy's voice appeared in his mind. He, it's the first time I've seen such a foolish person. Great, I've got another body. Next, I want you to drink the champion soup every day to help me fulfill my dream. Ha. In Qin Lang's consciousness, a white vengeful spirit was gradually taking shape. The vengeful spirit quickly transformed into the form of a high school student, but its body had countless faces, even a few pairs of eyes on its fingers. Each face looked like it was 17 or 18 years old, some with closed eyes, and some wide-eyed, mouths open as if they were saying something unknown. The vengeful spirit looked at the faces growing on its body and grinned. Don't worry, classmates, we will soon get what we want. Big bro, you are really something, quietly bringing in a new roommate. Bai Qi walked out from behind, his voice deafening. Do you think this little body is big? The vengeful spirit was stunned. Who is it? Upon turning around and seeing Bai Qi's dragon-headed human form, the vengeful spirit was so scared that it collapsed to the ground. A ghost. How could a spiritual body already reside inside Qin Lang? Soon, Qin Lang entered as well. Wow, Bai Qi, he looks even more disgusting than you. Bai Qi stroked his dragon whiskers. I'm much more handsome than him. By the way, big bro, where did you get this, Jin? He had already gotten used to calling Qin Lang big bro. Qin Lang was puzzled. What thing? Bai Qi chuckled proudly. With your knowledge, still calling me big bro. When a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, they're called Jin. They can't reincarnate, have no spirit body, and aren't accepted by the 6 paths, so they can only parasitize in human bodies. Humans have homes, ghosts have corpses, each with their form, but unrestricted. He must be a product of many ghosts mixing together after dying. I often see this in the ghost realm, but this is the first time seeing so many young and strange combinations together. It was Qin Lang's turn to feel proud. How about that? Following Big Bro here can broaden your horizons, right? Bai Qi. This person must be seriously ill, better not possess him. The vengeful spirit trembled upon seeing the two. You guys, don't come over. I can tell you, this is just a clone of mine. Even if you destroy me here, I still exist. Then. Qin Lang pointed at Bai Qi. Do you know who my little brother is? The evil spirit Bai Qi. No Bai Qi? A legendary figure known for slaughter. In the Warring States period, over 500 years, more than 200 million people died, over 1 million at his hands. How many clones do you have? Is it enough for him to kill? I'd advise you to behave, otherwise, when he goes crazy, even I, the big bro, can't control him. Bai Qi listened, feeling somewhat proud, nodding. Big bro is right. The vengeful spirit then showed a look of terror. No. I don't want to die again. Qin Lang recited the lines he had previously thought of. You honestly explain how you came to be, the inside story of this champion soup, and then roll out of my and Lu Jiu's bodies. Then maybe I can consider giving you a way out. Bai Qi, big bro, what are you saying? He's dead and can't die again, how can there be a way out? Qin Lang shot him a glare. The vengeful spirit was quick-witted and replied, I can leave, but I can't say anything. Gentlemen, I was forced. Someone said they could fulfill my champion dream, otherwise, I wouldn't have harmed so many classmates. I'm just a student, can you let me go? The young faces on him that had opened their eyes also looked at Qin Lang and Bai Qi with pleading gazes. Qin Lang waved his hand. Bai Qi, just kill him. By the way, what happens when a ghost dies? Bai Qi stroked his dragon whiskers. When a ghost dies? Death for she death for he. If he dies, I won't know anymore. It turns out there can be further divisions. Qin Lang felt this was a bit like knowledge in physics. Molecules break down into atoms, atoms lead to quarks, and so on. No matter what destroy him. Bai Qi said unhappily, you said we would be brothers, yet you keep treating me like your thug. I once led 400,000 Qin troops. Qin Lang waved his hand. I get it, help me do one thing, and I'll grant you one more wish, is that okay? Bai Qi laughed. Now that sounds like a big brother. The wailing spirit panicked instantly. No, no, no. I'll tell. I'll tell. We all died last year on the way back from the college entrance exam. That car accident was no accident. Someone deliberately set the car on fire, killed the driver, and then we fell off a cliff. We were just hoping to get into college and live a good life, who would have thought? The wailing spirit became more and more agitated, even crying. This was the first time Qin Lang saw Weird crying. No, he had seen Su Mubai cry before. Qin Lang said, "Stop wailing, quickly tell me, who was the one who set fire to you?" The wailing spirit replied, "I don't remember, they were wearing black robes, and I couldn't see their faces at all." Black-robed people? Qin Lang suddenly remembered the two people he had seen on his way here. Was there an old lady in your car? The wailing spirit was shocked. How do you know? Have you seen her? Qin Lang, you keep talking, what happened next? The wailing spirit said, "I'm not sure about the later events, I only remember that my classmates and I all became weird, and it took a long time for us to turn into this. Someone told me he could let us live in the minds of the younger students, guiding them in studies and exams. Once there are top students at Donghu High who get into Tsinghua and Peking University, we would achieve our dreams and soar." Qin Lang then asked, "Who is that person?" The wailing spirit shook his head, "I really don't know that." Bai Qi said, "Brother, asking won't help. Killing ghosts and creating this is a skillful job, the one doing it is definitely a master, and it's impossible for them to leave traces for you to find." Qin Lang scratched his head, "I didn't expect there would be such a tricky presence at Donghu High. It seems this instance is quite difficult." After pondering for a moment, Qin Lang said to the wailing spirit, "Alright, you get out of my body and Lu Jiu's. But if I find you through the students, you must appear and listen to me, understand? Otherwise." Bai Qi at this moment said, "Otherwise, I will really do as my brother says and destroy all your avatars." Qin Lang glanced at Bai Qi, "We have quite the chemistry." The wailing spirit nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely listen, I will leave now, leave now." Suddenly, Qin Lang remembered something. "Wait. Since you are a student of this school, I need to ask you one thing." Chapter 34, Death of the Senior Class. Qin Lang asked, "What is in that broken house in the middle of the Donghu High playground?" When the wailing spirit heard this, his face turned even worse. I don't know." Qin Lang didn't waste words, Bai Qi. Bai Qi opened his dragon mouth and roared. The wailing spirit immediately knelt, "I'll tell. Honestly, I really don't know what's inside, but all the past principals have forbidden us from going in. There were 2 senior boys and a senior girl who went in before. But they went insane afterward. One senior boy smashed a mirror in the dormitory and cut off his own ear with a shard. Another senior boy came home and hacked off his fingers with a kitchen knife, then lay in a pig pen to let the pigs eat him. The remaining senior girl had the worst fate. She killed her parents and younger brother, then stuffed all their tongues into her own mouth, choking herself to death. We all guessed there are ghosts in that old house, but the principal said they were just under too much academic pressure." Qin Lang immediately knew that He Jinping was talking nonsense. Which household suffers so much academic pressure to the point of cutting their own flesh? Everyone in this school is truly talented. That old house will have to be visited sooner or later. Qin Lang said, "Alright, you can go now. I'll call you if there's something." The vengeful spirit repeatedly agreed and then left. Bai Qi suddenly laughed, "Big brother, this time you might be in for a lot of trouble. If you could reach my peak time, it wouldn't be an issue, but with things as they are now, it looks dire." Qin Lang rolled his eyes at him, "Mind your own business." Upon returning to his true self, Qin Lang found Yi Zi anxiously guarding him. "What happened?" Seeing Qin Lang open his eyes, Yi Zi hurriedly asked. Qin Lang twisted his arm, "It's fine now." Lu Zhou rubbed his head and said, "It seems, that strange voice is really gone." Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief, "That's great. By the way, Qin Lang, how did you do it?" "It's a secret." Qin Lang got up and stretched, "Alright, let's go back. We have to teach those students tomorrow." When the 3 left the cafeteria, the chubby lady serving food stared at them from the window. A hunched figure came out from behind. "Who is this Qin Lang? How did he drink the top scholar soup and remain unharmed?" The chubby lady asked, "Mom, should we tell the old ancestor?" The old woman shook her head. "To find the old ancestor for such a small matter? He will definitely blame us for being incompetent. Let's wait and see. I don't believe they can make it through." When they returned to the dormitory, Qin Lang found that Zhang Haoran and Wang Long were already asleep. The lights were off on the girls' side, and the always licking LV Xinlan seemed to have rested early as well. Qin Lang frowned slightly. The 3 of them avoided the fate of drinking the top scholar soup by sleeping early and skipping the cafeteria. Isn't that luck too good? Or is it really just luck? Qin Lang lay down, quietly waiting for midnight to arrive. Ding! A new superpower has arrived. X-ray vision. Can see through objects within 2 meters, ignoring all clothing, walls, and flesh barriers. When activated, it consumes 2 mental points per second. Current mental points, 500 out of 500. X-ray vision? This ability is great. This way, when exploring that mysterious old house, I won't have to go inside, I can just use the vision within 2 meters of it. Xin Lang silently formulated a plan in his heart. At the same time, another question kept troubling him. Where did Su Mubai and Su Miao go? What roles are they playing in this mission? The next day, around 6 in the morning, the school broadcast played the wake-up music. After washing up, Xin Lang and the others gathered downstairs. He Jinping was already waiting for them, and a group of students was jogging on the playground. Good morning, teachers. He Jinping smiled, you all worked hard yesterday, so I didn't ask you to wake up early. Tomorrow I hope everyone can get up at 5:30, as the students will be getting up at that time too. Waiting until 6 for the bell will be too late. Principal, what are we doing today? LV Xinlan rubbed her eyes, enjoying Zhang Haoran's massage, while Wang Long stood beside with a piece of bread. He Jinping laughed again. Yesterday, the senior year had a weekly test. You all just need to correct the papers, report the scores, and then go through the questions with the students. Any questions? Yi Zi raised her hand and asked, Principal, are we the only teachers here? What about the other grades? He Jinping replied, there were many teachers originally, but something came up at the last minute, and they can't make it here. What the matter is, I will explain to you all later. It's almost time for college entrance exams and finals, so students just need to practice and self-study. The kids in our school are very well behaved, everyone just needs to patrol a bit when they have time. Everyone shook their heads, indicating there were no issues. He Jinping took them to the teacher's office and then left under the pretext of something important. Looking at the pile of exam papers on the table, everyone received a bunch according to their subjects. Even Yi Zi, who was taking on the role of school doctor, received a stack. Xin Lang did not immediately grade the papers, but instead began to count the number of tests. Something's wrong. His abrupt statement caught everyone's attention. Yi Zi asked, what's wrong? Xin Lang pointed at the papers and said, look, there are 4 classes, 200 papers, meaning there are only a bit more than 200 students in the senior year at this school. But the entire school has nearly 1,000 students. In other words, the first and second year students combined must add up to 800. If this year's senior class admitted only over 200 students, by next year, when the current sophomores just enrolled, they can't possibly double the admissions, they might stretch to 300. So under this calculation, when new freshmen enter, isn't it possible that they've admitted over 500? 200 in the first year, 300 in the second, and 500 in the third. How could Donghu High School, a non-key school, manage to double the number of admissions every year? Every year, so many students would end up unable to get into good high schools? Even if enrollment increases, the number of students in each grade shouldn't have such a large gap. Zhang Haoran's mind became a bit muddled as he asked, what exactly do you want to say? Xin Lang replied, it's simple. The truth should be that this school enrolls around 400 or 500 students every year. These 400 to 500 must finish their junior and senior years, even with transfers or dropouts, it shouldn't change too much. But now there are only 200 students in the senior year. In other words, a large number of students must have disappeared after entering the senior year? As this conclusion was spoken, the scene fell silent immediately. Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and LV Shilan sensed that something was off all at once. Disappeared? Yi Zi asked, are you saying many students couldn't survive to their senior year? Lu Jiu shook his head, that's too exaggerated. How could there be such a school? Could it be that Donghu High School intentionally discouraged a batch of students to improve their college admission rates? Xin Lang shook his head, student numbers are the lifeline of the school, how could they easily give up? If they want to improve the admission rates, they could just let a few students drop out of the college entrance examination, why go through all that trouble? Yi Zi frowned, but if so many students really disappear every year, wouldn't the parents investigate? Wouldn't the students be afraid? Isn't Donghu High's reputation quite good? Xin Lang said, so this needs to be looked into carefully. I'm afraid the principal has things he's hiding from us. Suddenly, the door of the office was pushed open. Chapter 35, Jumping Off the Building. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu's faces suddenly changed. A petite female student stood at the door, with a high ponytail, her hair tidy and slick, revealing a smooth forehead, her face small and delicate, and her bright big eyes showing an innocent expression. Even in oversized school uniforms, her cuteness could not be hidden. Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was just her talking about the school that was overheard by He Jinping. LV Shilan saw the girl and couldn't help but laugh, ah, so cute. If I have a daughter in the future, I want her to be just as adorable. Zhang Haoran quickly said, my little princess, you will definitely have a lovely daughter. After speaking, he even flexed his biceps. Wan Long rolled his eyes at him and said, "What are you thinking? Lan Lan having a daughter has nothing to do with you." The two exchanged fierce glares. Lu Jiao, seeing such a cute female student, walked over with a smile and asked, "Classmate, are you here to find the teachers for something?" The girl trembled as she said, "Hello, teachers, I'm Chu Anren from class 2 of the senior year." "Which of you is the math teacher?" Everyone's gaze shifted to Qin Lang. Qin Lang answered calmly, "I am, what's the matter?" Chu Anren quickly walked up to Qin Lang and unexpectedly knelt directly before him. "Teacher, please help me, okay?" Yi Zi and the others were stunned. LV Xinlan went over and pulled Chu Anren up. "Little sister, what are you doing? Just say what you need, the teachers will help you." Chu Anren cried with tear-filled eyes, "Teacher, I didn't do well on this exam. Can you find a way to make me pass? I will definitely work hard next time, don't let me fall below 50th place." Yeezy gently patted Chu Anren's back and whispered, "Chu classmate, calm down, okay? How do you know you didn't do well in math? The papers haven't been graded yet, it's not certain." Chu Anren cried sadly, "I couldn't solve several big problems this time. Boo-hoo, teacher, please help me. I'm not worried about my other subjects, but I must be in the top 50 in every subject." Everyone furrowed their brows. Top 50 in every subject? Are students at Donghu High School this competitive? Xin Lang asked lightly, "It's just one exam, if you didn't do well, just try again next time." Chu Anren quickly replied, No, teacher, you must help me." Xin Lang asked, "It's just an exam, what consequences can there be if you don't meet the requirement?" "At most, just a scolding." Chu Anren's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, "No, it's not like that. Teacher, if I don't do well, I will. Teacher, please don't ask, just help me, I would do anything." Xin Lang shook his head, "No." LV Xinlan said unhappily, "How can you have no sympathy at all? You just need to change one score, why are you being so stubborn? If she does poorly next time, then we'll talk." Zhang Haoren and Wan Lon unconditionally stood with LV Xinlan, asking Qin Lang to change the score. Even Yi Zi and Lu Jiao felt compassion and began to persuade Qin Lang. Qin Lang still shook his head and refused, "No, the score is what it is, it can't be changed at all. Unless you tell me what will happen if your rank drops." Seeing this, Chu Anren quickly said, "My parents will hit me, they will scold me. Teachers and classmates will be disappointed in me. Teacher, please help me." She spoke with heartfelt emotion, and everyone in the office was touched. Qin Lang still shook his head, "If that's the case, I will have a detailed talk with your parents. If classmates look down on you, I can help educate them too. But rules are rules." Chu Anren began to cry again. Qin Lang remained unmoved. Chu Anren, seemingly determined, said, "Teacher, I'll tell you. If I don't do well on the exam, I will be." Chu Anren. A tall man appeared out of nowhere, his round eyes almost popping out. "Director." Chu Anren covered her mouth and sat down on the ground. The man rushed over, lifted Chu Anren with one hand, and shouted angrily, "What are you doing here during class? How dare you disturb the teacher's work? And you want a teacher to change your score? What do you think the school's discipline is? Did I teach you to behave like this?" The man looked at Qin Lang and the others, his expression slightly easing. "Sorry, teachers. I am the Dean of Education, Su Hu. This student is too naughty, making you look like fools." Yeezy spoke up, "Director Su, the child didn't do it on purpose, please don't punish her. It's almost exam time, the pressure is normal." Su Hu declared solemnly, "First learn to be a person, then learn to do things. If she dares to ask the teacher to change a score now, I can't imagine what else she would dare to do in the future. I'm only doing this for her own good." After finishing, he suddenly pushed Chu Anren away, shouting, "Go wait for me in the office." Chu Anren trembled all over, cold sweat dripping, looking back at Qin Lang. The resentment and grievance in her eyes reached their peak, as if a prey trapped in a snare knew it was going to die. As Su Hu and Chu Anren reached the door, Qin Lang stood up and asked, "Director Su, I have a question. Is Chu classmate so afraid of her rank dropping because there are special punishment measures at school?" Su Hu glared at Chu Anren, then spoke gently to Qin Lang, "Teacher Qin, you're overthinking, our school has always used persuasive education and operated legally. There are no punishments, she's just imagining things, some education is enough." Just as he was saying this, Chu Anren suddenly rushed toward the corridor railing, about to jump down. "Ah!" Yi Zi yelled, "No!" Qin Lang immediately activated the time stop skill. Everything around him froze, even Chu Anren, whose feet were already off the ground. Qin Lang rushed over, lifted Chu Anren up, and placed her on the ground. What terrible secret was hiding in Donghu High School? Jumping off a building just because of bad grades? What made him feel somewhat pained was, 200 mental power just disappeared like that. Hopefully, he could get some useful information from this Chu Anren, otherwise, it would really be a waste. 5 seconds later, time resumed its flow. Ah! Seeing Qin Lang catch Chu Anren, everyone sighed in relief. However, they were also puzzled. How could Qin Lang be so fast and skillful when Chu Anren was about to jump? Chu Anren cried loudly against Qin Lang's shoulder, "Teacher." Su Hu was furious. "You little girl, come here. Are you still trying to die by jumping off a building? Do you think that will solve the problem? Teacher Qin, please hand her over to me." What a joke. If you take her back and kill her, wasn't I saving her for nothing? Just as Qin Lang was about to refuse, Chu Anren suddenly whispered something to him. Chapter 36, The Provincial Meeting. Qin Lang was slightly stunned. By the time he reacted, Chu Anren had already been pulled away by Su Hu. Chu Anren looked back at Qin Lang, and this time her eyes were filled with hope and expectation. Qin Lang pressed his lips together and remained silent as he turned to enter the office. Yeezy said, "The secrets hidden in this school are probably more than just that old house. We must figure out these mysteries as soon as possible, or else, we might also be in danger. Last night nothing happened when we arrived, but tonight might be different." Based on their previous experiences, dangerous things would happen once night fell in the instance. Like when Qin Lang was in the Fengmen village instance, all kinds of weird things happened at night. It was certain that something would happen tonight. They must gather as many clues as possible before dark. Lu Jiu also agreed, "Isn't that right? Students are jumping off buildings just for bad grades. What is this about? In a moment, when I grade the papers, I'll try to give high scores, otherwise, I really can't take it. After grading, I'll go around the school nearby to see what's going on." Qin Lang shook his head. "No, give them all low scores. If there are points to deduct, deduct them, deduct as much as possible. Even if their handwriting is ugly, they should still get low scores." LV Xinlan protested, "Do you have any conscience? You know how important grades are to students, yet you want to torment them like this? What if innocent people die later? What will happen to our scores?" Qin Lang asked, "Killing indiscriminately will lower the scores?" Zhang Haoren scoffed, "You don't even know this? You must be a rookie. The instance will score us strictly according to our actions. If any innocent people are killed, it will lower the final scores and rewards, and may even lead to system penalties. If we could kill people indiscriminately, I would have started a massacre on my first day here. What are we even playing house for?" Qin Lang remembered that, in the Fengmen village instance, besides players, everything else was weird, so killing more didn't matter. But in this school, there hadn't been a single weird occurrence yet. Qin Lang added, "No, I will still grade them low. If they can't handle the pressure and die, that's their problem, I'm not forcing them." After saying this, he picked up his test papers and went to a corner to grade. Lu Jiu looked at Yeezy, "What should we do?" Yeezy hesitated for a moment and then said, "Do as Qin Lang said, grade them low and be strict." Soon, the weekly test results came out, and the scores for the entire third year were dismal. Especially in the math papers graded by Qin Lang, nearly half of the 200 students failed. After the test papers were returned, the students expressed their emotions in extreme agitation and dissatisfaction. "Teacher, I only got the answer wrong on this question, all the other steps were right, why did I get 0? Wasn't it said that even writing a solution would earn 2 points? Teacher, you can't do this." Faced with the noisy shouts, Qin Lang took out the black dog blood dagger and slammed it directly onto the table. "This is how I'm grading the papers, who agrees, who disagrees?" The students in the class, seeing the oddly shaped dagger, immediately fell silent. Qin Lang said, "If you keep talking, I'll send you to speak with Director Su and Principal He. Do you want to rebel?" Mentioning Su Hu and He Jinpeng, these students all became quiet as a mouse, their eyes filled with fear. A few, looking at their papers, started crying uncontrollably. Qin Lang pretended not to see and was too lazy to discuss the test papers, telling them to study on their own. By the afternoon, the scores had already been tallied up. Because of the strict grading by Qin Lang and others, many who were previously in the top 50 of the grade fell off the list. He Jinpeng turned on the broadcasting system, his tone very severe. "The results of this exam are quite unsatisfactory. Many students have seriously regressed, which shows that you are not responsible for your future, not serious. You cannot be so lax before the college entrance examination. Those who were in the top 50 before but have now dropped out of 50, and those who have been out of 50 for 2 consecutive times, all go to the back mountain for the reflection conference." After the broadcast ended, many students cried even harder and began to rise and walk out. Qin Lang stopped a girl and asked, "What does this reflection conference mean?" The girl was crying uncontrollably. "I reflect on myself 3 times a day, the reflection conference is for self-examination." "Teacher, you're too heartless. I shouldn't have to go." Qin Lang asked again, "I didn't ask you for the literal meaning, I'm asking what this reflection conference is for." The girl bit her lip, shot a resentful glance at Qin Lang, and quickly left the classroom. Without saying a word, Qin Lang was about to follow her. But Su Hu's figure appeared again. "Teacher Qin, you should keep an eye on the remaining students studying, where do you think you're going?" There was a hint of threat and warning in his voice. Xinlang said, "It's nothing, I need to pee, is it okay if I go to the bathroom?" Suhu was taken aback and didn't say another word, giving Xinlang a way to pass. Xinlang took 2 steps, then turned back to ask Suhu, "Director Su, where is Chuanren?" "I haven't seen her." Suhu bluntly replied, "Her behavior constitutes a serious violation, I've sent her home to reflect." Xinlang smiled slightly, then walked towards the restroom at the end of the hallway. Standing by the window next to the restroom, Xinlang clearly saw the students marching orderly towards the back mountain. With no adults watching, with He Jinpeng and Suhu absent, they marched into the mountains, obedient like sheep. Xinlang sneered and walked downstairs. Suhu suddenly appeared again, asking, "Teacher Qin, where exactly are you trying to go? Don't you want to follow the rules?" Xinlang stared at Suhu, asking, "Why are there so few students in senior year while there are so many in freshmen and sophomores? I've checked in the office, your annual enrollment for freshmen is very fixed, around 400. So why in senior year are there only half left? Why have so many people never made it to senior year?" Suhu's face changed, and he couldn't help but swallow. Xinlang continued to press, "Also, what's the purpose of this reflection conference these students are attending?" Suhu's face had turned quite ugly. "What does this have to do with you? You're just here temporarily to help, why bother with so much? Now, you go back to your work position." Xinlang walked up to him, smiling, "If you don't tell me, I have my ways to make you talk." Suhu's eyes flashed menacingly, "What? Do you want to fight?" He reached his hand into his pocket. Before Suhu could grab whatever was in his pocket, Xinlang dashed forward, directly pinning him to the ground. Suhu was still about to shout, when Xinlang pressed a black dog blood dagger against his throat. "If you make a sound, I will kill you. I am not a teacher at all, don't expect me to reason with you." Suhu gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I won't shout, just let me go first, it hurts." Xinlang did not release him immediately, but pressed him against the wall of the corridor and reached into his pocket. In Suhu's pocket, there was a hard object, and when he took it out, it turned out to be a small pistol. This pistol was not loaded with bullets, but with a shorter crossbow, similar to a hidden weapon used in martial arts novels. Xinlang leaned close to the gun and sniffed it, laughing, "Wow, it's a full narcotic. Looks like you often use this trick on students?" Suhu was sweating coldly, then said, "Let's go to the office. I will explain to you." Of course, Xinlang wanted to go to the office with him, but before that, he needed to call Yizi and Lu Jiu. There was no choice, he needed to inhale the scent of women to prevent that strange illness from relapsing. Even knowing that there might be members of the unrighteous society among Yizi and Lu Jiu, he could only temporarily choose to trust them. After all, where had Su Mubai and Su Miao gone? "Where are you guys?" Arriving at Suhu's office, Xinlang waited for the 3 to sit around him. Yizi asked, "Xinlang, should we go check out that spirit body conference first? Those students won't be in danger, right?" Xinlang was somewhat speechless. What did their lives have to do with you? He shook his head and said, "Don't worry, they are about to take the college entrance examination, the school won't let them die easily." He looked at Suhu, "Now tell me. Answer my first question, why are there so many students who die when entering their 3rd year of high school?" Suhu swallowed hard and said, It's the old ancestors' rule." He said that Donghu High School only needs 200 people to participate in the college entrance examination each year, the rest don't need to, just stay here as human pillars. Lu Jiu frowned, "Human pillars? What does that mean?" Suhu shook his head, "I don't know either, the old ancestor said that as long as they stay, the school will keep producing college students, and there might even be talents for Qingbei. As the old ancestor said, although our school isn't great, the students can still get into college, which is already a blessing for a small place like ours." Xinlang directly interrupted him, "Who is the old ancestor?" Suhu said, "The old ancestor is just the old ancestor, I have never seen him." Lu Jiu was speechless, "You believe in something you've never seen?" Suhu retorted, "So many people believe in God and Buddha, have they really seen Jesus and Buddha?" Lu Jiu was suddenly at a loss for words. Xinlang asked again, "Has the principal seen the old ancestor?" Suhu was taken aback, then nodded, "Yes. The old principal has also seen him, many important matters in our school need the old ancestor to decide." And Suhu began to say something, but hesitated, "It's nothing." Xinlang revealed his dagger, "Keep talking. Otherwise, I will cut off your fingers one by one." Yizi and Lu Jiu exchanged glances. This Xinlang really is ruthless. Suhu hurriedly said, "At the Spirit Body Conference, the old ancestor will also appear. Poor performing students will receive the old ancestor's teachings and admonitions, and the results are quite good. Our school's performance is getting better every year. Last year, we even had a top scorer, but unfortunately he died on the way back." Xinlang, Lu Jiu, and Yizi exchanged glances. It seemed that this so-called old ancestor was the one behind all the happenings at Donghu High School. It sounded a lot like the leader of a cult. But the problem was, what this old ancestor was doing was actually pushing students to study hard. Is there really such a boring cult leader in the world? Seeing that Qin Lang and the others were silent, Suhu timidly asked, can I leave now? Qin Lang smiled again. You think you can leave just like that? Are you going to complain to the principal? You need to divulge a little more juicy information first. What is really inside that old house in the middle of the playground? Upon hearing this, Suhu quickly waved his hands. I don't know. I really don't know. Don't ask. Don't ask. He was sweating on his forehead, his words in a jumble, constantly repeating these simple phrases. Qin Lang was about to step forward to press him for answers when suddenly, he saw a mass of white mist appear behind Suhu. The white mist quickly solidified into a strange shape, the head, torso, and limbs slowly taking form. With a head like a wolf and a fox, one hand long and one short, but the feet like chicken claws, it seemed to be some kind of evil creature roughly stitched together. There's something strange. Qin Lang swiftly drew his ghost-slaying sword and charged towards the monster formed from the white mist. The white mist eerily opened its mouth and bit down fiercely onto Suhu's shoulder. Ah! Suhu let out a heartbreaking scream, and then a massive spurt of blood sprayed out, splattering the walls with large patches of red. This abnormal amount of blood even surprised Qin Lang. The white mist smiled eerily, revealing a sinister grin towards Qin Lang. It's you watching us from behind. Qin Lang swung his ghost-slaying sword directly down. The white mist reached out its hand and shockingly caught the ghost-slaying sword in one go. The malevolent energy on the sword burst forth, scattering the white mist's hands. The white mist looked panicked, retreating continuously. Qin Lang pressed closer again, his movements becoming even quicker. The white mist suddenly condensed together, and the next second transformed back into a human form. Qin Lang was about to chop down again, but when he saw the new form of the white mist, he couldn't help but shout out. Miss Su! The white mist had actually turned into Su Mubai's appearance. Qin Lang, quickly save me! Qin Lang stopped his movements. Had Su Mubai been caught by the weirdness here? Suddenly, a voice from deep within him echoed, Brother, you are too fixated. Look closely. What exactly is that? This voice sounded like a loud bell, waking Qin Lang up. The earlier white mist had also disappeared. Qin Lang opened his eyes again, only to find Yi standing in front of him. Yi was spitting blood, barely using a paper fan to block Qin Lang's ghost-slaying sword. Behind her, Lu Jiu held a demon-slaying staff, staring fiercely at Qin Lang. What do you want? If you don't stop, I will not be polite. Yi shouted, Little Lu, put down your weapon. Mr. Qin's eyes seemed to have returned to normal. Qin Lang's breathing became rapid. What happened? Lu Jiu gritted his teeth. How can you still ask? Look at your feet. Qin Lang looked down and couldn't help but be startled again. He found a pile of soft, bloody flesh on the ground. Suhu had actually been killed by him. What's going on? Lu Jiu said, What else do you want to say? Just now, you drew your knife and hacked at him, we couldn't stop it. Now he's dead, what do you expect us to do? If the principal finds out, how will we stay in this school? If they take action against us, we can't just kill them, then we will be in a passive position. Aren't you asking for trouble? Faced with Lu Jiu's accusations, Qin Lang didn't pay much attention and didn't respond. His mind was swelling. Everything that had just happened felt more real than the illusions he had encountered before. What exactly was going on? Was it because this instance was too powerful in its strangeness? If it could affect his consciousness and create illusions, why hadn't it acted against him? Yi asked forward, Qin Lang, are you okay? Qin Lang suddenly asked out of the blue, have you read Journey to the West? Yi was taken aback, huh? Qin Lang said, when Sun Wukong deals with some minor monsters and small gods, he can use his magic to make them feel sleepy, or faint, and even use his 72 transformations to confuse them. Why can he do this? Lu Jiu pulled Yi close to him. Yi, let's stay away from him, this guy might really be abnormal. Qin Lang said to himself, because Sun Wukong is stronger than them, his spells and powers are more impressive than theirs. So he can do whatever he wants to those weaker than him. Yi asked, so what? What conclusion did you come to? Qin Lang did not answer but continued to ask, yet there are many gods and monsters stronger than him, why didn't they knock Sun Wukong out? For example, Tai Shang Lao Jun, his circle is so powerful, why couldn't he subdue Sun Wukong during the Great Heavenly Riot, yet later on the journey for scriptures, his ox made Sun Wukong suffer a lot? The reason is simple, everything is fake. Yi and Lu Jiu both questioned, huh? Qin Lang shook off the blood from the Ghost Slayer knife and said, the Great Heavenly Riot was a setup by the Jade Emperor to settle scores, the scripture journey was designed by the Buddha to prove his strength. Everything is fake, everything was calculated and arranged. From the very beginning, what Sun Wukong could do or could not do was not up to him. Those stronger than him did not go after him simply because they hadn't given their all. Fake. Everything is fake. After saying that, Qin Lang carried the knife and walked out. Yi asked, Qin Lang, what are you going to do? Qin Lang reached the doorway and said, do I need to say? To that provincial meeting, I want to see who this so-called ancestor is. I want to see what is really true. Yi was about to stop him, but Qin Lang had already dashed out. Lu Jiu held his head in his hands. Oh no, if he messes everything up, what will we do if we anger the boss? We currently have no clues or tools collected, isn't this a disaster? Yi frowned, thought for a moment, and said, at this point, we can only find a way to follow him and see. Maybe we can stop Qin Lang. Lu Jiu pulled her back and directly closed the office door. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Yi was full of confusion. Lu Jiu shouted, Yi, are you out of your mind? Did Qin Lang brainwash you with nonsense? Do you trust him that much? He's gone insane. Yi helplessly said, then what do you suggest we do? Lu Jiu said, now we can only go discuss with LV Xinlan and the others. But before that, we need to handle Suhu's body, otherwise, if the principal finds out, it will be a mess. We can only act against the strange things. Suddenly, Lu Jiu looked out the window, surprised, oh no, the sun is setting. As the sun set, night fell. The slaughter time of the instance began. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Director Su, are you there? An old voice came from outside. Lu Jiu and Yi exchanged glances. Yi raised her fan and vigorously waved it toward the ground. A swift strong wind swept through, and Suhu's body, along with the blood on the ground, was magically drawn together and shrunk under the desk. Lu Jiu opened the door and found an old woman standing outside. If Qin Lang were there, he would have immediately recognized her. It was the old woman who appeared on the long-distance bus. And behind the old woman stood two black-robed figures. But in Lu Jiu and Yi's eyes, there was only that one old woman outside the door. Lu Jiu asked, elderly lady, what brings you here? The old woman spoke, oh, you see, I'm a helper in the cafeteria. I wanted to ask Director Su about something. I've been looking for him for a long time but haven't seen him. Have you seen him? Lu Jiu nervously shook her head. Director Su just took leave to go home. He said he won't be back until tomorrow. The old woman looked at her with suspicion. Lu Jiu swallowed hard. What's wrong, elderly lady? You don't believe me? Of course I don't believe it. The old woman stared straight into the office. Isn't he standing right behind you? As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Jiu and Yi felt a chill down their spines. The two turned their heads and found that Suhu, who had just been cut in half by Qin Lang, was unexpectedly standing up. He was using his hands to hold on to his exposed intestines, his head twisting at an unbelievable angle. The other half of his body was also standing, moving restlessly as if trying to reunite with the half that still had a head. He. Suhu's body was continuously bleeding, his mouth twisted, emitting a feeble laugh of a person. Lu Jiu and Yi immediately realized, it's a weirdness. This old woman must have something wrong with her too. Lu Jiu and Yi hurriedly took out their weapons, preparing to split up to deal with them. Ha! Where's the person? Lu Jiu had just taken out the demon-slaying staff when he realized that the old woman had vanished at some point. Yi pulled Lu Jiu and ran outside. No matter what, we shouldn't stay here. This teaching building is strange, we can talk once we get outside. But as soon as they stepped outside, a piercing scream came from below. Ah! At that moment, Qin Lang had already run to the back mountain. After crossing a small hill, Qin Lang stopped again after running a few steps. Bai Chi's voice rang out again, asking, what's wrong? Qin Lang turned around, revealing a triumphant smile toward the school as he said, of course, I'm running back. Chapter 39, Warfare is Deception. Bai Chi looked puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be looking for some ancestor? Qin Lang laughed. You used to lead troops, didn't you? Warfare is deception. I just want to make it clear to what's hidden in the school. I want them to know I went to the back mountain. But my true target is that old house in the school playground. After hearing this, Bai Chi understood. So, everything you just said to those two women was all an act? You want to prove that you've gone mad, so they'll let their guard down? Qin Lang nodded. You're only half right. I do want the people behind to think I've lost my mind. But what I said wasn't false. The whole story of Journey to the West is a carefully arranged performance by the gods and demons. When I entered this instance, I was already suppressed by a mysterious, powerful, indescribable force. As long as I'm at the school, I'll be influenced by it. Bai Chi asked again, then if you go back now, wouldn't it know about you? Qin Lang laughed. You're wrong about that. I've already made arrangements. After saying this, he whistled to the sky. Soon, a shadow with wings began to rush towards Qin Lang. Darling. Xiao Chen tightly embraced Qin Lang. I haven't seen you for almost 24 hours. I thought I was going to die without you. Qin Lang was nearly gasping for breath from her ample bosom. Cough cough, alright, hurry and take me flying. Also, tell me what you found from last night until now. Last night, after releasing Xiao Chun, his task for her was to monitor the entire campus and surroundings from the air. Xiao Chun smiled, okay. Darling, after the deed is done, you have to reward me with a lollipop. It would be even better if there's milk. Qin Lang. Bai Qi laughed, impressive, you even have a way to fly back. Big brother, your brain is quite clever. Did you anticipate this step when you let this succubus out last night? Xiao Chun immediately squatted down and said, come on, darling, just hop on and ride me, use your natural weapon to spur me forward. Qin Lang would rather walk back. Xiao Chun took off with Qin Lang on her back, quickly reaching high above the school. All the way, Xiao Chun told Qin Lang about her findings. Last night, in the middle of the night, a group of students ran out of the dormitories. They headed straight for the back mountain. Again with the back mountain. It seems to be closely related to that so-called ancestor. Qin Lang asked, did you follow them to take a look? Xiao Chun said, yes, from far away, I saw the students running to an empty space on the back hill. As Xiao Chun described the scene, goosebumps rose on her arms. 800 first and second year students gathered in an open area, each holding a book in hand. In the center of the open area stood a huge statue of Confucius, and the students began to surround the statue, quietly reading aloud from their books. The scene looked quite eerie, all the students seemed like emotionless machines, their eyes incredibly hollow. After the reading ended, a few students voluntarily came to the statue of Confucius to confess their sins. Some said they shouldn't have fallen in love early, some said they climbed over walls to go out, and others said their grades had dropped recently, and so on. Once these students finished speaking of their wrongdoings, they began to bow repeatedly to the statue. They chanted, Grand Ancestor, spare us. Grand Ancestor, spare us. I will definitely study hard and bring glory to the school. They kept bowing and apologizing, even until their foreheads bled, they did not stop. Then, one or two of those students suddenly floated off the ground, hovering in the air. Bang! With a loud sound, those two students were blown apart in the middle, and other body parts scattered all over the ground. The students who were not blown to pieces continued to bow, thank you, Grand Ancestor, for giving me this chance. I will study hard from now on. A plump woman stepped out from the crowd, cut off her head, and walked away. Following her was a short, stout man who stepped forward. It was the principal, He Jinpeng. He Jinpeng said, dear students, you are all part of the school, and also the pride of your parents in the future. You don't have parents to arrange jobs for you, no powerful connections, and no other road to take, only the way of studying hard. If you don't cherish the environment and opportunities the school gives you, you are wasting your own life. Rather than this, why not make a greater contribution? Now, come up to receive the rewards from the Grand Ancestor according to your rankings. Second-year students come first. As soon as he finished speaking, one by one the students stepped forward, first bowing to the statue of Confucius, then taking out a knife and cutting a piece of flesh from the bodies of their classmates who had been blown apart to eat. Once everyone had eaten a piece, the once living students had already become skeletons. After hearing this description, Qin Lang frowned. The statue of Confucius? Could their grand ancestor be Confucius? Bai Qi chuckled, Confucius? That corrupt Confucian from Kongqiu is worthy of being called a saint? Qin Lang then remembered, Bai Qi belonged to the school of warfare, and was a staunch enemy of Confucius's Confucianism. But leaving that aside, Qin Lang felt what Xiao Chun saw last night should be a province-shaping conference for the first and second year students. No wonder more than half of the students disappeared when they advanced to the third year. With the way this province-shaping conference kills several students each time, how many survivors can there be? What kind of process is the third-year province-shaping conference then? At this moment, Xiao Chun reminded, dear, we are at the school now. Bai Qi asked again, attacking from the sky is indeed a good method. But are you not afraid of the weirdness hidden in the school causing you to hallucinate? Qin Lang replied, no, I am 90% sure nothing will happen. Bai Qi asked, why? Qin Lang said, the No Path Society. Bai Qi, No Path Society? What does that have to do with them? Qin Lang said, so far, I have had hallucinations on 3 occasions. Once on the long-distance bus here, once in the cafeteria, and the third time just now in Su Hu's office. Did you not notice? Each time, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi were by my side. Bai Qi suddenly understood, it was them who were causing trouble. Qin Lang said, one of them must be a member of the No Path Society. Or maybe both of them are. The No Path Society is like this, they find a way to kill players. Then I will obtain his equipment and skills. I might have angered them by killing a member of the Dark Organization in the last instance. I don't even know what method they used to chase me so accurately. At this moment, Qin Lang noticed someone running out from the old house in the middle of the school playground. Had someone broken into the old house beforehand? What did he discover? Chapter 40, Mystery of the Old House. Because he flew too high, Jinhao couldn't clearly see who the person was, he could only vaguely distinguish that it was Zhang Haoren, who followed LV Xinlan. Zhang Haoren was moving very hurriedly, as if he was running for his life. Xiaochun, fly down a bit. Qin Lang ordered, just stop at the top of the teaching building. Xiaochun complied and dropped Qin Lang on the rooftop. Standing on the rooftop, Qin Lang finally saw clearly, it was indeed Zhang Haoren. Then, LV Xinlan, Wang Long, and others were on the other side of the playground, shouting Zhang Haoren's name loudly. Zhang Haoren's situation was very strange at this moment, he was biting down on his own ears, and blood was constantly spurting out from both sides of his face. His eyes were bulging wide open, and his running speed was getting faster and faster. He had numerous wounds on his body that looked like they had been clawed out by a beast, with some on his left arm so deep that the white bone was visible. Zhang Haoren ran frantically, his face filled with terror. LV Xinlan covered her eyes and cried out, "Ah! Haoren, what happened to you?" Wang Long stood in front of LV Xinlan and shouted, "Lan Lan, don't worry, I will protect you. Zhang Haoren has gone insane, let's hurry up and leave." Yi Zi and Lu Jiu also quickly ran down, "What's going on?" LV Xinlan tearfully explained the whole story. It turned out that they were preparing to search for clues hidden in the school when they noticed the old house on the playground. Wang Long said that the old house was unusual and shouldn't be entered recklessly. But Zhang Haoren said Wang Long was cowardly. So the two of them bet on who dared to go in the old house to find crucial clues would win. The loser could no longer approach LV Xinlan. Zhang Haoren charged inside just like that and ended up in this state. At this moment, Lu Jiu turned back and exclaimed in surprise, "What are these students doing?" Everyone turned around to see that the students in the teaching building had already come out, standing side by side in the corridor looking down. They didn't seem to find anything strange about the situation, instead, they were all incredibly calm. Zhang Haoren's arm muscles suddenly began to swell rapidly, becoming thicker than his thighs. Immediately afterward, Zhang Haoren started charging directly at LV Xinlan and the others. Wang Long quickly took out a bell and shook it continuously, chanting something at the same time. Upon hearing the sound of the bell, Zhang Haoren's back erupted with crimson streaks, as if something had stabbed him from behind. Wang Long increased the frequency of shaking the bell, and thick blue veins bulged on his forehead. Zhang Haoren howled in agony, knelt on the ground, his hands firmly pinned down by something. Wang Long gritted his teeth, what immense strength! What on earth did he see inside to become this violent? Yi Zi said, it seems, he is being controlled by something strange. Lu Jiu held the Demon Slayer staff, let me give it a try. She stepped in her high heels, leapt into the air, cursing a few times before she began to fiercely strike at the top of Zhang Haoren's head. From Zhang Haoren's wound suddenly emerged long whips made of bones, striking fiercely at Lu Jiu. Seeing this, Lu Jiu quickly threw the Demon Slayer staff into the air. Mox, Bazimaha. The Demon Slayer staff erupted in a burst of golden light, instantly knocking those bone whips away. Seeing her weapon working, Lu Jiu smiled immediately and began to chant louder. Aviroji Guru, that he Fulbaram. The golden light on the demon slaying staff became even more glaring, and the temperature around it kept rising, even the air began to twist. Zhang Haoren and the bone whip on him seemed to show signs of fear, wanting to retreat. At this moment, Wang Long suddenly shook the bell, trying once again to pin down Zhang Haoren. Seeing that they were about to subdue Zhang Haoren, Yi Zi and Lu Xinlan also breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, Yi Zi looked up again and felt a chill run down her spine. The eyes of those students looking over here became excited, their smiles more eerie and unsettling. Suddenly, an ear-piercing and terrifying scream came from the old house in the middle of the playground. This sound seemed to come from hell, appearing in the human world was like a huge mistake. Those who heard it felt the greatest fear of their lives, their legs growing weak. Wang Long and Lu Jiu also stopped their movements and spells. In their hearts, they simultaneously thought of the same thing, this might be their last day in the world. Ow! With another roar, Zhang Haoren punched down, creating a huge pit directly in the playground ground. The massive force generated shockwaves, even causing Lu Jiu to be knocked back more than 2 meters, breaking 2 ribs. Wang Long spat out blood, fell to the ground, and shouted, his power is too strong, I can't hold him down. Run! He's completely lost his mind now. Zhang Haoren pounded the ground violently, each blow causing a small-range earthquake. Seeing this, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu also gave up on the idea of a direct confrontation and chose to run in different directions. Faced with the terrifying scene of Zhang Haoren going mad, the students present were calm, as if watching a performance. Yi Zi yelled, classmates, run! Stop watching! But those students were soulless, staring straight at them with an eerie look. Zhang Haoren's eyes rolled back, showing a white mist, more terrifying than before, and the force of his punches grew stronger. Ow ow ow! Zhang Haoren almost smashed the playground to pieces, and still unsatisfied, he aimed at the teaching building and charged forward in a flash. Is he going to attack the students? Yeezy shouted, quick, save them. But no one responded to her. At this moment, it was already difficult to protect oneself, who had time to save any students? And it was clear that these students were not normal. At this time, a figure flashed in front of Zhang Haoran. Qin Lang raised his demon-slaying knife, the corners of his mouth curling up. Your style is quite unique. Yi and Lu Jiao were surprised. Qin Lang? Didn't you go to the provincial body conference? Zhang Haoran opened his mouth to roar, seemingly telling Qin Lang to get lost. Qin Lang chuckled. What are you so excited about? Don't worry, I have an idea of what you want to do. But you have to answer me a few questions first. Zhang Haoran shouted loudly, and the bone whip on him was also getting ready to launch a forceful attack. Yi raised her paper fan. Qin Lang, let me help you. He must be planning to attack the students, we can't let him go up. Lu Jiao spat on the ground, didn't see it coming, this Qin guy has a bit of a conscience. But unexpectedly, Qin Lang continued to speak to Zhang Haoran as if he hadn't heard anything. Oh? Not speaking up, huh? Then I'll just go upstairs now. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to kill these students one by one. Yi was shocked. What? Chapter 41, The Mutated Monster. Qin Lang's words shocked everyone again. Yi questioned, Qin Lang, what are you saying? Why do you want to attack the students? Others were also confused. Just moments ago, the fierce Zhang Haoran was suddenly stunned. Qin Lang smiled and said, now you know to be good, huh? Listen, if you don't tell me what's in that old house, I'll really make a move. Staring at Zhang Haoran with red eyes let out a few low growls. Qin Lang did not waste words and directly grabbed a student, raising his knife to chop down. Zhang Haoran roared, appearing particularly anxious. Yi flung the paper fan in her hand, hitting Qin Lang's ghost-slaying knife heavily. Qin Lang felt a wave of soreness and numbness in his arm and paused momentarily. Yi was angry. Qin Lang, are you really crazy? Why attack innocent students? They must be controlled by something. Qin Lang replied, this monster was not originally targeting the students, can't you see that? Yi looked puzzled. What? From what just happened, Zhang Haoran was indeed going to attack the students. Qin Lang stated, I just watched him upstairs, although he was fighting you, his eyes were always on the principal's office. Upon hearing these words, Yi and the others seemed to understand something. Yeah, where is Principal He Jinpeng? Could this matter also relate to him? Wang Long asked, then how do you know this monster won't attack the students? Even if it doesn't attack the students, what significance does killing a student have for it? Qin Lang replied, I can't tell you that right now. There must be someone among you who belongs to the Wudao Society. I don't want to share such important clues. While Wang Long and others were battling Zhang Haoran, Qin Lang quietly approached the old house from the other side of the playground. At a distance of 2 meters, he activated his X-ray vision and saw the situation inside the old house. At that moment, Qin Lang felt he had understood everything. Zhang Haoran roared, kill him, must kill him. Qin Lang said, He Jinpeng is not here now. He has already gone to the provincial body conference, go to the back mountain to find him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoran immediately turned around and rushed out. Lu Xinlan asked, Haoran he? Wang Long said, Zhang Haoran is already dead. Now this is just a shell parasitized by the bazaar. At this moment, Yi and Lu Jiao exchanged glances. Yi asked, Qin Lang, you just mentioned the Wudao Society, why do you say there are members of the Wudao Society here? Qin Lang glanced at both of them but did not answer. He turned to those students and shouted, hey! Get out here! One of the boys stepped forward and, without opening his mouth, made a sound, Mr. Qin. Qin Lang said, gather all the students around that old house and stand in a circle. The resentful spirit hesitated and said, but that house. Qin Lang shouted, if I tell you to go, then go. The resentful spirit had to comply, yes. Then, one by one, the students quickly bowed their heads and moved downstairs towards the old house. Yi asked, Qin Lang, what do you mean by this? That house is clearly so dangerous. Qin Lang sneered, dangerous? I'll show you what true danger is. His gaze turned towards the distance. As the resentful spirit guided the students towards the playground, a stooped figure blocked their way. The old woman tapped the ground with her cane and said, go back. Don't you know it's class time? When the resentful spirit saw the old woman, it seemed to remember some bad memories, its controlling ability and emotions became very strange and unstable, and the students showed uneasy expressions. Qin Lang walked over and said, old lady, we meet again. The old woman stared at Qin Lang, chuckling, young man, not killing you back then was indeed my mistake. It's been a year, hope you are well. Qin Lang smiled and said, what nonsense are you talking? What year? I've only been here for 2 days. The old woman frowned, 2 days? What do you mean? I remember our last meeting was a year ago. Qin Lang sighed, indeed. Everything is fake. You still haven't figured this all out, no wonder you can't get out. So absurd, truly absurd. The old woman widened her eyes, what do you know? What are you talking about? Qin Lang said, you've actually been trying to stop these students from leaving this school all along. The old woman was stunned, staring blankly at Qin Lang. Yi Zi was even more confused. Qin Lang, what on earth are you talking about? Qin Lang spoke again, this old woman is talking about something that happened a year ago, a tragedy at Donghu High School. After the college entrance examination ended, 200 high school seniors fell off a cliff on their way back to school, ultimately dying an untimely death. And the instigator was this old woman. She got on the bus halfway, using the opportunity to start a fire, causing the vehicle to lose control, leading to the students' deaths. At this moment, the vengeful spirits spoke up, questioning the old woman, why did you do this? What offense did we commit against you? Who are you to treat us this way? Almost 1,000 students voiced their outrage simultaneously, their united voices deafening. But the old woman said nothing. Qin Lang continued, okay, you should make your identity clear now. You caused the deaths of 200 students returning to school last year, your goal wasn't to harm them, but to prevent them from harming others, right? Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked again. Lu Jiu exclaimed in astonishment, Qin Lang, what are you saying? What do you mean by not letting the students harm others? Qin Lang didn't respond but stared at the old woman, seemingly waiting for her to speak. The old woman asked, what else do you know? Qin Lang shrugged, as things stand, that's about it. Once I learned of the existence of the top scholar soup, I could roughly guess how it is impossible for students from this school to be normal. The top scholar soup has been brewed since last year, which means that the exam candidates who drank it and took the test are those who died in the car accident last year. You just so happen to have killed them, this can't be a coincidence. You're trying to prevent them from graduating and leaving, aren't you? The old woman laughed, you really are unexpected for the ancestor. Unfortunately, you are no match for him. Young man, it's best to leave here soon. Otherwise, you will die. Chapter 42 The First Principle. Qin Lang said, if there weren't other matters, I wouldn't want to stay in this ghost place. Now, you have to tell me what you know. The old woman sighed, okay, these people were indeed harmed by me. What they drank was not the top scholar soup, but a drug that allows possession in the human body. All of this was what the ancestor told me to do. It is a sin. Lu Jiu said, you did something so evil and still dare to mention sin? Who exactly is that ancestor? Just then, behind the old woman, 2 men in black robes appeared. This time, unlike before, everyone could see them. Ah! Yi Zi and others jumped in fright, thinking more strange occurrences were happening. The old woman turned around, her pupils dilating, you are. One of the men in black spoke, addressing the old woman, Li Chunhua, you assisted others in cultivating evil spirits, unlawfully killed souls, and disturbed the order of the underworld, today you shall face death. You shall have a place in the 18 layers of hell. Li Chunhua? Yi Zi looked at the old woman, is this your name? It sounds familiar. Hearing the man in black speak, Li Chunhua smiled in relief. So hell really exists in this world. Qin Lang looked at the 2 men in black, you are the legendary Yama messengers, right? The first man in black said, indeed, there have been a large number of people who died wrongfully before their time, we were sent here to investigate. But we didn't expect that instead of becoming ghosts, they were turned into something else. This matter is too strange, we are here to investigate on orders. Qin Lang, you have uncovered the true culprit this time, preventing them from causing harm to the world, this is truly a great achievement. I will request a merit for you with the higher-ups, seeking a reward. Qin Lang said, the matter isn't resolved yet, I need to hear Li Chunhua reveal the clues she knows. The man in black hesitated for a moment, then said, we were originally going to take her away immediately, but I'll give you this favor now. Yi Zi and the others dared not breathe. To earn such respect from the spectral messengers, Qin Lang truly had a formidable presence. That being said, it was their first time encountering spectral messengers in the instance. Qin Lang turned to Yi Zi and the others, saying, step back a little. Lu Jiu retorted, hey, why should we? Can't we just listen from the side? Qin Lang coldly replied, I've already said it before, if any of you are from the Wudao Society, I will not cooperate or share information with you. This clue was found by me, why should I let you eavesdrop? Lu Xinlan pouted, saying, how stingy. You're strong, but can you really clear this instance all by yourself? Qin Lang said, that's none of your business. As long as you are here, I won't let Li Chunhua continue. Or, shall we have a fight? You can choose. Wan Long's face displayed dissatisfaction, pulling out a bell, seemingly wanting to forcefully contest. Yi Zi stopped the agitated Lu Jiu and Wan Long, saying, forget it, if Qin Lang doesn't trust us, there's nothing we can do. We all know what the Wudao society is like, no need to put him in a difficult position. This clue indeed has nothing to do with us, Xin Lang has the right to decide who can listen and who cannot. Seeing Yi Zi say this, Lu Jiu could only huff and turn to walk away. Yi Zi said to Xin Lang, I understand your thoughts, but you really are too suspicious. If there were members of the Wudao society among us, why haven't they acted all this time? Moreover, the Wudao society's goal is to trap players. From the beginning of this instance until now, have we done anything to you? Instances require cooperation to succeed, you could learn to trust others, starting with us? Xin Lang did not respond directly, only giving her his back. Yi Zi sighed and laughed. At this moment, Li Chunhua finally spoke, Xin Lang, though I don't know how you found out, you must know what is in the house, right? Xin Lang nodded, that's right. Then you know my identity, right? Yes, you are the first principal of Donghu High School. Xin Lang said, in other words, you are He Jinpeng's grandmother. Through his X-ray vision, Xin Lang saw 3 old photos in that old house, one of which was Li Chunhua's. Beneath the photo was a line of text, Principal Li Chunhua, 1977 to 1997. She served as the principal of Donghu for 20 years until her passing. In other words, this old lady has actually been dead for nearly 40 years. Li Chunhua sighed, actually, all of this is my fault. This old house was originally the classroom of Donghu High School. That year, Li Chunhua was sent down to the countryside, and then the college entrance exam was restored. But she didn't get into college, so she stayed to become a rural teacher. The school expanded, teaching from elementary to junior high. Donghu Primary School also became Donghu Middle School. Many nearby villages had children who couldn't afford school, and many were left behind kids. Li Chunhua urged them one by one to come here to study, hoping to help them change their faith through knowledge. With the government later announcing free compulsory education, students could afford to go to junior high. However, when it came time for high school, they still had no way. Li Chunhua then stepped up again, saying she would start a high school so these students could go to college, fulfilling her uncompleted dream. Unfortunately, her abilities were limited, the students' grades did not improve, and the county refused to support them, leading the school's teaching quality to decline. Li Chunhua knew very well that she no longer had the ability to hold on. The county considered it and simply decided to cancel Donghu High School, establishing a new public school to better accommodate the children. But Li Chunhua held an obsession, believing she could surely teach out college students. Back then, when Donghu High School was about to be shut down, I lost my mind and, listening to others, invited a statue, saying this would bless the children in the mountains to get into university, even to become top scholars. Though the statue was brought back, and indeed the students' grades improved, the school was saved, but... Xin Lang asked, that statue, it's the Confucius statue placed on the back mountain, right? Li Chunhua nodded. Recalling the past, Li Chunhua still felt a shiver, she said, inviting a god is easy, but sending them away is hard. I found out later that it wasn't even a Confucius statue but a monster. Every year, before the school year and major exams, I would bring the students to pray and offer incense to it. I never expected that this would use up a lot of incense for it, and it became tangible, even able to give me dreams later. That was when I and the children in this school fell into a complete nightmare. Chapter 43: The Origin of the Ancestor. Li Chunhua did not know what kind of monster was inside that Confucius statue. One night, the monster sent Li Chunhua a dream, saying that now those students could do even better, and there could even be top students who get into Qingbei, and even become top scholars. This was a tremendous honor for Li Chunhua. She felt that if her school, among her students, produced someone who got into Qingbei, her life would be worth it. At this point, Li Chunhua couldn't help but kneel and cry. Xin Lang coldly stared at her and asked, what did you promise it? Li Chunhua said, it said as long as I select suitable students as sacrifices from some of them, let the other high-scoring students eat their flesh, their intelligence would become sharper. The more they eat, the faster their grades would rise. At first, I was reluctant, but it said if those students failed to get into university, they would be trapped in this big mountain forever, just like me. What's the meaning of such a life? All kinds of things are inferior, only studying high. Xin Lang sighed, and then you agreed. Li Chunhua cried even louder. I was really foolish. I actually agreed to it. At that moment, all I could think was, I was once a top student, it was the times that let me down, it was this society that let me down. I could have gone to university back then, my classmates around me all got in, why couldn't I? I just wanted to prove, I am not worse than others. Xin Lang shook his head, saying, it's not just like that, you think that if you can be let down, if life can be cut short, then why can't others? Li Chunhua, you didn't even want to cultivate these children into talents, you just treated them as tools. Li Chunhua lay on the ground, crying even harder. Yes. That's right. I became a devil from that moment. I followed what it said, cast spells on the students, letting them eat their classmates' flesh with peace, letting them understand this is survival of the fittest. After the students who were made into sacrifices died, I helped it kill those ghosts, becoming one after another. Because they don't belong to the 6 realms, even the underworld won't easily notice. The underworld messenger corrected at this time, it's not that they can't notice, but there's no need to use a bull to kill a chicken. For this little matter, the 2 of us are enough, why bother making a big deal out of it? Qin Lang then asked Li Chunhua, so many people have died in the school, don't the students' parents know? Li Chunhua said, these left-behind children live here, and nobody cares at all. If their parents cared for them often, how could so many left-behind children end up on the wrong path? Even if those children's parents come looking, as long as they eat that flesh and let them be controlled, there won't be any problems. With the appearance of the top scholar soup, this method became even more convenient, easily allowing to infest the students in body and mind. Qin Lang glanced at the students behind him who were infested and said, you really are. That monster also told me, since they will eventually become trash in society, why not let them provide more value? I am such a jerk. I actually believed him. Qin Lang continued to ask calmly, you also ate the flesh of those students, right? Li Chunhua gritted his teeth and nodded, yes, he said that this way I could live, he extended my life and promised to let me see a top student from Qingbei at Donghu High. Qin Lang looked at the 2 Grim Reapers, eating human flesh can extend life? The Grim Reaper replied, I cannot answer that. Qin Lang smiled softly. Not denying it actually indicated the problem. Li Chunhua said, I can't turn back now. All I can do is help it recruit more students, letting more students become its sacrifices. Last year, I just couldn't bear it anymore, I finally went crazy and killed those children. But it just wouldn't let me go, saying that I had to collect the bones of those children to make a top student soup. As Li Chunhua spoke to this point, he didn't want to continue and could only cry out loudly. Qin Lang, with a blank expression, said, what does that ancestor look like, and how powerful is he? Li Chunhua replied, I don't know. I've never seen his face. My son, daughter-in-law, and grandson are also like me, becoming his slaves, unable to persuade him. Now it's fine, I can finally leave. Mr. Qin, since you can end all this, please. Qin Lang said, you don't need to say such things, making you seem like a righteous person leaving behind a legacy. From beginning to end, you are the one who deserves to die the most. If it weren't so, why would you still attack me on the way here? Where did all those teachers go? Can you make it clear? You clearly want to keep living. I'll ask you one last question, besides us, who else have you seen? Are there 2 girls who arrived at the school? Li Chunhua was slightly stunned upon hearing this, girls? No. At this moment, one of the Grim Reapers spoke, all right, the time has come. It's time to go. After speaking, he pulled out a thick black chain from his robe and directly looped it around Li Chunhua's neck. The Grim Reaper continued, Qin Lang, you have helped us a great deal this time and made a significant contribution. This so-called ancestor's monster is probably something only you can subdue. We won't let you work for nothing, nor will we let you do it alone. Another Grim Reaper in black robes stepped forward. The Grim Reaper who locked people up said, he can be your assistant. Once the task is accomplished, we will reward you generously. Qin Lang glanced at the black-robed Grim Reaper, thinking his combat power should be decent, perhaps he wouldn't need to call on Bai Qi. And the Grim Reapers should have some property resistance to deal with these strange things, right? Nice, you guys are quite considerate. Qin Lang said, then I'll take care of this matter. The Grim Reaper who locked people up nodded slightly, and then a dark tunnel appeared in front of him, filled with whales. At that moment, Li Chunhua trembled and asked, I have taught for many years, I just took a wrong path for a moment, I shouldn't suffer too much, right? I can still be reincarnated as a person, right? The Grim Reaper coldly replied, what do you think? Li Chunhua's face turned as pale as paper, shouting, no. No. The Grim Reaper kicked him inside, then said to Qin Lang, by the way, there is one more thing in this old house, you mustn't touch it. Although I don't know why the thing is here, but it's not something you mortals should interfere with. Qin Lang smiled and nodded. After the Grim Reaper left, the remaining Grim Reaper suddenly shrank a lot. Whoa, he finally left, he scared me to death. Qin Lang's expression changed upon hearing this sound. Why does this cry sound so familiar? Chapter 44, what kind of a mortal is this? Knowing Su Miao is one of the black-robed people, Qin Lang really couldn't hold back anymore. Why? If she is one of the black-robed people, then why didn't I notice it from the beginning? And if another black-robed person is the real Yin Chai, why would they allow Su Miao to be a colleague? Su Miao wiped her tears and looked at Qin Lang, I can finally talk to you. I was so scared before. Qin Lang asked in confusion, so what's the situation? You aren't playing the role of Yin Chai in this scenario, are you? Su Miao nodded, then took out an envelope. When she opened it, several lines of large characters were neatly written on it. Your role, Yin Chai. There are always deaths at Donghu High School, but not a single ghost has reported to the underworld. This has greatly affected the order of the underworld for decades. As the newly appointed in Chai, you should do something about it. Next, you will be shielded from all human presence and follow the real in Chai to perform your duties. Remember, during this process, listen to your senior, don't act on your own, and definitely don't make a sound. Otherwise, you will fail the mission. Qin Lang felt speechless. Why should this be? This role is way too easy, right? Her luck has always been this good, it can't be that she has some shameful deal with the scenario system, right? Su Miao said angrily, what's easy about it? You don't know how strange that person is, and you have no idea what kind of tasks he will give you. What if he wants me to go back to the underworld with him? Whoa whoa. Qin Lang rubbed her forehead, alright, stop crying, let's go to the back mountain together. Su Miao asked, mountain? I'm most afraid of climbing mountains, whoa whoa. Qin Lang glared at her, if you don't go, you'll be afraid of me next. Su Miao, whoa whoa. In the distance, Yi Zi and others didn't know the details of their conversation, but seeing Qin Lang chatting so comfortably with the Yin Chai, especially one Yin Chai crying in front of Qin Lang, instantly made their hair stand on end. Lu Jiu swallowed hard and said, Yi Zi, you were right, not confronting Qin Lang directly is the right choice. If even a Yin Chai can be made to cry, how powerful must that be? Wang Long recalled just now when he had talked back to Qin Lang, feeling even more chills down his back, a wave of fear washing over him. Could Qin Lang be some hidden big shot who preys on weaker ones? Qin Lang summoned Xiao Chun again. With a flash of golden light, a stunning beauty with two large wings and a fiery figure appeared before everyone. Xiao Chun saw Qin Lang and instinctively wanted to hug him, dear. Qin Lang waved his hand, be mindful of the occasion. You're leading the way, I want to see where the provincial meeting will be held. Xiao Chun pouted, Master, won't I get any reward? Qin Lang squinted at her for a while. Xiao Chun shivered, stuck out her tongue, and said, Dear, I'll lead the way right now. This scene left others completely stunned. My goodness, is that a succubus? Is it really a succubus? Lu Jiu covered his mouth with both hands. Qin Lang actually has a succubus that is extremely hard to summon and has extremely high power? Yi Zi asked, Little Lu, how do you know that's a succubus? And what do you mean by extremely high power? Lu Jiu swallowed and said, My sister Ling Long once had a piece of the 3000 divine stone, which can summon 3000 deities and A-class item. She told me that the deities summoned by the 3000 divine stone can be categorized by cost effectiveness into 4 types, top, middle, bottom, and miscellaneous. Succubi belong to the most cost-effective level. A succubus starts with very low power, even lacking combat ability, but as long as she has a relationship with her master once, after the yang supplementing in process, she can evolve into a powerful succubus with other abilities. The more times the yang supplementing in happens, the stronger the succubus becomes. Plus, she has extremely high loyalty, one of the most cost-effective deities among the 3000. Wang Long looked at Xiao Chun's fiery figure and felt a stir in his heart, saying, Humph, with the yang supplementing in, sooner or later, he'll turn into a waste. Lu Jiu shook his head, you're wrong. Yang supplementing yin is not one-sided selfishness. It is a misunderstanding of ordinary people. Every time the master and the succubus engage in the gathering of yang and nourishing yin, they themselves are also gathering yin and nourishing yang, thus gaining a certain enhancement. In other words, as long as the master's physique is robust enough, there is enough time, and he doesn't mind the monotony of the task, he can completely rely on daily gathering of yang and nourishing yin for cultivation. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. They looked at Qin Lang's departing figure, their expressions were filled with surprise. Qin Lang was equipped with the Ghost Slayer sword and had a succubus by his side. He could even chat and laugh with the underworld officials. What kind of deity is this? Qin Lang began walking up the mountain, personally heading to that provincial assembly to see what was going on. Yi Zi and the others quickly followed after. A group of people walked over many mountains and ridges for quite a while. Darling, it's just up ahead. Xiao Chun pointed ahead, and sure enough, it was brightly lit. At the same time, a thick smell of blood wafted down with the mountain wind. Something has happened. Qin Lang slightly flared his nostrils and then said, It seems we've arrived a step too late. Roar. A familiar roar echoed once again. It's Zhang Haoran. Su Miao covered his ears. Ah, has the monster come? Qin Lang said, It's a monster, but it's not targeting us. Just catching up, Yi Zi asked, How do you know it's not targeting us? Qin Lang replied, That monster's target from the beginning has been the principal. Haven't you figured it out? If it wanted to harm the students, it would have no trouble at all. The students chose to watch not because it's fun, but rather a natural familiarity. Lu Jiu asked in confusion, familiarity? Qin Lang nodded, although it will lose most of its memories, it still has an obsession with some things from its past life. So when something appears that corresponds to their obsession, it will undoubtedly evoke a reaction. This is as instinctual as a person wanting to eat when they are hungry. In other words, the students inside, and this monster are actually old acquaintances. It should have been sealed in that old house for a long time. It was Zhang Haoran who accidentally unsealed it when he went in, and then it got possessed. These were all inferences drawn by Bai Qi, based on what he understood in the underworld. Qin Lang was initially confused, and Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were even more baffled. They felt Qin Lang was even more monstrous than the monster itself. Could it be that a top-level expert came here to bully the weak? Lu Jiu swallowed and said, "What kind of secret dealings are going on between He Jinping and the ancestor? If they succeed, we are doomed." The group quickened their pace and rushed up. When they reached the slope, the scene before them completely stunned them. Chapter 45, The Art of the Scholar Child. On an artificially created flat ground, lay over 100 dismembered corpses. Upon closer inspection, they were actually arranged in a way that was difficult to understand, spreading out around a huge statue of Confucius. In front of the Confucius statue, there was a girl bound up. Lu Jiu saw and said, "Isn't that the Chu Anren who came to find us to change the grades today?" But Qin Lang shook his head. "No, she is not Chu Anren." Yi Zi asked in confusion, "Then who is she?" Qin Lang stepped forward 2 paces and shouted loudly, "Miss Su." Chu Anren raised her head, and upon seeing Qin Lang, she gave a bitter smile. "Mr. Qin, you finally recognized me." Yi Zi and the others were even more confused. What is going on here? Did they already know each other? Qin Lang smiled. "Actually, I should have thought of this earlier. Since you can possess a student as a weird entity, you must be able to do so as well." Previously, after Chu Anren was saved by Qin Lang, she had said one word to him. "Seal." At that moment, Qin Lang suspected that this seal referred to Sealing Gate Village. In this instance, only those who had ventured through the previous realm with him, Su Mubai and Su Miao, knew about Sealing Gate Village. After Su Miao appeared, Qin Lang also realized that Chu Anren was actually Su Mubai. Qin Lang asked, "Is it arranged by the dungeon system?" Su Mubai nodded. "I arrived earlier than you, and there are many plots and tasks. Moreover, the system requires that I cannot reveal my identity myself, only when you see through me can I admit it." Qin Lang shook his head. All right, so that's how we're playing?" In the dungeon of Fengmen Village, Qin Lang proposed to take Su Mubai, who was the boss, out. Although the dungeon system agreed, it was obviously reluctant. So, in this dungeon, it deliberately forcibly separated Su Mubai from him, also preventing Su Mubai from revealing his identity and forcibly weakened him. It was clear it wanted to make things difficult for him. But it's useless to worry about these things now. Qin Lang asked again, "Where is He Jinping?" Su Mubai said, "A person came just now whose body was exposed with many bones. They fought for a while and then left." "Mr. Qin, be careful, the ancestor has already possessed He Jinping. He was originally going to possess me, but that man came and stopped him." Qin Lang nodded after hearing this. "I understand." Roar. With a roar, the nearby forest suddenly erupted into chaos. Qin Lang and the others immediately stood ready. At this time, one tree after another fell, and a tall figure slowly stepped out. Judging roughly, that thing was at least nearly 3 meters tall, looking fearsome. Boom! More big trees crashed down, and a large monster in ancient clothing appeared in front of everyone. It had no eyes, nose, or ears, its huge head was bald, and its gigantic mouth split open to the sides, with a big tongue drooping down to its chest, and large amounts of blood constantly dripping down. Its thick limbs were inscribed with many incomprehensible ancient Chinese characters, as if they were some kind of incantation. He, more have come. The monster licked its fingers, just in time. After completing the ritual, I need to replenish my strength. You all came just at the right moment. Seeing it at that moment, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were too scared to move. They had truly never seen something so bizarre. Donghu Ancestor. Bizarre level, AA. Qin Lang raised his ghost-slaying blade, feeling eager, an AA level bizarre being. Then after defeating it, the rewards must be very rich, right? The ancestor chuckled, "Defeat me? You are indeed naive. I have been lurking here for nearly 60 years, and I have cultivated countless spirits. Even the underworld Xinchai cannot do anything to me. Do you think a little brat like you can deal with me?" He pulled out 2 heads from behind him, chuckling, "Your fate will be like this." Everyone focused closely and found those 2 heads were Zhang Haoran's and He Jinping's. Lu Xinlan covered her eyes and said, "Ah. Haoran is really dead." The ancestor laughed, "I have waited so many years, and today I finally have my own body again, ha ha. This is fate, isn't it?" Qin Lang said calmly, "Yes, it really is fate. However, your cultivation of this Confucian boy technique is still lacking, and in the end, you chose to use He Jinping's body as a medicinal guide. It's truly the greatest failure." Everyone was once again puzzled. Confucian boy technique? The ancestor was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. How do you know?" "The Confucian boy technique is an ancient art. It's impossible that anyone still knows it." Before he finished speaking, it seemed the ancestor realized something. "Have you seen the Pango Heavenly Book? You can still understand it?" Qin Lang smiled, then spoke, "Before I came here, I stayed in a place called Fengmen Village. There was a person named Zun Yangzi who collected something called the Heavenly Book. It recorded many things, all quite interesting. Like this Confucian boy technique, it is about constantly creating a renewal of life by the deaths of scholars, and it can lead to becoming immortal in one go. Although scholars are not saints, they read the words of saints, and after studying diligently day and night, they will also absorb some so-called bookish spirit. The quality is better than ordinary sacrifices. Especially young scholars are more easily manipulated and brainwashed. As long as they are given a little benefit, they are willing to do anything. After creating them, they can surpass the 6 paths and are not easily detected and captured by the underworld. Once stored for a certain number of years, they can be used for array formation and cultivation. Xin Lang glanced at the corpse on the ground and said, "These students are risking their lives to study for a better future, and each generation works harder and harder. They are the best material for the Confucian child method. You are so thoughtful, tricking 3 generations of principals from Donghu High School to collect sacrifices for you. It has killed so many students over the past 60 years. After hearing this, Yi Zi and the others turned pale. Lu Jiu trembled and said, "Such evil techniques, can they allow one to become immortal?" Xin Lang glanced at her and replied, "In ancient times, human sacrifices were common. If one can eat people, why can't they become immortal?" The ancestor chuckled, "Indeed, how many people have been consumed by imperial examinations over the centuries?" Batch after batch of scholars went to take exams, and many died in the process, contributing to the rise of dynasties and the honor of emperors. This is merely a ritual to sacrifice a portion of people to enable a few to achieve enlightenment. Whatever they consumed, I just consumed a fraction, probably not even enough to count. Xin Lang smiled, "Unfortunately, everything you do comes at a cost." The ancestor suddenly felt nervous. Cost what cost? Chapter 46, The True Ancestor. Xin Lang raised the ghost-slaying knife and said, "Your cost is me." The ancestor opened his mouth wide and laughed heartily, "Just you? Even if you can understand the Pango scriptures, so what? Can you wield the things written inside freely? If you truly mastered the heavenly scriptures, you would have already achieved immortality. Why waste your breath?" Xin Lang stepped toward the statue of Confucius, preparing to set Su Mubai down. "You can try if you dare. I'm going to save the sacrifice you value the most right now. Dare you stop me?" The ancestor was momentarily stunned. Why is this mortal so brave? Xin Lang used the ghost-slaying knife to cut the ropes around Su Mubai and caught her in his arms. Su Mubai was already very weak. The power she had as an anomaly was clearly not available while clinging to Chu Anren. Xin Lang handed her over to Xiao Chun and then wielded his knife as he approached the ancestor. The ancestor laughed again. "I told you to save her not out of fear. I just think killing you and then eating her is fine too. Next, I want to." Xin Lang rushed forward and swung the ghost-slaying knife down at the ancestor. By the time the ancestor reacted, one of his arms had already been directly chopped off by Xin Lang. "Ah!" The ancestor gasped, staring at the severed limb, unable to accept this reality. Although it had no eyes, it still had divine eyes to perceive what was happening right now. "What on earth is Xin Lang?" Xin Lang pointed the ghost-slaying knife at it. "Stop howling here. Have you prepared your last words?" The ancestor retreated quickly, his veins bulging. "You don't come over." At this moment, in his divine eyes, Xin Lang was not just a person. Behind him was a huge black shadow. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a monster with a dragon's head and a human body. "Big brother, you're borrowing my power again. You have to repay this later." Bai Qi chuckled. Xin Lang said, "I never said I wouldn't repay. Quick, help me deal with it. If it gets used to this body over time, it will be hard to deal with." Bai Qi said, "All right, big brother." Xin Lang raised the knife again and struck down at the ancestor. The ancestor hurriedly dodged, but with such a large body, how could he escape? Slash! 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 After several strikes, the ancestor's limbs were chopped off, and his body was slashed into pieces by Xin Lang. Only that huge head was still rolling on the ground. When the head rolled to the statue of Confucius, the ancestor howled at the sky. "Impossible! Impossible! I have never encountered such a thing in these thousands of years. Teacher, you are deceiving me." Xin Lang was slightly taken aback. "Teacher?" The old ancestor gritted his teeth. "I am different from you mortals. I am one of the 3,000 disciples of Confucius. What you are doing is a sneak attack. Despicable. Cheating." He was truly unwilling, having not even exerted his strength, yet was suddenly beaten by Xin Lang like this. He hadn't even made a move. Xin Lang frowned. "Fighting is not turn-based. Do I have to wait for you to unleash your move? If I can kill you early, I can still get a reward." Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh. "So, he's a student of the Confucius family. No wonder there's a whiff of stale scholar about him. I suppose this so-called Confucian boy's technique was taught to him by Kong Chiu? I said these bookworms have no good intentions." Xin Lang replied, you slaughtered 40,000 people, and now you're a good person? 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. Bai Qi. The old ancestor shouted at the statue of Confucius, teacher. If you have spirit in heaven, could you help me one more time? Your disciple has done so much, can you bear to? Before he finished speaking, the statue of Confucius began to shake slightly. The surrounding mountains and forests also began to tremble. Earthquake! Yi Zi exclaimed, and the others quickly scattered, running to the nearest open space. The statue of Confucius swayed back and forth, and the connection between the statue and the base actually broke. Ah! Ah! The huge statue crashed down, directly hitting the old ancestor's head. Pooh! The old ancestor's head was smashed into a puddle of flesh, and he was no longer heard from. Almost simultaneously, the earthquake also ended, and everything fell back into calm. Xin Lang planted the demon's slashing blade into the ground, smiled slightly, so there really is a will of heaven. For some reason, despite having achieved a great victory, he surprisingly felt no joy, but rather looked quite grave. While Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were completely dumbfounded. They hadn't even had a chance to appear, and this boss was taken down by Xin Lang? So this dungeon is it over? Just like that? It was a direct speed run. Xin Lang still held the demon slashing blade, then walked towards Su Mubai. Mr. Qin, you are still amazing. Su Mubai smiled, I knew that without me, you could still clear the level. Xin Lang sighed lightly, don't talk for now, take your time to recover. Su Mubai couldn't imagine how long she had been here before him, how much suffering she had endured. It was truly not easy to still be alive now. At this moment, Lu Jiu couldn't help but ask, Xin Lang, who on earth are you? Xin Lang did not answer her, but said, you all should prepare quickly. The matters here are not over yet. Yi Zi looked confused, not over? But this old ancestor was killed by you, right? Xin Lang sighed, you really are naive. If we cleared the level, why hasn't the dungeon system popped up a message? Generally speaking, the boss is eliminated, or the dungeon task is completed to count as clearing. But now there's not even a hint of a reward, which means the boss isn't dead yet. Yi Zi and the others felt a chill run down their spines. So you mean, the old ancestor is actually still alive? Xin Lang looked at the teaching building below the mountain, the old ancestor just failed to refine his physical body. I only destroyed his Confucian boy's technique and ruined his physical body. I didn't kill him again. Su Miao cried again, why is it not over? Does that mean we have to kill all those students? Xin Lang felt a bit speechless, wondering why she could say such ruthless words in such a weak tone. Yi Zi asked, Xin Lang, are you saying that among those students below, there's still the old ancestor's avatar? Xin Lang said, didn't I say before? Everything is fake. The old ancestor I just fought might not even be the real old ancestor. The real old ancestor has actually been watching us all along. Then, he turned to look at the statue of Confucius that smashed the old ancestor's head. Right? Ancestor. Everyone suddenly turned their heads to look. What happened next sent chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 47, Undying and Unkillable. They saw the fallen statue of Confucius slowly rising up bit by bit. The flesh and mud that had been smashed out was gradually attaching to it, slowly covering the statue of Confucius, leaving only a head exposed. Furthermore, many strange objects appeared behind the statue of Confucius, and even the student corpses on the ground began to undergo mutations, as if driven by some terrible force. What unfolded before their eyes was truly beyond everyone's understanding, and Yi Zi and the others dared not move. Only Xin Lang's mind remained clear, staring fixedly at it. He. How do you know I'm not dead? The voice of the ancestor echoed again, penetrating everyone's eardrums. It had no mouth or vocal organs, as if it were directly connecting to everyone's minds, spreading the sound. Xin Lang said, your obsession is too deep, lingering in this world for 1,000 years. The Confucian boy technique is just one of your obsessions, not your life source. Breaking your technique doesn't mean I've taken your life. I believe that in these 1,000 years, you must have tried countless times to use the Confucian boy technique to resurrect and become immortal, but you have never succeeded. Otherwise, how could you think to use exams to collect offerings to control them? Every step you took was perfect, evading the laws of the world. Even the underworld messengers almost couldn't catch you. As long as the students' obsessions remain, you will also remain. As long as we are still in this school, we will never defeat you, and one day we will be annihilated by you. Hearing this, Yi Zi couldn't help but tremble and ask, Xin Lang, do you mean we have no chance to win? Lu Jiu's face turned even paler. No way, is this really an AA-level dungeon? A sense of despair and atmosphere spread through everyone's hearts. The transformed statue of Confucius stepped towards Xin Lang, coldly saying, you're really smart, you even guessed this? That's right, I have long been an undying and unkillable existence. As long as there are people in this world obsessed with achieving success through study, I will exist. As long as the students in this school are still working hard, they will eventually be my chess pieces. Originally, studying to become an official is like 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. Everyone pays attention only to the winners crossing the bridge, who cares about those who fall off? For instance, the students of Donghu High School, coming here to study means they are less talented, destined to never enter a good university, and later, no one will care. Since no one cares, what's the harm in using them? Pausing for a moment, the ancestor said proudly, even if you are immensely powerful, you can never destroy me. I just wanted to play a game with you all, ha ha ha. Yi Zi's face turned even whiter. Lu Jiu murmured, undying and unkillable? What should we do? Everyone's eyes dimmed again as they watched the ancestor approaching them, that inexplicable sense of oppression growing stronger. But Qin Lang smiled, I'm not smart, I couldn't have thought of so much on my own. The ancestor asked, oh? Then why could you think of these things? Qin Lang paused for a moment, then said, someone told me. The ancestor froze, stopping in its tracks, who? Qin Lang said, I don't know, but he is standing right behind you. He's an old man with a white beard, looking quite old, and he's pretty tall. The ancestor was startled, then said, are you trying to deceive me? Qin Lang shook his head, as you said, I indeed saw part of the Pango Heavenly Book. After comprehending it, I found my mind became more peculiar, often hearing and seeing things that are different. I suspected my brain had broken, I even doubted if someone was causing mischief around me. Qin Lang glanced at Yi Zi and Lu Jiu. Yi Zi looked a bit anxious, do you suspect us? Qin Lang did not respond and said to the ancestor, later, I understood that all of this was someone communicating with me. Sometimes, he was even helping me. Perhaps this is the wonder of the Pango Heavenly Book you mentioned. Do you want to know what I heard after I met you? The ancestor hesitated slightly, what did you hear? Qin Lang smiled and said, the old man behind you told me to say, you are wrong. The ancestor's body began to swell further, sprouting limbs like arms and legs, and the corpses around seemed to be shocked, exploding with a bang. A long tentacle stretched out from the Confucius statue, sweeping towards Qin Lang and the others. Qin Lang held Su Mubai and jumped up. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu also suddenly retreated. Wang Long stood in front of Lu Xinlan, sullenly blocking for her, then his body was broken in half, crying out in pain and spitting a large amount of blood. Lu Xinlan finally had the chance to flee the ancestor's attack range. Wang Long! Lu Xinlan shouted in pain. Qin Lang, holding Su Mubai, said to the ancestor, what's wrong, are you getting anxious? The ancestor's voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. What nonsense are you talking? Where did I go wrong? The method of the Confucian child was taught to me by my master at his death, didn't he want me to use this method to achieve immortality? You are lying to me. You are lying to me. I know that in your eyes, this method is cruel and should not be done. But the master said, to do what is deemed impossible. Some things, knowing they can't be done, but still have a reason to do them. Where did I go wrong? These are all the teachings of the master. Qin Lang frowned and shouted, you fool. This roar was deafening, and from the tone and sound, it didn't seem like Qin Lang himself. Su Mubai held onto Qin Lang tightly, her gaze at him also changing. Qin Lang continued, to do what is deemed impossible is not about asking if it is possible when you are doing something, but about asking if it should be. The ancestor was stunned, old. Qin Lang continued, is harming heaven and injuring the innocent also to do what is deemed impossible? Just because you see the method of the Confucian child, does it mean you should learn how to harm innocent students? Don't forget, you are also one of them. You remember to do what is deemed impossible, why do you forget that what you do not wish for yourself, do not impose on others? All of the ancestors' movements stopped, and the disturbances around also fell silent. Qin Lang lowered his head and fell silent. Su Mubai looked at Qin Lang's face, holding her breath. The ancestor suddenly let out a huge wail that echoed through the night sky. Chapter 48, Learning Without Thinking is Useless. After the ancestor wailed, the changes in his entire body became more obvious. Many indescribable organs and body parts grew from him, looking even more horrifying. Impossible. 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 The ancestor roared and lunged at everyone, none of you will leave alive. All will become mine. At that moment, a white light appeared from Qin Lang's body. When the ancestor saw the white light, he was stunned again. The white light was extremely dazzling, and Qin Lang and the others could hardly see what it was. However, the ancestor faced it directly, his voice trembling little by little. Impossible, impossible. As the white light approached the ancestor, a hand extended from it, gently resting on the head of the Confucius statue it was attached to. Qin Lang, who had lowered his head, suddenly began to talk to himself again. Unfortunately, you can no longer reincarnate, and can only suffer in the underworld. Learning without thinking is useless, thinking without learning is dangerous. Why can't you comprehend this principle? The ancestor's voice suddenly became youthful. Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm confused. A hand stretched out in the white light, similarly placed on the ancestor's head. Qin Lang, Insha Master, you can begin. Just as the words fell, weeping Su Miao hurriedly took out an iron chain and slowly walked towards the ancestor. She threw the iron chain in front of the ancestor, pulling out a young man who was bowing his head. Woo woo woo. I need to think of the incantation. Su Miao bit her lower lip and quietly said, Insha, bind the soul, living beings do not approach. Open the gates of hell. A huge black cave appeared ahead, and the sound of wailing spirits came from inside. The black-robed Insha reappeared, standing at the cave entrance, receiving the ancestor who had been bound. The black-robed Insha first slightly bowed to the white light, and when the white light slowly dissipated, he stared at the young man transformed from the ancestor. Originally one of Confucius's 3,000 disciples, had a great future, but insisted on doing these things. The black-robed Insha sighed and looked at Qin Lang. Thanks for your help this time, Brother Qin. He reached out and pulled from the ancestor's heart a piece of blood-colored jade. The black-robed Insha said, this blood jade was a treasure given by Confucius when he passed away, and over the millennia, he has concentrated much essence in it while practicing Confucian youth techniques. It must be a treasure, so I give it to you as a reward. Saying this, he tossed the blood jade to Qin Lang. Qin Lang suddenly lifted his head and caught the blood jade in one hand. Blood jade. Treasure level, S. Function? S-level treasure? Yi Zi and the others were instantly shocked hearing the system prompt. They had only heard that S-level items could drop in S-level dungeons, but never expected to see S-level items appear in an AA-level dungeon. Moreover, they had never seen a real S-level item before. Now, they were envious and jealous of Qin Lang beyond measure. To actually obtain an S-level item in an AA-level dungeon, what luck and strength is this? Qin Lang, however, looked puzzled. What can this thing do? The black-robed Insha said, this item must have divine powers, but how to use it depends on your own fortune. Qin Lang held the blood jade, feeling the bloodlight on its surface seem to faintly pulse, like a weak heart that was alive. Not only that, but Qin Lang suddenly felt his body relax a lot. In the next second, his superpower system also spoke up. Congratulations, host, you've leveled up. Superpower system fully upgraded. Now the host will not randomly gain new skills every day, but will refresh new skills daily. The host had already obtained 3 skills and can choose one to refresh every day at midnight. For example, for the countdown to death skill, if the host does not want to use this skill, they can choose one from options A, B, or C to refresh it into a new skill. The host can also choose not to refresh. Not refreshing will grant 100 mental power as compensation. Host's current mental power, 1000/1000. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. Didn't expect that after getting this blood jade, there were additional benefits. S-level items really are useful. Qin Lang held the blood jade and said, good, then I will accept it. The black-robed Insha nodded slightly, taking the ancestor and leaving. At the moment the gates of hell closed, the dungeon system finally manifested. Donghu High School dungeon completed. Congratulations to players Qin Lang, Su Miao, Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and Lu Xinlan for clearing the dungeon. Dungeon objective, survive for 3 days in Donghu High School. Player Qin Lang actually solo killed the boss on the first day, breaking the record. Evaluation, SSS. Super Divine Perfection. Rewards are as follows. 1. Player Qin Lang receives 1 million ghost coins. 2. Receives item, Desperate Virus Potion. Item level, AAA, one-time use. Greatly enhances human functions and can heal injuries, transforming into a super soldier. 3. Receives item, Assassin's Cloak. Item level, AA. Wearing it makes movements feel like 8 times speed, greatly increasing agility and jumping ability, truly becoming a top assassin. 4. Choose privilege. Player Qin Lang can choose the difficulty of the next dungeon. Qin Lang let out a sigh of relief. Smiling, I thought I had struck gold this time. 1 million strange coins, plus what I earned before, is enough to buy that Qiankuan jade bottle or the white dragon reverse scale for Bai Qi. As for the absolute death virus and the assassin cloak, they are also good items. Paired with this blood jade pendant, isn't it going to take off? Especially this privileged choice, it's enough to make anyone envious. This time, storming the AA level dungeon can be completed in a day. If I choose a relatively easier one, isn't it like drinking water? Guaranteed win, right? Qin Lang has undoubtedly become the biggest winner. The other players each received 10,000 strange coins as a reward. Lu Jiu couldn't help but complain, damn system. I have put in effort, how come I only get this little? When she came to this dungeon, she still had over 200,000 strange coins. After giving Qin Lang 200,000, she thought she could break even when clearing it. What's the result? Is this what you call charity? Yi Zi smiled and said, alright, little Lu, we're essentially riding on Qin Lang's coattails this time. If it weren't for him, who could have thought of a way to deal with this boss ancestor? I'm afraid in the end, everyone would have been played to death by this ancestor. A little less is fine, staying alive is the most important. After hearing this, Lu Jiu could only helplessly nod. LV Shilan quickly stepped forward and said to Qin Lang, "Brother Qin Lang, you are so amazing. You have to take care of me more from now on." Qin Lang took a step back, "Stay away from me." LV Shilan was taken aback. What are you doing?" Qin Lang said, "I saw everything just now. You are the most dangerous one among these people." Chapter 49, 3 A New Dungeon. LV Shilan was stunned after hearing this, and then felt a bit wronged. Why do you say that? What's wrong with me? Qin Lang said calmly, "When the ancestor attacked, Wang Long originally had the chance to survive. It was you who controlled him." At the moment when Qin Lang jumped up with Su Mubai, he saw Wang Long trying to dodge, and LV Shilan made a hand seal, causing Wang Long to become unable to move and take that blow head-on. "I think Su Haoren and Wang Long don't truly like you, they are probably enchanted and controlled by you in some way. Now tell me, did Su Haoren really go into that old house for adventure willingly?" As these words came out, everyone looked at LV Shilan with different eyes. LV Shilan changed from her previously pitiful expression, her face now looking much colder. "You are really smart, very smart." LV Shilan smiled and said, "No wonder you could speedrun the AA level dungeon in one day." Qin Lang said, "This is not the time for flattery. Someone like you, who enjoys killing players for fun, must be from the No Way Association, right?" As soon as the words No Way Association were spoken, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu became tense. LV Shilan smiled, "Qin Lang, you are too sensitive. I did think about joining the No Way Association. But I'm still in the assessment phase." Qin Lang said, "That's almost enough. If you are with them, then don't come to provoke me." Previously, he almost fell for Linglong and the No Way Association schemes. Qin Lang remembers it vividly. He will settle this account sooner or later. If LV Shilan had admitted she was from the No Way Association just now, Qin Lang wouldn't mind testing the effects of new equipment and new items right now. LV Shilan shrugged and walked away begrudgingly. Qin Lang glanced at Su Mubai in his arms and asked, "Miss Su, how are you doing?" Su Mubai's tone was a bit weak, and then she said, "I'm fine, you can let me down now." After Qin Lang complied, Su Mubai immediately separated her spirit from Chu Anran's body and reappeared in front of Qin Lang. Yi Zi and the others were once again shocked. What Qin Lang referred to as Su Mubai turned out to be a strange entity. And it was an A-level strange entity. In other words, besides having a succubus, Qin Lang now had a powerful strange entity as a teammate that could take down any one of them in an instant. This was terrifying. Qin Lang could practically be his own dungeon boss. Su Mubai gave Qin Lang a bitter smile, "I'm sorry, Qin Lang, I haven't been much help this time." Qin Lang smiled and said, "The system intentionally weakened you, there's nothing we can do. Next time, I will choose an easier level, so everyone can be more comfortable." At this moment, Bai Chi's voice rang out. "Brother, are you foolish? It's precisely because of this level that they feared you'd pass too easily, deliberately holding back this girl. If you choose an easier one, wouldn't that only make her suffer more?" Qin Lang thought for a moment and agreed. "So does that mean for the next level, I must choose a harder one?" Bai Chi replied, "What else? A tougher challenge also has rich rewards." Qin Lang sighed, thinking this time would not be easy. The Donghu High School instance is about to end. The new instance will open in 1 hour. Players can decide to stay or go. Do you choose to continue the challenge or return to the real world temporarily? Without saying a word, Qin Lang definitely wanted to continue earning coins. After spending 1.2 million in the store to buy the Qiankuan Jade bottle, Bai Chi was genuinely happy for a while, but he didn't say what it was useful for. "Brother, the secrets of heaven cannot be leaked. I will tell you after I get the White Dragon's reverse scale." Bai Chi placed the Qiankuan Jade bottle in front of his long dragon nose, his entire body of dragon scales trembling like he had slipped on ice. Qin Lang also began to ponder what difficulty to choose for the next instance. At this time, Su Miao also came over. "Woo woo woo. Qin Lang, can you take me with you again?" Qin Lang was speechless. "You practically coasted through this time, only cosplaying as a ghost once, is that not enough? Why do you always want to follow me?" To be honest, Qin Lang thought this crybaby was even more troublesome than LV Shilan. She could win without effort in 2 dangerous instances just from crying. Looking timid but eager to challenge the instance without a second thought. What was she after? Moreover, until now, she hadn't revealed any details or abilities. Su Mubai smiled and hugged Su Miao, saying, "Mr. Qin, you weren't in this instance, it was Sister Su who kept helping me. She recognized me from the start and secretly assisted me using her ghost identity, otherwise, I might have been sacrificed by the ancestor long ago. Sister Su does have some skills." Qin Lang sighed softly and said, "Alright then." So he continued to team up with Su Miao to head to the next instance. "Qin Lang, take us with you too?" Lu Jiu and Yi Zi came over. We also want to go with you to the next instance. Qin Lang said, why? I'm going to select a harder level to challenge next. Aren't you all afraid of dying? Lu Jiu said, who among those who come to this instance isn't afraid of dying? But this time we barely got any rewards, the ghost coins are almost all yours. We can't go back empty-handed. We can definitely help, don't worry. Yi Zi added, yes, you've already figured it out, the two of us won't harm you. A bit tougher is fine, even if we die, we won't blame you. Qin Lang glanced at the two of them and then said, alright then, just be responsible for the consequences. Having a few more women around was also beneficial to his condition. But speaking of this condition, Qin Lang found that it seemed to have worsened after reading that strange book. It was only because there was always a woman by his side that it didn't manifest itself. Could it be that he really had a problem with his head? Qin Lang shook his head and then carefully looked at the instance system. A-level instances rank up to AAA, then to Quad A, and finally to 5A. Other levels follow the same principle. However, there were new difficulties in 5S instances, but it seemed no one had challenged them yet. Though Qin Lang had excellent equipment now, he still didn't dare to take risks. Then he said to the instance system, for the next instance, I want a challenge. AAA level. Received. The AAA level instance is about to open, please prepare, players. The only neglected LV Shinlan watched them, a cold smile curling at her lips. She took out a red card from her pocket. Qin Lang, you think you can shake me off? It's not that easy. A flash of golden light passed, and Qin Lang and the others all disappeared from the spot. When Qin Lang opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a big bed. The room was ancient and charming, with a classical-style dressing table, as if he had arrived on a set of a period drama. Qin Lang looked puzzled. What have they brought me here for? Chapter 50, The Figure of the Film Queen. Qin Lang sat up and rolled over to get off the bed. Cut. A rough loud voice rang out. A man wearing a baseball cap stood up in front, pointing at Qin Lang angrily and shouted, in the script, you are already in a coma, how can you wake up on your own? You actor, how can you not be professional at all? Qin Lang looked at him and then looked around. Cameras, spotlights, and many men and women dressed in modern clothes. So they really are filming a period drama? This subplot is quite unique. Director Chinshur said to Qin Lang, hey, I'm talking to you, can you hear me? He dissatisfiedly said to a thin man beside him, Li Wei, I gave you so much time for casting, and you only found someone like this? Li Wei quickly replied, sorry, director, wait for me to talk to him. He came in front of Qin Lang, bro, according to the script, you should be lying in bed now, waiting for the female lead to come find you. Qin Lang shrugged, since it was such an easy role, he might as well cooperate. It was time for him to rest anyway. As Qin Lang lay down, he took the opportunity to glance at the clothes he was wearing. A gray-black long gown, quite reminiscent of the characteristics of the Republic of China era. Could it be a historical drama? Just as his head touched the pillow, Qin Lang discovered that there was a face on the ceiling. That's right, it was a woman's face. The woman seemed to be stuck to the ceiling, constantly making faces at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, however, showed no reaction at all. Isn't it just weird? Just don't disturb my sleep, please. The strange woman, seeing that Qin Lang was actually unfazed, showed a hint of surprise on her face. As if asking, why aren't you scared? It was at this moment that the copy systems prompt finally arrived. Copy name, Death Crew. 2 years ago, 5 young bloggers who came here for adventure live streaming mysteriously died here. Since then, crews have been coming to this place for filming, but without exception, they have all encountered supernatural events, and filming could never proceed smoothly, with accidents and even murders frequently occurring. This crew doesn't believe in evil either. Can you complete this filming? Mission requirements, help the crew complete the filming. Difficulty, AAA. Immediately, a flood of background information flooded into Qin Lang's mind. The place he was in was an ancient house from the Qing dynasty with a history of 200 years. It was said that a horrifying massacre took place here, and since then, every family living here has met an unfortunate end, becoming a well-known haunted house. After the founding of the nation, this place was developed into a scenic area, but supernatural events have often occurred, and local authorities could only choose to abandon it. Due to the high costs required for demolition, no actions were taken. 2 years ago, 5 adventure bloggers came here to prove there were no ghosts by spending a night here. To their shock, all 5 died tragically the next day. At that moment, a woman slowly walked up to Qin Lang's side. She shouted in an extremely exaggerated tone, "Oh my, An, what happened to you?" Qin Lang frowned slightly. Is this the female lead? Her acting is too poor. Qin Lang slightly opened his eyes and found that this female lead was a stranger and had a plastic surgery face. Honestly, the ghost face on the ceiling looked much better than her. Suddenly, the female lead shouted at the air beside her, "Ah! There's a ghost." Cut. Cut. Chincher couldn't help but yell again, Mimi, that was too fake, anyone can see you're acting. Qin Lang laughed, the director was quite right about this. Mimi pouted, but aren't we just acting? Chincher. Then Chincher could only sigh and tell her, listen carefully, in this scene, you discover your missing companion, Awan, and you are very happy. But when you see his clothes are strange, you start to suspect something is wrong. At that moment, you find a female ghost sitting by the bed, and you are immediately scared. Do you understand? You have to be natural, do you understand? Mimi raised her chin, which had too much silicone, I understand, you've said it several times. Let's do one more take and then go eat, I'm so hungry. Chincher looked like he wanted to swear at her whole family but quickly gritted his teeth and said, alright. Qin Lang felt bored and opened his eyes. He noticed that the woman's face had moved from the ceiling to the wall opposite him. Heh, still want to come over and play with me? Qin Lang had dealt with the strange for too long, so he could clearly feel that this female ghost was not scary at all. Because lying down and acting was too boring, Qin Lang simply stared at her. The female ghost found Qin Lang was really staring at her and suddenly felt a bit flustered. He can really see me? Then why isn't he afraid of me? One. You are here, you are here. Mimi started her exaggerated acting again, and this time she couldn't even say her lines smoothly. Director Chincher felt a bit desperate and sighed helplessly. There's nothing I can do, after all, Mimi is the mistress of the investor. If I fire her, I'll be in deep trouble. He looked at his carefully crafted script, and his heart felt like it was bleeding. It would be great if a ghost came out and killed this annoying woman. Chincher complained in a voice only he could hear. At this moment, after reciting her lines, Mimi looked to the side, ready to casually scream and go eat. Unexpectedly, the female ghost walked out of the wall, staring intently at Qin Lang. Mimi suddenly saw a woman with disheveled hair appear, her eyes bleeding, and her face as white as paper, instantly making her scalp tingle. Mimi's legs went soft, and a warm liquid sprayed out. Ghost, ghost, ghost. There's a ghost. Don't come over, don't come over. Chincher's eyes suddenly lit up. Good, very good. That's the feeling. Finally, they captured the effect he wanted. He hurriedly instructed the cameraman to zoom in, capturing Mimi's facial expressions more clearly. Mimi was so frightened that she sat down on the ground, shouting at Chincher and the others, there's a ghost. There really is a ghost. Come and save me. The crew members felt a sudden shock. Her acting is really damn good. Unexpectedly, Mimi had a hidden talent. The assistant director felt something was off. Director, there's no such part in the script, it seems wrong? Chincher was extremely excited at this moment. What do you understand? This is the actor adding to the scene, okay? I think it's great, let her keep acting, don't stop. This Mimi has the demeanor of an award-winning actress. Mimi started crying, are you all dead? I'm not joking, there's really a ghost. But no matter how loudly she screamed, everyone thought she was having an acting explosion and instead appreciated her terrified expression. The female ghost slowly approached, but her focus was not on Mimi, but on Qin Lang lying on the bed. Mimi cried out, help! Don't come over, don't come over. The next second, she suddenly went black in front of her eyes and fainted. At that moment, everyone realized that something was wrong. Damn! Something's happened. Quick, save her. Chapter 51, I am a ghost, but you are not human. Everyone hurriedly carried Mimi away. Chincher stood up, and his expression was completely dazed. Was it that serious? Was she acting too immersed? Chincher pulled up the segment from earlier and found that Mimi's terrified look was indeed very real, it was a completely instinctive reaction. It didn't look like acting. Chincher suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be, there really is a ghost? Other crew members quietly asked, Director, should we withdraw for now? Chincher swallowed hard and said, what's there to be afraid of? Almost finished shooting, there was nothing to fear before, so what is there to fear now? Let's go eat first. He said there was no need to be afraid, but in reality, he was the fastest on his feet. The others quickly followed suit. Now, it was Qin Lang who was left behind. Qin Lang sat up and stretched. So comfortable. Qin Lang patted his head, I slept really well. Can you see me? The female ghost stared at Qin Lang, asking very seriously. Qin Lang nodded, yes, I can see you, what's wrong? The female ghost suddenly let out a cold laugh and reached out her long arm to choke Qin Lang. Then you should die. A sharp pain surged. The female ghost noticed that her chest had been forcefully stabbed by Qin Lang. Zzz. White smoke rose up. Qin Lang held the black dog blood dagger, shrugged, sorry, but I'm a bit faster. The female ghost spat out a mouthful of black blood and said, I just wanted to joke with you. I meant no harm. How can there be such a person who is not afraid of ghosts? The average person would have been scared out of their wits like that girl Minmin just now. Xi Lang said, "Oh, you should have said that earlier." After saying that, he suddenly yanked out the dagger. Zzz. Another round of white smoke erupted. The female ghost howled in pain. Ah. Xi Lang looked apologetic. "Sorry, is it more comfortable if I stab it in further?" Then he inserted the dagger back in. Ah. The female ghost gritted her teeth. You. Xi Lang said, "Is it more comfortable if I take it out?" He pulled the dagger out again. The female ghost was in so much pain that she lost her expression management. No. Xi Lang said, "Don't take it out?" "Okay, I will put it back in." Put. The female ghost glared at Xi Lang with resentment. "I meant, don't put it in anymore." Xi Lang nodded. "Got it, when a woman says no, she means yes. You wait, I will stab you a few more times and you'll feel better." Put. After a few times, the female ghost shouted, "Stop." Xi Lang sighed. "When I stab, you say it hurts, when I pull out, you say it can't be. So women are really too troublesome." The female ghost got angry. "You dare to play with me?" Her hair instantly stood on end and her body began to float in the air, and then she opened her huge mouth to lunge at Xi Lang. Xi Lang calmly took out his ghost-slaying knife. The female ghost's eyes instantly cleared up. Ah. The female ghost stepped back, clearly unable to withstand the murderous energy from the ghost-slaying knife. Xi Lang stroked the ghost-slaying knife and asked, "What's wrong? Not so powerful now." The female ghost pressed against the wall, swallowed hard. Who are you?" Xi Lang smiled. "Who I am doesn't matter, what matters is you are about to have trouble." The female ghost said, I have never harmed anyone, can't you let me go?" Xi Lang shouldered the ghost-slaying knife and moved forward, saying, "Okay, but first you have to answer me a few questions." The female ghost nodded. "Okay, I promise to tell you everything, master, please ask." Xi Lang stroked his chin. "Am I handsome?" The female ghost froze when she heard this. The next second, she nodded repeatedly. "Handsome. So handsome." Xi Lang raised his knife and slashed at her. Ah. The female ghost let out a heart-wrenching wail. Why? The female ghost didn't understand what she had said wrong. Xi Lang shook his head. "You know too much." The female ghost. Xi Lang said, "I'll give you another chance." "Am I handsome?" The female ghost shook her head. "Not handsome." Without hesitation, he swung his knife again. "How dare you lie?" The female ghost was desperate. Xi Lang asked again, "Let me ask you one more time, am I handsome?" The female ghost covered her already injured body and gritted her teeth, vowing to stay silent. Xi Lang struck again. "Not speaking means I'm not handsome." The female ghost was completely hopeless. She wasn't human, but Xi Lang was definitely a real devil. The female ghost cried, "Master, please let me go. I won't dare again." Xi Lang held the ghost-slaying knife and asked, "Then tell me, how long have you been a ghost in this old house?" The female ghost weakly replied, I don't know, I can't even remember when I came here." Xi Lang asked again, "So you have been obstructing the cruise filming?" The female ghost shook her head. "I didn't, just a little prank just now." Of course, Xi Lang did not believe these words. "You have no useful information at all, you can die again." The female ghost quickly said, No, master, give me another chance. There are many ghosts in this ancient house, almost every room has one. But the strongest ghost king is actually hiding in a well. He is very powerful, you need to be careful. We are also being controlled by someone, we are very pitiful, boo-hoo. After hearing this, Xi Lang said, "Okay, I understand, then you can go die." The female ghost wailed, "I have already given you information, why do you still want to kill me?" Xi Lang laughed, "I just said you didn't give me any information, so I want to get rid of you. When did I say I would let you go if you gave me information?" The female ghost was really going crazy. This man was truly a devil. Player Xi Lang successfully killed a B-level strange. Reward, 1,000 strange coins. Such a weak strange, and it was B-level? Xi Lang remembered that B-level strange usually required a group battle to handle. Just this? But it made sense. After all, he had just used the black dog blood dagger and the ghost-slaying knife. After chopping so many times and it still didn't die, it indeed was a bit capable of being a strange. Xi Lang walked out of the room, wanting to see where Su Mubi and the others had gone this time. Since there were stranges everywhere, Su Mubi should be useful. Xi Lang looked down at his clothes and felt they were really ugly, so he wanted to see where the changing room was to change. At that moment, a commotion broke out in the yard. "What did you say?" Director Chinshur shouted loudly while holding the phone, "Mimi is dead?" The other staff members looked astonished. Chenshur put down the phone and looked at the others. Mimi encountered a car accident on the way to the hospital. She is probably gone. The assistant director asked, "Director, how do we explain this to President LV? And another filming crew is still shooting. Should we call them back too?" With the female lead gone, the shooting should normally stop. But Chenshur gritted his teeth and said, "No way. We can't stop filming. Worst case, we change the script and write that the female lead just died in that scene. Where's the screenwriter? Call him over." At that moment, a staff member rushed over breathlessly. "Director! Director! Mimi! Mimi has come back." Chapter 52: A False Alarm. How can someone who is already dead come back? Chenshur's eyes widened, staring hard at that staff member. "Are you sure?" The staff member said, "Yes, it is Mimi. She said she wants to see you." Chenshur's legs began to tremble. "No way, could it be because I often cut her scenes, so she's holding a grudge against me?" Qin Lang stood silently to the side, watching. Are the ghosts in this mission so arrogant? Coming out in broad daylight? The assistant director asked, "Director, what should we do? This ancient house isn't really haunted, right?" Chenshur kept trembling, then forced himself to calm down. "Everyone, don't panic. We have a lot of people, and there are so many men here. It's daytime, what is there to be afraid of?" As soon as he finished speaking, a woman appeared before everyone, lowering her head, hands stretched out in front, walking slowly barefoot. Mimi lifted her head. "Director." Her face was covered in bright red blood, her eyes filled with deep resentment. "You caused me to suffer so much." "Ah. A ghost." Chenshur and others turned and ran. As they passed Qin Lang, Chenshur was pulled back by him. "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" Chenshur's legs were still trying to run, but Qin Lang, being stronger, pulled him back. "Take a good look, is she really a ghost?" Everyone stopped and turned to look closely. "Chenshur. Who are you calling a ghost?" Mimi wiped the blood from her face and shouted, "I want to go tell my daddy to fire you." Chenshur pointed at her face. "Your blood, you've lost so much blood." Mimi angrily said, "I accidentally got the prop team's blood plasma on me. How do you people manage things? Can't put anything away properly." Chenshur raised his phone and asked, "But I just heard, the vehicle taking you to the hospital got into an accident." Mimi frowned. "What accident? I didn't even leave. I was fine when I was carried into the car, then I came back. This ancient house is so big. I searched for you all over." Chenshur asked again, "Then why are you barefoot?" Mimi said, "I just went through a crack, my high heels got stuck and broke, so I had to come here barefoot." "You still dare to say I'm a ghost?" Chenshur and the others breathed a sigh of relief and patted their chests. "Scaring ourselves. So it was just a false alarm." At this moment, Qin Lang suddenly spoke. "Don't be too happy too soon." He asked Mimi, "What about the people who were going to take you to the hospital?" Mimi frowned. "How would I know?" I said no need to go, but they still drove away. Qin Lang asked again, "Did one car go or two?" Of course it was one car. Mimi was impatient. Qin Lang then looked at Chenshur. "Director, who called you just now?" Chenshur suddenly felt a chill. Right. If one car had an accident and someone died, who called him? The police wouldn't arrive so quickly, and they certainly couldn't contact him that fast. Everyone's relaxed hearts were once again hanging in the air. Chenshur hurriedly checked the caller ID. The number was fine, it was a staff member from the film crew. But when he called back, all he heard was a hee-hee-hee laughter from the other end. Ah! Chenshur was so scared that he quickly dropped his phone. What is going on?" Qin Lang said, "Obviously, we have been targeted by the ghosts here. The accident might be real, it was a ghost who called you." Everyone's legs trembled, looking like they wanted to run again. "Stop." Qin Lang said, "You lot are just filming a horror movie. Don't you know splitting up plays right into the hands of these fierce ghosts?" Chenshur asked, What should we do?" He did not expect this temporary male lead stand-in to be so calm. Qin Lang said, "Very simple, call back the other crew members. Then continue filming." Chenshur's eyes widened. "Still filming? Shouldn't we call the police now?" Qin Lang said without words, "If you successfully call the police, won't the ghosts here lose face? They want us not to leave. Rather than that, we might as well finish filming. The more strange it is, the less you fear it, the more it fears you." Chenshur swallowed. Why should I believe you?" Qin Lang chuckled, "Then if anyone here wants to run, feel free." Everyone looked at each other, and no one took a step. A little skinny guy couldn't take it anymore. "No. I want to leave, I don't want to die with you." He immediately ran towards the yard. But the moment one of his feet stepped outside, bang, his head was smashed by a rock flying from nowhere. In an instant, brains splattered, blood flowed like a river. Ah! Nini was so scared she collapsed on the ground again. Now no one dared to run. Qin Lang shrugged, see? Wanting to run ends like this. We're fine now, which means we are following some kind of rules. Running is undoubtedly breaking the rules, and that is a dead end. Shenshur breathed quickly and asked, then, if we finish filming, can we leave? Qin Lang nodded, I believe so. He wasn't really sure. But to complete the mission, they had to finish this film. Before that, he had to trick them into finishing the movie. Nini began to cry, Daddy, Daddy. I don't want to film any movie anymore, I want to go home. Woo woo woo. Qin Lang frowned and asked Shenshur, this woman is too annoying as the female lead. Can we change her? Shenshur shook his head, the previous scenes all have her in them, changing her now probably won't work. Qin Lang scratched his head and sighed, alright, then how much is left to shoot? The script? Let me see. Also, get on with whatever needs to be done, aren't we supposed to eat? Now Qin Lang had completely become the backbone of these people. The assistant director followed Qin Lang's words and called back the other crew, while the rest went to prepare lunch. Qin Lang took the script and began to read it. Shenshur carefully explained, we have completed most of the plot filming. Only the ending part, where the male and female leads encounter an evil spirit, then kneel down to beg for the spirit's forgiveness, and then safely leave the old mansion. But in the end, the female lead discovers that it was all a dream, she is actually still in this old mansion, and then the evil spirit devours her. Qin Lang nodded, not bad, there's a twist. Speaking of which, since there are real ghosts appearing, can it pass the review in the country? Shenshur said, of course, it can't pass in the country, but this film is not for the domestic audience. Qin Lang asked, then who is it for? At this moment, Shenshur suddenly showed a difficult expression. Then, there was another wail from the neighboring courtyard. Ah! You all come quickly. Chapter 53, The Cannibal Old Mansion. This scream quickly attracted everyone's attention, and they nervously ran over. Qin Lang walked over and saw a staff member slumped on the ground, pointing at several thermal boxes while trembling. You see. The lunchboxes and the thermal containers were all smashed, spilling out a heap of food that was covered in mold. Even the sealed packages of meat, bread, sandwiches, and so on were all moldy and infested with bugs. This scene made everyone present shiver in fear. Needless to say, it must have been the weirdness in the old mansion causing disruption. Shenshur's teeth were chattering, looking at Qin Lang, what should we do? Just as Qin Lang was about to speak, another group of people rushed over. Qin Lang. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao immediately recognized Qin Lang. The crying Su Miao followed right behind them. Qin Lang frowned, where is Miss Su? Isn't she here again? Qin Lang, I'm here. A sweet-looking girl with a youthful appearance raised her hand. Qin Lang looked her up and down, have you possessed someone else again? Su Mubai gave a bitter smile, yes, what can I do? My physical body was destroyed long ago. Since I left Fengmen village, I can only possess others to exist in human form. Qin Lang patted her shoulder, that's fine, you can experience different lives. This old mansion is filled with weirdness, have you encountered any? Lu Jiao spoke up first, encounter? That's an understatement. Our crew has just lost 3 people. But we haven't even seen a shadow of the weirdness. What about you guys? After hearing this, Qin Lang said, we just dealt with a B-level weirdness, and we also had deaths here. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao gasped. Killed a B-level weirdness? A single kill? What terrifying combat power is this? But thinking of Qin Lang's performance in the last instance, they felt it wasn't hard to understand. Su Mubai asked, how about you, Qin Lang? Qin Lang pointed to the moldy and smelly food and said, these weirdness won't let us eat. Faced with the foul-smelling food, Lu Jiao and the others frowned tightly. Shenshur quickly said, I didn't expect we could invite a few of you here, whatever powers you have, please use them to help us. This movie must be completed. Yi Zi frowned, at this time, instead of thinking about leaving, was everyone still thinking about the movie? Is filming a movie more important than one's own life? Suddenly, Qin Lang smiled, alright, if they won't let us eat, then they can forget about it. Saying that, he walked into a room and closed the door. Qin Lang took out the desperation virus from the storage space, the reward from the last instance, and drank it. Ah, this feeling. Qin Lang felt a strong heat spreading from his throat throughout his body, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of 50-degree white liquor. So refreshing. Qin Lang clearly felt that his body had undergone a transformation from cells to bones. Bai Qi said, Big brother, this stuff is indeed useful, I can feel your physique has greatly changed from before. Before, you were just an ordinary mortal. Qin Lang asked, oh, and now? Bai Qi replied, a much stronger ordinary mortal. Qin Lang. Bai Qi said, that's already very good. I think right now you can only bring out 2/1000 of my power. By the way, why are you suddenly doing this? Xin Lang took out a black dog blood dagger and cut his palm, saying, I want to play with something different. A blood-red cut was drawn, and the next second, it slowly healed at a visible speed. He. Xin Lang chuckled, with enhanced physique, immense strength, plus the superhuman healing speed combined. Any kind of play is possible. Outside, Chen Shi and others were anxiously waiting for Xin Lang. Why is there no sound? Is something wrong? This place is too strange. Bang! A huge sound erupted from inside, as if the wall had collapsed. Xin Lang. Yeezy thought something had happened to Xin Lang. But Sumubai raised a hand to stop her. No need to go, Xin Lang is fine. Boom! Then there was another loud bang. Xin Lang kicked the front door open and smashed a row of windows with his fist. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. Isn't this too incredible? Xin Lang then broke a column in front of the door, measured it in his hand, and suddenly jabbed it into the nearby wall. The wall immediately shattered, and dust flew everywhere. Xin Lang shouted at the surroundings, not letting us out and also ruining our dinner. Do you want to starve us to death? If you don't let us have something to eat, I will level this whole area. If you have the guts, come out now. After speaking, he raised his fist again to smash a wall. Yeezy suddenly shouted, Xin Lang, wait. Look over there. On the side wall, two blood-written characters suddenly appeared. Stop. Xin Lang smiled, then let two of us go out to buy food and bring it back. Two more blood-written characters appeared on the wall. Okay. Xin Lang said to Lugio and Yeezy, you two go buy it. The rest stay put and don't move. At this moment, Xin Lang undoubtedly became the backbone, and although others wanted to go out, they still followed this arrangement. Xin Lang was pleased, brushing off the dust from his hands, thinking this Three Dungeon's weirdness was just that much. Ah. This house. Xin Lang turned around and was taken aback. The wall that had just been smashed, along with the columns, returned to their original positions as if they were alive, and all the holes and cracks that had been made disappeared. It was as if all of Xin Lang's previous antics had never happened. Bai Chi couldn't help but laugh. Big brother, it seems that those strange things earlier weren't afraid of you, but were just giving you face. You're about to face something now. Xin Lang's mouth curled into a smile. This is getting interesting. Chen Shi was so scared that his legs went weak, then he collapsed to the ground. Could it be that legend is true? Xin Lang asked, legend? What legend? Chen Shi swallowed hard, seemingly not hearing Xin Lang's question, muttering to himself, a man-eating house, the house will eat people. The staff all turned pale. Xin Lang squatted down and patted Chen Shi's face. Stop mumbling, what man-eating house? The pain brought Chen Shi back to his senses. He touched his reddened cheek and said, there has always been a legend in this area, that this ancient house is actually alive. And for over 200 years, it has been continuously eating people. Chapter 54, A Movie for Ghosts. Chen Shi trembled as he spoke. The first owner of this old house was a scholar from the early Ming dynasty. It is said that he would have a strange dream every day, where a woman walked back and forth in the courtyard, constantly spitting out water. Later, he invited Taoist priests to perform rituals, and while digging in the courtyard where the woman appeared in the dream, they found a female corpse, and she was soaking in water. But the female corpse looked just like a normal person. The Taoist suggested burning the corpse, but that night, the Taoist and the scholar's family all died. The female corpse also vanished without a trace. Since then, everyone who moved into this house mysteriously died. People say that the ghost of that female corpse merged with the house and then devoured everyone inside. Xin Lang heard this and said, is that it? It doesn't sound very scary. He had just dealt with a 1,000-year-old ghost in the last scenario. Now, this 100-year-old female ghost was no big deal in Xin Lang's eyes. But the goal of this scenario was to complete the film. The challenge was mainly to protect the crew, allowing them to finish the movie instead of being taken out by the strange things before the film ended. Chen Shi continued, I haven't finished. 2 years ago, 5 young people came to do a haunted house livestream, and when they moved in, someone dreamed of a woman walking back and forth in the yard. They then dug up the yard's soil like the scholar in the legend, wanting to see what was there. In the end, just like the scholar 200 years ago, they also dug up a female corpse soaked in water. That female corpse, just like in the legend, was soaking in water and hadn't decayed, looking almost exactly like a living person. But the next day, they all died. And their deaths were very tragic. It is said that one person completely cut open their stomach and grabbed their own intestines with both hands. And there were bite marks on those intestines, as if someone had taken a few bites. Su Miao stepped back 2 steps in fear. Woo-woo. Stop talking. Xin Lang rubbed his chin. Oh? It sounds like the key in this old house is that female corpse soaked in water? Chen Shi nodded, it should be. At this moment, the assistant director couldn't help but ask, Director, how do you know these things? Wasn't that live stream of those 5 people cut off halfway? Xin Lang asked, cut off? How did it cut off? The assistant director replied, I also watched that livestream, I was one of the viewers that night. The livestream cut off halfway, there were no segments about dreams or the female corpse. I joined this crew out of curiosity. As soon as he finished speaking, others in the crew also said, yeah, I watched that livestream too, there really were none of the scenes or segments the director mentioned. What a coincidence, you also watched it. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have come. This place is truly eerie. At this moment, Qin Lang and Su Mubai finally realized. These people had one thing in common, they had all watched that 5-person livestream. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Qin Lang stared at Chen Shi again, director, where did you see those segments you just mentioned? Chen Shi hesitated, anxiously looking around. Qin Lang said, don't worry, with me here, those strange things won't dare to act easily. Chen Shi finally said cautiously, actually, a month ago, I received a video. Someone added me as a friend on Feishin, sent the video, and then blocked me. I opened the video and found it was actually the second half of that 5-person livestream, which scared me so much I couldn't sleep well for half a month. Qin Lang asked, then why would you dare to come here to make a movie? Chen Shi's face turned extremely ugly, clearly, answering this question was scarier than what he just said. Because after watching that video, I received a call that night. The caller said, I had to come here to make a movie, then release it for ghosts to watch. Qin Lang frowned, what? A movie for ghosts to watch? Chen Shi said, I don't know what that means either, at first, I thought it was a prank, but the calls kept coming, as if they were haunting me. Not only that, but I also had nightmares every day, each time dreaming of this place. I had no choice but to find ways to raise funds, and then I came here. I vaguely felt that if I didn't finish this movie, I might die. Other crew members looked at each other, then all at once fixed their mournful eyes on Chen Shi. It was all because of this guy that they ended up like this. Qin Lang scratched his chin. There were too many doubts right now. First, why did the live stream of those 5 people get interrupted? And normally, when such technical issues occur, the first reaction should be to restore the live stream, right? Why did they continue to dig up the bodies? Since there would be clips from the live stream, doesn't that mean they hadn't realized their live stream was interrupted? Secondly, who sent that strange video to Chen Shi and keeps harassing him? Finally, what does it mean to make a movie for ghosts? Just as Qin Lang was about to continue asking, a phone suddenly rang. Chen Shi quickly picked up the phone. Hello? It's me. Whatever was said on the other end shocked Chen Shi enough to make him stand up straight. What did you say? Chen Shi quickly looked around, are you sure? Qin Lang asked, what's going on? Chen Shi swallowed hard, just now the police called, saying they found our crew's vehicle involved in an accident. There are 2 bodies inside, one male and one female. And according to the IDs found on the bodies, one of them is Mimi. As soon as these words were spoken, all crew members instantly felt a chill behind them, sending shivers down their spines. Where is Mimi? Everyone started to look around. The female lead, Mimi, who had just been with them, had now vanished. Could it be that they had just been with a female ghost? Chen Shi was trembling, as though his entire skeletal structure would fall apart at any moment. Qin Lang said, don't be afraid, sit down and wait for dinner. He then said to Su Mubai, Miss Su, you go check outside. Su Mubai nodded and stood up to walk out. Ah! As Su Mubai took a few steps, she saw a figure standing at the gate of the yard. It was Mimi. Chen Shi and the others quickly stepped back several paces. The assistant director, as if possessed, called out, Mimi? Mimi turned slowly toward them, her face already torn apart, with 2 eyeballs, white teeth, and blood-red facial muscles exposed to the air. Not only that, all the clothes and skin on her neck, chest, abdomen, and lower body were gone. Muscles and organs bleeding profusely, along with bones, looked horrifying and disgusting. She had no skin on the front, resembling a model from a medical school. Yuck! Some staff members couldn't take it and immediately vomited on the ground. More people felt an icy chill throughout their bodies, covering their eyes tightly, not daring to look again. Qin Lang wasn't afraid, he even commented, wow, this is the so-called exposure of bones, right? Chen Shi and others were speechless. Was there still time for jokes at this moment? But in fact, Qin Lang had already sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, he glanced at Su Miao behind him. This crybaby usually cries at ghost stories, so why was she so quiet this time? Qin Lang stole a glance at Su Miao and found that she was actually smiling. Qin Lang, be careful! Su Mubai shouted, pulling Qin Lang's attention back. Mimi stretched out her hand, running toward everyone with a cheerful laugh. Ha ha, let's continue filming, aren't you waiting for my shot? Su Mubai extended her right hand and swiped it across Mimi's neck. Mimi's head and body instantly separated, and Su Mubai quickly reached back and directly plucked Mimi's heart out, crushing it with little effort. Mimi suddenly carbonized, cracks appeared all over her body, turning into a pile of dust that scattered in the wind. Sumubai said, so pitiful, so pitiful. Xin Lang said, it seems the weirdness in this ancient house can't stand being lonely anymore. It's likely to get very lively tonight. Shenshur became very desperate. Why was there no issue during the previous filming? Xin Lang asked, someone among you must have violated the rules. Rules? Xin Lang said, the strange things can harm people either actively or passively. If nothing happened to you before, it means the strangeness of the ancient house does not actively harm people. Now that they are causing such a commotion, it can only prove that someone among you has violated the rules and touched their reverse scales. Once these words were spoken, everyone in the crew looked at each other, carefully recalling whether they had made any inappropriate actions. Shenshur asked, Master, will we die? This was also a concern for others. Xin Lang said, maybe, but I also hope the movie can be finished. So those who don't want to die should do as I say. Shenshur nodded vigorously. At this moment, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi, who went out to buy food, returned. They carried 2 full boxes of meal boxes and started distributing them on the ground. However, after experiencing the previous events, many people lost their appetites. Eating felt like chewing wax, and some even cried while eating. Xin Lang ate happily, sharing everything that had just happened with Yi Zi and the others. Ah? There's also this? Yi Zi clicked her tongue and said, no wonder it's an A-level dungeon, even the strangeness here is so strange. Lu Jiao said, showing a movie to ghosts? How do you do that? Xin Lang shook his head, I've only heard of singing theater for ghosts. In the past, wasn't there a tradition in the countryside? Inviting a theater troupe to sing in the ancestral hall all night, to please the ancestors. Lu Jiao quickly replied, I understand, maybe the strangeness here means that they want to film the movie and then project it in this old house. As long as we fulfill their wish, there will be no problem. Xin Lang said, but I always feel like it's not that simple. Yi Zi asked, why? Xin Lang took a sip of cola and said, think about it, the legend of cannibalism in this old house has existed for more than 200 years. In other words, even if there is strangeness, it must have gained hundreds of years of age. Did they even know what a movie was at that time? Why would they have an obsession with watching movies? Even if they kept up with the times and knew there was such a thing as movies, wouldn't they not be satisfied just by watching them? Others also agreed deeply. Xin Lang continued, moreover, the strangeness here is quite complex. That Mimi disguised herself as a human and blended among us, yet I didn't realize she was strange, even standing in front of me, and I didn't notice anything unusual before she turned. So the strangeness in this dungeon is very different from before. Sumubai said, Xin Lang, you can leave this matter to me. As soon as that Mimi appeared, I knew she was one of my kind. So I believe I can tell who is a real person and who is strange. Xin Lang looked at Sumubai with a smile. Then he said, there are also certain rules of killing here, as long as you violate them, they will act without hesitation. One known rule is, anyone who leaves here without permission will undoubtedly die. Including that staff member at the beginning, Mimi, and the person who took her to the hospital all died because of this reason. At this moment, Su Miao asked with a sob, then what should we do tonight? We can't just sleep in this courtyard, right? What if this is the courtyard where that female corpse is buried? Yi Zi and Lu Jiao also felt uneasy, unable to help but glance down at the ground. Xin Lang scratched his head and said, this is indeed a problem. Although I don't have to worry, the people in the crew are too easy to be picked off. But without them, this movie cannot be completed. Suddenly, Xin Lang thought of something. He called Shenshur over. Director, how long will it take to finish shooting the remaining scenes? Shenshur shook his head, I don't think we can shoot anymore. The male lead and female lead are both dead, how can we do this? Xin Lang asked in confusion, when did the male lead die? Yi Zi said, didn't I just say that 3 of ours died? One of them is the male lead. Xin Lang rubbed his forehead and asked, what if we change the script and shoot it again? Shenshur shook his head again, there's no time. If we reshoot, it will take at least half a month. I'm afraid that too much time will lead to too many dreams. Xin Lang said, I'm talking about changing the script. We don't need to shoot a long version of over 2 hours, what about a short one of around half an hour? We can also find new actors from nearby, that should work, right? Counting actors and lighting, plus you as the director, how many people do we need in a crew? Shenshur thought for a moment and said, I estimate, at least 10 people. Xin Lang said, good. There are only 5 of us here, you pick 4 more from those people. These 10 people will be our new crew, we'll all sleep in one room tonight. Shenshur was stunned and asked, what about the more than 20 others? Xin Lang replied casually, they can die if they want. What? Chapter 56, Cold-Blooded. Yi Zi was shocked, Xin Lang, do you mean to abandon them? Xin Lang nodded, exactly, that's what I mean. Lu Jiao opposed, no, that's too cold-blooded. This is not a way to clear the level. Qin Lang asked, then tell me, what is the way to clear the dungeon? Lu Jiu spoke seriously, of course, it's to complete the dungeon mission with all you have while minimizing sacrifices. Because the humans that appear in the dungeon are real. Put yourself in their shoes, would you want to be abandoned? Shenshi looked at them in surprise. Dungeon, you. Yi Zi said, you wouldn't understand. We are not people from the same dimension and world. You are already designed as part of a horror dungeon, we are the players trying to clear it. Shenshi's expression froze, as if he couldn't react, or perhaps his brain had crashed. Qin Lang rubbed his chin and said, so that's it, the dungeon system connects stories from different times and worlds, leading us here to complete the so-called tasks. The system, or rather a group of people, is watching us. Lu Jiu nodded, that's right. Qin Lang, one day you will have to return to the real world. If your life was chosen to be a dungeon or turned into an NPC in someone else's eyes, how would you feel? Would you want to be abandoned? Qin Lang smiled a bit, of course I wouldn't want that. I would choose to kill those players and become the biggest boss in that dungeon. I have always believed that my life is in my hands, not dictated by fate. Lu Jiu couldn't help but say, you're crazy. Anyway, I oppose your idea. Yi Zi nodded, I oppose too. Qin Lang said, it doesn't matter, I don't plan to get your understanding anyway. He looked at Su Mubai, I believe Miss Su will definitely stand by my side. Su Mubai nodded, yes, whatever Qin Lang says, I will do. Lu Jiu then looked at Su Miao. Su Miao covered her face and cried, wah, don't look at me, I don't know. Qin Lang said, I'm not asking for your opinions, and I won't decide based on a vote. I'm just informing you. Since 10 people are enough to film a movie, the others are just extras. Protecting them would distract from extra effort and make it easier for the strange attacks in the old house to succeed. If you want to be overly charitable, then go ahead. Lu Jiu angrily stood up and walked out. Yi Zi sighed and followed. They both knew they were no match for Qin Lang. But they also did not agree with Qin Lang's methods and could only protest in this way. Qin Lang didn't care. He never planned on having these two women follow him. In a level 3 dungeon, thinking about a happy ending wasn't even in his mind, no matter how much he drank. Qin Lang looked at Shenshi and said, now that 2 have left, you need to find 2 more people. In short, gather enough team members to shoot the movie. Shenshi nodded, trembling in his voice, okay. After everyone left, Qin Lang asked Su Mubai, do I look too cold-blooded? Su Mubai smiled and said, Qin Lang, just do what you think is right. Qin Lang also smiled. Soon, the group was divided into 2 teams. One side was made up of Qin Lang, Su Mubai, Su Miao, and Shenshi, along with 6 crew members, forming a team of 10. The other side consisted of Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and the remaining 22 crew members. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was almost setting. Having regrouped, Qin Lang had to consider revising the script. Qin Lang asked, did the person forcing you to make the movie have any requirements for the film? Shenshi swallowed and said, I remember he said it must be related to the follow-up of those 5 people from the old house. In other words, the adventure livestream of those 5 people is the first part, and the film we are shooting is their sequel. Qin Lang said, by the way, you always say you've watched the follow-up livestream of those 5, could you show me what they encountered later? Shenshi hesitated a bit, are you sure, you want to see? Anyone who has seen it, except me has died. It turned out that Shenshi had watched it with other friends before, and they had all experienced misfortunes after being scared. Shenshi was also following the mysterious person's instructions, working hard to secure funding to finish the movie. At present, Qin Lang was the only reliable force Shenshi had seen. If he got into trouble, would he really die in the Eerie old house? Qin Lang yawned, you don't need to worry about this. Just open it. Shenshi had no choice but to comply. He took out his computer and clicked on one of the videos. On the screen, 3 men and 2 women were excitedly chattering in front of the camera. A boy with a buzz cut said seriously, you might not believe it, but the 5 of us just had the exact same dream at the same time. We all dreamed of a woman appearing in the courtyard outside. It really was exactly the same. Oh my god, could the curse of this old house be real? I'm saying it again, this is not a drill, this is not for show. Another girl with long hair said, so we plan to do as the legend says, to dig up the land in the courtyard and see if there's really something. Another short-haired girl stared at the screen and seemed to see some comments, saying, aren't you afraid of disturbing the ghosts here? Ha, we're not disturbing, we're just saying hi. She took out her phone and said, and look, our phone signal is still full. This means if anything happens, we can still call for help. And all you bros watching us, if there really are ghosts, then it's a witness for everyone. The buzzcut boy said, if there are really ghosts, I'll definitely ask Nobel to come back and give me an award. The 5 young people burst into laughter. Qin Lang paused the video and asked, this video, only you and your friends have seen it? It's not the live stream from back then? Shenshi shook his head, no. The livestream stopped after they fell asleep. The next news we got was that all 5 of them had tragically died. So this video of waking up from a dream at midnight is definitely exclusive. Xin Lang continued, that makes it interesting. It seems they didn't realize the livestream was interrupted, and there were even comments interacting with them. Is a ghost accompanying them during the livestream? Chapter 57, Conflict Arises. As soon as Xin Lang finished speaking, Chen Shi and the crew members couldn't help but shiver. A ghost actually interacted with these 5 people? Ghosts playing with humans? Xin Lang smiled. It seems the strangeness of this old house is quite interesting. He pressed the play button and continued watching. The 5 people in the livestream took out their tools and started digging, truly planning to excavate the yard. Chen Shi had already watched the video and knew what would happen next, but at this moment, he shivered in fear and turned away to avoid looking. Quick, look! In the video, the short-haired girl exclaimed excitedly, there really is something. The man with a buzz cut and the other 2 guys said, wow, it's gold. But in Xin Lang's eyes, what they dug up was far from gold. In the excavated ground, there was a lot of standing water, and a pale female corpse was lying inside. Yet the 5 people acted as if they didn't see it, continuing to talk about gold underground. We're rich. We're rich. Oh my god, do we need to report this to the authorities? Is it really gold? Take it out to sea, don't let it float in the water. At that moment, the female corpse's eyes opened. The next second, the video ended. Su Miao cried out in terror again, what? Xin Lang turned to Chen Shi, is that all? Chen Shi nodded tremblingly, yes. I thought about deleting it right after watching. But the day after I deleted it, this video appeared on my desktop again. I suspected I had a virus and have changed several computers, but this video always reappears. Xin Lang laughed, so this weird thing is also a hacker? It even knows how to mess with your computer. You don't have any study materials on your computer, do you? Wouldn't those teachers from the island see you when you were directing them? Chen Shi looked speechless. He really couldn't understand why Xin Lang could joke at this time. Xin Lang clapped his hands and said, in that case, let's start thinking about the script. Since we need to film the story of these 5 people, let's confirm the actors. The director, the assistant director, and I can play the 3 male roles. And for the 2 female roles, Miss Su and Su Miao are fine. At this moment, Chen Shi asked again, but what about the ghost? Who will play the ghost in this old house? Xin Lang smiled, no need to set someone to play a ghost. He looked around and said, aren't there enough ghosts here? Chen Shi and the assistant director were shocked. Do you mean, we don't need someone to play a ghost, but really let ghosts appear? Xin Lang nodded, that's exactly what I mean. Since this movie is to be watched by ghosts, why not let the ghosts come on screen? Chen Shi's hands trembled, unable to help but ask, is there any other way? Xin Lang countered, what do you think? Chen Shi looked utterly hopeless. He then asked, so after filming the movie, can we leave? Xin Lang said, I don't know. If it weren't for completing the quest task, he wouldn't care about these things at all. A hint of despair flashed in Chen Shi and the assistant director's eyes. One of the staff members couldn't help but sit down, crying, so we're doomed? Filming means death, and not filming means death. What's the difference? Xin Lang shot him a cold glance, of course there's a difference. If you don't film, then you'll die now. The man bit his lip and said, you dare. If I go out, I'll call the police. Xin Lang sneered, if you can get out, feel free to call the police. Let's see if the police will die with you. And do you think I would give you that chance? The man saw Xin Lang's murderous expression and immediately shut up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi huddled together, surrounded by anxious crew members. Lu Jiao said, everyone, don't be afraid, we will protect you. Although our skills and strength are no match for Xin Lang, we are not afraid compared to ordinary ghosts. A burly man asked, then hurry up and take us away. I don't want to stay in this ghost place for even a second. The others echoed him. Yi Zi patiently said, everyone, please stay calm. I can understand your feelings. But now it is already almost evening, moving easily will lead to problems. And you all saw, anyone who tries to easily go out will die. The big man said again, but the problem is, staying here is not a solution for us. And according to you, we can't move at night, but can during the day? Didn't Mimi die during the day? Lu Jiao became a bit impatient, then tell me, what do you want to do? The big man scoffed, I think you all are quite capable, so we should start thinking of a way to break out now, see if we can find a way out. This way, we can escape and survive. As soon as he said this, it immediately garnered agreement from other crew members. After all, the ones charging into battle, facing the evil spirits, are not them, perhaps they really could force their way to survival. Lu Jiao was furious, I clearly gathered you all here to protect you, but you treat me as cannon fodder, right? The big man spread his hands, it's you who said you would protect us. If you're too scared, then just say so. Stop acting tough. Lu Jiu was on the verge of exploding. How could these people be so ungrateful? Another long-haired woman took out her phone. Everyone stop arguing. I think this is very simple, we can just call the police. Police have strong yang energy, maybe they are not afraid of these ghosts, and then we can go out with them. Others expressed their agreement one after another. Yeezy quickly said, no, we must not call the police. You will anger those evil spirits. As long as we are alive, it means we are not violating their rules. Calling the police now means stirring up trouble, and even if the police can come in, we also can't follow them out. The long-haired woman sneered, does what you say count? We don't have food now, and soon we will have to sleep at night. We can't sleep in a haunted house knowing there are ghosts here. Since our phones still have signal, can get on the internet, and make calls, why can't we try to call the police? Are we supposed to just wait to die? The big man echoed, exactly, I support calling the police. And we can also send messages to family and friends, or post online about the situation here. There's strength in numbers, I refuse to believe the ghosts in this ancient house have that much power. Lu Jiu and Yi Zi exchanged helpless glances. At this moment, they heard strange footsteps from the neighboring yard. Tap. 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 Chapter 58, A Restless Night. The people in the yard heard this sound, and they were all horrified, their hair standing on end. What is this sound? The big man tightened his grip on his phone. Are the director and the others coming? Just now, everyone was eating in one yard. After parting ways, Qin Lang went to the eastern yard, while they went to the slightly larger western yard. All the equipment and props were placed in the middle yard, in other words, the two groups were not far apart, separated by just 1 yard. And this sound of footsteps was coming from the eastern yard, where Qin Lang and others were. Over 20 pairs of eyes fixed on the semicircular archway of the yard, but they could never see any shadow of a person. However, the tap-tap footsteps continued to echo in the air, now close, now far, now far, now close. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu immediately took out their weapons, alert, no. This sound is clearly unusual, everyone don't move recklessly. But the big man immediately shouted, a ghost is coming, everyone run. After the shout, over 20 people immediately ran towards the further western yard. Yi Zi panicked, everyone, don't run wildly, it's very easy to become a target. Lu Jiu was already somewhat exhausted, how come these people always refused to listen? It was strange, after most of the people had run away, the tap-tap-tap footsteps unexpectedly disappeared. Yi Zi hurriedly chased after them, everyone come back quickly. There are no ghosts, don't get separated. After much effort, they managed to bring back 7 or 8 people. When counting the number of people, one was found missing. It was the long-haired girl who said she would call the police. Lu Jiu furrowed her brows, oh no. It looks like we really broke the rules and provoked those ghosts. Wu, save me. The long-haired girl's voice suddenly came from a room in the next courtyard. Yi Zi, Lu Jiu immediately ran over. In the dim room, the long-haired girl said inside, I twisted my ankle, I can't move. Wu, it's so dark here, I can't see anything, please hurry and save me. The big man and another tall, skinny man ran over, and immediately said to Yi Zi, you go take a look. Lu Jiu shot him a displeased glance. At this moment, the long-haired girl cried out even more sorrowfully, why aren't you 4 coming yet? Lu Jiu had no choice, holding her magic staff, said, I'll go take a look. Yi Zi quickly grabbed her. Did you not hear what she said? Little Lu, she is no longer human. Lu Jiu suddenly realized, right, she just said she couldn't see, how did she know there were 4 of us here? A chill swept over their bodies from the ground up. Let's go back for now. Yi Zi, guided by her own fear, keenly sensed that this situation was beyond her control. The ghosts in this house were definitely not something she could handle. After retreating, Lu Jiu put her hands on her hips and said to those people, now do you understand? Not letting you run around and call the police was the right thing. The big man objected, is that what you say? If we called the police earlier, maybe we wouldn't be in this mess. Besides, you keep saying you would protect us, but now one person is missing. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Jiu got angry, are you crazy? Damn it, the king of hell can't save a dead ghost, if you choose to court death, what can I do? Did I give you face? According to Qin Lang's idea, you should be left to fend for yourselves, we still chose to stay with you, shouldn't you be grateful? The big man said, we should be grateful if you protected us well, now, what should we be grateful for? Lu Jiu, furious, rolled up her sleeves and was about to take action. Yi Zi hurriedly stopped her, alright, little Lu, this is not the time for internal strife. Originally, we didn't have much confidence in dealing with these ghosts, and arguing is useless. A fist can't kill ghosts, let alone when we are not united? Lu Jiu glared fiercely at that person and pointed with her hand. Yi Zi stood up again and said, everyone, I know you are all very scared and nervous right now. When we first faced all the strange and ghostly things, we were the same. But this won't help, we still need to rely on ourselves to get through this. Sheen Lang and the director are trying to find a way to shoot a new movie. Maybe once the movie is done, we can get out. Before that, let's unite, alright? Her words were sincere and quite infectious. Even the big man who spoke earlier temporarily closed his mouth. Seeing she had stirred their emotions, Yeezy felt very gratified and continued, since that's the case, let's decide on the night shifts and the order of duties. We now have 24 people, we can form teams of 4, 1 hour per group, with 6 hours for a shift. Everyone can endure sleeping in this courtyard tonight, and during the day, you can help Sheen Lang and the others with the filming. I and Little Lou will find a few suitable rooms and clear the weirdness inside, then tomorrow night everyone can have a good sleep. Lu Jiao looked at Yi Zi with approval. It must be said, this is a very good plan. But the big man spoke again, nonsense. We are unarmed and don't know how to catch ghosts. If we encounter a ghost during our shift, even if we send a warning, we'll be eaten, right? Moreover, why do we have to work during the day while you don't? Do you want to use us as shields tonight and then find a way to sneak out during the day? Are you also going to help us find a place to sleep and soothe the children? As soon as this was said, the people present began to murmur among themselves. Yeezy earnestly said, everyone, I absolutely did not mean that. You have to trust me, if you can't get out, we can't either. Since I chose to stay with you, I won't abandon you. The strong man stood up and pointed at her, saying, but you clearly turned a blind eye when someone was dying. The tall, skinny man echoed, exactly. Just now, when we heard the cries for help, you just said she wasn't human and left. Why should we trust you? Yeezy was dumbfounded. She still tried to explain, it's nighttime, and we don't have much chance fighting against ghosts, please understand. The strong man said, understand what? We absolutely refuse to accept your plan. We need to come up with our own way out. Don't you all agree? The others chimed in, yes. Let's get out first. Lu Jiao was furious, fine, go ahead. If I take care of you, I'm not human. At that moment, from the direction where the long-haired woman had called for help, a rotten hand suddenly reached out, slowly crawling towards them. Chapter 59, The Man in the Pink Cloak. The crowd was still angry, fiercely expressing their distrust of Yeezy and Lu Jiao. Suddenly, someone screamed loudly. Ah! Let go of me, let go of me. A girl saw a pair of rotten hands grabbing her feet and immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. When the others saw this scene, they quickly backed away, and the crowd dispersed in an instant. Yeezy took out her white paper fan and rushed over. Paper blowing snow. A few thin paper pieces flew over, cutting into the rotten hand like blades. Hiss, hiss, hiss. That pair of rotten hands turned into wisps of green smoke and vanished. Yeezy breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the girl. Miss, are you okay? What were you doing? Why didn't you act sooner? You nearly scared me to death. The girl pushed Yeezy away. Exactly. Why weren't you more careful? We chose to stay because we trusted you. If you had been a bit quicker, I wouldn't have fallen. The people around also began to blame Yeezy. This left Yeezy utterly confused. She had clearly saved someone, how could she still be criticized? Should a good person be held at gunpoint? Lu Jiao could no longer contain herself. Are you done? Go die if you want. No wonder Sheen Lang said letting you die would be better. You're pushing your luck, everyone just die already. These words immediately triggered a strong reaction from everyone present. What did you say? That Sheen Lang said for us to die? So cold-blooded. You're just like him. I don't care. You are responsible for us, and if any one of us dies, it's all your fault. They started to slowly surround Yeezy and Lu Jiao. Yeezy quickly grabbed Lu Jiao and tried to move outside. Don't run. Seeing this, those people chased after them. Lu Jiao was furious, really? These people are too ungrateful, let me just kill them. Yeezy said, don't say such foolish things. Killing innocent people will cause us to suffer in the end. Sigh, maybe Sheen Lang is really right. Lu Jiao fell silent. If they followed Sheen Lang's suggestion and let these people fend for themselves, how would there be so much trouble? Sometimes, people are scarier than ghosts. Yeezy sighed and quickened her pace. Suddenly, Yeezy exclaimed, wait. Lu Jiao asked, what's wrong? Yeezy said, we were clearly running toward Sheen Lang. Why haven't we gotten there yet? Lu Jiao also realized this and froze, trembling in place. They were only one small courtyard away from Sheen Lang's yard. But they had run through 2 or 3 courtyards just now, how hadn't they arrived yet? Yeezy looked around, we have been targeted by the ghosts in this old house. Lu Jiao raised her demonic staff and began to keep watch around them. They are here. Those from the film crew chased after them. The encirclement is about to close in again. Yeezy shouted, everyone calm down. We are being targeted by ghosts. Don't come over, or you'll be in trouble too. The big man shouted, do you think we would still believe you? You hurry and take us out of here. Lujo tightened the demon suppression staff and stabbed towards the big man's face. Puff. The big man's face was pierced by Lujo, creating a huge bloody hole. Yeezy was shocked. Xiaolu, what are you doing? Lujo shouted, they are not human. Look. As soon as he finished speaking, Yeezy finally noticed that these people's eyes were different from normal people's. Black, very black. Their pupils were pitch black, without a hint of light, as if someone had gouged out their eyes. The big man with a pierced face even grabbed Lujo's hand tightly. He. Chilling laughter echoed from all directions, causing Yeezy and Lujo's bodies to tremble with fear. Those crew members also reached out to Yeezy and others, beginning to attack. Whoa! A few of them opened their bloody mouths and pounced. Yeezy quickly waved a handful of paper, fanning them, turning them into blades that shot out again. But even when half their heads were sliced off, those people acted as if nothing had happened. Oh no! It was the first time Yeezy had encountered such a situation. Xiaolu, run! Lujo fought and cursed, saying, damn! Can't kill them! They can't be killed at all. Where to run? These people are like zombies. Zombies die when their heads are gone, but they seem to have no weaknesses. Suddenly, a pink figure flashed out. Swish, swish, swish. Several silver blades of light appeared. The nearest mutated beings to Lujo and Yeezy were shattered into dozens of pieces. I didn't expect this house to be so big. A man in a pink cloak stood in front of Lujo and Yeezy. I also didn't expect there to be two little beauties here. The man was tall and imposing, exuding an aura of casual charm fused with hidden strength. He wore a hat, the edges rough, giving him a somewhat knightly appearance. Lujo and Yeezy were stunned. You, who are you? The man chuckled, took out a pink hair tie, and tied back his dark long hair. Just call me Junlang. Don't worry, little beauties, you are safe now. He raised his curved blade, the cold gleam of the blade shining, then dashed toward those mutated beings like a pink lightning bolt. Lujo and Yeezy stood frozen, watching those strange beings being taken down by Junlang one by one, their faces filled with surprise. It was the first time they had seen such powerful swordsmanship. In less than 2 minutes, Junlang had turned all those mutated beings into a pile of minced meat. He shook the blood off the blade and smiled at Lujo and Yeezy. Little beauties, it's all okay now. Lujo was captivated by his handsome appearance and strong skills, stepping forward and cupping her hands. Thank you. Are you a player too? Junlang laughed. Yes, but I sleep during the day, coming out at night to find some fierce ghosts to play with. I didn't expect to run into you. Yeezy exclaimed, daring to sleep that much in a 3A dungeon? Aren't we supposed to be out gathering clues and progressing the storyline during the day? Junlang laughed heartily. I'm just here to kill ghosts. Whatever plot or task, I don't care. As soon as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps echoed from the ancient house as if some huge creature was about to emerge. A flicker of excitement appeared in Junlang's eyes. Looks like something big is coming. Little beauties, step back. Yeezy then noticed that Junlang had 3 knives on his waist, each one varying in size. Treating my toys so violently. A green-faced monster dressed in clothing from the Ming and Qing dynasties walked out of the ancient house, lacking lips with sharp fangs exposed to the air. You deserve to die too. Green-faced zombie. Weird level, B. Lujo hurriedly said, Junlang. This B-level weirdness. Let's face it together. Junlang waved his hand, then pulled out a knife in each hand. B-grade weirdness? Then I will show my respect with dual knives. Chapter 60, Let me slash once. The blue-faced zombie drooled from its fangs and chuckled. It seems you are quite delicious. Junlang's lips curled into a cold smile. Is that even a question? Too bad you can't eat. The blue-faced zombie roared in anger and inhaled sharply. A whirlwind erupted around, and Lujo and Yeezy were caught off guard, struggling to stand. But Junlang was as steady as a mountain, his expression calm as a quiet pond. The scattered chunks of flesh were also sucked into the blue-faced zombie's mouth. In the next moment, the blue-faced zombie's size had increased significantly. Junlang was originally about the same height, but now he could barely reach its belly. Ah, tasty, tasty. The blue-faced zombie wiped its mouth. Next, it's your turn. Junlang laughed. Now that you're full, you can hit the road. The blue-faced zombie was furious and swung its giant hand down. Junlang's figure vanished, and when he reappeared, one foot was already on the blue-faced zombie's hand. He used all his strength to leap into the air, aiming his dual knives at the zombie's face. This ghostly speed shocked the blue-faced zombie. It tried to block with its other giant hand and smashed Junlang down. But Junlang vanished again. Before the blue-faced zombie could react, it felt the world spin, everything upside down. It wasn't the world that was upside down, its head had been chopped off and fallen to the ground. The blue-faced zombie tried to comprehend everything, while Jun Lang appeared before him. Jun Lang's expression was very relaxed, his knives dripping with green blood. Lu Jiao and Yi Zi swallowed hard, muttering, so fast. They were amazed by the blue-faced zombie's huge size, then looked back to see Jun Lang passing through the zombie's neck. The zombie's blood hadn't even splattered, and Jun Lang's pink cloak had already swept past, followed by a smooth landing. Everything happened in an instant, they were more stunned than the blue-faced zombie. How could there be such a fast knife? The blue-faced zombie angrily said, "You." Before it could finish, Jun Lang's knife started moving again. Swish, 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 swish. Jun Lang's knife was as fast as lightning, slicing the blue-faced zombie into tiny pieces. Ha! Jun Lang grinned and thrust his curved knife down towards the ground. A powerful sword wind surged up, rushing towards the blue-faced zombie's fragments and body. Bang, bang, bang. The blue-faced zombie's body exploded in several places, smashing backward. Jun Lang shook the blood off his knives, quickly sheathed them, and turned confidently. Killing ghosts in a 3A dungeon feels so good. Player Jun Lang successfully killed B-grade weirdness. Reward, 1,200 ghost coins. Jun Lang smiled, now I have money for wine. At some unknown moment, a silver wine flask appeared in his hand. Ah, the wine after killing ghosts is the best. Jun Lang took a sip of the strong liquor, feeling satisfied. Then the surroundings changed dramatically, and Lu Jiao and Yi Zi realized they hadn't left the courtyard at all but had been caught in a ghostly loop, going in circles. Lu Jiao walked up with a smile, "Thank you, brother Jun Lang. If it weren't for you, Yi Zi and I would be done for." Jun Lang laughed, "It's nothing, you're safe now, and I've gained some enjoyment, nobody owes anyone anything." Lu Jiao felt as if bathed in spring breezes, "If only we had met you earlier. This time, we completely rely on you to finish the dungeon." Jun Lang said, "Are you eager to clear it? Then we can look for the strongest one." Lu Jiao unhesitatingly agreed. But Yi Zi said, "Little Lu, shouldn't we discuss it with Jun Lang? After all, it's a 3A dungeon, what if there are other traps?" Lu Jiao pouted, "What's there to say with that cold-blooded guy? He'll probably sell us out." Jun Lang asked, "Oh? Who else do you have as players?" Lu Jiao nodded, "Of course, but he is a talented yet wicked scoundrel. His name is Jin Lang, and he can also take on B-level anomalies alone, but his character is far worse than yours." Hearing that Jin Lang could also handle B-level anomalies alone, Jun Lang's eyes changed. "Really? I would like to meet him." Yi Zi pointed to the yard next door, "He is right there." On Jin Lang's side, he had just finished writing the script. Let's shoot it this way, director, is half an hour of content enough? Chenshir looked at the script written by Jin Lang, clicking his tongue in amazement, "Impressive. Your story is wonderful. I think it's absolutely fine." Jin Lang smiled, thinking that people in this world had never seen Grave Encounter, The Grudge, or The Conjuring. Jin Lang. Miss Lu and the others are back. Sumu Bai pulled Jin Lang, and she brought someone. When Jin Lang turned around, he saw Lu Jiao, Yi Zi, and the most eye-catching Jun Lang. Jun Lang also noticed Jin Lang, and their eyes met briefly, both sensing a strong pressure. Jin Lang thought, this effeminate man in a pink cloak is a master. But it has nothing to do with me. Not sure if it's because he read mystical texts or if he had an evil god and a succubus inside him for too long, but Jin Lang felt a sense of alienation from ordinary humans. So far, besides himself, he didn't trust anyone else. Lu Jiao proudly pointed at Jun Lang and said, "Jin Lang, let me introduce you. He is our savior, his name is." "I'm not interested in knowing." Jin Lang asked, "Why is it just you few? What about the other people in the crew?" Yi Zi showed a troubled expression and said, "They seem to be controlled by the ghosts in the old house and started attacking us." Lu Jiao continued, "Thanks to brother Jun Lang, he rescued us, and he handled a B-level anomaly by himself." Jun Lang smiled, "Just a piece of cake." Jin Lang looked at Lu Jiao and teased, "So, did you find it not fun to be a babysitter for a group?" Lu Jiao's face turned a bit red, You're wrong. If brother Jun Lang had appeared earlier, maybe we wouldn't have had those anomalies." Jun Lang couldn't help but interrupt her, turning to Jin Lang, "You are Jin Lang, nice to meet you." Jin Lang nodded, Lu Jiao was a bit disgruntled, why was this Jin Lang so arrogant? Feeling dissatisfied seeing someone more capable than herself? Jun Lang stepped forward and asked, "I heard you can also take on B-level anomalies alone. What weapon do you use? Can I have a look?" Jin Lang replied, "I'm not interested in discussing this. If you don't want to help, then leave quickly." Jun Lang smiled. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. Jun Lang stared at Sumu Bai, one hand already reaching for the knife handle, "Are you an anomaly?" Sumubai asked, what's wrong? Jun Lang said excitedly, you are an A-level anomaly. Can I take a swing at you? Chapter 61 30% and 70%. Sumubai's face changed. Jun Lang was already drawing his sword. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from Jun Lang, blowing everyone near him to the ground. Jun Lang sheathed his knife, you don't want me to make a move? Jun Lang did not speak but motioned for Sumubai to come a little closer. Sumubai swallowed hard, approaching Jun Lang like a frightened rabbit. In fact, Jun Lang had not made a move just now. It was Bai Qi who did it. Jun Lang pulled his consciousness back into his body. Bai Qi, what are you doing? Jun Lang looked around but did not see Bai Qi. Brother, over here. A familiar, weathered voice rang out. Jun Lang turned back, stunned by the scene before him. Bai Qi had transformed into a black dragon, coiling around the Chen-Kuan jade bottle. But the Chen-Kuan jade bottle, which could still be held with both hands when purchased, was now several meters high, closely pressed against Bai Qi's entire body. Jun Lang asked, what made you angry just now? Bai Qi opened his dragon mouth, isn't Sumubai your woman? That pretty boy was about to attack her, and I couldn't just watch my sister-in-law get hurt, could I? Jun Lang chuckled, you don't have that much initiative. What is the reason? Bai Qi said, when I was still immortal, I had a daughter. Sumubai looks a bit like her, so I softened for a moment. Jun Lang laughed, so the legendary butcher Bai Qi has a daughter? Your wife must be quite pitiful. Bai Qi's eyes held a hint of sorrow, yes, she is. Jun Lang shook his head, looks like I can't pursue Miss Su anymore. You treat her like a daughter and me like an older brother, wouldn't that cause chaos? Bai Qi chuckled, what's the problem? We each have our own discussions. I call you brother, and you call me dad. Get lost. Jun Lang asked again, what do you think of the one called Jun Lang? Bai Qi disdainfully said, if I could restore my peak from back then, a mere mortal like him is not a threat. Unfortunately, you're not strong enough now, you only have a 70% chance of winning. Jun Lang frowned, why only 70%? Bai Qi replied, 70% is for him. Right now you might have a 30% chance, and it depends on luck. Jun Lang was speechless, so I shouldn't engage then? That would be too frustrating. Bai Qi said, don't worry, I can sense that he is not a person who enjoys killing. Just now, I used the aura of the evil god to shock him. This Jun Lang, no matter how strong, is still immortal, he appears calm now, but his heart is already panicked. He won't attack you for the time being, at least not with lethal force. Jun Lang asked again, how did you determine he doesn't like killing? Bai Qi laughed, brother, don't I know what a true killer looks like? Jun Lang thought for a moment and agreed. Bai Qi is someone who has killed over 1 million people. He can tell who is a killer at a glance. Jun Lang waved his hand, I get it, you can play with this bottle by yourself. Bai Qi continued, brother, you still have to be careful. That Jun Lang is immortal, but his physique and sword skills are already perfect. The moment you show killing intent, he could take you down. Don't provoke him. Jun Lang didn't respond and walked away directly. Returning to his true body, just as Bai Qi had said, that one move made Jun Lang silent for a long time, he had no intention of drawing his sword again, and his killing intent had lessened a bit. But Jun Lang's gaze towards Jun Lang had gained a bit of excitement. Interesting, very interesting. Yeezy said, Jun Lang, although Miss Su is strange, she isn't bad. Moreover, she has always been by Jun Lang's side, let's not ruin the peace. Jun Lang stroked his chin, I didn't know there was such a move. I'll try it next time. Sumubai looked at him anxiously. Jun Lang licked his lips, but it's hard to come across an A-grade anomaly, it wouldn't make sense not to draw my sword. Jun Lang, can I exchange a few moves with her? Jun Lang decisively replied, if you like drawing your sword and cutting things so much, you can go to New Oriental. Why are you here messing around? Jun Lang chuckled, if you say that, then it cannot be said like that. I just want to spar with her. He started to draw his sword again. Jun Lang also prepared to take out the ghost slasher sword. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Woo woo. At this moment, Su Miao started to cry loudly, so scary, so scary. Jun Lang was startled and turned to look at Su Miao. Meow meow? Jun Lang and the others were shocked. They know each other? Su Miao curled up in the corner, saying, whoa whoa, so scary, don't come over. Jun Lang stood still, his expression showing rare surprise. But soon, he returned to his former cool demeanor. I see. Since Meow Meow is crying, I won't joke anymore. He sat down with a thud and extended his hand towards Jun Lang. I'm sorry about what just happened. Jun Lang frowned and ignored him. What exactly is the relationship between Su Miao and Jun Lang? Who are they? But no matter what, with two experts like Jun Lang and Jun Lang around, everyone felt a bit more at ease. At least they didn't have to worry about any reckless anomalies crashing in again. Qin Lang glanced at the time and found it was already 9:30. There were 2.5 hours until midnight. At that time, I could refresh my skills. He glanced up at the sky. Jun Lang was lying on the eaves of a house, his face covered by a bamboo hat, his pink cloak draped over him like a blanket, as if he were asleep. Truly, he was carefree and unrestrained. Qin Lang thought that this Jun Lang could capture even Bai Chi's attention, proving he was not an ordinary character. At this distance, even using time pause, it would be hard for me to ambush him successfully. I hope to get a skill, at the very least, it could help maintain some balance. A 30% chance of winning is too low. Feeling a bit annoyed and then bored, Qin Lang called for Qinshi to look at the previous script. Qinshi asked while searching, Master Qin, didn't we just write a new script? Why look at the old one? Qin Lang replied, the fact that your old script went so smoothly shows that the previous plot pleased the ghosts of the old house. When things went wrong later, could it be that something was written that made them unhappy? Qinshi got a bit nervous and quickly pulled out a script. Qin Lang picked up the script and began flipping through it. Suddenly, Qin Lang's gaze stopped on the second page. Could it be that? Qin Lang looked at Su Mubai and asked, Miss Su, you were in another crew during the day, can you tell me who died and when? Su Mubai nodded, I remember, wait a moment, I'll write it down for you. The first to die was the actor playing the male lead. At this moment, Jun Lang sleeping on the roof lifted his bamboo hat with a finger and glanced at Qin Lang. After hearing Su Mubai finish, Qin Lang frowned. I see. Chapter 62 Wave. Qin Lang said, if the ghosts in this old house kill people according to this pattern, then it will be interesting. Su Mubai asked, Qin Lang, did you discover something? Qin Lang pointed at the original script and said, look, the order of deaths matches the order of appearances in the script, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, others quickly gathered around. Sure enough, the current order of deaths followed the order of the characters' appearances in the script, just as Qin Lang said. Qinshi swallowed hard, then why do the ghosts here do this? Qin Lang replied, isn't it simple? You all watched that live broadcast, the ghosts here want to rekindle old ties with you. The faces of Qinshi and the others changed, rekindle old ties? What does it mean? Qin Lang said coldly, people from the same crew who have watched the live broadcast can gather together to film. Could such coincidences exist in this world? Qinshi, you shouldn't have told me the whole truth, right? Qinshi felt a chill down his back and said, I. Qin Lang continued, you don't have to answer me now, in this situation, what you say is likely to be lies. Anyway, once filming starts tomorrow, you are an actor too, whether you want to live or die, it's up to you. After saying that, he turned to lie on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Qinshi and the other crew members looked at each other, their faces full of guilt. Clearly, they must have done something morally wrong before, but dared not speak out directly. The assistant director looked at Qinshi, director, it shouldn't be related to that incident, right? Qinshi swallowed again, don't talk nonsense. Let me think about how to explain to Master Qin. Another staff member said, director, if it really comes to it, shouldn't we just tell the truth? Those people are dead, why are we still keeping that secret? Qinshi gritted his teeth, those people weren't killed by the ghosts. Didn't you hear what Lu Jiu said? Those people were controlled by ghosts, and the ones who killed them were the man with the knife and sword. The others exchanged glances, looking heavy-hearted. The night watch was assigned to the sleepless Su Mubai, while the rest gathered around a campfire and fell asleep in the yard. Lu Jiu glanced at Jun Lang lying on the roof and asked Yi Zi, doesn't brother Jun Lang feel cold? And isn't it easy to be targeted by ghosts in that old house while sleeping? Yi Zi smiled and said, how long have you known him? You're already concerned about him. After this instance, you should team up with him. Lu Jiu patted her, saying, what are you talking about? Please don't set up such strange flags. I think relying on brother Jun Lang is way better than relying on that Qin Lang. At least he has some humanity. Yi Zi glanced at Qin Lang, who was sleeping peacefully, and shook her head, I don't think so. Qin Lang might be a little more reliable than Jun Lang. Lu Jiu asked with confusion, how so? Yi Zi said, Jun Lang isn't thinking about clearing the game. He's looking to fight against even stronger oddities. Following him will only lead to encountering more strong enemies. But Qin Lang has actually led us through a 2A instance. Lu Jiu retorted stubbornly, but I just don't like how he acts like the whole world owes him. When it comes to strength, brother Jun Lang is definitely stronger, right? Yi Zi laughed helplessly, her gaze lingering on Qin Lang. At that moment, Qin Lang had gone looking for Bai Chi. Bai Chi seemed to particularly enjoy curling up on the Qiankuan jade bottle, and was now sticking to it. Qin Lang asked, you don't have any special preferences, do you? Bai Chi opened his eyes, the mustache on his face beginning to tremble, big brother, what are you doing here at night? Qin Lang stretched and said, I want to ask you something. What is the Pango Heavenly Book? Bai Chi laughed, so you just thought to ask me now? Xin Lang said, I've been wanting to ask but didn't have the time. Ever since I saw those so-called heavenly books in Fengmen Village, those words have been etched in my mind and I can't forget them. That old ancestor from Donghu High School said I've seen the Pango heavenly book and even summoned Confucius. But every time I somehow summoned it without knowing how, and it mysteriously worked. Can you tell me what's going on? Bai Qi chuckled, if I could directly use the Pango heavenly book, would I need to rely on Big Brother like you? Xin Lang was speechless. So you do know you're relying on me? Bai Qi said, the Pango heavenly book only borrows the name of Pango, we don't know who really wrote it. I heard about the power of this heavenly book when I was in the underworld. It can summon gods from all directions and communicate across worlds. But very few can interpret the heavenly book. Only one type of person can do this. Bai Qi looked at him, that is the Pei Shu. Xin Lang had a confused look, anger? What anger? Anger? Rage? Balloon? Bai Qi explained, not that kind of qi, it's the twist of no upper and lower fire. Specifically this Pei can only be understood by a few. But it is said that only Pei can utilize the Pango heavenly book. Not all Pei can use the heavenly book, let alone use it. Big Brother, you are a special case. Just enjoy it. This is a great opportunity given to you by the heavens. Xin Lang chuckled, do you want this opportunity? Will being this Pei attract too much attention? Bai Qi nodded, once the Pango heavenly book is used again, it will easily draw attention. After all, how many people want the power of such a treasure in the world? As someone who can use the heavenly book to summon evil gods, you would definitely be regarded as a precious target if someone recognizes your worth. At that time, you can only pray that the other party doesn't have power as strong as Zhu Lang. Moreover, with so many oddities around you now, those who stick by your side may not be good ones. Xin Lang waved his hand, stop cursing me. He seemed to think of something, planning to ask Bai Qi again, but after looking at him now, he decided against it. After his consciousness returned to his body, Xin Lang checked the time, there were still 10 minutes until midnight. Xin Lang changed his position, lying down, staring at the starry sky, lost in thought. After going through the instances like this again and again, carrying the secret of the heavenly book, what will I ultimately gain? A common man is innocent, but holding precious things is a crime. It seems that nothing good will happen next, right? Ding! Midnight has arrived. Skill refresh has begun. Please choose the skills to be refreshed. Chapter 63, You Did Not Tell the Truth. Finally, it has come. Xin Lang chose to refresh the death countdown skill. At first, he used this skill to cling to someone powerful. Now he is the thickest thigh, keeping it is useless. The death countdown skill has been refreshed. Please choose a new skill. A. Damage reflection. Reflect 50% of the damage dealt by enemies. Consumes 100 mental power per second. B. Danger perception. Explores the environment within 5 meters to find potential dangers and predict risks in advance. Consumes 20 mental power per second. C. Super defense. When fighting the same enemy, immunity to damage from the first 3 attacks, and subsequent attacks will only deal 30% damage. Consumes 100 mental power each time activated, cooldown time, 120 seconds. Wow, all of them are quite useful. This is indeed the upgraded system. Xin Lang felt that these skills would be useful in his battle against Zhu Lang. For some reason, Xin Lang felt that he would eventually fight that effeminate person in the pink cape. Looking at it this way, A and C are the best choices. But Xin Lang hesitated when making his choice. Strangely, I came to clear the instance, not to fight this Zhu Lang. Why do I care about him? And it seems that with that crybaby Su Miao around, Zhu Lang wouldn't take action easily. Xin Lang chose B. Then, Xin Lang activated Danger Perception to see what was hidden in this ancient house. Xin Lang closed his eyes, but found that he had not fallen into darkness. Instead, he could still see some things clearly. The surrounding environment was so clear at this moment that Xin Lang could even feel the movements of every gust of wind. And many small red dots had already appeared. The walls, door frames, abandoned wells, and several tiles in the neighboring yard were all flashing red, clearly warning that there was deceit inside. Wow, there are quite a few indeed. If one steps in carelessly, who knows how much trouble there would be. It is truly hard to guard against. Xin Lang was puzzled again. What rules govern the ghosts in this ancient house when they kill and harm people? The script might be one of them, but the ones who died before, like the 5-member group that came for the live broadcast, they had no script. If this rule is unknown, ordinary people like Chenshir would continue to die, and this movie might never be completed, thus preventing him from clearing the instance. The boss of this instance is very clever, now only sending some B-level or lower anomalies to set various traps. It is not targeting strong players like himself at all, instead, it aims at ordinary people like Chenshir. Its purpose is to prevent the movie from being completed. As long as it continues to hide and prevent the movie from being completed, then he cannot clear the instance, holding the advantage in its home ground. As Qin Lang thought this, his head began to ache. First of all, the condition to clear the instance is to complete the movie. What is the definition of this movie? If it is the movie that Chen Shi originally intended to shoot, then now that I have changed the script, does the new story still count? If it doesn't count, then wasn't all my previous work in vain? Secondly, in this ancient house, besides these players, ordinary people who go out die, but those who want to come in seem unaffected. From another perspective, he could continuously let people in to expand the workforce to complete the movie. But doesn't this become a war of attrition? Indeed, a 3A instance is not that easy to clear. Qin Lang thought for a long time, and unknowingly, the night passed. When Qin Lang woke up again, a fragrant smell of food came from beside him. Sitting up, he saw that everyone was gathered together eating noodles. Qin Lang, you're awake. Sumubai handed him a bowl of noodles. This is for you, if it's not enough, there's more. Qin Lang took the noodles and asked, where did this come from? The bowl holding the noodles clearly looked like something from an outside shop, obviously someone had gone out. Sumubai said that Jun Lang went out to buy it. He's searching the ancient house again, saying he wants to practice with something new and strange. Qin Lang said nothing and started eating the noodles with big bites. Lu Zhou mocked from the side, sure enough, we have to wait for brother Jun Lang to do the work. If we let you lead the team, we probably would be starving by morning. You're eating so well, make sure to thank brother Jun Lang when he comes back. Yi Zi frowned, Xiao Lu. Qin Lang ignored her. Wasting his breath on such a woman wasn't worth it. Chen Shi walked over, looking nervous. Master Qin, I thought about it last night. We actually hid something. If I tell you, will you still help us? Qin Lang did not answer directly, but asked, do you think you have other choices? Speak up, I don't have time for riddles. Chen Shi swallowed and then said, actually the 5 people who came here to do the livestream before they also worked for our company. He and the whole production team were from the same film company, and the 5 young people who came to do the livestream were signed hosts from their neighbor's new media department. In other words, they were all acquaintances. Qin Lang nodded, go on. It wasn't that simple. Chen Shi continued, actually, the whole exploration livestream of the ancient house to the movie shooting was a project planned by our company. The boss originally planned to have those 5 hosts come here for live broadcast publicity, to gain fame. Then buy a few marketing accounts to say how terrifying and weird it is here. Once the popularity and various rumors here increased, we could come here to shoot the movie, it would definitely sell big. Qin Lang drank the noodle soup in one gulp and asked Sumubai for another bowl. At the same time, his brain was processing this information rapidly. It all matched up. No wonder people in the crew had seen the live stream. It turned out to be a matter of colleague relationships and work needs. Qin Lang then asked, so many of the legends about the ancient house are actually fake? Chen Shi nodded, yes, things like 200-year-old ancient houses, scholars meeting female ghosts, houses eating people, etc. These are all just gimmicks. But the thing about digging out an uncorrupted female corpse is true, you saw it during the livestream. Qin Lang waved his hand, speak slowly, don't try to mess with my thoughts. The most brilliant lies in the world are those that mix truth with falsehoods or reverse the order of facts. Chen Shi was a filmmaker, he was very familiar with these tricks, and Qin Lang didn't want to be influenced by him. You guys deliberately created this rumor of the ancient house being haunted, wanting to take the opportunity to make some money. But unexpectedly, the 5 people who came to livestream really died, then what happened? Chen Shi continued, then, the company paused the project. Unexpectedly 2 years later, just a while ago, I received the second half of that livestream's footage, which was ordered by the ghosts here to be made into a movie. You know what happened next. Master Qin, what I'm saying now is the truth. Qin Lang thought for a moment and shook his head. No, you're still lying to me. Chen Shi's face turned pale as paper. Master Qin, I really didn't. Qin Lang said, you just said that because 5 hosts died, your company boss paused the project? But didn't your boss initially want to escalate the matter to gather material for the movie? Really dying people would actually benefit his plans and projects, so why stop? Because dead people don't make money? I don't believe there are such accommodating capitalists. Moreover, now that something happened to you, your company has restarted the project? Just for your safety? I believe your boss is bad. But I don't quite believe he is foolish. You must have some words left unspoken, right? Chen Shi was sweating and couldn't help but glance back at the assistant director behind him. The assistant director and others just briefly met his gaze before quickly lowering their heads to continue eating noodles. Yizi spoke at this moment, Director Chen, if you have any difficulties, just speak out. Even if you carry a huge secret, isn't it less important than your lives? If you don't say anything, how can we help you? This gentle voice really made Chen Shi relax. He wiped his sweat and said again, Master Qin, Miss Yi. I didn't mean to hide it, I just really don't dare to say some things. You must all be immortal beings, each with your own skills, you can definitely ensure our safety. After we succeed, you will each have your own path. But I still have to continue mingling here. Whatever I casually say could be the end for me, please understand me a little. However, since Missy just said that, I know I can't continue hiding it from you. After Chenshur finished his chaotic words, he took a sip of water and said, Actually, as Master Qin said, after those 5 people died, the boss really asked us to shoot a movie. Qin Lang took a bite of noodles, then said to Chenshur, put your hand out. Chenshur was confused but stretched out his hand in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang took out a black dog blood dagger and quickly cut a gash on his hand. Ah! Chenshur screamed in pain, covering his wound and shouting, Master Qin, why are you doing this? Lu Jiao also questioned, Qin Lang, why are you casually using a knife? Isn't this bullying? After seeing how Jun Lang bravely saved his life, Lu Jiao was completely unable to accept Qin Lang's behavior. Qin Lang remained calm and said to Chenshur, I don't like this toothpaste squeezing style of back and forth questioning. It's a waste of everyone's time. I've already given you a whole night to think it over, and now if you won't talk properly, then you'll just have to remember this lesson. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiao said, can't you use another method? Why do you have to hurt someone? Isn't your behavior just like the anomalies? Qin Lang shot a glance at her and said to Su Mubai, Miss Su, is there any way to make her shut up? Su Mubai's eyes turned cold, and with a slight force, the surrounding air temperature suddenly dropped several degrees. Su Miao, scared, covered her eyes and said, whoa, so scary. Lu Jiao was genuinely panicking this time. She struggled with B-grade anomalies, so how could she face A-grade Su Mubai? Lu Jiao nervously said, don't act recklessly, or brother Jun Lang will definitely not let you off when he comes back. Yi Zi quickly said, everyone calm down. This is not the time for infighting. Qin Lang, do whatever you want, we won't say anything. Then she glared at Lu Jiao. Su Mubai also looked at Qin Lang at this moment. Qin Lang said, next time that annoying woman speaks up, Miss Su, you just go and cut out her tongue. Su Mubai nodded, okay. Chenshur began to nervously confess again. This time, he told an even stranger and more bizarre story. After the 5-person live streaming team was completely wiped out, the company planned to quickly produce a movie based on this incident. Of course, to pass the review successfully, there couldn't be any ghosts in the movie. Instead, it had to be modified to feature a serial killer blending in among the 5, who ended up being caught and shot by the police. The movie was shot very smoothly, completed in less than a month. However, during the movie preview, strange things happened. First, the office storing the master tape mysteriously caught fire, killing several employees who were working overtime. Next, during the editing process, for some unknown reason, an editor ended up killing 2 colleagues while working late at night. He also jumped off the building to commit suicide. The boss saw things getting worse and invited a Taoist priest to perform rituals. The priest said the master tape carried heavy resentment, as the 5 people who died tragically hated the company for joking about their deaths and refused to seek justice for them, causing such a tragic outcome. The boss had no choice but to hire a private detective, used his connections to have the police investigate their case, and even held a ceremony to appease the souls of the 5 deceased. The boss said he would send the master tape to the Taoist temple for worship, and indeed, things calmed down for a while. But on the boss's birthday, he shockingly took a knife and killed his entire family, causing a sensational massacre, and he also committed suicide. After the new boss took over, he requested that nobody mention the old mansion again, and even all the project documents were cleaned up thoroughly. Chenshur and the others were able to stay only because they had a good relationship with the new boss. That's all. Chenshur looked at Qin Lang anxiously, I guarantee I didn't leave anything out. Qin Lang twirled the black dog blood dagger in his hand, his mind racing quickly. After Yi Zi listened, she said, it seems, the curse of the old mansion really exists. But if it was the resentment of those 5 people that caused all this, why, 2 years later, do they still want you to film again? Could it be that someone has provoked their souls again? Su Mubai added, the weird desire for revenge is very strong, usually, they would quickly eliminate all their enemies. And if everyone who has come into contact with the master tape and the project ends up dead, how come you, Director Chen, are fine? Chenshur waved his hand, I don't know. I really don't know this. I've already said everything I understand. This time, Qin Lang did not respond to him immediately but said to Su Mubai, weird things sometimes don't take revenge on their enemies right away. For example, Miss Su, didn't you also not take revenge on Sun Yangzi right away? Mentioning Sun Yangzi made Su Mubai recall the incident in Fengmen village, and her emotions began to grow complex. But soon, Su Mubai understood the reason behind Qin Lang's words. Qin Lang didn't want to expose his own scars, he just thought of the key point. Qin Lang, are you saying someone controlled those weird things? Chapter 65, The Underground Secret Room. Qin Lang nodded, those 5 live streamers must have been controlled by something. Otherwise, they couldn't have behaved so unusually. The main suspect is that female corpse they dug up. That female corpse might have found a way to control the 5 of them to seek revenge on the crew and the company. Then she forced the crew members to return to the old place. The question is, what does she want? There must be a purpose for all this trouble, right? There was silence once again at the scene. Lugio said again, why think so much? We can just dig up that female corpse and destroy it. No matter how weird it is, as long as we take action to eliminate it, with brother Junling here, everything will be fine. Xin Lang glanced at her, thinking there might not be a woman as foolish as this. This old mansion can automatically repair itself once it's damaged, how hard could it be to move a female corpse? Could you please use your brain a bit? Lugio, you. Yeezy said, alright, now is not the time to argue. In my opinion, why not wait for Junling to come back first? Didn't he go to search for the weird things? Perhaps there will be new discoveries. Lugio crossed her arms and said, yeah, maybe brother Junling found the boss, killed it with one knife, and we can clear the level. She then looked at Xin Lang, this time, let you enjoy the feeling of lying down and winning too. Xin Lang said, you really do like lying down and winning, and you enjoy being saved by others. As soon as he said this, Lugio's ears turned red. She had also been saved by Xin Lang before, in the last instance, she had also won by lying down with him. Those words just now seemed really inappropriate. At this moment, the pink figure reappeared. Junling shook his head and said, I'm really tired, this mansion is way too big. Lugio quickly stepped forward, brother Junling, how's it going? Did you find anything? Junling smiled bitterly, nothing. I haven't found a single eerie thing, it seems like they are all hiding. Xin Lang, after hearing this, quietly activated his danger perception. There were still many red dots around. It was clear that the eerie things and traps were still present, but since Junling said he found nothing, it seemed they had chosen to hide. Just what would happen after everything erupts? Xin Lang thought for a moment and then said to Chinshir, are you full? Then let's get to work. Let's aim to finish the movie earlier and see if the eerie things in this ancient mansion are satisfactory. Chinshir quickly nodded and immediately arranged for the remaining people to prepare. Xin Lang knew that he didn't need to appear in the next scene, so he also started walking toward the ancient mansion. Sumubai wanted to go over too, but Xin Lang asked her to stay back and supervise the movie's completion. Seeing that Xin Lang was going to explore, Junling immediately suggested, hey, take me with you. I've walked around this morning, so I'm familiar with the paths here. Xin Lang coldly replied, I'm not interested in teaming up. Junling chuckled, are you being so aloof? I'm just trying to help. Xin Lang said, I don't need help. As soon as his voice fell, he directly walked deeper into the old house. Lugio scoffed, what the heck? Acting all high and mighty. Brother Junling had good intentions, but he got treated like trash. Sumubai turned her head and said, watch your mouth. Otherwise, I'll pull your tongue out like Xin Lang said. Lugio clenched his fists, ready to burst, but was stopped by Yeezy. Alright. Yeezy glanced at Xin Lang's back, feeling a vague sense of foreboding. Xin Lang entered a room and found that the furnishings were ancient and quite clean and tidy. A place that hasn't been visited for years is still this clean. Hee, what are you pretending for? Xin Lang said to the empty room, trying to scare me? If you have guts, come out and talk. The only response was silence. Xin Lang said, if you won't come out, then fine, but you'd better hide quickly. He immediately activated his danger perception. Under the bed, there was a hidden compartment, and the red glow was the most obvious and brightest. Looks like I've hit the jackpot. Xin Lang smiled, then raised the Ghost Slayer blade and cleaved the bed open. Once the hidden compartment appeared, Xin Lang inserted the Ghost Slayer blade into the cracks of the floor tiles, intending to pry it open with force. With his current strength and the power of the Ghost Slayer blade, this little task was effortless. Bang! The hidden compartment was opened. Hiss. Several black venomous snakes shot out from under the floor tiles, biting directly into Xin Lang's arm. He. The roots of the snakes were actually connected to a beautiful woman's head, and those snakes were growing out of her eyes. If an ordinary person suddenly saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death. Xin Lang directly swung his blade to cut off the snake bodies, then stepped on the woman's head. Is this all you have? The expression on the woman's head changed to panic, but she still showed a fierce look, continuously growling like a beast. Behind the woman's head, there was a pitch-black entrance. Get out, now! The snake-eyed woman's head gritted her teeth and said. Xin Lang glanced at the snakes still biting his arm and said, do these snakes still have poison? What a pity, I'm not afraid of these anymore. After injecting the deadlock virus, this little injury and toxin were nothing. Xin Lang directly yanked off the snake head, then stomped down hard, crushing the snake-eyed woman's head. Player Xin Lang eliminated sea-level anomaly. Reward 500 ghost coins. Qin Lang looked around again and said, there must be good things down here, right? If you don't stop me, I'm going in. Sending just one sea-level anomaly to guard the door, is that underestimating me? The surroundings were still very quiet, but Qin Lang could feel a faint cold wind blowing in, chilling against his body. Qin Lang smiled, took out a useless straw oddity left from Fengmen village, transformed it into his own shape, and threw it down. 5 minutes later, the straw oddity sent back a signal from below, indicating that it was temporarily safe. Qin Lang immediately turned and jumped down. Bang! His feet landed on a step. After taking his stand, air currents continuously blew in from both sides. It shouldn't be like this. In a closed space, how could there be airflow? No wonder the straw oddity didn't suffocate. Based on the direction and size of the airflow, Qin Lang judged that this underground chamber was quite large. Suddenly, a somewhat terrifying thought sprang up in his mind. Could it be that the mansion above is all an illusion and a decoration? The true horror lies beneath the ancient mansion? Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps came from behind. Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying knife in his hand and said, don't pretend to be ghosts with me. Otherwise, you will find out that I am the real devil. Chapter 66, Woman in the Background. The footsteps got closer, and Qin Lang was ready for battle. But nothing happened. It seemed like just a gust of wind blew past. Tap, tap, tap. Another set of footsteps passed by. Qin Lang's danger perception abilities didn't detect any threats. How strange. Is there really no oddity in this underground space? Qin Lang decided to follow the footsteps and move forward. The straw oddity paved the way ahead, and still nothing happened, as if there was truly nothing here. Yet the surroundings felt open, and it seemed endless. At that moment, a small light appeared ahead, as if there was a room. Qin Lang hurried over, thinking surely there would be something this time? Upon entering the room, Qin Lang saw the layout inside in the dim light. Oh my god. Qin Lang couldn't help but exclaim, so this ancient mansion hides these things? This is going to be fun. I said, how could the oddities in the mansion be so well hidden? On the filming set, Chen Shi and the others had just finished shooting a scene. Okay, very good, everyone take a break. Chen Shi hadn't called for a stop at all during the entire process. He just wanted to leave quickly, completely indifferent to the quality of the final product. Another reason was that everyone in the crew was also working hard. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Who dared to be careless? It was already noon, yet Qin Lang still hadn't returned. Su Bai was a bit worried. Why hasn't Qin Lang come back? Did he get lost? Yizi said, maybe he discovered some clues and is studying them. Lu Jiu murmured beside her, Yizi, why do you always defend that Qin Lang? I think he has probably. She made a slashing motion across her throat. Yizi was startled. What nonsense are you saying? Qin Lang can at least take down an A-level oddity by himself. How could he easily get into trouble? You should take care of your own business. If Su Bai hears you cursing Qin Lang, I'm afraid. Yizi patted Lu Jiu's shoulder, then prepared to get her lunchbox. Lunch was also bought by Jun Lang. The oddities in the ancient mansion didn't seem to intend to starve them. Lu Jiu wanted to eat with Jun Lang, but Jun Lang only drank, lying alone on the roof to sleep. Bored, Lu Jiu opened a computer in the crew, wanting to search for some movies or TV shows as electronic snacks. While eating and watching, Lu Jiu suddenly noticed a woman's back in the screen that looked very much like her own. Huh? How did I end up in the TV show? Lu Jiu thought she was seeing things, so she rubbed her eyes. Looking again, I found that figure still in the picture, and it seemed to be slowly turning towards me. Lu Jiu gasped and hurriedly pressed the pause button. Yizi. Brother Jun Lang. You guys come and see. Yizi quickly walked over. What's wrong? Jun Lang lifted his hat and also asked what was happening. Lu Jiu quickly shared her discovery. I saw myself inside there. As soon as this sentence came out, Chen Shi and the others who were eating suddenly changed their expressions. But soon, after exchanging glances, they lowered their heads and continued to eat their boxed meals. Yizi came to Lu Jiu's side, stared closely at the screen, and asked with confusion, You're inside? I don't see it. Lu Jiu pointed at the screen, right here, right here. Huh? It really is gone. She practically pressed her face against the screen. It was right here just now. I saw a person just like me. Although Yizi felt something was off, she couldn't really find anything wrong. Little Lu, did you make a mistake? Lu Jiu shook her head. No way, I clearly saw a figure. Let me rewind and check. But after rewinding several times, nothing unusual was found. The characters in the show were still the same, not more, not less. Lu Jiu scratched her head. That's strange. Why isn't there any? I clearly saw it. Yizi said, could it be that you really missaw? If there really was something odd, with so many of us, we wouldn't miss it. Besides, you can sense the existence of the odd too. Before they cleared the copy, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi had once obtained a skill that allowed them to touch and perceive the surroundings for any oddness. If there really was something odd in this computer, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi would definitely have noticed it. Lu Jiao was so close to the computer but still felt perfectly fine and didn't notice anything unusual. This meant everything was fine. Could it be that I really saw it wrong? Lu Jiao swallowed hard, feeling that something was off. Yi Zi patted her shoulder. Don't be paranoid. Huh, where's Jun Lang? The two women turned around and found that Jun Lang was missing again. Lu Jiao felt a bit worried. Brother Jun Lang won't have an accident, right? Sumu Bai nearby spoke up. Just now, it seemed Jun Lang saw something and jumped away. Yi Zi responded with an "oh," then said to Lu Jiao, Jun Lang is so strong, how could he have an easy accident? Little Lu, don't be nervous, don't scare yourself. Lu Jiao nodded and continued to sit down while watching and eating. Did I really see it wrong? The protagonist in the TV series continued to deliver lines. Seeing this point, the male lead said, only one explanation. Lu Jiao, you are going to die. Lu Jiao almost spat her food out. How could the male lead say my name? Did I hear wrong? Lu Jiao, is it delicious? How are we performing? Why haven't you joined us yet? Lu Jiao trembled all over, her face pale as paper. This was her first time encountering such a strange thing. Not only that, but all the characters on the screen were also staring at her. Lu Jiao's hand loosened, and the boxed meal fell to the ground. Those characters looked at her with fixed gazes and showed eerie smiles on their faces. He. Lu Jiao, come on, let's stay together. Stay with us. Lu Jiao quickly closed the laptop, her breath becoming heavy. She wanted to call Yi Zi and the others over to see. But for some reason, Lu Jiao, uncontrollably, reopened the laptop again. At this moment, the TV series resumed playing normally, and all the characters started delivering their lines again. Lu Jiao swallowed hard. What's going on? Did I see it wrong again? And at the center of the screen, that back figure appeared again. That woman was standing in the middle of all the characters in the TV series, and now she had turned halfway. From the side profile and figure, it was completely herself. Lu Jiao picked up the mouse, hurriedly wanting to close the web page. But unexpectedly, all the characters in the TV series were again staring at her uniformly. In unison, they shouted. Don't turn it off. Chapter 67 They spoke. Ah! Lu Jiao shouted and pushed the computer to the ground. This noise startled everyone. Yi Zi rushed over. Little Lu, what happened? Lu Jiao pointed at the computer, her lips trembling uncontrollably, struggling to speak. There's a ghost. There must be a ghost in there. The strange Sumubai walked over, closed his eyes to feel for a moment, then looked at Lu Jiao with confusion. There's nothing. I didn't feel any similar presence nearby. At least in this yard, I haven't discovered anything unusual. Lu Jiao yelled hysterically. There is. There really is. They spoke to me. She told everyone everything she had just seen, and those present exchanged glances, finding it hard to believe what Lu Jiao was saying. Characters in a TV drama talking to herself? Could such a thing happen? Yi Zi picked up the computer and found the screen was cracked but still usable. She opened the webpage streaming the drama, but still saw nothing unusual. Little Lu, there's nothing. Yi Zi said, I didn't find anything. Lu Jiao swallowed. Where's brother Jun Lang? I want him back. He will definitely see the problem. At this moment, Chen Shi, who had been silent, said, can you tell me what those characters said to you? Yi Zi looked at him and asked, do you know what's going on? Chen Shi shook his head. I don't know, but I've encountered something similar. Do you remember the suicide editor I mentioned yesterday? It turned out that the deceased editor had encountered a situation similar to Lu Jiao's. That night, the editor was working late in the office, editing footage. Chen Shi was there reviewing the footage at that time. The editor suddenly said, Director, come here and look, there seems to be a woman who's not right, did we accidentally film her? Chen Shi immediately denied, how could that happen? But as he leaned closer to the screen, he realized there really was a woman standing in the background of the male and female leads' conversation. The woman had her back to the camera, wearing clothes that didn't match the storyline, and she didn't seem like an extra. Chen Shi felt something was wrong. He didn't remember filming this woman at all. So he asked, can we cut her out? The editor made an okay gesture, and they both went back to work. Unexpectedly, the editor started mumbling, strange, why can't I cut it out? Director, I can't seem to cut the segment of this woman, I don't know if it's a problem with the software. Chen Shi said, then just restart it, why are you asking me? The editor responded, oh, by the way, this woman looks kind of familiar. In the next moment, the editor suddenly screamed. Ah! Chen Shi was startled and asked unhappily, what's wrong? The editor pointed at the screen, trembling. They spoke. They spoke to me. Chenshur thought he was hallucinating from staying up late and walked over to question him. What did the footage say? Are you out of your mind? The editor covered his eyes and told Chenshur, just now, the characters inside were talking to me. Chenshur naturally didn't believe it, thinking he had truly lost his mind. He looked again and found everything was normal, and the strange woman was gone. Isn't this already edited? Chenshur patted the editor's head. Finish the rest and go home to sleep, stop being paranoid. The editor looked dazed and then took a deep breath, picking up the mouse to continue working. Chenshur sat in his seat continuing to review footage, but felt an unusual silence in the office. He thought the editor had fallen asleep and was slacking off, so he turned to look. What came next was an unforgettable sight for life. The editor stared at the footage with a strange smile, then repeatedly sliced his own arm with a utility knife. Chenshur was frightened. Just as he was about to speak, the editor suddenly stood up and started walking towards the door. Then, several colleagues upstairs were killed by him. Chenshur was sweating on his forehead. After that, he also committed suicide. Before he died, his experience was similar to Miss Lu's. Lu Jio's breathing became heavy. She had encountered many strange and ghostly things. But never once had she felt this much fear. This unpredictable sense of eeriness was gradually seeping into her body. Yeezy, hurry and find brother Jun Lang. As long as he is here, nothing will go wrong. But who would dare to go out easily now? Moreover, even Jun Lang had to admit that the layout of this ancient house was complicated. If they went out, it would be very hard to come back. Yeezy hugged her tightly. Don't be afraid, we are still here. Miss Su was very strong. Usually ghosts don't dare to come over. Maybe they just want to scare you. And haven't we just checked several times? Neither the computer nor everything around showed any signs of the supernatural. Unexpectedly, the eeriness in this ancient house was so concealed, one could say it was everywhere. Sumubai looked at Chenshur again and asked, why didn't you tell us about those things earlier? You should have clearly explained when Qin Lang asked you yesterday. Chenshur hurriedly said, no, you all listen to me. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was scared by Mr. Qin last night. How could I remember to mention so many details? That night when the editor went on a killing spree, I almost died too. Sumubai said nothing and silently put away the computer, thinking everything should wait until Qin Lang returned. Yeezy hugged Lu Jiao and said, Miss Su, I don't think it's a good idea to keep waiting. Everyone probably doesn't have the heart to continue shooting. And through Xiao Lu and the director's experiences, these weird things are very likely to meddle with the film. The more we shoot, the more dangerous it might be. Sumubai replied, no, we should still follow Qin Lang's orders and finish the movie. Lu Jiao was angry. Are you out of your mind? Did you not hear what I just said? Those eerie things can appear in the film. Maybe what we filmed this morning includes them. What do you mean by continuing to shoot? Just because you are no longer alive, do you want us to accompany you? Sumubai turned her head, frowning as she questioned, what are you saying? Seeing Sumubai angry, Yeezy quickly said, Miss Su, Xiaolu was just scared, please don't mind. At that moment, the entire ancient house suddenly shook. Ah! Chapter 68, A Timely Earthquake. The ancient house shook for about 10 seconds, and then everything returned to normal. Lu Jiao, still in shock, asked, what happened? Yeezy softly comforted her, it's okay, it's probably just a small earthquake. Lu Jiao recalled the terrifying scene she had just witnessed and tightly grasped Yeezy's hand. Yeezy, do you believe me about what I just said? Yeezy's expression became hesitant, this. She nodded, I believe. She and Lu Jiao had been friends through many experiences, and had seen many unbelievable situations, so of course she would believe. But it didn't rule out the possibility that Lu Jiao had really made a mistake, or was confused by the eerie things. Moreover, neither she nor Sumubai had sensed any signs of the supernatural. Sumubai continued to focus on the interior of the ancient house. Qin Lang had been gone for a long time, why was there still no news? The previous earthquake couldn't be related to Qin Lang, could it? Chenshur and the crew were trembling in the corner, and asked, what do we do next? Sumubai said, just do as I said earlier, keep shooting the movie. As Qin Lang said, finishing the movie may not necessarily mean nothing will happen. But if you don't do this, you definitely can't get out. Chenshur and the assistant director exchanged glances, then quickly got ready to work. Sumubai walked over to Lu Jiao and Yeezy again. Lu Jiao thought Sumubai was there for revenge, so he instinctively readied his demon-slaying staff. What do you want? Sumubai coldly replied, don't waste your energy. You're struggling to deal with B-grade abnormalities, can you really defend against me if I strike? Lu Jiao fell silent at once. Yeezy hurriedly said, Miss Su, Lu Jiao was just scared and spoke carelessly, please don't. Sumubai said, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to tell you, because I am no longer alive, I understand even more how painful death feels, and I understand the meaning of life even better. If it weren't for Qin Lang, I would be like the anomaly in this ancient house, trapped here forever, living for the purpose of taking other lives. Even though I am dead, I want to live more than anyone. After saying this, Su Bai turned and left. Lu Jiu watched her, put down the demon-slaying staff in his hand, and all the words in his heart vanished in an instant. Yi Zi gently patted Lu Jiu's back, whispering words of comfort. Until evening, Jun Lang and Qin Lang still had not returned. The filming work was proceeding relatively smoothly. Su Bai was keeping an eye on things. Wherever there was an anomaly, she could sense it ahead of time and eliminate it using her strength, so the entire crew had not suffered any casualties. But the more it went this way, the more uneasy everyone felt. How could nothing at all happen? This is not normal. Miss Su, we're a bit hungry. Shenshur held his stomach and said, "Can we go get something to eat?" Su Bai looked at Yi Zi and Lu Jiu beside her. "You guys went out to buy food before, so I'll leave dinner to you. I'll stay here to protect everyone." Yi Zi nodded, "Alright, but Lu Jiu was scared today, I can go alone." Lu Jiu looked at Su Miao, who had been crouching in the corner, and said, "It's too dangerous for Yi Zi to go alone, she can go too. She knows brother Jun Lang, so she must be skilled. She didn't do anything in the last mission, she should do something now, right?" When Su Miao heard this, she started to cry. "Whoa, no, I don't want to go, I'm most afraid of the dark." Hearing her cry, everyone felt inexplicably annoyed. Su Bai had no choice but to say, "Then let's wait for Qin Lang or Jun Ling to come back." Yi Zi brushed off the dust on her clothes. "Alright, I'll go. Qin Lang and Jun Lang may be back very late, and everyone might be too hungry by then. It's okay, if there's danger, I'll find a way to leave, and I might run into Jun Lang or Qin Lang on the way." Su Bai looked at her for a while and said, "Then be careful." Yi Zi nodded, "Okay." After that, Yi Zi quickly walked out of the ancient house. After just a few steps, Yi Zi realized the temperature around her had dropped, and goosebumps appeared on her skin. Yi Zi sensed something was wrong and immediately took out her white paper fan. A blurry shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. "Who's there?" Yi Zi swallowed, opening the white paper fan, ready for battle. But the other party gave no response, and their body wobbled, continuously walking backward toward Yi Zi. "Stop, freeze." Yi Zi began to retreat. But after just a few steps, it felt as if something had bumped into her. Yi Zi turned her head, surprised to find a high wall had appeared behind her without her noticing. "It's a trap." Yi Zi immediately waved her white paper fan and began to attack the wall. Dang dang dang. But no matter how Yi Zi struck, the wall in front of her remained unmoved, only making metallic sounds upon impact. A copper wall and iron bastion? Yi Zi turned her head again and found the shadow was very close now. Yi Zi steadied her breath. With force, she pushed forward with a fan, paper snow. Countless paper pieces like snowflakes flew out, piercing that shadowy figure. "Break!" Yi Zi shouted loudly. Those paper pieces began to explode, making a series of bang 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 sounds, and a cloud of white smoke filled the area. Yi Zi nervously stared ahead, her heart racing. Is it useful? But when the white smoke cleared, that shadow became clearer, yet still unscathed. Yi Zi gritted her teeth and did not give up the attack. Instead, she continued to wave the fan, producing more paper pieces to attack the strange figure in front of her. However, after taking 2 steps closer, she suddenly saw the shadow clearly. "Ah!" Yi Zi froze for a moment, then screamed, You. She saw herself. That Yi Zi turned her head, gave her a cold grin, and then stretched out a dark arm. Yi Zi hurriedly dodged and shouted through gritted teeth, "Get away! It's all an illusion!" But that Yi Zi grabbed her fan and suddenly lifted her up with fierce strength. Yi Zi tightly gripped her weapon, kicking her legs in the air with all her might, tensing her whole body, using her own weight to push down. The Yi Zi's feet sank into the ground, yet the smile on her face became even wilder. Yi Zi opened her wide mouth, and a dark arm actually stretched out, reaching for the real Yi Zi above. Oh no! Suddenly, the entire ancient mansion began to shake violently again. Boom 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 boom. The face of Yi Zi changed, she released her grip and directly vanished into the mysteriously appearing high wall, her expression one of reluctance. The real Yi Zi fell to the ground, feeling the intense tremor. What on earth is going on here? Chapter 69, Serving the Tiger. Yi Zi. Su Bai rushed over and asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing her, Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "I just encountered a strange." The shaking of the ancient mansion ended again, and no one knew why, as if they couldn't understand why it suddenly shook. Su Bai said, "As soon as you went out, I felt something strange around, but I searched all around and didn't find you. It was only when the shaking occurred that I saw you were actually in the neighboring courtyard." Yi Zi looked around, realizing she hadn't actually left her original spot by 10 meters. This place is too eerie. Yeezy said to Sumubai, "Thank you, Miss Sue, or I might have just died." Sumubai replied, "If it weren't for the shaking, I probably wouldn't have found you. No need to be polite." Yeezy smiled bitterly, "You were the only one brave enough to come out. My legs are like jelly now. Without your help, I might have faced more strange things." Sumubai helped her up, saying, "You are much better than that Lujio, at least you have sense." Yeezy, supported by Sumubai, walked forward. "Don't blame little Lu, she has her own hardships. She has a very close friend who died in a previous quest, and it was at the hands of a female strange creature." Sumubai's eyes changed at this. Yeezy continued, "At that time, little Lu hid her friend. She watched helplessly as that female strange creature devoured her friend. She is just a bit too sensitive. Actually, she is quite a good person." Sumubai fell silent for a while, then nodded, "I understand." Seeing Yeezy return covered in wounds, Lujio grew anxious. "Yeezy, what happened to you?" Yeezy said, "The strange creatures attacked, and that strange creature can also change into someone else's appearance. Everyone be careful." "Change into someone else's appearance?" Hearing this, Lujio recalled the strange incidents from earlier in the day. "Isn't that the same as what I saw in a TV show?" Yeezy said, "She's very powerful, at least B-level or above. Before Qin Lang and Jun Lang return, we should avoid taking rash actions." Lujio felt a bit hopeless, but now, neither of them can be found. Where on earth did they go? Shenshur and the others were also in despair, curled up and anxiously looking around. Time passed bit by bit, hunger tormented everyone, and aside from Sumubai, who didn't need to eat, the others were feeling a bit uncomfortable. But the lack of food and water was secondary. What made everyone more anxious was the current predicament. Right now, Qin Lang and Jun Lang were missing, Yeezy was seriously injured, Sumubai could not leave, and outside there were B-level anomalies, making these people feel like they were trapped on a deserted island. At this moment, Shenshur spoke up, "How about, we take advantage of the night to finish filming the remaining scenes?" Lujio retorted unhappily, "What time is it now, and you're still thinking about filming a movie? What's there to film?" Shenshur patiently explained, "What I mean is, we should act together. Those anomalies only dare to act outside and don't come in, which means they are afraid of Miss Sue and everyone here. Moreover, I noticed that during the filming process, those anomalies rarely come out to cause trouble. This shows that they actually do not oppose the movie starting to film. So why not we act together now, moving towards the exit under the pretense of filming, and then send someone out to buy supplies? We can also speed up our progress." This was indeed a good idea, and everyone began to express that they could give it a try. Sumubai and Yeezy exchanged glances and both nodded in agreement. The group packed their things and carefully prepared to step out of the courtyard. Wait! Everyone turned around abruptly to see Qin Lang walking out from another side of the courtyard. "Qin Lang!" Sumubai joyfully walked over. Are you okay?" Qin Lang nodded, then asked, "Where are you all going?" Shenshur quickly said, "Master Qin, it's great that you're back. We want to change locations to continue filming." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang suddenly smiled. You plan to find them a nicer grave, right?" Shenshur was stunned, stammering, "Mr. Qin, what are you talking about?" Qin Lang said, "Stop pretending, I already know the secret of this ancient house. Or rather, I know your secret." Sumubai was shocked upon hearing this, and immediately rushed in front of Shenshur, grabbing his neck. Qin Lang shouted, "Miss Sue, don't kill him yet. Just capture him first." Sumubai nodded, and after gripping Shenshur's neck, she quickly threw him to the ground. Shenshur screamed, No, let me go. You all. Master Qin, please stop joking." Qin Lang pulled out several USB drives from his pocket and tossed them on the ground, saying, claiming innocence? "Then you explain these yourself." Seeing those USB drives, Shenshur's expression changed, clearly different from before. But he immediately shouted his innocence, "Master Qin, I don't know what you mean. Master, let's not joke around like this, okay?" Yeezy approached, covering her wound, picked up a USB drive, and asked, "Qin Lang, what are these?" Qin Lang replied, "I found them underground. This morning I discovered that there was a large underground space beneath the ancient house, and at first, I didn't know what it was for. Until I found a small room. At that time, when Qin Lang entered that room, he saw a pile of tapes labeled with dates and many names. In the center of the room was a computer and a projector. Qin Lang saw that on the tape with the most recent date, 5 names were written. Those 5 people were the ones who had come here to livestream earlier. So, Qin Lang opened that tape and found a USB drive inside. After inserting the USB drive into the computer, Qin Lang found only one movie inside. When he clicked to open it, he discovered it was a scene of the 5 people tied to poles. And within the footage, there was a person torturing them, the realism not seeming like acting at all. That person was Shenshur. The other tapes were the same, all showing Shenshur torturing various individuals. Those 5 people didn't actually go missing. Qin Lang said, "They were captured by you." Shenshur was sweating profusely and hurriedly said, Mr. Chin, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, I saw that live video clip. You saw it too. They were clearly killed by the female corpse in the ancient house. What does that have to do with me? Qin Lang chuckled again, isn't this simple? The clip you showed me is just an experiment you designed with the ghost in the ancient house. You are already in cahoots with the eerie things here. Chapter 70 Progress with the Times. In cahoots with the eerie things? The crowd's gaze at Shenshur instantly changed. Shenshur quickly said, No, how could I possibly team up with a ghost? Master Qin, you're taking this joke too far. You can't slander good people, right? Qin Lang smiled and said, whether it's true or not, we'll know when we look. Is there a computer? Yi immediately took over a laptop. Qin Lang inserted the USB drive and then opened a video clip. Ah. No, director, I'm begging you. I don't want this, I don't want to die here. In the video, 5 young men and women were tied to posts, 2 of whom had already been dismembered. Shenshur approached a dead woman and slowly peeled her skin with a small knife. Throughout the process, Shenshur's expression was strangely calm and eerie, his technique quite skilled. Such a disgusting and bloody scene made everyone present feel nauseous. Lu Jiu covered his mouth and said, Ugh. What is he doing? Does he simply like to torture? Qin Lang said, didn't he say it before? He came to this ancient house to film for ghosts. What he does in films is just to show it to the ghosts in this ancient house. He probably reached some agreement with the ghosts here, continuously luring people to come. As long as people come, he will cooperate with the eerie things to film these disgusting scenes. If you don't believe it, just keep watching. At the end of the video, after Shenshur killed 5 people, skinned them, and dismembered them, he bowed to the camera. To all the masters in the ancient house, I hope you enjoy today's performance. Then he faced the air, bowing and kneeling in various ways, the scene looking extremely eerie. Qin Lang then said to Shenshur, if I'm not mistaken, everyone in your film crew was also your filming material, right? When you just said you wanted to leave this courtyard, it was also to create an opportunity for the eerie things, right? You wanted to take control of Miss Su and the others, didn't you? I think those 5 people were the same. They indeed dug up a female corpse and were tempted by the ghost. But you were also in this ancient house at the time. After they completely fell into the illusion, you came out to take them underground. The underground of the ancient house is spacious because it is meant for filming. I just dug a hole underground and found there was even another layer. There are countless corpses hidden down there. Yi recalled the earthquake during the day, so, that was you, Qin Lang. At this moment, Shenshur's face had turned quite ugly, sweat soaking through his clothes. No. Mr. Qin, you are mistaken. I haven't done such a thing. I'm not. Sumubai pressed him hard, stop arguing. The truth is right before us, hurry up and confess. Where are those ghosts hiding? Tell us. Shenshur swallowed hard, I don't know, I really don't know. These things are not done by me. The others in the film crew huddled in the corner, trembling, their gazes at Shenshur filled with resentment and blame, along with fear. The assistant director asked, Master Qin, why has Shenshur not filmed those videos for 2 whole years? And during these 2 years, Shenshur's behavior was quite normal. Why did he act again 2 years later? Qin Lang said, this is quite simple. Because he took the ghosts from the ancient house outside. Do you remember those 5 people? During the second half, they didn't know the live stream had been interrupted, and they could still see many bullet comments and interactive messages. What does this mean? Those bullet comments are fake, they were created by these ghosts. Everyone was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Can ghosts really send bullet comments? Qin Lang said, let me give you a simple example. For instance, why do so many men feel empty after watching those kinds of movies? This sudden question made the men present exchange glances, feeling confused and awkward. What else could it be? Isn't it a well-known reason? Qin Lang continued to explain, have you thought about it? The female lead in those movies might be a demon, constantly tempting the watching men and then absorbing their yang energy. Similarly, Shenshur and the ghosts in the old house accidentally discovered they could enter smartphones, USB drives, and even the internet during that live stream. They tampered with relevant data, changing what people saw on screen. You think what you see on your screen is pre-recorded, but in fact, it is customized by them for you. They can really do that. While you are watching, they confuse your eyes and absorb your yang energy for their own use. Sumubai suddenly understood, no wonder those who watched the original film from the old house went mad and saw many strange images, even committing murder. So that's why. Last night, Shenshur said that the editor who killed his colleague saw the uncut image of a woman and ultimately harmed himself with a knife, also killing his colleague. It was because a ghost possessed the data of the film at that time, controlling his computer. Yi looked at Lu Jiao and said, "Little Lu, is that strange scene you saw in the TV series during the day because of this?" Lu Jiao also remembered, that's right. That laptop seemed to be Qinshi's. The reason he saw a woman in the drama that looked like him was that a ghost in the computer was scaring him. Sumobai nodded, I can only feel the strangeness in reality, I have never seen these ghosts hiding in data. They can also hide their presence this way. Qi Lang nodded, yes, truly. Even ghosts have learned to keep up with the times. When you watch these videos and movies, you are actually being controlled by ghosts. With such convenient means, why would they still go through great pains to hide in the old house and scare people? Qianshi gritted his teeth, no. You are slandering me. What ghost becomes data, what ghost in the movie, it's all nonsense. Then tell me, why do they want me to come back now? If logically speaking, wouldn't it be better for them to continue hiding in USB drives, computers, and network cables? Why do they want me back? Isn't that just ridiculous? Qi Lang shook his head, you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River, will you? Do you want me to dig out that female corpse for you to see? Female corpse? Talking about the corpse, Qinshi's expression changed again. Qi Lang said, yes, you have been doing this, haven't you? Raising corpses? Those who died in the old house or were harmed by its strangeness, their souls would be absorbed into one main body. I think it's that female corpse, right? Qianshi swallowed hard, how did you know? Qi Lang smiled, you should be answering my questions now, shouldn't you? Besides, your retort is basically admitting it. The matter of raising corpses was actually told to him by Bai Qi. Who knows this knowledge better than Bai Qi, who has stayed in the underworld? At this moment, another voice came. Qi Lang, you are wrong. Jun Lang appeared in his signature pink cloak. Who? Finally back. Jun Lang was covered in blood, and his hair was a bit messy. Seeing Jun Lang, Lu Jiao was extremely excited, brother Jun Lang, you're back. Jun Lang smiled, sorry, this morning I noticed signs of something strange, so I rushed over to check it out. He then looked at Qin Lang and said, Qin Lang, you're mistaken. Qin Lang asked, why do you say I'm wrong? Jun Lang replied, the little room you mentioned, I went there too. There are indeed many of those USB drives inside, but how can you be sure that the director Qinshi in the footage is real? Strange things can take on human forms, don't you know that? So seeing isn't necessarily believing. Lives are at stake, we can't be careless. Qin Lang chuckled, then the strange thing must have stuffed itself to pretend to look like him? Even if those things weren't done by him, he's still involved with the strange. Jun Lang dusted off his clothes, but no matter what, we can't panic first. He stared at Sumobai, hey, can you let the person go first? Then we can ask questions slowly. What truth can we get from torture? Lu Jiao spoke up, yeah, I think brother Jun Lang makes sense. Let the person go first, or we might scare ourselves. Sumobai didn't let go but looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang glanced at Jun Lang and said, first of all, her name is Sumobai, not Hei. Besides, my rules are my rules, you just focus on dealing with the strange and don't meddle. Jun Lang touched the handle of his knife, oh? You mean you want me to be your lackey? Qin Lang nodded, you could say that. He also drew his knife, and the two faced off. As the tension thickened, a big battle was about to break out. Yi quickly said, don't be impulsive. The strange is still nearby, fighting here will easily let them take advantage. Jun Lang and Qin Lang looked at each other. To deal with the outside, we must first secure the inside. What do you think? Qin Lang said calmly, agreed. Then, in the next second, the two charged at each other fiercely. Clang! The two knives clashed, sending sparks flying, as they exchanged blows and rolled toward the next yard. Boom! With a huge bang, dust rose, blocking everyone's view. Sumobai, Yi, and Lu Jiao panicked and immediately wanted to rush over to see the situation. But just after walking a couple of steps, they were stunned by the aftershocks from the battle ahead. This was clearly a fight they couldn't intervene in. He. Suddenly, Qianshi laughed from behind. Sumobai and the others turned around to find him holding a computer, opening the screen for everyone to see. Sure enough, humans are like this, they like to fight among themselves. Qianshi opened the computer, so my choice was right, just don't be human. Yi was shocked, stop him quickly. Sumobai rushed over, but it was all too late. Countless shadows flew out from the computer screen, swirling above everyone's heads, filling the surroundings with ghostly wails. Qianshi laughed loudly, masters, come out. Although the sacrifice ritual failed, and my film can't be completed, they can still be your food. The shadows gradually gathered together, forming a solid body, crashing to the ground with a boom. A figure with 3 heads, each with different expressions, appeared before everyone. Dark energy radiated from it, standing nearly 4 meters tall, blocking the moonlight above. Some crew members tried to escape but were grabbed by the 3-headed strange and pulled apart, swallowed in 3 pieces. Eating human flesh raw is quite disgusting. The three-headed strange spat out a black phlegm, staring at Sumubai and the others. Let's see how you handle these three. The other two heads let out chilly laughs, moving closer and closer. Lu Jiu raised the demon-slaying staff, shouting to the back, Brother Junlang, stop fighting. The strange are coming out. Chincher laughed heartily, no need to waste your breath. They can't hear the noise from over here. Let them fight to a draw first, then come over. You are already corpses. After saying that, he knelt on one knee and spoke to the three-headed strange being, Master 2, those two men just now are the strongest, and their flesh must be the most delicious. I will find a way to make them the best material to offer to you all. The head in the middle of the three-headed strange opened its mouth and said, Good, my servant, you can go to the back. The left head glared at Sumubai and gritted its teeth, saying, You are also a strange being, yet you serve humans. You truly disgrace us. You too can become part of us, just like those ghostly beings of the mortals. Sumubai stretched out his hands with long nails and said to Yi Zi and Lu Jiu, This guy is also a rank, take care of yourselves, I'll deal with him. Sumubai suddenly leaped and reached 2 meters high, blood-colored threads shot from his 10 fingers, piercing directly into the three-headed strange's body. Blood demon technique? Quite impressive. The three-headed strange grasped those blood threads with its hand and yanked hard, causing Sumubai to fall. Sumubai reacted quickly, immediately severing the blood threads, flipped in the air, and extended his fingers to shoot out new blood threads towards the three-headed strange. Roar! The left head of the three-headed strange roared in anger, and 2 more arms sprouted from its shoulders, blocking Sumubai's blood threads. The right head opened its massive maw, countless tentacles stretching out from within, all attacking Sumubai at once. Sumubai spun blood threads into a web beneath his feet, pressed down hard, and jumped upwards. With hands clasped together, several blood threads gathered to form a thick whip, whooshing down towards the three-headed strange. Bang bang bang! The head in the middle of the three-headed strange was smashed in half, black blood splattering out, and the other 2 heads were also hit to varying degrees. This astonishing fighting power left Lu Jiu and Yi Zi dumbfounded. Is this the battle between A-rank strangenesses? Sumubai continued to weave blood threads into a web underfoot, stepping down gradually. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply, not good. The body of the three-headed strange began to constantly restore itself, and the middle head quickly remerged together. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The three-headed strange roared, You traitor, how dare you treat me this way? Traitor! The three-headed strange grew a full 8 arms and slammed down towards Sumubai from above. Bang 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 bang! The ground was smashed into countless large pits, and the ancient mansion's houses and buildings were shattered to dust. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were hit by a mouthful of dust and forced to retreat repeatedly by the shockwave. Miss Su! Yi Zi shouted, disregarding her own pain, pulling out a paper fan in preparation to help. I'm fine. Sumubai's voice came from the dust. Yi Zi was overjoyed at her safety, but the next second, she was struck dumb. Sumubai's left arm had already been smashed, her right shoulder missing a big piece of flesh, and her legs were injured even worse, with bones exposed. Miss Su! Yi Zi said in horror, Run away. Sumubai replied, It's fine, this is not my original body. The three-headed strange chuckled, So you possess a human's body. You aren't willing to leave this flesh, it seems that your spirit form is very weak, isn't it? It was indeed correct. Although Sumubai was a powerful strange being who stayed behind through the wishes of Qinlang and the copy system, she also had limitations, which meant she must have a physical body to retain 100% of her strength. This was something she had painstakingly adapted to. In the last copy at Donghu High School, Sumubai struggled to speak freely because she hadn't adapted to that physical body, only later could she recognize Qinlang. Now, once she abandoned this physical body, in front of the three-headed strange, it would be equivalent to seeking death. No, it would be worse than death, her soul would scatter. Sumubai continued to shoot out blood-colored threads from her fingers, densely combining them together. Covered the physical gaps and wrapped around the skin, as if donning a bloody armor. Lu Jiu couldn't help but exclaim, So cool! Sumubai looked like a valiant female warrior at this moment, stirring up a rush of blood and excitement. The three-headed monster chuckled eerily, Don't you still rely on that fragile human body? This is your weakness. Come on, let me show you the fate of siding with humans. Sumubai jumped suddenly, quickly lunging towards the chest of the three-headed monster, ready to attack. The 8 large hands of the three-headed monster quickly converged, tightly surrounding Sumubai, squeezing down hard. Blood demon technique, Flames of Fury. Sumubai's bloody armor rapidly heated up, steam rising around her, and when the monster's hands touched it, they were met with a torturous hiss. Aya! The 3 heads of the monster wailed in unison. Sumubai activated the blood demon technique again, extending 2 sharp blades from her hands, spinning her body into a terrifying storm of blades, charging at the 3-headed monster. Swish 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 swish. Multiple wounds appeared on the three-headed monster as Sumubai danced up and down, attacking and defending, exchanging blows. But it was clear that Sumubai held the upper hand. The monster's wounds healed slower than her slicing speed. Damn it! The three-headed monster opened all three of its large mouths, firing black energy orbs one after another in all directions. The density of the energy orbs was immense. The three mouths fired like a machine gun, quickly halting Sumubai's offensive. Seizing that moment, the three-headed monster unleashed 8 fists in a storm of punches, attacking upwards. Ya. The fists of the three-headed monster were too crowded. Sumubai had nowhere to run. Bang bang. Sumubai's armor, woven from the blood demon technique, was shattered in an instant. Yi Zi's legs went weak. Miss Su. Lu Jiu's face instantly turned pale as paper. With Sumubai gone, Qin Lang and Jun Lang also disappeared. How could they possibly defeat this three-headed monster? The three-headed monster laughed heartily. Good, this is the fate of the traitor. Eh? The three-headed monster quickly sensed that something was wrong. Logically, Sumubai should have had her spirit detached and then absorbed by itself. But where was it? Not only that, all that was left in the air were fragments of the blood demon armor. Even Sumubai's physical body was nowhere to be seen. The back of the three-headed monster's neck went cold. Oh no! Sumubai appeared behind it, with her shredded physical body, hands wielding blades formed by the blood demon technique. Now you realize? It's too late. You were having so much fun just now, so let me enjoy myself too. The three-headed monster panicked. Wait. You and I are both monsters. Sumubai's eyes shone with red light, her hair standing on end, entering the unique frenzied slaughter mode of the monsters. Swish 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 swish. Sumubai continuously sliced at the three-headed monster's neck, creating deeper and deeper cuts. Ah! The three-headed monster wailed in agony, its neck flesh thinning out until only a layer of skin remained. Sumubai coldly remarked, not quite satisfying, huh? She concentrated all her strength and made a fierce slash, bursting through the three-headed monster's throat. The 3 heads of the monster flew into the air, then fell to the ground. Sumubai stepped on one of the heads, standing firmly. Her body had clearly reached its limit, more wounds appearing, several bones broken. Although she landed steadily, she was still a bit unsteady. One of the heads of the 3-headed monster remained protruding into the ground, unwillingly asking, "Your power is so strong, why do you serve humans?" While reconnecting her blood-stained body, Sumubai replied indifferently, "Because I owe Qin Lang too much." The 3-headed monster sneered, "Boring." Then, its enormous body dispersed with the wind. The dust flew up towards the sky. Yi Zi clutched her chest. So great. So great. Sumubai walked over. Don't relax so quickly. Qin Lang and Jun Lang haven't sent news. They might have encountered the strongest monsters here. Before she finished speaking, the ground beneath them began to rise and shake. Quick, scatter. Sumubai shouted loudly. But her reaction was slow. A massive black hand reached out from the ground, grabbing her lower body, and with a tearing sound, it pulled her in half. Seeing this, Yi Zi quickly fanned her paper fan. Paper blew like snow, creating a barrier. A shield made of paper blocked the gap between the upper half of Sumubai and the gigantic black hand. Though the paper shield was quickly shredded, it gave Yi Zi enough time to catch the half of Sumubai's body. "Miss Su, are you okay?" Yi Zi saw Sumubai's exposed intestines, her eyes filled with terror. "I'm fine." Sumubai said, "I'm a weird being, as long as my spirit isn't harmed, I'm okay. But this monster is too strong." At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Ancient House Ghost Hand. Weird level, S. Lu Jiu's face turned pale, S level. We are finished. Chapter 73, At the End of My Rope. At this moment, from behind everyone, there was another explosion sound. What now? Sumubai frowned. But soon she smiled. Because 2 familiar figures emerged. I just wanted to put on a show, yet I got trapped. Qin Lang walked out with a ghost-slaying knife. Jun Lang held a sword in one hand and a knife in the other. It was supposed to be drawing the snake from its hole, but we were outsmarted. How embarrassing. Sumubai and Yi Zi, Qin Lang. Lu Jiu, big brother Jun Lang. Jun Lang laughed. Sorry, I didn't have time to discuss with you, but this show is quite realistic, right? A show? Lu Jiu was somewhat dazed. You weren't really fighting just now? Jun Lang said, that's right, Qin Lang and I met during the day and found out that part of the weirdness in this ancient house can hide in the computer and data. If we don't let them believe we are fighting each other, we probably can't force them out. And didn't this instance say that we need to shoot a good movie to leave? This is also part of the script. Soon, his attention was drawn to the giant ghost hand. Wow! Jun Lang's hands trembled with excitement. It's actually S-level weirdness. I knew it, a level 3 instance wouldn't let me down. Qin Lang saw that Sumubai was only half a body and frowned. Miss Su, are you okay? Su Mubai shook her head, I'm fine. My spirit is okay. Sorry, Mr. Qin, this time we only got rid of an A-level weirdness, and still didn't help much. Qin Lang said, stop talking, just lie still. At this moment, Bai Qi spoke in Qin Lang's mind, big brother, they're messing with your woman, can you tolerate this? Qin Lang coldly replied, shut up. Yi Zi and Su Mubai exchanged glances, they hadn't spoken at all. Jun Lang was the first to strike. He held a knife in one hand and a sword in the other, stepping off the wall to slash down at the ghost hand. Knife and sword laughed, life and death gamble. A black mist surged from the ghost hand, actually creating a weird entity the same size and almost identical to Jun Lang. That weird entity also held a knife and sword like Jun Lang and quickly reacted, managing to block the first wave of slashing. Not only that, but it also counterattacked with a sword, ripping through Jun Lang's pink cloak. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen my doppelganger. Jun Lang looked at his torn cloak, not angry but laughing, then can you do this move? Jun Lang stepped on the weird swordsman's head and jumped up. He sheathed his knife and sword, positioning his hands as if drawing from a sheath. Jun Lang's figure blended into the moonlight, his pink cloak drifting in the wind, resembling cherry blossoms blooming under the moon. Knife and sword laughed, the moon fell, flowers broke. His sword strikes were incredibly fast, like lightning, piercing through the weird swordsman's body, the surrounding air erupted with explosive sounds, shaking the heart. Awesome! Lu Jiao clapped excitedly, big brother Jun Lang is amazing. Yi Zi was already mesmerized. She didn't even see Jun Lang's movements clearly. It felt as if for just a moment, the moonlight and his sword's gleam completely merged, and when he realized it, that strange swordsman had already vanished. Qin Lang stood still in place. Besides knowing that Jun Lang could handle that strange swordsman, he was also clear that the ghostly hand's tricks were not limited to this. Moreover, there was definitely more than one ghostly hand. Jun Lang shouted, it's not over yet. He turned around, and his sword struck fiercely at that ghostly hand. Boom! The ground cracked open again, and sure enough, a second ghostly hand emerged. It intended to repeat what it had just done to Su Mubai, pulling Jun Lang's foot down with great force. Bai Qi, go! Qin Lang gathered Bai Qi's killing power in both hands and swung the ghost-slaying sword with a horizontal cut. Bai Qi's strength, combined with the murderous aura on the sword and the enhancement of limitless strength, gave Qin Lang a blow with nearly 10,000 pounds of force, capable of easily overwhelming even an S-class ghostly hand. The ghostly hand suddenly released its grip and quickly retreated to the side. Qin Lang did not stop, every strike carried the force of thunder, each move precise and aimed at the vital points. The two ghostly hands huddled together, constantly swaying. Then, the ghostly hands opened, and with a gulong sound, they doubled in size, looking even more terrifying than before. Jun Lang clicked his tongue and hurriedly took a drink. It grows underground, connected to the souls that died in this old mansion. The endless stream of souls is its source of power. He looked at Qin Lang and said, you take one, I take one? Qin Lang shook his head, are you sure there are only two? Before his voice faded, 8 smaller ghostly hands stretched out from the ground, forming a protective layer that left no chance for Qin Lang and Jun Lang to approach. Moreover, 4 more appeared behind Su Mubai and the others, surrounding them completely. Qin Lang frowned, now they were caught in a pincer attack. And now they had to deal with 12 ghostly hands, clearly beyond their capacity to handle. The 2 largest ghostly hands were still absorbing soul power, and he did not know what more terrifying tricks awaited them. Qin Lang glanced at the time, there were still 20 minutes until midnight. After his skills refreshed, there might be a glimmer of hope. Now, he had no idea how to break this deadlock. The battlefield was stuck in a troubling stalemate. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao were increasingly terrified, unsure how long they could survive facing an S-class anomaly. Jun Lang, however, was not flustered and loudly shouted, meow meow. At that moment, everyone realized that the crying Su Miao was curled up in a corner. Su Miao was sobbing, covering her eyes and shouting, don't look at me, don't look at me. So scary, woo-woo. Jun Lang said, hurry up and act. Otherwise, we will really die. Su Miao cried loudly and then took out a die from her bosom and threw it to Su Mubai. Mubai, help me, throw it, woo-woo. I'm too scared. Su Mubai held the die, looking confused, not knowing what it meant. Jun Lang drew his sword and prepared to fight while smiling, Miss Anomaly, you just throw it. Hopefully, we'll have better luck. Qin Lang asked, what does it mean? Jun Lang smiled without answering. Su Mubai still looked puzzled, but in a moment of urgency, she did not think too much about it and just threw the die. The die bounced on the ground with dang 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 sounds and finally landed with 5 red dots facing up. Oh. Jun Lang gasped and smiled wryly, our luck isn't too good. Su Miao cried even harder, whoa whoa whoa, it's 5, whoa whoa. Seeing that the ghostly hands had almost absorbed enough soul power, Qin Lang became anxious, what is going on? Jun Lang said, you can see for yourself, just don't get scared. Qin Lang looked towards Su Miao as instructed. The next scene made him feel like his common sense was being overturned. No way. A circle of black mist appeared around Su Miao, and beneath her feet was a six-pointed star array emitting a bloodlight. The next second, a creature with a goat's head and layered feathered wings on its back appeared. His whole body was muscular, with defined lines. Those terrifying slitted eyes were the most horrible, a glance could send chills down one's spine. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were already so scared they couldn't speak. Su Mubai also felt that this scene before him was too bizarre. Qin Lang looked at Jun Lang. What's going on? Jun Lang looked a bit surprised. It's the first time I've seen someone not afraid of Bafumi. You're quite brave. Bafumi? It's the famous goat-headed demon from the west. Jun Lang took another sip of wine. It has another name, called Satan. Qin Lang asked, Satan? Su Miao turned into Satan? Jun Lang nodded. Miao Miao gained a power in a previous instance, which is to summon demons. Miao Miao can summon a total of 6 demons. Bafumi is the 5th demon. I've seen it once. Its temper is not particularly good. Su Miao stood in front of Bafumi, crying even louder. Bafumi spoke. You again? What's the matter that summoned me? Su Miao sobbed. Help me protect them. While saying this, she pointed towards Su Mubai and the others. Bafumi snorted coldly. Again with this nonsense. So the price is the same as before, right? After saying this, Bafumi placed Su Miao in his palm, and with a pair of goat legs, he took big steps towards Su Mubai and the others. Bafumi's appearance and that evil aura made Lu Jiu and Yi Zi shiver all over, not knowing whether those ghostly hands were more terrifying or this demon was. Those little ghostly hands seemed to sense something and decisively launched an attack on Bafumi. Su Miao got so scared that she squatted in Bafumi's palm, covering her ears and shouting. Bafumi lightly flapped his wings, and countless small magic circles appeared around him. Every magic circle shot out blood-red spikes, whizzing and flying out, precisely piercing those black hands. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The black hands continuously emitted strange low growls, and then slowly turned into a puddle of black sludge on the ground. These then regathered, constantly pouncing at Bafumi. Bafumi was expressionless, not even turning his head to glance at them. More and more magic circles emerged, and countless blood-red blades flew out, directly cutting and piercing through those little black hands. No matter how those black hands revived or how they launched their attacks, they could never get close to Bafumi, let alone to Su Miao and the others. Qin Lang asked Jun Lang again, what did Bafumi say the price is? Jun Lang replied, what Bafumi wants is a part of Miao Miao's body. The higher the request, the greater the cost. Bafumi should have a 7 or 8 out of 10 chance of dealing with this S-level anomaly. But the problem is the price is too high. Qin Lang suddenly understood Su Miao a bit. Having such a power would drive a normal person crazy. However, he instead got an idea. Bai Qi, look at him, he doesn't need the host to help fulfill any wishes, just a part of the body is enough, why don't you learn from him? Bai Qi chuckled, big brother, do you think I'm foolish? What would I do with your flesh? Besides, you currently have an absolute boundary virus in your body, even if you lose a hand or foot, you can still grow back. If I take one of your fingers today, tomorrow you'll still be fine, you want to profit without any cost, right? Qin Lang smiled a few times upon seeing his thoughts exposed. Bai Qi continued, big brother, you should focus on thinking about how to deal with these ghost hands. If we can clear this round, you should get more rewards, and you'll be able to buy the White Dragon's reverse scale for me. When that time comes, using it together with this Qiankuan jade bottle, what a scene, haha. Qin Lang shrugged, feeling Bai Qi was a bit overly optimistic. He still hadn't thought of a good way to deal with these ghost hands. At this moment, the ghost hands were still growing larger, and the other ghost hands were getting excited. Their palms were continuously oozing black liquid. Falling to the ground became one after another strange humanoid, appearing before everyone like soldiers. Jun Lang's hands suddenly started to tremble. Qin Lang asked, are you scared? It's not me trembling. Jun Lang let go of his hand, and Qin Lang then realized it was his knife shaking on its own. This knife is called Sunfire, it is a weapon of pure righteousness and brightness. These ghostly hands are clearly using the souls that died in the ancient mansion as their minions, forcing them to serve as slaves even in death. Sunfire can't stand to see this, so it is crying. Jun Lang drew Sunfire and said, no need to cry anymore, old buddy, let's chop them down together. A strong airflow burst from Jun Lang's body, making Qin Lang's clothes rustle wildly. Jun Lang said to Qin Lang, like just now, I will face it head on, look for a chance to join in. An S-level anomaly can absolutely not be dealt with solo. Qin Lang replied, I won't follow your plan. At this moment, there's no need to rank priorities, it's all about attacking. Jun Lang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, then let's see who is faster. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Lang surged in like lightning. The Sunfire knife in his hand was covered in flames, glowing brightly in the night, those ghostly souls were reduced to ashes before they even came close. Jun Lang then astonishingly drew a sword with incredible speed, a glint of cold light flashing in an instant. Knife and sword laughed, ice and fire danced. The two weapons in Junlang's hand spun like a fan, constantly changing their attack patterns, sometimes slashing with the sunfire knife, sometimes striking fiercely with the sword. This speed was so fast that many new ghostly souls were torn to pieces before they could even materialize. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly army scattered, and Junlang's figure moved with lightning speed. Junlang had to admit that Bai Chi's prediction was accurate. If he really fought Junlang, having a 30% chance of winning would be purely luck. It seemed that to survive in this dungeon world, one had to be strong enough, and even stronger. Bai Chi laughed, "Big brother, I can feel you developing ambition. It seems you are very eager for power. Then let's keep fulfilling my wishes, and I will help you climb higher." Junlang said, "Enough, I am not interested in your scheme." Bai Chi laughed awkwardly and asked, "So, do you want to engage?" Junlang stared at the two biggest ghostly hands and asked, "Can we fight them?" Although Junlang had temporarily suppressed the small ghostly hands, they hadn't yet approached the most troublesome giant ghostly hands. Bai Chi said, "We can, but the risk is huge." Junlang raised the ghost-slaying blade, "Then let's stop talking and go." Chapter 75, Demons and Anomalies. Then, a strong wave of impact rose up from under Junlang's feet as he rushed forward, the murderous aura on the ghost-slaying blade growing stronger. As the small ghostly hands prepared to pounce on Junlang, the murderous aura automatically formed small storms that rebounded back, forcing the small hands to retreat. Bai Chi said, "Big brother, I am now using my energy to empower you in all aspects, but this will burn your body and even your lifespan. If it hurts too much, just say." "Hurt?" Junlang smiled. "I already turned off my sense of pain." The powerful dark god's power erupted from within Junlang, and if one looked closer, they could see a black dragon coiling around him, roaring. In the distance, Sumubai and the others watched the scene of Junlang and Junlang fighting, their faces full of shock. Lu Zhou's jaw almost dropped to the ground, his eyes nearly popping out. Bafumi laughed, one relying on speed, the other on strength, quite a nice combination. Finally, something interesting to watch has come out this time. Junlang charged forward, now less than 2 meters away from the giant ghostly hands. The small ghostly hands all gathered together, abandoning Junlang to defend against Junlang. Very good. A wave of excitement surged in Junlang's chest, gathering together makes it easier to solve. He raised the ghost-slaying knife high and struck down heavily. Boom, boom, boom. From Junlang's feet, a bottomless crack formed, and all objects around the crack were either split in two or sucked in. All the little ghost hands were instantly cut in half. Sumubai saw this scene and was overjoyed. Good. Junlang's expression became incredibly excited. "I did not expect he was this strong, I was right from the beginning." Junlang licked his lips. "I need to find a chance to have a good fight with him." Those ghost hands were sliced in half, then. Ha ha ha. Two huge ghost hands actually grew mouths, bursting into reckless laughter. In the center of the giant ghost hand's palms, a mouth appeared, with the left hand laughing in a male voice and the right hand in a female voice, both laughing wildly. "So you can talk." Junlang breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought S-class weirdness was mute." The left ghost hand said, "Although we exposed ourselves early because of you, it's about time." The right ghost hand said, "Yeah, after staying in this ancient house for hundreds of years and eating so many restless souls, I've grown completely tired of it." Junlang raised the ghost-slaying knife and said, "I don't have time to listen to your stories. Hurry up and let me finish this, stop babbling here." The right ghost hand chuckled, "Kid, no matter how strong you are still just human. It's still too early for you to deal with a weirdness like me that has existed for hundreds of years. Now, let me show you the gap between us." As soon as it finished speaking, numerous holes exploded from the right ghost hand, and countless black round balls flew out. These round balls had smooth surfaces, with only sharp-toothed mouths. They came like a swarm of locusts, completely covering Junlang. Sumubai panicked, "Junlang." Junlang forced his feet down, leaped into the air, preparing to save Junlang. But suddenly, the left ghost hand appeared. "Hey, hey, hey, what about me?" Its fingers stretched continuously, turning into tentacles to stab at Junlang. Junlang's eyes flashed with cold light, drawing out his third knife. Sword, knife, laugh, 3 phantom gods. He threw a knife into the air, and that knife, as if alive, began to slash and cut in every direction, while the remaining restless souls in the left ghost hand's tentacles dared not approach. Junlang constantly attacked below with dual knives. "Return." With Junlang's command, the knife in front automatically returned, and he threw out another one, catching the returning knife to continue the attack. The 3 knives moved as if they were part of Junlang's body, elegantly maneuvering through the left ghost hand's attacks. The left ghost hand laughed, "Not bad, but you're still a bit lacking." After saying that, it spewed a thick green liquid towards Junlang. Junlang noticed at a glance that the liquid was toxic, so he quickened the speed of his knives, using sword energy and blade wind to break it apart. But those toxic liquids automatically split into more droplets, surrounding Junlang. The left ghost hand excitedly shouted, "Explode." The small toxic droplets went bang 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 in rapid succession, thick toxic smoke completely enveloping Junlang. Ha ha ha. The left ghost hand arrogantly asked the right ghost hand, "Is it done on my side? How about yours?" The right ghost hand looked at the already dispersed roundball ghosts, equally proud. He has been eaten without a trace. Lu Jiu's face turned pale, and he slumped to the ground. Brother Junlang and Qinlang are both gone. Sumu Bai gritted her teeth, wanting to crawl over. Impossible. Qinlang won't. Yi Zi hurriedly pulled her. "Miss Su, don't be impulsive." At this moment, the two ghost hands focused on Bafumi, who was guarding beside Sumu Bai. They said, "You are not human either, why help them? Hand over those humans, and we will let you go." Bafumi chuckled. "What kind of tone is that? Do you take me as your servant? Us Western demons have no face here at all? I advise you not to provoke me, or you will bear the consequences." The two ghostly hands chuckled. "It's useless to scare us. I can hear you clearly. As long as that little girl hasn't paid the corresponding price, all you can do is defend yourself. Moreover, her summoning must be permanent. After a certain time, you will have to go back, right? Why should we be afraid of you?" After hearing this, Bafu Mia let out a cold laugh, then set Su Miao down on the ground. "You two have quite a sharp mind. I am cash on delivery, but I also have a bit of subjectivity. I've long wanted to see how much difference there is between our Western demons and your Eerie ones." Bafumia muttered some incantations and extended a huge scythe from his hand. His arms emitted a strong red light, and then he swung it forward vigorously. Death Scythe. Drink! A huge blood-red light flew forward rapidly, like a sharp blade ready to cut those two ghostly hands. Seeing this, the two ghostly hands let out reckless laughter. The left ghostly hand spread its 5 fingers and suddenly squeezed the blood-red blade that Bafumia had unleashed, while the right ghostly hand lunged forward fiercely, transforming into a huge fist to smash Bafumia. Bafumia raised the scythe in his hand to block the punch. "A trivial skill." Bafumia sneered, "These few tricks of yours are not even as good as the bugs I summoned." Unexpectedly, the right ghostly hand chuckled coldly. "Is that so?" Suddenly, countless poisonous snakes grew out of its body, striking Bafumia with lightning speed. Bafumia frowned slightly, and countless magic arrays activated around to attack those poisonous snakes. Bang bang bang! The poisonous snakes were disrupted by the magic array's energy, but the toxins from the right ghostly hand had already fully injected into Bafumia's body. The right ghostly hand laughed heartily and retreated. Bafumia wanted to continue his attack but found that his body seemed to be locked by something. The left and right ghostly hands pressed together and slapped hard. The left ghostly hand laughed. He, as expected of a great demon, you haven't died yet. That poison took us 100 years to refine, made from countless souls and resentments, even a great Luo golden immortal would die. Seeing this, Su Miao cried and asked, "Big goat, are you okay?" Bafumia snorted coldly, "I'm fine, just temporarily unable to move, defense is not a problem. I didn't expect this to be a bit tricky, I was careless. This time, you need to give me more rewards." Hearing this, Sumu Bai and the others felt their hearts racing faster. Even such a powerful demon is not a match? Is this the power of S-level eeriness? Lu Jiu felt weak all over, his lips trembling continuously. "It's over. It's all over. I shouldn't have come to this dungeon in the first place." She really didn't expect that the S-level eeriness would be so hard to fight. Yeezy took a deep breath and said, "Don't be afraid, Bafumia said he could defend. As long as we have time, we will have a chance. We must not give up, otherwise, we will be letting Junlang and Qinlang down." Before she finished speaking, the ground suddenly erupted with a bang, jumping out 2 figures. Qinlang, bare-chested and showing off his muscular build, stood before everyone with Junlang in a pink cloak. "Qinlang, you are okay." Yi Zi was relieved, just about to say something when she noticed that Qinlang looked quite off. Junlang frowned and gasped, asking Qinlang, "How did you do it?" When he was just surrounded by poisonous smoke, he was about to break out, but the S-level eeriness's toxin is not that easy to deal with. Junlang's limbs instantly became numb, unable to move. Just as he thought he was going to die, the next second he found himself being carried on Qinlang's shoulder. Now, while he was still alive, Junlang, having inhaled a small amount of toxic mist, was also unable to move like Bafumia. If he had received the same dosage as Bafumia, the poison, at this moment, has probably cooled down. Qinlang didn't answer Junlang, instead he asked back, "At this time, you are still entangled with this? Just lie down." When those densely packed round faces strangely rushed toward him, Qinlang directly activated the skills of time pause and teleportation, dodging to the side to prepare for another attack. When he saw Junlang enveloped in poisonous gas, Qinlang once again used the same trick and rescued her. Just as the recent fight had created a hole in the ground, Qinlang carried Junlang and jumped down, after just managing to rush up. Using Bai Chi's power for the first long duration, Qinlang felt that his body was clearly much more fatigued. If it weren't for the enhancement of the deadly virus, a normal person would have already lost their life by this time. The virus continuously repaired Qin Lang's body, but never caught up with the rate of consumption. Bai Qi asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Qin Lang said, "Stop talking nonsense, keep going." Bai Qi said, "Your body has reached its limit. If you continue, you will die. Find a place to hide and recover your body first." Qin Lang raised the Ghost Slayer blade, "Then I must go over." Hide? Where could they hide? Only one battle remains. He stared at the two ghostly hands in front of him. "If I must die at the hands of such monsters, I should die fighting." Bai Qi shook his head helplessly. Bafumi looked at Qin Lang and laughed. He, "You are the most spirited bug I have ever seen. I will give you a little help, go. Once I clean up all this poison, I will definitely give you a helping hand." Qin Lang glanced at him and continued walking toward the two ghostly hands. Sumu Bai gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Zi, saying, "Miss Yi, can you lend me your body?" Yi Zi was surprised. "Lend to you?" Sumu Bai nodded. "I want to use your body to fight, I can't let Qin Lang take risks alone. Although I haven't tried possession in a living person before, I promise I won't harm you." Jun Lang spoke. "Miss Yi, you must think carefully. Once the strange entity possesses a living person, getting out is not so easy. Moreover, Hareen energy will also affect you, and you might suffer permanent damage." Lu Jiu quickly said, "Yes, Yi Zi, and this is an S-class strange entity, the gap in strength is not a small matter." Yi Zi hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right. Miss Su, come on." Lu Jiu, Yi Zi. Yi Zi said, "We might not even be able to survive now, what are we talking about for the future? I must do something." On the other side, the duel between Qin Lang and the two ghostly hands began again. Holding the Ghost Slayer blade, he used his teleportation ability to constantly dodge the various weapons and poison that the two ghostly hands spat out. Countless vengeful spirits and poisoned hidden weapons rushed toward Qin Lang, but he relied on his agile body to keep dodging, causing all those attacks to miss. Boom, 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 boom. Those weapons fell to the ground, constantly causing explosions, and the strong toxicity corroded the surface. The two ghostly hands' large mouths simultaneously opened, shooting out two massive energy balls, one red and one black, into the sky. Soul Rain. The energy balls exploded in the air, instantly falling like countless droplets, covering an area of several meters around Qin Lang. Blood Ghost Technique. Yi Zi rushed to Qin Lang's front, creating a huge barrier formed by blood. No, at this moment, she was Sumu Bai. Qin Lang asked in confusion, "Miss Su?" He smelled Sumu Bai's unique aura. Sumu Bai spoke, "I am now borrowing Miss Ye's body. Qin Lang, you quickly think of a way to leave. I will attract this guy's firepower." Before she finished speaking, the ferocious soul rain fell harder, almost breaking through Sumu Bai's barrier. Qin Lang gripped the Ghost Slayer blade tightly, although his expression showed little, his heart was already burning with anger. He roared in his heart, "Bai Qi, increase your power." "Bai Qi, brother, I've been using my power to assist you since just now. And that's already your limit. If you increase the dose, you'll die." Just as Qin Lang was about to tell him to ignore it, a mechanical voice sounded. "The host can refresh skills now." Qin Lang was stunned. He wasn't surprised by the skill refresh. But he saw that on the system panel in front of him, his mental power was actually full. Wait a minute. To dodge the ghost hand's attacks, Qin Lang had used the skill time pause several times. He should have had very little mental power left. Even if there was a big emotional fluctuation, it shouldn't have increased so much, right? Suddenly, Qin Lang realized something. "Bai Qi, stop supplying me with power." Bai Qi was puzzled. "If I give you power, you can't win. If I don't give it, you can't win even more?" Qin Lang, no nonsense. Just stop. After Bai Qi stopped supplying power, Qin Lang activated time pause and rushed out with Sumu Bai. Current mental power of the host, 800/1000. "Bai Qi, give me power." Although Bai Qi was confused, he complied. Current mental power of the host, 1000/1000. Qin Lang, what the hell? Bai Qi, so you're a healer? Can you help me score? Chapter 77, do whatever you want. Qin Lang was unexpectedly thrilled. "Bai Qi, turns out you've been a healer all along." "Bai Qi? How could a great killing god be associated with the term healer?" Qin Lang laughed heartily. "I have a plan. Keep giving me power, don't stop. How much you give, you decide, just don't stop." He had rarely checked his mental power lately, and he had only just come up with this idea about Bai Qi's function in a moment of urgency. This was like a sports car that not only runs fast but also fills up with gas while running. No. Bai Qi said that the power he was currently exerting was less than 1/2000th. But it was already that awesome. That's like having a nuclear power generator inside a sports car. If he had a powerful skill, wouldn't he just fly? Xin Lang continued to use the time pause skill, pausing for over a minute. After putting Su Mubai into a safe area, Xin Lang allowed time to resume. Xin Lang. Ha? Su Mubai thought she was still resisting the attack from the Soul Rain, but realized that her and Xin Lang's positions were different. Others were also shocked and puzzled. Jun Lang, this speed. It's faster than me. Bafum, yeah, it felt like in the blink of an eye it disappeared. What kind of magic did this bug use? He felt that even if he had faced that moment head-on, he probably wouldn't have escaped unscathed. No matter how fast the movement speed, it would be hard to avoid getting hit by the dense and wide area of the Soul Rain. But Xin Lang managed to do it. It was truly unbelievable. The two ghost hands were also very surprised. They thought that was the final blow, yet Xin Lang was unharmed? Is there such a thing? Xin Lang stood in front of Su Mubai. Don't move around, just help me cover occasionally. Su Mubai, oh. Xin Lang, be careful. Xin Lang raised the ghost-slashing blade again and charged at the two ghost hands. Human, don't be too arrogant. The left ghost hand roared, spraying a large amount of poison from its mouth, rushing towards Xin Lang like poisonous stings. The right ghost hand first shrank underground, then appeared behind Xin Lang, preparing to either cut off his escape route or smash him flat. Your attacks and combinations are indeed quite scary. Xin Lang smiled, but no matter how powerful the attack is, if it can't hit, it means nothing. Time paused. Everything came to a standstill. The two ghost hands were also frozen in place. Ya. Without hesitation, Xin Lang launched a fierce attack on the right ghost hand, releasing all the pent-up anger. The right ghost hand's 5 fingers were severed, and its palm was nearly cut down to the thickness of a spicy strip. Xin Lang then hid behind the right ghost hand, using it to block the left ghost hand's poison. Time resumed. The right ghost hand screamed in agony. Where the ghost-slashing blade had cut, smoke began to rise. Endless souls were escaping from within. The venom attack from the left ghost hand further tore at the wounds. The left ghost hand was stunned. The right ghost hand shouted angrily, "What's with the Don't you have any aim at all?" The left ghost hand shouted loudly, "How would I know? How did you get chopped up like this? You're really useless." The right ghost hand, "You dare to scold me again?" The battle situation quietly reversed all of a sudden. Su Mubai and the others were extremely surprised, unable to say a word. They still didn't see clearly. Jun Lang's speed was also very fast, but facing the huge ghost hands and such swift venom attacks, he couldn't avoid getting hit. But Xin Lang was currently unaffected in the slightest. More strange than strange. Xin Lang looked at the ghost-slaying blade in his hand and shook his head. What a pity, can't kill completely with one knife. These two ghost hands are really quite tenacious. The right ghost hand was constantly healing itself, shouting angrily at Xin Lang, "You brat. I'm going to swallow you whole later, making sure you can't be reborn." Xin Lang shrugged, "Oh really? Then let me see just how capable you are." While both sides were in a stalemate, Xin Lang began to refresh his new skills. The host can choose any skill to refresh. 1. Super strong perspective. Can see everything within 100 meters, the terrain. Consumes 80 mental power per second. 2. Let the bullets fly. The host can choose any part of the body as the gun muzzle to launch, turning mental power into bullets. The bullet deals 100% real damage to ghosts, monsters, superheroes, Batman, etc. Consumes 10 mental power per bullet. 3. 0-degree freezing. The host can open a certain domain, freezing all objects that enter this domain. Consumes 100 mental power per second. Wow, all 3 skills are so impressive. To be honest, Xin Lang really wanted to choose them all. But for now, he chose the second one, let the bullets fly. Turning mental power into bullets. Right now, I don't lack mental power at all. And real damage. Paired with Bai Qi who can replenish endlessly, isn't this going to soar? Bai Qi, remember, the healing can't stop. Bai Qi's dragon whiskers were perked up. Big brother, listen to yourself, does this sound like human talk? Xin Lang attacked again, this time he made a gun gesture with his left hand, aiming at the left ghost hand. Kid, times have changed. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, he fired dozens of bullets, turning all the souls spat out by the left ghost hand into dust. The left ghost hand was stunned at first, then immediately retreated to dodge this wave of gunfire. The right ghost hand had not fully healed yet and shouted, "What's wrong with you? Fight him." The left ghost hand was also furious, "You say that easily. These bullets are extremely fierce, and they are not ordinary bullets." Xin Lang chuckled inwardly, "Of course, they are not ordinary bullets, they are the bullets from Wang Wei's poem." Jun Lang used the last bit of his strength to pour a mouthful of liquor into his mouth, sighing, "This. I have truly never seen bullets used to eliminate the weird." And where did he hide the gun? Lu Jiao shook his head vigorously. Impossible, the weird is immune to all physical attacks, it's impossible to cause damage without the corresponding weapons and tools. Bafumi also fell silent. Physical exorcism. I've really seen enough in my lifetime. Seeing that the mental power bullets were so useful, Qin Lang simply put away the ghost-slaying blade, raised both hands, and created another gun muzzle at his chest. Fire! Tat 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 tat. With powerful firepower, a bullet curtain rushed towards the left and right ghost hands. The two ghost hands quickly spat out large amounts of souls to block the firepower, and a lot of small ghost hands drilled up from the ground to mess with Qin Lang. I don't believe these bullets are infinite. The left ghost hand shouted angrily, shoot, shoot, shoot. I'll let you shoot enough. When you're out of bullets, I'll take you down. Qin Lang smiled. Out of bullets? Sorry, the long blue bar means I can do whatever I want. Chapter 78, 1,000 Years of Cultivation. The left and right ghost hands were using all their strength, constantly using the power of the souls within them to create various forms of monsters and soldiers to resist Qin Lang's firepower. Left ghost hand, I don't believe it, our hundreds of years of power will lose to a mere human. Right ghost hand, that's right, I want to see how many bullets he has to waste. Even Jun Lang and the others looked a bit worried. Lu Jiao swallowed hard. Is this Qin Lang a monster? Can he really grow gun barrels from his body? What is he using as bullets? Jun Lang squeezed the wine jug and said, Qin Lang's trick should use something like his own inner power as material. But those bullets look so powerful, it must consume a lot, right? Bafum, yeah, Qin Lang actually wants to fight a war of attrition. What a big mistake. No matter how strong he is still human. No matter how much the other side is at a disadvantage, they have 100 years of cultivation as oddities. The two sides are not on the same level, the starting point is different. If this goes on, he will definitely suffer. Sumubai looked at Qin Lang anxiously, wanting very much to help. But the battle before her was intense, and the ghost hands released a lot of strange spirits, she really couldn't intervene. Moreover, she hadn't completely adapted to Yi Zi's body, even though Yi Zi's entity and soul did not oppose her possession and she could use blood demon techniques. As someone who had never possessed a living person before, Sumubai still felt a bit powerless. Time passed little by little, and Qin Lang was still madly outputting. Everyone realized that something was wrong. Jun Lang wondered, strange, why is Qin Lang's firepower getting stronger? This is not normal. Logically speaking, shouldn't his inner power only decrease and not increase? Lu Jiao was also dumbfounded. What is going on? I don't understand. Bafumia felt that everything in front of him was beyond his understanding, even breaking into a cold sweat. Are Eastern oddities and Eastern people really this amazing? I completely can't understand. At this moment, the two ghost hands felt the most embarrassed. This human, what is going on? Why is he still outputting? It was as if these bullets would never run out. Left ghost hand, this kid, clearly his strength isn't stronger than ours, he is relying solely on quantity and firepower to suppress us. It's been so long, why are his bullets still so abundant? Right ghost hand, he actually wants to compete in consumption, and can last this long, what exactly happened? I've never seen a human like this before. In fact, even now, the two S-class oddities still had the upper hand. From a power perspective, Qin Lang was still a significant distance away from them. Otherwise, Qin Lang would have already shot and killed them with mental bullets. But Qin Lang's move successfully shattered everyone's psychological expectations, catching everyone off guard. Moreover, this skill was just recently obtained, so he had not used it before. From the perspective of others, it seemed that Qin Lang had this skill all along, but deliberately hid it. Then the question arose, how many more skills is he hiding? Oddities can also feel fear, and the unknown is something all living beings fear. How many more bullets can Qin Lang fire, and how many more tricks does he have? I'm afraid they will be eliminated before Qin Lang runs out of bullets. Bang! A bullet pierced through the last layer of Vengeful Spirit's defense, grazing past the left ghost hand. Left ghost hand shook. Should we withdraw? As long as the ancient house is still there, we still have a chance. Right ghost hand said, are you stupid? What has he turned this ancient house into? If we withdraw now and let him discover our foundation, it would be disastrous. Left ghost hand, then what do you suggest? Right ghost hand, of course, we fight. Left ghost hand, you make it sound easy. Their appearance made Qin Lang see an opportunity. Their mindset broke? That's good. Qin Lang looked at Sumubai and shouted, Miss Su. Sumubai seemed to understand something in an instant and rushed up. Qin Lang did his best to create gun barrels on himself, increasing the firepower's output. The left and right ghost hands rushed up recklessly. I don't believe it. My 100 years of cultivation won't lose to you, you little brat. Qin Lang laughed. 100 years of cultivation? He and Bai Qi spoke in unison. Our cultivation is over 1,000 years. Boom 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 boom. A large amount of firepower directly covered the left and right ghost hands, and the malevolent energy they released was completely scattered. While the right ghost hand was struggling, it suddenly felt threads wrapping around its 5 fingers. It grew eyes from behind and found that Sumubai had tightly bound it with several strands of blood. Blood ghost technique. Sumubai grabbed the blood threads and suddenly pulled hard. The blood threads were long and sharp, quickly slicing through the right ghost hand's fingers. Just as it was about to be completely severed, the right ghost hand hurriedly used its malevolent energy to heal itself. Stinky girl. You're seeking death. The right ghost hand extended several poisonous snakes from its back to lunge at Sumubai. The left ghost hand angrily said, "Don't get distracted. Idiot." The right ghost hand realized that the real key was Qin Lang in front, and quickly set up new defenses. But it was all too late. Qin Lang jumped into the air, raising the ghost-slaying blade. Ha! A downward vertical slash directly split the right ghost hand in two. Immediately after, Qin Lang opened fire again with both hands, creating countless holes in the right ghost hand to prevent it from healing again. Jun Lang clapped and said, "Beautiful." Sumubai also smiled, her eyes filled with admiration and worship as she looked at Qin Lang. At the same time, she felt a strong heartbeat, her cheeks becoming hot. Strange. Although Sumubai was in Yizi's body, she, as a strange being, did not possess the perception of the body, and her emotions wouldn't be reflected on the flesh. So this heartbeat and blushing reaction. Is it Yizi? Seeing this, the left ghost hand immediately prepared to hide underground. At that moment, a large hand tightly grabbed it. Bafumi smiled and said, "Hey, Eastern strange being, you were quite arrogant just now?" The left ghost hand panicked. "We aren't humans, so we are fellow travelers, there's no need to go all out, right?" Bafumi sneered, "I heard the Eastern hell is scarier than my hell, help me go down and take a look." He swung his other hand, wielding a gigantic death scythe, and cut horizontally through the left ghost hand. After losing its connection to the base, the left ghost hand immediately turned to blue smoke and slowly disappeared. Only then did Qin Lang breathe a sigh of relief, quietly watching Bafumi. Bafumi coldly said, "Insect, you're quite strong." Qin Lang replied, "You're the insect." Suddenly, a strong scorching sensation spread throughout his body. Ah! Qin Lang clutched his heart, shouted, and then fell down. Sumubai's eyes widened, and she cried out, "Qin Lang!" Chapter 79 Two Major Events. Qin Lang opened his eyes and found Bai Qi beside him. "I didn't die, right?" Qin Lang sat up and found the surroundings dark, it should be in his own consciousness world. Bai Qi stroked the Qian Koan jade bottle and said, "Big brother, I already warned you, your physical endurance is limited. So as my power constantly entered your body, you would also be constantly countered. Fortunately, you injected the Doom virus a long time ago, and with your unique constitution, that's why you didn't die." Qin Lang responded with an "oh," wanting to try to return to his main body but found he didn't have the strength. Bai Qi said, "You're still in a coma, don't waste your energy. Next, you'd better rest for a while, otherwise, your body will definitely have problems." Qin Lang said, "Yeah, it's time to rest. After this instance is cleared, the reward should be enough to buy that so-called White Dragon reverse scale. Your first wish, I can consider it fulfilled." Bai Qi nodded, "Thank you, big brother. Then I have to say my second wish." Qin Lang sighed, "Alright, just don't ask for something outrageous." Bai Qi said, "Don't worry, the second wish is I want the wheel sword." Qin Lang frowned, "Wheel sword? What is that? The name sounds strange." Bai Qi's expression and tone became heavy. "The wheel sword is the treasured sword I used to commit suicide back then. After this sword became the sword of the king of Qin. Do you know Jing Ko? Years ago, when he assassinated King Qin Ingzhang blocked his dagger with the wheel sword and killed Jing Ku. Qin Lang, is this wheel sword really that important?" Suddenly, he asked, "Wait, if you were already gone when Jing Ku attacked Qin, how do you know about it?" Bai Qi laughed, "Because I saw him in the underworld." Qin Lang, "Alright." Bai Qi was a lord of slaughter, and Jing Ku was a top assassin who almost killed the ancestral dragon Ingzhang. Two heroes from the warring states all died under the wheel sword. This treasure has a big background. Qin Lang asked again, "What do you want this sword for? Revenge?" Bai Qi twirled his dragon beard, "I am not such a petty person. In any case, please help me look for it." Qin Lang said, "If the system has it in the shop, I can get it for you. But if it doesn't exist, it could be troublesome, maybe it's in some collector's hands, or buried underground, or perhaps it doesn't exist anymore." Bai Qi shook his head, "It's impossible, treasures like the wheel sword are blessed by heaven and earth, and won't be easily damaged. Moreover, I have heard from people in the underworld that it has reappeared. It might be held by some mortal. Brother, put in some effort to find it, you will definitely have a harvest." Qin Lang scratched his head, okay. Just right, I don't plan to go to the next dungeon, so let's stay in the real world for a while. At that moment, Sung Yubei's voice sounded from above. Qin Lang? Qin Lang? Bai Qi, it seems you are almost recovered, you can go back. Qin Lang got up to leave, but suddenly remembered a question. Bai Qi, I've always wanted to ask, why did you become like this? Bai Qi twisted his dragon head, brother, you don't need to ask about this. Qin Lang shrugged and quickly left. Then, Qin Lang's main body opened its eyes and saw Yi Zi staring at him with a nervous expression. No, she should be Sung Yubei now. Sung Yubei exclaimed with joy, Qin Lang, you are awake. Qin Lang felt warm and comfortable lying in her arms. He couldn't help but rub his face a few times. Miss Su, your legs are so soft. Sung Yubei blushed, Qin Lang, this is not my leg. Qin Lang. Oh right, the body is still Yi Zi's. Qin Lang coughed twice and sat up, why haven't you gotten off her yet? Sung Yubei shook her head, I can't do it. Nearby, Jun Lang spoke, it's very difficult to change bodies after the strange possession onto a living person, unless the possessed person dies, or someone helps. You can go back to the real world and find a skilled Taoist or monk to help. Qin Lang looked at him and said, you are recovering quickly. Jun Lang laughed, thanks to you, after clearing the dungeon, all wounds and toxins were cleared. By the way, you better hurry, over time, Sung Yubei's energy will corrupt Yi Zi's body, by then, even a god can't save it. Sung Yubei's face changed, she lowered her head and muttered to herself, sorry, Miss Yi, Qin Lang and I will find a way. In the next second, her voice turned back into Yi Zi's, it's okay, this was my choice back then, I believe in you. Qin Lang looked at the state of coexistence between Sung Yubei and Yi Zi, feeling a bit complex inside. Behind them, the goat-headed Bafumia opened his mouth, this time coming out is really eye-opening. Bafumia let out a cold laugh unique to demons, jia jia jia. Su Miao cried loudly, you should go back, I'm scared. Woo woo woo. Bafumia replied, humph, then I will take the price. Qin Lang and the others looked at Bafumia, wanting to know what the cost of summoning a demon was. Bafumia stretched out a claw and scratched the back of Su Miao's head. Su Miao's long hair immediately turned into shoulder-length short hair, and the cut-off part was taken away by Bafumia. I originally wanted more, but seeing as this time was quite enjoyable. I'll take this much for now. Bafumi held the handful of hair, and a hexagram barrier opened beneath his feet, disappearing in a flash. Qin Lang frowned. Is this the cost? A part of the body? Well, hair is indeed a part of the body. Su Miao cried loudly, woo-woo. I have to grow my hair long again. Short hair looks so ugly. Everyone. Jun Lang laughed coldly and said, the dungeon is being settled, the rewards will be distributed soon. By the way, Qin Lang, let's team up for the next dungeon? Qin Lang answered, no need, I need to head back to the real world for a bit. Right now, the priority is to get Su Muba from Yi Zi's body and also find the wheel sword that Bai Qi wants. Suddenly, a series of quiet footsteps echoed. Who? Lu Jiu rushed out upon hearing the sound. No, don't kill me. The director, Chen Shi, crouched on the ground, hands on his head, trembling in fear as he begged, great beings, I'm sorry, let me go. Lu Jiu grabbed his collar, damn it, you were so arrogant just now. Working for the strange things and causing so many deaths. And you still film that kind of movie, pervert. Shameless. Lu Jiu raised his hand and slapped him several times, leaving Chen Shi's face swollen like a pig's head. Don't hit me anymore. Chen Shi cried out, I was wrong, I won't do it again. I was forced at that time. Just as Lu Jiu was about to deal the finishing blow, a mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations to all players for clearing the level. Rewards will now be distributed. Chapter 80 Global Announcement. As the system began to settle, everyone's movements came to a halt. Congratulations to player Qin Lang for successfully killing the S-level anomaly. Score, SSS. Perfect. Player Qin Lang receives 2 million ghost coins. Qin Lang obtains S-level item, Luotian Jade. Luotian Jade allows you to breathe normally underwater for 48 hours. A golden light appeared in Qin Lang's hand, around an exquisite jade pendant emitting strange glimmers. Being able to stay underwater for 48 hours? This thing is definitely a divine artifact. Qin Lang obtains A-level item, Swift Gauntlets. Swift Gauntlets increases attack speed by 60%. Another uniquely designed, yet lightweight pair of gauntlets landed in Qin Lang's hands. Increasing memory speed is also nice, combined with the mental bullet skill, more and faster attacks can be launched. The other players, like Jun Lang and Yi Zi, have already received their respective rewards. Jun Lang smiled and said, Qin Lang, thanks to you, I got the chance to participate in killing the S-level anomaly. The rewards this time are so rich. The ghost coins Jun Lang received totaled up to 500,000, his highest ever. Though the item he received was only B-level, Jun Lang didn't care much, he thought he could buy a new knife with money. As for Lu Jiu, she didn't participate much in killing the ghost hand in the ancient mansion, so she could only receive a consolation prize of 2,000 ghost coins. Accordingly, Su Miao and Yi Zi's rewards were much higher than Lu Jiu's, only second to Qin Lang and Jun Lang. Though Lu Jiu knew the result was very fair, she still felt somewhat dissatisfied. She vented her anger on Chen Shi. "You wanted to use us as sacrifices just now, right?" Chen Shi cried loudly, clutching his head. No, please spare me." Jun Lang walked over and patted Lu Jiu's shoulder. "Alright, Miss Lu, let him go." Lu Jiu was puzzled. Brother Jun Lang, someone like him doesn't deserve forgiveness. "Now that the dungeon is over, we can teach him a lesson." Jun Lang replied, "To spare someone is to spare them, let him go." Reluctantly, Lu Jiu released Chen Shi. Chen Shi bowed to Jun Lang and said, "Thank you." "Thank you, master." After saying that, he turned around and ran away. Suddenly, Jun Lang drew his knife and chopped off Chen Shi's head in one swift strike. Lu Jiu didn't even react before Chen Shi's body was separated from his head. Jun Lang said, "Let you go doesn't mean I'll let you live. Now the world is completely clean." At this moment, the system spoke again. Player Qin Lang has performed excellently in 3 consecutive dungeon challenges. Immediately gain entry qualification for the ranked match. Now assessing the initial rank. Ranked match? Initial rank? Qin Lang was puzzled. What is this? Jun Lang laughed heartily. "Ah? You don't even know this?" In addition to the difficulty levels like S, A, B, and C, there is a more difficult ranked mode. The dungeons you played before and now are both normal modes. Entering the ranked match allows you to earn points upon clearance, thus obtaining your own rank. Ranks go from low to high: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, master, king, and so on, with each rank further divided into 5 tiers, first tier being the strongest and 5th tier the weakest. Once you gain qualification for the ranked match, your initial rank will be determined by your performance in the last 3 dungeons. Player Qin Lang initial rank, Gold Tier 2. Lu Jiu was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. What? Gold Tier 2? Jun Lang couldn't help but widen his eyes, repeatedly saying, "Incredible, truly incredible." For ordinary players, the highest initial rank is just silver. Over the past 20 years, the highest initial rank has only been Silver Tier 1. Qin Lang, you are just too amazing. A key-shaped treasure fell from the sky, showing a flowing golden sheen on its surface, with a gem embedded on the key handle. Jun Lang pulled out a similar key-shaped token, but it was made of silver. This is the token that proves your rank. As you can see, I am currently only at silver rank. Qin Lang stored the token and asked, "Since you can play ranked, why come to this normal mode?" Jun Lang smiled, "It's simple. After playing in a ranked match, I felt somewhat lacking in confidence. I participated in a B rank ranked match. To be honest, the difficulty is about the same as this 3 in normal dungeon. Many players who are strong in normal mode, or those who cleared S rank dungeons, have been utterly defeated after participating in a ranked match. I advise you not to rush into ranked matches, practice more before you play. B rank difficulty exceeds 3 a normal dungeon?" Qin Lang suddenly understood the value of this ranked match. Once clearing the ranked mode, the rewards must be even richer, right? Player Qin Lang contributed over 80% in this dungeon boss battle, ranking first among players without a rank. Receiving global announcement rewards. Global announcement? Lu Jiu's eyes were about to pop out, hands trembling, teeth chattering. This is a rare special reward. Becoming famous and recognized. The global announcement is about to begin. Do you want to hide your name? Qin Lang said without hesitation, "Hide." He had no intention of seeking this kind of attention. Jun Lang seemed unfazed, smiling. "Don't worry, we won't tell anyone else." Qin Lang said, "It's fine if you tell. I just won't acknowledge it." Lu Jiu frowned and muttered softly, "What's so arrogant about?" "Humph." Qin Lang then declared to the dungeon system that he wanted to return to the real world. Lu Jiu quickly said, "Qin Lang, I want to go with brother Jun Lang, but Yi Zi, you have to protect me well. If anything happens, you won't be off the hook." Qin Lang patted his chest. "I thought you wanted to tag along. Luckily, you are a love over friendship type. Lu Jiu, you. I'm just simply not wanting to stay with you." Jun Lang gently patted Su Miao's head. "Miao Miao, should we go back together?" Su Miao cried out, "Wah, I don't want to go back." Jun Lang, not going back? Then let's go to the next dungeon. Don't be afraid. Then, he turned and knelt on one knee facing Qin Lang. Lu Jiu gasped, "Brother Jun Lang. Qin Lang, this time I owe you a life and a favor. You are very strong, but I will become even stronger. Next time we meet, let's see who can clear faster." Qin Lang replied indifferently, "I'm not interested in competing with you, and we probably won't meet again." Jun Lang stood up and dusted himself off. He smiled, "Don't speak too confidently. By the way, if you want to find a way to get Su Mubai out, I know a place. Go to Qing Mountain City and look for Bailong Temple. Just say I am a friend of theirs, Master Wukong in the temple will help you. Xin Lang said, okay, I'll remember that. A portal of space opened wide, and Xin Lang took Su Mubai's hand and walked in. At the same time, all the media and social networks around the world received a message. A mysterious player has been initially ranked as Gold Tier 2. This player achieved 80% contribution in dealing with an S-level anomaly. All players around the world exploded with excitement. Chapter 81, Entering the City. What? 80% contribution in dealing with an S-level anomaly? Does that mean he did basically all the fighting? Isn't that a one-on-one challenge? Although it's not a ranked boss, it's still impressive. The key point is that he was ranked as Gold Tier 2 for the first time, isn't that just incredible? Everyone couldn't help but start wondering who this mysterious player was. Is this the real world? Xin Lang stepped out of the portal and found that the exit was in an abandoned construction site. Xin Lang looked around and asked, is this all unfinished buildings? A voice from behind him, belonging to Yi Zi, replied, these are not unfinished buildings, we should be in the old district. She pointed to the brightly lit downtown area in the distance and said, that area is the current residential area, also known as the new district. Every city has such a place. In the distance, a forest of steel and glass rose up, and suspended tracks threaded through the clouds like silver threads, creating a sense of near-futuristic sci-fi. Xin Lang asked, new district? Old district? Is the new district more luxurious? Yi Zi continued, of course not. The old district used to be where humans lived, while the new district is a new city built by players with super abilities. Wait, Xin Lang, how come you don't even know this? Xin Lang shrugged, I just don't know, please continue. Through Yi Zi's explanation, Xin Lang gradually understood. The technological level of this world was about the same as Earth before his crossing. Maglev trains, AI, and the internet were all present. But after the dungeon system arrived, countless players emerged, applying the skills acquired from dungeons to reality, creating the current cities and civilizations. For example, in the past, building houses relied on manual labor brick by brick, but now, it can be done with thought instead of manual work, even creating desired facilities through mere intent. Some item rewards from dungeons can also be applied to production in life, changing the previous rules of social operation. With the convenience of these superpowers, humanity abandoned the old facilities and moved into new cities to live. As they walked, Xin Lang asked, then why not completely transform the old district? Yi Zi answered, it's simple, on one hand, the costs are high, those with powers don't work for free. Many players, after acquiring a skill once, choose not to explore dungeons anymore but to use the skills they obtain to make a living in the real world. Most of them can become top-tier people, and over time, they enjoy a life of ease. Moreover, if everything becomes advanced in the new district, then nothing is advanced. Keeping the backward old district helps show their superiority. Xin Lang scratched his head and asked, so are we going to the new district now? Yi Zi nodded, yes, first, Yi Zi crouched down and let out a painful wail. Xin Lang quickly stepped forward, what's wrong? This time, it was Su Mubai's voice that sounded, it's my fault. Maybe my negative energy is too strong, so Miss Yi cannot maintain her form for too long. We need to think of a way to get me out of here soon. Xin Lang said, that Jun Lang mentioned by Long Temple in Qing City, but where is Qing City? They just walked out of the construction site, wanting to find someone to ask for directions or to locate a bus station or something. But this place was like a wasteland, with no sight of a person. Yi Zi was feeling weak, and it wasn't good to directly call her out to ask about the situation, so Xin Lang had to take Su Mubai and head towards the lively new district. Along the way, Xin Lang saw many familiar things, but the further he went into the new district, the more unfamiliar the scene became. Not only had the style of the buildings changed, but the way people dressed on the streets was also different. Young people, in particular, dressed strangely, with their hair dyed in all sorts of bright colors. The billboards by the roadside were very blunt, with elements of sex, gambling, and drugs all displayed openly, showing no decorum at all. Xin Lang wanted to ask a passerby for directions, but their mental state was quite abnormal, clearly indicating they had taken some illicit substance. There was even a couple engaged in indecent acts in public, with people around showing no interest at all in stopping or even watching. Xin Lang, look! Su Mubai exclaimed in surprise, pointing at a large gate ahead. The gate loomed like the spine of a giant beast, its surface of steel and glass reflecting the neon lights of the new district, cold and distant. The gate was adorned with flashing electronic screens, scrolling the amount of the city fee and warning slogans, splitting wealth and decay apart. Warning! 2 unidentified individuals approaching. The guard's voice came through the loudspeaker like a machine. A group of heavily armored guards with high-quality weapons quickly surrounded them. The lead guard, a team captain, shouted, "Stop! What are you doing?" Xin Lang pointed ahead, entering the city. The captain asked, "Have you paid the fee?" Qin Lang shook his head. The captain asked again, let me see your city entry code. City entry code? Qin Lang and Su Mubai exchanged confused looks. The captain impatiently said, what are you acting dumb for? Show me your city safety app. Qin Lang waved his hand, I don't have a phone. I mean, paying is all that's needed, right? Enough with the nonsense, just tell me how much it costs to enter. The captain chuckled, a broke loser without a phone? How can you pay the entry fee? It's 1,000 per person. Can you afford that? Qin Lang pulled out a strange coin and asked, can I use this? As soon as the guards saw the strange coin, their eyes widened in shock. Strange coin? Their eyes became clear all of a sudden. The captain stared at Qin Lang, swallowing hard. He asked, may I ask, are you a dungeon player? Qin Lang nodded, yeah, what's it to you? The captain immediately stood at attention, everyone, attention. Stand straight. Salute. The guards formed a line and saluted, clearing a path for Qin Lang and Su Mubai. The captain nervously said, I'm sorry, I didn't ask properly before, you can enter the city now. You've worked hard. Qin Lang and Su Mubai exchanged glances. Qin Lang squeezed the strange coin, you don't want this? The captain was sweating profusely, and, no way. Players enter the city for free. We didn't do our job properly just now, please forgive us. Qin Lang smiled, thinking, so dungeon players have such privileges in the real world. But it makes sense, dungeon players returning to reality means they have cleared the game and have some skills, so these ordinary people wouldn't dare provoke them easily. He proceeded into the city, with Su Mubai quickly following behind. The police captain wiped his sweat, complaining, with their kind of appearance, they're also players? Another team member said, maybe they just cleared a low-level dungeon? Coming back from the old district. The captain said, call up Lord Tiger immediately and tell him another player has returned. Chapter 82, Hi Player. Once inside the city, Qin Lang noticed that the scenery of the new district was indeed different from the old district. A variety of uniquely shaped skyscrapers formed a colorful steel forest, with passages connecting different floors, while there were many sky bridges and tracks on the roads, creating a fantastical terrain that varied in height. Qin Lang and Su Mubai casually found a larger restaurant to eat. This, and this. Qin Lang hadn't eaten anything decent in the dungeon, and now he picked up the menu. Except for the cover, we basically ordered everything. The waiter stared in shock, wondering if this man and woman could really eat that much. Surrounding guests also looked over, gazing at Qin Lang's table with expressions of disbelief. Qin Lang and Su Mubai dressed quite normally, were they here to cause trouble and eat a free meal? Sir, here we require payment before serving the dishes. The waiter said, you just ordered a total of 21 dishes, costing a total of 36,789 yuan. Qin Lang pulled out a strange coin, can I use this? The next second, the waiter gasped, his mouth wide open, ah. The strange coin. His hand holding the silver tray trembled slightly, his pupils constricted suddenly, and his throat bobbed as if even breathing had stopped. The strange coin. Sir, are you sure you want to use it for payment? His voice was tight, filled with disbelief and tremors. Surrounding guests were also drawn in by the scene, putting down their knives and forks, their eyes focusing on the strange coin in Qin Lang's hand. Oh my gosh, that really is a strange coin. Is that a player who returned from a copy? How could they come to a place like this? It's my first time seeing a real player. Their voices were soft, but could not hide their shock and envy. Qin Lang looked at the strange coin in his hand, confirming that this thing was indeed valuable. Thinking of this, he regretted using over 1 million strange coins to buy the White Dragon reverse scale for Bai Chi so quickly, leaving him with only over 400,000 left. What was even more frustrating was that after Bai Chi got the White Dragon reverse scale, he secretly fiddled with it like it was a treasure. He wouldn't say what he was up to and just told Qin Lang to wait and not disturb him for no reason. At that moment, the restaurant manager personally walked over. Hello, sir. The manager smiled, I'm so sorry, I apologize for the delay. Please dine in the private room upstairs. We will prepare the dishes you ordered right away. Qin Lang naturally wouldn't refuse. After standing up, he asked, what city is this? The manager said, don't you know, guest? This is Qingcheng. Hey, what a coincidence. Qin Lang continued to ask, do you know about the White Dragon Temple? The manager nodded, yes, it's on the second floor of District D. District D? Second floor? It didn't sound like a proper place name. Forget it, as long as he knew the place, he would check it out after eating. Qin Lang asked again, is a strange coin very valuable? The manager laughed, you're quite the jokester, sir. Now a strange coin has reached the highest historical price, one strange coin can be exchanged for over 1,000 federal coins. Moreover, the strange coin represents your strength and status, we are very honored to host you, esteemed guest. Qin Lang nodded, finally understanding why so many copy players were unwilling to enter the copies for adventure anymore. Having a strange coin, or proving one's identity as a player, allows one to be a person of status in the real world, who would want to risk their life in a copy. After entering the private room, Qin Lang took out 50 strange coins. If it's 1 to 1,000, these strange coins can cover the meal. Remember to give change. The manager took the strange coins, his hands trembling, his eyes turning red. Qin Lang frowned. Are you really that emotional? The manager said, Sir, you, as a hero who has conquered the copy, are actually paying for a meal. Truly a saint. Qin Lang replied, Oh? Turns out I could have had it for free? The manager. In the end, after Sumubai's persuasion, Qin Lang still paid the bill. Once the dishes were all served, Qin Lang immediately began to eat meat in large bites, swallowing it down with wine. It was so delicious. Although Sumubai couldn't taste it and didn't need to eat, she still took a bite to care for Yizi's body, ensuring nutrition, carefully chewing the food with her teeth before swallowing, based on her memories from when she was human. Suddenly, the private room door was kicked open. A man in a suit entered with a group of people. The big man sat down in front of Qin Lang, leaning back slightly, one arm resting on the back of the chair, the other hand holding an unlit cigar. His little brothers closed the door. Standing straight in a row, no one dared to speak freely, the air filled with an invisible pressure. Kid, you have quite an appetite. The black bear smiled. I heard you are also a player who cleared the dungeon? Congratulations, Tiger asked me to talk to you. Qin Lang did not lift his head, continuing to gnaw on the elbow in his hand. A little brother dissatisfaction complained, Hey, our brother bear is talking to you. The black bear waved his hand, Hey, I know the feeling of just coming out of a dungeon. I was starving to death when I cleared it back then. Sumubai asked, Oh? You are also a player? The black bear licked his lips upon seeing Sumubai's stunning beauty in her disguise as Yizian. Of course. Otherwise, how could I work under Tiger? But a true hero doesn't dwell on past glories, that's all behind me. I just made a small achievement. The little brother just now proudly declared, Girl, Brother Bear has cleared 3 ordinary B-grade dungeons and is a high-level player. Back then, my rank was Black Iron Tier 2, then I gradually rose to Bronze. Impressive, right? Sumubai. 3 B-grade dungeons. She, as a boss of an A-grade dungeon, suddenly didn't know what to say. The black bear laughed, Hey, why talk about this? Let's be humble. Look, you scared the little beauty. The little brothers laughed heartily, beginning to shower praise on him. The black bear asked Qin Lang, Kid, Tiger is looking for someone to form a team and clear a dungeon. The reward is very generous. Qin Lang shook his head, not interested. The black bear said coldly, Kid, you got it wrong, those last 2 sentences were not questions, nor did I invite you. I need you to participate, understand? You just arrived in Xincheng, and you don't know the rules, right? Our Tiger is the biggest boss here, even the city capital has to listen to him. Also, there aren't many players available lately, or else this kind of good job under Tiger's command would never come to you. Qin Lang wiped his mouth, Oh, so that's how it is, you should have said it earlier. If you said it earlier, I could have let you leave. The black bear angrily said, Damn it, you little brat, since you're a fellow player, I gave you some face, but you don't appreciate it, right? I was once a bronze rank player, do you want to die here, not in the dungeon? Qin Lang said, Oh, just bronze? You are truly garbage. Chapter 83, Assessment. What did you say? The black bear's eyes widened, I earned my bronze through strength. Qin Lang didn't even look up, what's bronze? I am now golden rank. The black bear's eyes widened, his cigarette falling to the ground. The air in the box suddenly froze. Golden? Ha 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 ha. People present laughed heartily. The black bear loudly said, Kid, stop bragging. You a golden? Then I must be diamond rank. Come, prove it to me. I want to see. Qin Lang, I have no obligation to prove anything to you, get lost. He really had no desire to communicate with such a person. The black bear angrily said, Kid, do you dare to speak to me like that? Don't think that clearing a dungeon makes you special, when I entered the dungeon you were still liquid. Before he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Sumubai raised her palm and slapped it across the black bear's face. With a loud crack, the black bear flew upwards, his nearly 6-foot-tall and sturdy body smashing to the ground, creating a heavy thud that rattled the ground. Brother Bear. The little brothers hurriedly ran to check, finding that the black bear's face was already swollen, several teeth missing, blood flowing from his mouth, with a lot of blood vessels on his cheeks. Sumubai went up and kicked the black bear hard on his rear end. Watch how you speak to Qin Lang. Sumubai coldly said, Otherwise, I will kill you now. Her warmth was only for Qin Lang, for others, she remained that cold, merciless killer. The thick murderous aura and momentum scared the little brothers present to not dare move recklessly. Staring fiercely at Sumubai. Sumu, why, aren't you guys leaving? Our Lord Tiger kindly invited you, yet you were so ungrateful. You'll regret this later. As those little brothers dragged the black bear out, they cursed and complained. Sumu closed the door and asked, Xin Lang, it seems that we've already caught someone's attention as soon as we entered the city. Xin Lang wiped his hands and replied, it doesn't matter. They brought this on themselves, if they get beaten, they deserve it. Let's first finish your business at the White Dragon Temple. After having dinner, the two took the high-rise elevator to Area D, where they saw the entrance of a temple. The three characters White Dragon Temple were engraved on a plaque at the entrance, and a long line of worshippers was forming outside, endlessly coming and going. Xin Lang thought that if they lined up obediently, they might barely see the abbot Wukong tomorrow. So he spoke to a small monk maintaining order, excuse me, young monk, is your abbot here? The little monk glanced at him and impatiently replied, I don't know, go line up. Xin Lang said, I was recommended by a friend. The little monk, maintaining an unreadable expression, asked, friend? Which friend? Jun Lang. The little monk's eyes widened, and his jaw nearly dropped. How do you know Jun Lang? Several small monks nearby turned pale upon hearing Jun Lang's name, staring fiercely at Xin Lang. Xin Lang, puzzled by their reaction, asked, what's wrong? Jun Lang is the one who invited me. The small monk quickly put on an apologetic smile, my apologies, kind sir. I didn't mean to offend. The abbot left early, would you like to wait inside? Xin Lang waved his hand, no need, just tell me where he went. The little monk hurriedly answered, the abbot went to Pavilion number 5 in Area C. The president of the Dragon Tiger Association called him to discuss important matters, and he left in quite a hurry. Xin Lang rubbed his forehead, thinking, why do I have to run again? Meanwhile, inside Pavilion number 5 in Area C. Master Wukong, do you think this wheel sword is real? A white-haired man dressed in a tailored suit, looking quite affluent, asked with a heavy tone. Wukong carefully examined an ancient sword, nodding, no doubt about it. The spiritual power on it is incredibly strong, it's definitely real. The legendary butcher Bai Qi and Jing could both died by this sword, it's not an ordinary item. I can see the spiritual energy floating above it without even using my heavenly eye. Bai Qi Tiger sighed in relief, that's good to hear, I can rest easy. That plan should also be almost complete. Wukong put his hands together, your kind efforts, Master Bai, will surely touch the heavens and fulfill your wishes. At that moment, a loud knock echoed through the room. Lord Tiger, something's wrong. Bai Qi Tiger stowed the wheel sword and let the person in. What happened? A subordinate walked in and said, Black Bear was beaten, he's badly hurt. Bai Qi Tiger was stunned, how is that possible? He's an experienced player who has cleared several dungeons, he doesn't even fear bullets. Where is he? Call him over. The subordinate nodded and quickly left. Soon, the injured black bear stumbled in, looking like a pig's head. Lord Tiger. I'm so sorry. Black Bear entered, one hand covering his face and the other covering his rear. I've embarrassed you. Wukong tried not to laugh at the sight but quickly put his hands together to cover his face. Amatba. Bai Qi Tiger frowned, who did this? In Xinsheng, few dared to treat the Dragon Tiger Association members with such cruelty. Black Bear wiped his tears and said, I called together as many newly cleared players as possible per your orders. But then I ran into someone named Xin Lang. Not only did he refuse to express gratitude, but he even dared to strike me. I got injured by him. Bai Qi Tiger stroked his chin, wondering, Xin Lang? I haven't heard of this person, where does he get such boldness? He exchanged glances with Wukong, and a suspicion arose in their minds, is it the Wudao Association? Wukong said, recently, many potential players have been misled by the Wudao Association, leading them astray. Master Bai, you need to be careful during the assessment. The black bear cried out, Master Tiger, this isn't hitting my butt, it's clearly your face. The white tiger said. The white tiger spoke to the black bear, you should go heal first, I will take care of this matter for you. Also, has everyone for the assessment gathered? The black bear nodded, everyone is here, waiting for your instructions in the hall. The white tiger said, good, I understand. I will send a few people to catch that Xin Lang, who dares to touch my Dragon Tiger Association's people. At that moment, a maid stood at the door, Mr. Bai, there are 2 guests outside who want to see Master Wukong. The white tiger looked at Wukong and said unhappily, Master, didn't you say you would accompany me to assess these players today? Wukong shrugged, I don't know, perhaps they came uninvited, just send them away. The maid said, but that person said it was Jun Lang who called for them. Hearing Jun Lang's name, Wukong turned pale. The white tiger, however, was very excited, Jun Lang. He came out of the dungeon? What is that guest's name? It seems to be Xin Lang. Xin Lang? The black bear angrily shouted, that little brat has found us? Wukong and the white tiger were also puzzled. How did this Xin Lang suddenly become connected to Jun Lang? Yukong said to the White Tiger, since he was recommended by Jun Lang, we should indeed meet him. The White Tiger sneered, great, since he was sent by Jun Lang, I must host him well. Exactly, let's have him join the assessment in the hall. Black Bear, you go act as the examiner. Yukong was shocked, Master Bai. The White Tiger replied, Master, you know my relationship with Jun Lang, I could eat him alive. For your sake, I will first test that brat's abilities. If he really has the right qualifications, I can negotiate with him later. If he has no ability, then he deserves to die, you can simply say you have never seen this person. He offended my Dragon Tiger Association, and it's only natural for him to end up dead. After listening, Yukong could only nod, alright then. Amat Ba. The Black Bear revealed a cold smile. Master Tiger, don't worry, I will take care of this useless brat. On the other side, Qin Lang and Su Mubai, guided by a servant, arrived at a magnificent hall. Dozens of people were sitting in the hall, dressed in various outfits, looking like they were from different eras. I didn't expect to be summoned by the Dragon Tiger Association right after coming out of the dungeon. Yeah, I thought I could take a good rest. Since Master Tiger called us, he doesn't want to recruit me into his association, does he? That would be such an honor. Once I become a member of the Dragon Tiger Association, I won't have to worry about anything in Xinjiang. Qin Lang and Su Mubai found a couch to sit down. Qin Lang was puzzled, strange, weren't we supposed to see that old monk? Why have we been brought here? Su Mubai tugged at Qin Lang, look, it's that person. Qin Lang looked up and saw a big man with a bandage around his head, his mouth twisted into a grin that nearly reached his ears. It was the Black Bear, whom Su Mubai had previously beaten. The Black Bear scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Qin Lang and Su Mubai. He let out two cold laughs and said, welcome, players. Master Tiger has called you here to find some capable people among you to form a team to challenge a dungeon. As long as you pass the assessment, we will immediately grant a reward of 100,000 ghost coins. If anyone can conquer the dungeon and complete its hidden tasks, in addition to the monetary reward, they will receive a mysterious grand prize. And they will gain all the resources and protection from our Dragon Tiger Association. Master Tiger promises not to let you down. The players at the scene instantly became excited. Another dungeon? What does Master Tiger want to do? But 100,000 ghost coins is quite a lot, I only received 10,000 for completing mine. If I can join the Dragon Tiger Association. With Lord Tiger's protection, I won't have to worry in my next life. Watching the eager people around, Qin Lang felt especially bored. What's going on? What test? He thought about leaving, but the unusual situation in front of him made him think again. He had already said he would come to see Wukong, yet he ended up in this place. Who is intentionally arranging this? Is it Wukong, or is it Lord Tiger that this group is talking about? What is their relationship? At this moment, a surveillance camera was directly aimed at Qin Lang and Su Mubai. In the monitoring room, Bai Qinhu and Wukong watched Qin Lang, both wearing indifferent expressions. Is he Qin Lang? He looks quite ordinary. Bai Qinhu took a sip of red wine. I just had someone check, there were no previous records about him, he should be a newbie just breaking into dungeons. Wukong said, maybe he went into the dungeon with Jun Lang and is riding on Jun Lang's coattails to win. Several times before, Jun Lang has introduced people to me seeking some spells, most of them rely on Jun Lang to clear the dungeon. Bai Qinhu snorted coldly, then he has no skills and dares to move my people, he's asking for death. Wukong couldn't help but sigh, Amatba. In the hall, the Black Bear's emotions were very excited as he loudly shouted, next up, the first wave of tests begins. Are you all ready? The players present shouted in unison, ready. The Black Bear laughed coldly, then, the first wave of tests is. He suddenly pointed at Qin Lang, you all will duel with that man. Whoever can kill him will pass. Everyone looked towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang frowned, you guys are going to fight me? Is this real? The Black Bear gritted his teeth, everyone, don't underestimate him. This guy hasn't registered any completion records or player identity, in other words, he also just came out of the dungeon. But he claims to be a golden tier. As soon as this was said, the scene burst into laughter. Golden? Just out of the dungeon and he's already golden? Could that mysterious player from the global announcement be him? No way, if he was really that big shot, he would have enjoyed life by now or gone to be an official. Golden tier players could at least be the city chief. Why bother here? Kid, your bluff is blown. In the monitoring room, Bai Qinhu shook his head, he dares to impersonate a golden player? He truly knows no fear. Master, if you meet him, who knows what trouble he might bring you, I am helping you. Wukong also sighed, sigh, why does Jun Lang always introduce me to people like this? Qin Lang looked at them expressionlessly, his heart calm as the sea. A fierce-looking man swaggered out and stood in front of Qin Lang. Kid, you say you're golden, so prove it by taking me out. Another man stepped forward. Hey, I'm closest to him, I should be the first to fight him. You step back. He pointed at Qin Lang and asked, Kid, if you have the ability, take me out too. Qin Lang raised his hand and shot 2 psychic bullets at the two of them. Bang! Bang! The two men's heads were instantly penetrated, their brain matter splattering everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded, jaws almost dropping to the ground. He killed 2 people with just a flick of his hand? Is he also a dungeon player with special powers? Many of those present were playing B or C rank dungeons. Terrifying scenes were rare, death could happen, but most had never seen it with their own eyes, their companions just died without understanding how. This was the first time they witnessed such a horrifying scene. Not to mention Qin Lang's terrifying combat power. Qin Lang, you all saw, they asked me to take them out. Such a request, I have never heard in my life. Chapter 85, Screaming. The black tiger on the second floor couldn't help but tremble at this scene. Is this kid that extraordinary? No, those people must have underestimated him. Wasn't I like this in the beginning? There are so many people here. What are you afraid of? Everyone, don't panic. The black bear shouted, let's go. Don't be afraid of him, never underestimate him. As soon as these words were spoken, all the players in the hall became alert, starting to use sofas and other furniture as cover, circling around Qin Lang, looking for an opportunity to attack. After learning from the lesson of the last two, they were much more cautious this time. Sumubai prepared to stand up. Qin Lang, let me do it. Qin Lang pressed her down. It's fine, I'll take care of it faster. He stood up, looking around. Listen up, I'm here to find someone, not to participate in this bullshit assessment. Master Wukong, are you here? At that moment, 3 people suddenly jumped out from behind, each holding different weapons and attacking Qin Lang. Qin Lang swiftly drew the demon-slaying blade and slashed sideways. Ah! The 3 people were instantly cut in half, their bodies falling down. Qin Lang stabbed the demon-slaying blade into the ground and asked, is there anyone else? The players present felt a chill down their backs, their legs going soft. That's an A-grade weapon. Yes, it's A-grade. My god, he actually has an A-grade weapon, no wonder he's so powerful. The killing intent emanating from the demon-slaying blade made their weapons shake uncontrollably, showing great reluctance. I'm not playing anymore. One player ran straight out. Me too. What bullshit assessment, it's more important to save my life. Run. In no time, all those people had slipped away. Qin Lang shouldered the demon-slaying blade and looked at the black bear. Hey, do you know where Master Wukong is? The black bear felt dizzy in front of him, almost fainting again. This guy can't really be at the golden rank, right? Qin Lang and Sumubai walked towards the second floor, while the black bear and others huddled together, trembling. Big boss, big boss. The black bear knelt down. I was wrong, I shouldn't have messed with you, please don't kill me. Qin Lang said coldly, killing you would only get my hands dirty. I'm here to find someone, why did you bring me here? Are you sick? The black bear shook his head, then nodded, yes, you're right, I'm sick. Big boss, please show mercy, let me go, okay? Qin Lang frowned, could you at least be a bit more arrogant? Looking at you like this is really disgusting. Hearing this, the black bear hurriedly tried to comply, but now he was only left with the emotion of wanting to cry. Just as Qin Lang was about to continue asking, the voice of Bai Qinhe came from behind. Mr. Qin. Bai Qinhua's tone was very enthusiastic. Welcome to visit, sorry for not properly welcoming you. Behind him, Wukong also folded his hands together. Amitba, benefactor, this humble monk's name is Wukong. Qin Lang put away the demon-slaying blade, ignoring Bai Qinhe, and instead told Wukong about Sumubai and Yi Zi's situation. Please, master, help me get my strange friend out of my human friend's body, and don't harm either of them. Wukong smiled after hearing this. I see, just a small matter. Bai Qinhe smiled and said, Mr. Qin, don't worry, I will prepare the venue for Master Wukong to perform his magic, you can take a rest. Qin Lang frowned, who are you again? Bai Qinhe stood tall, I am Bai Qinhe, the president of the Dragon and Tiger Society. Qin Lang scratched his face, oh, so you're the bastard who caused me trouble? Bai Qinhe didn't expect Qin Lang to be so disrespectful and said with some displeasure, Mr. Qin, this is all a misunderstanding. You first attacked my people, then came here to massacre, we're even, right? Qin Lang shrugged, you brought this on yourself. You. Bai Qinhe clenched his fists, about to erupt, but he thought about needing to collaborate with Qin Lang in the future and temporarily held back his anger. Arriving at a well-decorated room, Wukong confidently held a talisman. Mr. Qin, don't worry, I've done this kind of ritual before. In a moment, I just need to chant a few scriptures, and I will definitely bring your strange friend out and help her find a good place. After speaking, he first sprinkled some water on Yi Zi, then wrote a few scriptures on her forehead, and while shaking the talisman in one hand, he started muttering and reciting the scriptures. At this moment, Bai Qinhao whispered to Qin Lang, Mr. Qin. Here you can rest assured and hand it over to the master. Let's chat over there. Qin Lang waved his hand, I have nothing to talk about with you. And whether it can succeed is still uncertain, why are you talking so much? Bai Qinhux's anger intensified in his heart. You get a bit of paint and you act like a dye house? Isn't it just a bizarre thing? Is it worth staring at so much? But he wasn't in a hurry, soon Mukong would solve this bizarre problem, and Qin Lang would have to cooperate with him after owing him a favor. As time passed, there was still no effect. Su Mubai was still stuck on Yi Zi. Mukong was drenched in sweat. What's going on? Why is it not working? Bai Qinhux felt something was wrong and asked, Master, why is it not done yet? Mukong couldn't help but ask, Qin Benefactor, do you know what level of bizarre is possessing Yi Benefactor? Qin Lang, level A. Mukong, level A. Wait. What did you say? Mukong and Bai Qinhux's faces turned pale, and they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This Su Mubai is a level of bizarre? Mukong's lips turned white, Qin Benefactor, please don't joke, okay? Level A bizarre, where did you get it? And how are you friends with it? In his impression, level A bizarres could basically kill all players below bronze in an instant, they were terrifyingly powerful. Qin Lang said, I met Miss Su while clearing a dungeon. Is there a problem? Bai Qinhux swallowed hard, what dungeon? Qin Lang, level A dungeon, is there a problem? Bai Qinhux's mind crashed, then, you met Jun Lang in a level A dungeon? Qin Lang shook his head, no, I met him in a 3A dungeon. 3A. Mukong and Bai Qinhux exclaimed in unison, their blood pressure soaring. Mukong doubted that if he had hair, it might stand straight up. Currently, the strongest player in Qincheng had only cleared a 2A dungeon. Qin Lang actually survived in a 3A dungeon? What a fierce person. Mukong couldn't help but swallow again, Jun Lang's strength can actually clear 3A dungeons? God. Su Mubai retorted, what Jun Lang, the dungeon can be cleared. It's all thanks to Qin Lang, he was the main attacker against the boss. Another scream erupted in the room. Bai Qinhux immediately came to Qin Lang, bowing deeply, Mr. Qin, please help me. Chapter 86 2 Rui Swords. Qin Lang frowned, looking displeased, what do you want to do again? Forget it, don't speak. I won't help you. He could tell that Bai Qinhux was looking for players and testing things, clearly there was a problem. But Qin Lang didn't want to get involved. Bai Qinhux then said, Mr. Qin, I'm begging you. As long as you agree to this request, I can give you anything. Qin Lang was speechless, wanting to continue refusing. But Bai Qi's voice suddenly sounded, Elder brother, this person has touched the Rui sword. Qin Lang questioned inwardly, are you sure? Bai Qi, I won't be wrong. No one knows that sword's aura better than me. Qin Lang looked at Bai Qinhux and asked, do you have the Rui sword here? Upon hearing this question, Bai Qinhux immediately nodded, how does Mr. Qin know? There really was one. Qin Lang asked, take me to see it later. Bai Qinhux quickly agreed. Qin Lang then asked Wukong, can you still get Miss Su out? Wukong nodded, I can, but it will take some time. I didn't expect your bizarre friend to be so powerful. Qin Lang told him to take his time, and he followed Bai Qinhux to see the Rui sword. Bai Qinhux led Qin Lang into the study and turned on a statue next to the door. Click, click, click. The nearby bookshelf made a loud noise, opening to both sides, revealing a passage. After Bai Qinhux went in, he quickly came out holding a long, exquisite wooden box. Qin Lang opened the wooden box and saw a sword more than a meter long. Its cold light flashed and spiritual energy surged. At first glance, one could imagine it cutting hair and cracking stone. A scene of bold ambition cutting through everything. A good sword. Qin Lang couldn't help but be moved as he looked at it. After all, it was the sword that had defeated the infamous Bai Qi and the assassin Jing Ku. No way. Bai Qi's voice echoed, it's not this one. Qin Lang asked in confusion, what? Isn't this the rolling sword? Bai Qi, who was shocked, Mr. Qin, what are you saying? I have already had it authenticated by experts, Master Wukong has also seen it and confirmed it's fine. Qin Lang waved his hand, I'm not talking to you, be quiet. Bai Qi, who immediately fell silent. Facing someone who had completed a 3A dungeon, he, the president of the Longhu Society, had to obediently listen. Bai Qi explained to Qin Lang, this sword is a rolling sword, but also not. Qin Lang was speechless, can you not speak in riddles? Is it or isn't it? Bai Qi said, famous swords like the rolling sword are not forged alone, there is one true sword and another is a spare. Similar to Ganjiang and Moe, two swords were made when they were forged. Ganjiang is Moe, and Moe is Ganjiang. Similarly, although this sword is a rolling sword, it is not the one I used when I committed suicide. Xin Lang scratched his head and asked, so this sword is useless then? Bai Qi said, that wouldn't be right to say, just like twins have a spiritual connection, the true sword and spare sword also attract each other. As long as you have the spare sword in hand, you will soon find the true sword. Xin Lang understood, he needed to use this sword to find the other one. He looked at Bai Qihu, I want this sword, name your price. Bai Qihu, hearing this, was excited, Mr. Qin, you are exactly the person I have been waiting for. Xin Lang was puzzled, what do you mean? Bai Qihu said, to be honest, I collected this sword not for anything else but to save my daughter. A week ago, Bai Qihu's daughter had an accident and died while entering a dungeon. A friend who was with her fought to bring her body back. Bai Qihu was devastated and was preparing to cremate her when a mysterious Taoist passed by and said his daughter's life wasn't meant to end, and she could come back if a fated person appeared. That Taoist looked dirty and crazy. At first, I thought he was talking nonsense and was about to beat him up to drive him away. But unexpectedly, he instantly cast a spell and showed me my daughter's soul. It turned out that although Bai Qihu's daughter was dead, her soul still lingered in her body and could only be restored with a special spirit medicine. Bai Qihu continued, this spirit medicine exists in a high-difficulty dungeon, and you can only get it by completing a hidden task inside. That dungeon has existed for 10 years, and so far, no one has been able to conquer it. I was preparing to recruit players to form a team to conquer the dungeon, but that Taoist calculated and told me to find the rolling sword. He said a fated person would come to look for this sword, and he could conquer the dungeon. I immediately sent people to find the sword and finally bought this one from a collector, but no one came to claim it. I thought I had been tricked or that the sword was fake, which is why I called players to take the test and even asked Master Wukong to check its authenticity. Then, Mr. Qin, you showed up. After speaking, Bai Qihu looked at Xin Lang with eyes full of expectation. Xin Lang held the rolling sword, so I was set up? Did that Taoist say who he was? He didn't expect that his quest for the rolling sword had been predicted. Recalling the Taoist from Fengmen village, Xin Lang had no good feelings about this group. Bai Qihu replied, he didn't leave a name, he just helped me calculate this matter. Oh, he also said that the fated person has water in their name. Xin Lang thought about it and realized it was true, his name indeed had water in it. So, you want me to help you go to that dungeon and complete the hidden task? Bai Qihu nodded, that's right. Mr. Qin, please help me with this. As long as I can get the elixir to save my daughter, I can give you everything. Xin Lang chuckled, you don't need to say this, I'm not interested in your things. Let me ask you something, how many members does your Dragon and Tiger Club have? Bai Qinthe replied, we have branches all over the country, with a total of 100,000 members. Xin Lang nodded, then listen carefully. He then talked about the rolling sword and another true sword. You mobilize everyone to find that sword, and then we will exchange items, you bring the sword to swap for my elixir. Bai Qinthe was overjoyed, thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Rest assured, when you're out of the dungeon, I will definitely have found the true sword. Xin Lang put down the rolling sword and asked, by the way, what is the name of the dungeon you mentioned, and how do I get there? Bai Qinthe quickly said, the entrance to that dungeon is fixed, players can enter at intervals, but no one has successfully cleared it yet. The name of the dungeon is a bit strange, it's called Silent Hill. Xin Lang, Silent Hill? Xin Lang wondered, Silent Hill? Are you talking about that classic horror movie Silent Hill? Bai Qinthe was even more confused, movie? Silent Hill has a movie? Xin Lang then remembered that this world is very different from the Earth he remembers, many literary works and histories are not the same. It seems that people here have never heard of, nor seen, Silent Hill. He recalled when he and his roommate watched Silent Hill at night, needing to go to the bathroom in pairs at midnight. Xin Lang thought, if the setting of Silent Hill in this dungeon is the same as the movie I've watched, then it's a piece of cake for me. Even if I have to complete a hidden quest, I can take my time. This is a guaranteed win. Xin Lang asked again, where is the entrance to that Silent Hill dungeon? Bai Qinthe said, Mr. Qin, don't worry, I will send someone to take you there. Not just me, but many associations and groups want to conquer that dungeon, so there will be a lot of players going there. Mr. Qin, you can set out this time under our association's name, and I can also choose a few helpers for you. Xin Lang shook his head, no need, I'll just go with my mysterious friend, I won't take advantage of your banner. Alright, let's go see how Master Wukong is doing. He picked up the rolling sword, I'll be taking this. After all, it's a treasure, and it's free. Bai Qinthe dared not refuse, of course, please go ahead. Xin Lang walked back holding the sword, and Bai Qi's voice rang out again. Hee, big brother, I didn't expect you to care so much for your little brother, willing to take such a big risk to find the rolling sword. Xin Lang thought, stop flattering, I just feel like I'm being watched, and I need to figure things out. It's one thing to predict that I'm coming for the rolling sword and that there's a dungeon no one has cleared, but you believe that's mere coincidence? You might as well believe I am Qin Shi Huang. Bai Chi smiled coldly, if you really are Qin Shi Huang, I'm afraid I'll have to chop you down. So, do you think someone is designing all this? But as for my desire for the rolling sword, others can't possibly know, nor could they have designed it in advance, it must be calculated. Xin Lang said, I believe it can be calculated, but why would they let Bai Qinthe get the rolling sword and then ask me to save his daughter? I'm afraid the rolling sword you want is already in someone's hands, just waiting for Bai Qinthe to retrieve it. Bai Qi understood, someone definitely wants you to go to that dungeon. Xin Lang nodded, I suspect there's someone behind the scenes plotting, but I haven't figured out their purpose yet. My intuition has always been the most accurate, there must be something going on behind this. I hate this feeling of being watched, if I don't root them out, I can't rest easy. I will never give up. Bai Qi smiled slightly. Those who have thunder in their hearts but a face like a calm lake may bow to the general. Facing such a complex and unpredictable situation, Xin Lang was still so calm, truly not an ordinary person. Bai Qi's claws creaked. Perhaps, Xin Lang could really help him achieve that wild ambition. Arriving at the previous room, under the bright lights, Yi Zi lay on a bed, with an incredibly beautiful woman standing beside her, her figure flickering. Wukong was curled up in the corner, looking tired, continuously chanting sutras, with several half-burned incense sticks in front of him. It seems that Su Mubai successfully left Yi Zi's body. Su Mubai spoke, Xin Lang, I'm fine, but Miss Yi may be affected by the dark energy on me, she is still quite weak. Xin Lang nodded and said to Wukong, Master, thank you, I will donate incense money to you. Wukong smiled bitterly, Xin benefactor, you are too kind. Since you are Jun Lang's friend and Bai President's honored guest, I must help. However, her karmic obstacles are too heavy, she cannot be reborn, but continuing to be a wandering soul is not a long-term plan. Su Mubai's gaze darkened. Actually, given her a chance to be reborn, she wouldn't want it, now all she wants is to stay with Xin Lang and help him. Xin Lang nodded, thanks for the reminder, Master. He said to Su Mubai, Miss Su, let's go, we are going to the new instance. Wait. At this moment, Yi Zi on the bed woke up again, Xin Lang, are you going to abandon me? Xin Lang said, you're awake. Of course not, I will take you to a safe place. Yi Zi, I want to go with you to the new instance. Xin Lang frowned, but your body. Yi Zi shook her head, it doesn't matter, I won't blame you even if I die. After venturing into the instance with you, I find this matter very interesting and meaningful. So I beg you to take me with you. Xin Lang shrugged, then it's up to you. Let's go. Half an hour later, Xin Lang and Yi Zi, under the leadership of Bai Qin Tiger, took a car out of the city, through the dilapidated old district, and arrived at a deserted construction site. Xin Lang and the others got off the car and immediately exchanged glances. Isn't this the entrance they returned to in reality? What a coincidence. Xin Lang felt even more that someone was definitely arranging this behind the scenes. If he didn't find out, he might never have peace in the future. Bai Qin Tiger asked his subordinates to get a box from the car, Mr. Qin, this is an S-rank item my woman obtained before, I think it will be useful for you. Xin Lang opened it and found a shiny black ring inside, quite exquisite. Bai Qin Tiger explained, this is called the obsidian ring. It can absorb all strange attacks and store them, then release them for counterattack when necessary. My daughter says this is a very powerful weapon. After hearing this, Xin Lang also found it particularly useful, so he accepted it without hesitation. Bai Qin Tiger continued, Mr. Qin, if you keep going forward, you will see a group of players, and then the instance administrator will take you inside. Everything is entrusted to you. Xin Lang, don't worry. After speaking, he turned to walk forward. Bai Qin Tiger watched Xin Lang and the others disappear into the distance, took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, and then had someone make a phone call. Hello, I have done what you said. Can I save my daughter now? On the other end of the line, what's the rush? Wait for Xin Lang to die in the instance first. Bai Qin Tiger angrily said, he entered that instance, there's no way he can survive. Aren't you just playing tricks? I brought him over as you said, and even gave him that ring. Isn't that enough? On the other end of the line, no need to rush. I still say, once Xin Lang dies, your daughter can live. Xin Lang and Su Mubai walked about 50 meters and found that indeed many people were gathered ahead, they should be players going to the instance together. There really are a lot. Xin Lang hadn't finished speaking when a scream echoed from ahead. Ah! Someone is eating people. Chapter 88 Old Friends. Hearing the commotion, Xin Lang hurried over to join in. What's going on? Xin Lang asked a man, who was eating people. The trembling player replied, it's the administrator. She was supposed to take us to the instance, but suddenly she just bit a player to death and started eating. Xin Lang wondered, what's so strange about eating people? Isn't that common in instances? I've seen it several times. The other looked at Xin Lang as if he was a monster. What are you talking about? I've cleared so many instances and never seen that. You must be bragging. Qin Lang didn't want to argue about this. He looked around at the players, their faces filled with fear. Could they all be newbies who only played simple instances? A few players were so scared they slumped to the ground, scrambling backward. No, I can't play anymore. What about gaining powerful strength after clearing? My life is more important. Dying before even entering the instance, that's too cruel. In the blink of an eye, the crowd was suddenly cut in half. Young man, you're quite something, not scared at all. An old voice pricked Qin Lang's back like a needle. Qin Lang turned to see several young men and women staring at him, but they were clearly not the ones speaking. When he looked down, he saw an old lady hunched over, smiling at him, holding a long pipe. Quite handsome, how about considering joining our team? After speaking, the old lady took a puff from her pipe, exhaled through her mouth, then inhaled through her nose, filling her lungs, and exhaled again. Qin Lang straightforwardly declined. No, I have my own teammates. The old lady chuckled. A young girl and a strange one under 200 years old, what can they do? She could actually see Su Mubai. In spiritual form, Su Mubai was invisible to most people unless she revealed herself. No one had noticed her all the way, yet this old lady could see right through it? Qin Lang calmly said, that's none of your business, old lady. Take care of your own health, don't hurt your back later. A man widened his eyes, his square face filled with anger. How can you speak to the old lady like that? She kindly invited you to join, it's both a compliment and a way to save your life. So many wanted to team up with the old lady, but you should be grateful. A woman in yellow crossed her arms and said, exactly, we all had to be screened by the old lady to join the team heading to Silent Hill. You haven't shown any skills, the old lady might have just considered you pitiful to let you join, why can't you recognize her kindness? The old lady spoke again, alright, they meant no harm, why say so much? She turned to Qin Lang and smiled, young man, I see you have some courage, much stronger than those others. I can tell you've been through some bloody battles, so I don't want to miss out on talent. She pointed her pipe at the square-faced man who just spoke. His name is Fong Chang, a top swordsman who once killed a B-level anomaly. Then she pointed at a man cloaked in black. His name is Sima Qing, the strongest mage in Xinjiang. Finally, she pointed at the woman in yellow. Her name is Fong Lanlan. Don't let her being a girl fool you. Her skills in stealth and lockpicking are top-notch, a rare female assassin. Fong Chang and Fong Lanlan looked proud, their expressions even more smug while watching Qin Lang. Sima Qing glanced at Qin Lang, his face full of displeasure, not even greeting him. They were all chosen by the old lady after strict evaluations, and yet Qin Lang received an invitation without lifting a finger, naturally making them feel unfair. Qin Lang nodded. Oh, a swordsman, a mage, and an assassin. Aren't those just selling swords, making staffs, and selling daggers? Fong Chang and Fong Lanlan were momentarily stunned. Then he was enraged. What did you say? Fong Lanlan gritted her teeth and said, who are you calling vulgar, shameless? Fong Chang said to his grandmother, Grandma, why bring such an uncivilized person in? I think we might as well deal with him right here. But Grandma just silently smoked her cigarette without speaking. Ah! She started eating again. The crowd ahead erupted in another round of gasps and wails. Qin Lang said to Yi Zi and the others, let's go see what's going on. Fong Chang was about to catch up to Qin Lang to reason with him, but was stopped by Grandma. Forget it, the young ones don't know better, why bother with him? Grandma sighed, I see he should have seen some big scenes before, but unfortunately his experience is still lacking. His aura is very weak, he probably has average strength. What a pity, I thought he was an unpolished gem that could be refined, but it turns out like this. Fong Lanlan clenched her small fists, I think so too, he doesn't seem like a capable person. Grandma exhaled a puff of smoke, let's go, we'll take a look too. As the four moved forward, many players recognized Grandma. It's Grandma Jinye. She actually came personally to challenge Silent Hill? We must stick close to her and latch onto her coattails. The players showed great respect to Grandma Jinye, all stepping aside for her. Grandma Jinye nodded and smiled in greeting. When they reached the front of the crowd, they saw a monster with a horse's head and a human body devouring two corpses. It was eating quite happily, completely ignoring the terrified gazes of the surrounding players. Fong Lanlan covered her mouth and nose, nearly vomiting. She's the administrator? How does she look like this? The administrators in the dungeon she had been to before all looked like humans, she had never seen such a horse-headed monster. Fong Chang's face also turned slightly pale, instinctively moving closer to Grandma Jinye. Grandma Jinye said, this should be a monster not inferior to an A-level weirdness. To become an administrator, it's probably stronger than a silver tier player. Player ranks go from lowest to highest, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, master, king, etc., with each rank divided into 5 tiers, the first tier being the strongest and the 5th tier being the weakest. Many players present were only at bronze at best. This female horse is so strong? I wonder why it started eating people. Can administrators actually attack players? Let's just wait and see. The atmosphere on the scene became tense, everyone dared not speak lightly. Female horse? Finally squeezed to the front, Qin Lang shouted, "What are you doing here?" The horse-headed woman stopped chewing upon hearing Qin Lang's voice, turning to look back in surprise. "Mr. Qin?" All the players immediately looked at Qin Lang in astonishment. They know each other? Fang Chang and Feng Lanlan gaped, their eyes wide open, pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, hearts racing at full speed. Their hands trembled even more fiercely than before, sensing a wave of tingling on their scalps. Feng Lanlan gulped hard. "I am not seeing an illusion, am I?" Even Grandma Jinya was momentarily stunned, her brows tightly furrowed. The female horse wiped her mouth, smiling politely at Qin Lang. "Mr. Qin, I didn't expect our fates to be this interconnected." Qin Lang stepped forward and asked, "You are the administrator of this dungeon again?" The female horse smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's all thanks to you." She then bowed to Qin Lang again. "I look forward to your guidance this time as well." Everyone felt their breath catch and then took a sharp breath. This monster is actually so polite to Qin Lang? What is his background? Chapter 89, Hidden Task. Blood dripped from the corner of the female horse's mouth as she smiled. "Mr. Qin, I have long seen that you are not an ordinary person." "Sure enough, you came." Qin Lang smiled slightly. "Faithful connection, huh? With the female horse here, Sumubai is also here." "Wow, the place where the dream began?" He glanced at the corpses on the ground and asked, "So, you're that hungry?" The female horse said, "These two were gossiping, I just wanted them to learn some manners." After all, not everyone is like Mr. Qin, both strong and with good character. Qin Lang waved his hand. "This is not the time for flattery. How do we enter the dungeon?" The woman smiled. "I'm also waiting for the notification, please be patient." Qin Lang yawned. "All right then. By the way, I heard that there is a hidden quest in the Silent Hill dungeon. Do you have any clues?" The woman was slightly taken aback and then said, "Mr. Qin, do you have enemies?" Qin Lang was confused. "Why do you ask that?" The woman replied, "Someone told you, they must want you to take on this quest, right?" Qin Lang nodded. The woman continued, "Indeed, there is a hidden quest in Silent Hill, but fulfilling it is harder than clearing the dungeon. If they are not your enemies, why would they tell you this? This is to harm you. I believe with your strength, clearing it is possible. But as for completing that hidden quest, I advise you not to be reckless." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang became interested. "Since you know what the hidden quest is, why don't you tell me?" The woman frowned slightly and said, "I can't tell you directly. But if you're really interested, you can check a basement after entering the dungeon. One last reminder, that hidden quest is not that simple." Qin Lang took note. "All right, then you continue eating." As the woman was about to continue her meal, she added, "Mr. Qin, since we are somewhat old acquaintances, let me remind you, the Silent Hill dungeon hasn't been cleared for many years. Many players of the gold rank have fallen inside. If you're not completely sure, you might as well go back. I'm not in the mood to devour you yet." Qin Lang glanced at her. Suck. What he was uncertain about was whether this Silent Hill was the same as the horror town in the movie of the same name he had seen in his past life. If it is the same, then he probably has nothing to fear, as he was already familiar with the general plot and monsters. If there are changes, where could they be? Then, Qin Lang returned to the crowd. At this time, all the players looked at Qin Lang as if he were a monster that had popped out of the ground. Could he also eat people? But he looks utterly ordinary. At least he is a player and not an enemy. What were they just talking about? Yizi also asked Qin Lang, "Do you know that, monster?" Qin Lang sat cross-legged, eyes closed. We had some interaction before, but not much. I didn't expect that this dungeon administrator is actually her. She just said this dungeon is difficult, especially that hidden quest is even harder. You better think it over before you go." Yizi smiled. "No need to think, I'll go." Qin Lang asked, "Why?" Yizi replied, "Because you are here." As soon as she said this, Yizi's pretty face turned red, and she quickly corrected herself. I meant to say you are very reliable." Qin Lang replied, "I know." Yizi. Beside them, Sumubai looked at them with a somewhat complex expression. In front of the three, Granny Jean Yi had been watching Qin Lang closely. Fang Chang asked, "Granny, this kid is not simple at all." Granny Jean Yi replied, "That's not news. If he were an ordinary person, how could I have invited him to join us? To encounter someone like this at the very beginning and he doesn't even want to pay us any attention, that's probably not good news." Fang Chang patted his chest. "There's still good news. For example, I'm here." Granny Jean Yi, "I know you are here, but what's the good news?" Fang Chang looked confused. "I just said it, the good news is that I'm here." Feng Lanlan couldn't stop laughing. When Fang Chang finally came to his senses, his face turned red. "Granny." Sima Ching said in a cold voice, Granny, do you know what clues there are about the Silent Hill dungeon? Granny Jean Yi took a puff of her cigarette and said, if we're talking about clues, there is indeed one. A friend of mine once disclosed some news to me using a voice jade. The voice jade is an S-rank item in the dungeon. The players can communicate with people from the real world in the dungeon. Many players rely on this to create strategies. Players can die in the dungeon, information is life, and the sound transmitting jade is also very rare, so this information is incredibly valuable. After listening to Granny Jin's words, Fong Chang and others became excited again. Grandma, what did your friend say? Granny Jean was silent for a moment, then whispered two words, the church. The church? Granny Jean said, the church should be key. Once we go in, we should find the church first. The three replied, understood. At this moment, the female horse suddenly spoke, everyone, sorry for the wait. The Silent Hill dungeon is officially starting now. Please enter in an orderly manner. Having said this, a dark red space gate appeared behind it, like an abyss that could not be seen to the bottom. The players looked at each other, and various teams debated whether they should go in first. Xin Lang led Yi Zi and Su Mubai to enter first. Granny Jean said, quick, follow him. After Granny Jean moved, other players also followed in one after another. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. When Xin Lang opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an abandoned driveway. Gray and white mist flowed slowly against the cracked asphalt, with visibility less than 5 meters. A rusty iron road sign leaned at the roadside, with peeling red paint that read Welcome to Silent Hill in English. A dull, hollow sound of ding dong came from afar, and with each chime, the mist grew thicker. In the center of the road, there were deep brown traces, like dried blood, winding and disappearing into the fog. Yi Zi and Su Mubai already felt a strong unease rushing towards them, becoming extremely tense. But Xin Lang felt somewhat excited. It's the same. Identical. In his previous life, he had played through the movies and games of Silent Hill. Everything he saw now was exactly as he remembered. Xin Lang stepped forward but was stopped by Su Mubai. Xin Lang, let me go ahead and scout the way. I'm now a spirit, if anything happens, it will be easier for me to escape. Xin Lang thought it made sense and replied, don't go too far, be careful. Remember, pay attention to where the church is. Su Mubai nodded and then began to walk deeper into the fog. Chapter 90, Differences in Detail. While Xin Lang and Yi Zi were waiting, more and more players appeared behind them. However, there were none of Granny Jean and the others among these people. Xin Lang remembered that Granny Jean and the others came in following him. Could it be that the teleportation gate sends players to different places? But he recalled there was only one entrance to Silent Hill Town. Xin Lang realized something, this Silent Hill was indeed somewhat different from the one he knew. At this moment, the dungeon system's prompt began. Dungeon, Silent Hill. Decades ago, Silent Hill was a prosperous mining town until a sudden disaster changed everything. The official report claims that a collapse in the underground mine rendered the whole town abandoned, but survivors tell a completely different story. Survivors say a black mist rose from the depths of the mine, enveloping the entire town, and those who inhaled the mist bore twisted, painful expressions, their bodies gradually merging into the darkness, ultimately disappearing without a trace. Some even say that the miners, while working on coal, accidentally opened the gates of hell. After entering Silent Hill, remember to think about one question, which is scarier, the living or the ghosts? Dungeon difficulty, B, ranking mode. In ranking mode, players who complete the dungeon will earn points and can receive richer rewards. Xin Lang nodded as he read. The background is pretty much the same. The story of the previous Silent Hill also started from a coal mining town. Xin Lang remembered that Silent Hill was originally a small town that arose from coal mining. This was true both in the game version and the movie version. But due to a great fire that ignited the coal mine in the town, the scene was shrouded in coal ash, and the fire continued to burn the coal underground for half a century. The black mist rising from the depths of the mines, enveloping the entire town, and those who inhaled the mist showed distorted expressions of pain, mentioned by the system, should be talking about that disaster. However, there were some differences in details, such as the town's residents gradually merging into darkness, ultimately disappearing without a trace, which was not in the movie or the game. Also, the survivor rumor that the miner opened the gates of hell was something Xin Lang heard for the first time. Why hasn't Mubai come back yet? Yi Zi asked anxiously. Xin Lang frowned, not good. He quickly walked into the mist. The air was filled with the smell of rust and decay, like it was mixed with the smell of blood and rotting wood. Occasionally, a sweet smell could be detected, like burnt cotton candy, but it was quickly covered by the stench. Miss Su! Xin Lang shouted loudly. Xin Lang! Fortunately, Su Mubai quickly floated over upon hearing Xin Lang's voice. Xin Lang held her hand. Where did you go? Su Mubai said, I just saw a figure and immediately chased after it. But I couldn't catch up with him. Xin Lang said, there are many monsters here, be careful. Yi Zi, who had just relieved her tension, looked into the distance and exclaimed, "Xinlang, look." In the center of the road ahead, a stone pile formed a base, and a huge cross stood upright among them. A charred corpse was bound to the cross. The body was highly carbonized, its features burned beyond recognition, but from the distorted neck and open mouth, one could tell what kind of pain he experienced when he burned to death. Yi Zi trembled constantly, her whole body shivering. Even Su Mubai frowned. "Yi Zi, is this the work of the strange?" "Xinlang, no, it's the Church of Silent Hill." "Yi Zi and Su Mubai, the church?" Xinlang nodded. "There is an evil church in Silent Hill that believes that burning heretics on a cross can exorcise evil. They call it a purification ritual. This is just one method, another is to put people directly into a burning brazier and cook them to death like barbecue." Xinlang remembered that in the movie, the reason the fire in Silent Hill started was because the church used the second, cruelest method to burn sacrifices, which accidentally went wrong. The ropes binding the sacrifice malfunctioned, causing the sacrifice to topple over the brazier, which directly ignited the underground coal fire. Yi Zi looked at him in surprise. "Xinlang, have you been here before? How do you know so much?" Just as Xinlang was about to find a random excuse to brush it off, a scream came from behind. "Ah ah ah." The players behind screamed and fled. A monster about 2 meters tall, its body withered as if severely tortured, was devouring a player whole, with 2 legs still sticking out, looking like the monster was smoking 2 cigarettes. The monster's skin presented a dark purple color that looked almost rotten, covered with cracks, and within each crack squirmed what looked like eyeballs, blinking occasionally and gazing at its prey. Yi Zi's face turned pale. What is this thing?" The monster's face had almost no features, only a massive mouth ripped to the root of the ears, and inside were not normal teeth but layers of twisted human faces. These faces constantly distorted and struggled, revealing expressions of agony, uttering twisted cries and whispers, as if countless souls were trapped within. Unable to escape forever. Abyss Whaler. Weird level, B. Yi Zi only felt her body go weak, almost forgetting about the fight. Many cowardly players immediately panicked, collapsing to the ground in fright. "Strange." Xinlang murmured softly, then took Yi Zi's hand and ran down another street. Su Mubai closely followed. Yi Zi asked, "Xinlang, aren't we going to fight?" Xinlang replied, "We didn't come here to fight monsters, let's not waste our energy. Those people are dead, so be it. Let's first find the basement that the lady mentioned." He thought to himself, another different setting has emerged. He remembered that Silent Hill has 3 layers, the real world, the surface world, and the inner world. Among them, the surface world and the inner world correspond to the key character, Snowy, in Silent Hill. Both of these worlds were created by her psychic power. Monsters appeared in both the surface and inner worlds, but the monsters in the latter were more numerous and stronger, also more bloody and terrifying. Logically speaking, from the burnt corpses in the scene just witnessed, Xinlang and the others should still be in the first layer of the real world, which should have no monsters. This familiar yet strange feeling made Xinlang's heart stir with unease and a certain sense of uncertainty for the first time. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren echoed through the sky. Xinlang stopped and said, "Tsk tisk, it's here." "What's happening?" Yi Zi felt a bit of pain in her ears. "What is this sound?" Xinlang answered, "Something is going to happen." Anyone who has seen the Silent Hill movie or game has a shadow from this wailing air raid siren. Because when this sound appears, it means that the exchange between the 3 worlds has begun. In other words, more monsters will come, and the following scenes will only become more bizarre and terrifying. Xinlang saw a blurred church in the distance, so he pulled Yi Zi and called Su Mubai to rush over. On the other side, just after Xinlang left, a group of people suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was Granny Jean Yi and her 3 companions. Feng Chang looked disdainful. I thought they were formidable, but they ran away, how pathetic." Feng Lan Lan looked at the Abyss Whaler, frowned. "What a disgusting monster, Granny, should we take action?" Granny Jean Yi glanced at the players sprawled on the ground and said, "Well, saving a life is good too." Feng Chang was overjoyed by the command and immediately jumped out. He drew the sword from his waist, took 2 steps and leaped into the air, directly stabbing towards the Abyss Whaler. Before he got close, the Abyss Whaler opened its terrifying mouth, and an indescribable sound pierced everyone's ears. Feng Chang felt a shock to his left chest, a sweet taste rose in his throat, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Ah! Feng Chang lost his grip, falling to the ground along with his sword. Granny Jean Yi sighed. "Xing, it's your turn." Sima Qing stretched out her hand, chanting words, and 3 fireballs appeared out of nowhere, whoosh whoosh, shooting towards the whaler. Boom boom, the fireballs hit the Abyss Whaler, and a great fire erupted. Feng Lan Lan's eyes gleamed coldly, transforming into a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, arrived beneath the whaler. She had a sharp dagger in her hand, which she swiftly used to cut the Abyss Whaler's feet. The Abyss Whaler let out a cry, losing its balance and falling forward. Feng Chang had already stood up, remembering the earlier scene, feeling shamed and fighting even harder. Break! Fong Chang first unleashed a move that opened a big hole in the Abyss Whaler's chest. Seeing this, he spun his sword and bent down, delivering another strike to the whaler's lower body. Unfortunately, he was injured, and the strength was not enough to deliver a fatal blow. The Abyss Whaler still fell, but extended its big hand to grab Fong Chang. Sima Qing pointed with her hand, and a long column of fire erupted. At the moment of striking the Abyss Screamer, another fire ignited. Hot, hot, hot! Fong Chang jumped back in pain. The Abyss Screamer became still, then turned into ashes and floated up to the sky. Player Sima Qing successfully killed a B-class anomaly, rewarded 10,000 Eerie coins. Player Fong Lanlan assisted, rewarded 5,000 Eerie coins. Player Fong Xiang assisted, rewarded 1,000 Eerie coins. What's going on? Fong Chang shouted in disbelief, I worked so hard, and all I got was 1,000 Eerie coins? Fong Lanlan chuckled, you brought this on yourself. Who told you to charge in so recklessly? If it weren't for me and Sima bro, you would have been dead long ago. Fong Chang argued loudly, what? I pierced the monster with that move, I dealt the most damage. He pointed at Sima Qing, he was just playing with fireballs, not breaking a sweat, how did he become the main attacker? I'm not convinced. Sima Qing showed indifference to Fong Chang's anger, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Granny Genie spoke, enough, Fong Chang, Lanlan is right, you were just hurting yourself. Sima Qing saved your life, and you're making a fuss over a few Eerie coins, what does that look like? Apologize to him. Fong Chang felt a bit reluctant, but seeing Granny's gaze, he bowed to Sima Qing and said, sorry, I spoke too harshly just now. Sima Qing acknowledged it with a grunt for Granny Genie's sake. Granny Genie took a puff of her cigarette and murmured, this dungeon isn't simple, it starts with a B-class anomaly. Sima Qing spoke, Granny, what's most important now is to understand what Qin Lang just said about that cult. Just now, Granny Genie and the others had been following behind Qin Lang, Granny had used her magic to conceal their presence, and Qin Lang was focused on the dungeon, so he hadn't noticed. Their conversation between Qin Lang and Yi Zi was overheard by them all. Sima Qing said, Qin Lang seems very familiar with this Silent Hill. Moreover, no one has cleared Silent Hill to this day, yet he knows it so well, it seems. Granny Genie said, those things he just mentioned, my friend also mentioned in the Echoing Jade. So he, like me, has an Echoing Jade that holds information about Silent Hill, knowing some strategies here. Otherwise, he couldn't know so much. Fong Lanlan jumped in and said, but how could he have such a precious thing like the Echoing Jade? Maybe he heard it from some information dealer? Granny Genie shook her head, impossible. All players who come to Silent Hill are wiped out, only people like my friend are willing to come exploring with a death wish to relay information, otherwise no one would be that foolish. In other words, the ones who know the inside information about Silent Hill are just me and a few others, and they won't leak this information. Fong Lanlan was confused, then how does Qin Lang know so many details? Granny Genie frowned, there's only one explanation. Qin Lang has a prophet's ability, otherwise, he has a powerful helper. Fong Lanlan asked, powerful helper? What kind of powerful helper? Granny Genie took a puff of her cigarette, actually, there's a female anomaly beside Qin Lang, you just haven't seen her. I believe that anomaly is the powerful helper beside Qin Lang, and the information about Silent Hill was given to him by that anomaly. Sima Qing nodded, that makes sense. Fong Chang wiped the blood from his mouth, took out a pill, and swallowed it. Turns out he's just a little nobody relying on anomalies for guidance, I thought he was impressive. He's probably a slave to that anomaly. I've also seen those kinds of people entangled by anomalies, forced to work for them, just like the so-called wraiths, TSK. Fong Lanlan suddenly understood, no wonder he knows that female head admin, it's probably because of that female anomaly. I understand, Qin Lang is just a freeloader. Old Granny Jean puffs on her cigarette and says, it seems that if Qin Lang won't cooperate, we just need to separate him from that strange thing, and then we can easily control him. That's his fatal weakness. Fong Chang rubs his hands together and says, alright, let's do it. Just as his words fell, the alarm blares woo woo woo. Fong Lanlan looks up at the sky and exclaims, wow, it's snowing. Old Granny Jean lifts her head in surprise and says, no, this isn't snow. Old Granny Jean stretches out her hand, pinches a snowflake, and gray smudges appear between her fingers, clearly not snow. Fong Lanlan is shocked and asks, what is this? Old Granny Jean calmly replies, it's coal ash. Didn't the system just say this place used to be a coal mining town? A big fire burned the coal mine, and now there are still fires underground, so you all be careful. Fong Lanlan and the others say, understood. Sima Qing asks again, Granny, do we still follow Qin Lang? Old Granny Jean looks into the distance and says, if he really has the skills, we will definitely see him again. Let's move forward. Just as they take a step, suddenly the ground on the street cracks with a loud boom, and all four of them lose their balance and fall down. Fong Lanlan and Fong Chang scream loudly. After they all fall, the cracked ground miraculously begins to restore itself, as if nothing had happened. Elsewhere, Qin Lang is still running with Yi Zi and Su Mubai towards the church. The scenery on the road becomes stranger and even more unsettling, and a terrible odor fills the air. Qin Lang suddenly comes to a stop. Yi Zi asks, "What's wrong?" Qin Lang says, "We fell into a trap." Yi Zi asks, "A trap? Why?" Qin Lang points at a nearby shop and says, "Don't you find it familiar?" Yi Zi then realizes that the scene around her looks familiar, and upon closer inspection, it turns out to be the same street they just passed. It was just that the smoke was thick and everything was hazy, so they didn't pay attention. Qin Lang, are we stuck in a ghost wall, going in circles? Qin Lang nods, that's right, even if we rush for 10,000 years, we won't reach anywhere. He remembers that in the original story, both the outer world and the inner world are a reflection of the key character Shuerou's inner feelings. In other words, they have entered Shuerou's spiritual world. If Shueirou doesn't let them go, they won't be able to escape. The key is to find Shueirou. Qin Lang suddenly sees a subway passage in a nearby alley and says, "Let's check it out." Running on the street is meaningless now, this passage might hold clues. Just as Qin Lang and the others go down, a strong woo-woo-woo alarm sounds again outside. Qin Lang frowns and says, "Oh no, it started again." The air raid sirens signal that the outer world has ended and they are now entering the inner world. Monsters in the inner world will be even scarier, and the scenes will be more horrifying. Qin Lang, look. Yi Zi is shocked to see the thick bloodstains all over the walls, and many claw marks, as if they had been smeared and torn by countless hands. The sky outside flickers and dims, along with a piercing buzzing sound, and weak light casts flickering shadows over the bloodstains. Not only that, but the steps beneath their feet are also covered in dried blood scabs, and there are sticky liquids on them. This scene makes Yi Zi feel queasy, and she instinctively grabs Qin Lang tightly, her face pale as paper and clearly feeling her feet turning icy cold. Qin Lang says to Su Mubai, "Miss Su, keep an eye on Yi Zi. If something happens later, make sure she gets out safely first." Yi Zi and Su Mubai are both startled. "Qin Lang, what about you?" Qin Lang says, "Don't worry about me, just follow me closely now." The scene in front of him is still relatively familiar to him. Because whether in movies or games, there are similar scenes. This shows that, in general, the Silent Hill in the copy still follows the framework of its own memories. As they walked further down, the light grew darker and outside suddenly fell into night, all light sources vanished, and the surroundings were pitch black. Su Mubai quickly lit the ghost fire, finally bringing a glimmer of light. Yi Zi trembled as she walked down and asked Qin Lang, "Did we take a wrong turn? Why don't we go back?" Qin Lang replied, "Going back won't help, the streets at night are even more dangerous." Yi Zi then said, "Night? But when we came, it seemed to be morning, how could it suddenly be?" Qin Lang shushed her, "Something is coming." Ahead came a low moan, like countless people softly weeping by their ears. Occasionally mixed with a harsh metal scraping sound, as if someone were dragging iron chains. Ah! A faceless monster, with no hands and skin tightly wrapped together, limped toward them, muttering something incomprehensible. Yi Zi's eyes widened as she said, it. Qin Lang, puzzled, asked, "Have you seen it?" Yi Zi, terrified, weakened in her legs and knelt on the ground. "No, it can't be." She hugged her head with her hands, crying loudly, "It's impossible, it should be dead." Su Mubai reacted quickly, using blood ghost art to sever the monster at its waist. The monster fell in two halves, struggling on the ground, still letting out unpleasant low growls. Qin Lang squatted down to help Yi Zi up, asking, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang in terror, saying, "I've seen it. I've seen it." Qin Lang asked, "Where did you see it?" Yi Zi sobbed, "It's called the White Skin Monster. I once ventured into a copy. The White Skin Monster is the boss of that copy. My teammates were almost all eaten by it, eaten. Yi Zi's words became incoherent, her body trembling, clearly showing the huge shadow the White Skin Monster cast over her. Qin Lang seemed to sense something. Could it be? Su Mubai patted Yi Zi's shoulder and said, "It's okay now, it's dead, isn't it? You are safe now." Yi Zi said, "I originally had a team, but they all died at the hands of this monster. That copy was a timed one, as long as you survive for a certain period, you can clear it. To trick it, I hid in a pile of dead people for a day and night." Qin Lang was silent for a moment, then asked, "So you watched it eat your teammates alive?" Yi Zi burst into tears, her mind recalling the immense fear and guilt she felt at that time. She was hiding among the remains of the dead, watching through gaps as the monster tore into her teammates. Her teammates let out painful moans, desperate wails, and cries for help. But Yi Zi was too scared to move, her eyes wide open as she watched them being eaten piece by piece. Traitor. The already severed monster's upper body surprisingly spoke, whispering towards Yi Zi, "It's because of you that we died." Chapter 93, Guilt. After hearing the voice, Yeezy's pupils dilated in disbelief, saying, "Captain?" The monster continued, "Why didn't you help me back then? Why didn't you save me? If you had just come out, we could have fought that monster together. I had a fiancé in the real world, I could have cleared it and enjoyed endless happiness and wealth. Because of you, I can only rot in the monster's belly. Yeezy, you are so cruel." Yeezy cried out, "No, Captain, I didn't mean to. I really..." Before she could finish, Qin Lang directly took out the demon-slaying blade and cut through the monster. The monster was still not dead, but it finally fell silent. Qin Lang said, "Yeezy, you are too emotionally invested. The monsters here definitely have some kind of mechanism. You can show the thing that scares you the most." Yeezy's tears were still flowing down, filled with confusion. "Really? What I saw, what I heard, was it all an illusion?" Qin Lang shook his head. "The monster is real, but it has transformed because of your inner self. It definitely isn't the one that ate your teammates back then. Otherwise, how could it suddenly appear in this silent hill?" Yeezy took a deep breath, then said, "Is that so?" Then she couldn't help but cry. "I always wanted to go back to that instance and take revenge myself, but every time I think about it, I just..." Qin Lang gently patted her head. All right, calm down. After the Silent Hill instance ends, I will help you take revenge in that instance." After hearing this, Yeezy's crying subsided a lot, her eyes brightened. "Really?" Qin Lang nodded. "What I promised, I will definitely do it." "Alright, let's hurry. If you are scared, just close your eyes and let Miss Su pull you along." Yeezy glanced uneasily at the monster on the ground and made a certain determination. "I'm fine." She closely followed Qin Lang, staring at his back, suddenly asking, "Qin Lang, are there things that scare you?" Qin Lang suddenly froze for a moment, then laughed. "Scared? I haven't felt that way for a long time." Since turning off his sense of fear, Qin Lang's emotions had remained quite stable, to the point he couldn't even remember what he was afraid of before. Yeezy asked again, "So, the mechanism here doesn't work on you?" Qin Lang shook his head again. "Not necessarily. Just because I'm not scared now doesn't mean I wasn't scared before. They can still become the things I feared in my heart." He began to carefully ponder what he had been afraid of in the past. At that moment, Qin Lang and the others found themselves in front of a red door. The surface of the door seemed to have been soaked in blood, covered with chaotic scratch marks, as if someone had desperately clawed at it, trying to escape from within. Sumubai couldn't help but frown, such heavy resentment. "I'm afraid what's inside is not good. Qin Lang, let me go in and take a look first." Qin Lang waved his hand. "This heavy resentment and deadly aura is too strong, my ghost-slicing sword probably won't be able to handle it. You approaching it easily could cause problems, step back a little." Qin Lang took out the wheel sword from his storage space. This sword even made a god of death like Bai Chi feel wary, with a stronger aura, definitely able to restrain the deadly aura of this door. Qin Lang took a deep breath, then suddenly thrust towards the red door. Ayu! Countless wails began to echo throughout the narrow corridor, a pungent bloody smell instantly surged out, and the fluorescent lights on the wall flickered madly, emitting a low buzzing sound. The red door creaked open. Qin Lang carefully pushed the door open with the wheel sword. The room was empty, the floor covered in twisted black shadows, resembling struggling human forms. They were clearly shadows, but one could hear their whispers, murmuring some incomprehensible incantation. Yeezy moved closer to Qin Lang. What are these?" Qin Lang said, "Most likely the original residents of Silent Hill. Back when the town's coal mine caught fire, many people were forced to hide underground. These people must have suffocated to death. In that disaster of Silent Hill, nearly all the residents did not escape. One can imagine the resentment that would arise." Qin Lang decisively stated, "Miss Su, let's act." Sumubai nodded, then rushed into the room, casting her blood demon technique, preparing to eliminate those black shadows. But as soon as she entered the door, she suddenly let out a loud scream. "Villagers, why are you here?" Those black shadows transformed one by one into the villagers of Fengmen village, all staring unblinkingly at Sumubai. Although Sumubai was eerie, she still retained her original emotions. The moment she saw the villagers, her facial features contorted into an indescribable expression of pain. Frowning tightly. "Miss, why did you abandon us? You are merrily enjoying your life with this kid, while we are still in Fengmen village as lonely ghosts. Miss, your heart is too cruel. Whoa. You killed us, it was you who killed us." Sumubai's breath thickened, trying hard to tell herself that these were all illusions. But she couldn't do it, and soon she put away her blood demon technique, while those shadows drew closer and closer to her. Qin Lang furrowed his brow, immediately raising the wheel sword and thrusting it toward the shadows. The wheel sword emitted a dazzling golden light, forcing those shadows to retreat. Qin Lang swung it again, slashing sideways, scattering 2 or 3 shadows with a whoosh. Qin Lang pulled Sumubai close and then suddenly shut the door. Sumubai's jaw trembled from excessive tension, her whole face seemed twisted by an invisible hand. Knowing her for so long, it was the first time Qin Lang saw such an expression on her face. Sumubai looked at Qin Lang. I'm sorry. I know it's fake, but. Remembering the villagers of Fengmen village, Sumubai always felt heartache. After all, those people were killed by her own hands, even if coerced by Sun Yangzi, she had committed an unforgivable sin. Qin Lang gently embraced her and said, alright, don't be too hard on yourself. The instance of Fengmen village has closed, and those villagers will not be disturbed again. Yi Zi looked at them, feeling both sympathy for Sumubai and somewhat uncomfortable. She just got scared and felt very guilty, while Qin Lang only touched his own head. Why does Sumubai get a hug? Oh my, what am I thinking? What time is it now? Qin Lang glanced at the red door and said, let me do it, you all stand back. Can you make me feel guilty? Interesting, I want to see what tricks you can play on me. Chapter 94, Patricide. Qin Lang pushed open the red door and stepped inside first. All the monsters in the inner world have a reference in reality. He remembered the infamous nurse monster, combining the elements of sexiness and horror. They are the products of a character in Silent Hill, suppressed for a long time in her mind. But in this instance, all the monsters were clearly the embodiment of various emotions in the players' hearts. From the moment they stepped into the inner world, their voices were completely exposed. Qin Lang walked into the room and found that those shadows had disappeared. The room was filled with a decaying musty smell, and the mottled stains on the walls resembled some dark red, eerie patterns. The yellowed light bulb flickered nervously on the ceiling, casting a twisted shadow on Qin Lang. Cough cough. In the corner, a man sitting there had appeared without notice. His head hung low, shoulders slightly shaking, as if gasping. His wrinkled shirt had large dark stains on the chest, and the air was filled with a faint smell of rust. When he saw his face clearly, Qin Lang's heart felt as if it was gripped by a cold hand. Dad. It was his father, Qin Zhongshi, who had died many years ago. Qin Lang's throat felt blocked, unable to make a sound. His reason was telling him that this must be an illusion, a trick of Silent Hill. Qin Lang. His voice was low and hoarse, as if stuck in his throat, like a rusty saw scraping against bone. Why, did you kill me? His eyes widened suddenly, staring intensely at Qin Lang. The whites were filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, his eye sockets were deep, and his lips trembled with rage. Qin Lang gripped the wheel sword tightly. Sumubai and Yi Zi entered immediately, ready to act. But Qin Lang stopped them. Stop. With the little rationality he had left, he said, the weirdness in this room is currently focused on me. If you push it too hard, more illusions will appear. At that time, no one could control anyone. Let's go out. Yi Zi and Sumubai looked at him with worry. But you. Qin Lang's eyes were firm. I can do it. Yi Zi and Sumubai had no choice but to step back. Qin Zhongshi stood up, staring intensely at Qin Lang. Speak. His roar exploded in the room, like thunder rolling. Qin Zhongshi suddenly stood up from the chair, his movements stiff and twisted, like some corpse being forcibly controlled. His arms trembled unnaturally, fingers clenched tight like withered branches, joints cracking with a sound. Qin Lang's breath suddenly caught. You brought this on yourself. Qin Lang said, over the years, I've never regretted taking action against you. He couldn't help but admire the designs in Silent Hill. Even knowing that the other side wasn't real, just thinking about the past made Qin Lang erupt with an impulse. What surprised him even more was not this. Being a father, vengeance was something he did in his past life. Why could this strange Silent Hill read it out? It showed that they wouldn't create fictional simulations based on existing data or intelligence, but rather project the most primitive and real emotions and thoughts deep within people's hearts into reality. How ruthless. Qin Lang couldn't help but sigh. After all, this was a ranked mode dungeon. These designs were indeed harsh. No regrets? Qin Lang, ask your own heart, were the things you did back then alright? You're just deceiving yourself. Qin Zhongshi's expression became even more hideous, his mouth cracked open, and dark blood flowed slowly from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the floor, seeping into the wooden cracks like rotting mud. You killed me with your own hands, Qin Lang. Qin Zhongshi's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, echoing in all directions. I want to seek justice from you. You beastly thing. Without me, where would you be? The lights flashed wildly, the walls of the room began to seep red liquid, the floor seemed to tremble slightly. For some reason, Qin Lang felt his hands were immobile, and his ears were buzzing. The wheel sword in his hand was also trembling continuously, on the verge of dropping to the ground. Qin Lang gritted his teeth. Bullshit. You were the real beast back then. The things you did, dare you say I wouldn't listen? Listen carefully, Qin Zhongshi, I have no regrets about killing you. After saying that, Qin Lang raised the wheel sword in his hand and fiercely stabbed it towards Qin Zhongshi. Qin Zhongshi's body began to rapidly deform. Bones dislocated, flesh splintered, limbs twisted into an impossible shape, like some monster breaking free from a human shell. Black liquid spilled from his eyes, his mouth widening more and more, as if wanting to swallow Qin Lang whole. Qin Zhongshi's voice drilled into Qin Lang's ears, I'm the beast? Then you are the son of a beast. I can't escape, and you will never escape. Qin Lang felt his head was about to explode again. Bai Qi. A powerful aura burst from within Qin Lang. Bai Qi chuckled, Big brother, so you've killed your own father? How exciting. Just right, I also don't like my father. Bai Qi grabbed the wheel sword, slicing through the monster's arms, we are like kindred spirits. Thick white smoke emanated from the monster's body. The floor began to shatter, thin tentacles flying out from inside. Bai Qi laughed, so that's it. This room is full of these small tentacles, anything that steps on them will be read as something bothersome for the mind, and then slowly devoured. The monster tried to transform again, but could only turn into Qin Zhongshi's appearance. Because now the one controlling Qin Lang's body was Bai Qi, but the monster's tentacles could only read the hidden things in Qin Lang's heart, which were ineffective against Bai Qi. In other words, Bai Qi was like a sub-personality of Qin Lang. This monster is utterly helpless against this. How could you possibly guess my intentions? Bai Qi raised his knife and struck down, cutting off countless tentacles, then he suddenly slashed towards its core. Aya! The monster let out a heart-wrenching howl, black liquid erupted from its body, and the rest suddenly crumbled into a cloud of black ash, disappearing into the air. Yi Zi and Su Mu Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qi said, Big brother, it's all fine now. Qin Lang returned to his original form, thanks for your hard work. Bai Qi said, Big brother, you are really amazing now, I find your body much stronger than before. Now you can unleash 1/10 of my power, it's a cause for celebration. Qin Lang chuckled, that's great, just work a little harder for me next time. As soon as he finished speaking, the room transformed once more. Qin Lang's eyes widened, how could this be? Chapter 95, The Sinful Blood. In an instant, the entire room shed its previous blood-soaked and dark atmosphere, the bloody and fleshy textures on the walls vanished, replaced by light yellow wallpaper, infused with the warmth of time. The old floorboards restored their wooden texture, exuding a faint aroma of sandalwood. The dim yellow light softly spilled in, dispelling the darkness as if everything had just been an illusion, creating a somewhat cozy feeling. Yi Zi said anxiously, what's happening? Has the illusion disappeared? Qin Lang shook his head, not necessarily, we might still be in an illusion. In Silent Hill, do not easily trust what you see with your eyes, otherwise, it is easy to be deceived. Yi Zi asked, they? Qin Lang thought for a moment, since there's a church here, then there must certainly be a corresponding cult. And where there is a cult, there must be some kind of deity or even an evil god they worship. Su Mu Bai's expression changed, could it be that like in Fengmen village, the town had so many deaths because of some kind of sacrificial ritual? Qin Lang fell silent. He did not recall such a setting in Silent Hill, but in this world, who could say? Just as Qin Lang was unsure how to respond, his attention was drawn elsewhere. Look! Blood suddenly appeared on the originally smooth wall, slowly forming a line of text. Your sins, my nourishment. Yi Zi swallowed hard, what does this mean? Qin Lang stroked his chin and said, if we take it literally, it probably means that each of us has sins, and these sins become nourishment for the monsters of Silent Hill or the raw materials that torture us. Just now each of us saw different degrees of illusions that relate to some wrong things in our past, at least from a moral standpoint. For instance, Yi Zi, you feel guilty for not saving someone in need, Miss Su, you believe you are guilty for killing all the villagers. And I need not say more, killing one's own father is the ultimate sin in any culture. The monsters in Silent Hill will continuously torment us through these. Yi Zi and Su Mu Bai's expressions turned grim once again. Because neither of them could escape the shadows of their past and the questioning of their conscience. Even if they had their reasons, ultimately, wrong is still wrong. Qin Lang was quite calm, walking towards another door in the room, alright, let's move on. He opened the door, and another dark and narrow corridor appeared, with even heavier coal dust in the air. The three of them walked down, hearing faint sounds coming from ahead. Yi Zi warned, is it a monster? Qin Lang shook his head, it doesn't seem like it, it sounds like people are crying. Sure enough, as they got closer, they found a group of people screaming painfully. Ah, let me out. Please, let me down. I don't want to die. Qin Lang pushed open the door. From the high arched ceiling dangled several rusty iron chains. At the end of each iron chain hung a person. The stained glass had long been shattered, and moonlight filtered through the gaps, casting mottled blood-red patches on the ground. The floor was lined with countless sharp weapons, rusty spears, broken blades, and upside-down nails, each stained with dried blood. Each person's wrist was tightly bound by chains, their skin turning purple from hanging for so long. Their feet were only an inch away from the sharp weapons, any slight movement could be fatal. Below was an ancient altar made of black marble, its surface carved with twisted runes. In the center of the altar was a sunken circular groove, its edges inlaid with human bones, and the groove bottom connected to a complex system of pipes. Seeing Qin Lang and the others enter, one girl shouted loudly, help! Help! We've all been captured, please let us go. You're players too, right? Please help us. The other people also began to plead. Yeezy instinctively wanted to find a way to lower them down. But Qin Lang stopped her. Qin Lang asked, "Who captured you?" The girl said, "I. We don't know. We were just walking on the street, and suddenly there was an earthquake. We fell and lost consciousness, and when we opened our eyes again, we were already here. Please help us. We've been trapped here for a long time, I'm scared." Qin Lang looked around and noticed a piece of paper nailed to the wall. He went over to take a look and found several lines written on it. Anyone who enters this door must perform the work of purification, the blood of the sinner is the only way out. Find the one with the heaviest sins, and use their blood to complete the purification, only then will the key appear. The one with the greatest sins will die, and the others will be able to leave. Qin Lang clicked his tongue and said, "Not good." Before he finished speaking, the door behind them slammed shut with a bang. Yi Zi was startled and began to frantically attack the door, but it had no effect. Qin Lang said, "Don't waste your strength. This room is protected by rules, unless we do as it says, we can't leave." Yi Zi became anxious, "Then let's free them first? We can figure something out together." Qin Lang pointed at the altar below, "We can't let them go, they are the key to solving the puzzle. See the altar and those grooves? As long as they fall, their blood will slowly flow along the grooves, filling up the entire altar. This paper says the blood of the sinner is the key to leaving. We must fill that altar with the blood of the one with the greatest sins, then we might be able to escape." The people hanging began to change color and then cried out loudly. "I'm a good person. You must be careful. Yes, I've done nothing wrong. You must believe me. Whoa, I don't want to die." Yi Zi frowned and stepped closer to inspect the altar. "This altar is very shallow, maybe just one person's blood will be enough." She turned to look at Qin Lang, "But, who is the one with the greatest sins?" Su Bai also looked puzzled, the definition of the greatest sins is too vague. How are we supposed to define that? For ordinary people, murder and arson are deep sins, but is it simply about who has killed more? So is killing always wrong? Does a righteous thief who robs the rich to aid the poor count as a great sinner? This evaluation standard is too ambiguous to clarify. Qin Lang gazed at the 6 people hanging and fell into deep thought. He murmured, "Find the person with the greatest sins, use their blood for purification, the key will appear." What does that mean? Suddenly, the room began to shake violently. Yeezy's body swayed, and she exclaimed, "What's happening?" The people hanging became even more panicked and cried out louder. She looked around. I was startled, sharp spikes had grown on the wall. The tips of the spikes glimmered with a cold light, each one seemingly polished to perfection, still stained with dark red marks at the tips. The distance between the spikes gradually shrank, as if some kind of mechanical device was slowly advancing. Qin Lang said, "It looks like if we don't hurry to open that device, we might die here." Su Bai asked, "Should I try to knock down these spikes?" Qin Lang waved his hand, "It's useless, this is a rule-based room, and we can only escape by solving the puzzle. Trying to break through forcefully might make things even worse and waste time. The players who can enter this dungeon, while their skills are generally lacking, I refuse to believe that they can't break free from a mere iron chain. The fact that they can't escape at the cost of their lives already proves that something is holding them tightly in this room." Yeezy's face turned pale, "So we must kill someone to leave here?" The altar, though shallow, still needed a living person's blood to fill it up. Once there was enough blood flowing to the altar, that person would most likely not survive. Qin Lang nodded, then looked at a table beside him, which had a few buttons on it. The buttons were arranged in a circle, and each corresponded to one of the hanging individuals. As long as the corresponding button was pressed, that person could be sent to meet the king of the underworld. Yeezy looked at Qin Lang, "Is it necessary to do this?" To kill a stranger for survival was a bit difficult for her. Moreover, it reminded her of the scene where she helplessly watched her teammate being devoured. The 6 people hanging struggled even more fiercely. "I'm really a good person, please don't kill me. I can't die here. Please, I haven't done anything wrong, my family is still waiting for me to return. You can't just stand by and watch me die, right? I'm innocent." Qin Lang waved his hand, "Stop making noise, tell me who you are. There's not much time, so make it quick." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing glasses spoke up hurriedly, his voice trembling. "My name is Li Jiheng, and I am an elementary school teacher. I teach children math every day and use my own salary to buy school supplies for underprivileged students. I joined this dungeon to earn rewards so that more children can continue their education. I have participated in over 100 volunteer activities, going to the mountains to teach. I always teach kids to be kind and upright, I am not a bad person. If there's anyone with deep sins in this room, it absolutely cannot be me. A man with a buzz cut yelled angrily, his voice filled with fury. What kind of good person are you? My name is Zhao Mingxian, and I have been a police officer for 15 years, capturing at least 80 criminals. If anyone deserves to die here, it must be those true villains. He took a deep breath, his gaze fierce as he stared at the blood letters on the wall. I can't be the bad guy, right? Qin Lang pulled a chair and sat down, looking quite relaxed. Who can say? Zhao Mingxian widened his eyes. You. A woman in a white shirt then spoke, striving to keep her voice calm. I am Shen Wanning, and I am a doctor. I am a pediatrician, facing children suffering from illness every day, and I also regularly provide free medical treatment to orphans. My hands have saved countless little lives. How could I be a sinner? Her gaze scanned the room, her face pale but her eyes resolute. I would never harm others. It must be a mistake. If I die, you will have made the wrong choice. Qin Lang asked again, then why are you here in this dungeon? Shen Wanning quickly replied, I didn't want to come, but someone took an entire orphanage of children hostage, saying that if I didn't come to Silent Hill, kill all the children. I'm here to save people. Qin Lang fell silent for a few seconds and said, continue, next. A young man in his 20s spoke with a trembling voice, clearly on the verge of collapse. My name is Chun Hao, I'm just an ordinary office worker. Every day I work, overtime, getting a pitiful paycheck, facing my boss's exploitation, just like an ordinary beast of burden. I have a paralyzed wife at home. I heard there are healing potions in this scenario that can restore her to normal, that's why I came. I've never even skipped fare in my life, how could I be someone with heavy sins? At this moment, Zhao Mingxian sneered, Heh, your lies are too obvious. Then, he shouted to Qin Lang, hey, the result is out. He spent so much effort spouting lies because he must feel guilty. Chun Hao became angry, how can you tarnish my name? Zhao Mingxian sneered, I'm a police officer. Can't I hear the flaws in your words? Players entering this scenario must be qualified for ranked matches, with a certain level of skills. So, such players also count as elites in reality. How could they be exploited like a beast of burden? Who do you think you're fooling? I gained a tracking skill in the previous scenario and rose to great heights, living in high-rise buildings like this. How could I be living as miserably as you say? The others nodded in agreement. They all had certain supernatural abilities and lived well in reality, doing good deeds out of their ideals and character. They couldn't imagine a situation like Chen Hao's at all. Chen Hao gasped, his eyes filled with terror. I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. You people clearly have never seen a truly paralyzed patient. Do you know that treating this illness is a bottomless pit? The rewards and strange coins I got from the scenario are barely enough for my wife's recovery. Qin Lang waved his hand, stop arguing. Continue, next. At this moment, the walls filled with needles were getting closer and closer. A blonde woman started to cry, her eyes filled with terror. I'm Sulina, a single mother, my daughter is only 5 years old. I got dragged into this scenario confused, struggling to survive, just to give her a better life after clearing it. But a few days ago, someone captured my daughter, saying I had to come here, otherwise they would cut her organs and sell them. I wouldn't even want to step on an ant, how could I be a bad person? Her body trembled violently, tears dropping one by one, seeming like little drops of despair on the ground. Qin Lang rubbed his chin, vaguely understanding something. Chapter 97, One Must Die. Qin Lang looked at the last person, it's your turn. Tell me, what good deed have you done? A man in a suit finally raised his head, his expression oddly calm. Han Zhuaran, lawyer. His voice was steady but unsettling, I know what you are thinking. Lawyers often defend guilty people, is that a crime? The others looked at each other in silence, tacitly agreeing. Han Zhuaran smiled slightly, a gleam of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, but I never defend real criminals. My duty is to uphold justice and ensure fairness in the law. I entered this scenario because I was coerced, but I can't disclose the details. He slightly lifted his head, in short, if there is truly a sinner here, it cannot be me. And I believe that if a sacrifice is necessary, it doesn't have to be one of us 6. At these words, Yi Zi was taken aback. What, do you mean? Han Zhuaran looked at Qin Lang and Yi Zi and said, isn't it obvious? We need the blood of a heavily sinful person to find the key, but it doesn't say we have to use the blood of the 6 of us, right? Aren't you two also in this room? Maybe the one who deserves to die the most is among you. Yi Zi was stunned, then looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled, well, what he said makes a lot of sense. Han Zhuaran sighed in relief, right? This altar can only hold one person's blood, and there's only one chance, and not much time. If you choose wrong, everyone has no way out, right? It's your turn to confess. Yi Zi clenched her fists. If what these 6 people said was true, then they indeed weren't deeply sinful, but were rather unfortunate bugs caught up in various reasons. In contrast, she and Qin Lang had both been proven guilty in the previous room. Even if she was trying to survive, and Qin Lang had other reasons that forced him to commit patricide, from the outcome, both were unforgivable sins. Sumubai noticed Yi Zi's emotions and hurriedly said, Yi Zi, don't think too much. You and Qin Lang's matter, including my matter, are actually forced by circumstances, unavoidable. Never blame yourself. Just believe in Qin Lang. Yi Zi felt a lump in her throat and turned to Qin Lang again. Qin Lang stood up again and came to the paper covered in blood words. He tore off the paper and flipped it over to look at it carefully. At that moment, he noticed a pattern on the wall that had been blocked by the paper, so he hadn't seen it before. A naked man was nailed to a cross. Is this a depiction of the crucifixion of Jesus? Qin Lang looked at the paper, lost in thought. The wall with needles was getting closer and closer. Zhao Mingxian was angry. Aren't you going to act quickly? We are about to die. What's wrong? Are you afraid to admit you are guilty, so you dare not die? Qin Lang sat back down with the note. What are you yelling about? Do you believe I will be the first to send you to death? Zhao Mingxian swallowed nervously. You dare? I'm not guilty, my blood would be useless. In the end, you will die too. Qin Lang chuckled. According to that lawyer, I would have to sacrifice myself to live. Then let me ask, if I let you live, I must die. If I don't let you live, I still die. So, why should I do that? Before I die, I can take a few down with me. Shen Wanqing's face turned pale. You are inhuman. How can you think like this? Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang with concern. She knew that Qin Lang would think this way and would do it. In the last chapter, Qin Lang deliberately let most people face the ferocious and bizarre, and he didn't care how many died to save energy. When the first monster slaughtered players at the beginning of this chapter, Qin Lang immediately took her to continue exploring instead of saving people. Qin Lang could be ruthless. Shen Hao shouted, Don't! My wife only relies on me, can you bear it? Li Zhiheng cried loudly, I have so many students, they need me to continue studying and grow up. If you kill me, how many people's hopes will be destroyed? Shen Wanqing cried out, If I can't return alive, the children in the orphanage will be taken apart. Do you think you are only killing us 6 people? That's countless young lives. Qin Lang yawned, I don't care. I have no morals, so your moral kidnapping is useless to me. Yi Zi's expression grew painful, wanting to persuade Qin Lang. She felt that if it came to it, she could be the one to be sacrificed. But Su Mubai once again grabbed her. This time, without Su Mubai saying a word, Yi Zi could read one message. Believe in Qin Lang. Yi Zi could only close her eyes and pray incessantly in her heart. The needles were getting closer, only less than 2 meters away from Qin Lang and them. Han Zhuoran was completely anxious. You are too selfish. Do you not understand letting go of the small self to serve the greater good? The theme of this room is purification. If you refuse to purify yourself, you will only sink deeper. Qin Lang chuckled, Stop pretending here. No, it should be you who are pretending. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Han Zhuoran asked, What do you mean? Qin Lang shook the note in his hand. I only said that the blood of the deeply sinful can leave, but I never mentioned anything about a key. The word key is only written on the note. You said you came here in confusion and woke up hanging. Then may I ask, how do you know about the key? Han Zhuoran was struck dumb. The other 5 people glared at this foolish lawyer with resentment. Qin Lang continued, It's obvious that before I arrived in this room, you had already seen the note and then were caught. If I'm not mistaken, you actually received some instructions and hints. For example, if one of the people entering this room dies, then you can complete your task and leave here, right? Han Zhuoran swallowed hard. Qin Lang was completely right. Qin Lang said, From the very beginning, you all plotted against me and Yi Zi. Oh dear, each of you speaks so grandly, yet you want to lure a stranger to bleed out for you. May I ask, doesn't this count as deeply sinful? Zhao Mingxian saw that Qin Lang had seen through them, and immediately shouted, Don't give me that. Moral kidnapping doesn't work on us. If one of the 2 of you doesn't die, this round can't be completed. The hint you received doesn't necessarily require all 6 of us to die. But the hint we received requires one of you to die. Still don't understand? If you don't die, this round doesn't count. One of you must die. Chapter 98 The Truth of the Mechanism. Qin Lang laughed again, One of us must die? With you all like this, it doesn't look like you can walk out of this instance. Yi Zi heard the underlying meaning and asked, Qin Lang, what do you mean? Qin Lang didn't answer but continued to sit there. Shen Wanqing closed her eyes and yelled loudly, Who could think of a way to kill him? Li Zhiheng struggled continuously, I said long ago that this was impossible, if I had known, I would have fought. Zhao Mingxian shouted angrily, Kid, if you don't move soon, I can help you move. Qin Lang yawned, Stop howling here. If you really had a way, would you still be hanging like this? Honestly, I could send you all to meet Yan Wang right now. So just obediently shut your mouths. Han Zhuoran glared at Qin Lang with hatred and cursed, You won't have a good end. At this moment, the wall with needle spikes was getting closer, less than half a meter away from Qinlang. Su Bai was also anxious, but she didn't know what to do. Yizi closed her eyes, heart racing, praying for a miracle to happen. The 6 people hanging constantly shouted for help or cursed Qinlang. Just because of you, we are all going to die. Why won't you go die? Are you this selfish? Bastard. This level is simply about wiping us out. Crack. The wall covered in spikes actually came to a stop. The spike-filled wall slowly retreated with a dull mechanical sound, and the sharp metal blades began to withdraw. This scene stunned everyone present. They completely couldn't understand what was happening. Everyone held their breath, staring wide-eyed as the deadly spikes slowly moved away, their inner fear not yet dispersed, replaced abruptly by astonishment. The trap has retracted? We survived? After a brief silence, there was a burst of excited gasping sounds. Great, I'm not dead. Li Jihang's face showed the wild joy of surviving a disaster, tears were almost streaming down his face. Shen Wanqing couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Murmuring thanks to God nonstop, as if having escaped the shadow of death. However, as the joy faded, a strange unease quietly spread in the air. Is it really over? Zhao Mingxian furrowed his brow, his gaze warily sweeping around, still filled with vigilance. Why? We clearly haven't made a choice yet. Han Zhuoran clenched his fists tightly, murmuring, something is not right, aren't we supposed to carry out the purification here? Why, did the wall just retreat when we didn't do anything? Where is the key? Although no one had died, the key to leave the room had yet to appear, a fact that filled everyone with immense unease. More importantly, they were still hanging there. A strange silence shrouded everyone, as joy was gradually swallowed by unease. Yizi asked Qinlang, what is going on here? Qinlang replied, simple, everything is actually a trap. If any one of us dies and the altar is filled with blood, then we can never leave this room. As soon as this was said, the air suddenly froze, and everyone's face showed surprise and confusion. Zhao Mingxian directly asked, what are you talking about? The hint we got was that only the guilty person entering the room should die. As Qinlang said, they had already seen a note when they entered. The note said, you must find a way to purify the guilty person who entered the room. Then, Han Zhuoran saw the note on the wall, which was the one Qinlang held now. Zhao Mingxian paused, his tone heavy. We hadn't figured it out yet, when suddenly a thick fog rose, and then we lost consciousness. Han Zhuoran looked at Qinlang. The hint you got is that all 6 of us should die, right? If we let you die, we can pass. If you let us die, you can pass. Isn't that how it is? The hints on the note are all lies? Qinlang shook his head. The hint on the note is true. As long as one of me or Yi Zi dies, you can leave this room. Likewise, if I kill any one of you, or even wipe you all out, I can also leave. Because everyone entering this room is guilty. Killing him counts as successful purification. But the problem is you all got it wrong. Because it said leaving, but it didn't say you wouldn't die, right? After hearing this, Zhao Mingxian and the others' faces changed. Shen Wanqing said, You mean, after we leave the room, we will soon die? Qinlang nodded, yes, because once you kill someone in this room, it will deepen your own sins, making you truly a deeply sinful person. If not purified here, stepping out of this room door will also lead to purification. Han Zhuoran gulped, asking a bit unconvinced, how do you know that? Qinlang pointed to the cross pattern on the wall and said, this room has elements of Christianity. In Christian doctrine, it emphasizes love, sacrifice, forgiveness, and justice, especially loving others as oneself. If a person chooses to let another person die to save their own life, especially out of selfishness, this might be seen as selfish, unjust, or even as murder. This violates the doctrine, thereby worsening their own sins. In contrast, doing nothing gives you a greater chance to survive. Zhao Mingxian was annoyed, but now we're still hanging here, what's the use of saying all this? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud boom 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 sounded from the wall beside them. The wall split open, revealing a pathway illuminated by flames in front of everyone. Yi Zi exclaimed, that must be the new exit, right? Qinlang nodded, yes, the so-called key does not actually exist. If we stubbornly tackle that door, we really won't be able to get out. At this moment, Zhao Mingxian and the others got anxious. Hey, you're leaving, what about us? Li Jihang shouted, yeah, let us go too. Don't be too selfish. This is a crime. Yi Zi looked at them, then said to Qinlang, if it really doesn't work, just help them, okay? Qinlang glanced at her, then silently walked to the table with the button. Han Zhuoran's eyes widened, what are you doing? If you press it, we will die. Qinlang chuckled and said, so what if we die? The exit has already appeared, even if it closes now, I can still make it. You guys are too noisy, let's just all die. With that, he pressed the button directly. Chapter 99, Moment of Regret. Qinlang pressed the button without hesitation. Han Zhuoran, suspended in the air, felt his pupils constrict as he realized he was rapidly falling. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his throat. No. Everyone held their breath, staring wide-eyed as he fell straight down, the icy spikes below looming like a monster with bared fangs, waiting for a feast of flesh and blood. However, just as Han Zhuoran was about to touch the spikes, the cold steel spike suddenly retracted violently back into the floor. Bang! Han Zhuoran landed heavily on the hard ground, producing a dull thud. He lay on the ground, trembling all over, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with the terror of having survived. The people around were stunned. After a moment, single mother Sulina, who had screamed the loudest from fear, now trembled and said, "We're not dead?" Han Zhuoran gasped, abruptly looking up at Qin Lang, his face pale, his lips quivering. What are you doing?" Qin Lang remained silent and continued pressing other buttons. Others, like Han Zhuoran, fell with a scream, but they weren't impaled. Instead, they fell solidly onto the cold ground. Watching them lying on the ground moaning in pain, Yi Zi exclaimed, "Qin Lang, you already knew nothing would happen?" Qin Lang chuckled, "Isn't it obvious? The real exit has already appeared, why let anyone die?" Zhao Mingxian rolled up his sleeves and said, "You little brat, you were just so arrogant. Just wait, once we get out, I'm definitely going to throw you in jail." Qin Lang walked to the door, turned his head to glance at him, then revealed the demon-slaying blade in his hand. A-grade weapon. Han Zhuoran gasped and pushed up his glasses. You got this as a reward from the dungeon?" Zhao Mingxuan's face turned very grim. He didn't dare to mention dealing with Qin Lang anymore. His strongest weapon was only B-grade, and if he fought Qin Lang, he would probably be crushed to pieces in an instant. Zhao Mingxian muttered, "Humph. I'll deal with you once we get out." Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to talk to someone like an ant. What he was thinking now was, the entire theme of Silent Hill was about sin and purification, which aligned with his impression. But the problem was, all the players here were people with sins. What was the real way to purify them? Moreover, if every subsequent room seemed to have its own rules, then all the weapons and abilities would be useless. This feeling of being manipulated was really uncomfortable. Qin Lang and Yi Zi walked in front while Han Zhuoran and the others cautiously followed behind. Su Mubai existed in a spirit form, vigilantly watching them. They arrived at a door similar to the previous room. 2 big words were written on the door, repentance. Qin Lang frowned, then pushed the door open directly. "Welcome, everyone." In the center of the room stood a strange being in a black suit. It had a human-like body, but its head was a huge, hideous snake head. "Ah!" Shen Wanqing covered her eyes and screamed loudly. Han Zhuoran frowned, and even Zhao Mingxian felt a shiver down his spine. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. "Hello, everyone, I am called the Snake Man, the host of this room." The Snake Man's head was covered in dark green scales. The scales shone coldly under the light, and a pair of narrow eyes resembled 2 pieces of yellow amber, with vertical pupils that gave off a sense of indifferent scrutiny. Qin Lang saw 9 chairs arranged in a circle nearby and smiled. "You've been waiting for a long time, huh?" "Yes, fortunately, everyone is here. God bless, may you all receive your own purification." From the serpent human's mouth, a long snake tongue slowly extended, gently flickering. It slightly bowed its head, revealing a smile-like Eerie expression, then opened its mouth and spoke in a hissing, serpentine tone. "Now, our confession activity has begun." Its voice was deep, with a raspy echo, like a ghost crawling out of an endless abyss. The room's lights flickered slightly, as if responding to its strange welcome. Han Zhuoran nervously asked, "What, confession activity?" The serpent human smiled but remained silent, only gesturing for everyone to sit down. Zhao Mingxian and the others exchanged glances, alarm bells ringing in their hearts, but in front of this mysterious and eerie snake-headed figure, they had no choice. After everyone took their seats, the serpent human smiled slightly and slowly took out a stack of black cards with golden letters from its suit, deftly flipping them between its fingers, like an experienced gambler. "Next, I will randomly distribute the cards to each of you." The serpent human's voice was low and subtly raspy, as if an ancient ritual was about to commence. "Each card records a crime, and your task is to confess and repent." It paused for a moment, its amber snake eyes slowly scanning the crowd, a chilling smile creeping at the corners of its mouth. "For example, if someone draws murder, then they must detail to us, who did you kill? What provoked you? How did you dispose of the body?" At that moment, Han Zhuoran frowned and spoke, his tone laced with unease. "But what if I haven't committed that crime at all? Are you asking me to fabricate stories?" Hearing this, the serpent human lightly flicked its crimson tongue and let out a hoarse laugh. "You are correct. Even if you have never committed this crime, please pretend to be a true sinner and narrate your experiences without any flaws." Shen Wanqing suddenly stood up, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. She glared at the serpent human, her tone icy and furious. "This rule is utterly ridiculous. Why must we confess to crimes we never committed?" She looked around, her gaze landing on Han Zhuoran and Zhao Mingxian, her brows furrowed, displeasure evident in her tone. And those two, one is a lawyer, and the other is a police officer. They have seen countless cases and know various crimes like the back of their hand. It would be easy for them to fabricate a crime that's completely unfair to us. Zhao Mingxian scoffed at her words, crossing his arms defiantly, his eyes glinting with provocation. He sneered, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. So what? The rules of the game are like this: someone will always have the upper hand from the start. Isn't that just how it is? At this moment, he was ecstatic. No matter what crime it was, as long as he took the case files he had seen and swapped out the names with his own, he could easily pass. Zhao Mingxian fixed his gaze on Xin Lang, thinking that in this round he would show this kid his skill. Chapter 100, True Sinner. Little did he know, Xin Lang coldly shot him a glance, his tone indifferent yet filled with unquestionable authority. Shut up. Zhao Mingxuan's smile froze on his face, as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped his throat, and his heart sank suddenly. He instinctively wanted to retort, but upon seeing Xin Lang's sharp gaze, he inexplicably fell silent, his previously arrogant demeanor gradually fading. He couldn't help but mumble a curse under his breath. Just you wait. Xin Lang turned to the serpent human, his voice calm but oppressive. Please continue to explain the rules. The snake human's strange snake face revealed an ambiguous smile, as if finding the scene before him utterly fascinating. He gently flicked the card in his hand and said in a deep voice. Next is the key part of this event. The snake human slowly raised the card in his hand and spoke in an eerie and leisurely tone. Among you, there are two people who will be given the true crimes they have committed. Next, everyone must find a person among others who is truly confessing a crime, that is, everyone must work together to find a genuine guilty person. His snake pupils slightly contracted, the corners of his mouth curving into a bizarre arc, the last syllable laced with a hoarse chuckle. When this true criminal is found, he or she will be left behind to undergo purification. The snake human deliberately emphasized the word purification, as if it concealed some ominous fate. He paused, glancing around at the anxious faces, before slowly adding. As for the others. He elongated his tone, narrowing his eyes. The others can successfully pass and leave here. If you guess wrong, then everyone will be left behind. As soon as the words fell, the room plunged into dead silence. Everyone's faces instantly darkened. Chen Wanqing gasped, Zhao Mingxian frowned slightly, and Han Zhuoran's Adam's apple bobbed, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately closed his mouth. A tense atmosphere filled the air, each person's heart racing uncontrollably. Zhao Mingxian had just felt smug, thinking he could describe a non-existent crime as convincingly as possible. But now, it seemed that if he made it too real, it was practically asking for death. If his fabricated tale was chosen, everyone would die. But if he lied about the crime he committed, there was also the risk of being seen through and exposed. It was too hard. Too hard. Should he tell the truth or lie? The snake human said the real criminal would be left behind. But the problem was, who was the real criminal? No one knew the standard, and no one knew what purification truly meant. Han Zhuoran also began to regret. He had been thinking about how to fabricate a reasonable crime, but now he was frantically weighing in his mind, if he made it too convincing, what if everyone mistakenly took him for the true criminal? It would be over. The air seemed to freeze, everyone tensed up. The snake human watched the changes in their expressions, seemingly enjoying this moment immensely. He licked his lips and casually flicked the card onto the table, softly saying, "Then, let the game begin." He stood up and began to deal the cards to everyone. After finishing the dealing, the snake human smiled and said, "When everyone begins to confess the crimes they received, you can reveal the cards to let others judge whether it's real or not." Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with vigilance and unease. Xin Lang opened his card, discovering two conspicuous characters written on it. Patricide. Xin Lang placed the card on his knee. At this moment, Bai Qi spoke up, "It's over, big brother, you really killed your own father. What are you going to do later? If you tell the truth, then if everyone finds it too convincing, they'll pick you. If you lie, then everyone will think you're trying to hide something. You're stuck." Xin Lang replied silently to Bai Qi, "Don't worry, I know what to do." At this time, the snake human excitedly spoke. "Next, let the first person confess begin." He looked to his left at Su Lina. Su Lina's fingers trembled as she clutched the thin card, her knuckles nearly white. She took a deep breath and struggled to flip the card over. Conspiracy to harm husband. The four black characters struck the eyes of everyone, as if engraved upon their hearts. The air instantly became stagnant. All eyes were fixed on her. Su Lina's face turned pale, her lips slightly trembling. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with fear and struggle, as if wanting to say something, but it was stuck in her throat. Finally, she closed her eyes, as if making a decision, her voice trembling as she spoke. "It was a rainy night. My husband was drunk again, starting to yell at me, smashing wine bottles, slamming tables, cursing me for not being able to cook, and cursing me for spending his savings too quickly. He even cursed me, saying I didn't deserve to be his wife." Her fingertips clutched the edge of the table tightly, her nails nearly digging into the wood. He said all of this was slander, that he was gambling and fighting outside, and often bringing strange women home to spend the night. My daughter's biological father died early, I married him just to find a support, I never expected him to be so beastly, wanting to. Her voice choked, tears sliding down her cheeks, but she didn't stop. Shin Wanqing couldn't help but cover her mouth, and Yi Zi showed a sympathetic expression. As women, they could already guess what that man had done. Qin Lang, however, remained indifferent, even revealing a barely noticeable smile. Su Lina said, that night, I truly couldn't bear it any longer. The knife was right beside me in the kitchen, and the thunder outside roared, the sky was dark to madness. When he raised his hand to hit me, I don't know where the courage came from. I grabbed that knife and stabbed it hard into his chest. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, their eyes locked tightly on her. Su Lina's gaze was hazy, lost in past memories, her lips moved, as if reciting a nightmarish scene. Su Lina stared at her hands, took a deep breath, and said, he widened his eyes, looking at me in disbelief, blood gurgled out of his mouth. He even grabbed my hand with a terrifying strength. I thought he would choke me to death, but he just gasped for air, his lips trembling, as if wanting to say something. Her voice was already hoarse, her shoulders slightly trembling. Then he slowly stopped moving, but I was afraid he wouldn't be fully dead and might come back. I pulled out the knife and stabbed it down again. Chapter 101 No One is Human. Tears slid down her face, her breathing rapid, as if she were about to suffocate. When he finally lost his breath, I realized what I had done. She covered her face, her voice filled with despair and pain. I was terrified, I didn't dare to call the police, or run away, I just knelt beside him, apologizing over and over. I'm sorry, but he could no longer hear. Her nails nearly dug into her palm, her whole body curled up in the chair, tears streaming down her face. I thought I would be freed, but every night, whenever I closed my eyes, he stood by the bed, blood flowing from his chest, staring at me with a dead gaze. He didn't speak, nor move, but I knew, he hated me. Her voice weakened to the extreme, murmuring like a whisper, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Her body trembled violently, as if being torn apart, her eyes filled with fear, remorse, and pain. The room was silent, everyone was captivated into silence by this confession. She spoke so genuinely that it made people feel she was truly repentant. However, not everyone believed Su Lina was telling the truth. Now they could only choose one true repentant person. If they chose wrong, they would be the ones to die. Next, it was Li Zhiheng's turn. Li Zhiheng's fingers trembled slightly, he stared at the cards in his hand, his lips moved a few times as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he just took a deep breath and slowly turned the card face up on the table. Harming students. Four black words entered everyone's eyes, piercing the air like a sharp blade. A slight, uncomfortable chill came over. In the last room, Li Zhiheng was still saying how devoted he was to his students, yet the crime assigned to him was this? Li Zhiheng lowered his head, his voice dry, as if burdened with endless weight and guilt. As I said before, I am a teacher. He raised his head, his complex gaze sweeping over everyone, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, surprisingly showing a self-deprecating smile. I chose this path not out of love for education, but I enjoyed controlling others. Everyone frowned slightly, beginning to hold their breath and listen carefully. I enjoy the feeling of standing on the podium, that feeling of being looked up to and obeyed by a group of children makes me feel powerful. Seeing them obey me, listening to my words, brings me great joy, making me feel comfortable from head to toe. His gaze grew deep, as if he were reminiscing about those days. But not every student listens, there are always a few naughty ones, love to talk back, and some who look down on me. As he spoke, his face paled slightly, his knuckles tightly gripping the table, his voice beginning to tremble. At first, I just made them stand and scolded them, but later, gradually, I found I couldn't control my anger. He suddenly closed his eyes, his hands gripping his hair tightly, as if trying to pull away some heavy memories. The first time I used violence was because a student kept talking during class. I warned him 3 times, yet he still wouldn't listen. Out of anger, I slammed my book hard on his head. Seeing him clutching his head, too afraid to cry out, I actually felt a thrill. He raised his head, his gaze was somewhat vacant, his face pale. The room fell into a dead silence. From then on, I became more extreme. Anyone who dared to disobey would be made to lie on the desk, and I would strike them hard with a ruler. His fingers unconsciously rubbed on the table, as if he could still feel the ruler in his palm, hear the terrified gasps and choked sobs of students. They feared me, afraid to say a word, afraid to tell their parents, and trembled every time they saw me at that time. I thought this was the dignity of the teacher and the thrill of having power. He took a sharp breath, holding his head with both hands, his voice was already completely trembling. But later I realized how wrong I was. Tears rolled down his cheeks, he wiped fiercely, his gaze turning painful and desperate. One student, because I scolded him too harshly, ran out of the classroom. When I found him again, he was already a lifeless body. His fingertips trembled, his voice was almost shattered. At that moment, I realized I was not a teacher, I was just an abuser, a complete villain. I always boasted to others that I was a good teacher, yet in reality, I did many inhumane things. He buried his head deeply, his body slightly trembling, tears dripping onto the table, soaking into the wood's grain. I'm sorry, I truly apologize to them. His shoulders shook, releasing a restrained sob, as if he could no longer hold it in, pouring out all his guilt and pain. The air was thick, heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. At this moment, no one spoke, no one comforted, nor did anyone easily judge whether his words were true or false. Qin Lang looked at Li Zhihong and the others. Indeed, none of them are human. But what he was more curious about now was, what was the basis for judging whether someone was truly remorseful for that crime in this game? If judged incorrectly, then the wrongly chosen person would die. The only way to think was by elimination. Exclude those who might be lying, those who had not committed related crimes yet forcefully claimed they had, and what remained would be the truly guilty ones. The people who need to be purified. So what will those who draw crimes they have never committed do? At this moment, Zhao Mingxian crossed his arms over his chest, leaned against the back of the chair, and coldly scanned Li Zhihong, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Enough, stop pretending. I have seen too many scum like you. Zhao Mingxian let out a light scoff, his gaze sharp as if questioning a criminal. You say you regret it? But, he squinted, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened, but his tone grew colder. If you truly regret it, why didn't you turn yourself in back then? Zhao Mingxian leaned slightly forward, exuding a strong sense of pressure. I have seen many people like you, they never truly repent until they have spent a few years in prison or are truly caught. His voice was low, but each word was like a heavy hammer, pounding on Li Zhihong's heart. Stop acting here, do you want to fool us into letting you go, or do you want us to believe that your conscience has suddenly awakened? As soon as the words fell, Li Zhihong slammed his hand on the table, his face turning red, eyes filled with anger. Zhao Mingxian. You don't have the right to talk about me. Are you very clean? Li Zhihong's chest heaved violently, as if he was about to explode, his eyes filled with both anger and a sense of humiliation. What right do you have to say that? Do you know me? Do you know what I think? Li Zhihong's hands were tightly clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white, the voice trembling slightly due to his agitation. I have already admitted my mistakes, I have already been repenting, what right do you have to insist I am pretending? Just because you are a police officer? You think you can casually convict people? Zhao Mingxian replied, I just stated my inference, why are you so anxious? Li Zhihong gritted his teeth, you. He looked at the serpent man, I sincerely repent, and he is causing trouble here, aren't you going to intervene? The serpent man smiled, I'm just facilitating, everyone is free to communicate, just don't resort to violence. Next, please begin. Shen Wanqing's fingers gripped the card tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. The card also had 4 words written on it, secretly filming patience. Everyone was stunned. Shen Wanqing is a pediatrician. The amount of information is a bit overwhelming. Shen Wanqing's eyes fluttered, seemingly struggling with whether to speak, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her lips trembling slightly. She took a deep breath, as if to suppress all her emotions, but a trembling voice still emerged from her throat. You all know, I am a pediatrician. Her voice was very soft, she licked her cracked lips and continued. A doctor's duty is to save lives, but I. She paused, looking down at the card in her hand, her fingertips rubbing over it as if trying to erase those words. Every time a child comes to see a doctor, I always comfort them, telling them not to be afraid, they trust me and see me as the adult protecting them. But there is a hidden camera on my desk. As soon as this sentence was uttered, the room seemed to grow a few degrees colder. Her breath quickened slightly, as if with each word spoken, the pressure on her chest grew heavier, her eyes revealing painful emotions, as if recalling those scenes. Everyone held their breath, their expressions gradually solidifying. Shen Wanqing's hands trembled slightly, her voice becoming tight, but she continued to speak. The camera was carefully positioned, perfectly capturing their bodies each time I examined them. I pretended to be nonchalant, pressing the switch. I told myself I was just recording, that I hadn't done anything, but the truth is, I knew where those videos would go. Those videos would be sorted out and sold to some wealthy individuals. Her voice gradually lowered, as if something was pressing down on her, even her breathing became rapid. Her fingers unconsciously grabbed the corner of her clothes, her nails almost digging into her palm. Her throat felt as if it were blocked, and her voice became hoarse. She raised her hand and forcefully wiped her face, as if trying to erase the invisible sense of guilt, but the more she wiped, the more painful her expression became, and the red blood vessels in her eyes became even more prominent. I know what kind of people the buyers are. They are willing to pay a high price, their needs. But I never thought about it. As long as I didn't think about it, I could pretend none of this was my fault. I thought that was enough, but later, I went to the orphanage. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Those children. They have no parents, no one to protect them. I used my identity as a doctor, still doing the same thing. Her gaze completely lost its luster, as if she was drowning in her own guilt. Her hands slowly hugged herself, as if trying to curl up, and her voice trembled. Once, a child cried and asked me, "Dr. Ant, will you protect me?" She closed her eyes, and tears finally fell, hitting the table and splashing a tiny watermark. Her throat moved as if swallowing bitter emotions, slowly uttering the last sentence. I nodded and smiled at her. Of course, Dr. Sister will protect you. Her voice choked, like a blade stabbing into her heart, and she could no longer hold herself up. She collapsed onto the table, her shoulders trembling violently. I know. I am guilty. I shouldn't have done that, but at that time, I really needed money. After I passed a side mission, I no longer lacked money, but I was still controlled by those rich men. After all, if I didn't continue doing those things, they would ruin my name. The entire room was silent, as if even the air had frozen. Zhao Mingxian spoke again. So, you say that someone kidnapped the children from the orphanage and forced you to come here is also a lie? You don't care about those children at all? Shen Wanqing immediately began to refute. No. It's true. Of course, I care. If I didn't care, how could I be so remorseful? The others looked at each other, saying nothing. Xin Lang's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze moving between the people, a strange unease rising in his heart. He looked around, every face showing regret and pain, as if they were truly bearing a heavy guilt. Their statements were full of details, from the motive of the crime to the process of its implementation. Even their psychological changes afterward were clearly described, as if they had personally experienced it. But something was wrong. If they drew crimes they hadn't committed, then theoretically, their descriptions should have logical flaws, or the details should not be so real. After all, even a good liar, when faced with a crime they've never experienced, would find it hard to be flawless, and their emotions wouldn't be so immersed in it. In such a high-pressure environment, they should have made more mistakes. Moreover, this wasn't just ordinary lying, it was about fabricating a reasonable and convincing crime story in a very short amount of time, and making it seem real. However, the few people earlier, Su Lina, Li Jiheng, Shen Wanqing, had all narrated too smoothly. The emotional fluctuations, the regretful struggles, even the rhythm of their crying was just right, like people who had been immersed in pain for a long time, suddenly pushed to the brink of collapse. But if they had truly committed such crimes, their hearts would be extremely cold, almost sociopathic. How could they collapse in such a short amount of time? Xin Lang's fingers unconsciously tapped the table, his thoughts rapidly turning. His intuition told him, something's wrong here. But where exactly is the problem? Is it that their performance is too superb, or is there a certain force influencing them? Chapter 103, Over Confession. It was Zhao Mingxuan's turn to confess. He took a deep breath, looked down at the cards in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twisted into an ambiguous smile, then quickly restrained his expression and scanned the people present. His voice was low, carrying a slight rasp, as though lost in a distant memory. Breaking the law while knowing the law. He slowly uttered the 4 characters on the card, sneering to himself, this really fits me. He placed the cards on the table, hands clasped, fingers slowly rubbing his palms, as if reminiscing or weighing how to recount this crime. I used to be a police officer, a lawman dealing with criminal cases. He let out a cold laugh, his gaze slightly drooping, as if he didn't want to meet anyone's eyes. I fought against evil every day, but I also did disgraceful things, and not just once or twice. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, then continued, a few years ago, a colleague came to me, saying he had his sights set on a businessman. That businessman was involved in a lot of shady business, spending extravagantly, keeping mistresses, engaging in speculative trades, and possibly even related to money laundering. My colleague told me that if we teamed up and applied a bit of pressure, we could make this guy obediently hand over money. Zhao Mingxuan's fingers lightly tapped his knee, his tone chillingly calm. At that time, I didn't hesitate much and agreed. After all, that guy's hands weren't clean either. In other words, the fact that he could be extorted by us meant he should have been caught long ago. Justice doesn't only have one form. I felt that this was better for him than just throwing him into jail. At first, our plan went smoothly. We made him a suspect in a case, making him believe he could be arrested at any moment. Zhao Mingxian chuckled lightly here, but there was no trace of laughter in his eyes. He did panic, immediately obediently handing over a substantial bribe. During that time, we lived quite lavishly. He paused, gazing at the cards on the table, gently sighed, and his tone grew somber. But once a person tastes sweetness, it becomes hard to stop. We weren't satisfied with just taking one sum of money, so we found another excuse to force him to continue paying protection fees. But he was a businessman, not stupid. Realizing we were getting a taste for it, he began to talk about cooperation. He continuously used money to corrupt me and my colleague, trying to make us his protectors. But the truth cannot be hidden, he was eventually caught. Once the news got out, we knew things were going to get tough. Zhao Mingxian gently bit his teeth, his gaze growing murky. That colleague of mine was even more ruthless. He felt we couldn't let this guy turn things around, so we found an excuse to kidnap his family. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Zhao Mingxuan's voice slightly lowered, as if stating something utterly normal. We made that guy understand that if he didn't comply with our demands, his family would be. And then, he broke down. Zhao Mingxuan's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. That boss didn't go to the police, but chose to commit suicide. He closed his eyes, as if recalling the scene from back then, his fingers curling slightly, his voice carrying a hint of exhaustion. Sadly, sometimes life's fate loves to play jokes. He paused, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. If I had gone to prison back then, maybe I wouldn't have ended up in this hellish place. After Zhao Mingxian finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, as if finally shedding some burden, or perhaps sinking into endless contemplation. Li Zhihong sneered, crossing his arms, his gaze filled with obvious disdain and sarcasm. He stared at Zhao Mingxian and said with a dismissive tone, "You really are hypocritical enough, Officer Zhao. Just now, you were talking about me, yet you are more wicked than I am." Zhao Mingxian slowly opened his eyes, a faint cold smile still on his lips, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he could see through Li Zhihong's pathetic psychological attacks at a glance. He scoffed, his tone lazy yet carrying an undeniable oppressive weight. "Oh? You say I am more evil than you?" He leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercingly fixated on Li Zhihong, his voice low yet powerful. "I colluded with businessmen, extorting and blackmailing, and ultimately drove that guy to suicide, but what about you? But at least we sacrificed one, indirectly saving many others. How many children did you harm? Can you count them?" Zhao Mingxuan's words were like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into Li Zhihong's heart, causing his expression to instantly stiffen. Zhao Mingxian coldly laughed again and continued to press. "Those children you hit, scolded, humiliated, and tormented, their psychological scars will last a lifetime. You didn't just ruin one person's life, you destroyed countless futures. What right do you think you have to condemn me here?" Li Zhihong opened his mouth, his face turning red and then pale, yet he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. His lips trembled, his gaze evasive, as if Zhao Mingxuan's words had struck deep into the part of him he most feared to confront. He had just been high and mighty, trying to belittle Zhao Mingxian, but now his words turned, and he became the one filled with shame. Qin Lang silently watched the confrontation from the side, his brows slightly furrowed, feeling increasingly uneasy inside. His gaze lingered on Zhao Mingxian, quickly sorting through everything he had just heard in his mind. Zhao Mingxian could have stopped the topic after mentioning colluding with businessmen and begun to confess. But he actively continued to expose details, even describing how he had cornered the businessmen. So abnormal. Qin Lang thought to himself, under normal circumstances, a person would minimize their crimes to avoid suspicion, yet Zhao Mingxian did the opposite, painting his sins as even worse. This was not the reaction one would expect from an ordinary person in such a situation. His gaze deepened, instinctively feeling that this confession game seemed to hide something he had not yet detected. Chen Hao's fingers trembled, barely able to hold onto the card. He took a deep breath and reluctantly flipped the card over. Abandoning the ex-wife. The four black characters entered everyone's sight like a cold and cruel judgment. Chen Hao's Adam's apple rolled, an indescribable pain and guilt flashing in his eyes. Zhao Mingxian let out another cold snort. Chen Hao had previously offered various excuses, saying he took risks for his paralyzed wife. Yet he still bore such a crime on him. Chen Hao was covered in sweat and said, "My wife's paralysis, it was caused by me." Chapter 104 Coincidence. Chen Hao lowered his head, his voice dry, as if weighed down by some form of guilt. I once swore I would take care of her for a lifetime." He gritted his teeth, his gaze wandering, afraid to make eye contact with anyone, as if fearing to see disdain and blame in others' eyes. "That year, I was unexpectedly chosen to enter a dungeon, and then earned a huge sum of money, instantly reversing my fate. At first, I thought that our lives would get better, that our destiny would change because of this. I held her hand and told her that no matter what happened, I would stay by her side, care for her, love her. I thought I could do it, I thought as long as I persisted, I could hold on. But later, I began to find all kinds of excuses not to go home. I spent my time outside, drinking with friends, going to nightclubs, and even finding other women." His fingertips unconsciously tightened on the table, his knuckles turning white from the force, as if he wanted to grasp something that had already slipped away. Chen Hao suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if to suppress all the regrets and guilt in his chest, but his voice still trembled. "I was hired by a company and then became their thug, sinking further, going home even less than before. My wife, when she went out to look for me, she was in a car accident." Chen Hao's eyes turned red, tears shimmering faintly in his eyes, but he still held on and continued to speak. "I harmed her." He gave a bitter smile, filled with endless self-mockery and pain. He suddenly raised his head, deep regret shining in his eyes, as if he wanted to lay bare his sins before everyone. She was lying in a pool of blood at that time, the driver had fled, and no one helped her. If it weren't for a passerby, she would have. But I was outside, drowning in pleasure, pretending I was still free and unrestrained. She could have lived well. If I had taken a little responsibility, hired a caregiver for her, bought her medicine, she wouldn't have died from an infection in the end. He covered his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking violently, as if he could no longer bear the heavy weight of his guilt. Chen Hao's sobs were deep, filled with heart-wrenching pain. I was wrong, I was really wrong. The room fell into complete silence, even the air seemed to freeze. Everyone was silent, their expressions varied, but Qin Lang's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Why is he saying so much in detail? Qin Lang's heart was flooded with confusion. Chen Hao's emotions had collapsed so completely, his words full of regret and pain. If this was just a lie he made up, how could it feel so real? But if it was true, why would he expose himself so candidly in this occasion? An indescribable sense of unease gradually surged in Qin Lang's heart. He clearly felt a net waiting for him. So far, everyone had been sincerely confessing, hardly showing any signs of falsehood. Especially in their confessions, unless all 5 of them were born to be exceptional actors, it was impossible to have such expressiveness. What's wrong? Yizi's fingers paused on the table for a moment, trembling slightly as she opened her card. She glanced down, and the color drained from her face, leaving her frozen in place. Betray the teammate. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but her throat felt blocked, unable to produce a sound. She took a deep breath, her gaze wandering, as if remembering the painful experience that tormented her. It's my turn. That was a nightmarish dungeon. Her voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of restrained pain. We were 4 people in total, trapped in the dungeon. We knew we had to find an exit, or we would die at the hands of monsters. Her hands tightly clutched the edge of her clothes, her knuckles turning white, as if she needed to pull herself together to endure the torment of continuing to speak. The monsters in that dungeon, they were not like ordinary monsters, they wouldn't attack recklessly but watched us, as if waiting for the prey to make a mistake. Her throat moved, taking a deep breath, at that time. I was responsible for setting traps. We had planned to lead the monsters into traps and then attack them all at once to dash for the exit. Her gaze gradually lost focus, immersed in that nightmarish memory. But I made a mistake. Her voice hitched, her eyes red, her nails digging painfully into her palms. At that time, I was too nervous, my hands kept shaking, causing the trap not to trigger. The monster was not trapped. We were instead discovered by it. Her eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head, her voice starting to tremble. It began to approach us, and we all panicked. Everyone was running, but I couldn't move. Her shoulders shook gently, tears sliding down her cheeks, she bit her lip, afraid to recall what happened next, yet she had to continue. I was so scared. I was really scared. It was getting closer, I felt like it would pounce at any moment. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. So I did something I can't even forgive myself for. Her voice shattered completely, tears streamed down, her fingers clenched, as if trying to suppress the fear within her. I deliberately exposed my teammate's position, letting the monster find him. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, the expressions of everyone changed slightly, but she didn't look up, just lost in her own pain. The monster lunged at him. He didn't have time to react. He looked back at me. Her voice grew smaller, as if crushed by memories, tears fell, sobs escaped her lips. His eyes, he must have wanted me to save him. She covered her face tightly, as if trying to hide her tears, but the trembling of her shoulders exposed her inner breakdown. But I didn't. I just stood there foolishly, watching the monster grab him, watching him struggle and scream madly, then, piece by piece, torn apart. Her voice was broken, her gaze unfocused, her whole body curled up in the chair. He died. I caused his death. Her hands gripped her arms tightly, tears falling uncontrollably, her voice choked with unspeakable pain and regret. If it weren't for me, he could have lived, but I sent him to his death to save myself. Qin Lang looked at Yi Zi, and more thoughts filled his mind. Yi Zi had previously mentioned betraying her teammate, it couldn't be fake. So Yi Zi was truly repentant, and the sins she drew were real. Then the 2 people that the snake in the mouth said needed to be purified must be her and Yi Zi? The other 6 had sins they had not committed? Could there be such a coincidence? Chapter 105, Dark Words. Yi Zi's crying echoed in the silent room, heavy enough to suffocate. Qin Lang's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. No, something is definitely wrong. First of all, this game demands true repentance, but if it's too real, then when others point it out, one would be doomed. So from a personal perspective, one must lie. Why are Zhao Mingxian and the others so serious, even a bit overacting? Han Zhuoran's fingers stroked the edge of the card for a moment, ultimately taking a deep breath and flipping it over. Perjury. Han Zhuoran smiled, I indeed did this once. He stared at the card, his expression complex, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, like he wanted to smile bitterly but couldn't. I did commit perjury once. His voice was somewhat deep, as if carrying a heavy burden of guilt. This matter, I originally thought I could forget, but it has haunted me like a nightmare. He lowered his gaze, his eyes flickering, as if his thoughts floated back to that gloomy courtroom, that decision he still couldn't let go of. That case, it was quite sensational. He spoke softly, his tone slow, yet filled with a suppressed pain. The defendant was a serial killer, a complete demon. He killed 6 people, in a brutally cruel manner, yet I stood on his side. It wasn't out of fear, nor was I threatened. I simply wanted to prove that I could do what others couldn't. He chuckled bitterly, his voice carrying a hint of self-mockery. I was young then, just beginning to make a name for myself in the industry. I want everyone to see my ability. I want people to know that even in the most terrible cases, as long as I want, I can turn it around. So, I accepted their deal. Han Zhuoran raised his head, his eyes somewhat hollow. The murderer's family was very wealthy. They gave me a large sum of money. It was a number I couldn't refuse. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, yet his tone held not a hint of pride, but rather a deep regret. At that time, I thought, to clear his name would both make me famous and earn me money, even if he was extremely guilty. Why not take a gamble? Han Zhuoran's gaze gradually dimmed, his fingers unconsciously rubbed against his pants, as if he was touching an indelible scar. I altered testimonies, overturned the original evidence, and used legal loopholes to redirect all the clues that were originally against him into police investigation errors. On the day of the trial, I stood in the courtroom, watching the angry, desperate gazes of the victims' families. They were crying, shouting, pleading, but I closed my eyes, pretending not to hear. When the verdict came down, the criminal was acquitted. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Han Zhuoran's shoulders trembled slightly, as if he was enduring a pain that couldn't be spoken. I thought I would be happy. After all, I succeeded. I proved my ability. He forced a bitter smile and shook his head, his voice holding a trace of restrained bitterness. But when I walked out of the courtroom, when I saw that man standing in the crowd, revealing a mocking smile, I suddenly felt like I was being torn open by a wound. A few months later, news reported his next case. He killed again, more brutally than before. The victim was a young girl living alone. Zhao Mingxian showed a disdainful expression, as if he wanted to stop him from continuing. Han Zhuoran closed his eyes, took a deep breath, his voice becoming hoarse. If I hadn't helped him commit perjury back then, that girl wouldn't have died. His voice finally carried an unmasked regret. It was I who let this demon go. It was I who personally sent him back to the streets, allowing him to continue killing. I am guilty. I was wrong. His nails dug deep into his palm, as if punishing himself. I thought I could control the law, I could control everything, but in the end, I was merely a hired executioner. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes red, his Adam's apple lightly moving, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately just lightly uttered a sentence. I truly feel guilty towards my profession. He closed his eyes, as if he didn't dare to face everyone's gaze anymore. The room was dead silent, even the sound of breathing seemed heavy. However, Qin Lang's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. It started again. Why is their confession always so detailed? Even unnecessary details are explained one by one? Are they all good people? Thoughts surged in Qin Lang's mind, as if being pulled back to the initial rules by an invisible force. He forced himself to recall every detail, trying to find flaws among those seemingly just terms. However, the more he thought about it, the faster his heart raced, as if he had glimpsed some horrifying truth. This confession meeting could never find the truly guilty person. Or perhaps, everyone here is guilty. He slowly scanned his surroundings, his gaze lingering on each person's face for a moment, trying to capture even the slightest hint of flaw in their expressions. But what he saw was only regret, repression, pain, and that deep-seated calmness in their eyes. Qin Lang suddenly realized a key point: the number of victims had already been decided from the beginning. The snake spoke at this moment. Mr. Qin, it's your turn. Qin Lang frowned. The snake said that the truly guilty ones were 2 people. But why 2? Why not 1, or more? Right, he and Yi Zi just happened to be 2. Qin Lang realized this rule had long been set, and no matter how they struggled, in the end, only one of him or Yi Zi could be pushed onto the judgment seat. This confession meeting was never meant to find the guilty, but to create them. Everyone was telling their own sins, their tone heavy, emotions full, even detailing the environment, their psychological activities, and every little aspect. But were these stories all really true? Qin Lang's heart suddenly skipped a beat, his pupils slightly constricting. The stories told by Han Zhuoran and the other 6 began to replay in Qin Lang's mind over and over again. Murdering a husband, breaking the law, invading a student. These were all things they could have done. But where was the flaw? Qin Lang rapidly replayed everyone's confessions in his mind, his thoughts spinning like gears. Ah! Qin Lang instantly realized, all those people's confessions contained one similar phrase. Chapter 106, Breaking the Situation. Qin Lang took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down, beginning to organize the thoughts one by one. After Su Lina finished her story of murdering her husband, she finally whispered, "I was wrong. I was really wrong." Li Jiheng, after admitting to hurting a student, cried so hard he was choking up, saying, "I am guilty, really guilty." Others were almost the same, and all showed signs of acting. Xin Lang's pupils suddenly constricted. If only one or two people said this, he might not think too much, but since everyone added this similar phrase, it was definitely not a coincidence. This was very likely a code. The true meaning of this sentence was not to admit guilt, but to send a message to a teammate: the crime I drew is real. They were using this method to eliminate options. If the number of people who truly confessed their crimes exceeded 2, it could only mean one thing: all the crimes drawn by everyone were real. In this case, all they needed to do was select one sacrifice. This sacrifice would only come from him or Yi Zi. This explained Xin Lang's previous confusion. If these people really hadn't committed these crimes, when they were fabricating stories, there would surely be logical flaws, or they would show obvious guilt. But not only did they tell their stories in great detail, but they also showed a strong sense of guilt and remorse without any flaws. In fact, this was just sending a signal. Just now, Han Zhuoran directly admitted, "I really did this." This meant they had completely confirmed the code. The crimes drawn by the six were all things they had done. All they needed to do was obediently end their confessions and then uniformly point at themselves or Yi Zi. The snake had lied from the very beginning. Alright, so this is how we're playing, huh? Xin Lang coldly laughed in his heart. So now, he and Yi Zi were entirely kept in the dark, becoming the only lambs to be slaughtered. So how could he escape? Xin Lang glanced at the card in his hand. Patricide. This was something he had indeed done. Even more coincidentally, the original body had also done this thing. Han Zhuoran and the others would definitely point at him or Yi Zi in a bit. Then he and Yi Zi were bound to stay behind. Xin Lang didn't want to see this scene happen because he didn't trust these six people, and Su Mubai should also not want this. He glanced at Su Mubai in the corner. Her gaze was indeed constantly shifting between him and Yi Zi. Directly flipping the table? No, acting violently in this room would be too risky. Moreover, the snake was the administrator. Killing the administrator could result in unexpected punishment. Xin Lang stared at the card in his hand. Deep in thought. Suddenly, Xin Lang had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Got it. It was time for Xin Lang to confess, and all eyes turned to him, with looks that carried a sense of pressure, even a hint of indescribable malice. Xin Lang, it's your turn. Han Zhuoran chuckled lightly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Go on, do you have something to hide? Zhao Mingxian crossed his arms, a sly smirk creeping up his lips. Yeah, everyone has to confess, you can't escape. Shen Wanqing said softly, her voice gentle like she was coaxing a disobedient child. Xin Lang narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the people around him, his suspicions growing stronger. Everyone else had confessed, they were now safe, while he and Yi Zi were the only ones left. From the very beginning, the six of them had secretly made an agreement. Xin Lang cast a discreet glance at Yi Zi. She lowered her head, her face pale, her lips trembling slightly, clearly aware that something was wrong. Han Zhuoran and the others might have spoken the truth, but they were planning to make Xin Lang and Yi Zi scapegoats. Xin Lang took a deep breath and suddenly looked at the silent half-human half-snake, asking, so, the rule is that we confess according to the crimes on the cards, right? The half-human half-snake paused slightly, then revealed a meaningful smile and nodded slowly, of course. Xin Lang asked again, what if I never did what was written on the card? Do you still have to admit it? The half-human half-snake's smile remained, casually stating, the rule is the rule. No matter if you did it or not, you must confess according to what's on the card. Xin Lang's gaze shifted slightly as he continued to question, what if the content of the confession is different from what's on the card? The half-human half-snake squinted slightly, the curve of his mouth rising even more, then it's a violation of the rules. But as it stands, everyone has confessed according to the content of their cards. Mr. Qin, do you not want to confess according to the crimes on your card? That won't do, you will be punished. Xin Lang's smile carried a hint of playfulness as he lightly clapped his hands, the sound echoing clearly in the silent room. Xin Lang said, haven't you heard the saying, the law does not punish the many? The half-human half-snake flicked his tongue, what do you mean? Because they have already violated the rules. He spoke in a calm tone, as if just mentioning it casually, but his eyes held a hint of sarcasm directed at everyone present. Zhao Mingxian frowned, his face full of confusion, what nonsense are you talking about? We're all confessing based on the crimes on our cards. I even confessed to things from years ago. He scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Xin Lang's words, but a sense of unease crept into his heart. Xin Lang didn't answer directly but scanned the room, the smile on his lips deepened, if you don't believe me, just look at the cards in your hands. In an instant, everyone's hearts tightened as they looked down at their cards. The next moment, shocked voices filled the air. What's going on? This isn't right. Why did the content of my card change? It didn't say that just now. Every face turned pale in an instant, the cards they had just opened, stating their confessions, now the words had completely changed. Zhao Mingxian stared tightly at his card, his fingers trembling slightly. The breaking the law he had just confessed to had disappeared, replaced by the bold words perjury. Wasn't that Han Zhuoran's crime? How is this possible? Xin Wanqing's face turned white, her card originally read spying on patients, but it had now changed to breaking the law. She abruptly looked up at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with terror. What have you done? Everyone began to compare with each other, discovering that the content of their cards had all changed. This meant that everything they had just confessed contradicted what was on the cards. The snake human smile finally faded a bit, its narrow eyes slightly squinted, staring deeply at Qin Lang, its tone still relaxed but tinged with a hint of vigilance. Qin Lang, what kind of trick did you pull? Qin Lang shrugged, the smile at the corner of his mouth unchanged. Me? I didn't do anything. Chapter 107 The Rules of the Instance. In fact, just now, while everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of confession, Qin Lang had quietly activated the time pause skill. Qin Lang thought to himself, since you're determined to set me up to die, then I might as well flip the table. He acted without hesitation, quickly walking up to everyone and swapping all the cards they held. After doing all this, Qin Lang returned to his original position, took a deep breath, and released the time pause. Time resumed its flow. It felt as if there was a faint pop sound in the air, and everyone continued without noticing the changes they had just made. Thus, the earlier scene occurred. When Qin Lang asked them to check their cards again, the entire confession meeting fell into complete chaos. What's going on? The content on my card changed? This can't be right. What on earth is happening? Why does it differ from what I just confessed? For a moment, cries of surprise and shouts of anger echoed, each person's expression twisted. This was too bizarre, they could not comprehend what had happened. They suddenly looked up at Qin Lang, as if seeking an explanation from his lips. Yet Qin Lang merely smiled faintly, arms crossed, looking at them with a half-smile. The snake human's expression finally darkened, it squinted its eyes, gently tapping its fingers against its knee, seemingly in thought. It really didn't expect Qin Lang could pull off something like this, directly breaking the entire game rule. But it had been watching Qin Lang the whole time. How could this happen? After all the effort to design a way that could completely eliminate Qin Lang without leaving a trace, yet it still failed? Heh! The snake human let out a soft laugh, frustration leaking into its tone. Qin Lang, you truly surprised me. Its gaze flickered for a moment, clearly contemplating how to respond, but the rules of the game could not continue for the time being. After all, everyone had already confessed, and now, everyone was also wrong. It was like crying at the wrong grave, the rules had collapsed. The snake human stood frozen, hands tightly clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Its scales glimmered with a cold light under the dim lighting, pupils narrowed to fine lines, and its tail anxiously lashed against the floor, making a soft pop sound, as if venting its inner frustration. Qin Lang spoke up, so, what will it be? Do you want to start over? Or would you rather just let us go? The snake human reluctantly said, leave? It's not that easy. Just as it hesitated, the door nearby suddenly made a soft sound and slowly opened. A faint light seeped through the crack, and then the figure of the mare appeared at the doorway. Her steps were light and graceful, as if each step was pressing on invisible piano keys, producing a silent melody. Snake human, do not be so rude to Mr. Qin. She had a hint of an almost imperceptible smile on her face, but that smile had not reached her eyes, instead sending a chill down one's spine. The confession meeting has ended. The mare's voice was calm and distant, as if coming from far away. Congratulations to everyone, you are all free to leave. Her voice echoed in the empty room, carrying an irresistible power. The crowd began to stir, Zhao Mingxian and others breathed a sigh of relief, getting ready to leave. However, the snake human did not move. Its eyes fixed on the mare, a deep growl rose from its throat. Why? The voice of the serpent man was hoarse and angry, his body slightly leaning forward, as if ready to pounce on the mare at any moment. We are not done yet. You cannot just. Before he could finish, the mare's smile suddenly vanished. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the curve of her lips turning sharp as a knife. The next second, her mouth opened wide, her once graceful face twisted and warped, as if some ancient monster was breaking free from her skin. Her mouth widened to such an extent that it could almost swallow the entire room, a black abyss in her throat seemed to lead to another world. The serpent man did not have time to react, the mare's head shot forward, the speed too fast to see. Her mouth was like a giant net, instantly swallowing the serpent man whole. The serpent man's tail struggled briefly in the air, then vanished into the darkness. When the mare's mouth closed, it made a dull crack sound, as if bones were being crushed. The room fell into dead silence, everyone holding their breath, as if even the air had solidified. Su Lina, scared, covered her eyes and screamed loudly. After swallowing the serpent man, the mare slowly lifted her head, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her gaze cold and sharp, sweeping over everyone present. No one can break the rules of this realm. Her voice remained calm, but each word felt like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts, including the administrators. Xin Lang stood up from his chair, his movement crisp and clean, as if the earlier thrilling scene had not stirred much in his heart. All right, got it, we can leave now, right? His black trench coat fluttered slightly with his movement, the hem cutting through the air like an icy arc. Mr. Qin. The mayor's voice came from behind, laced with a hint of an elusive smile. Aren't you going to thank me? Xin Lang's steps paused for a moment, but he did not turn around. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a trace of sarcastic smile. Thank you? His voice was deep and indifferent, like it was squeezed out from the depths of his throat. You are just following the rules, why should I thank you? And you have been wanting to eat me, right? The mayor chuckled lightly, her laughter sounding like it came from a distant place, carrying an eerie ethereal quality. Mr. Qin, you are very clever, but sometimes you still need to be careful. Her eyes slightly squinted, her gaze resting on Xin Lang's back, as if measuring an interesting prey. I hope you continue to have good luck in Silent Hill. Her voice was gentle but carried an unspeakable sense of danger. In that recent trap, you were destined to die. I didn't expect I could save you, truly remarkable. Xin Lang finally turned around, his gaze locked onto the mayor. His eyes showed no fear, but rather a hint of provocation. Oh? His voice remained calm, but there was a trace of disdain in his tone. Is the next one also a guaranteed dead end? The mayor's smile widened in amusement. If you are still fixated on that hidden mission. Her voice was low and slow, as if every word were striking at everyone's nerves, then you will definitely die. Chapter 108, the difficulty is both high and low. Xin Lang's brow slightly raised, his face still wearing that casual expression. Is that so? His voice floated lightly, as if discussing something unimportant. Then I must give it a try. The mayor said nothing more, just quietly watching him, her gaze carrying an elusive depth. She bowed to Xin Lang. Please be careful on your way. Xin Lang no longer said anything, pushing open the heavy iron door, walking towards the next room. The door slammed shut behind them with a dull thud, creating a heavy echo. It was as if they had severed their connection to the world before. A group of people once again traversed a long corridor, and no one spoke to each other. Another room. Xin Lang's words made everyone tense up again. Xin Lang walked at the front and forcefully pushed open an iron door. This room was more spacious than any place they had been before, surrounded by complete silence. The light above cast a pale glow, and in the corners that weren't illuminated, darkness was thick like ink, faintly creating a sense of unease. The floor was made of hard stone tiles, and the walls were carved with strange runes that were unreadable but radiated a chilling aura. Welcome, everyone! A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed, and everyone looked up towards the source of the sound. A huge creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull stood in the center of the room. White mist spewed from its nostrils, and the pair of thick bull horns on its forehead glimmered coldly under the light. Xin Lang waved his hand. No need for such politeness, just tell us what we need to do to get out. Also, how many rooms like this do you have? I still have places to go. At present, Silent Hill was still in the inner world stage. To reach the church, they had to return to the outer world and unravel the secrets here. The bull-headed creature chuckled. You all don't need to rush. The rules for the next challenge are very simple. It paused for a moment, seemingly enjoying the tension on everyone's faces, then slowly said. You will enter a one-on-one combat tournament. Everyone must face a B-rank bizarre creature alone. The standard for victory is to completely defeat your opponent, by any means necessary. There are 8 of you now. As long as you win 5 matches, you can pass this round. Hearing this, the previously tense group relaxed a bit. B-rank? Zhao Mingxian was first taken aback, then a slight smile crept onto his lips. This is too easy. The others also revealed relaxed expressions, exchanged glances, and some even started rubbing their fists, eager to try. For most newcomers, B-rank monsters required teamwork to face, but for these veteran players, it was a piece of cake. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room clearly eased, and some even began to laugh triumphantly, as if this round was already in their pocket. However, the bull-headed creature continued to smile, watching their reactions, a hint of sly amusement flashing in its eyes. With a deep voice, it said, since you all find it easy, well, good luck to you. Xin Lang stood in the crowd, his brows slightly furrowed, scanning his surroundings with a deep gaze. Something felt off, far too off. The theme of this instance had always revolved around confession and sin, but now the challenge was simply a fight? Just winning 5 battles could lead to victory? There couldn't be anything that simple. He recalled the design of every room they had previously encountered. Each rule was filled with conspiracy and traps, exploiting human weaknesses, deceit, fear, selfishness, remorse, and then pushing them step by step to the brink of despair. And now, this round was just straightforward combat? Xin Lang clenched his fists, a vague feeling of unease creeping into his heart. He was confident in his own strength. Although Yi Zi was a bit lacking, it shouldn't be a problem for Su Mubai to take over her body again when necessary. But the problem was that even if he and Yi Zi could win, it would be useless. Others needed to win 3 more matches too. But the issue was he had no idea about the true strength of the others or how to support them. He lowered his eyelids, his eyes complexly glancing over those beside him, each one excitedly discussing the upcoming battles, and some had even begun to itch for a fight. Unaware of the crisis quietly approaching. Finally a chance to make a big splash. Zhao Mingxuan's voice broke Qin Lang's contemplation. He excitedly stretched his neck, bones crackling, his whole being filled with fighting spirit. I was nearly going crazy playing those previous levels. Zhao Mingxian grinned widely, eager to go, saying, "This level is exactly what I like, I'll go first." He pointed his finger at the bull-headed monster standing in the center of the arena, his eyes filled with arrogance and confidence. "Hurry and let me go up, let's start strong." The bull-headed monster grinned, revealing a row of sharp white fangs, releasing a deep, rumbling laugh. He casually threw a clump of dark brown mud he held in his sturdy arm onto the ground. "It's ready, please begin." His voice was hoarse and sinister, as if carrying some unfathomable malice. After the mud landed, it began to squirm like a living thing, its surface bulging and collapsing as if it had a heartbeat. Then, its size rapidly expanded, as though it were about to give birth to some terrifying existence. Seeing this, Zhao Mingxian was first taken aback, then burst into laughter, his face filled with disdain. "Is this all you've got? You can't even unleash a proper monster?" He casually shook his arm, then suddenly flipped his right hand, a dazzling firelight igniting in his palm. In his hand appeared a long spear, dark red all over, its body carved with violent flame patterns, flame spear. The flame patterns on the shaft seemed to flow like living creatures. At the tip, a faint red flame flickered, creating waves of heat that twisted through the air with Zhao Mingxuan's movements, radiating a suffocating high temperature. "Kid, watch closely, this is an A-class weapon, flame spear." Zhao Mingxian shouted loudly to Qin Lang, a hint of arrogance in his tone, "This is nothing compared to the junk you are holding." He slowly raised the flame spear, gave it a gentle shake, and the flame at the tip instantly erupted, rolling forth a scorching wave like an angry dragon, even changing the surface color slightly as if it were about to ignite at any moment. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to respond to him. But it seemed that while Zhao Mingxian appeared arrogant, he did indeed possess some strength. A-class weapons were extremely difficult to acquire, and just the power of this spear showed he was no ordinary character. Indeed, anyone who could enter this dungeon for ranking was not weak. But, would this battle really be that simple? Chapter 109: The Most Fearsome Enemy. Zhao Mingxian was gleefully waving the flame spear, a triumphant smile on his lips, completely dismissing the squirming mud before him. But at that moment, the squirming mud suddenly stopped, as if frozen in an instant, and then its form began to change rapidly. The mud was reshaping like it was being molded by some invisible force, slowly extending and contracting, its outline gradually becoming clear, finally transforming into a man in a police uniform. The man's features gradually became distinct, that familiar yet somber face emerging before Zhao Mingxuan's eyes. Dressed in a deep blue police uniform, as sharp as ever, a badge pinned to his chest, and those pitch-black eyes locked onto Zhao Mingxian, carrying an unfathomable chill. Zhao Mingxuan's smile instantly froze, his pupils constricting sharply, as if he had seen something terrifying that he couldn't accept. Li Yang? His voice trembled uncontrollably, nearly dropping the flame spear. In that room with the Snake Man, he had confessed to working with colleagues as corrupt police, extorting others and sending them to prison. That colleague looked exactly like this monster before him. The police-like man smiled slightly, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth, but that smile held an inexplicable eeriness. "Old Zhao, it's truly been a long time since we last met." His tone was gentle, yet it sent chills down the spine. Zhao Mingxuan's breath suddenly caught in his throat, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and he stood frozen like he had seen a ghost, his eyes filled with terror and unease. Even the voice, tone, and demeanor were the same. "You, how can you be here?" He instinctively took a step back, his fingers unconsciously tightening, knuckles turning pale. Li Yang tilted his head slightly, a playful glint in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Mingxian, the smile on his lips deepening. "What's wrong? My presence here surprises you?" Zhao Mingxian felt as if his throat had been blocked, memories flooding his mind, memories he desperately wanted to forget but could not erase completely. "No, that matter has nothing to do with me." He shook his head violently, his face pale, his tone urgent as if he were frantically trying to shirk responsibility. "Li Yang, don't come after me. I didn't do anything." Yet, Li Yang merely stared at him silently, the smile on his lips unchanged, as if filled with a hint of pity or perhaps mocking Zhao Mingxuan's pitiful attempts at defense. The air seemed to solidify, Zhao Mingxian could only hear his own heart pounding loudly. "Zhao Mingxian, wake up. This is all fake. Don't believe it. Hurry, end this quickly." Han Zhuoran's voice exploded in the air, like a wake-up call jolting Zhao Mingxuan's mind. Zhao Mingxian shook his head violently, the cold sweat dripping down his face brought his awareness back to reality. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, then gripped the fire gun tightly, his gaze becoming steadfast. No matter who this Li Yang was, as long as he stood in front of him as an enemy, there was only one end, complete annihilation. Zhao Mingxian clenched his teeth and charged forward, the fire gun enveloped in blazing flames, stabbing fiercely towards Li Yang's chest. Thump! The tip of the gun accurately pierced into Li Yang's body, however. Zhao Mingxuan's pupils dilated suddenly. Because the splatter of blood and the sensation of tearing flesh did not appear as he had imagined. Instead, he felt as if the gun's tip had sunk into a muddy pit, effortlessly sinking into the opponent's chest, like it was piercing through a bottomless quicksand. More terrifyingly, the fire gun did not penetrate Li Yang like it usually did to enemies, but was slowly being absorbed into Li Yang's body. Zhao Mingxuan's eyes widened in terror. He immediately wanted to retract the weapon, but the fire gun felt like it was held tightly by some invisible force, and he couldn't pull it back at all. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to yank it back, but the gun only quivered slightly, remaining motionless, even digging in deeper. Li Yang's face still bore that chilling smile. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze dark like an unfathomable well, his voice deep and mocking. Old Zhao, are you really that heartless? Zhao Mingxuan's hand trembled, his heart racing dramatically. Li Yang's tone grew gradually heavier, each word like a nail, hammering deep into Zhao Mingxuan's mind. Have you forgotten how sweetly you spoke when you lured me in? You swore up and down that we could get rich together, brothers united, and after this job, we could live well. But what was the result? I was a good policeman, and you turned me into a corrupt cop. Li Yang's voice carried an unfathomable resentment and mockery, piercing Zhao Mingxuan's heart like a festering wound. Zhao Mingxuan's body suddenly froze. Images from many years ago surged violently in his mind. No, impossible, you died in prison. Zhao Mingxian murmured, his face pale, even his breathing turned chaotic. He suddenly let go, stepping back as if electrocuted, his gaze uncertainly staring at Li Yang before him. His lips trembled slightly. You monster, how did you know? This matter, besides him, no one else could possibly know. He hadn't told anyone. But the Li Yang in front of him spoke so clearly. So, he truly is Li Yang himself. Zhao Mingxuan's breath grew increasingly hurried, his heart pounding violently as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. What in the world is this monster? Li Yang slowly stepped forward, each step hitting Zhao Mingxuan's heart like a heavy hammer, as the air seemed to suddenly grow heavy, suffocating him. His face still wore a faint smile, but that smile carried a bottomless coldness and resentment, like a terrifying thing hidden beneath the skin, chilling to the bone. Zhao Mingxian, do you remember? Li Yang's voice was slow and deep, carrying a hint of bittersweet memory, but more couldn't conceal the raging anger. Back then, I was a good cop, a truly good cop. As he spoke, a trace of pain and self-mockery appeared in his eyes, as if mocking that foolish and naive version of himself. But, what about you? When I was at my most helpless, you dragged me into the abyss. Zhao Mingxuan's face instantly turned pale, his pupils constricting sharply, involuntarily taking a step back, as if nailed in place. You even told others that I urged you to extort that wealthy man. But you did it all. Chapter 110 for the wife. Li Yang's voice suddenly rose, his eyes burning with long-suppressed fury. You patted my shoulder back then, laughing as you said, brotherly, taking money to relieve disasters, this little bit of money is nothing to that old man. And what about me? I was not a greedy person at that time, I didn't even want to touch that dirty money. But my wife was seriously ill, the expensive medical bills suffocated me, I truly had no choice. You seized that opportunity and dragged me into this mire. Li Yang's fist slowly clenched, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, looking just like a real person. Zhao Mingxuan's breath quickened, cold sweat rolling down his forehead in large drops. No, it's not true, this is not my fault. His lips trembled, incoherently defending himself, but his voice was so weak that he could barely hear it himself. But Li Yang didn't stop, his footsteps continued to move forward slowly, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing straight into Zhao Mingxuan's soul. Not your fault? Are you sure? Back then, after getting the money, your appetite grew bigger, from a small amount at the beginning to millions and even tens of millions later, you changed completely. But do you know how I felt back then? I lived in fear every day, worried about the day I would be exposed, afraid that when my child grew up, he would learn that his father was once a corrupt cop. And you? Li Yang suddenly pointed at Zhao Mingxian, his gaze as if to pin him in place, his tone even colder. Not only did you not stop, but in the end, you betrayed me. When things fell apart, you pushed all the blame onto me to save yourself, forcing me to take the fall. You successfully walked away from this storm unharmed, even entering the dungeon and winning, enjoying treatment that others could never have. Zhao Mingxian, tell me. In that dungeon, did you also betray teammates to exchange for everything you have now? Li Yang's voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, echoing in this vast space. Zhao Mingxuan's body suddenly shuddered, the color drained from his face entirely. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, his legs turning to jelly, cold sweat soaking his back, even losing the courage to run away. No, don't come closer. Don't come closer. His voice trembled, his hands suddenly raised, as if to block Li Yang from approaching, but the feet kept retreating. Li Yang's footsteps remained unhurried, closing in step by step, with mockery and hatred in his eyes. Han Zhuoran's gaze darkened, and he shouted sternly, "Zhao Mingxian! How long do you want to be cowardly? Stand up and continue fighting." But Qin Lang shrugged, "It's useless, he can't hear you even if you scream your lungs out." Zhao Mingxuan's body trembled slightly as he braced himself on the ground, arms straining desperately to get up. His face was as pale as paper, cold sweat rolling down his forehead in big drops, and his legs felt heavy as if filled with lead. I'm not." His lips quivered, his voice so weak it was almost unheard. He swayed as he stood upright, but the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted, his whole body stiffening for a moment, then he crashed heavily to the ground. Bang! That dull thud of his fall made everyone's hearts jump sharply. "Zhao Mingxian? Hey, Zhao Mingxian?" The bullman slowly approached, looking down at Zhao Mingxuan's lifeless body, his beastly eyes showing no sign of turbulence, as if everything had long been seen before. He leaned down, extended a thick palm to check under Zhao Mingxuan's nose, then stood up, speaking as if stating an insignificant fact, "He has been scared to death." In an instant, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Scared to death? Han Zhuoran and the others' faces changed drastically, their pupils slightly contracting, their brains unable to accept this fact for a moment. Zhao Mingxian just died like this? No blood, no battle, not even a wound, just because of fear, he was scared to death? Everyone's throats felt as if a mysterious hand had tightened around them, making it difficult to breathe. Yi Zi furrowed her brow, murmuring, "What kind of joke is this? How could someone just die right away?" Everyone's gazes unconsciously turned toward the cold body, a deep chill flooding their hearts. Han Zhuoran's fingers curled slightly, taking a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and stated in a low voice, "That. Mr. Administrator, we need to discuss this immediately. This battle is probably far more terrifying than we imagined." The bullman, hearing this, curled his lips into a cold smile, the expression colored with a mockery of spectatorship. Sure, go ahead and discuss. There's plenty of time." He elongated his words, his tone dripping with an indescribable weirdness and mockery, as if looking forward to their next performance. Han Zhuoran's gaze swept across everyone, and he said solemnly, "Next, this mud monster will definitely become the object of our inner remorse. But remember, it is just a monster. Don't be fooled by the illusion. Attack fiercely, do not hesitate. As long as we win 4 more matches, we can clear the game." After he finished speaking, his sharp gaze swept across every person in the team. "No problem. Let's do it. It's just a B-level weirdness, what's there to be afraid of?" Everyone nodded, their expressions resolute, as if they were ready. However, standing aside, Qin Lang furrowed his brows slightly, a faint unease rising in his heart. Since the beginning, he had a feeling that he couldn't quite put into words. If it were him, whatever he saw would probably leave him unfazed within. The question was, could it really be that simple? Just then, Chen Hao suddenly stepped forward, speaking lightly, "Let me handle the next round." Everyone turned to look at him. "Are you sure?" Han Zhuoran's gaze darkened, staring closely at his face. "Of course." Chen Hao nodded, his eyes showing no hesitation. "If the monster takes the form of my wife, it will be even easier." Everyone was stunned, and Qin Lang frowned. "Really, are you sure you won't be affected?" Chen Hao scoffed, his eyes cold. "Affected? What kind of joke is this? My wife, I have only one, no matter how this monster imitates, she is not my wife. Moreover, I came to this instance just to survive and return to her side. How could I be deceived by some mere strange creature?" Chapter 111, The Heartfelt Truth. His words were powerful, making everyone present glance at him again. "All right, then it's up to you." Han Zhuoran nodded, thinking that Chen Hao's fierce determination might really resolve the battle quickly. But in Qin Lang's view, he was just setting a dangerous flag. This contest was said to be a struggle against the sins and dark sides within oneself, but could it really be that easy? Even knowing the truth of repentance. Could it be that this instance had so much information from the beginning? Mind reading? Impossible, right? If there really was such a heavenly ability, there would be no chance of clearing it. Chen Hao didn't say anything more. Instead, he reached out and summoned a black, tangible weapon that slowly appeared in his palm. The gun was sleek and deadly, its body seemingly radiating a faint light, like the sharpest fangs of a predator. Seeing the gun, Qin Lang thought it was quite similar to his own mental bullet abilities. However, there was one obvious difference. Chen Hao's gun bullet seemed to carry special properties, unlike his own, which relied on his mental strength as a source. This is the reward I received from the instance. A-class silver bullets. Even a B-class vampire dupe would be killed in one shot. I guarantee this guy won't have the chance to speak. Chen Hao's lips curved into a slight smile, his fingers stroking the gun, his tone cold. The moment it appears, I will make sure it doesn't even have time to open its mouth. In the air, an atmosphere of death seemed to linger. Everyone focused on him as he walked to the duel platform, hoping the next battle would go smoothly. The mud blob monster started to wriggle again, its surface seeming to tremble with countless small tendrils, like some ominous creature hatching. However, Chen Hao showed no hesitation, raising his hand and firing a shot. Bang! The bullet whistled through the air, accurately aiming for the mud blob. However, the bullet, which should have instantly pierced the enemy, strangely stopped in mid-air, as if caught in an invisible barrier. Immediately after, the bullet slowly dissolved into the air, not even causing a ripple. Chen Hao's expression slightly changed, his brows furrowing tightly. This weapon of his could kill even A-class entities in one blow. How could it be ineffective? In the moment he was stunned, the mud blob monster swiftly solidified, its surface shaping as if molded by invisible hands, gradually forming a human figure. 1 second, 2 seconds. When the figure completely took shape, revealing its features, Chen Hao's pupils suddenly contracted, his face showing unprecedented shock and fear. Standing before him was a man with a deep knife scar on his face. The man was stocky, dressed in a worn-out worker's uniform. His features weren't particularly remarkable, but that face seemed to carry a heavy shadow, making the air feel oppressive. Chen Hao's hand was actually trembling slightly. Chen Hao. Seeing this, Han Zhuoran couldn't help but anxiously shout, "What are you afraid of? That guy isn't transformed into your wife, just attack." Chen Hao didn't respond, he felt as if something had grasped his throat, making his breathing unconsciously quicken. At that moment, Xin Lang standing beside him narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze landing on the man as he calmly said, "No need to ask. I suspect that person is the driver who caused his wife to be paralyzed back then." Han Zhuoran was taken aback, then quickly turned to Xin Lang, "How do you know that?" Xin Lang's gaze was calm, slowly sweeping around as he firmly said, "Have you all noticed that the rooms we've been through are actually connected? They are like a complete screening system, every link has its meaning." Everyone listened, confused, and Han Zhuoran frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Xin Lang raised his hand and pointed around, continuing to explain, "First, this instance will show us the objects of our repentance in our hearts, that is, the people we are most afraid to face. Next, it will judge what unforgivable sins we have committed through these people. After that comes the confession session, where we have to tell our stories in the confession meeting. Whether it is voluntary or forced, as long as we open our mouths, it means exposing our past." As he said this, his cold gaze swept over the expressionless driver standing still, and he continued, "And the scariest part of this instance is that it will create the so-called monster based on your own story, combined with your true inner thoughts." Xin Wanjing felt her scalp tingle and instinctively took a step back, swallowing and asking, "What you mean is, the appearance of this monster is not random, but tailored to the story that Chen Hao most fears being known, the one with the strongest sense of guilt?" Xin Lang nodded slightly, his tone extraordinarily firm, "Exactly." Han Zhuoran seemed to understand a bit, but still frowned, "But, in Chen Hao's story, the only characters involved are him and his wife, right? Why did the monster turn into that driver?" Xin Lang curled the corner of his mouth slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife. "It's simple. Because without this driver, Chen Hao's wife would not be paralyzed." "Don't you understand yet?" As these words came out, everyone looked at each other. Han Zhuoran seemed to understand something but dared not easily speak up. A heavy silence filled the air, and everyone couldn't help but look at that driver again. At this moment, Chen Hao's face had turned pale to the extreme, his fists tightly clenched, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead drop by drop. Xin Wanjing stared at Chen Hao, her expression puzzled. "Wait, if this driver really harmed his wife, Chen Hao should be angry instead, why is he so scared?" Xin Lang sneered, slowly replying, "He's certainly not afraid of that driver, but rather, he's guilty. If it was an accident, he should be angry. But what if this driver was sent by him to hit his wife?" Everyone was shocked. Xin Lang's sharp gaze focused on Chen Hao's changing expression, slowly saying, "The reason he is so afraid is not simply because this driver hit his wife, but because he definitely knows this driver. To put it bluntly, they planned that car accident together." These words seemed to freeze the air in the room for a moment. Han Zhuoran frowned. "What do you mean?" Xin Lang sighed lightly, his tone unusually certain. "Chen Hao does have a paralyzed wife, but he came to this instance, definitely not for his wife, but for other reasons." Xin Wanjing gasped in shock, suddenly looking at Chen Hao. "So, he's afraid not of the monster, but of his own wrongdoings being exposed?" Chapter 112, Cannot Lose Again. At this moment, Chen Hao's expression darkened completely. But he did not say much. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly raised his gun and aimed at that driver. "Fake, it's all fake. I'm not afraid of you." Bang! 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 The gunshots suddenly echoed, flames flickering in the dim room, and the bullets accurately hit the driver. But strangely, the driver didn't even waver, the bullets seemed to sink into a pool of dead water, having no effect at all. Chen Hao's eyes widened, veins popping on his forehead, clearly realizing something was wrong. "How is this possible?" he murmured, then suddenly pulled the trigger again. Bang bang bang. The bullets kept pouring out. The gun barrel was even slightly hot, but that driver remained still, not even a single bullet hole on his body. Chen Hao's cold sweat flowed down his cheek, his fingers began to tremble, and he was finally panicked. Damn it! He cursed softly, suddenly threw away the gun, and rushed forward, intending to fight hand to hand. The driver spoke, "You never change your ways, do you? Want to kill to silence?" Chen Hao shouted loudly, "That's not my fault. You hit her." However, the driver standing there slowly curved his lips into a cold arc, his tone highly mocking. "Heh, you didn't say that when you hired me." Chen Hao's body suddenly stiffened, his pupils shrinking rapidly. Han Zhuoran and Shen Wanqing gasped in disbelief, looking at Qin Lang. Was he really the driver hired by Chen Hao? How could Qin Lang have guessed correctly again? At that moment, Chen Hao's expression completely twisted, gritting his teeth and staring at the driver, madness filling his eyes. He suddenly roared, "You're talking nonsense! Nonsense! I love my wife. Otherwise, why would I take care of her and keep her alive?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room felt a jolt in their hearts, an indescribable chill surging up their spines. The driver's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing deep into Chen Hao's most profound wound. "Are you not clear on why you kept her alive?" His voice was icy, as if carrying a strange echo, endlessly resonating in the room. Chen Hao's expression twisted instantly, his gaze flickering, his teeth grinding loudly, yet he remained silent. The driver slowly stepped forward and continued speaking, "You kept her not because you love her, but because you want revenge." Chen Hao's pupils shrank violently, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. "The only reason you let her live is that you want her to suffer all her life, to know how ridiculous her past mistakes are, so ridiculous that even death is a luxury." The driver's words were like blades, cutting through Chen Hao's facade, piece by piece. "Because during your silence, your wife cheated on you and treated you like a dog. She manipulated your fear of divorce and relentlessly exploited you. Later, by chance, you cleared the dungeon, gained incredible abilities and status, and turned your life around. You thought you finally took control of your life, became the main character. Everything you've done so far has been for revenge against her." The room fell into a deathly silence. Han Zhuoran and others were dumbfounded, their expressions ranging from astonishment to disbelief, and Su Lina couldn't help but gasp, her face pale. "No, that's not it." Lu Hao muttered and shook his head, "Absolutely not." But the driver still stared at Chen Hao, inching closer, his tone icy as he added, "As for your reason for entering this dungeon, it was completely because someone else commissioned you. What you did was not for your wife at all." These words struck Chen Hao's mind like a heavy hammer, causing his complete collapse. "Shut up!" Chen Hao roared like a madman, completely losing his reason. His eyes turned red, his gaze wild, and he suddenly charged toward the driver. Chen Hao erupted with a beast-like roar, his fist, filled with rage, smashed hard into the driver's face. While he lifted his gun, preparing to shoot through this bizarre figure again. But just as he moved, the driver suddenly opened his mouth. That was not an ordinary mouth, it was a pitch-black, deep abyss, capable of swallowing everything. Voo! It felt as if the air was being sucked into that cavernous opening, a powerful force instantly enveloped Chen Hao's entire body. His movements froze. "Ah ah ah!" His screams echoed throughout the room, but just a few seconds later, his voice abruptly stopped. Chen Hao completely disappeared. In the room, only the weapons he left behind fell to the ground, making a soft clatter. The mud blob reshaped itself again, becoming a puddle of soil on the ground. Su Lina's face instantly lost all color, and she collapsed on the ground, her legs unable to support her. She clung tightly to Shen Wanqing, trembling all over, her lips quivered and she couldn't say a complete sentence. Han Zhuoran's face was incredibly grim, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his lips pressed into a straight line. "What exactly is this thing?" His voice was hoarse, laced with undeniable fear. Xi Lang took a deep breath, his brows tightly furrowed, his gaze slowly sweeping over the entire room, and he spoke slowly, "The way this thing works is too strange." A sharp light flickered in his eyes, as if he had already sensed something was off. Why does it know the deepest confessions of each person's heart? Why can it not only comprehend surface sins but also expose secrets even we are unwilling to admit? This kind of ability is simply too terrifying, right? An eerie, oppressive feeling filled the air, everyone held their breath, their hearts seemingly gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard to even breathe. The bullman's gaze drifted among the crowd, a heavy atmosphere spreading in the air. He asked calmly, "Next, who will go?" The room fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at the writhing mud blob monster, their eyes filled with caution and unease. It had just devoured Chen Hao, and the room still retained that suffocating oppressive feeling, as if it would be their turn in the next second. Xi Lang did not answer immediately, instead, he slowly surveyed everyone, his expression deep and somber. He knew that if they lost 2 more times, it would all be over. "We need to discuss this further," Xi Lang whispered. The bullman chuckled coldly, "Feel free." Once people gathered around, Xinlang finally spoke up. I have a plan, although it's extremely dangerous, it's worth a try. Chapter 113, Experiment. Xinlang's voice was lowered to almost a whisper, his eyes shimmering with an elusive meaning. He slightly turned, beckoning a few people to come closer, and then quickly spoke a few words in a volume only they could hear. Listen closely, I have this hypothesis. At the moment his words fell, the expressions of everyone changed dramatically. Do you have any basis for this? And what do you mean by experiment? Han Zhuoran's pupils shrank suddenly, eyes wide in disbelief, looking at Xinlang, his anger barely containable. Xinlang said, I don't know, so let someone try and see if my method works. Han Zhuoran outright refused, you're joking with everyone's lives. He grabbed Xinlang's arm, his knuckles turning white from the force, his gaze sharp as a knife. Sulina stepped back in fear, her face filled with terror. What if it's just like you said? Wouldn't that mean we die for nothing? Shen Wangqing's lips trembled slightly, although she didn't voice a rebuttal, her eyes showed great hesitation. However, Xinlang looked at them with calmness, his deep eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Xinlang said, this is the only way. If you don't listen, you'll only die faster. Shen Wangqing looked at Xinlang, so, what you mean is, one of us must go to die? If your guess is wrong, we might just be wiped out. Xinlang said, that's right. You all discuss who will go. Actually, it doesn't necessarily mean death, it's just a 50-50 chance. But if we don't use this method, we'll be trapped here for sure. Li Zhiheng glared at him, then why don't you go? Why make us go to our deaths? Xinlang answered straightforwardly, if I go, I definitely won't lose. That has no reference value. But what use is it if I don't lose? You all have to win against us to leave here. So we must figure this out. The others looked at each other. Yi Zi stepped forward, I'll go. I am willing to take this risk. Beside her, Sumubai frowned and asked Xinlang, should I go help Yi Zi? Facing the B-level weirdness alone might. Yi Zi spoke, Miss Su, I appreciate your kindness, but it's unnecessary this time. I'm much stronger now, and I'm afraid it would affect Xinlang's plan. Xinlang also nodded, saying, that's right, this time we need to see if they can really read minds. If you go possess it, it will impact the experiment's result. In any case, Yi Zi, just do as I say. If there is real danger, Miss Su can help you later. Yi Zi nodded, thank you all. Then she took a deep breath and added, with your words, Xinlang, I feel like it doesn't matter if I die this time. With that, she took out her paper fan and began to walk onto the stage. The bullman smiled and snapped his fingers, signaling the start of a new round of competition. The mud monster writhed, its form like a boiling pool of black mud, continuously rolling, squeezing, shaping. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating it, molding the chaotic mud flow into a fixed shape. Yi Zi kept her eyes fixed on it. Gradually, a twisted and familiar face surfaced from the mud, followed by its features, torso, and limbs. Yi Zi's pupils contracted sharply, her heart feeling like it was being squeezed tightly. It was him. The teammate she had previously betrayed. Her breathing grew uncontrollably erratic, her fingers turned cold, and goosebumps rose, as if she was suddenly pulled back to that dark night. Luzia. The Luzio in front of her wore the gear they had used during their mission, even the scar from an old injury was faithfully restored. However, an indescribable emotion was on his face, his gaze deep, locking onto Yi Zi intensely. Yi Zi. A low, hoarse voice escaped Luzia's lips, filled with indescribable pain and resentment. Why did you abandon me back then? Yi Zi's footsteps froze instantly, she subconsciously took a half step back, her palms damp with sweat. Her mind churned with unwanted memories. In that moment, Yi Zi understood why Zhao Mingxian and Chen Hao had been so panicked, even leading to their demise due to a breakdown. This mud monster turned into a false persona was even more real than a real person. Facing someone she knew was long dead, and carrying the guilt of her actions, combined with this heavy environment, it was hard not to waver. The doubt in her heart made Yi Zi's previously firm resolve and defenses slightly shake. Luzia continued moving forward, a strange smile still on his face. At that moment, Yi Zi caught a glimpse of Xinlang out of the corner of her eye. Xinlang stood quietly not far away, his gaze steady as iron. Xinlang said, do not be afraid. These three words made Yi Zi's heart tremble, as if a powerful force pulled her back to reality. Her gaze gradually calmed, her fingers tightened slightly, and a coldness appeared at the corner of her lips. She stared directly at the mud monster transformed into Luzia, took a deep breath, and in a calm, firm voice, asked, do you remember when you drugged me? This sentence was like a heavy bomb, exploding with a thunderous bang in the silent space. The expression of the mud monster suddenly froze. Luzia's mouth slightly opened, a flash of panic crossed his eyes, obviously not expecting Yi Zi to say this. The resentment and pain on his face instantly came to a halt. What did you say? Luzia's throat twitched slightly. It seemed like he wanted to refute, but after several seconds, he actually had no words to say. Yi Zi's gaze became colder, she slowly took a step closer, her eyes sharp like a knife, as if she wanted to completely peel away his disguise. Why aren't you speaking? Her voice was deep, but carried a compelling sense of pressure, don't you remember? At that time, in order to make me your woman, you deliberately drugged me before we set off. Luckily the captain discovered it in time. The reason I let the monster attack you was also because of this. I wanted you to be punished. Although this punishment was heavier than I expected, I also didn't think I wouldn't be able to save you. The air seemed to freeze, everyone's breath became rapid. Lucia spoke again, you shouldn't have abandoned me like that. Yi Zi suddenly smiled, you are exposed. Lucia has never drugged me. You really don't have mind-reading abilities. Chapter 114, No Mind Reading. The expression on the face of the Lucia transformed from the mud monster began to twist, anger, panic, struggle. That kind of panic exposed was ultimately transformed into an extremely complex expression. His lips trembled slightly, and his gaze was no longer firm but began to dodge, even carrying a hint of fear. A strange silence spread between the two. The bullman frowned slightly. His gaze locked tightly onto Qinlang, his pupils slightly constricted. So it is. Qinlang slowly spoke, his tone certain, the so-called mind-reading ability, and any knowledge of true evil does not exist. The bullman furrowed his brow, his gaze slightly shaking. Qinlang ignored his reaction and continued, these monsters can indeed shape those people we repent for, even their tone, habits, and logic can be imitated vividly. But it's not because they can truly see through our hearts. They are like an AI, input with specific information in programs. Han Zhuoran nodded, I understand, the consciousness of these mud monsters does not come from our true memories of the past, but real existing information, intelligence. In an instant, everyone's hearts trembled. The bullman's pupils narrowed, still looking a bit unconvinced. Su Lina questioned, I still don't quite understand. Qinlang's mouth curved up slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife, very simple, the system of the instance must have, in some way, mastered the information about each of us in advance. That's why these mud monsters can replicate the people we are reluctant to face deep down. What they know is indeed terrifying, it can strike our pain points directly, even revealing certain facts we are unwilling to admit. But... He paused, the smile at the corner of his lips deepened, they are ultimately not real people and do not truly hold all our secrets. Take the Lucia just now for example, it indeed exposed Yi Zi's unwillingness to face the past, it knows Lucia was once abandoned, knows Yi Zi has always carried guilt. But it does not know all the details of Yi Zi's relationship with Lucia. His tone gradually intensified, each word like a heavy hammer, hitting hard on the bullman's heart. The bullman's expression completely darkened. So? Qinlang smiled slightly, his tone calm but laced with mockery, these mud monsters seem omniscient, but they are actually incomplete, deficient. They only piece together fragmented information to make themselves appear like a person. The bullman stared at him, silent for 2 seconds, then snorted coldly, but so what? You all knew they were fake, but what's the result? You still lost, didn't you? His tone carried a hint of sarcasm, his gaze sweeping past Yi Zi, sweeping past Su Lina, finally landing on Qinlang. It has nothing to do with true or false. The bullman sneered, emotions are things that cannot resist instinct. When you face them, you will still feel fear, still feel guilt, still be bound by your past mistakes, this has not changed from beginning to end. Qinlang quietly looked at the bullman, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. You. He gently shook his head, his tone somewhat filled with pity and sarcasm, you truly do not understand human emotions at all. This sentence made the bullman's eyes suddenly narrow. Qinlang stood in the dim light and shadow, hands in his pockets, his expression calm, as if he had seen through everything. Human emotions are not just fear, regret, and guilt. You think they can only become our weaknesses, but in fact, they are also our strength. Soon, you will understand. The bullman's breath hitched slightly, his fists clenched, and his gaze grew darker. The air around seemed to grow heavy. Yi Zi did not hesitate to launch an attack. Countless white paper sheets suddenly floated in the air, sweeping away like a storm, casting broken shadows in the dark space. Each piece of paper was like a sharp blade, cutting into the mud monster's body, splattering dark debris. Although it did not fall immediately, its movements had clearly slowed down, and even became somewhat hesitant. The bullman watching from the side had a slight change in his gaze and frowned. What is happening? He could see that Yi Zi's combat ability was continuously increasing, and even her enthusiasm for fighting was particularly high. However, Qinlang's expression remained calm, with the corners of his mouth even slightly raised, carrying a hint of a meaningful smile. The reason humans feel regret is because they care. Zhao Mingxian fears his colleague Li Ming, because he once regarded Li Ming as his best friend. Chen Hao fears that driver, not because he fears death, but because he still has regret towards his wife even though he hurt her, deep down, he still cares. Yi Zi is the same, caring for the teammate she once caused to die. Qinlang paused, his gaze falling on Yi Zi, who was fighting fiercely on the field. Her figure was as fast as a fleeting shadow, constantly waving deadly paper sheets in her hand. Each swing forced the mud monster to retreat. Her movements were no longer hesitant, nor filled with fear. Instead, they were replaced by a complete awakening, a calm yet fierce anger. Xin Lang chuckled softly, his eyes sharp as blades. When she finally realizes that you are just toying with her emotions, using those fragmented memories to piece together a cheap illusion, trying to manipulate her with surface information, what do you think a truly normal person would do? The bullman was slightly stunned. Xin Lang's smile deepened, his tone low but full of power, hatred and anger. At that moment, Yi Zi's attack became even more violent. Her paper sheets flew faster. With every wave of her hand, it seemed like a whirlwind surged through the air, those sharp paper blades cutting through the mud monster's skin, leaving numerous deep cracks. The mud monster was not willing to back down, starting a frenzied counterattack, attempting to bind her with its massive tentacles, but it was no longer able to gain the advantage. At this moment, Yi Zi seemed to have completely broken free from the shackles of her mind. Her movements were so fast that they were dazzling, each dodge perfectly timed, and each attack was merciless, even carrying an overwhelming fury. You are not Luja, you know nothing. Yi Zi was no longer afraid, nor hesitant, because she had seen through everything before her. She would no longer allow the guilt of the past to bind her, nor would she let meaningless regret affect her fight. She wanted to win. The mud monster finally revealed its true form, becoming incredibly swollen and huge, starting to launch a deadly strike at Yi Zi. Oh no! Su Mubai shouted loudly. Chapter 115, True Repentance. Su Mubai frowned slightly, watching Yi Zi in the fierce battle, her hand quietly gripping tightly. She looked at Xin Lang and asked, "How about I go help?" Xin Lang only smiled lightly, his tone firm. "No need, Yi Zi can handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, the battle situation suddenly changed. Yi Zi's paper fan opened suddenly, and sharp paper pieces poured out like a storm, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. Countless paper pieces spiraled and danced, forming a silver-white vortex that tightly trapped the mud monster within. The monster struggled to break through this encirclement, but the more it struggled, the more fiercely the paper pieces cut, tearing its body and raising jets of black mud. The mud monster let out a piercing wail, but Yi Zi's expression was incredibly calm. "It's over." She suddenly waved the paper fan, and all the paper pieces abruptly contracted toward the center, like a giant net closing in, completely engulfing the monster. In an instant, a dazzling white light erupted in the arena, followed by the complete disappearance of the mud monster. After a brief silence, cheers of joy erupted from the crowd. "We won!" Han Zhuoran's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene. Su Lina was so excited that she nearly jumped up. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Mubai's mouth, her gaze filled with approval. However, the ugliest expression belonged to the Minotaur. Its eyes were dark, fists tightly clenched, its entire body trembling slightly with anger. Yi Zi slowly closed her paper fan, took a deep breath, and then turned to walk towards Xin Lang, her expression and eyes relaxed. "Xin Lang, thank you." Her voice carried a hint of complexity, but more was the firmness. "I feel stronger than before." Upon hearing this, Xin Lang smiled slightly. "I said, this plan is very risky, you survived because of yourself." At first, he wasn't sure if this monster or the dungeon system really could read the hearts of each of them. If that were true, then the difficulty of this level would be extremely high. Because if there were truly mind-reading abilities, then the human form assumed by the mud monster would be terrifying, continuously spouting many true messages to disturb hearts. He himself was fine, but others might not be able to withstand it. Xin Lang had already raised his head to look at the Minotaur across from him, his smile gradually fading, and his gaze becoming sharp. "So, do you still want to compare?" The Minotaur's expression darkened to the extreme, but it did not seem overly panicked by Yi Zi's victory. On the contrary, it just coldly looked at Xin Lang, a vague smile playing at the corners of its mouth. "No need to compete anymore." Its voice was deep as it slowly said, "Because your opponent is gone." The mud monster had disappeared, and the secret of this level had been revealed to Xin Lang. Indeed, there was no longer a need to continue competing. The Minotaur continued, "Xin Lang, you and my colleagues said the same thing, really hard to deal with." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, Han Zhuoran furrowing his brow in confusion as he looked at Xin Lang. Could it be that these administrators were enemies with Xin Lang? However, the Minotaur did not pay attention to their doubts, but continued, "However, Xin Lang, do you really think you can win like this? What if you discovered the trick? You only found the so-called method, but from beginning to end, you never truly repented or faced reality. The rules and theme of Silent Hill are repentance. So, you can't escape." Upon hearing these words, Xin Lang paused slightly, then revealed a faint smile. He lightly scoffed, as if he didn't care about the Minotaur's warning, and turned to leave. Han Zhuoran looked at his departing figure with confusion, unable to help but frown and ask, "Wait, this isn't right, is it? If killing the monster can end this, then the few of us left have no need to compete at all? But isn't that against the earlier rules? Did he really deceive us with everything he said?" His words voiced the doubts in everyone's hearts, and everyone silently looked towards Qin Lang, seemingly waiting for his explanation. Qin Lang stopped, glanced at them sideways, the faint smile at the corner of his mouth still present, but his eyes had turned a shade colder. Still not understanding? The purpose of every room here, from the very beginning, is not to let us pass, but to lead us to our deaths. If they can't make us die, they might as well let us go. Han Zhuoran trembled all over, his eyes wide in disbelief. Qin Lang continued, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm, the repentance of Silent Hill is very simple, and very bloody. One must die like Zhao Mingxian, after facing the mistakes they've made, this is what counts as redemption. He glanced around, sweeping over the faint shadows that flickered in the room, and the cold smile on his lips deepened. So, no matter how splendidly wrapped the surface appears, all the rules are just illusions. The true purpose is to drive us into a corner, ultimately leading us to death. Every room here is essentially designed for us to struggle and die. Once we uncover the purpose of these trials and the key to our fate, all trials will end. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, everyone shivered, a chilling sensation rising in their hearts. Then, what should we do next? Su Lina's voice trembled slightly. If dying counted as true repentance, did that mean they really had to die next? Qin Lang calmly gazed at the mancow, asking. How many more rooms do we have to pass, and how can we return to the surface of Silent Hill? The mancow grinned, his tone carrying a hint of meaning. I already said, the theme of Silent Hill is repentance. So, even if you really get back to the surface now, it won't change anything. Qin Lang was not surprised by this answer. Then what about the church? In his understanding of Silent Hill, someone indeed stayed forever in the end. Even if they got out, it did not necessarily mean they could escape. The mancow's smile froze for a moment, then he returned to his indifferent demeanor, shrugging. Ha, you're clever, you know the church is key. Actually, you have already reached the church. We are already in the church? Han Zhuoran was shocked. To be precise, you've been beneath the church all along. The mancow said, in light of how hard you've been trying, I'll give you a hint. After you reach above the church, you'll learn the truth of Silent Hill and know how to pass. Everyone felt a chill, a sense of unease spreading in the air. Qin Lang pondered for a moment, then asked again, what about the hidden tasks? How can we fulfill them? Chapter 116, The Faceless Man. The mancow tilted his head, a teasing smile on his face. Go find out for yourself. As long as you can find a basement, you'll learn the content of the hidden tasks. But the conditions to complete this hidden task are extremely harsh, even harder than passing through. The mancow stopped speaking, just watching Qin Lang, his eyes as if expecting something. Qin Lang squinted. This was the same as what the female horse said. The question is, where exactly is that so-called basement? As Qin Lang and the others stepped out of the heavy door, the air outside seemed even colder than before, filled with a disturbing dampness. Before them lay a narrow corridor, which forked into two paths at the end, and an old wooden sign hung over the entrance, the writing, though faded, still legible. The left sign read, Survival rate 60%, but farther from the exit. The right sign read, Survival rate 10%, but much closer. But closer to the exit. The air froze for a moment, and everyone's gaze focused on this signpost. To the left. Li Zhihong almost spoke without hesitation, his tone firm. Although it's farther, at least the survival rate is higher. Yes, I think so too. Su Lina quickly nodded. The situation is already dangerous enough. We don't need to gamble with our lives. However, Qin Lang merely glanced at the signpost, a slight smile curling his lips, his tone indifferent. I want to go to the right. Everyone was startled, and Li Zhihong frowned. Are you crazy? The survival rate is only 10%. Survival rate? Qin Lang snorted lightly, his gaze calmly sweeping over them. Haven't you figured it out yet? These numbers are meaningless. Li Zhihong's expression changed, he gritted his teeth. What do you mean by that? This place is not one where you can rely on probability to survive. Qin Lang's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty. No matter which path we choose, there are ultimately only two outcomes, life or death. In other words, the probability of survival is always 50%. The survival rate marked is just a trap to mislead us. What gives you the right to say that? Li Zhihong clearly didn't believe it. Qin Lang didn't answer. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. I don't need to explain any further. In any case, I choose the closer right path. The atmosphere instantly fell into a stalemate. I'll go with Qin Lang. Shen Wanqing was the first to express her stance, her voice firm. The previous challenges were barely overcome thanks to Qin Lang, now she chose to continue trusting him. Han Zhuoran hesitated for a moment and also nodded. I'll go too. You too. Li Zhihong's face turned extremely ugly, glaring at them. You're simply crazy. Qin Lang smiled slightly, coldly said, if that's the case, then you can go your own way. The air seemed to freeze, the tension at the fork in the road so thick it felt like it could drip water. Li Jiheng's fists were clenched tightly. Su Lina's face was full of hesitation, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and said softly, "Li Go, let's go." Li Jiheng shot Qin Lang a fierce glare, then abruptly turned and walked towards the left passage. Qin Lang didn't look at them again, instead taking a step into the right passage leading to the unknown depths. Shen Wancheng and Han Zhuoran followed closely behind. Qin Lang and the others walked slowly along the dim passage, the floor beneath them faintly exuding a sense of damp decay, as if it could collapse at any moment. The air was filled with an indescribable odor, reminiscent of old, moldy pages, as well as the smell of some kind of rotten flesh. Fleeting blurry shadows occasionally flashed across the walls, as if invisible eyes were watching their every move in the dark. Not knowing how long they had walked, suddenly an old iron door appeared in front of them. The door bore no signs, no handle, only a slight gap, as if waiting for their arrival. Qin Lang walked at the front and pushed the door open without hesitation. The room inside was surprisingly spacious, with grey walls that had no windows, and a bare incandescent bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting a dim yellow light, enveloping everything in an eerie silence. In the center of the room stood a tall figure silently. It was a man, but he had no face. His skin was flawless, the front of his head a flat featureless surface, with no eyes, no nose, no mouth, and even no ears. At the moment he saw him, Han Zhuoran felt an indescribable discomfort. Even when he encountered the man-cow and the man-snake before, he never felt this nauseated. Yet, the next second, the faceless man burst into laughter, despite having no mouth at all. "Welcome, everyone." The faceless man's voice seemed to resonate directly in their minds, gentle yet filled with a chilling eeriness. "I am the administrator of this room. You can call me the faceless man. I know that you have already called me this in your hearts." Shen Wanqing's fingers instinctively tightened, and Han Zhuoran frowned, clearly feeling uneasy about the presence of this guy. The faceless man tilted his head, seemingly pleased with everyone's reaction, then continued in a slightly cheerful tone, "Congratulations on coming here. The next challenge is considered the simplest in Silent Hill." He paused slightly. "This level is not complicated, you just need luck to pass." The air fell silent for a moment. Qin Lang squinted, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Oh, is there such a good thing?" The faceless man gently clapped his hands. The room lights flickered slightly and then lit up with a cold white light, completely illuminating the floor ahead. Everyone followed the light and saw that the space ahead was actually a narrow long bridge floating in the darkness, with the bridge surface made up of square glass pieces, each row consisting of 2 glass panes side by side, extending neatly out 10 rows to the distant end. However, beneath the glass was not solid ground but a bottomless dark abyss. The faceless man slowly raised a slender hand and said calmly, "This is your next test, jump on the glass." Qin Lang's gaze slightly sharpened, and he remained silent. "Jump on the glass?" "The rules are simple." The faceless man spoke in a calm tone. "On the glass bridge ahead, each row has 2 glass panes, one of which is real and can support a person's weight. The other one is fake. If you step on it, you will directly fall into the abyss. Everyone will take turns walking over. As long as you reach the end, you win." After hearing these rules, Han Zhuoran's face instantly turned pale, his throat moved slightly as if something was stuck in it, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. Chapter 117 Luck. At this point, the faceless man paused, seemingly to let everyone digest this information. "In other words, you can only choose one of 2 glass panes to stand on each time. Pick correctly and you move forward, pick wrong, and you will sink into darkness forever. Of course, you can take your time to discuss who will go first, or use other means to test the correct path. By the way, please do not use any skills or items, the consequences of being discovered are quite serious. Alright, let's begin, I look forward to your performance." The faceless man had no facial features, but everyone could feel it was grinning wickedly at Qin Lang and his group. The air suddenly became incredibly heavy. "Relying on luck?" Shen Wanqing furrowed her brows, muttering softly, "This is not a test at all, but a way to send people to their deaths. This is just a life-risking trial." Han Zhuoran could no longer hold back and yelled angrily at the faceless man, "It's clear that you want us to sacrifice ourselves to find the right path. This is not a fair game at all." The faceless man quietly looked at them, his smooth skin still a blank slate, showing no emotional change. Qin Lang said, "I just mentioned that the core of this dungeon is to make us die in various ways. Where is the fairness in that?" The faceless man said, "Mr. Qin is very clever." Qin Lang looked at him, "Do you know me? It seems I'm quite famous among your administrators." The faceless man said, "Of course, your achievements are quite impressive in the eyes of our administrators, and the female horse also praises you endlessly." Qin Lang chuckled, "In that case, can you let me pass easily?" "I'm sorry, the rules are the rules." The faceless man's voice remained cold and calm. "The game has already begun, walk or not walk, the choice is in your hands." He slightly waved his hand, making a gesture of, "Please go ahead, you can take your time to discuss how to proceed, I won't rush you." Everyone fell into silence. Qin Lang gazed ahead at the lifeless glass bridge, squinting slightly, lost in thought. The room was deathly silent, only the sound of the wind softly swirling, wailing endlessly in the abyss beneath the glass bridge. Sumubai looked at the glass bridge before her, frowned, and said, Qin Lang, I am not human, I can pass over in a spiritual form to take a look. There must be a difference between the true and false glass. She lifted her foot and took a step forward, her figure slightly glowing with a faint halo in the air. As a spiritual form, she should be unaffected by gravity, able to pass through obstacles freely. However, with a sharp crack, Sumubai's body suddenly froze. Ah! Sumubai stopped completely, even moving a finger became incredibly difficult. What's going on? Sumubai was momentarily stunned, struggling to raise her arm, but it felt as if her body was nailed to the ground, she couldn't move at all. Qin Lang's gaze darkened, instantly sensing something. His eyes slowly turned to the faceless man, who stood leisurely to the side, pinching a dark red talisman between his fingers. The strange patterns on the talisman seemed alive, constantly wriggling, emitting a special wave that suppressed spiritual forms. The faceless man tilted his head slightly, his tone flat. Cheating is not allowed here. After speaking, the faceless man tightened his fingers slightly, and the red light of the talisman grew more intense. Sumubai's figure instantly flickered. Ah, ah, ah. Sumubai cried out in pain. Yi Zi shouted, Miss Su. Let her go. Qin Lang glared at the faceless man. The faceless man did not respond immediately, but slowly tightened his fingers, seemingly waiting for Qin Lang's next move. Boom! An invisible momentum roared and spread, the air in the entire room suddenly grew cold. Qin Lang's gaze was deep as the abyss, he stood still, his body slightly leaning forward, hands in his pockets, appearing casual, yet hidden sharpness was concealed within. We do not plan to cheat. He spoke slowly, his voice low and firm, but don't push me, I will say it again, let her go. At this moment, the air felt as if it had solidified. Han Juoran and Shen Wanqing unconsciously took a step back, even their breathing paused. The faceless man calmly stared at Qin Lang, his face still expressionless, his smooth skin appearing even more strange under the dim light. The air between the two subtly clashed, the silence lasting for several seconds, before the faceless man suddenly chuckled lightly, slowly releasing his fingers. The talisman turned to ashes in the wind, and Sumubai immediately felt a lightness in her body, regaining her freedom. Heh, then I will give Mr. Qin a bit of face. The faceless man's voice still remained calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. Please everyone, follow the rules. Qin Lang stared at him for a moment, retracted his momentum, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, a smile that was difficult to decipher. All right. Qin Lang said, then let's follow the rules. The room was filled with a heavy atmosphere, everyone stood before the bridge, expressions varied, hearts full of anxiety and unease. What should we do next? Shen Wanqing frowned and asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Yeah. Han Juoran agreed, how do we get past this glass? If it relies on luck, there's no way to cross. Yi Zi also looked up at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. However, Qin Lang only slowly turned his head, scanning everyone, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, carrying an elusive smile. I know how to pass. He said slowly. Everyone was taken aback, then their eyes brightened. Then hurry up and tell us. Han Juoran couldn't help but urge. But Qin Lang spoke calmly, his voice low and meaningful. However, before I tell you, you need to answer me one question. The air suddenly froze for a moment. What question? Shen Wanqing furrowed her brow. Han Juoran frowned impatiently. Qin Lang, stop playing tricks. The most important thing right now is how to get through. Who has the time to waste here? Qin Lang glanced at him, his gaze deep as an abyss. He did not respond directly, but slowly said, this question is crucial. If you don't answer, I won't share my solution. His voice was calm, but his tone carried an undeniable power. Shen Wanqing looked deeply at him, and finally nodded. All right, go ahead and ask. Qin Lang's gaze surveyed everyone, and he slowly uttered a sentence. Who exactly called you to this dungeon? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Han Juoran's pupils suddenly shrank, a trace of unnatural tension appeared on his face, as if something had pierced his heart. After a few seconds, he opened his mouth, his voice a bit stiff. Why are you asking this? Chapter 118 Reason. Qin Lang's sharp gaze swept over Shen Wanqing and Han Juoran. You both said from the start that you were forced to participate in this dungeon. Qin Lang slowly opened his mouth, his voice deep and carrying a hint of scrutiny. Then I want to know, who exactly is forcing you? In the room with the humans and snakes, they each claimed they were compelled to take part in this dungeon. Qin Lang felt something was off right from the start. He came to the dungeon to collect another wheel sword, and with others being forced to participate, it seemed someone had been sending countless players to this dungeon from the very beginning. If he said there was no conspiracy behind this, he wouldn't believe it even if he died. Han Juoran's face slightly changed, his gaze flickering, he instinctively glanced toward Shen Wanqing. Shen Wanqing frowned, her voice low. Is this question really important? Qin Lang smiled faintly, but his eyes were cold as a sharp blade. Of course it's important. If you don't speak, I can't feel at ease. Han Juoran seemed very uneasy, his lips moved slightly but he said nothing. Shin Wanqing's expression was equally complex, seeming to shy away from this question, afraid to speak. Qin Lang said, if you don't speak, we can just waste time here. Anyway, I don't need to clear the dungeon, I can afford it. Shin Wanqing glanced at Qin Lang, then at Han Zhuoran, and finally sighed. Her voice was low and tinged with bitterness, then I'll speak first. Actually, at the beginning, I didn't want to come to this dungeon. But someone found me, saying if I didn't come. Her voice suddenly tightened, as if recalling something that made her extremely anxious. They would expose everything I secretly did to the children. Han Zhuoran's gaze quivered slightly, while Qin Lang's eyes focused deeply on Shin Wanqing, as if waiting for her to continue. Shin Wanqing's thoughts were pulled back to that night. In the dim room, a window was half open, the night breeze blowing in with a damp scent. She had just gotten off work and returned home. The lights were off, making it feel gloomy. As she reached for the light switch, she tossed her bag onto the sofa. However, the moment the light turned on, she saw a figure standing in the living room. The person was wearing a black trench coat, hooded, standing by the window, half of their face hidden in shadows. Shin Wanqing's heart suddenly tightened. She instinctively took a step back and asked sharply, "Who are you?" The person slowly turned their head, their voice low and cold. "Dr. Shin, don't be nervous, I just came to talk to you about a deal." "What do you mean by a deal?" She gritted her teeth, trying to keep her voice steady. The person smiled slightly, pulling out a USB drive from their pocket, slowly turning it in their hand. "On this, are the secrets you've kept all along," they said, their tone carrying a hint of amusement. "If this were to be made public, I bet many people would see you differently, right?" Shin Wanqing's face suddenly turned pale, her heart twisted violently. She tried to suppress the fear within her. The voice tightened. "What exactly do you want?" The man slightly leaned forward, his gaze deep. "Very simple, you just need to participate in a dungeon." Shin Wanqing's heart raced as she said, "I don't want to go to any dungeons anymore." The mysterious person chuckled. "This is a notification to you, not a request for your opinion. If you don't go, the contents of this USB will leak, and this is just the first step." Shin Wanqing paused here, and the room fell into a brief silence. Her gaze was complex as she looked at Qin Lang. "Is this okay?" "I promise, I haven't told a single lie." Qin Lang quietly looked at her, as if confirming the truth in her words. Seconds later, he slightly nodded, accepting her answer. Everyone's gaze turned to Han Zhuoran. Han Zhuoran's mouth twitched slightly, his expression not looking good. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "My situation is similar." His voice was low, as if trying hard to recall the scene at that time. "That day, I was in the office preparing a case," he said, frowning slightly as the memories floated in his mind. It was already late at night, and he was the only one in the law office working overtime. The office light was slightly yellow, and the documents on the desk piled up like a small mountain, the computer screen covered with dense case analysis. Han Zhuoran rubbed his temples, tiredly sighed, and reached for a cup of coffee that had long gone cold. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open a crack. Han Zhuoran suddenly looked up, his brow furrowed. "Who?" His voice carried a professional caution. The door opened, and a man in a black trench coat walked in. The man wore a hood, his face hidden in shadow, making his appearance unclear. Han Zhuoran's heart sank, and he instinctively stood up, quickly grabbing a pen from the desk, staring sharply at the intruder. "Who are you? How did you get in?" The man in black slowly walked to the desk, casually took out a business card and placed it on the table, his tone calm but with an undeniable authority. "Lawyer Han, I'm here to deliver you a special invitation." Han Zhuoran didn't reach for the business card, his eyes narrowing. "I don't know you." The man in black let out a gentle laugh and slowly said, "This is not a case, but a journey." As he spoke, he took a letter from his coat pocket and placed it in front of Han Zhuoran. The envelope had no sender information, only 4 blood-red words: Silent Hill Dungeon. Han Zhuoran's heart skipped a beat, his gaze slightly sharpening. "What kind of joke are you playing?" he said coldly. "This dungeon is so dangerous, do you want me to go to my death?" The man in black lightly tapped the table, his tone still calm. "You have to go." "On what grounds?" Han Zhuoran sneered. "Just because you randomly pull out a letter, I have to go?" The man in black suddenly lifted his head, his eyes hidden in the shadow of the hood, but radiating a cold indifference. "On what grounds?" he repeated slowly, then his lips curled slightly, as if smiling, he uttered a phrase: "Because you have no choice." Han Zhuoran's heart shook, a strange chill creeping up his back. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "What if I refuse?" The man in black let out a light laugh, tapping the envelope with his finger. "Then you might find that the things you've done behind the scenes can no longer be hidden." "I know everything." Han Zhuoran's pupils contracted, staring fiercely at this stranger before him. He didn't believe this threat, but the certainty in the other person's tone chilled him. He instinctively felt this was not an empty threat, but something that would truly happen. The man in black said nothing more, just looked at him, as if already certain he would make a choice. At this point, Qin Lang suddenly interrupted him. "No." Chapter 119, Another Unjust Society. You're lying to me. Han Zhuoran abruptly looked up at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's gaze turned cold. The story you told has too many holes. Han Zhuoran's expression changed, trying to stay calm. What holes? Qin Lang squinted his eyes and slowly said, you said that mysterious man suddenly barged into your office, gave you a letter, and made you participate in this Silent Hill copy, right? Yes. Han Zhuoran nodded. Qin Lang scoffed, ridiculous. As a lawyer, don't you know that your previous dirty deeds might leave evidence against you? He could use that evidence to threaten Shen Wanqing, but to threaten you, I find it a bit unlikely, right? The atmosphere in the room had dropped to freezing point. Han Zhuoran felt trickles of cold sweat on his forehead, trying to stay calm, but his expression was no longer as natural as before. Qin Lang stared at him, his tone steady yet sharp, but the biggest flaw isn't these. Han Zhuoran's fists unconsciously clenched tighter. You are a lawyer, representing wealthy clients, even helping people commit perjury and settle cases. With someone like you, you must have connections to powerful and influential people, right? Qin Lang said slowly, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Han Zhuoran said nothing, but his face turned slightly pale. Qin Lang sneered, but you actually want us to believe that a mysterious stranger, just by threatening you with a few words, made you willingly come to this life and death copy? What about those wealthy backers behind you? Have you never thought of asking for help? Or, are you simply too scared? Han Zhuoran's breath quickened for a moment, but soon steadied. But Shen Wanqing is the same, isn't she? She was also threatened but still came. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile. Exactly, Shen Wanqing's story also has flaws, but do you know what your biggest problem is? Han Zhuoran furrowed his brow. What? Qin Lang's gaze was cold as he slowly said, when I pointed out the problems in your story, your first reaction wasn't I'm not lying, but rather she is the same. If you truly had a clear conscience, why not directly refute me, instead of rushing to drag others down with you? Isn't this like covering up a secret that's too obvious? Han Zhuoran's face became completely stiff. Everyone else turned to look at him, their eyes filled with doubt and inquiry. Han Zhuoran's complexion suddenly changed, sweat trickling down his temples. His breath quickened, eyes darting around aimlessly. I don't know. Han Zhuoran's fingers curled slightly, joints turning white from exertion, his lips trembled as if he wanted to speak but forced the words back down. Qin Lang said again, you are a lawyer, well-versed in human nature, and would make such a basic mistake. I guess that person who found you must have put great pressure on you, right? That person is so terrifying that you dare not even mention them. What I just said is all true. Han Zhuoran's voice tightened, laced with uncontainable fear. Qin Lang, why do you have to push me so hard? Qin Lang quietly looked at him, a faint smile on his lips, not a hint of panic in him. You only told part of the truth, that doesn't equal the whole truth. If you don't speak up, I no longer want to consider you a teammate. From now on, take care of yourself. Qin Lang's words struck Han Zhuoran's heart like a steady and cold alarm bell. Han Zhuoran's breath suddenly halted, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, his eyes instantly becoming even more frantic. He clenched his fists, seemingly engaged in a fierce mental struggle, a hint of painful struggle visible on his face. I can't say, can you stop forcing me? Han Zhuoran suddenly shouted, his voice hoarse, as if he was desperately suppressing some terrifying emotion. He shook his head fiercely, his eyes showing a hint of pleading, if I slip up, I'll die. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were focused on Han Zhuoran. Shen Wanqing's brows were tightly furrowed. Yizi seemed to have guessed something, and an uneasy look floated across her face. Qin Lang remained calm and indifferent. He asked lightly, it wouldn't be the people from the Wudao Society looking for you, would it? As soon as this sentence came out, Han Zhuoran's body jolted violently. His pupils suddenly contracted, the color drained from his face in an instant, and he stood rooted to the spot as if struck by lightning. Something seemed to be lodged in his throat, making it impossible for him to speak. He wanted to deny it, but his expression had completely betrayed him, shock, fear, struggle, and even a hint of helpless despair. The air in the room seemed to freeze in an instant. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to slow down a beat, quietly waiting for Han Zhuoran's response. Han Zhuoran's lips trembled, cold sweat sliding down his forehead, his breathing rapid, fists tightly clenched, as if letting go would cause him to break down completely. When the words Wudao Society were uttered, the atmosphere in the room became heavy, as if the very air had thickened, making it hard to breathe. Even the emotionless faceless man turned toward them. The Wudao Society, a terrifying organization that specifically hunted players in the dungeon to seize treasures, was something that any veteran player would fear. Han Zhuoran closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision, and slowly nodded. Yes, it's them. All eyes fell on Han Zhuoran, their gazes different. Shen Wanqing furrowed her brows tightly, seemingly deep in thought. Li Zhiheng unconsciously took a step back, as if fearing to be caught in an uncontrollable vortex. You encountered the Wudao Society? Han Zhuoran swallowed hard. I didn't know at first, but I had my backer investigate. As Qin Lang said, those people really are from the Wudao Society. At that moment, my backer was about to give up on me, and I had no choice. Qin Lang showed no surprise, no anger, not even a change in expression. Those bastards from the Wudao Society. A cold smirk barely touched the corner of Qin Lang's mouth, but that smile carried no warmth, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cavern. I suspected something was wrong a long time ago. Qin Lang spoke slowly, his tone calm, as if merely stating a fact. From the first dungeon, you almost got me killed. Indeed, someone has been pulling the strings behind the scenes. His gaze swept over Han Zhuoran, slowly gliding over each person in the room, as if judging whether they were trustworthy. Now I understand, those who are manipulating everything from behind are the Wudao Society. Chapter 120, this time, they will be killed. The 4 words hit, and everyone's heart tightened suddenly. Su Lina gasped, Shen Wanqing's expression was complicated, and Li Zhihong was already sweating nervously. And Han Zhuoran looked as if someone had grabbed his throat, his face pale, lips trembling, wanting to say something but unable to. Qin Lang ignored them, lowering his head and letting out a low, icy laugh. Interesting, seems like the Wudao Society hasn't let me go yet. Not just this dungeon, but the previous ones as well, they didn't spare me. Han Zhuoran and the others stared at Qin Lang in unison. You have crossed paths with the Wudao Society? Qin Lang remained silent, which confirmed the unspoken agreement. Qin Lang had long settled scores with the Wudao Society. Ling Long, a member of the Wudao Society, had tried to kill Qin Lang in a previous dungeon, but ended up dying at his hands. Han Zhuoran's face grew increasingly ugly, sweat trickling down from his forehead along his temples, and he instinctively took a step back, as if fearing Qin Lang would suddenly attack him. But Qin Lang merely looked at him quietly, his gaze cold. So? I can only repay the debt in kind. Qin Lang slowly exhaled. A deep voice carried an irresistible sense of oppression. This time, I must uncover the secrets of the Wudao Association and destroy them completely. It was as if an invisible intent to kill exploded in the room, causing everyone to tighten their nerves, even breathing became cautious. This was the first time Yi Zi had seen such an expression on Qin Lang's face. Han Zhuoran's face changed completely, his back was soaked with cold sweat, and he stood frozen in place, not daring to speak a word. Han Zhuoran's face remained pale, he took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound calmer, but it still trembled slightly. No matter what, we still have to get through this first. His voice was deep, but could not hide the fear within. Hearing this, Qin Lang slowly turned around, his gaze cutting through everyone like a blade. You two haven't reached an agreement with the Wudao Association, right? Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran shook their heads violently. No, we wouldn't dare. Qin Lang kept his gaze fixed on them, his expression calm, but a mysterious cold smile played on his lips. Well then. Qin Lang spoke in a calm tone, with an undeniable decisiveness. Since you haven't sided with those bastards, I can take you a little further. Next, I'll lead the way, and you just follow. After saying this, he took a step forward, heading straight for the glass bridge ahead. Everyone held their breath in unison. The glass bridge floated in the void, like a narrow bridge leading to the abyss. Below was endless darkness, like a monster that devoured everything, making one's heart race. The bridge was made up of pieces of transparent glass, reflecting a cold and eerie light under the faint blue glow. Just the thought that half of these glasses were fake sent shivers down one's spine. Taking one wrong step would lead directly into darkness, with no chance of survival. The faceless man stood at a distance, arms crossed over his chest. He gazed intently at Qin Lang's back, his tone carrying a hint of cruel excitement. Good luck. His voice echoed in the darkness like a distorted sound wave, carrying a chill of malice, as if mocking, yet also looking forward to something. Shen Wanqing felt uneasy, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but step forward, speaking in a low voice to remind him. Qin Lang, should you take a closer look at the glass first? This bridge is harder than we imagined, don't be too impulsive. Qin Lang stopped his steps but did not turn around, simply saying, no need. His tone was calm and resolute, without a trace of hesitation. Shen Wanqing was slightly startled, opened her mouth as if wanting to say more, but ultimately fell silent. She felt a vague sense of unease in her heart, as if something bad was about to happen next. Yi Zi looked at the faceless man and found his posture somewhat strange, with his hands behind his back, not knowing what he was doing. So naive. The faceless man sneered in his heart. The truth of these glasses was not fixed but was secretly controlled by him. In other words, no matter how Qin Lang observed or tested, as long as he took that first step, the faceless man could shatter the glass just as he stepped on it. At that moment, Qin Lang would fall unsuspectingly into the abyss, leaving no trace. From the very beginning, it was impossible for Qin Lang and the others to pass. The faceless man narrowed his eyes slightly, a mocking cold light glimmering in his gaze. He resembled a puppeteer watching his puppet struggle, filled with a malicious pleasure in his heart. Come on. He murmured to himself, his smile deepening, let me see what your panicked expression looks like. In the darkness, that eerie smile became increasingly strange and terrifying. Qin Lang had a faint smile on his lips, as if he didn't consider this extremely dangerous glass bridge at all. He gently moved his wrist, his gaze scanning the few people behind him, his tone as casual as if discussing what to have for lunch. Just stick close to me. His words sounded devoid of tension, even carrying a hint of unfathomable confidence. Yeezy swallowed hard. Qin Lang, you have to be careful. She really couldn't understand, was this checkpoint really just testing luck? Or was it hiding some kind of trap? Han Zhuoran and Shen Wanqing exchanged glances, yet this did not make them feel at ease. Instead, it made them even more anxious. They all knew that this glass bridge could not be crossed by luck alone, and Qin Lang looked too relaxed, which made people uneasy. However, Qin Lang no longer explained. He lifted one foot and slowly stepped onto the glass to the left. At the same time, standing far away, the faceless man slightly lifted his chin, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. Heh, they're finally here. He brought his index finger and thumb together, lightly snapping his fingers. Snap. This light sound seemed insignificant, yet on this dangerous glass bridge, it was like the whisper of death. Just as Qin Lang's foot was about to land on the left glass, the internal structure of that glass changed silently. Beneath its seemingly solid surface lay countless fine cracks. With enough weight, it would shatter instantly. One wrong step and there would be no return. Yet, Qin Lang's foot did not actually land. In the moment when everyone held their breath, Qin Lang's expression suddenly darkened, a smug smile curving his lips. Time pause. Start. In an instant, everything in the world came to a halt. Shen Wanqing stood still, her lips slightly parted, as if she hadn't had time to shout anything. Han Zhuoran's eyes showed tension, his fingers had just moved a tiny bit, as if frozen in midair. Even the faceless man in the distance was stuck halfway. The entire space fell into a deadly silence, only Qin Lang was still able to move. He slightly squinted, glancing at the left glass he was about to step on, secretly sneering in his heart. He gently put his foot down, placing his full weight on the left glass, and immediately felt a strange sensation underfoot. Creak. Fine cracks spread beneath his foot, even a slight pressure could completely collapse the internal structure of the glass. So, it really did work. Qin Lang nodded, confirming his guess was right. The faceless man could indeed control the stability of the glass at any time. That was close. Qin Lang murmured to himself, quickly retracting his foot and leaping nimbly onto the right glass. Steady, safe. He looked down, confirming this piece of glass showed no abnormalities, then smiled slightly, already having ideas in mind. Time remained frozen, the entire world silent, as if only Qin Lang stood alone on the bridge. Qin Lang snapped his fingers, and time seemed to resume its normal flow. Qin Lang stood firmly on the right glass, his expression still one of relaxed indifference. He gently moved his neck, producing a crisp crack sound, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces as he said lightly, "See? Very simple." Sumo Bai was first stunned, then a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes, unable to help but whisper, "That's great." Han Zhuoran took a deep breath, wiping away the cold sweat from his forehead. He knew that if it had been him just now, he would probably have fallen off already. Shen Wanqing bit her lip, her eyes showing a bit of disbelief. She had thought Qin Lang was merely being casual, but facing a game that required risking one's life, no one could remain unruffled, yet Qin Lang actually took a step forward safely. However, unlike their shock and relief, the faceless man's mood was extremely complex at this moment. Even anger and confusion intertwined. He had no facial features, and no one could see his expression, but if he had a face, it would probably be completely twisted at this moment. This isn't right? The faceless man raced through the scenes in his mind. He clearly saw Qin Lang stepping toward the glass on the left, and he had immediately crushed the support structure of that left glass. According to his plan, as soon as Qin Lang stepped on it, the glass would shatter instantly, and he would fall straight down, completely buried in this scenario. But why did Qin Lang end up standing on the right side? The faceless man could hardly believe his eyes. If Qin Lang was just lucky, changing direction at the moment of landing, that probability was far too low, so low it was almost impossible. But he had seen Qin Lang step toward the left. Not only that, but the left glass had shattered too. Could it be that he broke the left glass and then chose the right? Impossible. The faceless man's fist tightened slightly, his fingertips making a faint crackling sound, filled with doubt. "What's going on?" he murmured under his breath. His gaze was fixed on Qin Lang, as if trying to find a flaw in him. But Qin Lang's face was still calm, even revealing a hint of a vague smile. "Faceless man, why aren't you speaking?" Qin Lang suddenly spoke, casually saying, "What's the matter?" "I'm going to continue now." This nonchalant remark instantly ignited the faceless man's discontent. There was a dangerous light flickering in the faceless man's eyes. Impossible. "I'll try again." He couldn't believe that his game could be so easily cracked. He wanted to try again to see if Qin Lang was just lucky. Or, did he truly have some means? But in this space, all items and skills could not be used. Qin Lang stood on the glass bridge, slightly squinting his eyes, looking around. The wind roared from an unknown place, carrying a chill that made one shiver involuntarily. He raised his foot, preparing to step onto the next glass. This time, he chose the left side. Because the distance between the two pieces of glass was slightly further than before, he needed to rely on a leap to land steadily on it. Xin Lang took a deep breath, slightly crouched, and his legs instantly filled with strength. The next second, he jumped up suddenly, his whole body tracing a perfect arc toward the left glass. However, just as he leaped into the air, the faceless man silently snapped his fingers again. The left glass shattered. Xin Lang caught a glimpse of the glass trembling slightly, fine cracks spreading rapidly from the center, as if it would turn to dust and fall into the abyss at any moment. "Ha, you want to try this again?" His pupils constricted slightly, a thought crossed his mind. Time, pause. The air instantly solidified again, all sounds being pulled away, and the world seemed to be paused by an invisible hand. Xin Lang's body remained in midair, but at this moment he finally had enough time to observe the glass about to collapse. The cracks had spread to the edges, and if he continued to fall, he would surely plunge straight into the endless darkness below. Must change the landing point. In an instant, Xin Lang tightened his body, adjusted his center of gravity, and with lightning speed, reached out his left hand, grabbing the edge of the nearby intact glass. Xin Lang quickly turned over, using the strength of his wrist to leap up, his whole body agilely flipping, landing steadily on the glass on the right. However, just as he was flipping, he inadvertently glanced down at the abyss below. There was something. It was a pair of crimson eyes. Those eyes were enormous, as if they could penetrate the darkness, staring at him intently. The deep red was like it was soaked in blood, and it seemed to be a gaze filled with an unspeakable malice watching over everything in the world. This aura was beyond anything he had encountered with S-rank supernatural entities before. It seemed that the consequences of falling were quite severe. He took a deep breath, quickly calming his mind, seizing the moment to adjust his body to its optimal state. Xin Lang snapped his fingers. Time resumes. The air instantly flowed back, and the world regained its movement. Everyone saw Xin Lang in midair, and the glass on his left suddenly shattered, yet he was completely unaffected, standing steadily on the right piece of glass. Yi Zi patted her chest. Great. We are safe. Faceless man, impossible. You cheated again. Chapter 122, Cheating is not cheating if you are not caught. Su Muba clenched his fist, his eyes filled with amazement and disbelief. Shin Wancheng and Han Zhuoran were also dumbfounded, they hadn't seen how Xin Lang accomplished this unbelievable feat. Even more shocked than them was the faceless man. He stood frozen, his black robe trembling slightly, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. How could this be possible? He had personally set up the trap to make Xin Lang fall into the abyss, but why? Not only did Xin Lang manage to stand on the correct glass, but the left glass actually shattered? No. Something was not right. Fear finally appeared in the faceless man's eyes. This Xin Lang was definitely not an ordinary player. But, how did he manage to do that? You cheated. The faceless man stepped forward with a sudden lunge, his voice filled with uncontrollable anger. His black robe trembled slightly, his breath became unstable. Although he had no features, his entire aura revealed rage. This is impossible. You cannot know which piece of glass is problematic. He shouted, clenching his fist tightly. Speak. What method did you use? Xin Lang listened to the faceless man's accusation, a smirk appeared on his face, filled with mockery. He casually glanced at the faceless man and said calmly, Do you have proof? You. The faceless man was momentarily rendered speechless. Xin Lang shrugged gently, leisurely continuing, If there's no evidence, don't shout randomly. As long as cheating is not discovered, it doesn't count as cheating, right? The faceless man's body suddenly shook, he knew the rules were the rules. If he couldn't catch Xin Lang cheating right away, he could only watch as he continued forward. Could it be you're feeling guilty? Xin Lang looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile, or is it that the traps of your game are not as reliable as you thought? The faceless man's body trembled slightly, his fingertips shaking lightly. No. He couldn't let Xin Lang pass through smoothly. He gritted his teeth, making a quick decision in his heart. Even if he failed just now, he must succeed in taking down Xin Lang this time. He had to personally make Xin Lang fall into the abyss. But Xin Lang seemed completely unaffected, chuckling lightly as he took steps toward the next piece of glass. The faceless man took a deep breath, his finger slightly raised beside him. This time, he wouldn't let Xin Lang escape by chance. He coldly fixed his gaze on Xin Lang's steps, waiting for him to step on the glass and fall into the abyss at that very moment. Thump, thump, thump. The next second, the faceless man's heart suddenly shook. He was astonished to discover that Xin Lang's foot paused slightly just before landing. As if sensing something, he nonchalantly adjusted his body weight, precisely choosing another intact piece of glass. What the faceless man was momentarily stunned. Oh? Failed again? Xin Lang's lips curved slightly, as if he had long understood everything. He slowly turned his head, looking at the faceless man with a smile that was not quite a smile, that's really a shame. Just a moment ago, he had once again found the correct option by pausing time. Even though he couldn't use the skills given by the copy here, my system's skills are something you can't do anything about, right? The faceless man's fists were tightly clenched. This is impossible. He had already adjusted the glass twice, but Qin Lang seemed to predict the future, avoiding the traps perfectly every time. The faceless man's chest heaved violently, and his anger was about to burst through his reason. At this moment, Yi Zi, Han Zhuoran, and Shen Wanqing were closely following behind Qin Lang, their eyes fixed on his actions, fearing that a slight mistake would lead them into a trap, but under Qin Lang's direction, they seamlessly passed through. Hurry! Stay close to Qin Lang. Yi Zi was the first to react, whispering urgently while everyone quickly accelerated their pace to keep up with Qin Lang's steps. The faceless man watched them pass through one by one, completely losing control. If he had facial features, they would surely be contorted at this moment. This is impossible. This can't be happening. Damn it. The faceless man muttered softly, a terrifying killing intent radiating from him, but he was utterly helpless. He could only watch as Qin Lang led everyone through safely. The faceless man stood at the end of the glass bridge, staring intently at Qin Lang and the others disappearing into the distance, his fists clenching so tightly that they crackled. I lost? No. Qin Lang must be playing some trick. He is the master of this game, he is the one who makes the rules. But why could Qin Lang play with him right under his nose? The faceless man's chest heaved violently, his black robe seemed to be torn by rage, making a rustling sound. He suddenly lifted his foot, wanting to rush up. Even if he could no longer control the glass, he had to personally question Qin Lang. How did he do it? But just as he stepped forward, Yi Zi looked back and said, "Ah. You." Crack. A chilling crisp sound came from under the faceless man's feet, like the sound of a mirror shattering, and his heart suddenly sank. Not good. He suddenly looked down, only to find he had stepped on a piece of trap glass he had set himself. What? Boom. The glass instantly shattered. The faceless man's body lost balance, and he was like a victim suddenly swallowed by an abyss, falling down. He desperately reached out, trying to grab anything to gain leverage, but all around him was endless void, with no support in sight. The fierce wind howled in his ears, and the cold breath of the abyss made his body tremble involuntarily. At that moment, in the dark abyss, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. They looked like two blood-red lanterns burning with sinister flames, exuding bloodthirst and cruelty. Then, a grotesque and immense shadow slowly appeared in the abyss, a bizarre creature covered in twisted black tentacles, each one writhing like a living thing, its mouth splitting open to reveal rows of jagged fangs. The corners of its mouth slowly curled into a strange arc, seemingly enjoying the faceless man's terror. No. No. The faceless man finally felt fear. He struggled desperately, trying to escape, but his body was completely bound by the dark power and could not move. I shouldn't be the one to die. He struggled and roared madly, but it was all in vain. Qin Lang and the others stood by the side, looking down, and saw a terrifying scene. Chapter 123, Mechanism. SSSS. The monster in the abyss opened its blood-red mouth wide and suddenly inhaled. The faceless man's body was instantly enveloped by the twisted darkness. Like a piece of paper devoured, it vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Gulag. The sound of the monster swallowing echoed in the abyss, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for new prey. But in the end, it slowly closed its eyes and sank back into the endless darkness, as if nothing had ever happened. On the bridge, Qin Lang and the others witnessed the demise of the faceless man, and for a moment, their hearts shuddered, leaving them silent for a long time. Shen Wanqing gently breathed in, murmuring, he actually died in the trap he set for himself. Yi Zi furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of complexity in her eyes. He deserved it. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, his face pale, but what exactly was that thing? A chill rose in everyone's hearts as they looked at the pitch-black, bottomless abyss, silently and in unison. Qin Lang and the others stepped out of the room, realizing that their view was slightly wider than before. Before them, a stone staircase wound its way upward, the end of the steps faintly glowing with soft light, clearly an exit. We have finally come out? Han Zhuoran looked at the stairs, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Shen Wanqing gently exhaled, smiling slightly, it seems so. Yi Zi also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Qin Lang with a bit more admiration. However, just as everyone was preparing to step forward, Shen Wanqing suddenly stopped, furrowing her brows, softly saying, wait, Li Jihang and Su Lina haven't come out yet. Should we wait for them? The air instantly fell silent. Han Zhuoran sneered, his tone filled with disdain, wait for them? Shen Wanqing, you can't really think they're still alive, right? Shen Wanqing was slightly taken aback, what are you talking about? They chose a longer path, of course they'll be slower. Han Zhuoran continued, those two chose to part ways with us at the beginning, to put it bluntly, they broke off with us. This means they never considered us as teammates in their hearts. Do you think we still need to stop for them? If they really died here, do we have to keep waiting for them? If they were really capable, they should have caught up by now. Even if they haven't died, how long will it take them to come out from that detour? We don't know at all. Shin Wanqing's expression was somewhat complex. She seemed to want to say something but held back. At that moment, Xin Lang spoke calmly. I think, waiting a bit is fine. Han Zhuoran frowned. Xin Lang, you can't possibly. Xin Lang gently waved his hand, his expression calm. Just waiting a bit won't be a loss. Han Zhuoran opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing more, only standing impatiently to the side. After several life and death trials, Xin Lang was undoubtedly the leader of this small team now. His words carried significant weight. Shin Wanqing glanced at Xin Lang, relaxing slightly, while Yi Zi remained silent, quietly gazing in the direction of the stairs. The group stood at the base of the steps, waiting for the still unseen Li Zhihong and Su Lina. Time ticked by, and the air was thick with boredom and anxiety. Han Zhuoran leaned against the wall, fiddling with his sleeve, looking somewhat impatient. Shin Wanqing crossed her arms, occasionally glancing into the dark behind her, seeming to still hold hope. Yi Zi stood upright, continuously looking at Xin Lang. Xin Lang was not idle at all. He was exploring the surrounding walls and floor, his palm slowly sliding along the stone wall, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression focused. Xin Lang, what are you looking for? Su Mubai couldn't help but ask, watching his actions. Xin Lang didn't stop his movements, casually responding, I'm looking for a basement. Basement? Su Mubai was taken aback, tilting his head. Yes. Xin Lang paused, continuing, since I came in, I haven't found the basement that the female horse mentioned. I have checked all the previous rooms, there are no hidden entrances at all. So the only possibility is that it is here. This is also the reason he doesn't immediately go out but waits here for someone. Su Mubai blinked, then laughed softly. Xin Lang, you must have forgotten, right? Forgotten what? Xin Lang looked at her, puzzled. Su Mubai's lips slightly curled up, and she pointed to her own cheek. I'm a spirit. Xin Lang was stunned, then quickly realized, feeling a bit ridiculous. That's right. Su Mubai is now a spirit, she is not hindered by walls or floors at all. She could directly pass through to help check. If I had known, I wouldn't be here fumbling around. I really feel a bit foolish. Xin Lang chuckled, then I'll trouble Miss Su. Please go in and see if there are any hidden rooms here. Su Mubai smiled slightly, it's a small matter. After saying that, her figure shivered slightly, and she turned into a wisp of illusion, instantly vanishing into the stone wall. Su Mubai's figure, like a wisp of light smoke, penetrated out from the stone wall, gradually solidifying. She frowned, her face showing a hint of seriousness. How is it? Xin Lang promptly asked. Su Mubai nodded. There is indeed a place like a basement, it looks like some kind of hidden chamber. But... She paused, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. There is a barrier at the entrance, I can't get in. Barrier? Xin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her in surprise. But you're a spirit, even you can't enter? Is there a barrier? Su Mubai shrugged, it should be. I tried several times, as soon as I got close to that entrance, my entire spirit would be pushed back by an invisible force, unable to penetrate at all. It seems that the things here really can't be casually entered. Xin Lang nodded thoughtfully, then asked, which direction? About where is that chamber? Su Mubai extended her hand and pointed to a nearby wall. It's right there, should be behind this wall. Xin Lang walked over in the direction she pointed, reaching out to feel the wall, his fingertips sliding over the stone bricks inch by inch, sensing any anomalies that might exist. His movements were very careful, not letting any stone bricks go unexplored. A few seconds later, his fingers suddenly stopped. Xin Lang slightly squinted, repeatedly pressing down on a particular floor tile, and found that this tile was slightly looser than the surrounding ones, seeming to be pushable. He tentatively pushed it with force. At first, there was no reaction, but when he increased his strength a bit more. Click! A faint sound of a mechanism turning echoed in the silent space, followed by the wall in front of him slowly splitting open, revealing a dark passageway right in front of everyone. A chill wafted from the passage, chilling the air. Another secret path. Xin Lang whispered, thinking to himself, is the silent ridge filled with tunnels? Shin Wanqing instinctively took a step back, a hint of unease flashing across her face. This place feels a bit off. Han Zhuoran took a deep breath, staring at the dark entrance, his lips twitching. Damn, why do I feel like we are about to enter some troublesome place again? Yi Zi said nothing, only slightly knit her brows, gripping her weapon tightly, her eyes flashing with a wary light. Yi Zi stood beside Xin Lang, staring at the dark entrance, her eyes shining with determination as she said without hesitation, I'm going with you. Shin Wanqing heard this and raised an eyebrow, then chuckled lightly, then I'll go too. Xin Lang turned his head to glance at her, are you sure? Shin Wanqing raised her chin, her tone reasonable, do you think I'm the kind of person who's afraid of dying? Xin Lang had no good feelings towards someone so profit-driven and harmful to children. Beside them, Han Zhuoran frowned. With arms crossed and a hint of hesitation, he said, "Well, I think I'll stay. Li Zhihong and Su Lina haven't arrived yet. If they're really alive, someone has to wait here for them." When Shen Wanqing heard this, she couldn't help but chuckle lightly, a hint of mockery in her eyes. "Oh? Didn't you just say they might be dead and don't need to be worried about?" Han Zhuoran's face instantly flushed red, momentarily speechless, his gaze evasive. That. So, what does that mean?" Shen Wanqing smiled meaningfully. "Are you scared, or are you looking for an excuse to survive?" "Scared of what?" Han Zhuoran gritted his teeth, his expression shifting from embarrassment to anger, stamping his foot hard. "Go if you want." "Who's scared?" Xin Lang watched as several people debated whether to go together, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, but he quickly restrained his smile, his gaze becoming a bit heavier as he slowly said, "If you decide to go, you must think it through." His tone became much more serious as he scanned everyone. "This place is likely a hidden mission area. The difficulty is definitely higher than the previous instance. It can be said to be extremely dangerous. In short, if you come, you might die." This short statement instantly thickened the atmosphere around them. The dark entrance seemed like a giant mouth of an abyss, waiting to swallow those who barged in recklessly. Yi Zi, however, was unshaken, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her expression calm. "Xin Lang, if I were afraid of dying, I wouldn't have come here with you." Shen Wanqing blinked, her smile unwavering. "My embarrassing moments are already in someone else's hands, there's no point in going out. Dying meaningfully here isn't so bad. Xin Lang, you've saved my life, it's only fair to repay you." Han Zhuoran took a deep breath, although he felt a little scared inside. He didn't want to back down at this moment, slapping his chest hard. "Let's do it." "Who's afraid?" Xin Lang looked at them and nodded. "Good, then let's go." After saying this, he took the lead, stepping forward without hesitation. Su Mubai gently raised her hand, a ball of ghostly blue fire igniting in her palm, the weak light dancing in the dark passage, illuminating the surroundings. As she moved slowly forward, the scenes around gradually became clearer. On the walls, crooked characters were densely arranged, resembling some ancient inscriptions or perhaps crazy graffiti. These characters were irregular, varying in size, some seeming to be scratched out by fingernails, deeply embedded in the stone wall, exuding a strange aura that was hard to describe. As Sumubai's ghost fire illuminated them, those carvings seemed to come alive, amid the interplay of light and shadow, vaguely revealing distorted faces, fierce and tormented, as if silently screaming. "What are these things?" Han Zhuoran couldn't help but ask in a low voice, his tone laced with unease. "They look like some kind of talisman, but not exactly." Shen Wanqing frowned, a hint of anxiety emerging in her eyes, "But they don't look normal at all." "Han Zhuoran, that's obvious." Xin Lang didn't answer, he simply continued to walk forward with a calm gaze, stepping over those twisted characters, his steps firm, without stopping at all. Finally, at the end of the passage, a heavy iron door appeared before them. The surface of the door was also engraved with strange symbols, a trace of profound darkness seeping through the crack, unknown where it led. Compared to the chaotic carvings around, the characters on this door were clearly more orderly, faintly exuding a sense of oppressive majesty, like a seal firmly locking away some unknown existence behind the door. Xin Lang paused, his gaze fixed on the door, his brows slightly furrowing. Save." Suddenly, a low, hoarse voice echoed vaguely from behind the door. Everyone immediately tensed up, the air seeming to freeze. "Did you hear that?" Yi Zi lowered her voice, eyeing the door warily. "No kidding, it's so obvious." Han Zhuoran also lowered his voice. But a hint of tension had already appeared in her eyes. Su Mubai slightly furrowed her brow, the ghostly light flickering softly. She looked at Xin Lang and hesitantly spoke. "Inside, it seems like there really is someone. Is it a living person, or something strange?" Shen Wanqing didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant in their hearts. Xin Lang stared at the door, his gaze darkened, and slowly extended his hand, gently pressing it against the cold iron door. Behind the door, that hoarse voice seemed to become clearer. Xin Lang focused on the barrier on the door, his brows slightly furrowing. The runes of that barrier were complex and scattered, entwined like vines around the entire iron door, emitting a chilling aura. Su Mubai's ghostly light illuminated the runes, twinkling slightly, writhing like a living thing, instilling a sense of unease in people. "Step back a bit," Xin Lang whispered, extending his finger and gently brushing over the runes. In an instant, the runes disintegrated like a torn spider web, and a hidden aura surged out from behind the door, making everyone involuntarily hold their breath. Yi Zi unconsciously reached for the weapon at her waist, while Shen Wanqing tightened her grip on the talisman paper, and everyone went into a state of alert. Xin Lang took a deep breath, placed both hands on the door, and pushed hard. Boom! The heavy iron door slowly opened with a harsh grinding sound, and a thick, damp air mixed with a strange fragrance rushed out. The ghostly light probed into the darkness, illuminating the scene inside the room. When everyone saw the scene before them, they all couldn't help but widen their eyes. Chapter 125 Container. In the center of the room, there were rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs, like a bizarre classroom. But the most shocking thing was the altar towering at the end of the room. That altar was made of black rock, with complex and strange patterns carved on its surface. In the center of the altar, a figure lay quietly there, her pale skin shimmering with an eerie glow under the ghostly light. "That's Fong Lan Lan!" Yeezy exclaimed, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on that woman. It was Fong Lan Lan, who had earlier been with Grandma Jean Yi. Fong Lan Lan's face was pale, her eyes filled with terror. Upon seeing Qin Lang and the others, she struggled to lift her head, her voice trembling and urgent as she shouted. "Great! It's you! Help! Please save me!" Her voice echoed in the empty room, carrying a heart-wrenching despair. "Shen Wanqing?" asked Qin Lang, "your friend?" Qin Lang shook his head, not very familiar. Yeezy asked, "Fong Lan Lan, what exactly happened?" Fong Lan Lan's face was ashen, her lips trembling slightly, clearly still in shock. Her gaze scanned Qin Lang and the others, as if finally grasping at a lifeline. A glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes, but more was the terror and unease. We were walking with Grandma Jean Yi, along that mountain path." Her voice choked, recalling the situation at that time, her body involuntarily shivering. Then, suddenly, the ground cracked open, we didn't have time to react, and we fell down. "The ground suddenly cracked open?" Shen Wanqing furrowed her brow. Qin Lang looked at her. "Why are you so surprised?" Shen Wanqing and Han Zhuoran exchanged a glance and said, "Because we came underground the same way." Qin Lang nodded thoughtfully. Fong Lan Lan nodded, breathing rapidly. "Yes. It was like we were sucked in, completely unable to break free. Then I passed out." Her hands trembled slightly at her sides. "When I woke up, I was already here, my hands and feet were tied, completely unable to move." She suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with pleading. "Please save me. I beg you, get me down." Fong Lan Lan indeed looked very disheveled. She was bound to the altar, her limbs restrained by strange black chains. On her skin, markings from the restraints were even vaguely visible. The whole person seemed to be trapped in this eerie and terrifying room, as if at any moment they might become some sort of sacrificial offering. "Qin Lang, what should we do?" Yeezy looked at Qin Lang. "No way." Qin Lang's voice was calm and firm. Yeezy's movements froze, and she stared back in a daze. "Why?" Qin Lang squinted his eyes and carefully scanned the whole room, especially that strange altar. Fong Lan Lan, hearing Qin Lang's refusal, showed a hint of panic in her eyes. She struggled, her hands bound by black chains, making a crisp clashing sound. "Qin Lang, why won't you save me? Hurry up! These chains are strangling me so badly. If you don't save me soon, I really will die. Are you really going to watch me die without doing anything?" Her voice trembled, carrying a hint of wailing. Qin Lang said, "Helping you is a kindness, not helping you is a duty. Don't act like I came here just to save you." Yeezy frowned, a trace of hesitation flashing in her heart. "Qin Lang, if this is a ritual, after it's done, will we be in danger? For the sake of emotions and reason, let's save her first." Shen Wanqing also said softly, "I agree, I have a feeling this place is indeed strange, but if Fong Lan Lan is truly some kind of sacrifice, delaying too long could be dangerous." Qin Lang did not answer immediately, but slowly walked towards the altar, his gaze meticulously scanning the room. Sumubai followed him, the ghost fire he released flickering slightly in the air, illuminating the twisted words on the walls. These words appeared to be warped by some kind of force, presenting an eerie curve that made one shudder. Qin Lang's gaze fell to the ground, discovering an ancient rune carved in a circle at the base of the altar, faint red light flickering, as if it contained some special energy. And the black chains binding Fong Lan Lan's hands and feet seemed to wriggle like living things, as if sensing something, emitting a barely audible clicking sound. Qin Lang squinted his eyes and said coldly, "What you all said might be possible, but there's another situation. Also, these chains do not seem to be ordinary restraints, but rather some sort of seal." "Seal?" Yeezy's heart jumped, immediately becoming alert. Qin Lang nodded, his gaze fixed firmly on the altar, his tone heavy and serious. "If I'm not mistaken, the reason Fong Lan Lan is tied here may be to seal something. She might not be the sacrifice, but a vessel." At this, everyone froze. Fong Lan Lan's complexion suddenly changed, her eyes flickering for a moment, then appearing even more urgent. "No, that's not it. Qin Lang, you're overthinking. I was really just captured. You all hurry and save me." Her voice trembled, seeming to really be striving to explain, but Qin Lang had already noticed her subtle changes. Han Zhuoran asked, "Qin Lang, what is your basis for this?" Shen Wanqing's expression also became serious. If she is truly suppressed, then breaking the seal might release something dangerous. Qin Lang did not rush to respond. He remembered that his impression of Silent Hill was like this: the evil spirit needed to use the heroine's body as a vessel to descend back into this world. Qin Lang slowly circled the altar, suddenly raising his hand to gently flick the black chains. In an instant, those chains seemed to be enraged, letting out a sharp tremor, and the air in the whole room seemed to freeze instantly. At the same time, Feng Lanlan's body trembled violently, her expression slightly twisting, a strange light flashing deep in her eyes. Xin Lang's lips curled up slightly, looking at her with a smile that was not quite a smile. It seems my guess is right. You carry some incredible energy within you. All these abnormalities in Silent Hill were caused by you, right? Feng Lanlan stared at Xin Lang intensely, veins protruding on her face. Xin Lang's gaze was deep as he fixed his eyes on Feng Lanlan. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice low and calm. This town has been strange from the very beginning, especially the coal mine accident in Silent Hill. The official explanation has always been that it was an accident. But don't you find it strange? A small town, completely abandoned in a short time after the coal mine accident, with even nearby residents avoiding it? This is definitely not something caused by just a mining disaster. Chapter 126 Victims. Xin Wanqing frowned, looking somewhat uneasy. You mean, the real cause of that accident wasn't the mine collapse? Xin Lang nodded, his gaze becoming sharper. I speculate that the root of that accident may very well be that the miners discovered something that should not have been discovered while digging underground. It is that thing that destroyed the entire Silent Hill. Yizi took a sharp breath, unable to restrain herself from asking, what thing? Xin Lang slowly looked around, as if searching for some clue. After a moment, he whispered, maybe it is some ancient creature, or perhaps a certain evil monster. In any case, those miners, deep underground, uncovered some existence that did not belong to the human world, and accidentally triggered their prison, and then everything spiraled out of control. As these words fell, the air in the room instantly became oppressive, as if even the twisted runes on the walls were stirring restlessly. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, forcing calmness as he said, are you saying, they released something terrible deep in the mine? Xin Lang lightly tapped the stone surface of the altar, the sound hollow and cold, perhaps worse than you can imagine. The mine disaster back then was likely not caused by the mine collapse, but rather those released things turned the entire mine, and even the whole town, into some kind of experimental site. Experimental site? Sumubai's voice carried a hint of surprise. You mean, the people of this town are all experimental subjects of those things? Xin Lang narrowed his eyes and slowly nodded. Maybe experimental subjects, maybe sacrificial offerings, but either way, it can explain why the entire town ultimately became a ghost town, why no one dares approach here to this day. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill spreading from their spines to their limbs, as if the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. Yizi looked around, seemingly feeling that the runes had become even weirder. She couldn't help but hug her arms tightly and spoke in a lower voice. Xin Lang, if your speculation is true, then the place we are in right now may very well be the source of those things from back then? Xin Lang did not answer, but instead turned his gaze back to Feng Lanlan. At this moment, Feng Lanlan's expression was no longer just simple fear, her face was pale, and deep in her eyes seemed to hide some unknown secret. Her lips trembled slightly, as if struggling to conceal something. The room fell into an indescribable silence, with only weak ghostly flames flickering in the air, reflecting everyone's shocked or alert expressions. Xin Wanqing furrowed her brows tightly, staring at Feng Lanlan on the altar, her voice tinged with doubt. I still don't understand, what does all this have to do with Feng Lanlan being sealed here? Xin Lang cast a deep glance around, slowly speaking, someone, or rather, the plot of this instance, arranged for Feng Lanlan to replace the container that sealed the strange thing back then. Han Zhuoran suddenly looked up, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Are you saying, the person who sealed that strange thing back then, is still alive? Xin Lang nodded, his expression grim. The ritual should not be complete yet, so she is still alive. But in other words, someone will definitely come soon to continue this ritual. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of coldness, as if the air had become thick and oppressive. Yizi couldn't help but take a step back, her eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings. As Xin Wanqing instinctively clenched her fists, preparing for battle. Xin Lang did not pause, quickly turning to Mubai, go look for any other secret passages or exits here. Someone must have gone out just now without us noticing, there should be another way out. Mubai nodded, his figure flickering, transforming into a wisp of ethereal blue light, swiftly penetrating through the wall and vanishing into the darkness. At that moment, Feng Lanlan on the altar suddenly struggled violently, her voice filled with terror and urgency. Xin Lang. You're wrong. There is no ritual at all. Hurry and save me. Her eyes were filled with fear, as if she was afraid everyone would believe Xin Lang's words and refuse to save her, her voice cracking. I'm really just tied up here, not some container. Let me go, please. Her cries echoed in the dim room, sounding exceptionally harsh, even somewhat out of control. However, Xin Lang did not act immediately but narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Feng Lanlan's expression. Xin Lang. Yizi was about to say something when suddenly, a low and aged laughter echoed from the corner of the room, like dry branches rubbing together in the wind. Just accept your fate, Feng Lanlan. Everyone turned abruptly, only to see two figures slowly emerging from the shadows: old Granny Jinye and Sima Qing. Old Granny Genia held a long smoking pipe, her face bearing a strange smile, her eyes deep like a black hole, while Sima Ching stood beside her expressionless, arms behind his back, his gaze cold. Feng Lanlan's eyes widened suddenly, tears streaming down her face, her voice full of despair. Old Granny Genia, please save me. You are in the same team as me, right? Aren't we teammates? Old Granny Genia slowly raised her head, smiling faintly, her eyes holding an indescribable deep meaning. Teammates? Ha, Feng Lanlan, you're too naive. You are just someone I hired. Feng Lanlan struggled violently, tears continually sliding down her cheeks, as she screamed hysterically, Why? Why me? I didn't do anything wrong. We clearly entered the instance together, why do I have to be the one sacrificed? Qin Lang quietly watched this scene, his gaze deep and solemn, suddenly asking, Where did you come from? His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Old Granny Genia slowly reined in her smile, lifting her unfathomable eyes to look at Qin Lang, her lips curling slightly as she said, Guess? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Old Granny Genia, his voice deep and devoid of warmth. So, you knew about this ritual all along? Old Granny Genia chuckled softly, exhaling a puff of smoke, slowly stepping forward, a glint flashing in her eyes. Qin Lang, do you think I would come unprepared? Her voice was gentle, even carrying a hint of amusement. Before stepping into this small town, I had already investigated its history. The mining accident in Silent Hill? Ha, that's just the surface. The real disaster is those seal things being released. And now. Chapter 127 Hidden Mission. At this point, Old Granny Genia suddenly paused, revealing a meaningful smile, her gaze slowly sweeping over everyone. Speaking of which, I am a bit surprised that you could still walk here alive. Qin Lang said nothing, merely staring coldly at her. At that moment, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the door, slow and dragging, as if each step exhausted all his strength. Everyone instantly turned alert, only to see a man staggering in, bloodied all over, his face pale, with a horrific wound on his chest, blood dripping onto the floor from the hem of his clothes. His breath was rapid and heavy, and with each step he took, it seemed he was enduring tremendous pain. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, and upon closer inspection, he realized that this person was none other than Feng Chang from the group of Granny Goldenleaf. Feng Chang's eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred as he stared at Granny Goldenleaf and Sima Ching, his voice hoarse and laden with immense anger. You are not even human. As he finished speaking, he almost roared, his hands trembling and his eyes filled with despair and fury. He struggled to steady himself, taking several deep breaths, seemingly wanting to continue his accusation. Boom! Before Feng Chang could finish, a fiery blaze suddenly formed from the air, enveloped in extreme heat, and instantly rushed towards Feng Chang. Ah! Feng Chang let out a piercing scream, his entire being was engulfed by the flames, the firelight turning the whole room red. Feng Chang's body twisted in pain amidst the flames, struggling, and finally turned into a pile of black ash. Even his cries ceased abruptly. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, and could not help but gasp. Qin Lang slightly tilted his head, looking at Sima Qing who stood motionless, his right hand slightly raised, the palm not yet fully closed, with a lingering burnt smell still in the air from the flames. Granny Goldenleaf glanced at the ashes on the ground, sighed softly, her tone calm as if the massacre just now was a trivial matter. Did you see? Those who talk too much never live long. Qin Lang's expression suddenly turned cold, the air around him seemingly falling into a heavy pressure. Qin Lang's gaze slowly swept across the room, where Feng Lanlan was bound to the altar, not daring to move. Granny Goldenleaf stood by calmly, while the residual heat from Sima Qing's fire spell distorted the air slightly. Feng Chang's corpse had turned into charred remains on the ground, only the air was filled with a burnt stench. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth slightly curled up, but without a hint of a smile, his voice was deep yet carried an undeniable certainty. I understand now, Granny Goldenleaf, you have known the location of this ritual from the very beginning, right? Granny Goldenleaf did not answer immediately, instead, she chuckled softly, her hand that leaned on the cane tapping lightly on the ground, producing a crisp sound. Qin Lang continued, his pace unhurried but each word was like a knife. You had already mastered the secrets of Silent Hill before entering the town. So you arrived here before us, with only one goal: to find this sealing ritual and gain control over it. He paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes and sharply staring at her, and Feng Lanlan has been your sacrifice from the very start. You need a living person to act as the core of the seal, and she just happens to be the most suitable pawn. Upon hearing this, Feng Lanlan's eyes widened in horror, struggling, her voice trembling. No, that's not true. Granny, you are not that kind of person, right? Granny Goldenleaf tilted her head slightly, still wearing that faint smile, as if Feng Lanlan's pleas were merely echoes in the air, entirely meaningless. Qin Lang's eyes were cold, continuing, as for that, just now he accused you guys, which means he was also a victim. He was just a discarded piece in your path, a sacrifice, right? Granny Goldenleaf finally laughed, her gaze as deep as an ancient well, looking at Qin Lang without a ripple. You are indeed very clever. Her tone remained calm, even carrying a hint of appreciation, as if she found Qin Lang's reasoning quite commendable. Xin Lang snorted coldly, unperturbed by her praise, his gaze slightly tightening as he slowly spoke. If I'm not mistaken, this so-called sealing ritual, it must be this instance's hidden mission, right? As the words fell, Granny Goldenleaf's smile faltered for a moment, and a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes, like a venomous snake targeting its prey. A faint killing intent seeped out. The atmosphere in the entire room suddenly tightened, as if the air had solidified in an instant. Shinwanking and Yizi instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Sumobai's ghostly fire flickered slightly, casting eerie shadows of twisted characters on the wall as if they had come to life. Xin Lang did not retreat. Instead, he met her gaze head-on with a slight smirk, his tone playful. It seems I guessed right. Old Granny Jean squinted her eyes, her cane lightly tapping the ground with a dull sound. A meaningful smile hung on her lips as she exhaled a puff of smoke that curled into the air. She said softly, Xin Lang, how did you know about the hidden task? Xin Lang's gaze was sharp as a knife. He snorted lightly, the corners of his mouth lifting with a hint of provocation. Well, you guess. He paused, speaking with certainty. If completing the ritual is the hidden task, then I can't let you have it. For a moment, the air seemed to solidify. Old Granny Jean quietly looked at Xin Lang, and after a moment, she exhaled a puff of smoke again. Her face was obscured in the swirling mist. Unclear. Then we must have a good match. Hearing this, Xin Lang suddenly laughed, his voice tinged with mockery, his gaze playfully observing Old Granny Jean. Are you planning to fight here? His hand slightly raised, a faint energy gathering in his palm. The surrounding air seemed to be affected, trembling slightly. However, Old Granny Jean was not in a hurry to strike. She only chuckled lightly, shaking her head, her gaze deep and somewhat sarcastic. I know you are not an ordinary person, and right now you have the advantage in numbers. I and Sima Qing may not be your match. But even if you win, what then? She slowly exhaled, her fingers lightly tapping on her cane, the sound crisp and echoing in the cold room. Only I know the specific method to carry out this ritual. Without me, none of you can complete it. Xin Lang's smile diminished slightly. He looked at Old Granny Jean deeply, a glimmer of thought passing through his eyes. The room fell into a brief silence, Feng Lanlan still struggling on the altar, while Yizi and Shinwanking's expressions tightened, the atmosphere ready to explode. Old Granny Jean said, then how about we talk? Xin Lang raised an eyebrow. A deal? Go on, I'm listening. Old Granny Jean quietly scanned the crowd, her lips curling up slightly, her tone slow and firm. Xin Lang, do you think I want to monopolize this hidden task? She paused, gently shaking her head, exhaling smoke, her voice carrying a hint of leisure. Actually, as you said, the real goal of this hidden task is to successfully seal the magical creature in the town. Everyone was taken aback by her words. Xin Lang nodded, this was what he had been thinking. Moreover, in his previous life in Silent Hill, the evil god also descended to this world through the body of the main character, Shuero. But he couldn't remember the specific method of sealing. It should have been altered by the copy system again. Old Granny Jean leaned slightly forward with her cane, fixing her gaze on the altar, slowly saying, you didn't guess wrong earlier. The mining accident back then was not simply a collapse, rather, the miners dug up something they shouldn't have deep in the mine, and that was the beginning of all disasters. Her voice was low, carrying a chilling tone. They unintentionally released a long-dormant magical creature, filling the entire Silent Hill town with various supernatural occurrences and oddities. In other words, it drove the whole town mad. Everyone felt a shock in their hearts, as if the air had solidified for a moment. Xin Lang narrowed his eyes, speaking steadily. Are you saying that as long as we can reseal that magical creature, we can complete the hidden task? Old Lady Genie gently nodded, her expression calm. Indeed, as long as the seal is successful, the town will return to normal, and all the abnormal phenomena will disappear. By then, the hidden task will be considered complete. As for the reward. She paused and revealed a meaningful smile. Since we are all in the same instance, why fight against each other? If we cooperate to complete this task, the task rewards can be shared. Isn't that a joyful outcome for everyone? As her words fell, the room fell into a brief silence. Yizi and Shinwanqing exchanged glances. Han Zhuoran clenched his fists, while Sumobai crossed his arms, his gaze flickering slightly. Xin Lang pondered for a moment, his gaze deep as he stared at Old Lady Jingyi, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Xin Lang narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Old Lady Jingyi, his tone steady and devoid of any emotional fluctuations. You speak so lightly, but what evidence do you have to prove that the true goal of the hidden task is to seal the monsters, rather than to sacrifice? Upon hearing this, Old Lady Jingyi chuckled softly, reaching into her sleeve to pull out an ancient jade pendant. She casually tossed it, accurately throwing it towards Xin Lang. Xin Lang, quick as lightning, caught it, feeling its cool surface. The jade pendant was covered in intricate patterns, emitting a strange wave of energy. What is this? Xin Lang frowned, carefully examining the jade pendant in his hand. Old Lady Genie smiled slightly, leaning on her cane, and spoke leisurely. This is a sound transmission jade, capable of enabling communication between instance players and real-world players. It is a rather rare treasure throughout the entire instance, one could even say it is priceless. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Shin Wanqing frowned and said, instance players can also communicate with the real world? Even as an experienced player, this was the first time she learned of such a thing. If players inside and outside the instance could communicate, then some instances that couldn't be cleared, like Silent Hill, could be spoiled? No wonder Old Lady Genie knew so much. Old Lady Genie nodded slightly, her voice low. Of course, the premise is that you can find such a thing and have the qualifications to use it. Qin Lang held the sound transmission jade, running his finger over its surface patterns, seemingly thoughtful. So, you bring this out to tell us you have inside information? Old Lady Genie smiled, her gaze deep as a well. That's right, I once had a friend who entered Silent Hill. He wanted to unlock this hidden task back then. But unfortunately, he ultimately failed. Yi Zi's face changed slightly, unable to help but ask, failed? Doesn't that mean he? Old Lady Genie gently exhaled a puff of smoke, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Of course, he died. Well then, let's activate the sound transmission jade and listen. Just a simple twist is enough. Qin Lang stared at the sound transmission jade in his hand, slowly rubbing its cold surface with his fingers. He gently twisted it to activate the sound transmission jade. The jade glowed slightly, and then, a hoarse and weak voice slowly began to echo in the silent room. Cough, cough, it's my 8th day in Silent Hill. The voice belonged to a man, with a hurried tone and evident heavy breathing, as if he had just undergone a frantic escape. Everyone held their breath, listening closely. I finally found this mysterious basement. As soon as he finished speaking, a harsh noise suddenly erupted from the jade pendant, like nails scraping across glass, sending chills down their spines. Immediately after, there were sounds of metal grinding and heavy breathing, as if something was approaching. Then suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Ah! The scream was followed by a series of chaotic crashing sounds, as if someone was struggling violently, the entire space echoing with that person's chilling cries of terror. However, his voice gradually distorted, like it was being devoured by some unseen presence, painfully elongated, blurred, eventually turning into a series of unintelligible low murmurs. Qin Lang and the others were certain that those voices did not belong to humans. Yi Zi instinctively gasped, unable to help but take a step back, her face pale. Qin Lang, however, focused intently on the sound stone, his expression unchanged as he continued to listen. After quite a while, the man's voice came through the sound stone again. But this time, his tone was no longer one of fear, it was filled with extreme weakness and despair, as if he was barely squeezing out a few words with his last bit of strength. The thing inside has come out, must seal it up. It hasn't actually disappeared, it's waiting for a vessel. His voice suddenly cut off. Then, the soundstone fell into complete silence, with no further sounds coming out. A death-like silence enveloped everyone, as if the air itself was frozen by this strange recording. Shen Wanqing couldn't help but hug her arms tightly, mumbling, What is this? Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. From what this sounds like, that thing has already escaped? If that's true, then we are in big trouble. Yi Zi said softly, her brows furrowing tightly. The calmest was still Qin Lang, as he looked again at old Granny Genie, but he didn't mention the specific sealing method. Old Granny Genie slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, a hint of inscrutable amusement flashing in her eyes. Well, you shouldn't ask about that. Her tone was flat, yet it sent a chill to the bottom of one's heart. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened slightly, a meaningful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, as he slowly spoke, Old Granny Genie, have you already deciphered these characters? Old Granny Genie was leisurely blowing out a puff of smoke, but upon hearing this, her fingers paused slightly. A flicker of surprise passed through her eyes, then she narrowed them and stared at Qin Lang, her tone unconsciously lowering a few degrees. How do you know? Chapter 129, By What Right? Old Granny Genie paused her words, suddenly as if realizing something, her expression changed slightly, intensely staring at Qin Lang. Could it be, you can also understand? This time, Qin Lang did not answer immediately, instead, he chuckled lightly, crossing his arms, his tone casually dismissive, you don't need to ask about that. In fact, ever since Qin Lang stepped into this room, he had understood the strange characters on the walls, the floor, and the altar. Because these characters were exactly the same as those he had seen in the Fengtian village copy. However, he could only decipher a portion of them, some key parts remained unsolved. When old Granny Genie appeared here, Qin Lang found that what she said matched what he had grasped, as if all the clues suddenly pieced together. Qin Lang began to believe, old Granny Genie knew how to complete this ritual. Old Granny Genie was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing something, then her face returned to its usual calmness and composure. She took another puff of smoke and said lightly, in that case, shall we cooperate? Her tone seemed to ask, but it carried a hint of subtle testing and vigilance. Qin Lang smiled slightly, nodding without hesitation, no problem with cooperation, but I want a 70-30th split. His gaze was sharp, looking at old Granny Genie with a smile that was neither here nor there, tinged with a bit of amusement and provocation. Old Granny Genie's expression hardened, the smile at the corner of her mouth instantly fading, as she looked deeply at Qin Lang, as if weighing the pros and cons. She knew very well that although she held some key information about this sealing ritual, Xin Lang could decipher these characters, and he might even have as much information as she did. This information gap was quite crucial, even related to the success or failure of this hidden mission. After a few seconds of silence, she ground her teeth and spoke in a low voice, "Fine, 70/30ths it is. You can't do this." Feng Lanlan's eyes were filled with anger and fear, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, her lips trembling slightly, yet she struggled desperately to twist her body. Her gaze darted between Xin Lang and Han Zhuoran, Yi Zi, and others scanned each face one by one, seemingly trying to find a hint of pity among them. "What right do you have to decide my life or death? Let me down now. Players killing players is against the rules. What you're doing is punishable." Old Granny Jean stood at the altar, gently tapping her pipe, squinting her eyes, with a hint of mocking smile at the corners of her mouth. "Feng Lanlan, just obey me, and you don't need to think about anything else. After all of this is your own doing." She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the smoke twisting in the air like a slowly swimming poisonous snake. Feng Lanlan's pupils suddenly constricted, her face turned pale, she gritted her teeth and forced a calm tone to ask, "What do you mean?" Old Granny Jin's gaze was as cold as a knife, sharply stabbing at Feng Lanlan. She slowly walked to the edge of the altar, slightly bent down, staring into her eyes, speaking playfully, "Feng Lanlan, you don't think I know nothing, do you? Your strength is so weak, yet you were chosen by me, haven't you ever been curious?" As her words fell, the air seemed to freeze for a moment, Feng Lanlan's breathing became hurried, and she stopped struggling against her bondage. Old Granny Jean let out a light laugh, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. "After you entered the instance, you gained a set of assassin skills. And then? You thought you had powerful strength and immediately wanted to kill those men in the red light district at will." Her voice became suddenly heavy, her eyes sharp like a blade. "You have already stained your hands with dozens of lives. You once killed 40 clients and 32 prostitutes in one night, nearly a slaughter. You thought no one knew, just that no one wanted to manage it." Once these words were spoken, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Han Zhuoran stood aside, slightly furrowing his brows, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. He stared intently at Feng Lanlan's face, subconsciously starting to search relevant laws in his mind. If that is the case, then indeed, she deserves it. Although I have also killed, I have not done so crazily. Feng Lanlan suddenly looked up, fiercely glaring at Han Zhuoran, her eyes burning with fierce anger, her fists tightly clenched, nails deeply embedded in her palms, her face twisted with rage. "What right do you have to say this about me?" Her voice trembled slightly with anger, her chest heaving violently. "You don't know anything at all. What right do you have to judge me? Do you think you are so clean?" Her voice almost turned into a roar, filled with despair, unwillingness, and deep-seated anger. She struggled desperately, like a wild beast forced into a corner, trying with all her might to break free from her bonds, but the thick ropes tightly locked her movements, making her resistance feel pale and powerless. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows that danced on her face, her gaze wild and angry, teeth grinding together, breathing rapid and chaotic. Old Granny Jean tapped her forehead with the pipe, a hissing sound erupted, leaving a fiery red mark on Feng Lanlan's head. Xin Wanqing and Yi Zi closed their eyes in distress. Old Granny Jean said, "Be honest. You are the one among us with the heaviest killings and the deepest sins. We chose you back then, also for this reason." Feng Lanlan cried out in pain, then gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling erratically, her gaze like a poison blade, fiercely staring at Old Granny Jean. In the next second, a low, hoarse laughter escaped her throat, full of sarcasm, resentment, and a touch of deranged madness. "What right do you have to say that I am guilty?" Her voice hoarse, her eyes bloodshot, as if carrying unspeakable anger and pain. "Do you know what I have gone through? Do you know how I survived before?" She took a deep breath, her nails embedding deeply into her palms. The voice grew sharper, carrying a kind of crazy determination. "I was sold to the red light district as a child and became a whore. I don't even know what a normal life is, even in my dreams." Her voice trembled sharply, as if accusing, yet tearing apart the deepest pain within her heart. "Those men, they treated me like livestock, trampling and abusing me at will. Has anyone here felt the humiliation of being treated as a plaything? Has anyone felt the despair of living every day like hell?" Her tears mixed with anger fell from her cheeks, but she did not wipe them away. Instead, she laughed fiercely, laughing madly, laughing in pain. "So, when I finally gained power, why can't I take my revenge?" Han Zhuoran listened, adjusting his glasses, no longer looking at Feng Lanlan. Xin Wanqing and Yi Zi also wore expressions of unbearable pity. Feng Lanlan shouted, "Those men, they deserve it. They should die. If I kill them, it's serving justice. I have the ability to take revenge, I will make them pay. What's wrong with that? On what grounds can you judge me? On what grounds?" As soon as her words fell, Qin Lang frowned. "Not good, quickly make her shut up." As soon as Qin Lang finished speaking, Granny Jean Yu was quicker and slapped a yellow talisman on Feng Lanlan's mouth. Suddenly, Feng Lanlan could only let out woo-woo cries, her voice echoing in the cold room, filled with bone-deep hatred, like a ghost's mournful wail for vengeance. Yi Zi, puzzled, asked, Qin Lang, what's wrong? Why don't you let Feng Lanlan continue speaking? Qin Lang said, can't you all see? The black marks on Feng Lanlan are becoming more pronounced. Only then did everyone notice that the black runes on Feng Lanlan's arms were indeed darker than before, as if burnt in. The more resentment Feng Lanlan has, the more interested the evil entity becomes in her. Granny Genie stood beside, quietly watching her, her gaze as deep as an ancient well, with no trace of pity, instead revealing a hint of faint amusement. Feng Lanlan, I said you are suitable as this vessel in sacrifice, right? The evil entity favors you, indicating your deep sin. Granny Genie slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, which spread in the air, carrying a faint herbal scent, making the air even heavier and more oppressive. Feng Lanlan's pupils suddenly contracted, her lips trembled slightly as she stared at Granny Genie, her eyes filled with extreme anger and fear. Granny Genie watched her indifferently, her tone carrying a chilling coldness. This is your fate, accept it. Her casually spoken words were like a cold death sentence, instantly freezing the air in the entire room. Feng Lanlan trembled all over, her fingertips turning pale from excessive force, her breath quickening, her heart racing wildly. She wanted to refute, to struggle, but that deep-rooted chill made her throat feel blocked as if something was plugging it, and she couldn't say a word. Granny Genie slowly paced, tapping her cigarette holder lightly on her palm, looking at Qin Lang, her gaze revealing a trace of chilling light. Qin Lang, to complete the ritual, you must personally kill Feng Lanlan. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and Feng Lanlan widened her eyes in shock, her lips trembling, her face full of disbelief. Her body unconsciously shrank back, but her limbs were tightly bound to the altar with ropes, leaving her nowhere to escape. Qin Lang frowned slightly, his tone calm and steady, what's the reason? Why me? Granny Genie slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, her gaze deep, her voice low, the power of the evil entity has already partially entered her body. Hearing this, Feng Lanlan struggled more frantically, twisting her body in an attempt to break free from the ropes, but those ropes seemed infused with some mysterious power, binding tighter and tighter, causing her skin to turn white. Qin Lang's eyes flickered slightly, calmly pondering the truth of these words. So? He said in a deep voice, you mean, as long as we kill her, the monster can successfully possess? Old Granny Jean nodded, her tone unsettlingly calm, exactly. The monster needs a perfect vessel to descend into the world, and Feng Lanlan is already the most suitable medium. Her hatred, her killing, her obsession, all have become the best nourishment for the monster. Now, it just lacks the final step. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened slightly, and he already understood her meaning. I understand, your plan is wait for the monster to descend before killing it. Qin Lang spoke slowly, his tone as calm as if discussing an unimportant matter. Old Granny Jin's lips curled into a slight smile, that's right. To seal the monster, we must let it manifest. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Once the monster fully descends, we will find a way to seal it. Yi Zi asked in confusion, but it's a monster. Once it descends, do we really have a way to deal with it? Old Granny Jean glanced at Qin Lang, you few definitely cannot, but Qin Lang and I can. So I had Qin Lang do it. If it were you, you would probably pee your pants the moment the monster arrives. Han Zhuoran snorted in unwillingness. Qin Lang remained silent for a moment, then looked up and stared at old Granny Jean, is it really that simple? A strange light flickered in old Granny Jin's eyes as she slowly said, simple? Ha! If it were really that simple, it wouldn't deserve to be called a monster. Her voice was chilling and low, carrying an indescribable sense of eeriness. This thing is extraordinary. She narrowed her eyes, tapping the pipe lightly on her palm, a meaningful cold smile on her lips. Once it truly descends into the world, it won't just be a disaster for the small town. Qin Lang, you need to be fully alert and muster all your strength to deal with it. Qin Lang's eyes darkened slightly, and his heart tightened a little. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a deadly silence. The candle flame flickered, reflecting the complex expressions on everyone's faces. This kind of ritual seemed too risky, and the dangers were exceedingly high. Who could guarantee that it would go smoothly? And the biggest question, would old Granny Jean also treat them as bait? Old Granny Jean seemed to see their worry and said, don't be afraid, if I really wanted to trick you, what good would it do for me? If the monster comes and I can't deal with it, wouldn't I die here too? An old lady like me values my life more than you young ones. The others exchanged glances, feeling there was some truth in her words. Old Granny Jean lightly shook her pipe, looking at Qin Lang with a half-smile, if you want to take 70%, you have to pay a little something, right? This matter I originally arranged for Sima Qing to help me, but now that you want to step in, then please work hard for your share. The others, Han Zhuoran and Feng Lanlan on the altar all held their breath, staring intently at Qin Lang. Feng Lanlan's face was pale, cold sweat beaded on her forehead, her hands tightly bound to the altar, unable to break free. Her voice was filled with pleading, fear, and even a faint glimmer of desperate hope. Qin Lang remained silent for a moment, as if contemplating, weighing his options. He walked to Feng Lanlan's side and then said, I refuse. A glimmer of wild joy flashed in Foam Lanlan's eyes. She looked at Qin Lang in disbelief, while old Granny Jin's brow slightly furrowed, her fingertip lightly pausing on the pipe. Han Zhuoran widened his eyes slightly, seemingly not expecting Qin Lang to make such a decision. Qin Lang had appeared indifferent to the deaths of others in previous tasks. Only when Su Mubai was captured did he get a bit angry. Could it be that he was being tender-hearted when facing Foam Lanlan? Old Granny Jean paused for a moment, squinted her eyes, and her voice remained calm. Why? Are you sure you don't want that 70% reward? Qin Lang gently exhaled, looking around, his gaze sweeping over the altar and candle flames, landing on Granny Goldenleaf, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth, his eyes deep and sharp. There's a flaw in your statement. In other words, you are lying to me. Granny Goldenleaf's eyes flickered slightly, but she said nothing, merely stared silently at Qin Lang. Chapter 131 The First Generation Container. Qin Lang slowly said, the entire theme of the Silent Hill dungeon revolves around repentance. His gaze was deep, his voice low and powerful, and you said, as long as we kill Foam Lanlan, let the evil creature successfully possess, and then destroy it, the hidden quest will be considered complete? He paused, a trace of a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, but the problem is, what kind of repentance is that? Shen Wangqing's eyes widened suddenly, seemingly realizing this issue, while Han Zhuoran's expression also became somewhat serious. This dungeon has always guided players to seek the meaning of repentance, to face past sins and mistakes, and seek redemption. Qin Lang continued, his gaze like a sharp blade piercing through Granny Goldenleaf, but your actions only bring the evil creature down and then kill it. What does that have to do with repentance? On the contrary, bringing the evil creature down is what you truly should be repenting for, right? Granny Goldenleaf's face remained calm, but her fingers quietly tapped the smoking pipe, seemingly pondering something. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Moreover, I suspect that what happened in Silent Hill back then wasn't so simple. Everyone was startled again upon hearing this. Could it be that Qin Lang had another discovery? Qin Lang's voice echoed in the quiet and oppressive space, each word like a stone dropped into stagnant water, creating ripples, shocking everyone's hearts. Let's think carefully. His gaze slowly swept over each person, the air seeming to stagnate, and everyone instinctively held their breath. Qin Lang said, if that evil creature descended back then, causing Silent Hill to turn into the ghostly form it is now, then why don't we see it now? Granny Goldenleaf slowly opened her mouth, her voice still low and hoarse, very simple. Because it doesn't have a suitable container now, so it can't descend into this world. That's why we are here. Han Zhuoran also gently nodded, right, isn't that obvious? However, a hint of a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Qin Lang's mouth. In that case his voice lowered a few tones, carrying a hint of coldness. Doesn't that mean that its descent back then meant there already was a suitable container at that time? The moment this sentence fell, it was as if a chill silently spread along the floor, an inexplicable unease rising behind everyone. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Granny Goldenleaf remained calm, puffing out green smoke, her eyes slightly narrowing. Qin Lang continued, if the evil creature really descended back then where is its container? Everyone gasped in unison. This question struck like an invisible thunder, exploding in each person's mind. Yes, if the evil creature's descent back then meant it found a suitable container, then why does it still need a new container now? Qin Lang said, unless the container from back then has disappeared. But would a container capable of bearing the descent of an evil creature really just vanish without a trace? Granny Goldenleaf continued to hold her pipe, slowly taking a puff, her expression unchanged, but the slight tremor in her fingertips revealed her inner turmoil. Did Qin Lang's thoughts really reach such delicacy? Did he even notice this? Qin Lang stopped speaking, simply quietly gazing at Granny Goldenleaf, waiting for her response. Granny Genia did not speak immediately, she just slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. After a while, she finally said, you, kid, are indeed very clever. But does it make sense for you to dwell on this question? Her fingers gently tapped the pipe, ash falling to the ground, instantly swallowed by the darkness. Qin Lang, however, curved his lips, his eyes sharp. Of course it makes sense. If the monster really needs a container to descend, then it means, when the coal miner dug it up, it did not directly appear in this world. In other words, they simply uncovered its existence, but did not actually release it. To put it simply, the monster just appeared, but did not truly descend. Silent Hill did not become like this all at once. Qin Lang slightly squinted, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. If that's the case, does it mean someone did something, performed some kind of ritual, to let the monster truly descend? Granny Genia's eyes flickered slightly, but she still calmly puffed the blue smoke, giving no response. Foam Lanlan's face was pale, her lips trembling slightly, as if she had thought of something but dared not speak. Han Zhuoran frowned, seemingly trying to sort out the logic in it all. Yi Zi suddenly opened her eyes wide, shock and bewilderment evident in her pupils. Her voice trembled slightly, but she spoke firmly, I understand. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on her, waiting for her to continue. Yeezy took a deep breath, clenched her fists, her tone carrying an unprecedented certainty. The monster made people create a container back then. As soon as the words fell, the temperature in the room seemed to drop by a degree. It was precisely because it needed a container that it could not appear the moment it was dug out from the coal mine. Yeezy continued to analyze, her thoughts becoming clearer. So, someone must have performed a ritual according to its will, creating its container, allowing it to truly descend. Qin Lang smiled slightly, nodding in satisfaction. Exactly. The question then arises, if the monster's descent depended on the creation of a container, then, who back then, and how did they know how to complete this ritual? And how did that container disappear? Qin Lang stood before the flickering candlelight, his eyes slightly lowered, as if contemplating something. His fingertips softly rubbed the surface of the sound-carrying jade, as if sorting through the clues emerging in his mind. So, in my view, what happened in Silent Hill back then should be like this. Qin Lang spoke gradually. Although the monster was released, it could not immediately descend into the world. It did not have enough power, or rather, it lacked a key medium, a suitable container. Everyone held their breath, quietly listening to his speculation. Lying on the altar, Feng Lanlan was stiff all over, her face awash with pallor, as if she had already thought of something. Granny Genia's eyes were inscrutable, a hint of an ambiguous smile at the corner of her lips. Qin Lang slowly paced, his voice echoing in the eerie basement. So, it initially sought a suitable person, or rather, it began to guide someone to complete a certain ritual. Chapter 132, Deception. Qin Lang stared at Granny Genia. It must have used that person, tempting their mind, giving them some kind of promise, making them willingly do this thing. In the end, the first-generation container was born. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, an impatient voice broke the silence. Sima Qing frowned, arms crossed, his tone carrying a hint of impatience and doubt. All right, you said so much. What exactly are you trying to say? These things have happened so many years ago. Even if there was a first-generation container, it has nothing to do with us, right? Qin Lang's gaze lingered for a moment on him and Granny Genie. A meaningful smile floated at the corner of his mouth. Then, he slowly spoke. Are you deliberately avoiding my point? I said, if it wants to descend into the world again, it must lure others to complete the ritual. Don't you think this is a bit like what we are doing now? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gasped in shock. Yeezy's face instantly changed. She suddenly took a step back, her fingers trembling slightly, warily looking at Granny Genie. Feng Lanlan's breathing quickened, and although she was bound to the altar, she couldn't help but struggle, her eyes filled with fear. Han Ran and Sima Qing exchanged glances, their expressions became serious, then they all looked at Granny Genie in unison. The air instantly turned extremely oppressive. Everyone unconsciously looked at Granny Genie, their eyes filled with vigilance and suspicion. Granny Genie remained calm, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth, as if she had already predicted this scene. She gently tapped her smoking pipe, wisps of blue smoke spread in the air, her gaze slowly scanned over everyone, finally resting on Qin Lang. He. She chuckled softly, her voice hoarse and meaningful. Kid, it seems you have thought this through. I have to admit, I underestimated you. Qin Lang did not answer, just silently stared at her. Shen Wangqing's face was pale, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, her fingertips almost digging into her palm, breath quickening. She stared hard at Granny Genie, her voice trembling slightly with fear and anger. So, it was you. You had already discussed this with the monster. That's why you deliberately lured us here, to create a new vessel. This sentence made everyone's nerves suddenly tense up. Han Ran's face turned extremely ugly, Sima Qing furrowed his brow, while Yizi clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Feng Lanlan's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling slightly. So that's it, no wonder it was all you from the beginning. But Granny Genie remained composed, a faint smile still on her lips, as if everything was under her control. She slowly nodded, her voice low and calm. That's right. Her gaze swept over everyone, her eyes harboring a touch of undisguised mockery. I originally intended to hide this from you, but actually, letting the monster descend is the real hidden task. Everyone's pupils instantly contracted. What? Han Ran spoke in shock, his fists tightly clenched, veins bulging. Shen Wangqing frowned hard, her voice filled with anger. Are you crazy? Are you saying you deliberately let the monster descend, without thinking about how to deal with it? You could have pulled it out, and just walked away? Granny Genie only smiled faintly, that smile carrying a strange calmness. Her gaze slowly shifted to Qin Lang, the corners of her mouth curling up, revealing a meaningful smile. Qin Lang, don't you really want to complete the hidden task? She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes like a poisonous snake in the depths of night, carrying a certain seductive significance. Then, the opportunity is right in front of you. You should make a move now, shouldn't you? The task of Silent Hill is almost complete. Once we reach the ground, we will have nearly cleared it, plus this hidden item, the rewards will be rich. The candlelight flickered in the cold air, illuminating Qin Lang's face, his eyes deep, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Qin Lang said, I won't do it. Granny Genie was slightly taken aback, the smile in her eyes seemed to deepen some. Oh, why not? You don't want to do this task? Xin Lang slightly squinted his eyes, coldly staring at Granny Jean Yi. You have deceived me too many times, I have no reason to trust you again. Granny Jean Yi laughed, gently shaking the smoking pipe in her hand, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, her voice leisurely. Oh? I deceived you? Xin Lang sneered. The gaze was like a torch. The real hidden task can only be called a hidden task when completed. You only told me part of it, while deliberately hiding the other part. Why should I believe that your let the monsters descend is the right choice? Perhaps, stopping the monsters from descending is the real hidden task? Grandma Jean Yi paused slightly when she heard this, but soon, she regained her calmness. A trade, after all, is a transaction of information disparity. If I told you all the truths, would it still be called a trade? The essence of trade is that one person knows more than the other. How can you think I'm lying to you? She shrugged, let out a soft sigh, and fixed her dark gaze on Xin Lang. No, I just hid part of the facts. Xin Lang's lips curled slightly as he smiled coldly. Hey? No matter how you argue, I won't let you have your way. The air seemed to solidify at that moment, and everyone felt an invisible tension of confrontation. Grandma Jean Yi quietly looked at Xin Lang, a hint of regret passing through her eyes, as if lamenting something unfortunate. There's no helping it then, since it's come to this. She softly sighed, slowly turned her head, and looked at Sima Qing beside her, her tone chillingly calm. Make your move. As soon as her voice fell, Sima Qing's eyes suddenly darkened, his hand quietly clenched. Xin Lang's expression turned serious as he firmly said to Yi Zi and the others, protect Feng Lanlan. Yi Zi immediately reacted, standing in front of Feng Lanlan, while Shen Wanqing, Han Zhuoran and others also got ready to defend. However, Han Zhuoran frowned and whispered, shouldn't we save her? She's still alive. Xin Lang did not answer immediately, but sharply scanned the surroundings, finally landing his gaze on Feng Lanlan. The black iron chains tightly binding her limbs emitted a faint, eerie dark red glow, as if blood were seeping through. Feng Lanlan's face was pale, her lips trembling slightly, a hint of struggle and pain flickering in her eyes. Yes, save me first. Xin Lang shook his head. No. We can't save her. Xin Lang's tone was firm and unquestionable. Han Zhuoran was taken aback. Why not? Xin Lang took a deep breath and slowly explained, the chains on Feng Lanlan are strange, they are not just ordinary restraints, but part of a ceremony. I suspect that as long as these chains exist, she is still under the ceremony's control. He paused, his eyes cold as he added, more importantly, her body has already been partially invaded by the monster. Trying to save her recklessly now will not only not help her, but will also hasten the monster's arrival. At these words, everyone's hearts trembled. At this moment, Sima Qing coldly snorted and suddenly attacked. Boom! Several blazing fireballs shot from his palm, burning with intense flames, as if they aimed to devour everything. They dragged blazing red shadows through the dark space, like falling meteors, swiftly flying towards Xin Lang. Xin Lang's eyes suddenly chilled, his demon-slaying sword leaping from its sheath. Clang! The sword light flashed, the cold blade carving a silver arc illuminated by the fire. Bang! 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 Xin Lang swung his sword with precision, each strike hitting the core of the fireballs perfectly, causing the flames to erupt instantly, bursting into a flurry of starry sparks, like blooming fiery flowers. In an instant, waves of heat surged, air currents howled past, stirring up the surrounding decayed dust, the ground scorching black. Xin Lang looked at Sima Qing and smiled, you're just an average mage after all. Sima Qing summoned several fireballs with both hands, warning, you better be careful, my fire is very fast. Xin Lang laughed, faster than the speed that brings death to you? Sima Qing's eyes turned icy, you're asking for it. Grandma Jean Yi had been quietly watching from the side, gently tapping her smoking pipe, puffing out a cloud of white smoke. The corners of her mouth slightly curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. He. Her eyes fell deeply on Xin Lang, as if she were enjoying a struggle of an interesting prey, and she was coldly observing this impending life and death game. However, Xin Lang found it difficult to focus on dealing with Sima Qing due to his wariness of Granny Jean Yi. Yi Zi's gaze sharpened as she watched Xin Lang and Sima Qing fight fiercely, flames raging and blades whistling, while Granny Jean Yi still stood leisurely by the side, coldly watching the battle, as if everything were under her control. She clenched her teeth and shouted, Xin Lang, I will help you. Before her words fell, she suddenly raised her hand, and the paper fan swung out, accompanied by a slight whoosh, as dozens of white talismans swirled and flew in the air. Paper blow snow. The paper turned into snowflakes like blades, shining with a cold light, rushing straight towards Sima Qing. Sima Qing sensed something unusual, anger flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand to block the sudden attack. However, just as the talismans were about to collide with him, they suddenly changed direction. Yi Zi's target was actually Granny Jean Yi. Sima Qing was shocked. Granny! The paper snowflakes in the air suddenly became extremely sharp, each piece like a thin blade, carrying a chilling aura, slashing towards Granny Jean Yi like a storm. Granny Jean Yi, who was still leisurely smoking, saw this and slightly raised her lips, coldly smiling. She merely raised her hand lightly, as if casually waving her sleeve, and those talismans seemed to hit an invisible barrier 3 inches around her, instantly shattering into countless white ashes, gently falling down. She exhaled a puff of smoke, her lips curling with a hint of mockery, her eyes shining with a playful glimmer, and she said leisurely, "Little girl, quite clever you are. Appearing to attack Sima Ching, but in fact, your real target is me. Your mind works fast." Her voice was light, yet it carried a chilling meaning. Yeezy's heart tightened, gripping the paper fan tighter, her gaze filled with deeper vigilance. She knew that this granny before her was more dangerous than anyone she had encountered before. Granny Jean's cold smile persisted, and with a gentle wave of her pipe, a strange airflow suddenly surged in the air. The white pieces of paper that had just fallen to the ground seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, suddenly swirling up wildly. Those pieces of paper rolled in the air as if manipulated by an invisible hand, recondensed into sharp white arrows, shooting towards Yeezy at a faster speed. Yeezy's face changed drastically, hurriedly waving the fan to defend herself, but she knew that Granny Jean had seen through her previous attack, and this counterattack would probably be even harder to deal with. But in that moment, behind Granny Jean, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. A blood-colored figure, like a ghost, emerged through the wall's shadow. In that instant, thick blood mist seemed to seep from the cracks of the broken wall, and a tall figure silently charged out from the darkness. Blood ghost technique, shadow erosion. Sumubai's figure zipped through like a breeze, his entire being transforming into a blood-colored afterimage, rapidly darting towards Granny Jean's back. His pupils glowed with a haunting crimson light, blood energy wrapping around him like threads. With a wave of his right hand, the blood mist solidified into a pitch-black ghost claw, aiming to strike severely at Granny Jean's back. This strike was as quick as thunder, mysterious as a phantom, at an extremely tricky angle, with a fierce execution, clearly aiming to defeat Granny Jean in one blow. Yet at that moment, the corners of Granny Jean's mouth curved up with a hint of indifference. With a half-smile, she sighed lightly and softly said, "Heh. I almost forgot, there is still one more." Her voice held no surprise. It was as if everything had been foreseen. Old Granny Jean slightly turned her body, her movements appearing slow but precisely avoiding Sumubai's deadly strike. Sumubai swept past her, carrying a chilling scent of blood, yet only grasped at emptiness. Hiss. Her gaze slightly tightened, realizing in an instant that she had missed, and immediately wanted to retreat using the vampire technique's ability to phantasmalize. He. The corners of old Granny Jin's mouth curved into a cold smile as she slightly raised the pipe in her hand, calmly exhaling a puff of smoke. This smoke was not ordinary, but carried a strange fluctuation, swirling in the air like a living thing, quickly spreading out. What initially was just a faint wisp of smoke suddenly expanded into a thick white mist, swiftly wrapping around Sumubai. Sumubai's pupils shrank. He immediately sensed that something was wrong and wanted to flash back to retreat, but that mist seemed to have already caught her scent. That white smoke twisted and wrapped in an extremely bizarre manner, as if it had life, accurately locking onto her figure. Sumubai was taken aback. What? Chapter 134, A Gamble. Sumubai let out a low shout, her figure just phantasmalized, trying to merge into the shadows to escape. But just as she was about to completely disappear into the darkness, the white smoke suddenly contracted sharply, transforming into countless twisted white smoke ropes that instantly wrapped around her limbs and torso like venomous snakes. Swish! Those smoke ropes moved through the air with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Sumubai's arms were tightly bound. How is this possible? She was clearly a spirit. How could this white smoke bind her? Sumubai gritted her teeth and struggled fiercely, continuously trying to break free from the bindings with the vampire technique. However, those smoke ropes seemed to be a special kind of spell. Not only did they not disperse with her blood energy, but the more she struggled, the tighter they constricted. They even dug deep into her spirit, bringing a strange stinging burn. He furrowed his brow, and his heart sank. This smoke was not right. Don't waste your effort. Old Granny Jin's voice echoed slowly. She gently shook her pipe, a hint of mockery in her smile. You little ones are quite interesting. What a pity, you are still too young. With a light flick of her pipe, those smoke ropes tightening around Sumubai immediately pulled her down to half-kneel on the ground. Don't move. Old Granny Jean said indifferently, her yellowed pipe in her mouth as she spoke leisurely. That pipe seemed to have become part of her body, and those smoke ropes wrapped around Sumubai also slightly contracted with her breathing, tightening further. Sumubai's body tensed. She could feel that this smoke was not an ordinary spell, but a kind of higher-level technique, even carrying a strange lingering aura. They were not like ordinary binding spells that could be broken with enough power. They were more like a soul-locking restriction, each struggle absorbing her strength, wrapping even deeper. Be careful, or I'll make sure you can't even become a ghost. Old Granny Jean said slowly, her gaze passing through the faint smoke to look at her, the corners of her mouth lifting into a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Sumubai gritted her teeth and roared, if you have the ability, make your move. Old Granny Jean observed her reaction, suddenly chuckling lightly, gently shaking the pipe in her hand, her tone carrying a hint of ridicule. TSK, your temper is really fiery. Is this how you act when you're human? Sumu bai, less talking. Let me go. Or else. Old Granny Jean narrowed her eyes slightly, as if appreciating the last struggles of a cornered beast, then said slowly, kill you? Hee hee, I'm not that foolish. If you die, Jean Lang will probably come over to settle the score with me. Sumu bai's whole body trembled, and she was stunned. What do you mean? Granny Jean saw this and smiled even deeper, leisurely taking a puff from her pipe, then slowly exhaling. The smoke spread like water waves, forming ripples that enveloped Sumu bai. Her tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable certainty. I can see that you are very important to Jean Lang. She paused, seemingly prolonging her tone, observing the change in Sumu bai's expression, and continued, even, he feels that protecting you is his responsibility. Sumu bai's fingers tightened slightly, her pupils flickering for a moment. Responsibility? Her breath caught, and suddenly many scenes flashed through her mind, from their first encounter to fighting side by side, from Jean Lang repeatedly pulling him back from the gates of hell to that casual yet determined statement, Miss Su, don't worry, I'm here. Sumu bai never expected this herself. Her strange, was she really that important to Jean Lang? Granny Jean didn't say anything more, she had already gotten the reaction she wanted. She could tell that Sumu bai's heart was stirred. She gently tapped her tobacco pipe, the smoke still swirling around Sumu bai, but it didn't tighten further, as if waiting for something. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Jean Lang and Sima Qing continued. Flashes of fire and blade light intertwined, the intense heat waves colliding and exploding in the air. Sima Qing was engulfed in a burning blue flame of magic. As he raised his hand, the flames curled like a long snake, rushing toward Jean Lang. Each swing carried immense explosive power, scorching the ground black, and even the air was filled with searing waves. Jean Lang wielded the demon-slaying blade, continuously dodging and blocking. Each strike emitted a sharp sound, his figure darting through the flames like a hunting wolf, always searching for a flaw. Sima Qing's strength was even greater than Jean Lang had thought. He doubted if this guy was playing the pig to eat the tiger. Ai Chi! Jean Lang shouted in a low voice, his gaze electric. How much chance do you have against this guy? Ai Chi's voice echoed in his mind, deep and calm. Must get close, otherwise, the chances are slim. But this guy's magic is not ordinary, you'd better be careful. Jean Lang frowned, his gaze darkening. Must get close, but this guy's flames give no chance. He swung his blade violently, dispersing the incoming flames, his body suddenly darting to the side. At the same time, Sima Qing sneered, the flames in his hand suddenly exploding, transforming into dozens of fiery snake shadows, surrounding him from all directions. Jean Lang's eyes sharpened, gritting his teeth as he lowly cried, looks like I have to gamble. Taking a deep breath, Jean Lang stepped forward, his figure instantly transforming into a whirlwind, charging towards Sima Qing. Crazy, are you trying to die? Sima Qing's expression changed slightly, slamming his hands together. The surrounding flames seemed to be drawn in, wildly converging into his palms. The bright red light illuminated his face, revealing his murderous intent. He shouted, swinging his hand fiercely, a scorching firewall roaring up, like the gates of hell, blocking Jean Lang's way. The rolling flames surged, a heat wave rushed forward, the air seemed to warp, and the ground around was instantly charred and cracked. Die. Sima Qing smirked coldly. In his view, Jean Lang's charge was no different from seeking death. Anyone blocked by this wall of fire would be turned to ashes in an instant. Yet Jean Lang not only didn't stop but instead accelerated. His figure raced through the whirlwind, his steps like thunder smashing the ground, charging directly at that blazing firewall, showing no intention of halting. Is he really crazy? Sima Qing's pupils contracted, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Boom! Jean Lang plunged straight into the firewall. The flames instantly engulfed Jean Lang. The corner of Sima Qing's mouth had just revealed a proud smile, but at that moment, his expression suddenly froze. Chapter 135, A Full-Scale Strike. The firewall was still raging fiercely, but Jean Lang's figure surprisingly rushed out from the other side unscathed. Not only that, a translucent light blue shield appeared next to him, like a delicate bubble, perfectly wrapping his body within it, allowing the external flames to burn without penetrating even a bit. What? Sima Qing's cold smile instantly faltered, his pupils suddenly constricted, hardly believing his eyes. His flames didn't manage to burn Jean Lang? And what was this big bubble? Jean Lang was momentarily stunned as well, he didn't expect to emerge from the firewall completely unharmed. What was this light blue shield? However, he had no time to ponder, opportunities were fleeting, and Sima Qing was already in front of him. Ai Chi! Jean Lang shouted lowly, raising the slaughtering ghost blade in his hand, the blade shimmering coldly under the firelight. At the same time, a powerful force surged from the blade, like a long-dormant beast awakening, with murderous intent and hostility condensing into something tangible in the air. Sima Qing's expression suddenly changed. Just as he was about to retreat, he felt an invisible binding trap his breath, causing his movement to slow for a brief moment. And that moment was already enough. What? Puff. Xi Lang's slaughtering ghost blade cut through the air with a thunderous force, the blade's edge carrying a wind that could tear everything apart. Under by Qi's enhancement, it seemed capable of splitting even souls. Crack! Blood splattered. Sima Qing's right arm was instantly severed, cleanly chopped off at the shoulder. Ah! A heartbreaking scream pierced through the night sky as Sima Qing staggered back, his face twisted in agony, the flesh at the severed arm burned black. Clearly the power of the blade had directly scorched the wound, making it hard to heal. But Qin Lang's attack hadn't ended. He didn't retract his blade, immediately following up with a step towards Sima Qing. Sima Qing gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with mad anger. He bore the excruciating pain of his severed arm, waving his remaining hand as fierce flames violently gathered before him, almost instantly condensing into several fireballs the size of fists. Die! Boom! The fireball shot forth with a scorching wave, like meteors, heading straight for Qin Lang. Sima Qing's fireballs crashed down like falling meteors, instantly igniting the air with fierce flames, rolling heat waves rushing toward him, as if the very ground would be burned to ashes. However, just as the fireballs were about to engulf Qin Lang, a crystal-clear barrier swiftly unfolded, like a softly glowing soap bubble, once again enveloping Qin Lang. Bang! 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 A series of explosive sounds erupted outside the barrier as the flames detonated, a violent shockwave sweeping around, the ground turned red from the roasting, and the air filled with a burning scent. Yet, Qin Lang stood there unharmed, that layer of bubble barrier acting as a gentle yet resilient barrier, blocking all flames outside, only causing ripples on the surface. Qin Lang frowned slightly, quickly turning to look, his gaze locking onto Shen Wanqing not far away. At that moment, Shen Wanqing's face was pale, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, looking exceptionally weak. She trembled slightly as she raised her hands, a few shimmering bubbles floated at her fingertips, those bubbles seemed to contain the power of life, floating lightly while radiating a strange protective aura. Is it you? Qin Lang was slightly taken aback. Shen Wanqing held herself up, biting her lip to force a smile, her voice a bit weak. This is my ability, these bubbles can heal, and can also temporarily withstand certain damage. Qin Lang's eyes flickered slightly, he did not expect her ability to be so magical. To withstand the fiery impact of someone like Sima Qing, this bubble barrier was much more resilient than it appeared, but it certainly consumed a lot of energy. Sure enough, Shen Wanqing's body swayed as if about to collapse. I can at most block one more time. Her voice was somewhat strained, even her breath was hurried. Seeing her weak appearance, Qin Lang suddenly smiled, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. That's enough. Looking at the firm light in Qin Lang's eyes, Shen Wanqing felt a surge of energy, suddenly realizing there was still hope. Qin Lang pushed off the ground with his legs, his figure charging towards Sima Qing like a gust of wind, the Ghost Slayer blade in hand, cold light gleaming, aimed directly at the enemy's vital points. At the same time, Shen Wanqing took a deep breath, condensing her last bubble, gently pushing it, and the bubble instantly expanded, enveloping Qin Lang completely as if he were covered in a layer of transparent armor. Sima Qing's eyes shone with a cold light, facing the advancing Qin Lang, he suddenly clenched the fireball in his hand, causing the flames to churn and burn wildly, quickly twisting and deforming. In the searing firelight, a flame spear slowly took shape, the spear shaft glowing red, its tip flickering with ominous brilliance, as if it could pierce through anything at any moment. I hate cockroaches that won't die. Sima Qing roared, suddenly stepping forward, the fire spear slicing through the air like a blazing meteor, aiming straight for Qin Lang's chest. Facing the shocking blow, Qin Lang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Bang! He raised his left hand sharply, forming a finger gun pose, a tremor at his fingertips propelled invisible psychic bullets into the air, like shooting stars at midnight. Bang! 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 Several psychic bullets shot directly at Sima Qing. Sima Qing's pupils constricted sharply, not expecting Qin Lang to have such means, he subconsciously tried to dodge, but the psychic bullets were silent, moving faster than he could imagine. Puff! Sima Qing felt a jolt in his chest, a wave of acute pain striking him instantly, causing him to stagger back, his eyes filled with terror. In an instant, his mind went blank, even the flame spear in his hand wobbled slightly. Ha! A cold glint flashed in Qin Lang's eyes as the Ghost Slayer blade instantly struck horizontally, tearing through the air with unstoppable power, aiming directly for Sima Qing's neck. However, just as the blade was about to touch Sima Qing's skin, a strange shadow suddenly intruded. Bang! Qin Lang's blade was forcefully blocked. His gaze sharpened, the figure before him was not Sima Qing, but Granny Jinya. Granny Jinya had somehow positioned herself between them, she simply raised a hand, that ancient pipe in her grip lightly tapping, instantly freezing Qin Lang in place, as if bound by an invisible force. He. Granny Jinya's lips curled into a knowing smile, taking a deep drag from her pipe, smoke swirling around her, her gaze chilling and mysterious. Young man, why the rush? Qin Lang felt his body bound by invisible threads, the Ghost Slayer blade hanging in midair, despite exerting all his strength, he could not move an inch further. His arms felt as if frozen by some strange power, even the tremors in his muscles had been stripped away. Am I immobilized? What is this ability? He took a deep breath, his sharp gaze fixed on Granny Genia. Why don't you take action? Granny Genia's lips curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke that formed a faint barrier in front of her. Her voice was both lazy and playful. To remain calm in such a situation. Not bad, not bad. I really haven't seen such a clever young man in a long time. I want to give you a chance. She paused, took a deep puff of smoke, and slowly exhaled. If you agree to cease fire now, we can negotiate. I am even willing to join forces with you to complete the real hidden mission. Qin Lang's eyes flickered, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Stop lying, you never intended to trade with me. Granny Genia raised an eyebrow, her tone still calm. Oh? Why are you so sure? Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, his tone firm. Because you are a woman too. Granny Genia was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Qin Lang to respond this way. Qin Lang continued with a hint of mockery in his tone. As long as it's a woman lying, I can see through it at a glance. Granny Genia stared at Qin Lang, her eyes deep like a dark pool, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, she sighed softly, the smile on her face finally fading, replaced by a faint hint of killing intent. Then there's no choice. She slowly raised her smoking pipe, pointing it at Qin Lang, her voice no longer carrying any warmth. Then you can die. Qin Lang's pupils contracted slightly, realizing Granny Genia had no intention of holding back anymore. Time paused. The world fell into complete silence. The smoke in the air stood still, Granny Genia's gesture froze in midair, her impending lethal strike also solidified in time's halt. At that moment, Bai Chi's voice echoed in Qin Lang's mind, carrying a hint of doubt. This is a perfect opportunity, why not take the chance to eliminate them? Qin Lang frowned slightly, calmly replied, during time pause, I cannot kill. Bai Chi was taken aback. What? Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his gaze still sharp. Have you seen me kill anyone during time pause? That's also my limitation. Several times, Qin Lang had wanted to do something bad while time was paused, but the system had told him that he couldn't commit extreme events during that time. Speaking of which, Qin Lang suddenly realized that his superpower hadn't refreshed in a long time. Could it be that staying in Silent Hill for so long meant that time hadn't passed at all? Qin Lang understood all at once. Right. Silent Hill has the surface world and the inner world. They were still in the inner world, and time's passage was probably different. Bai Chi fell silent for a moment, then teased, Big brother, your ability is quite peaceful. Stop your nonsense. Qin Lang's mouth twitched slightly, his gaze turning to his own hands. Hurry up and lift this immobilization effect, my hands are going numb. Ha, small matter. Bai Chi chuckled, then released an invisible force. In an instant, the sense of binding that engulfed Qin Lang dissipated like clouds blown away by a strong wind, disappearing without a trace. Bai Chi said, this old woman is not ordinary, such strong magic, she startled me just now, almost forgot to break it with my power. Looks like big brother, you've met your match this time. Suck, don't lose points later. Qin Lang flexed his fingers, a hint of cold light flashing in his eyes, then without hesitation lifted the time pause. As time flowed again, the world returned to its noisy state. Granny Genia was shocked to find that Qin Lang had fully regained his freedom of action. What? Her pupils contracted, disbelief in her eyes. How did you do that? She clearly remembered locking Qin Lang's movements herself, unless she actively released it, no one could break free. But Qin Lang seemed to completely ignore this rule, standing before her without any hindrance. Qin Lang's mouth lifted in a slight smile, his gaze laced with mockery, slowly raising the demon-breaking blade in his hand, the blade reflecting Granny Genia's shocked expression. Want to know? Then exchange your life. Granny Genia did not show panic due to Qin Lang's strong counter, instead, she smiled in relief, gently knocking the ashes from her pipe onto the ground. Qin Lang, I admit defeat, you are indeed very impressive. Her gaze scrutinized Qin Lang, her tone carrying a hint of appreciation. But you think this can change anything? Qin Lang's heart tightened, his brows furrowing slightly. What do you mean? Granny Jin's smile remained unchanged, her tone leisurely. The ritual is about to be completed. Ritual? Qin Lang's heart suddenly shook, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He swiftly turned around, only to see Han Zhuoran standing beside Feng Lanlan, holding a short blade as dark as ink, its edge wrapped in a strange purple mist, plunging towards Feng Lanlan's heart at lightning speed. Not good. Qin Lang roared, his pupils shrinking suddenly, and he realized instantly the demon was trying to deceive him. All along, he had thought the danger came from Granny Jean and Sima Qing. Since the demon had formed an alliance with Granny Jean, it must be following her. So the demon could invade others too. Stop. Qin Lang wanted to rush forward, but it was already too late. Yi Zi had already reacted. Her paper fan suddenly swung, and a large number of sharp, snow-white paper pieces scattered out, rushing straight towards Han Zhuoran. However, just as those paper pieces were about to hit Han Zhuoran, his body suddenly melted like a puddle of shapeless liquid, effortlessly torn apart into pieces. What? Yi Zi's eyes widened. She saw those countless fragmented pieces of liquid writhing in the air, quickly reassembling, and restoring to Han Zhuoran's form again. Qin Lang was shocked. This Han Zhuoran's ability was to turn his body into liquid? This was troublesome. Han Zhuoran's face still wore that calm, unperturbed expression, his eyes void of life as he looked at everyone. He slowly raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, his gaze deep and chilling. He solemnly uttered a sentence: "Everyone is a slave of the master." Qin Lang's heart sank suddenly, a wave of ominous premonition surged in his mind. Granny Jean chuckled. "Qin Lang, don't get distracted." Chapter 137, Descent. Granny Jin's lips curled into a chilling smile, her pipe raised slightly. A dense gray-white smoke suddenly spewed from her mouth, rolling towards Qin Lang like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. As the smoke enveloped him, Qin Lang felt his vision suddenly blur, a strange odor filling his nostrils, like burnt herbs mixed with decaying soil, bringing a dizzying feeling of suffocation. He bit down on his tongue sharply, forcing himself to dispel the fog stays. In his hand, the ghost-slaying knife erupted with light, the blade vibrating, producing a fierce knife aura. "Break it for me!" Boom! The knife light tore through the swirling smoke, suddenly splitting the dense fog in half, rolling away to reveal Granny Jin's cold and deep eyes. However, before Qin Lang could catch his breath, Han Zhuoran's figure suddenly transformed into a pool of pitch-black liquid, flowing on the ground like a shadow, slithering towards Feng Lanlan like a venomous snake. "Not if I can help it." Yi Zi's eyes sharpened, her paper fan swinging suddenly, vast amounts of crystal-like white paper pieces turning into a whirlwind. Flying everywhere, the cold light gleaming. The paper pieces swarmed towards Han Zhuoran's path like a blizzard. Countless paper pieces sliced through the liquid Han Zhuoran, tearing him into countless fragments, like a puddle of ink splattered on the ground. Yet the torn liquid twisted and writhed in the air, as if it were a life out of control, unrestricted by rules, directly piercing through the paper storm, heading towards Feng Lanlan in an exceedingly strange posture. "This is bad." Yi Zi's pupils shrank, revealing an expression of disbelief. "Quick, stop him!" Shen Wangqing shouted sharply, but it was already too late. Put! A blood-red flower quietly bloomed. The black liquid instantly coalesced into human form like a ghost, and Han Zhuoran's figure stood right in front of Feng Lanlan. The pitch-black dagger in Han Zhuoran's hand, carrying a chilling demonic aura, effortlessly pierced through Feng Lanlan's chest. Feng Lanlan's eyes widened, her lips trembling slightly, and blood slowly dripped down the blade, blooming into a stunning blood flower on the ground. At that moment, everyone froze. A deathly silence. Feng Lanlan's body shuddered violently, as the pitch-black dagger lodged in her chest seemed like a chain leading to the abyss, tearing her life away from the real world. Her skin quickly lost its color, becoming as pale as paper, while her once slightly trembling eyelashes eerily stopped shaking. In the next moment, she seemed to have completely lost vitality. However, the truly alarming change was just beginning. Feng Lanlan's body suddenly convulsed, and a strange aura surged out from within her. An icy wind suddenly roared up from the corner of the basement, sweeping across the entire space, as the runes on the walls flickered with a faint red light, seemingly issuing a silent warning. Following that, the ground began to tremble slightly, dust falling from the ceiling, and the air felt oppressively heavy, making it hard to breathe. Granny Genia looked at the scene before her, her eyes flashing with a hint of excitement, as she grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowing teeth, and triumphantly laughed. "Ha ha! This time, I have won." Her laughter was like countless needles piercing into the ears of everyone present, filled with an unspeakable eeriness and pride. At that moment, Feng Lanlan's body suddenly floated into the air. Without any external force acting on her, her limbs dangled weakly, her entire body seemed to be lifted by some invisible hand, rising slowly into the sky. Her head slowly tilted up, her once gentle face now turned extremely strange, the corners of her mouth slightly cracking open, revealing a bizarre curve. Her eyes had completely transformed into endless darkness, no pupils, no whites, only a deep void. In the next second, her hair began to grow wildly. The ink-black long hair seemed to come alive, twisting and extending in midair, like silent, dancing tendrils, stretching out in all directions in an almost primal manner, gently writhing in the air, sending shivers down spines. Then, a cold, hoarse voice mixed with countless echoes slowly spilled from her lips. He. This time, there are indeed many guests from Silent Hill. Qin Lang recognized that voice and understood, the demon had indeed descended. The demon curled its lips into a creepy smile, looking down with its black hole-like eyes, scanning the crowd with unhidden mockery and madness. "Next, we can have a good play." That voice was deep and chilling, filled with a hint of ecstatic excitement, as if anticipating an upcoming feast. Seeing this, Granny Genia's smile grew even brighter. She lightly tapped her palm with her pipe, as if having foreseen this moment long ago, then narrowed her eyes and slowly spoke. "Demon, our deal is due now, right?" Her voice was steady, carrying a sense of confidence that suggested she controlled everything, as if everything was under her command. Feng Lanlan's body trembled slightly, the black hair in the air suddenly paused, as if hearing Granny Genia's words. After a brief silence, the demon chuckled lightly. "Of course, as you wish, I will tell you where the treasure of Silent Hill is." This is your reward. Xing Lang's pupils suddenly constricted, finally realizing Granny Genia's true purpose. What she wanted was not the demon's arrival but the treasure of Silent Hill. Xing Lang looked at Granny Genia. So, this is the real hidden mission. Grandma Golden Leaf heard Xing Lang sigh and slightly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a cold and sharp smile. She gently tapped her pipe, ashes scattering, and the smoke slowly drifted away, as if drawing twisted, ferocious ghost faces in the night. Not bad. Her tone was leisurely, with a hint of sarcasm. If you had chosen to cooperate just now, I might have rewarded you with a little sweetness. But now, I'm afraid you can only wait to die. Xing Lang said nothing, only slightly adjusted his stance, watchfully gazing at Feng Lanlan, who floated in midair, or rather, at this monster born from Silent Hill. The hair of the parasitized Feng Lanlan seemed to grow wildly like a living thing, twisting like serpentine black snakes dancing in the air, her eyes as dark as ink, deep enough to devour everything. I am very excited right now. The monster spoke using Feng Lanlan's body, with a voice deep and hoarse, like decayed bones whispering softly. I wonder if you all can let me enjoy myself. Chapter 138, Playing with Applause. Hearing the monster say this, everyone present couldn't help but freeze. Suddenly, a weak and desperate voice came through. Grandma, save me. It was Sima Qing, lying on the ground, his broken right arm already scorched black by the searing flames, blood staining the ground red. He struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with pleading as he looked at Grandma Golden Leaf, his voice revealing unmasked fear. Grandma, please save me. However, Grandma Golden Leaf didn't even glance at him, just continued to leisurely smoke her pipe, as if Sima Qing's life or death meant nothing to her. Despair rose in Sima Qing's eyes, but he still refused to give up. Gritting his teeth, he pleaded, Grandma, you can't ignore me. I have always followed you, have always listened to you, please save me. Finally, Grandma Golden Leaf slightly turned her head, giving him a glance, her eyes cold as if looking at a broken chess piece. You are useless now, just stop here in this side story. Sima Qing's face turned pale as he finally realized she had never treated him as a true companion. Grandma. His voice trembled, his gaze complex as he looked at her, suddenly revealing a bitter smile, softly saying, I really love you. An eerie silence fell. Everyone was stunned. Even Xing Lang slightly frowned, not expecting Sima Qing to utter such words at the brink of death. Moreover, considering Grandma Golden Leaf could be Sima Qing's great-grandmother, it was indeed a bit strange for them to express love to each other. Grandma Golden Leaf's movement slightly paused, the ash at her fingertips trembling a little. But soon, she returned to normal, her expression still indifferent. She gently exhaled a puff of smoke, her voice cold. You love me, so what? To let you die, you will die. Sima Qing's pupils slightly contracted, his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. The next second, the monster's tentacles suddenly struck, completely swallowing him. Xing Lang slightly frowned, his gaze lingering for a moment where Sima Qing had been swallowed by the monster. Is this a grandparent-grandchild romance? Grandma Golden Leaf suddenly laughed lightly, with a hint of mockery, gently tapping the smoke pipe in her fingers, leisurely saying, Given that you're about to die, let me give you a little benefit before you go. Xing Lang's eyes slightly narrowed, immediately tensing his nerves, his hand unconsciously tightening around the hilt of the ghost-slaying blade, vigilantly watching her movements. Then, Grandma Golden Leaf gently exhaled a puff of blue smoke, the smoke quickly swirling and condensing in midair, as if controlled by an invisible force. At first, it was merely a hazy mist, but soon, under Xing Lang's gaze, the mist slowly took shape, outlining a graceful silhouette. A graceful and stunningly beautiful woman stepped slowly out from the smoke. Her figure was enchanting, skin as smooth as fine jade, dark long hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her eyes were like autumn water, flowing with a strange and alluring charm. She wore a dark golden long dress, the hem gently swaying, every movement radiating a lazy yet dangerous grace. That face was stunningly beautiful, yet carried a chilling and otherworldly sense that made one shiver. Xing Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing at this moment, this Golden Leaf Granny was not just an old woman. This is my true form. Golden Leaf Granny slowly spoke, her voice no longer the old hoarse tone but became charming and melodious, carrying a mesmerizing magic. Xing Lang stared at her for a few seconds, suddenly smiled, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You really are something. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Golden Leaf Granny's lips, but beneath that smile lay deeper schemes and murderous intent. Golden Leaf Granny paused slightly, narrowing her enchanting eyes, staring at the demon's twisted and strange face. Her hand slowly lifted, the tip of her smoking pipe gently quivering, a wisp of blue smoke slowly rising. Since the deal is done, let's not waste any more time. She coldly spoke to the demon, her voice regaining an undeniable authority. First, take care of Xing Lang and the others. However, the demon did not act immediately. Its pitch-black, bottomless eyes fixed on Golden Leaf Granny, the corners of its mouth slowly splitting open, revealing a chilling grin. Its laughter was low and strange, as if many mouths whispered in unison in the ear. No rush. The demon leisurely said, stretching the words with an indescribable eeriness. Golden Leaf Granny's expression darkened, coldly glancing at it. What do you mean? The demon blinked, its eyes full of mockery. I want to take you all to see the treasure first. Golden Leaf Granny's pupils slightly constricted, a fierce killing intent surged from her. Her fingers tightened slightly, the smoking pipe gently twirling, the blue smoke instantly swirling and roiling. What do you mean? Her voice was low, the tone laced with growing anger. The demon smiled slightly, with a leisurely tone. The thing you want is still yours, I have never gone back on my word. But. The demon paused mysteriously, its grin becoming more eerie. Good things should be shared with everyone. I am willing to be merciful once before they die. Golden Leaf Granny's face instantly darkened, a trace of cold murderous intent flashing in her eyes. She understood, the demon no longer intended to follow the agreement made before. You promised me. She spoke slowly, her voice had completely turned cold, even faintly carrying a hint of danger. The demon remained unfazed, still wearing that chilling smile, as if ignoring her anger completely. Of course, I never go back on my word. It slowly said, with a hint of mockery in its tone, it's just that this game if only you play, it would be too boring. Xin Lang squinted slightly, watching this scene, the corners of his mouth quietly lifting into a faint smile. You mean, you're sure you can kill me? The demon countered, you think I can't? Xin Lang tightened his grip on the ghost-slaying blade, I think I can. The demon chuckled, interesting, but when facing someone much weaker than me, I always prefer to play a bit before killing. Xin Lang crossed his arms, looking at Golden Leaf Granny with a playful expression, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Heh, the dignified Golden Leaf Granny can also be toyed with at times? His tone carried a hint of gloating. What about that arrogant look you had just now? Now you're being toyed with by this demon. Golden Leaf Granny's face instantly darkened, her eyes locking onto Xin Lang like a venomous snake. Chapter 139 The Truth. Shut up! She hissed, her eyes flashing with dangerous light, as if she would pounce on Xin Lang and tear him apart at any moment. Xin Lang shrugged, showing no fear, instead smiling indifferently. At that moment, the creature's laughter echoed again, deep and eerie, as if coming from countless twisted throats at once. Enough! Its voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The game must continue. The creature suddenly raised its hand, an invisible force sweeping over the entire basement in an instant. Boom! The ground shook violently. Everyone staggered, caught off guard, as the stone bricks beneath them emitted a low groan, as if some enormous beast was awakening deep underground. Immediately after, the whole basement began to sink. Xin Lang planted his ghost-slaying blade into the ground, steadying himself, while quickly scanning the surroundings, trying to discern the creature's intentions. The candle flames on the stone walls flickered violently, shadows dancing, casting distorted and fearful expressions on everyone's faces. Sima Qing fell to the ground, his face pale, completely unable to move. Grandma Jinya's gaze was murky, clearly she had not anticipated such a move from the creature. The creature's voice lingered, laced with mockery, there are good things coming next. Boom! Another violent tremor shook the place. This time, everyone felt a tremendous pressure coming from all directions, as if the entire space was being squeezed. The air grew heavy and oppressive. After an unknown amount of time, a tremendous crash echoed, and the basement finally came to a halt. An eerie silence enveloped everything. The walls around them were covered in cracks, dust slowly falling, the light was dim, as if they had descended deep underground, arriving in a forgotten ancient space. Just when everyone was uneasy, the creature suddenly grinned, revealing a chilling smile. It swung its hand violently. Boom! A wall shattered instantly, debris flying, dust swirling. Everyone instinctively stepped back, raising weapons, cautiously looking towards the dark ruin. As the dust slowly settled, a deep passage came into view. Behind that passage was a hidden room. In the dim candlelight, one could vaguely see that the room was filled with some ancient artifacts, exuding an indescribable eerie aura. The creature slowly turned its head, a chilling smile lingering on its lips, whispering softly. The treasure of Silent Hill is right inside. It slowly opened its arms, making an inviting gesture, its voice echoing like a nightmare in everyone's ears. Come in, everyone. Xin Lang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a teasing smile, looking at the creature, and said, You are surprisingly polite, huh? Clearly wanting to kill me, yet you invite me in first to take a look. The creature chuckled darkly, its voice low and hoarse. You came here, didn't you, just for that? Since you are going to die sooner or later, it's better to enjoy it than to vanish without seeing anything, right? Xin Lang was too lazy to waste words with it, his eyes darkening slightly, then he suddenly activated the ability to pause time. The air froze instantly, dust hanging in midair, the flickering candlelight paused in place, even the creature's coldly smiling face came to a complete stop, as if the world had turned into a silent painting. Bai Qi rolled his eyes in exasperation, lightly huffing, Big brother, isn't your ability a bit too energy-consuming? Although my power is great, it can't endure your usage like this. Xin Lang said, No more chatter, hold on. He didn't hesitate further, stepping through the shattered wall, entering that mysterious room. As soon as he stepped in, his pupils constricted sharply, his expression freezing in an instant. The scene inside the room far exceeded his imagination. Qin Lang's heart raced violently as his gaze swept between the altar and the strange stone statues. Took a deep breath, then slowly walked forward, reaching the center of the room. There, a stone coffin quietly lay, its surface etched with intricate and unfamiliar patterns, neither resembling ordinary religious totems nor symbols of known civilizations. The entire coffin seemed to be sealed by some special power, giving an indescribable sense of oppression, as if a monster that had slept for 1,000 years was about to awaken. Qin Lang frowned and slowly reached out to push open the coffin lid. Boom! The heavy lid slid open, and in an instant, a suffocating chill seeped out from inside the coffin, instantly penetrating into the marrow, making Qin Lang shiver uncontrollably. His gaze then fell into the coffin, his pupils suddenly constricting. Inside lay a strange body. It was a presence that could not be described in words, neither human nor monster, more like a grotesque creature that transcended biological logic. Qin Lang felt completely unable to describe what on earth this thing was. What the hell is this? Qin Lang frowned, gritted his teeth, and dared not look again, immediately turning his head to scan the ground beside the stone coffin. There, a few lines of ancient incantations were carved, the characters twisted and vicious. Wait a minute, what's written here is... Qin Lang suddenly understood the text above. So this is how it is Silent Hill it turns out to be. At that moment, Qin Lang completely understood the truth of Silent Hill. A chill shot straight to his head, his throat slightly tightening, and he clenched his fists. Without saying a word, he immediately took a few steps back and quickly walked out of the room without a moment's pause. Qin Lang then laughed. Oh, I see now. Time pauses, release. The air resumed its flow, and everyone's bodies slightly swayed, as if everything that had just happened was merely a fleeting illusion. Grandma Genie frowned, her gaze immediately falling on Qin Lang. What kind of tricks are you playing this time? Although she did not know what had just happened, she vaguely felt that Qin Lang had done something. Others also displayed puzzled expressions. Yi Zi and Bai Qi were all waiting for his answer. Only Qin Lang's expression became unusually dark, even revealing a hint of imperceptible panic. Nobody is allowed to go in. His voice was deep and firm, like an irresistible command. Grandma Genia's expression changed slightly, her brow furrowed even tighter, her tone somewhat displeased. Are you joking? You don't have to go in, but I have no intention of giving up. I said, no one is allowed to go in. Including you. Qin Lang's gaze suddenly turned sharp, coldly staring at her, with words carrying an undeniable threat. Grandma Genia's expression slightly stagnated, then she sneered, Hey, on what grounds? Chapter 140, False Monster. Grandma Genia's face changed unpredictably, her gaze towards Qin Lang carrying a hint of inquiry and doubt. She initially thought Qin Lang was blocking her out of hostility towards her, but now it seemed things were far more complicated. She coldly asked, Why won't you let me in? What are you afraid of? Qin Lang took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as a blade, and said in a deep voice, I'm not afraid, but you simply cannot go in. If you insist on going in, I can only kill you. After all, you'll die if you go in too. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Sumu Bai and Yi Zi's expressions changed slightly. It was their first time seeing Qin Lang speak so firmly. Grandma Genie stared at Qin Lang, her brow slightly furrowing, the mockery in her eyes slowly fading, replaced by a hint of vigilance and doubt. She could tell that Qin Lang was not joking just now. If he was willing to fight her to stop her from entering the room, it indicated that whatever was in the room was absolutely not ordinary treasure. Had ha. The monster's laughter echoed in the basement, carrying a careless mockery. It tilted its head, looking at Qin Lang. A smile crept at the corner of its mouth, and the voice was calm. Qin Lang, are you afraid that after seeing the treasure I will kill you? Qin Lang glanced at it and suddenly laughed. Go trick a ghost. His smile carried a hint of mockery. You? Want to trick me inside? The monster's smile slightly froze, its eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, but quickly returned to its calm appearance. Qin Lang turned his head, his tone firm, no matter what you say, I will not go in. The monster's smile stiffened for a moment, eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of hidden impatience, but it quickly regained its calm tone and said with a smile. Qin Lang, do you really not want to think it over again? I can take you inside to have a look. The treasures of Silent Hill are not ordinary things and will not disappoint you. Besides, you all will die in the end, so why not take another look? Its voice was deep, carrying a kind of irresistible allure, and Shen Wanqing trembled at the sound, unable to stop herself from wanting to step forward. However, Qin Lang merely smirked coldly, a hint of irony at the corner of his mouth, his eyes sharp as he gazed at the monster, saying lightly. Ha, there's only a corpse inside, what are you pretending for? In an instant, the entire underground space fell into a deathly silence. The monster's smile finally froze completely, its pupil suddenly contracting as it stared at Qin Lang, a flash of shock and doubt passing through its eyes. What did you say? Its voice remained low, but with a hint of fluster from being exposed. How could he possibly know? Countless possibilities flashed through the monster's mind, but but none could be figured out. The others present were also shocked by Qin Lang's words. Granny Genie furrowed her brow, her eyes showing confusion and vigilance. Sumubai couldn't help but gasp in shock. Yizi clenched her fists, attempting to get an answer from Qin Lang. A corpse? Granny Genie finally spoke, her sharp gaze fixed on Qin Lang. Qin Lang, what exactly did you see? Qin Lang slowly scanned the crowd, finally resting his gaze on the monster. He took a deep breath, his tone calm and certain. I now fully understand the secret of Silent Hill. Qin Lang slowly raised his hand, pointing at the monster, his gaze sharp as a knife, with a meaningful cold smile at the corner of his mouth. You are not the real monster. You are just a fraud. At these words, everyone gasped in shock, looking towards the monster, their faces filled with astonishment and confusion. Granny Genie's face darkened instantly, almost instinctively scolding, impossible. How could there be a mistake in the information her countless teammates had obtained with their lives? It was beyond doubt that Silent Hill hid treasures worth their weight in gold. Moreover, everything in the process was correct. How could this monster not be a monster? However, Qin Lang merely smirked coldly, his gaze piercing, carrying a sharpness that cut through everything. He stepped closer to the monster, his voice deep and powerful, each word seeming to carry weight, hitting hearts with a thud. Qin Lang looked at Granny Genie. Aren't you curious where the first-generation vessel went? Granny Genie's brow suddenly furrowed, her eyes flickering slightly, as if she sensed something but was unwilling to admit it. Qin Lang slowly raised his hand, unhesitatingly pointing at the monster, his eyes filled with a compelling certainty, his tone strong and powerful. You are the first-generation vessel. In that instant, the air seemed to solidify, and every heart present quaked heavily. The monster's expression darkened completely, a barely noticeable wave flashing in its pitch-black eyes. It still wore that playful smile, but behind that smile, there seemed to be a slight crack hidden away. It did not immediately deny it, but fixed its deep-set eyes on Qin Lang, the look in its eyes obscure, as if trying to find some flaw in him. But Qin Lang did not speak again, he simply gazed silently at the monster, the smile at the corner of his mouth carrying a hint of cold sharpness. Granny Jin's expression grew darker, her eyes fixed on Qin Lang with suspicion, reluctance, and a barely perceptible shock sparkling within. She asked in a deep voice, Qin Lang, what are you really saying? Is this monster the first generation's container? Her voice held a trace of anxiety, as if she feared hearing an answer she did not want to face. Qin Lang took a deep breath, his gaze as sharp as a knife, and slowly began, what is inside is actually the true corpse of the monster. That corpse hasn't been awakened yet. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts jolted violently, the air seeming to freeze in that moment, suffocating to the point of making it hard to breathe. Granny Jean widened her eyes in shock, her expression suddenly one of disbelief. She was about to retort but found Qin Lang's gaze unusually resolute, without a trace of hesitation or deception. A corpse? You say that is the monster's corpse? Her voice trembled slightly but she quickly masked it, her tone filled with doubt and caution. If the monster's corpse is inside and hasn't been awakened, then this monster before them is undoubtedly a fake. Qin Lang did not answer directly but slowly looked around the surroundings, his gaze eventually landing on the room behind the shattered wall, his voice low and solemn as he said. Back then, the coal miners uncovered the corpse of the monster, but they did not know what they had discovered until the cult on Silent Hill intervened. They quietly kept the monster's corpse hidden, and... Qin Lang squinted his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Here is the place where the cult kept the monster's corpse. Chapter 141 Man-Made Disasters. Granny Jin's pupils slightly contracted, as if pondering something. Meanwhile, Sumubai, standing to the side, trembled violently, seemingly realizing something in an instant. Her face turned pale, and in a terrified tone she asked. Could it be that all the people in Silent Hill Town died, not from a mining accident, but... Her voice trembled, as if she did not dare to say the next answer, but ultimately gritted her teeth and said. But rather, someone is committing mass murder? In that instant, everyone's breath suddenly stopped, a suffocating chill spreading from beneath their feet. The entire underground space fell silent, leaving only the rapid beating of everyone's hearts and the dim yellow lights above swaying and casting twisted shadows. The monster stood still, its smile gradually fading, replaced by a profound and elusive expression. It squinted its eyes slightly, seemingly sizing up Qin Lang, wanting to see how much he truly understood. Qin Lang's voice echoed in this dim underground space, each word like a sharp blade piercing into everyone's hearts. The mining accident back then was indeed real. But that mining accident was not a natural disaster, it was a thoroughly man-made tragedy. He slowly scanned every person present, especially Granny Jean. The cold smile on her face had not completely faded, but her gaze flickered slightly, as if considering something. Qin Lang continued. The culprit, the one who planned everything, after acquiring the monster's corpse, was tempted by the monster. So he began to want everyone to die in this town, and then revive the monster. Everyone? Sumubai suddenly furrowed her brow, her eyes revealing an incomprehensible shock. Then the entire Silent Hill, isn't it just a huge altar? Exactly. Qin Lang nodded. All the residents of Silent Hill became the sacrifices to revive the monster. Everyone's heart sank. Granny Jean finally could not help but scoff, breaking the eerie silence. She crossed her arms. With a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth, she slowly spoke. Are the people in the small town all fools? Even if this planner is amazing, don't they know to run? Don't they have the most basic instinct for survival? There was a trace of disdain in her eyes. She clearly did not believe that everyone in the small town would obediently wait to die. However, Qin Lang just coldly glanced at her and then said, of course, they want to run, but someone won't let them. Who? Old Granny Jin's eyes finally revealed a trace of doubt. Qin Lang's gaze slightly narrowed, like a sharp blade piercing through all falsehoods in the darkness, and slowly said, for example, what if they were all made to hide in the church? If the leader of the cult, the real controller of the small town, brought them all to the church? Before the mine disaster started, they got all the residents to hide in there, and then slowly let them die. What? In an instant, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Could someone really accomplish such a thing? Yi Zi's lips quivered slightly, as if she realized something. Her face suddenly turned pale, breathing became rapid. Do you understand now? Qin Lang's voice was deep and calm, yet carried an irresistible power. This is also why, from the moment we stepped into Silent Hill, we cannot reach the church no matter what. He slowly turned around, his gaze deeply fixed on the distant yellow lights, his voice low like the whispers of ghosts from underground. Because the real church. He paused, his eyes suddenly cold, and spoke in a chilling tone. Has already turned into a mass grave filled with sacrifices. At that moment, everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness surging from their feet all the way to their souls, as if the underground space they were in was no longer the human world, but hell. At that time, someone made all the residents hide in the church, and so the church became a mass grave. He spoke extremely calmly, but because of this, his words sounded even more horrifying than the most terrifying whispers of evil spirits. Everyone's faces had completely changed, especially Su Mubai. His fingertips trembled slightly, seemingly realizing some chilling truth. The one who could do this. Qin Lang raised his eyes. It could only be the priest at the church at that time, right? Once the sentence fell, the entire basement instantly became deathly silent. Silence, a suffocating silence. Old Granny Jin's face turned extremely ugly. Su Mubai clenched his fists, while Bai Qi furrowed his brows, thoughtfully staring at Qin Lang. And everyone remembers what Han Zhuoran said when he was being controlled, right? Qin Lang slowly scanned the surroundings. His tone was still calm, but every word seemed to carry a bone-chilling coldness. At that time, he said he was just a slave. Slave? Su Mubai murmured, as if digesting the true meaning of this sentence. Yes, a slave. Qin Lang nodded. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but here comes the problem. Han Zhuoran no longer had self-awareness at that time, right? In other words, the one speaking at that time wasn't Han Zhuoran himself, but the entity that possessed him. Su Mubai's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, wait. If it was a ghost speaking, why would it call itself a slave? Exactly. Qin Lang coldly laughed. This is precisely the key. He stared at the entity, his gaze sharp as if he had already seen through everything. How could a true evil spirit ever call itself a slave? The air was thick with oppressive tension, and everyone's breath grew heavy. Qin Lang squinted, his gaze like lightning in the night, piercing through layers of fog, directly pointing to the core of the truth. So, there is only one explanation. His voice was deep and filled with strength, each word seemed to stir up invisible ripples in the underground space. That is, the one who possessed Han Zhuoran. It is not a true monster, but an existence willing to be a servant of the monster. It is he who caused this series of tragedies. When Qin Lang's last word fell, the entire underground world seemed to suddenly lose its sound. A terrifying silence descended. Ha 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 ha. The sudden laughter shattered this silence, like the frenzied cackles of a demon from the depths of hell, echoing in this dark space. The monster possessing Fong Lanlan burst into laughter, a pair of crimson eyes flickering with dangerous glints. He slowly clapped his hands, a sinister smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his laughter carrying a hint of almost arrogant admiration. You, my dear, are truly fascinating. Chapter 142, The Deadly Game. The monster raised his head, squinting his eyes, a deep smile appearing, finally admitting everything. That's right, I am not a monster. I am the priest of Silent Hill. The air suddenly froze, and everyone's heartbeat came to a harsh stop at that moment. I never expected someone to understand these matters. His voice was low, carrying an inexplicable admiration, like a chess player who had carefully set up a game, finally seeing a worthy opponent. Qin Lang, you are truly exceptional. Qin Lang sneered, his gaze sharp, deceiving us to come in, just so you can kill us and revive your master, right? The priest did not deny it, he merely clapped lightly, a strange curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Exactly. His tone was casual, as if speaking of something trivial. But as those words landed, the temperature in the entire space seemed to drop a degree, an oppressive feeling spreading rapidly, as if countless invisible hands were silently reaching out from the darkness, slowly stretching toward everyone. Granny Jinya furrowed her brows, still somewhat confused. She had seen killings and experienced numerous schemes, yet the current situation sent chills down her spine. What does this mean? Xin Lang looked deeply at her, his expression grave. Do you not understand? Why has no one cleared Silent Hill for so long? His voice was soft, but each word struck like a hammer, hitting everyone's hearts hard. Everyone was stunned, as if realizing a certain possibility. Sumubai's face suddenly changed. Granny Jinya's eyes gradually revealed shock. Xin Lang continued, because the very existence of Silent Hill is to ensure that all players die here, becoming the nourishment for the monster's resurrection. This sentence was like a thunderclap, suddenly exploding in everyone's ears. Granny Jinya's pupils slightly constricted, her heart raced. Are you saying that? Xin Lang nodded, his voice low, laced with a chilling murderous intent. That's right. The copy managers we encountered along the way, each level is deliberately causing players' deaths. Do you remember? Every rule seems fair, but actually hides lethal traps. Every challenge is incredibly cruel, leaving almost no chance for survival. His gaze swept over everyone, his expression icy. All the rules, all the trials, all the choices, have only one purpose. To make us die. The entire Silent Hill instance is a murder game designed by the instance system and the monsters. The air seemed to be sucked out in an instant, everyone's breathing paused for a moment. Xin Lang slowly raised his head, his eyes piercing like a sword, directly aimed at the priest across from him. Everyone who dies in Silent Hill becomes the nourishment for the monsters. The priest smiled slightly, with a peculiar pride and admiration. His gaze toward Xin Lang was like admiring a fine piece of art. Clever, very clever. What a pity. Yi Zi's face instantly turned pale, her hands instinctively clenched the edges of her clothes, her eyes revealing a hint of tension and unease. Xin Lang, then are we out of options? Her voice was very soft, but in this suffocating silence of the underground world, every word was particularly clear, as if carrying a trembling echo. Xin Lang did not respond immediately but slightly narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he took a deep breath and looked at Granny Jinyi. Grandma, I ask you, why did you come back to do this hidden mission? Granny Jinyi frowned slightly, clearly not expecting Xin Lang to suddenly ask this question. She was silent for a few seconds and finally sighed, deciding to tell the truth. I heard that there are treasures hidden in Silent Hill, and as long as we get them, we can complete the hidden mission, unlock achievements, and directly clear the game. My teammates have been working hard for this treasure. Her tone was very calm, but the greed and calculation within were not deliberately concealed. After all, she was an old veteran and wouldn't do things without returns. So that's why you came. Xin Lang nodded and then a meaningful smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Then let me tell you why I came. Everyone's gaze suddenly fell on him. Xin Lang slowly said, I came here because I was commissioned by Bai Qinhu. In other words, all of us know there is a hidden mission here, and we all came for this mission. But have you ever thought, with so many people, why do we all know this information? Granny Jinyi suddenly paused, and Yi Zi gasped sharply. Shen Wanqing's face also turned ugly. Do you mean, we were deliberately lured here? The smile on Xin Lang's lips became even colder. That's right, this is not a normal hidden mission at all, but bait, a trap specifically designed to lure players here to their deaths. Boom. This sentence exploded like thunder in everyone's hearts. Granny Jinya's face changed, Yi Zi's body trembled slightly, Shumubai's eyes revealed shock and anger, and Shen Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, the knuckles cracking with sounds. Everyone came to understand one thing, they were not challengers but prey that had been deliberately raised. The priest smiled faintly, a trace of cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked over Xin Lang and the others, seemingly enjoying their shocked expressions. That's right, Xin Lang, you are right. His voice carried an inexplicable eerie excitement. In fact, long ago, I was completely erased by a mysterious power. He paused, the smile on his face deepened, as if recalling some joyful memory. As for my master, because there wasn't a suitable vessel, he could only be sealed in this darkness. But that person was magnanimous and did not completely eliminate us, instead, he gave us a chance. Chance? Granny Jinyi frowned. What do you mean? The priest slowly spread his arms, his tone filled with a hint of fanaticism. He said that as long as we continue to play the role of scapegoat here, leading all players here as sacrifices. A bloodthirsty excitement flashed in his eyes. My master would be allowed to resurrect. In other words, he's the director, and we are merely actors. He even sent many beast-faced, human-bodied monsters to assist us in completing the sacrifices. So strange yet kind, isn't it? Boom. Xin Lang and others felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts as a bone-chilling cold spread along their spines. So, the so-called hidden mission is not to let players clear the game at all, but a killing trap. Xin Lang's voice was deep and cold. They never intended to let anyone leave here alive. Chapter 143, The Avatar of Monsters. The priest laughed wildly, his laughter revealing a sickly madness. That's right. Every person who enters Silent Hill will ultimately become a sacrifice. They will be driven insane by fear, torn apart by monsters, toyed with by rules. In the end, their blood and souls will nourish this land, turning it into the breeding ground for my master's rebirth. Qin Lang's gaze was fierce and cold, staring at the priest before him, his palm slowly raising, pointing at him, his tone icy as he said, "You should go accompany your master." Before the words fell, Qin Lang had already prepared for battle. He slightly crouched, gripping the ghost-slaying blade tightly, the blade trembling slightly, releasing a chilling light, as if it had long been thirsty for blood, eager for new prey. Yet the priest showed no sign of panic. Instead, he chuckled softly, that laughter carrying a sense of disdain and mockery. "Do you really think you can defeat me here? How ridiculous." Qin Lang remained unmoved, sneering as he replied, "The naive one is you." As soon as the words dropped, he stomped his foot hard, his entire body shot out like a released arrow, the ghost-slaying blade slicing through the air, aiming straight for the priest's throat. The blade light pierced through the fog, like a flash of lightning in the darkness, carrying intense killing intent, instantly approaching the priest. However, just as the blade was about to touch the priest, a strange shadow suddenly spread out behind him, that was a vast darkness, expanding like an abyss, swallowing all light. Gurgle, gurgle. In the shadows, it seemed there were countless twisted faces rolling about, constantly struggling, moaning, producing a chilling whisper. Then, a pitch-black giant claw slowly reached out, its claws hideous, covered in dried blood, carrying a stench of decay and despair, lunging fiercely towards Qin Lang. "Look well, this is the power of my master." The priest laughed maniacally, his voice echoing in the darkness, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty fervor. Yi Zi exclaimed in shock, "That is, a monster?" Old Granny Genie said, "Impossible, the monster hasn't been resurrected yet, this is likely just a clone." Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. That black giant claw came whistling in, carrying unmatched power, the air split apart with a deep rumble, as if the entire space was twisting. Facing this terrifying enemy, Qin Lang did not take a step back, his eyes sparkled with determination, his fighting spirit boiling, the ghost-slaying blade exploding with a dazzling cold light, charging upwards. This battle, there was no way to evade. Old Granny Jean Yi watched the unfolding battle, unable to help but shake her head and sigh, murmuring softly, "Is Qin Lang a fool? Though this is only a clone, can he actually deal with that power? No matter how strong Qin Lang is, he's still just a mortal. How could he turn the tide?" Bai Qi also held this thought. He advised Qin Lang, "Brother, this is too risky. This thing's clone power is also very strong. Only when I am at my peak can I dare to confront it. Right now, you still can't unleash my full power." Qin Lang declared, "Stop talking nonsense, what I say goes." Bai Qi sighed lightly, "Well then, you must be able to handle it." In the next second, Qin Lang's figure suddenly vanished. Everyone was taken aback, searching all around, trying to find his trace. However, neither their naked eyes nor their skill-enhanced senses could capture Qin Lang's presence. It was as if he had been swallowed by this darkness, disappearing without a trace. The priest's expression slightly changed, his brows furrowing, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. He scanned his surroundings, his tone heavy as he said, "Qin Lang, where did you hide?" His voice echoed in the dead air, carrying a barely perceptible hint of restlessness. With his abilities, it should be impossible not to notice Qin Lang's track, yet at this moment, he couldn't even see a shadow of him. This made his heart sink, an ominous premonition began to spread in his chest. The next second, a flash of blade light suddenly appeared behind him. "What?" The priest's pupils shrank sharply, unable to react in time, when Qin Lang's blade came crashing down. Puff! The ghost-slaying blade, sharp and unparalleled, directly struck into the shoulder of Feng Lanlan, whom the priest was possessing. Blood burst forth in an instant, staining the priest's cold face red. Feng Lanlan's body trembled violently, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, while at that moment, the priest felt a chilling pain. Qin Lang's attack was not only harming this body but directly striking his very soul. "Damn boy!" The priest's face twisted, his eyes igniting with immense rage, his voice turning savage and furious, "You dare to hurt me!" He forced himself to endure the soul-rending pain, suddenly raising his hand as a dark shadow rapidly spread, transforming into sharp tendrils that coiled like venomous snakes towards Qin Lang. However, Qin Lang let out a cold laugh, lightly stepping back, his figure turning once again into an illusion, swiftly dodging the attack. "Do you think with this little trick, you can kill me?" Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, the blade still dripping blood, his tone frigid. "Don't you understand? Your flaws have been completely exposed." However, the priest did not reveal any fear. Instead, he let out a sinister laugh, a strange curve forming at the corners of his mouth. "I have flaws?" He coldly sneered, his voice echoing in the air like a ghost. "Qin Lang, do you truly think you've won?" Before his words fell, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the monstrous avatar behind him. Boom! Darkness swept in, a wave of even more terrifying killing intent surged out. Under the priest's command, the monstrous avatar, dragging its twisted body, lunged once more at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, his brows filled with icy intent. He suddenly waved his hand, his mental energy rippling through the air, coalescing into several invisible bullets, shooting forth like shooting stars. Bang! 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 The bullets, infused with invisible killing intent, struck fiercely against the priest's body. The priest's body shook violently, his face instantly twisting, revealing a pained expression. At this moment, it felt as if his soul was being torn apart by a sharp force, the agonizing pain rendering him almost immobilized. Damn it! The priest growled lowly, fury surging in his eerie green eyes. However, just as he forcibly steadied his form, boom! A terrifying power erupted from the depths of darkness. The monstrous avatar roared, its huge and twisted limbs flailing, its giant claw covered in black scales suddenly clapped against the ground, shaking the entire basement violently. In an instant, it felt like an earthquake had erupted, the walls cracked, dust and debris fell from the ceiling, and the air was thick with a sense of oppression. Yeezy's form swayed, almost knocked down. She hurriedly supported herself against a stone pillar, her eyes filled with anxiety. Qin Lang! I'm coming to help you! She shouted urgently, pushing off the ground, ready to rush forward to assist. Chapter 144, The Escape Route. However, Qin Lang's voice came without hesitation, carrying an undeniable coldness. Take care of yourself first. Yeezy hesitated, biting down on her teeth, yet the worry in her eyes did not diminish at all. At that moment, the monstrous avatar's attack struck like lightning, ambushing from Qin Lang's flank. Its sharp claws drew a chilling arc of light in the air, tearing down fiercely. Slashing. Blood blossomed. Qin Lang's left shoulder was suddenly torn open, a grotesque blood hole formed, blood sprayed forth, splattering on the ground, bright red and glaring. His body swayed slightly, cold sweat beating at his temples, but his expression showed no pain. Instead, his gaze sharpened further, filled with a cold fighting spirit. Yeezy's pupils constricted, her heart tightened suddenly, anxiously shouting, Qin Lang! You! She wanted to rush forward, but a bony hand pressed down on her arm. Granny Genie shook her head slowly, her tone calm, Don't worry, he won't die. But, his wound. Yeezy's voice trembled, unable to bear watching Qin Lang get injured, yet she was held back by Granny Genie, unable to move. Granny Genie's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Don't forget. He has the ultimate virus. Just as Yeezy was puzzled, Qin Lang's wound unexpectedly began to heal at a visibly fast rate. Muscles twitched, flesh grew, and the open wound was quickly filled with new tissue. In just a few seconds, the wound that could see the bone had completely healed, even the bloodstains were covered by new skin. Yeezy looked at Granny Genie, shocked once again. She actually knew that Qin Lang had the ultimate virus, it seemed she had long been aware of him. Qin Lang slowly raised his head, moved his shoulders, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this all you've got? Not even enough to look at. In his eyes burned fierce fighting spirit, the demon-slaying blade trembled slightly in his hand, as if responding to his killing intent. The priest saw the scene, and his face finally changed to one of horror. What the hell are you, a monster? Qin Lang licked his lips and scoffed, monster? No, this is just the beginning. Qin Lang's figure flickered, charging towards the priest like a gust of wind, the demon-slaying blade cutting through the darkness, its cold light flashing like lightning. The monster's avatar let out a deafening roar, its form suddenly swelling, a giant arm covered in black scales swung down violently, bringing with it a terrifying impact that slammed into the ground. Boom! The entire basement shook violently as if experiencing an earthquake, huge cracks spread across the ground, and the walls instantly collapsed, chunks of rock fell like rain. Yeezy's pupils constricted, quickly jumping away, wielding her short sword, and accurately smashing a giant rock that was about to hit her. Granny Genie merely stamped her foot gently, releasing a surge of true energy from her body. An invisible wind swept out, shattering all the fallen debris around her. Be careful, it's going to collapse here. The others quickly employed their own techniques, either dodging or bracing themselves, struggling to hold on in the collapsing basement. Yeezy looked up, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang, her heart anxious. What does he want to do? If he continues to clash head-on, it's simply not a solution. However, Granny Genie, standing beside her, suddenly smiled lightly, a knowing look flashing in her eyes. I understand. Yeezy was taken aback and turned to look at Granny Genie. Granny, what are you talking about? Granny Genie slowly exhaled, a meaningful smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Qin Lang isn't planning to fight the monster's avatar to the death at all. Yeezy paused for a moment, clearly not grasping it. What? Granny Genie squinted, gazing at the crumbling walls around them, her voice carrying a hint of certainty. He is deliberately letting the monster's avatar destroy this place. His true goal is to completely collapse the entire basement, burying the monster's true body under the ruins. Yeezy's eyes widened, her heart pounding, and she gasped. This is too risky, isn't it? Qin Lang was still darting around, skillfully dodging the avatar's frenzied attacks, as if he didn't care about winning or losing, just continuously leading the monster to strike. Every time the monster's avatar struck, it made the basement more dilapidated, the cracks widening, the supporting structure of the entire underground space was in jeopardy, and if it continued like this, the entire basement would completely collapse in no time. The priest finally realized something was wrong, his face completely changed. Damn it, so you've been using me all along? Upon hearing this, Qin Lang smirked coldly, lightly flicking the blood off the demon-slaying blade, his eyes reflecting undisguised mockery. You're just a puppet, why would I target you? The priest's face turned pale with anger, a burning rage of being fooled surged within him, and he gritted his teeth, roaring, "You bastard!" Boom! Before he could take the next action, the entire basement finally couldn't withstand the violent destruction from the monster's avatar and began to collapse completely. Boom! The ceiling of the entire basement had cracked open with countless vicious fissures. Rocks fell like raindrops, and the raging monster's clone roared amidst the ruins, crashing around with a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. In this life and death chaos, a tall figure suddenly burst out from the cracked wall. Qin Lang. I'm here to help you. Sumubai's voice rang out amidst the deafening roar, as she lightly leaped onto the collapsed stones, her eyes showing a hint of tension. Qin Lang turned slightly, seeing Sumubai, not surprised but instead smiling faintly. Did you find a way out? Sumubai nodded, of course. Qin Lang smiled, not asking further, directly saying, good, then help me with one thing. Sumubai was about to nod, but saw Qin Lang suddenly lean closer and whisper a few words in her ear. After hearing this, Sumubai's expression changed slightly, looking at Qin Lang with some surprise, but soon, a teasing smile appeared on her lips as she gently nodded. No problem. Qin Lang patted her shoulder, his gaze firm, then I'll leave it to you. Sumubai said nothing more and turned to Yi Zi and the others, shouting loudly, follow me. I've found the way out. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi asked, what about Qin Lang? He'll be fine. Sumubai raised her chin confidently, don't fall behind. She quickly led the way towards a side wall, weaving through the cracks, while Yi Zi, Granny Jin Yi, and the others immediately followed. However, just then, the priest's cold laughter rang out. Haha, do you really think it's that easy to get away? Chapter 145, To the Limit. Qin Lang's gaze darkened as he looked up at the priest, who stood on a high sheer wall, his face sinister, his tone full of mockery. The rocks in this underground space are among the hardest in the world, without my mechanism, you cannot escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zi had already tried to use her paper snow to cleave through the rock layer ahead. Clang! The sword blade struck the rock and produced a sound like metal clashing, even causing the sword's edge to tremble slightly. Yi Zi's face changed slightly, stepping back, gritting her teeth. Indeed, it's very hard. The priest laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. This rock layer has formed over countless years, and you cannot penetrate it. But just as the priest was feeling pleased, Granny Jin Yi slowly stepped forward, lifting her eyelids, and said calmly, then let me try. She took out her smoking pipe, deeply inhaled, then suddenly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. The smoke rapidly swirled, gathered, and twisted in the air, instantly transforming into dozens of sharp blades of smoke, each glinting coldly, resembling real blades. With a gentle wave of Granny Jin Yi's hand, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the dozens of smoke blades shot out like a storm, fiercely slicing towards the rock wall. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The originally indestructible rock was surprisingly sliced open like tofu by these smoke blades, instantly revealing a passage wide enough to pass through. Yi Zi gasped in disbelief at the scene before her. This Granny Jin Yi's power truly seemed unfathomable. She put away her pipe and smiled lightly. All right, the road is open, let's go. The priest's face instantly turned extremely ugly. You all. Qin Lang's lips curled up as he watched everything, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Focus, I'm coming again. The priest trembled with rage, the intent to kill surging in his eyes. Meanwhile, Sumubai had already led Yi Zi and the others quickly towards the direction of the open passage. Don't leave. The priest's eyes burned with insane fury, watching helplessly as Yi Zi and the others rushed towards the open passage, his reason nearly consumed by anger. You will not leave here. He suddenly waved his hand, and the monster's clone let out a world-shaking roar, its limbs pushing against the ground like a collapsing mountain, casting a terrifying shadow towards Qin Lang. Try to completely tear him apart. Qin Lang was already prepared. He coldly snorted, his ghost-slaying knife brimming with power, suddenly striking down towards the chest of the monster's avatar. Ha! The blade, shimmering with a chilling light, sliced through the air, cutting through the darkness and ruthlessly hacking into the monster's avatar. Boom! The enormous body of the monster's avatar shook violently, accompanied by a deafening roar. Its massive body was actually forced back several steps by Qin Lang's single strike. The sharp blade aura carved a fierce wound in its chest, dark energy gushing out of the wound. The priest's expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? His body trembled slightly, staring at Qin Lang in disbelief, his lips quivering as if he was questioning whether he saw it wrong. Qin Lang actually forced back the monster's avatar with a single strike? He could not understand, he could not accept it. Logically speaking, although this monster's avatar was only a part of the main body, its power was still extremely terrifying, even enough to flatten a city. But this mere mortal in front of him could actually withstand its attack and push it back? The priest's gaze grew colder, his face turning pale. He growled, how did you do it? Xin Lang flicked his wrist, the blood on the blade sliding down its body. Priest, do you think you can act recklessly just because of the monster's avatar? He stepped closer, the ghost-slaying knife emitting a chilling killing intent. You are nothing but a puppet. Even with the monster's avatar, it doesn't mean you can unleash its full power. In the end, you are just a pawn. As soon as the words fell, the priest's face instantly flushed red, shaking with rage. Xin Lang's words struck at the deepest wounds in his heart. Yes, he truly could not unleash the full power of the monster. The monster's power was terrifying, but he was merely a vessel borrowing its strength, not the monster's main body. If the monster's main body descended in person, Xin Lang would not stand a chance of surviving. But now, he was actually looked down upon by Xin Lang, said to be merely a puppet? You dare to underestimate me? The priest completely broke down, madness swelling in his gaze as he suddenly bit his own finger, black blood instantaneously seeping into the air, causing the basement to erupt with a howling wind, dark energy swirling. I will kill you. He suddenly spread his arms wide, the monster's avatar seemed to sense its master's fury, letting out an earth-shattering roar, terrifying power gathering in its arms as it smashed towards Xin Lang. Xin Lang's fighting spirit surged, a smirk crossing his lips. Now this is interesting, come and try again. He advanced instead of retreating, facing the monster's avatar, striking with his knife once more. Just as Xin Lang was about to swing his knife again, suddenly, a deep and cold voice echoed in his mind. Enough, big brother. Your body is already at its limit. Bai Chi's voice carried an undeniable warning, ringing in Xin Lang's consciousness. His tone was severe and anxious as if he could already see Xin Lang on the verge of collapsing from the strain. Xin Lang gritted his teeth, the muscles on his forehead twitching slightly. He of course knew how terrible his condition was. His stamina was spent, muscles aching as if they would burst, bones aching faintly, each swing of the knife bringing a tearing pain. The desperate virus was constantly repairing his body, but the speed was gradually falling behind the damage. Bai Chi spoke solemnly, Big brother, those last few strikes, you were only able to withstand them because my power was forcefully supporting you. But you can't handle such strong power, your meridians have already started to rupture. If you continue, your body will be completely destroyed. Xin Lang's lips twitched slightly, intense pain surged like a tide from all limbs and bones, yet he gritted his teeth to endure, sweat beading on his forehead, but his eyes remained sharp as a knife. Just hold on a little longer. His voice was deep and firm, with no trace of wavering. Bai Chi was slightly taken aback, then immediately shouted in anger, Hold? You still want to hold on? You know that your recent outbursts were only possible because I used my power to hold up your body, so you weren't shattered by the monsters. But you've already reached your limit. Even with my strength, I can't support your body indefinitely. Big brother, if you keep fighting him, you will die. Chapter 146 must be quick. Bai Chi's voice echoed in his mind, filled with rare anger and urgency. However, Xin Lang merely took a deep breath and replied calmly, I know. Bai Chi was stunned, you know, and you're still doing this? Xin Lang's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of madness and confidence, but I've already thought of a way to deal with this guy. Bai Chi was momentarily speechless. After a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, What method? Xin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly watching the roaring monster in front of him, while his peripheral vision glanced towards the distant passageway. This all depends on whether Su Mubai and the others can hurry up. In the deep underground passage, Su Mubai led the way, his steps quick and determined, his voice tinged with urgency, Hurry. Move faster. We must leave this place as soon as possible. Yizi closely followed behind, but her brows were tightly knitted, a lingering unease in her heart. Her breath was slightly rapid, and biting her lip, she couldn't help but ask, But what about Xin Lang? Are we just going to leave him behind? His situation right now. Before she could finish her words, Su Mubai unhesitatingly interrupted her, The faster we go up, the faster Xin Lang will be saved. Yizi was taken aback, her steps slowing slightly as she looked at Su Mubai in confusion. Why? But Su Mubai did not explain. He just lowered his head, gritting his teeth, and pushed forward with all his might. Yizi grew more puzzled, turning her head to look at the others, trying to find answers in their expressions. However, at that moment, the always silent Granny Jean Yi suddenly slowed her pace. She widened her eyes, as if she had suddenly thought of something, and then she burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Her laughter echoed in the narrow passage, and everyone stopped, looking at Granny Jean Yi in shock. Shen Wanqing couldn't help but frown, puzzled as she asked, Grandma, what are you laughing at? Granny Jean Yi's laughter gradually calmed down, but a meaningful smile remained at the corners of her mouth. She looked deeply at Su Mubai, then slowly swept her gaze over everyone, her eyes shining with insight. She sighed softly, her tone mixed with admiration and shock. I understand now what Xin Lang really wants to do. She looked up at the dark end of the passage overhead, a strange light flickering in her eyes. This kid actually wants to summon all the spirits from Silent Ridge. At this remark, everyone was taken aback. Sumubai was also somewhat surprised. This woman actually figured out Qin Lang's plan all at once. Yi Zi's eyes widened suddenly, her breath caught, her voice trembling with disbelief. What? Release all the spirits? Xin Wanqing was also utterly shocked, unable to fathom the horror of this plan. But how is that possible? What does he want to do? Sumubai did not turn back, only quickened his pace, his voice deep yet firm. You're right, that's why we must go up quickly. Everyone felt a chill creeping up their spines. Qin Lang's plan was too crazy, simply unbelievable. But at the same time, their steps quickened even more than before. Granny Jinyi glanced back at the long and rugged stone steps behind her, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. She suddenly stopped, hands on her hips, tilting her head slightly. Show a look of disdain. Oomph, walking like this is too slow. She scoffed, the corner of her mouth with the pipe slightly lifted, carrying a playful smile. After speaking, she casually tapped the edge of her pipe and took another deep puff of smoke. Her chest slightly inflated, then she suddenly opened her mouth and slowly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. This puff of smoke seemed to carry some incredible power, rapidly spreading in the narrow passage. At first, the crowd only felt a blur in front of them, the smoke swirling, their vision instantly became unclear. But soon, they were shocked to discover the ground under their feet had actually disappeared. This is. Yi Zi exclaimed, looking down in disbelief as she realized her feet were actually hovering in mid-air, completely free from the constraints of the steps. Xin Wanqing also looked shocked, the smoke under her feet seemed to turn into a gentle yet strong force, steadily supporting her body, making her float lightly, just like riding clouds in mist. What kind of magic is this? She widened her eyes, her voice filled with disbelief. Sumubai, however, was not too panicked. Instead, he quickly adjusted his stance to adapt to this sudden floating state. He frowned slightly, murmuring softly, Grandma Genia's strength is even more unfathomable than I imagined. The smoke grew denser and denser, like an invisible giant hand, steadily lifting everyone. In the next moment, a powerful force pushed out suddenly, and the bodies of the crowd accelerated abruptly, as if being swept away like fallen leaves in a fierce wind, racing towards the end of the tunnel. Wah! Yi Zi couldn't help but cry out, her whole body slightly swaying in the air, desperately reaching out to grab something. But the smoke gently enveloped them, ensuring they would neither fall nor lose control, just rapidly sending them upward. Grandma Jinyi stood among the smoke, revealing a hint of a proud smile, shaking her pipe, and slightly raising the corner of her mouth. Hee, hold on tight. The crowd was deeply shocked, having never expected this seemingly ordinary old woman to possess such terrifying power. Wrapped in smoke, they quickly surged out of the tunnel, and when their feet finally landed firmly on the ground, they felt a sudden jolt. They had finally returned to the ground. However, when they raised their heads and looked around, everyone couldn't help but gasp in cold air. The scene before them was completely different from what they had seen when they came. The previously peaceful and harmonious small town no longer existed. Instead, it was replaced by a dead and desolate ruin. Cracks were all over the street, deep fissures like black wounds tearing the ground apart. Broken buildings stood crookedly, many having already collapsed, with thick dust accumulated among the broken walls, as if no one had set foot here for decades. The air was filled with a heavy stench of decay, mixed with rust and damp moldy smells. As if this place had long been forgotten by the world, becoming a dead city. How can this be possible? Yi Zi murmured to herself, unable to imagine how Silent Hill had instantly turned into this state. Grandma Jinyi spoke, this is actually the true appearance of Silent Hill. Everyone turned their heads to look at Grandma Jinyi. Grandma Jinyi said, what we saw before was just an illusion created by the priest and the monsters. She lightly tapped her palm with the pipe, squinting her eyes to survey the surroundings, her tone calm. This place has been finished long ago, becoming like this is its true form. Everyone felt a heaviness in their hearts. Sumubai took a deep breath, a hint of urgency appearing on his face, breaking the brief silence. Let's not worry about that for now. Quick, go to the church. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, then he suddenly lifted his feet and ran towards the center of the town. Everyone exchanged glances, though there was still shock and doubt in their hearts. They hesitated no more and followed closely. The church was not far away. That Gothic black church stood alone, like a huge shadow, on this desolate earth. The broken spire pointed toward the dark sky, and the ancient stained glass windows had long since shattered, leaving only the incomplete frame swaying in the cold wind. Sure enough, they had been beneath the church all along. No time for nonsense, hurry inside. Sumubai's face was grave as he took the lead and pushed open the half-closed door. Creak. The heavy church door opened slowly, and a wave of decay hit them, mixed with the stench of blood and rotten flesh that made one want to vomit. As soon as they stepped inside, goosebumps appeared all over the site. Inside the church resembled hell. Bones lay scattered on the ground, white skeletons exposed to the air, some were partially intact. Some still clung to shrunken flesh, their twisted positions telling stories of pain and despair before they died. Black blood had dried long ago, hardened into ugly traces that stretched from the walls to the ceiling, like a devil's curse etched in place. Yeezy gasped in shock, quickly covering her mouth, her face pale. Here, is this the site of the priest's sacrifices? Sumubai did not answer, his gaze darkened slightly, then he formed a seal with his hands. Blood ghost technique summon souls. Crimson blood slowly seeped into the ground, and the gloomy wind in the church suddenly went wild, as if countless invisible eyes were watching them from the darkness, waiting to be summoned. At that moment, Granny Genie suddenly chuckled, meaningfully picked up her pipe, took a gentle puff, and exhaled a wisp of white smoke, her laughter carrying a hint of interest. Hey! Qi Lang, this kid's brain is even better than I imagined. Sumubai stood at the center of the runes, his hands slightly pressed together, eyes closed as he sensed the emotional fluctuations of the souls. The air was thick with the strong smell of blood, making her expression even calmer and more composed. Don't be afraid. She spoke softly, her voice carrying an indescribable firmness and gentleness, as if calling out to long-sleeping relatives. I can feel your pain, your anger, I can help you take revenge. The slaughter you once suffered, all the past innocence, will have an answer. The souls slowly appeared, half-transparent figures swaying uncertainly in the darkness. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion, they did not know what they were or why their fate was like this. Sumubai did not rush to speak again, but communicated with the souls using a gentle yet powerful spiritual force. Her voice rang out again, carrying an irresistible allure. I know where the priest is, and I know the cause of your death. Your souls have been trapped in this ruin for many years, and the one behind all of this is that fake priest. Don't you want him to pay the price? The breaths of the souls fluctuated, as if suddenly awakened from their silence. Their originally confused expressions turned angry, their bodies starting to move restlessly, as if pulled by a strong force. He destroyed everything for us. It was him who deceived us. The angry whispers of the souls gradually converged into a roar, the air around them seeming to be devoured by this resentment. Their breaths became increasingly agitated, voices echoing in the church. We don't want this anymore. However, as the angry voices grew louder, the expressions of the souls became confused again, as if they were questioning Sumubai's intentions. Why should we believe you? Sumubai gently sighed and slowly opened her eyes. Granny Genie directly spoke up. Stop wasting words with them. Let's get straight to the point. Grandma Genie spat out a puff of smoke, forming a huge net in the air that quickly surrounded all the ghosts, making their movements slow as if controlled by some force. Their resentment still churned, but it was suppressed by Grandma Genie's invisible power. Grandma Genie narrowed her eyes slightly, a cold smile at the corners of her mouth. You ask why to trust her? Because she can lead you away from this place, she can help you get revenge, while I make you see the truth. You are unwilling to be trapped here, unwilling to be forgotten forever. Don't you want to witness the end of the priest? Now there's a young man named Qin Lang helping you. Don't you want to show your gratitude? The smoke gradually thickened, enveloping all the ghosts, and their awareness became clearer within the smoke. With each word from Grandma Genie, their resentment intensified, coalescing into a strong wave. The ghosts began to hesitate no more, and their response became louder. Revenge. We want revenge. Their resentment gathered together, turning into an unstoppable force, tightly adhering to Sumubai, as if a huge demon was supporting her strength from behind. Sumubai stared blankly at Grandma Genie. Grandma Genie said, I also want to help Qin Lang, is that not possible? Sumubai softly replied, very well, then let's go. Grandma Genie seemed well prepared, picking up her pipe and taking another deep puff. Then, she slowly exhaled a stream of white smoke, which twisted and curled like a living thing, rapidly spreading in all directions. That thick smoke instantly enveloped the church. Let's go. Poof. Qin Lang spat out blood, his movements finally slowing down. He had reached his limit. The priest's cold gaze fixed on Qin Lang, keenly sensing that his current state was extremely dire. A surge of joy filled his heart. Qin Lang couldn't last much longer. He. Ha ha ha. The priest laughed out loud, his voice filled with long-suppressed excitement and pride, looking at Qin Lang with a sinister smile. What's wrong? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Now you can hardly stand, right? You're really stubborn, but unfortunately, this is where it ends for you. With that, he swung his arm violently, and the monster's avatar let out a deafening roar. Roar! Chapter 148 Retribution. The black shadows surged around like a violent tide, instantly plunging the entire basement into a twisted darkness. The monster's power was fully unleashed, the terrifying energy crashing against the rock walls, causing the entire space to tremble violently, large chunks of stone falling from the ceiling. Cracks spread like spider webs, as if the entire underground world was about to collapse. The ground shook violently, as though an invisible giant hand was trying to crush the whole basement. The priest stared at this scene, the smile on his face becoming increasingly sinister, pointing a finger at Qin Lang, his tone filled with arrogance. You will die here. This basement will become your tomb. Even if my master doesn't resurrect, I will still kill you. At that moment, a strange cold wind quietly swept in. That wind was chilling to the bone, like the whispers of souls from the underworld, carrying a bone-chilling aura that made one's soul tremble. As the wind blew, the temperature in the basement suddenly dropped, even the air seemed heavier. The priest's laughter ceased abruptly, his brows furrowing deeply. This cold wind, something's not right. His pupils constricted slightly, an indescribable chill surged from his feet to the top of his head, cold sweat appearing on his back. Uneasy, the priest looked around, realizing that at some point, faint twisted shadows were emerging from the surrounding darkness. It was as if countless ghosts were peering at him in the darkness, whispering and murmuring. What is this? The priest's voice trembled slightly as he suddenly turned to look at Qin Lang, his eyes revealing unease for the first time. Qin Lang gasped, but a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his head, looking at the priest with a mocking gaze, his tone leisurely and cold. What's wrong? Don't you understand yet? Qin Lang slowly raised the demon-slaying blade in his hand, the blade shimmering with a chilling light. A cold smile twisted on his lips as his icy gaze locked onto the priest. Your retribution has come. The walls began to tremble, eerie green light seeping through the cracks. Immediately after, countless blurred and twisted figures emerged from the walls, their eyes hollow and filled with rage, their bodies wrapped in black resentment, as if the prisoners of hell had been released. Father! Do you still remember us? A deep voice emerged from the crowd of ghosts, filled with chilling hatred. A man dressed in tattered clothing slowly stepped out of the shadows, his face marked by deep knife scars, his eye sockets empty, but the terrifying resentment was enough to pierce one's soul. You said we would be safe hiding in the church, yet you let us die without a grave. You deceived us, saying this was God's blessing, but what have we received? Wails of grief gathered in the darkness, more and more ghosts emerging from all directions. They flowed from the walls, from the cracks in the ground, even from the broken statues in the church. Their hands clawed at the air, their faces twisted in pain, but more so filled with deep hatred. The priest staggered back a few steps, his face pale, his legs nearly giving way. He realized at once, these were the residents of Silent Hill. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes filled with terror. No, it can't be, you should have been purified long ago. Purified? The ghosts erupted into piercing laughter, the laughter filled with malice, anger, and endless sorrow. You think your hypocrisy and lies can deceive the true gods? You think we would forget the suffering you caused us? You think your sins will not be judged? You owe us a blood debt, it's time to pay. As this sentence fell, the entire church suddenly turned extremely cold. The shadows of the ghosts continued to gather in the darkness, their resentment taking shape, twisted souls surging toward the priest like a tidal wave. The priest's face showed an unbelievable fear, his breath quickened, his heart raced. The ghosts surged toward him like a tidal wave, the air in the church felt heavy, as if the sighs of the dead echoed in his ears. Block them! Stop them for me! The priest's face turned pale as he wildly waved his hands, directing the demons' avatars to charge at the ghosts. Those demons roared grotesquely, their crimson eyes burning with bloodlust, they waved sharp claws, lunging at the ghosts ahead. But the number of ghosts was overwhelming, illusory figures continuously emerged from all directions, even seeping through the walls and ceiling, as if the whole church was their territory. Rip! One demon avatar was tackled by a dozen ghosts, its body twisted and struggled in the resentment, letting out a wailing scream. In an instant, its entire form seemed to corrode, turning into black mist and vanishing. Damn it! Go die! The priest's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth, madly directing the remaining demons to fight. But he soon realized that no matter how many ghosts the demon avatars killed, they remained endless, like the ceaseless wraiths of hell, forever relentless in pursuing his life. Qin Lang crossed his arms. Standing leisurely to the side, a hint of sarcasm on his lips. What's wrong? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? The priest's forehead dripped with cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he looked at Qin Lang, his voice trembling. Qin Lang. We can talk. I can give you wealth, I can give you power. I can even tell you the true secret of the monsters. Qin Lang scoffed, shook his head, his gaze piercing cold. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in your little broken secret. But you can slowly enjoy what's coming next. The priest was completely panicked, he saw more and more ghostly figures tearing the monster's avatar apart, his protection was about to collapse, and the shadow of death was getting closer and closer. His body began to tremble, his tone turning pleading. Qin Lang. No, Mr. Qin. Please, take me away. I am willing to be your servant, willing to swear loyalty to you. Just take me away from here. Qin Lang looked down at the priest, his eyes filled with mockery. He slowly crouched down, bringing his face close to the priest's ear, whispering, You begged the wrong person. You should beg them. He raised his hand and pointed at the ghosts. The priest suddenly turned around and saw countless pairs of hate-filled eyes staring at him fiercely. Priest, let's go to hell together. Those twisted faces of the ghosts revealed cruel smiles, reaching out their withered hands, waiting to drag him into eternal darkness. At this moment, Bai Qi finally understood Qin Lang's intention. He stroked his dragon whiskers and laughed. Brother, so you want to use these souls he harmed to deal with him, impressive. Brother! What's wrong with you? Chapter 149 finally ends. Qin Lang's body was completely exhausted, blood and energy surged within, his limbs felt as heavy as lead. He wanted to stand firm, but his legs went soft, and he fell straight back. Boom! Bai Qi, brother! A massive rock fell from the crumbling walls above, accompanied by a heavy rush of air, crashing down towards Qin Lang's body. The stone spun in the air, whipping up a wild wind, with an unstoppable force. If it hit, Qin Lang would surely be smashed into a pulp. Bai Qi wanted to control Qin Lang's body, but he couldn't move at all. In the nick of time, a white smoke shot out like a spirit snake, instantly wrapping around Qin Lang's waist. That smoke rope suddenly tightened, pulling Qin Lang sideways, narrowly avoiding the crushing weight of the falling rock. Boom! The boulder hit the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, cracks spreading, debris flying. The entire church trembled, as if signaling its impending collapse. Qin Lang was violently tossed aside, crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. His body was completely drained, held up only by sheer will, but he couldn't help but raise his head, looking towards the source of the smoke rope that saved him. Qin Lang, you should thank me. A familiar smoky voice with a hint of teasing. Granny Genie puffed her pipe, smiling at him, her eyes twinkling with mischief. With a gentle wave of her hand, the white smoke rope instantly transformed into wisps of blue smoke, disappearing into the air as if it had never existed. Sumubai's figure appeared not far away. She glanced anxiously at the collapsing basement, immediately urging loudly, "Granny, stop fooling around. Hurry up and retreat." But Granny Genie leisurely let out a puff of smoke, squinting her eyes and smiling. "What's the rush? Such a wonderful show, how could we not watch it to the end?" Not far away, the priest's body trembled violently, his face as pale as paper, his eyes filled with fear. Around him, the ghosts surrounded him like a tide, their twisted faces, hollow eye sockets, pale lips silently gaping and closing, filled with unwillingness and resentment, staring at him intently. "Priest! Why did you lie to us?" A ghost questioned sharply, its voice filled with pain and anger. Its body was blurry, clothes tattered, fingers stretched out exuding a chilling aura. "To tear the priest apart. You let us hide in the church, saying this was a safe refuge. And what happened? We were locked inside, with no chance to resist, just sacrificed to the monster. You're not our priest at all. You're a butcher." The resentment of the ghosts thickened in the air, and the entire space was filled with a chilling coldness, with black mist seeping out from the cracks in the ground. The priest's lips trembled slightly, cold sweat forming on his forehead. The ghosts before him were once residents of Silent Hill, who had trusted the priest and entrusted their lives to him, but he had sent them into despair to save his own life. "No. No." The priest frantically waved his hands, trying to explain. "At that time, I was also taken hostage by the monster. I had no choice. I just wanted to live. You all need to leave. Get out of here." However, the ghosts completely ignored his pleas. Their eyes were cold, filled with rage, as if they were demons from the abyss, vowing to drag him into eternal darkness. "You had no choice? What about us? You betrayed us, now it's time for you to pay." The ghosts' roars burst forth like thunder, and they all rushed forward. Countless pale ghostly claws tore through the void, launching themselves toward the priest with destructive hate. The priest stumbled back in terror, but his feet seemed imprisoned by an invisible force, unable to move at all. He struggled desperately, his body jolting suddenly, and he actually separated from Feng Lanlan's body. His pale and transparent spirit was exposed to the air, and the surrounding ghosts immediately surged towards him, their anger boiling over. "Aha!" The priest let out a mournful scream, his spirit twisting violently in the grip of the ghosts, his fingers helplessly clawing at the air, trying to break free, but it was fruitless. The ghosts showed no mercy, tearing him apart inch by inch, his twisted face crumbling in pain, his limbs being pulled apart, and his torso being gradually dismantled. The despair from deep within his soul exploded. "No! No! Please, spare me!" With a final, heart-wrenching scream, the priest's spirit shattered completely, turning into specks of ghostly light that quickly dissipated in the air. The ghosts slowly came to a stop, their hollow eyes gazing at the remnants that had vanished, a complicated expression appearing on their faces. Old Granny Genie smiled. "All right, let's go." After an unknown amount of time, Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness not fully awake, feeling as if he was floating in the clouds. A layer of white mist swirled around him, gently wrapping his body, making him feel like he was in a dream. "You're awake." A familiar voice came, carrying a hint of surprise and a barely noticeable sigh of relief. Qin Lang focused his gaze to see Sumubai squatting beside him, her eyes showing a lingering nervousness, and behind her, a wisp of white smoke curled into a ribbon-like shape, seemingly the work of old Granny Genie. Qin Lang moved slightly and realized he was lying on this cloud of smoke, as if being supported by some invisible force. He furrowed his brow, about to speak, when he heard old Granny Genia's hearty laughter in the distance. "Ah, you lucky kid, you sure have a strong life." Old Granny Genie came towards him quickly, holding her ever-lit pipe, the white smoke swirling chaotically with her movements. Xi Lang propped himself up, stretched his neck, and asked with a slightly tired voice, "So, it's all over?" Old Granny Genie took a deep puff from her pipe, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly, speaking with a casual tone. "It's over, that priest is still tangled up with those dead souls." A glint of malicious delight flashed in her eyes, as if she was not surprised at the priest's fate. After Qin Lang heard this, he finally let out a long sigh of turbid air, feeling the heavy pressure on his chest finally dissipate, making him feel much lighter. He murmured, "It's good that it's over." This silent hill was even more exhausting than he had imagined. However, Granny Jean suddenly sighed, shook her head, and said with a hint of helplessness, "TSK, what a pity, this hidden task cannot be completed at all." Qin Lang raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "You are still thinking about completion?" Granny Jean glanced at him, exhaled a puff of smoke, and shrugged. "Of course, if we could complete it, my teammates and I wouldn't have to keep entering the dungeon over and over again." Her voice still carried a hint of cynicism, but Qin Lang caught a trace of a different emotion within it. Qin Lang fell silent for a moment, not rushing to reply, but instead looked up at the distance, where a faint mist still lingered. They walked out of the dilapidated church slowly, under the night sky. The broken streets were still shrouded in a layer of light mist. Silent Hill returned to its original appearance, eerie, desolate, and dead silent. Qin Lang snorted, this cursed place." Yeezy immediately spotted Qin Lang's battered figure and rushed forward, her eyes full of concern as she anxiously asked, "Qin Lang, how are you? Can you hold on?" Qin Lang's lips slightly curled up, revealing a somewhat weary but still calm smile. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse yet somewhat relaxed. "It's fine, the despair virus will repair itself, I won't die." As soon as he finished speaking, Granny Jean beside him exclaimed took a hard puff of her pipe, and squinted her eyes in dissatisfaction. "It's not that simple. You kid didn't just get ordinary injuries, the despair virus can heal the body, but the cursed power within you won't easily dissipate." Qin Lang looked down at his tattered clothes. Although the wounds on his arms had healed, they still bore some cold, dark lines. However, he didn't care at all, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in mockery. "Don't worry, this little matter won't trap me." Granny Jean frowned at him. "Kid, you can't possibly be." Qin Lang smiled slightly, gazing deeply into the distance, his tone relaxed. "It's nothing, just a small problem." He had Bai Qi within him, he wasn't afraid of any cursed power. What kind of monster's power, no matter how fierce, could compare to that of a killing god? Granny Jean narrowed her eyes, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, she just shook her head and gave a meaningful smile. At that moment, a light footstep approached, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance. The female horse slowly walked out of the mist. She smiled gently, her voice pleasant and calm. "Congratulations, everyone, the level has been completed." Qin Lang raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the mysterious female horse, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glimmering with a hint of teasing. "Is it that simple? We finished the level just like this?" Upon hearing this, the female horse shook her head gently, her eyes calm yet with a hint of approval. "Mr. Qin, the conditions for clearing Silent Hill have never been to escape, but to thoroughly bury the monsters." She paused slightly and continued, "In fact, everyone who steps into Silent Hill knows about the hidden level, but they all fail. Because the moment the monsters awaken, death and an end are already destined." Her voice was gentle, but the implication sent chills down one's spine. Sumu Bai and Yi Zi exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of bewilderment in each other's eyes. Granny Jean lifted her eyelids, releasing a puff of smoke with great interest. It seemed this time, Qin Lang had really saved her. Qin Lang smiled lightly and shrugged nonchalantly. "So, I'm the first to complete it?" The female horse nodded. "That's correct. You are the first person to successfully complete the hidden level." Qin Lang's smile deepened at the corners of his mouth, his eyes playfully watching her, his tone casual yet filled with a hint of expectation. "Alright then, let's settle the rewards quickly, don't waste time." The female horse smiled slightly upon hearing this, extending her hand, and a golden light gradually emerged in her palm. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, the air trembling slightly, a profound golden light slowly spreading from the female horse's palm, like rippling water waves, wrapping Qin Lang in its embrace. Dungeon settlement in progress. A cold and authoritative voice resounded in everyone's mind, as if it came from a higher dimensional existence. Qin Lang felt a slight tremor in his body, and the scene around him instantly twisted and changed, all images filled with countless golden runes, as if some power beyond reality was in motion. Dungeon, Silent Hill Nightmare difficulty. Cleared by Qin Lang, first to clear. Clear evaluation, S+. Evaluation analysis, the host completed the hidden task under extreme conditions, breaking the dungeon setting, overturning the priest's conspiracy, thoroughly burying the monsters, changing the dungeon ecology, a performance of super specifications, reward doubled. Reward, 1.2 million ghost coins. As the system's voice fell, the golden runes streaked across like shooting stars, transforming into countless points of light rushing towards Qin Lang's body. Following that, a series of reward messages appeared in his mind. Reward 1, Eye of the Abyss, Special Ability. The ability to sense illusions and uncover hidden truths can briefly open abyssal vision, gaining insight into enemy weaknesses and affecting the structure of reality under special circumstances. Reward 2, Soul Contract, Special Skill. Can manipulate souls and form contracts with specific spirits, making them temporarily loyal, effectiveness depending on the target's strength. Reward 3, Hell Resistance, Passive Skill. Immunity to 50% of evil curses, mental pollution, and undead erosion, can automatically adapt to negative energy environments during prolonged combat. Reward 4, Chaos Essence, Rare. Can be used to enhance equipment, advance skills, or improve one's potential, containing extremely high anomalous energy, usable to break limits in special circumstances. Reward 5, Hidden Task Completion Reward Talent Awakening. Your potential has been fully activated, gaining a one-time opportunity for free talent awakening, random triggering of unknown abilities. The golden light slowly seeped into Qin Lang's body, and he felt an unprecedented power surging within him. Qin Lang sensed that his soul was touching some higher existence, his entire perception elevated to another level. This harvest is even richer than I imagined. Sumubai gently supported Qin Lang, helping him stand steady, feeling his gradually recovering strength, and finally sighed in relief. Her eyes carried a hint of worry, but more of a sense of relief. After all, it was already an unbelievable miracle that they could survive coming out of this hellish place. Qin Lang shook his hands and moved his body, and although his wounds healed, the remaining cursed energy within him was still slowly corroding his bones. He chuckled lightly, a relaxed exhaustion in his eyes. All right, don't be so tense, I'm not dead yet. Sumu sighed softly at him but did not retort, just supporting him as they slowly walked towards the exit of Silent Hill. At this moment, Granny Golden Leaf spoke up. Qin Lang, shouldn't we settle our accounts? Chapter 151, Granny Golden Leaf. Granny Golden Leaf stepped forward, a cigarette hanging from her mouth, walking leisurely, looking nothing like someone who had just experienced a life-and-death battle. I say, Qin Lang, you can't just leave like this. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Take me with you, how about that? As soon as she finished speaking, Yeezy immediately blocked in front of Qin Lang, eyeing Granny Golden Leaf with full suspicion, her tone filled with distrust. What are you following us for? Don't think I don't know. With your ruthless way of doing things, you must have bad intentions. Old Granny Jean blew out a puff of smoke ring, looking at Yeezy slowly, as if she completely ignored her hostility. She shook her head and chuckled softly. Little girl, that's not fair, right? I just saved you once, you can't repay kindness with hatred. That doesn't change what you did before. Yeezy replied without backing down, you wouldn't save someone for no reason. Speak, what is your real motive? Qin Lang had been silent, quietly observing old Granny Jean with deep, penetrating eyes, as if trying to see through her completely. After a moment, he gently squinted and asked in a low voice, all right, stop beating around the bush. What is your true purpose in wanting to follow us? Old Granny Jean smiled and exhaled the last puff of smoke, then put away her pipe, her expression gradually becoming serious. She lowered her head to smooth her sleeve before slowly speaking, I want to save people. Save people? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half-smile, you? Save people? What's wrong? Do I not seem like that kind of person? Old Granny Jean smiled, a hint of playful mockery flashing in her eyes. Qin Lang did not respond, but watched her with interest, waiting for her to continue. Old Granny Jean no longer circled around the issue. She straightened her expression and spoke in a low tone, Qin Lang, you have to help me. Hearing this, Qin Lang smiled lightly, with a hint of teasing in his tone, why should I? Just because. Old Granny Jean slowly uttered a few words, her eyes deep and sharp, the smile at the corner of her mouth becoming meaningful, those people are also your enemies. Qin Lang's gaze slightly tightened, who? Old Granny Jean gently breathed out 3 words, causing Qin Lang to become instantly alert. Without Dao Society. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, the surrounding smoke slowly drifted away with the wind, revealing Qin Lang's contemplative face. Sumubai and Yeezy were stunned, they were not unfamiliar with this name, and Qin Lang knew it all too well. Old Granny Jean said, this instance has many of their people mixed in, although they should all be dead by now. But, they definitely won't let you go, and they won't let me go either. Qin Lang slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning cold and deep, yet a dangerous smile hinted at the corner of his mouth, interesting. Then let's team up. Back in the real world, when the familiar light shone through the air onto him, Qin Lang took a deep breath. Finally, unlike the dead, cold environment of Silent Hill, the air in the real world was slightly humid, but at least devoid of the suffocating oppression. Old Granny Jean said, you have nowhere to go, right? Come with me. Sumubai and Yeezy looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang nodded, let's follow her. They stood in a secluded alley, surrounded by crumbling brick walls. Old Granny Jean stood ahead, still holding her pipe, with a faint smile on her lips. Let's go, my base is nearby, don't dawdle. Xin Lang, Sumu Bai, and Yi Zi exchanged glances. Although they were puzzled, they still followed along. After passing through several narrow alleys, they arrived in front of an abandoned building. The entrance, with a rusted door, seemed to have gone untouched for many years, and the walls were covered in moss and cracks. However, old Granny Jean skillfully exhaled some smoke, using it to push open a large door, revealing a dark staircase. Follow me. She waved her hand and went in first. Xin Lang frowned but still stepped in, Sumu Bai and Yi Zi closely following him. The staircase was deep, extending downward, the air gradually turning cool, with footsteps echoing in the narrow space. Eventually, when they reached the bottom, a heavy iron door barred their way. Old Granny Jean pulled a key from her pocket, inserted it into the lock, and with a dull click, the iron gate slowly opened. To everyone's surprise, behind the door was not a dark and damp underground chamber, but a spacious and bright space. The basement had soft lighting, clean walls, and even a few computers and medical equipment scattered around the room, looking nothing like a hideout, but more like a carefully arranged base. Su Mubi looked around in shock and said, "Here." He, didn't expect this, did you? Old Lady Jean walked to the center of the room and gently patted the wall. This place is much more advanced than you think. Xin Lang said nothing, carefully observing the setup around him. He noticed many red markings on the map on the wall, and the computer screens on the desk were flashing with complex data. Clearly, this outpost was not just a resting place, but an operational base. Old Lady Jean lazily stretched and said, "Alright, each of you find a room to rest, heal your injuries first, I'll bring the medicine over later." Xin Lang's gaze flickered slightly as he stared at her back and said in a deep voice, "When you bring the medicine, we should have a good chat." Old Lady Jean stopped and turned to glance at him, the corners of her mouth slightly raising. "Oh? What to chat about?" Xin Lang chuckled softly, his eyes sharp, "To talk about what this place really is, and who exactly you are." The air seemed to still for a moment. Old Lady Jean squinted her eyes, and after a while, a meaningful smile appeared on her face. "Wait for me, I'll come find you soon." About 10 minutes later, Old Lady Jean came over with a bowl of herbal soup, placing it in front of Xin Lang, the delicate smoking pipe gently turning in her hand. Xin Lang picked up the bowl of medicine and gently blew on it. "Alright, let's hear about your story." Old Lady Jean leaned back in her chair, her gaze fixed on a spot on the ceiling, as if reminiscing. "Actually, I have always had many teammates. We have known each other since childhood, grew up together, like a family." She paused, took a puff from the smoking pipe, and let the smoke slowly drift into the air, her voice filled with a hint of bitterness. "Later, someone found us, called Boss Jean." Xin Lang raised an eyebrow. "Boss Jean, does he have any connection with the Wudao Society?" Old Lady Jean replied, "I'll explain that later, but I can give you a hint, their relationship is deep." Xin Lang smiled, "Then it seems he's not a good person." Of course he isn't." Old Lady Jean sneered, her eyes revealing a hint of amusement. "Boss Jean hired us, specifically to have us run dungeons. Dungeons are a type of resource that can provide skills, provide spooky coins, provide all chances for becoming stronger. Once we received the rewards, especially the spooky coins, everything had to be handed over to him. Boss Jean built his fortune this way." Old Lady Jean took a puff from the smoking pipe and slowly said, "At first, we all thought this was just a normal cooperative relationship, complete the tasks, get paid for the work. But gradually, we realized things weren't like that. Every time we entered the dungeon, someone from our team would die. One after another, it started as accidents, but later became inevitable. The danger level of each dungeon was higher than before, our equipment and abilities were improving, yet the death rate didn't decrease, but instead, it kept rising." Su Mubi and Yi Zi's faces became serious. They clearly understood the dangers of the dungeons and had witnessed many people dying right in front of them. From Old Lady Jin's tone, it was clear that this issue had a significant impact on her. Old Lady Jean gently exhaled a puff of smoke, her expression complex. "Once, one of our brothers, before he died, smiled at us and said that we are just his tools for making money, lose one, replace it with another. That smile, it's something I've remembered for a lifetime." She paused for a moment, as if trying to calm her emotions. After a while, she slowly said, "Finally, we can't stand it anymore. We'll find Boss Jean together and tell him we want to quit." Granny Jean gently tapped her smoking pipe, and the ash fell into the metal ashtray beside her, making a crisp sound. Xin Lang said, "He's not that kind-hearted." Granny Jean nodded and said, "Indeed, we worked very hard for that one condition. Boss Jean has captured my other teammates and promised me that as long as I complete the hidden mission in Silent Hill and get the treasure there, he will let me and the remaining teammates go free. That's why I led the team into the instance and did my utmost to complete the mission." Xin Lang leaned against the wall, gently turning the teacup in his hand, but his gaze was fixated on Granny Jean. "So, you should report back now? Judging purely from the outcome, you have succeeded." Granny Jin's lips curled up into a mocking smile, releasing a puff of white smoke, and slowly said, "Succeeded? Yes, I succeeded, but do you think he will really keep his promise?" Xin Lang squinted, slowly put down his teacup, and tapped the table with his index finger. "Of course not. Granny Jean said indifferently. Qin Lang, of course, a wolf would never let its prey escape. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and her tone was heavy. Boss Jin's promise was never meant for us tools. Qin Lang sensed the coldness in her tone, and his expression darkened slightly. So what do you plan to do next? Granny Jean did not answer immediately but slowly took a puff from her pipe, squinting her eyes to enjoy a moment of silence, then chuckled softly. What do you think? I know very well that a person like Boss Jean would never keep his promises. He will pretend to be very satisfied, smile at me and say thank you for your hard work, and then when we let our guard down, he will make us completely disappear. Qin Lang leaned against the wall, arms crossed, laughed a bit. I understand, you want to eliminate the person who caused the problem, in other words, you want to kill Boss Jean. So, you want me to help you? You want to hire me as your killer, right? No wonder you've been so nice to me. Granny Jean smiled widely, revealing slightly yellowing teeth, her expression somewhat eerie. You are indeed smart, that's why I enjoy chatting with someone like you, it's effortless. She gently tapped her smoking pipe on the edge of the table, producing a crisp sound. Since he will definitely go back on his word, I must find a helper and strike first. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half-smile, half-serious expression. Sounds like you already have a complete plan. Granny Jean narrowed her eyes, gazing at him deeply. You are also a smart person, let's not beat around the bush. You just completed the Silent Hill instance, which no one has done before. Boss Jean will definitely be interested in you. Qin Lang lightly tapped the table, his tone indifferent, and then? Then he will prepare a feast for you under the guise of hospitality. Granny Jean leaned slightly forward, her gaze like a snake eyeing its prey. We conspire together to assassinate Boss Jean. Qin Lang's expression remained calm, yet a hint of scrutiny appeared in his eyes. He slowly asked, why should I agree to this? Granny Jean exhaled the last puff of smoke, casually placing the smoking pipe on the table, reaching to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile carrying a playful hint. Because this is not just helping me, but helping yourself. Qin Lang, you are a smart person, I think you have already made your own judgment in your heart, right? Qin Lang did not speak, only quietly looked at her. Granny Jin's smile gradually faded, her voice lowering slightly, revealing a chilling tone. You should know very well that Wu Dao will be your enemy, and Boss Jean is one of the sponsors of Wu Dao. Qin Lang's pupils slightly constricted, and his gaze finally became sharp. Granny Jean knocked on the table, her tone relaxed but carrying a hint of pressure. So, if we kill him together, it not only helps me escape, but also delivers a heavy blow to the unrighteous society. The air suddenly became a bit heavy, and Qin Lang's fingers slowly rubbed the tabletop, pondering the pros and cons of this statement. Qin Lang let out a light sigh, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, his arms crossed over his chest, eyes shining with interest. Alright, since they will come looking for me sooner or later, I might as well go have some fun with them. Hearing this, Granny Jean revealed a strange smile, as if she had already anticipated Qin Lang would make this decision. Suddenly, with a bang, a dull sound came from outside, as if something had been knocked over. Granny Jin's expression changed instantly, her eyes sharp as knives. She straightened up, watching the basement door warily, her voice low and cold. This hideout is known only to me now. It seems, it might be Boss Jin's people. Chapter 153, The Black Man. I'll go check. Yi Zi felt a tightness in her heart and instinctively clenched her fists, her gaze scanning the faces of everyone in the room, a wary expression on her face. Qin Lang furrowed his brow, a hint of unease rising in his heart. If Boss Jean really sent someone, it meant their movements had already been exposed. No, it should be me. Sumubai suddenly spoke up. I'm currently in a spirit form, it's not easy to be detected. Qin Lang nodded, solemnly saying, Miss Su, be careful. Sumubai said no more, her form completely disappearing, as if blending into the air, quietly sneaking outside. The room fell into a brief silence. Minutes passed, and the air was thick with suffocating silence, everyone holding their breath, waiting for Sumubai's return. However, 5 minutes passed, and there was still no movement outside. Qin Lang's expression suddenly changed, his heart sinking sharply. Something's not right. He whispered, his tone laced with an ominous premonition. Why hasn't Sumubai come back yet? Yi Zi frowned, her voice filled with worry. Granny Jean tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her eyes narrowing, the smile vanishing from her face. Something happened to her. Qin Lang couldn't wait any longer, he suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp as a knife, charging out without hesitation. Qin Lang! Yi Zi exclaimed, trying to stop him, but Qin Lang was too fast, his figure like an arrow released from a bow, instantly vanishing at the basement exit. Qin Lang burst out of the basement, the night dark as ink, a chilling and ominous air surrounding him. The moonlight cast dimly on the ground, revealing a strange shadow, a tall but oddly shaped man. His complexion was abnormally pale, the skin appearing as if soaked in water for too long, exuding a dead gray color. But what was most discomforting was the smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his narrow eyes squinting slightly, looking both smiley and sinister, as if his mouth could crack open to the ears at any moment, revealing more ghastly malice. But what truly made Qin Lang frown wasn't the man's appearance, but what was behind him. A pitch-black shadow, like a monster crawling from the depths of hell, hovered behind the man, its form flickering in and out, like a living curse. Its left half of the face was disfigured, the right eye deep as a well, and its huge, twisted hand tightly grasped Sumubai's body. Sumubai's face was pained, her body thrashing violently in the black hand, her spirit form flickering, as if it would shatter at any moment, yet even so, she gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "Qin Lang! Run! Don't worry about me!" Granny Jin's face turned extremely grim at the sight of this man, her pupils slightly constricted, unable to help but gasp in cold breath. Screamed out loud. "Black man?" Qin Lang frowned and glanced at Granny Jinya. "Do you know him?" Granny Jinya's expression was serious as she whispered, "He is one of the strongest killers under Boss Jin. No one can escape alive from him." He. "Jinya, you did a great job this time." The black man's voice carried a chilling smile as he slowly raised his head, his deep-set eyes fixated on Granny Jinya, the curve of his lips deepening, as if he were admiring a prize already in his grasp. "I never expected you to come out alive from Silent Hill." The black man lightly clapped his hands, his gaze filled with disdain. "But this is a good thing, at least I don't have to work hard to find you." Qin Lang's gaze was as cold as a knife as he stepped forward, his voice low and dangerous. "Let her go." The black man raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by Qin Lang, slowly shaking his head and laughing. "Mr. Qin, you can't possibly think you are in a position to negotiate, right?" The big hand of the ghost suddenly tightened, and Sumubai let out a painful groan, her spirit almost becoming transparent for a moment. Qin Lang's gaze turned icy, his fists tightening slightly, the power within him stirring restlessly. Bai Qi shouted at this moment, "Big brother, don't act rashly, your body is not fully." The black man glanced at him and casually laughed. "Don't be impulsive, you wouldn't want this girl to completely vanish, would you?" His smile was eerie, and his voice carried a teasing tone like a cat playing with a mouse. "You are special, no one else has ever passed the Silent Hill instance, and Boss Jin is also very interested." The black man raised a finger and shook it slightly. "So, come with me, to meet Boss Jin." The air instantly froze. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, the corners of his lips curling up slightly, revealing a meaningful cold smile. "Is that so?" His voice was deep and icy. Qin Lang's eyes turned sharp, the killing intent condensing in an instant as he stepped forward without hesitation, suddenly drawing the ghost-slaying blade, the edge gleaming with a chilling light, aimed directly at the black man's throat. However, the black man merely scoffed, slightly raising his right hand, causing the air to twist immediately. Accompanied by a low and eerie whisper, 3 twisted black figures slowly crawled out from the black ghost behind him. Soul summoning. Qin Lang's pupils slightly contracted. The 3 ghosts were pitch black, as if being burned by invisible flames. They had no facial features, only deep-set eye sockets glowing with a bizarre red in the night. Their long claws scraped across the ground with a piercing sound, carrying a suffocating chill as they rushed toward Qin Lang at high speed. Qin Lang's eyes sharpened, his hands gripping the ghost-slaying blade tightly, and in an instant, his figure flashed, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp cold gleam. Hua! The blade light flickered like lightning, striking down fiercely at the foremost ghost. However, just as the blade was about to fall, Qin Lang's body suddenly trembled, a severe tearing pain surged in his chest. Cough! A mouthful of blood unexpectedly erupted from his mouth, landing on the blade and blooming with dark red traces. His hand trembled, and the force in the ghost-slaying blade suddenly weakened, and taking advantage of this gap, the ghost opened its gaping mouth like a black hole and lunged at his body with a roar. Ha ha ha! The black man laughed loudly, crossing his arms in front of his chest, his eyes filled with mockery, just as the boss predicted. "Mr. Qin, although you barely came out alive from Silent Hill, your body must be completely exhausted now, right?" He squinted, a cruel curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "You are no match for me right now." Qin Lang's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, gripping the handle of the blade tightly, his feet sinking slightly as he forced himself to stabilize his stance. But the surging blood energy within him made every inch of his muscles protest, as if they would collapse at any moment. Bai Qi became anxious. "Big brother, do you want to die here?" Sumu Bai shouted, "Qin Lang! Don't make a fuss." Chapter 154, The Way of Hosting Guests. Yi Zi saw the scene, a flash of urgency crossed her eyes, and without hesitation, she stepped forward, raising her hand to release her spell for assistance. But at that moment, Granny Jean pressed down on her shoulder and said in a deep voice, "It's useless." Yi Zi's eyes widened. "What?" Granny Jin's face was extremely serious, her eyes fixed on the black man, her voice low, "You are not his opponent." Yi Zi's heart sank suddenly. The black man squinted, watching Qin Lang struggle, the smile on his lips grew ever wider, his voice full of contempt. "Mr. Qin, what do you think I should do with you now?" Yi Zi's figure shot out like a whirlwind, her wrist turned, and countless pieces of paper suddenly appeared. Her slender fingertips moved slightly, and the paper shot out like sharp blades, densely heading towards the 3 souls. The paper snow shone with a sharp cold light in the night, each piece wrapped in a fierce energy, as if it could instantly tear apart any obstacle in its way. However, hiss! The souls let out a low, strange laugh, their bodies trembling like smoke, and those once razor-sharp pieces of paper actually passed through their bodies without causing any substantial harm. Yi Zi's heart sank sharply. What? Her pupil shrank, quickly flipping her hand to change techniques, shaking her wrist as the paper transformed into a slender paper blade, shining coldly as it fiercely struck down towards the soul in front. But the soul did not dodge at all, allowing the paper blade to fall on itself. Sizzle. The paper blade sliced through, but the soul's body only rippled slightly, as if cut through water, not causing any substantial harm at all. The black man laughed wildly, his voice filled with mockery. Ha! Is this all you can do? You dare to block me? Before his laughter faded, he suddenly stepped forward, extending a dry yet powerful hand, grabbing towards Yi Zi's throat. Yi Zi's face changed, wanting to retreat, but the black man's speed was faster than she imagined. In an instant, his hand was already closing in on her neck. Oh no! Just as it seemed Yi Zi was about to be captured, a crystal-like light suddenly appeared. Boom! A half-transparent bubble suddenly expanded, bursting open in front of Yi Zi, turning into a barrier that forcefully knocked the black man's hand away. The black man was slightly taken aback, his smile immediately dimming a bit, his gaze sweeping towards the graceful figure that had just rushed out. Shen Wanqing stepped on two bubbles, landing lightly beside Yi Zi. She raised her hand slightly, her palm floating with smooth bubbles, slightly glowing with a rainbow light. Shen Wanqing quickly waved her hand, and several bubbles immediately flew out, directly wrapping around Qin Lang. Her gaze was calm, her tone firm. Qin Lang, I'll send you over. As long as Qin Lang was wrapped in bubbles, she could quickly pull him back to her side, avoiding the black man's attack. However, just at this critical moment. Snap! The black man gently snapped his fingers. Behind Shen Wanqing, a pitch-black, hideous face suddenly emerged, a massive soul shot out with incredible speed and black claws. Shen Wanqing's pupils suddenly contracted, and before she could dodge, she was violently grabbed by the ghostly claw. She let out a muffled groan, her body stiffened suddenly, and the bubbles in her hands instantly shattered, their light fading. The black man smiled cruelly, slowly stepping forward, his gaze mockingly sweeping over Qin Lang, Yi Zi, and Shen Wanqing. Hep, what a bunch of overconfident fools. He leaned slightly forward, revealing a chilling smile. Now who among you can still stop me? Granny Jin's fingers trembled slightly, a cold sweat seeping through her wrinkles. The black man's dark laughter seemed to carry a kind of bewitching magic, echoing in the air, making her breathing involuntarily quicken. Her gaze swept over Su Mubai, Yi Zi, and Shen Wanqing, who were all easily subdued by the black man. Qin Lang's face was pale, clearly weak and unable to fight anymore. The situation was extremely grim. The black man's gaze fell on her, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, revealing a smirk filled with mockery. What's wrong? Jin Yi, do you want to make a move? You should know better than anyone that you are not my opponent. His tone was casual, as if he were speaking to an insignificant old woman, his eyes not showing any sign of seeing her as a threat. Grandma Jin Yi tightened her grip on the pipe in her hand. In an instant, countless images flashed through her mind. The black man's voice swept over her like a shadow, pulling her back into that abyss of fear. Her body trembled slightly, a primal reaction of her muscles, a remnant fear of past nightmares. The black man squinted, his smile growing more pronounced. Heh, it seems you still remember. Grandma Jin Yi took a deep breath, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the pipe. She could not retreat. She had survived Silent Hill, she had endured once in a desperate situation, that kind of fear, that kind of helplessness, she never wanted to experience again. Black man. Her voice was low and hoarse, her gaze gradually sharpening. Do you think I am still that obedient pawn from the past? The black man scoffed, a hint of mockery in his tone. Oh? Since returning from Silent Hill, you've grown quite bold. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze filled with deep disdain. But the question is, do you really have a chance? You'd better have some self-awareness, otherwise, I fear I won't let you feel too comfortable. Grandma Jin Yi did not answer, she just slowly raised the pipe, a cold smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Qin Lang suddenly spoke. Stop it. Grandma Jin Yi turned to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's mouth slightly curved up, a smirk on his face as he leisurely stood up, casually wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips. He scanned the surroundings, then looked at the black man, his tone casual but with a hint of careless ridicule. TSK. Your boss asked me over as a guest, and this is how you invite someone? The black man narrowed his eyes, still wearing a chilling smile. He could not understand why Qin Lang could remain so calm now. That made it half as fun for him. Qin Lang's smile deepened, slowly continuing. How about this, when I see your boss, I'll have a good chat with him. Just say that one of his guys has a really bad attitude. If my conversation with him doesn't go well, then you can say it's your fault for ruining my mood. I wonder how your boss will see you then. The black man's smile momentarily froze. Chapter 155, Your Attitude. Qin Lang gently patted the dust off his shoulder and continued leisurely. To be fair, I was quite interested in discussing a collaboration with your boss, to see if we could both benefit. He paused, a mischievous smile on his face as he looked at the black man. But now, it seems my impression of you is not very good. The black man's brows slightly furrowed, the coldness in his eyes deepening. What do you mean? Qin Lang shrugged, spreading his hands in a helpless manner. If I end up having an unpleasant conversation with your boss, do you think he will blame you? After all, if your first impression hadn't been so bad, I might have been more willing to cooperate with him. The black man's smile finally stiffened for a moment. Qin Lang secretly chuckled. Sure enough, this guy might be arrogant and strong, but essentially, he was still a minion who followed orders. Boss Qin was the real object of his fear. And now, he had caught hold of the black man's weakness. The black man's fingers slightly tightened, his gaze deeply fixed on Qin Lang. It seems he is weighing something. After a moment, he finally spoke, his tone softened slightly compared to before, but still laced with a threat. Qin Lang, stop trying to scare me. Do you think such small tricks can make me let them go? Qin Lang continued to smile, his tone dripping with mockery. Then how about a little bet to see if your boss blames you? The black man's expression finally changed. He thought of what his boss might look like, and shuddered inexplicably. The black man's face fluctuated between dark and uncertain, a flash of malice crossing his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed again. He stared at Qin Lang, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He coldly said, Qin Lang, just come with me, don't make trouble for yourself. Qin Lang, however, lazily patted his clothes, as if he had just finished chatting in a tea house, his tone light and carefree. Why should I? Look at my friends, each one of them has been tormented by you. His gaze swept over Sumubai and others who were still gasping for breath, his eyes darkening, and suddenly his tone became sarcastic. You made my friends suffer so badly, and you expect me to just come with you? Am I that cheap? The black man's expression instantly turned cold, the huge dark hand of the shadow behind him trembled slightly, and he hissed, Qin Lang, don't go too far. Qin Lang spread his hands casually, a look of indifference on his face. Isn't it just a little too much? If you think it's not okay, then why don't you just take me away? He tilted his head, revealing a meaningful smile. When I meet your boss later, I will definitely have a good chat about this reception experience. Maybe I can even give you a special review. The black man's expression suddenly froze, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. He remembered clearly the boss's order, bring Qin Lang here properly. And now, although Qin Lang spoke arrogantly, his words were filled with threats. The black man might not care how others thought, but he could not ignore his boss's attitude. The boss hated it the most when his subordinates got him into trouble, especially when things were already messed up before even meeting the person. After a moment of silence, the black man gritted his teeth, suddenly waved his hand, and the giant hand of the dark shadow slowly loosened, heavily throwing Sumubai, Yizi, and Shin Wanqing onto the ground. I can let them go. The black man stared coldly at Qin Lang, his voice deep as if squeezed from his throat. I let them go, but you must come with me. Qin Lang shrugged, his mouth still holding that playful grin. Not a chance. The black man's face sank completely, a dangerous chill flashing in his eyes. He stared tightly at Qin Lang, his voice low and oppressive. Qin Lang, don't take an inch and ask for a mile. But Qin Lang, unconcerned, moved his shoulders lightly, a look of disdain creeping onto his face. How am I asking for too much? I just came out of the dungeon, covered in injuries, feeling unwell. Shouldn't I first recover a bit? He deliberately coughed a couple of times, patting his chest. If you think it's unfair, you can just attack me directly and take me away. The black man's eyes narrowed sharply, the air around him seeming to thicken with dark energy, the shadow behind him stirring restlessly. But he ultimately did not act rashly. He could not defy the boss's command, which was to invite Qin Lang and not to drag him away. Seeing the black man still not making a move, Qin Lang wore a look of natural ease, leisurely saying, Since you don't plan to use force, then you have to let me go willingly, right? Unfortunately, I'm hungry right now, and without energy, I can't move. The black man frowned, seemingly realizing something, coldly asking, So what exactly do you want? Qin Lang's lips curled into a sly smile, leisurely saying, Very simple, I am now very hungry, you go buy us some food. The black man immediately snorted coldly, buy food? Do you think I'm your errand boy? Qin Lang didn't get angry. Instead, he stared at him with great interest. Didn't you say you would invite me over? How can a guest go to a feast on an empty stomach? If you want to invite me, you need to show some sincerity. The black man's face grew darker, and his eyes narrowed. What do you want to buy? Qin Lang wiggled a finger and grinned mischievously. Find a 5-star hotel, and bring me everything on the menu. The black man's eyebrows twitched sharply, and he couldn't help but sneer. A whole menu? Hee, can you even finish that? Qin Lang was clearly making fun of him. Qin Lang nodded as if it was obvious. What does it matter if I can't finish it? You asked me for a request, you can't possibly not even fulfill this little thing, right? Grandma Jean couldn't help but laugh. The black man took a deep breath, the veins on his face throbbing, his fists almost crushing, but in the end, he held it back. He knew that Qin Lang was deliberately stalling for time, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and nod. Fine. Just as he was about to turn around to take care of it, Qin Lang leisurely added, Wait, I need to send someone to supervise you. The black man's brows furrowed even tighter. What do you mean? Xin Lang blinked and smiled. Who knows if you'll spit in the food or secretly add something strange. He looked at Sumubai and Grandma Jean. Sumubai, Grandma Jean, you both go with him, keep an eye on him while he orders, see if he's trying any tricks. Besides, I'll give you the chance to boss him around. Grandma Jean and Sumubai exchanged a glance, already understanding Xin Lang's intention. The corner of the black man's eye twitched violently, feeling extremely humiliated. As a capable killer for Boss Jean, not only was he treated like a lowly errand boy, but he also had to have someone supervise him while buying food? Chapter 156, Relying on a Little Medication. However, Xin Lang's words left him with no way to refute. What if Xin Lang used the excuse of being afraid of being poisoned not to eat, continuing to stall for time? What could he do then? In the end, the black man suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth as he spat out a word, go. Sumubai and Grandma Jean exchanged glances, each with a hint of glee in their eyes, then unceremoniously followed the black man. As the black man's figure disappeared into the night, the air still carried his suppressed murderous intent. When the black man returned with a pile of exquisite takeout boxes, his face dark as a pot lid, Xin Lang lazily sat in a chair at the inn, legs crossed on the table, looking satisfied. Oh, you're back? Xin Lang intentionally elongated his voice, lazily standing up, walking over, and casually lifting the lid of one takeout box. A strong aroma wafted over, and the tempting dishes were neatly arranged, clearly from a top-notch hotel kitchen. The black man's face was blacker than a pot bottom. He crossed his arms and stared at Xin Lang, his voice as cold as ice. The food is here, eat quickly. Xin Lang looked completely unbothered, stretched lazily, and grinned. No rush, eating is all about the mood. Come, everyone sit down, let's enjoy this meal together. He said this while pulling Sumubai, Grandma Jean, and Yi to sit down. They exchanged glances, all understanding that Xin Lang was deliberately teasing the black man. Since there was free food to enjoy, no one refused, and they all took their seats, picked up their chopsticks, and started eating. Meanwhile, the black man stood at the door, his face dark, looking like he was about to explode at any moment. Xin Lang picked up a piece of melt-in-your-mouth braised pork, smacking his lips in satisfaction, then lazily glanced at the door. Hey, Brother Black, just watch from the door. A flicker of anger flashed in the black man's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Xin Lang, don't overstep. Oh, it's just a joke, don't be so serious. Xin Lang chuckled lightly and continued to enjoy his food. He ate this meal with incredible leisure. From the main course to dessert, not a single grain of rice was wasted. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he satisfiedly stretched, burped loudly, and slowly wiped his mouth, waving at the black man outside. All right, thank you for waiting outside. The black man's eyes twitched, as if he had reached his limit, but Boss Jin's order forced him to suppress his anger, letting out a heavy cold snort before turning and standing guard at the door. Granny Jean looked at Xin Lang's leisurely manner and couldn't help but frown, whispering, Xin Lang, dragging this out isn't a long-term solution, you will need to meet Boss Jean eventually. Xin Lang lounged against the back of his chair, smiling nonchalantly. No problem, I just happened to want to get another meal. Granny Jean was momentarily speechless, giving Xin Lang a glare. You brat. Her face showed undeniable worry. She knew very well that Boss Jean was not an easy person to deal with. No matter how slick Xin Lang was, he couldn't always rely on his smooth talking to escape. Just as she was about to persuade him again, Sumobai lifted a hand to stop her. Sumobai looked at Xin Lang, a faint smile flickering at the corners of his mouth, his voice gentle yet firm. Just trust Xin Lang. Granny Jean was taken aback, looking at Xin Lang, who still appeared indifferent, yet a deep glimmer shone in his eyes. She sighed, knowing that saying anything more would be in vain. The black man stood at the door, his face dark enough to drip water, coldly asking, Can we leave now? Xin Lang lazily leaned back in his chair, yawning, stretching his body slowly, and looked at the black man with a half-smile. Why the rush? Just because I'm full, I have to leave? That would be too unfair to me. The black man's brow furrowed, his eyes slightly cold. What do you want then? Xin Lang waved his hand casually, as if it were normal. I just went through a big battle, my body is about to collapse, of course, I need to take a nap to recharge. I can't let Boss Jean see me pale and exhausted, can I? The black man's face instantly darkened, coldly saying, Xin Lang, don't push your luck. Xin Lang blinked, suddenly changing his expression, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Have you cleared Silent Hill before? The black man was momentarily stunned. What? I asked you, can you clear Silent Hill? Xin Lang raised an eyebrow, speaking every word clearly. The black man's face instantly turned gloomy, gritting his teeth. What do you mean by that? Xin Lang shrugged his shoulders, wearing a you-know-what-I-mean expression. If you can't clear it, then don't complain, got it? The veins on the black man's forehead throbbed, his fists clenched as if he was about to punch someone. But in the end, he took a deep breath, forcibly enduring, suppressing his anger as he said, Wait another night. You must leave by tomorrow morning. Xin Lang didn't care, waving his hand. Fine, do as you wish. After saying that, he returned to his room and gently closed the door. In the deep of night, the candlelight in the room flickered softly. Xin Lang sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes as his consciousness slowly sank into his inner world. In the darkness, a familiar figure slowly emerged, long hair flowing. It was Bai Qi. Qi Lang got straight to the point. Bai Qi, can I restore my body immediately? Bai Qi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp. Brother, recovery is not a problem, but your current physical condition might need some medicinal help. Qi Lang frowned. Medicinal help? Bai Qi replied lightly, you have quite a few ghost coins on hand. Open the system store and see if there are any suitable herbs. I'll help you with the prescription. Qi Lang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately opened the system interface, the shop's light screen appearing before his eyes, filled with various mysterious and precious items. Following Bai Qi's instructions, he quickly searched for precious herbs for recovery. Scarlet Flame Ginseng, 100-year age, invigorates blood and relieves stasis, priced at 300,000 ghost coins. Nether Grass, can enhance soul power, priced at 250,000 ghost coins. Sky Soul Leaf, specifically for repairing damaged bodies, priced at 450,000 ghost coins. Ghost Vine Dew, adjusts the balance of yin and yang, priced at 150,000 ghost coins. Qi Lang looked at these exorbitantly priced herbs, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn, so expensive? Bai Qi said calmly, precious things naturally come with a high price. These herbs combined can restore your body in the shortest time, allowing you to face the upcoming dangers in your best condition. Qi Lang gritted his teeth and bought the herbs in one go, spending over 1 million ghost coins. Finally, Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. Good, now learn alchemy from me. Qi Lang, you can do that too? Bai Qi said, I have met Zhang Sanfeng in the underworld. Qi Lang. The underworld is filled with talents. Bai Qi, alright, let's get started. First, sit down. Chapter 157, Split Up and Act. Bai Qi stood in the void, hands behind his back, his gaze cold and stern, like a strict mentor. Alchemy requires timing, temperature, and proportions. A small mistake can lead to disaster. Qi Lang placed a furnace he had just bought in front of him and sat cross-legged. Bai Qi slowly began, his voice deep and steady. The refining of the 9 turns pill is extremely complex. A careless mistake and all efforts will be in vain. Listen carefully, I will teach you only once. First, warm the furnace. Bai Qi spoke in a calm tone. Use your true energy to ignite the alchemical fire, keeping it at a moderate temperature. Qi Lang followed his instruction, his palm moving slightly. A faint flame slowly rose up, enveloping the furnace. The body of the furnace quickly turned a light red. Bai Qi nodded. Not bad. Next, add the red flame ginseng and refine its essence with the fire. Qi Lang carefully placed the red flame ginseng into the furnace, and immediately, there was a faint explosion from inside the furnace, the flames roaring wildly, glowing faintly with a red golden light. Stabilize the heat, control it within the nurturing range, do not let the flame become too fierce. Bai Qi reminded. Qi Lang focused, holding his palm above, striving to control the alchemical fire, maintaining it in the most stable state. Time slowly flowed by, and after a moment, Bai Qi nodded. Alright, add the ghost grass. Qi Lang reached out to pick up the ghost grass and gently tossed it into the furnace. In an instant, a low humming sound emerged from the furnace. The flames shifted from red gold to deep purple, a chilling aura spread through the air, as if the surrounding temperature had dropped a few degrees. Next is the heavenly soul leaf. Bai Qi's voice remained calm. Qi Lang had already begun to sweat slightly at his temples. The process of alchemy was more complicated than he had imagined, and every step must be precise. He did not dare be careless and cautiously added the heavenly soul leaf into the furnace. The green halo instantly spread out, blending with the previous ghostly purple flame, creating a strange spectacle. Finally, add the ghost vine dew drop by drop. Bai Qi continued to instruct, remember, only 3 drops, a single extra drop will ruin the whole batch of pills. Qi Lang held his breath, his finger pinching the small bottle containing the ghost vine dew, tilting it slowly. The transparent liquid condensed into a plump droplet, and with a drip sound, it fell into the furnace, immediately followed by the second drop, the third drop. Boom! The furnace suddenly erupted in a blaze of light, the flames surging violently. Qi Lang squinted slightly at the strong light. He hurriedly followed Bai Qi's instructions, pressed his palm against the furnace, adjusting the heat until the flames gradually stabilized. Now, envelop the pills with your true energy and nurture them for 3 breaths. Bai Qi's voice remained steady. Qi Lang activated his true energy, slowly pouring it into the furnace. After 3 breaths. Bang! The furnace lid shook slightly, followed by a faint golden pill fragrance wafting out, filling the entire room with the scent of medicine. Qi Lang held his breath, slowly opening the lid. 3 plump and radiant 9 turns pills quietly lay inside the furnace, emitting a warm glow. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. Finally succeeded. Bai Qi nodded slightly, revealing a rare hint of approval. The refinement can be considered barely acceptable. Qi Lang pouted in dissatisfaction. Barely? This is the 9 turns pill, and I succeeded on my first try. That counts as exceptional talent, right? Bai Qi snorted coldly. This is just the most basic 9 turns pill. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Qi Lang was too lazy to argue with him, picked up a pill, and asked, is this enough? Bai Qi said lightly, after taking it, within 5 hours, your body will recover quite a bit. Qi Lang frowned, why so long? Bai Qi coldly glanced at him, his tone laced with sarcasm, who told you to mess around before? It's a miracle if an ordinary person can survive in your condition. Qi Lang pouted, knowing he really had overexerted himself, leaving no room for negotiation. Alright, then I'll take it. He hesitated no longer and swallowed the 9 transformation pill. The pill melted in his mouth, a scorching warm current instantly surged through his limbs, as if a warm river flowed within him. Qi Lang felt a wave of warmth spreading throughout his body, his fatigued form seemed to be infused with new life. He slightly closed his eyes, quietly waiting for his body to recover. Qi Lang slowly opened his eyes, the morning light streamed through the curtain gaps, filling the room with a faint hint of sunshine. He stretched lazily, feeling that the flow of energy and blood within him was much smoother than yesterday, and the muscular soreness had almost vanished, leaving him feeling refreshed. The 9 transformation pill indeed lived up to its reputation as a top-grade pill. In just one night, his body had almost fully recovered. He rolled out of bed, casually washed up, and then pushed open the door. Just as he was about to leave the room, he saw Sumubai, Granny Genie, and the black man already standing in the living room, as if they had been waiting for a long time. You all woke up so early? Qi Lang smiled and glanced at the few of them. Sumubai crossed his arms, his tone indifferent. We're not like someone who had a hearty meal and slept soundly last night. Qi Lang shrugged and didn't mind, so, what are you all waiting for? We also need to go with you to find Boss Jean. Sumubai said directly. Qi Lang raised an eyebrow, scanning them with his gaze, a slight smile lifting the corners of his mouth. There's no need for that, right? Granny Jean Yi and I can go. Sumubai frowned, somewhat confused. Why? Boss Jean is a dangerous person, won't it be more troublesome if you go alone? Qi Lang waved his hand, his tone relaxed. You all have more important things to do. I need you to find Bai Qin Tiger. Upon hearing this, Sumubai's gaze sharpened slightly, while Granny Jean Yi raised her brow. Bai Qin Tiger? Are you suspicious of him? Qi Lang nodded, his expression becoming more serious. Bai Qin Tiger sent me to Silent Ridge before, and that place almost killed me. Now that I think about it, he's likely connected with the Wudao Society. Sumubai's expression changed slightly. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Are you sure? Qi Lang chuckled lightly, his tone casual, but his eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. Pretty sure, and it's worth looking into. Since the power of the Wudao Society is lurking in the shadows, we cannot let any suspicious person slip by. Qi Lang continued, you all should go and find out his background and his relationship with the Wudao Society. As for Boss Jean, I can handle that myself. Sumubai looked at Qi Lang, curiosity filling his gaze. How do you plan to handle it? Qi Lang smiled lightly, his eyes filled with confidence and a touch of amusement. What else can I do? Just take it one step at a time. Besides, I really do have something to ask Boss Jean. Chapter 158, Negotiation. Granny Jean Yi furrowed her brow slightly, clearly dissatisfied with Qi Lang's carefree attitude, but in the end, she said nothing more. Sumubai stared at Qi Lang for a few seconds, sighed with a smile, and turned to Yi, saying, Let's go find Bai Qin Tiger. Yi felt uneasy in her heart but ultimately chose to say nothing, following Sumubai out. Qi Lang, you must be careful. Qi Lang nodded, watching their departing figures. A meaningful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Alright, it's time for us to head out. He turned to look at Granny Golden Leaf. Granny Golden Leaf looked deeply at Qian Lang, but ultimately did not ask more, only nodded slightly. Let's go. Qian Lang and Granny Golden Leaf, led by the black man, entered a huge manor. The outer wall of the manor was built from thick layers of stone, giving an oppressive feeling. Although the courtyard of the manor was beautifully maintained, with lush green trees and blooming lotus flowers in the pond, to Qian Lang, all this beauty carried an inexplicable sense of repression. The air was filled with a subtle chill, as if some danger could strike at any moment. The black man walked steadily, guiding Qian Lang and Granny Golden Leaf through a long corridor into the core area of the manor. Strange paintings hung on the walls around them, and the figures in the paintings seemed to come alive, their eyes following each of their steps. Qian Lang frowned slightly, a feeling of unease rising within him, and ever since they started, a very oppressive force had been lingering around him. The atmosphere here is not right. Qian Lang said in a low voice. Granny Golden Leaf also frowned, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. This is a defense formation specially set up by Boss Jean. The energy around it has been carefully controlled by him, making it hard for ordinary people to notice. You can feel a kind of power, right? This means you have entered the core area of the formation. Qian Lang nodded, but his heart was somewhat shocked. From the oppressive feeling of this power, it was clear that Boss Jin's methods were indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the black man was so strong, yet he still had to assist Boss Jean, which showed how powerful Boss Jean himself was. This seems to be a defensive formation. Qian Lang said, It seems Boss Jean has many enemies. Granny Golden Leaf sighed, her gaze growing complex. He stops at nothing to gain more rewards from instances, even going after some players. Boss Jean has always been ruthless, not only killing those who betray him but also being merciless against anyone that threatens his interests. The rule of those who obey me live, those who oppose me die has long been branded in every player's heart. So, he has offended many, and many have offended him? Qian Lang asked, pondering. Granny Goldenleaf nodded, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. Yes. Everyone who dares to resist him or challenge his interests has been sent into instances by him. So they can only follow his wishes, constantly venturing into various instances, with the final outcome always being death. Many don't even know where they died. Boss Jin's ruthlessness is not limited to the real world, even players in the virtual world are not spared. What he wants is not just interests, but complete control and dominance. And all of this is built on the flesh and blood of countless sacrifices. At the end of the corridor, the black man stopped, turned back to look at Qian Lang with a cold tone. We're here. Qian Lang said nothing, his gaze fixed on the huge wooden door ahead, which was inlaid with strange symbols and patterns, exuding a chilling aura. Let's go in. Granny Goldenleaf softly breathed out before speaking. Qian Lang nodded, stepping towards the heavy wooden door. As his hand touched the doorknob, a strong force surged over him. Qian Lang instinctively pushed back with the power from within him. As the door slowly opened, the scene inside gradually became clear. The hall was extraordinarily luxurious, with exquisite carpets on the floor, and the walls around were filled with precious artworks, each painting seemingly revealing an unsettling aura. The most eye-catching was a gigantic and golden chair in the center of the hall. At that moment, there was no one sitting in it, yet one could feel a sense of oppressive energy. Granny Jean stood beside Qian Lang, her tone somewhat somber. Boss Jean is probably inside, preparing to welcome us. Qian Lang took a deep breath, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I hope he can give me a satisfactory answer. The two entered the hall, and the air around them seemed to solidify, silent to the point of being oppressive. The hall's decoration was extremely luxurious, the golden light reflecting a dazzling shine, but beneath this lavish exterior lurked an inexplicable sense of threat. There was not much furniture in the hall, and the open space emphasized a strange atmosphere. Qian Lang walked steadily, his eyes occasionally scanning the surroundings, and a strong sense of alertness rose within him. Roar! Suddenly, a deep and resonant lion's roar came from above, the sound grand enough to shake the very air of the hall. Qian Lang and Granny Jean couldn't help but pause, feeling a powerful pressure in their hearts. Qian Lang thought to himself, this Boss Jean really is impressive, even his entrance is so imposing. Granny Jin's hands began to tremble instinctively. Then, a shadow from above quickly moved, and a huge figure slowly walked down the stairs. It was actually a lion. This lion had a fluffy golden mane, solid muscles, and a huge stature, walking with a steady and dignified demeanor. Its gaze was sharp, as if it could see through everything. With every step it took down the stairs, the ground trembled heavily, carrying a strong sense of dominance. Is this Boss Jean? Qian Lang furrowed his brows slightly, looking at the lion, his tone filled with a hint of confusion and wariness. Granny Jean whispered, don't speak, you'll find out soon. Before her words fell, the lion had reached the center of the hall. It stopped, staring at the two for a moment, a flicker of a half-smile in its eyes. Suddenly, it spoke, its voice deep yet oddly magnetic, as if it were not an animal but clear human language. Granny Jean, you finally returned to your 20s, this is more like it. The lion let out a strange laugh. What's the point of being an old lady? You should shine like you did when you were young. It then looked at Qian Lang, hee, indeed quite a handsome guy. Chapter 159, The Heartless Boss. Qian Lang was taken aback, his gaze instantly shifting from the lion to Granny Jean, filled with confusion. He never expected that this Boss Jean was actually a lion. Bai Qi spoke up, this is beast control. Beast control? Qian Lang understood, this lion was merely a puppet of Boss Jean. Granny Jin's expression changed slightly, her gaze dimming, as if she was not unfamiliar with the lion's words. She sighed softly, Boss Jean, our agreement, can it be fulfilled now? The lion seemed indifferent to Granny Jin's silence, its gaze growing deeper as it stared at her face for a moment, as if observing her reaction. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of its mouth, its tone becoming frivolous. What made you accept the kind of deal I offered back then? Oh, I know, back then you had no choice, and I made you a promise. But you should also understand now, you will never escape my grasp. A flicker of pain passed through Granny Jin's eyes. But soon, she regained her composure and coldly replied, you are indeed becoming more untrustworthy, Boss Jean. If anything happens to my teammates, we will all suffer the consequences. The lion let out a light chuckle, slowly walking towards Granny Jean, its mouth slightly open, revealing a row of sharp teeth. You still like to say provocative things, but this time, there is no excuse to escape. But right now, I'm not interested in you. It stopped, suddenly turned its head to look at Qian Lang, its gaze sharp as a knife. You are the one who passed through Silent Hill, right? Qian Lang's gaze met the lion's, a wave of coldness rising in his heart. He smiled slightly, fearless, and looked directly into those eyes. I am. Does Boss Jean have something to say? Old Lady Jean stood to the side, seeming to realize that the situation was a bit off, a trace of urgency flashing in her eyes. She wanted to speak up to discourage something but didn't say it out loud. The lion's lips slightly curled up, letting out a low, deep laugh. I am very interested in you, young man. You can pass the challenge of Silent Hill, which shows you have some capability. But do you know? I don't just want to invite you to meet. Jean Lang raised an eyebrow. Then what do you want? Oh, it's very simple. Boss Jin's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. I can give you power, give you endless dungeon rewards, even make you unimaginably strong. And you only need to serve me, to become one of my henchmen. Jean Lang listened quietly, a cold smile rising in his heart. Isn't this just what a shady boss says to manipulate employees? His aim is to win Jean Lang over, and he might even want him to become his tool. Boss Jean, we are all adults, no need to say such pointless things to scare people. Jean Lang spoke in a deep voice. What you just said, I will treat it as the wind blowing past. I am not someone you can easily buy off. Boss Jin's smile became even more wanton. He licked his sharp claws, his eyes filled with provocation. You can refuse me once, but that doesn't mean you can refuse me a second time. As soon as he finished speaking, the lion's body suddenly grew larger, its limbs becoming stronger, its fur shining brighter, as if it had instantly unleashed a powerful aura. The feeling of oppression in the air reached a peak, and Jean Lang felt a strong threat, a trace of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Old Lady Jean could no longer help but speak. Boss Jean, just speak properly, don't casually force people. The lion looked down at Old Lady Jean again, the mockery in its eyes undiminished. You really like to go against me, Old Jean. But today, I don't like you going against me. Boss Jin's voice was low and powerful, carrying a sense of oppression. The lion's eyes were like sharp blades, staring directly at Jean Lang, as if seeing through everything through him. The approach of this aura made the air seem to freeze, the surrounding space seemed distorted by Boss Jin's presence. Old Lady Jean nervously tightened her grip on her pipe, looking at Jean Lang with a complicated expression. Boss Jean never lets go of anyone who challenges his orders easily. But Jean Lang didn't seem willing to back down. She knew very well Boss Jin's strength. Jean Lang wouldn't really dare to be reckless, right? Jean Lang, let me make things clear. Your next task is to help me clear a dungeon. Boss Jin's tone was unquestionable, as if considering it Jean Lang's responsibility. As long as you can complete it, rewards will be shared 50-50, and will be even. Jean Lang chuckled lightly, his gaze cold. What are you, to have the right to order me to do things? Boss Jin's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile, a trace of provocation flashing in his eyes. His body began to glow slightly, as if the entire aura responded to his authority. Don't ask for wine if you reject my offer. He said coldly, I'm giving you a chance, take everything you can carry and go do what you need to do, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, the golden-haired lion suddenly pounced. That huge body erupted with an unstoppable force almost in an instant. The sharp claws swung, cutting through the air with a sharp sound due to its speed. The massive figure of the lion instantly made Jean Lang feel an indescribable pressure, as if in that moment, his entire world was surrounded by this beast, unable to move. Jean Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, his body showed no hesitation, and he fearlessly charged ahead. He took a deep breath, his heart calm, his feet suddenly stepping back, quickly dodging the attack coming from the golden-haired lion. The lion's sharp claws brushed past his clothes, the air vibrating violently with speed, creating a sound akin to a ringing in his ears. You are fast. The deep voice of Boss Jean came from the lion's mouth, carrying a hint of disdain, but this speed cannot escape my control. Jean Lang's gaze gradually became sharp, every nerve in his body was tense, and he transformed into a gust of wind, swiftly dodging the direction from which the golden-haired lion pounced. The lion was incredibly fast, hardly giving Jean Lang any time to react. But at that moment, Jean Lang's reaction was also quick, his steps were strange, and in an instant, his body disappeared from the spot, avoiding the lion's lightning-like attack. I didn't come today to fight beasts. Jean Lang asked coldly, his eyes fixed on Boss Jean. What do you want to do? Boss Jean smiled slightly, a subtle coldness flashing in his eyes. Since you don't want to follow my orders, let me show you the gap between us. Chapter 160, Little Kitten. Before the voice faded, the golden-haired lion swung its claws again, instantly summoning a black shadow from behind him. The shadow surged like rolling waves, quickly forming a strong burst of energy, seemingly capable of swallowing everything. Boss Jean flicked his finger, and the shadow shot toward Jean Lang like a cannonball. That energy not only carried the pressure of speed but also bore a terrifying killing intent, as if it could destroy anything in its path. A glimmer of determination flashed in Jean Lang's eyes. He suddenly jumped, soaring in the air, avoiding the impact of that energy wave. At the same time, he rapidly drew the ghost-slaying knife, the blade cutting through the air, emitting a cold light as he quickly swung it towards the shadow summoned by Boss Jean. Looking for death. Boss Jean sneered, a flash of killing intent appearing in his eyes. In the instant the shadow clashed with the ghost-slaying knife, a powerful shockwave exploded. Xin Lang felt his body almost lose balance from the tremendous force, but he gritted his teeth, holding onto the ghost-slaying knife without stopping. This is just a small part of my strength. Boss Jin's cold voice came through, you are far from it. Xin Lang frowned, a ruthless look appearing on his face. Boss Jin, do you really think I am easy to bully? As soon as he finished speaking, a glint of resolve suddenly sparkled in his eyes. The blade of the ghost-slaying knife spun in the air, emitting a sharp sound shock, directly locking onto Boss Jin's weak point. However, just as the blade was about to touch Boss Jin, his figure suddenly became fuzzy, as if pulled and twisted by some strange force. Give up, you will never hit me. Boss Jin's voice came from all directions, seemingly no longer limited to a specific spot. Your attacks are nothing worth mentioning to me. Boss Jin's cold laughter echoed through the empty hall, like a whisper from the abyss. Since you can't hit me, then I will wait for you to strike. Xin Lang's tone was relaxed, carrying an air of fearless provocation, his eyes shining with cold light. Boss Jin's expression suddenly darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he could see through Xin Lang from head to toe. Are you saying you don't want your life? His voice was deep, laced with a chilling threat. Xin Lang smiled slightly, his expression completely unfazed. Even a bit of mockery. Hee, then you can give it a try. His words carried a confidence and provocation, as if he feared Boss Jin's threats at all, even viewing this threat as a form of entertainment. Boss Jin's anger gradually rose in his eyes, like a volcano about to explode. He suddenly waved his hand, and the golden-haired lion rushed forward like a storm, moving so swiftly that it seemed every inch of space was being torn apart by its speed. The lion's eyes were filled with rage and killing intent, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs, charging straight at Xin Lang. The pressure in the air made it hard to breathe, as if the surrounding space was distorting, seemingly every step of this beast bringing an endless scent of slaughter. You are dead. Boss Jin's voice was filled with overwhelming momentum, as if he thought Xin Lang's provocation was insignificant and could crush him at any moment. Xin Lang, however, showed no signs of retreat, rather, he appeared relaxed, standing firm in his spot, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. Come on, I'm waiting for you. His tone was like welcoming a grand competition about to unfold, filled with anticipation for what was to come. The golden-haired lion leaped, its speed like lightning, pouncing towards Xin Lang. Its massive body carved a terrifying arc in the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar, aimed directly at Xin Lang's chest. Xin Lang's body almost instantly entered a state of extreme reaction, his eyes narrowed slightly, his hands reacted quickly, and he sidestepped, avoiding the lion's deadly attack. The lion's claws were only a centimeter away from him but failed to touch him at all. The oppressive feeling in the air still surrounded him, as if in that moment, invisible threats filled his surroundings. The golden-haired lion suddenly turned and pounced at Xin Lang again, the anger and killing intent in its eyes seeming to transform into a tangible force rushing towards him. With each of its leaps, the entire hall trembled from its every move. But Xin Lang was not the least bit flustered, instead, he appeared even calmer under the pressure. The lion's massive body lunged at Xin Lang with a deafening roar. Its sharp claws swept towards him, while its jaw, filled with sharp teeth, opened wide in the air, like a bloody maw ready to swallow Xin Lang whole. Xin Lang showed no hint of panic, only a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The golden-haired lion's mouth suddenly snapped shut, its teeth biting into Xin Lang's arm. In an instant, the texture of flesh and the pain of biting emerged, yet Xin Lang merely chuckled, showing no reaction to the pain. The lion bit down fiercely, its muscles tensing as if it wanted to tear Xin Lang's arm apart with brute force, but nothing happened. Eat up, little kitty, why aren't you eating? His words were taunting, calm yet filled with undeniable disdain. Xin Lang looked down at his arm, his gaze sharp and unhurried. What's wrong? Bad bite? As soon as his words fell, Xin Lang forcefully pulled, and with a crack, the lion's giant tooth actually fell off. The lion's mouth slipped off Xin Lang's arm, revealing its wide-open eyes, its face instantly turning extremely terrified. It could no longer bite Xin Lang, instead showing a hint of unwilling fear. The golden-haired lion suddenly retreated a few steps, its gaze filled with shock and confusion. It couldn't understand why it, a powerful beast that always overwhelmed everything with strength, found today's prey so difficult to deal with, incapable of even landing a successful attack. Seeing this, Xin Lang's eyes flashed with a cold smile, and he swiftly reached out, gripping the lion's neck tightly. Lock that massive body tightly. The golden lion struggled desperately, rolling its limbs, but it could not escape Xin Lang's iron-like grip. How much longer do you plan to play the substitution trick? Xin Lang's voice carried a hint of mockery and disdain. His strength was enough to throw the golden lion up and slam it down heavily onto the ground. With a dull thud, the golden lion's massive body crashed to the ground, sending a violent tremor through the earth. Xin Lang did not stop, instead, he aimed for the lion's head and swung his fist down hard. The sound of the fist colliding with the lion's head was deafening, like thunder, followed by a spray of blood. The golden lion barely had time to react, blood surged from its head, instantly staining the ground red. The once ferocious eyes of the lion dimmed instantly, its body motionless, clearly having lost its vitality. Xi Lang chuckled, Boss Jean, you should come out now, right? Chapter 161, Information Exchange. Xi Lang stood beside the corpse, calmly looking at the dead golden lion, his gaze cold and indifferent. He wiped his bloodied hands, his expression tranquil. Did you really think I would be easily fooled? It's better to stop playing such tricks. He turned to face Boss Jean, his eyes sharp as knives. These tricks relying on substitutes and long-distance voice transmission are truly unoriginal. Boss Jean, are these your only means? Xi Lang's voice was filled with provocation, as if he looked down on Boss Jean's schemes. At this moment, Boss Jean, hiding in the shadows, changed his expression. He clearly did not expect that Xi Lang would defeat the Golden Lion so easily, even reversing the situation in an instant. The black man beside him grew angry. Boss, let me teach this kid a lesson. Shut up. Boss Jean glared at him. The black man had no choice but to take a step back. Xi Lang sneered, what's the matter? No more words? The massive body of the Golden Lion lay on the ground, the stench of blood spreading, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze in an instant. But just when everyone thought this conflict was over, a surprising scene occurred. The lion suddenly trembled and its body stood up fiercely. The lion's eyes, which had lost their life, suddenly shone again, no longer biological, filled with death and coldness. As it moved slowly and heavily, its mouth slightly opened, and a familiar voice emerged from within. Xi Lang, not bad, you actually killed my strongest lion. Boss Jin's voice was deep and cold, with a hint of mockery, echoing in the hall. Xi Lang was slightly taken aback, but the cold smile in his eyes did not fade, instead, it deepened. This guy not only could control beasts, but also manipulate corpses? That is indeed interesting. Boss Jean, you truly have skills, you can even revive your dead pet. His words were light, but carried an invisible threat. However, have you underestimated me too much? The Golden Lion stood straight, its eyes still carrying an unsettling cold light, and once again emitted Boss Jin's voice. You are indeed smart, knowing that you are just a pawn in my game. Boss Jin's words dripped with disdain and leisure, but don't rush to refute, today's matter is settled between us. Xi Lang was unmoved, the corner of his mouth slightly curling. Do you want me to help you clear a dungeon? You can tell me what you really want. Stop wasting words. The body of the Golden Lion swayed slightly, as if after hearing this sentence, its movements grew even heavier. You are clever, able to see through everything I do, indeed worthy of my serious attention. Boss Jin's voice sounded calm. I just want to ask you to help me clear a dungeon. As long as I pass this quest, I will no longer bother you. Xi Lang stood in place, his gaze burning as he locked onto the lion, showing not the slightest fear. Do you think I would risk my life for a quest? Let me say it again, I do not like being someone else's pawn. Boss Jean fell silent for a moment, then smiled, his tone becoming lighter. It surprises me that you are not afraid of me causing you trouble. And do you think the background of the Wudao Society is that simple? Haven't you heard of its true power? As soon as these words were spoken, Xi Lang's expression darkened, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. But he still sneered coldly. Wudao Society? By the way, I am curious, how deep is your relationship with the Wudao Society? Boss Jin's voice turned chilly, carrying an undeniable authority. The Wudao Society, the true puppet master, is not something you can casually provoke. I'm just a small supporter of theirs. If it weren't for their funding, my strength and resources wouldn't have developed to this extent today. As for wanting to know more, I do have some useful clues. He paused, seemingly watching Xi Lang's reaction, but you must complete the task I give you. Otherwise, even if you know, you may not live long. Xi Lang's face slightly changed, but he quickly regained his composure. I don't believe you can threaten me. And I'm not afraid of you causing me trouble. Boss Jean let out a light laugh from within the body of the Golden Lion. It doesn't matter if you don't believe, you can't escape now anyway. This quest has been carefully arranged for you, don't be too eager, first accept the challenge. Once you complete it, I promise I won't trouble you again, and I could even grant you freedom in this world. As for the Wudao Society, I can give you more of what you want. Xi Lang slightly raised his eyebrows, his tone still indifferent. Do you think a few words can make me really believe you? Boss Jean looked at Xi Lang, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. You will, Xi Lang. Because the power of the Wudao Society is not as simple as you imagine. Besides me, no one else dares to say too much to you. Even if others know anything, they wouldn't dare to reveal it. His words contained a clear provocation. Xi Lang's gaze swept coldly over the Golden Lion, then returned to Boss Jean, his voice deep and firm. I came here purely to stir up trouble with the Wudao Society. If you don't give me some useful information, I'll leave right now. His resolute and cold tone seemed to freeze the air around him. Boss Jin's expression subtly changed. He really did not expect Xi Lang to be so fearless. But he quickly regained his calm, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, as if everything was under control. Are you threatening me? His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Do you think you can escape the palm of the Wudao Society? Or do you think you can resist them now? Xin Lang refused to back down, sneering, I'm certainly not afraid of the Wudao Society, but if you don't give me information, I'd rather take the risk to find them than stoop to cooperate with someone like you. Boss Jin's smile remained unchanged. Do you really think you can challenge the Wudao Society alone? Xin Lang did not answer directly but stared coldly at Boss Jin, filled with disdain. Since you want me to help you, you must have your own motives. You surely know the secrets behind the Wudao Society better than anyone. If you want me to take risks for you, at least give me something. Our transaction cannot rely solely on your empty promises. Boss Jin's voice grew slightly cold. However, I can consider your terms. What kind of information do you want to feel secure in helping me? Chapter 162, Rainy Night Inn. Xin Lang said, first tell me what you know, let me see how much value it has. Boss Jin lowered his head and chuckled lightly, as if he had long anticipated Xin Lang's straightforwardness and persistence. Alright, since you are so eager, I will give you some information. His tone suddenly became serious. The true core of the Wudao Society is a group of strategists hiding in the background, skilled in manipulating situations and commanding from behind the scenes. The founder of the Wudao Society was the first player to complete 100 instances. Do you know, this achievement has yet to be surpassed by anyone? At least, he ranks in the top 3 in terms of strength. He paused, as if savoring the weight of these words. At that time, he was indeed invincible, even the entire instance system might not match his abilities. Xin Lang nodded after hearing this. Interesting, continue. Seeing that Xin Lang did not react, Boss Jin continued, as for how we know each other, it's because we are both keen on the rewards from instances. To put it bluntly, the various treasures and lost manuals in the instances are our goals. And the Wudao Society gradually built a vast power by collecting resources from instances. He paused slightly, seemingly recalling something, his smile growing more profound. Members of the Wudao Society are spread across major instances. Each person takes clearing instances as their mission while gradually expanding their power and network. Boss Jin waved his paw like a lion, carving a pattern on the lion's body. This tattoo is the emblem of the Wudao Society. Every member has such a pattern on them. You see, like this. Xin Lang stared at the pattern, secretly memorizing this symbol. How many people are there in the Wudao Society? Xin Lang asked, his tone unhurried, but his eyes revealing a curiosity and wariness that couldn't be hidden. You say they are powerful, but how many members are there exactly? How is their layout? I want to know more. Boss Jin smiled slightly, the smile still carrying a hint of disdain and depth. What do you guess? Do you want to know the true scale of the Wudao Society? You will find that the number of members in the Wudao Society is enough to shock you. Whether it is the experts in instances or the ordinary players in various cities, their influence has long permeated all aspects. He looked at Xin Lang, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. If you want to know more, you probably need some skills to get close to that level. Xin Lang calmly continued to press. So, what is the actual scale of the Wudao Society? At least tell me some specific information to help me prepare better. Boss Jin said, if you want to find them, you can first look for clues from the instance I arranged. He paused. The difficulty of the instance is not low, and it should be quite challenging for you. In short, if you want to understand the internal workings of the Wudao Society, you have to pass this barrier first. Xin Lang looked at Boss Jin, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes, but the corner of his mouth still carried a cold smile. After talking for so long, you still want me to help you clear the instance. You must have other motives. Do you think I will believe you? Boss Jin did not rush to respond but slowly said, you still don't understand the value of this instance. Let me be clear, I don't even dare to challenge this instance myself, so I need you to help me clear it. Xin Lang frowned slightly, but did not speak immediately. At that moment, Granny Jean whispered, you aren't really planning to help Boss Jin, are you? The difficulty of this instance must be extremely high. Even if your strength is great now, you cannot pass it easily. Her tone was filled with worry, clearly disapproving of Xin Lang's choice. Xin Lang did not directly respond to Granny Jean but looked at Boss Jin, his tone still stern. If I really go, you will tell me more about the Wudao Society, right? Boss Jin seemed not to care about Xin Lang's doubts, lightly saying, I have said, once you complete the instance, you can get many things you want from me. Trust me, this will benefit you too, at least you can find what you were looking for. Xin Lang exhaled, alright, enough talk, tell me which instance you want me to go to? Boss Jin chuckled, Rainy Night Inn. Granny Jin's heart shook violently when she heard the words Rainy Night Inn. That is an S+ difficulty instance. What does S+ difficulty instance mean? It is an existence beyond ordinary instances, meaning the enemies inside are not just regular monsters, but powerful foes that are extremely challenging, possibly surpassing the player's expectations and capabilities. Every S+ difficulty instance is a test of the player's limits. Unless one is a battle-hardened, remarkably powerful person, it is impossible to break through easily. Xin Lang asked, S+ instance, sounds interesting. Upon hearing this, Boss Jin smiled lightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Whether you can pass or not completely depends on your own ability. Though you are strong, in my opinion, your chance of passing is only 1%. But if you want to obtain the information you want from me, the only way is to clear this instance. Qin Lang thought for a moment and then said, alright, I will go, but remember your promise, otherwise, I will take all the rewards from the instance. Boss Jin's voice was full of mockery, then I wish you good luck. Qin Lang pointed at Granny Jean, by the way, what about her teammates? Are you not going to let them go? Boss Jean replied, so you like to meddle? Qin Lang said, I am not meddling, I want you to keep your promise. A person without trust cannot stand, right? Boss Jean said, fine, I will let her teammates go for your sake. Granny Jean breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that her teammates were safe. Boss Jean said, Jean Yi, your teammates will come to find you. Then he added, but Qin Lang, remember, if you do not participate in the rainy night instance, I will let you know my terror. As he finished speaking, the already dead lion's corpse began to mutate, all the flesh and blood instantly faded away, leaving only a pile of white bones. And those flesh and skin condensed into a blood-red meatball. Qin Lang frowned, thinking this technique was truly sinister. Moreover, Boss Jean was not even here, yet he could cast spells from a distance, proving his unfathomable power. Then, Qin Lang and Granny Jean walked out of Boss Jin's villa. Granny Jean sighed, are you really going to the rainy night inn? The difficulty of that instance may be no less than Silent Hill. Silent Hill is hard because there is a mandatory hidden mission that leads to certain death. But the rainy night inn is genuinely difficult. And, didn't we agree to find an opportunity to assassinate Boss Jean? Chapter 163 We have a mole among us. Qin Lang said, if we go to assassinate now, we will not succeed. Why? Granny Jin's low voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction, her eyes showing a trace of confusion. Qin Lang was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly and heavily, because Boss Jean already knows our plan. Granny Jin's face changed instantly, that familiar dangerous aura quickly spreading out. What? Why would he know? Qin Lang raised his head, his gaze fixed on Granny Jean, his tone somewhat helpless yet filled with shock. I am very sensitive to women's body fragrance, just now. I smelled a familiar scent from that lion. Granny Jin's eyes widened abruptly, a flash of surprise crossed her brow, then turned cold and fierce. You mean? Yes, I have smelled that scent before. Qin Lang interrupted her, his voice becoming steadier, in other words, we have Boss Jin's people around us. Granny Jin's body shook, her expression instantly turning even more serious. A trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes. No wonder Boss Jean didn't show up directly. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, as if she wanted to read more clues from every word Qin Lang spoke. Who is it? Qin Lang shook his head, sighed, and said softly, we'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is that we need to find Bai Qin Hub as soon as possible. Grandma Jin's heart tightened, as if realizing the seriousness of the situation. Are you saying that Su Mubai and the others may be in danger? Su Mubai had already gone to find Bai Qin Hub with Yi Zi in Shenwangqing. Su Mubai couldn't possibly be Boss Jin's person, so the mole could only be among Yi Zi and Shenwangqing. Qin Lang nodded, urgency shining in his eyes. Yes, if we don't act quickly, it might be too late for everything. If that mole has bad intentions, or if Boss Jean has other plans, Su Mubai could be in danger. Qin Lang said, that's why I'd been anxious to leave. Okay, I will go with you. Grandma Jin's voice was low yet firm. On the other side, Su Mubai relied on her memory to arrive at Bai Qin Hub's villa. But unlike last time, there wasn't a single subordinate of Bai Qin Hub to be seen, instead, there was a strong smell of blood in the air. Su Mubai instinctively felt something was wrong, and Yi Zi and Shenwangqing were also ready for battle. It seems, something happened. Su Mubai gently pushed open the villa's large door, the originally elegant corridor now shrouded in deep shadows, the smell of blood stronger in the air, making one nauseous. Su Mubai looked inside and instinctively covered her mouth, but she couldn't suppress the shock in her heart. On both sides of the corridor, the once carefully arranged artworks and paintings were all covered in blood. Those decorations were overturned on the ground, shards scattered everywhere. Yi Zi's eyes widened, scanning the surroundings, every corner revealed a horrific atmosphere. Bloody corpses lay weakly on the ground, their faces twisted, clothing stained with spots of blood. The entire villa seemed to have become a death altar, in the quiet wafted a suffocating air of terror. Yi Zi immediately felt a chill spreading from her spine, a fine layer of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She could hardly believe what she saw. So many people, how could they all be dead? What happened to Bai Qin Hub and them? Shenwangqing hurriedly covered her mouth, trying not to make any noise. Yi Zi moved her feet softly, her heartbeat like thunder echoing in her ears. She knew this was far beyond a simple murder case. Su Mubai said, Bai Qin Hub sent us to the Silent Ridge instance, and now that we just came out, Bai Qin Hub is dead. There must be some extremely horrible plot behind this. But, who did it? Boss Jean? Or the Wudao Association? Yi Zi murmured, her voice weak, filled with questions and fear. She turned around, quickly took out her phone, and was about to dial Qin Lang's number when suddenly, heavy footsteps came from the villa's entrance. Sumobai's heart tightened sharply. Before she could react, an urgent voice rang from outside the door. Search warrant. Everyone, stop. Immediately, a group of officers in law enforcement uniforms rushed in like a torrent. Their eyes were cold, their steps decisive, weapons drawn, quickly locking onto everyone present. You three. One officer shouted coldly, voice unyielding, you must come with us now. Sumobai instinctively felt something was wrong. She was currently in a spiritual state, but this officer could see her right away. These officers were no ordinary people. Run. Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing's faces suddenly turned pale. They too realized the strength of these officers. Knowing the danger of her situation, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Zi decisively turned around and immediately ran towards the villa's main entrance, with Shen Wanqing closely following. However, the law enforcers were clearly well prepared. They quickly reacted and blocked the path of the two. Stop. The law enforcer shouted sternly, the short knife in his hand gleaming coldly as it approached Yi Zi's face. Run. Yi Zi suddenly stepped back sharply, then shouted loudly, without hesitation lunging towards another exit, with Shen Wanqing closely following, her heart almost leaping out of her chest. Sumobai formed hand seals, blood demon technique, blood mist. In an instant, the air in the entire villa seemed to freeze, and the temperature around dropped suddenly. A wave of blood-red mist suddenly surged from around her, like a huge whirlpool, spreading rapidly. The blood mist twisted in the air, and the law enforcers instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, but the blood mist did not disperse easily like ordinary smoke. Sumobai immediately turned to escape, but before she could take a few steps, a cold and strong hand had tightly grasped her shoulder. Trying to run? The hand was like a vice, firmly holding her body in place, making it impossible for her to move. Sumobai's pupils dilated suddenly, instinctively wanting to counterattack with the blood demon technique. Do you think you can escape with just this little blood demon technique? The voice was deep and cold, carrying a sense of oppression, as if it was a whisper from the depths of hell. There was not a trace of emotion in that voice. Don't struggle, otherwise, I will make you die again. Sumobai struggled violently, but the hand was like an iron clamp, tightening its grip so she could not break free. A Class A anomaly could be caught so easily. This person's strength, truly unfathomable. Yi Zi was shocked. Miss Su. She turned to save her, but Sumobai shouted loudly, run. Go find Qin Lang. Chapter 164, The Three Missing People. Yi Zi glanced back at Sumobai, her eyes filled with unwillingness and struggle. Her fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging deeply into her palms, wishing she could rush back to save her immediately. But Shen Wanqing grabbed her firmly, so strongly that she couldn't even move. Yi Zi, don't be impulsive. Shen Wanqing's voice was low and urgent, if we go back now, we can't save anyone. You'll put yourself in danger too. Yi Zi glared at Shen Wanqing with anger, gritting her teeth, but Miss Su. She will be fine, the law enforcers won't kill recklessly. Shen Wanqing's tone was incredibly firm, staring fixedly at Yi Zi, her gaze unwavering. Yi Zi's heart trembled, her lips quivering slightly, understanding that Shen Wanqing was speaking the truth. Right now, there were only two of them, and their opponents were not only law enforcers but also stronger than themselves. Sumobai, as a Class A anomaly, actually had no ability to resist at all. If she rashly went back, it would be like walking to her death. But knowing that Sumobai was in danger, she could only turn and flee. This feeling was very hard to bear. How will I explain this to Qin Lang? Seeing her hesitating, Shen Wanqing simply grabbed her wrist and quickly pulled her away. Yi Zi was holding her breath, her steps heavy, until they dashed out of the villa, shaking off their pursuers, before she finally stopped. Yi Zi leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, her eyes filled with struggle and guilt. She turned to Shen Wanqing, her tone anxious. What do we do next? Wait. Before she could finish her sentence, a heavy blow struck. Bang! Yi Zi only felt darkness in front of her, a sharp pain in the back of her head, and in an instant, she lost her balance, her legs going weak as she fell heavily. In the final moment before losing consciousness, she saw Shen Wanqing's indifferent face, without any hesitation or doubt. Her eyelids grew heavier, her consciousness engulfed by darkness. Shen Wanqing stood in place, coldly looking at the fallen Yi Zi, gently retracting her hand, and softly sighed. Yi Zi was shocked and said, You. She whispered, I'm sorry, Yi Zi. Don't blame me. As Qin Lang and his group stepped into Bai Kintiger's villa, a strong smell of blood immediately assaulted their noses. In the large courtyard, dozens of corpses lay sprawled everywhere, dark red blood trickling in rivulets, and the air was thick with a heavy sense of death. Under the night sky, the entire villa appeared eerie and terrifying, as if it were a hell on earth. Grandma Jin's expression suddenly changed. Swinging her smoking pipe, she slowly stepped forward, frowning as she looked around, her tone grave. It seems something serious has happened. Bai Kintiger's people have almost all been killed. Qin Lang's eyes were sharp, slowly scanning the surroundings, filled with vigilance. His footsteps treaded on the pool of blood, leaving a series of deep footprints. He crouched down to check a corpse, gently probing its temperature with his fingers, and said softly, "Not long dead, at most half an hour." Grandma Jean said in a deep voice, "Sumu bai." "It seems. I know." Qin Lang stood up, his expression serious as he surveyed the area, a hint of unease quietly rising in his heart. The slaughter here was too clean, almost leaving no signs of resistance, indicating that the opponent was not only powerful but also acted swiftly. Sumu bai had probably fallen into someone's hands. Grandma Jin's gaze became sharper, locking onto Qin Lang. Is it possible that it was the undercover agent? Qin Lang pondered for a moment, his eyes deep. Very likely. Grandma Jean leaned on her cane, her brows furrowed deeper. Who exactly is that undercover agent? Qin Lang was about to speak when suddenly, steady footsteps came from the night, breaking the silence enveloped in blood. Immediately, a cold voice came from outside the villa. "You are Qin Lang, right? Come with us." Several figures slowly emerged from the darkness, dressed in black enforcement uniforms, holding weapons, their faces stern, exuding an undeniable authority. The leading enforcer was a woman with a cold expression, her eyes blazing, staring intently at Qin Lang. "We are the enforcers of this area. Don't resist uselessly, just obey the law." Qin Lang's gaze darkened, his hand quietly clenched, his body slightly tensed, already prepared for any sudden situation. He coldly stared at those enforcers, his tone unfriendly. "You say I should comply? Why should I?" The female enforcer smiled faintly, slowly raised her hand, and a team of enforcers immediately surrounded them, enclosing them completely. The female enforcer said, "Because you are found here among these corpses, and still ask why? You can't possibly say you came here for a stroll after dinner, right?" Qin Lang's lips slightly curled up, revealing a playful smile, his gaze fixed on the group of enforcers. "Without any fear, officer, I have a peculiar habit. I like to stay in places with many corpses." "Is that also a crime?" The female enforcer's expression instantly turned cold, but her lips curved up in a contemptuous smile. "Oh? Since you are this kind of pervert, you cannot be let go." Her voice was crisp, but her tone carried a dangerous undertone. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her right hand, and a pair of silver handcuffs flashed with a cold gleam in the night, like a silver snake, swiftly hurled toward Qin Lang. The handcuffs sliced through the air with such speed that they almost left a silver afterimage behind. Qin Lang's eyes shifted slightly, his footwork twisted, body leaning back just in time to narrowly avoid the direct assault of the handcuffs. Meanwhile, Grandma Jean quickly sidestepped, separating from Qin Lang, preparing to face the enemy. "This is getting interesting." Qin Lang sneered, his hand quietly resting on the hilt of the demon-slaying blade, ready to draw it in response the moment the opponent made another move. However, just as he was about to strike, those silver handcuffs suddenly trembled in the air and unexpectedly expanded and twisted at that moment. The handcuffs surprisingly transformed into a giant silver chain net, rapidly coiling back. "Wow, interesting." Qin Lang's pupils shrank, instantly sensing something was wrong, and his figure retreated quickly, trying to dodge. But this silver chain seemed to possess life, instantly expanding and fiercely wrapping around him. Bang! The silver chain tightened violently, firmly binding Qin Lang, his arms completely entwined, leaving him no chance to draw his sword. Qin Lang frowned, suddenly feeling a strange force seeping through the silver chain into his body, making his blood and energy feel subtly sluggish. "These handcuffs are strange." Qin Lang gritted his teeth, trying to break free, but the silver chain seemed to have a mind of its own. The more he struggled, the tighter it bound him, even faintly radiating a wave of energy that greatly limited his strength. "Got it." The female law enforcer lightly clapped her hands, watching Qin Lang, bound, with a teasing gaze, a smug smile lifting the corners of her mouth. Chapter 165, Law Enforcer. "Qin Lang, did you think we didn't know your abilities? Don't waste your effort. This binding spirit lock is specifically meant to deal with dangerous individuals like you. You can't escape." As her words fell, the surrounding law enforcers all showed cold smiles, slowly closing in on Granny Goldenleaf, while Qin Lang was tightly shackled by the silver chain, unable to break free. "Oh really? Not necessarily." Qin Lang gathered his energy, feeling the sluggish blood within him suddenly flow vigorously, and a mighty force instantly broke through the restraints, surging like a flood. His muscles quaked, and the silver binding spirit lock shattered instantly, turning into countless broken chains that flew apart, emitting a crisp metallic shattering sound. "What?" The female law enforcer's pupils shrank, a hint of surprise flashing across her face, but she quickly regained her composure. Her figure flickered, and with a swift motion, she drew out 2 sets of silver handcuffs from her waist. These handcuffs were even more exquisite than the binding spirit lock before, with intricate runes faintly etched on the chains, glowing softly. Indeed, not an ordinary criminal, it really takes some effort. She chuckled coldly, shaking her hands, and the 2 sets of handcuffs instantly shot out like living beings, racing towards Qin Lang. On the other side, Granny Goldenleaf's battle was equally fierce. Her figure moved swiftly, maneuvering around two law enforcers, one tall and imposing, the other wearing black sunglasses, appearing particularly mysterious. Ha! Granny Goldenleaf raised the corner of her mouth, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, the pale white smoke rapidly spreading, like a flowing mist, instantly swallowing her figure whole. Vanished? The tall law enforcer suddenly jolted in surprise, scanning the surroundings warily. However, in that instant, Granny Goldenleaf had quietly moved to his side, fingers slightly spread, a sharp energy coalescing at her fingertips, aimed directly at his neck. Bang! Suddenly, a gust of wind surged, and the tall law enforcer stepped back abruptly, just as Granny Goldenleaf's palm was about to reach its target. A gloved hand swiftly intercepted her attack. A sunglasses-wearing law enforcer accurately charged towards Granny Goldenleaf. Granny Goldenleaf's gaze sharpened, shocked within. Yet this person could accurately find her position and stop her sneak attack? The sunglasses law enforcer's ears twitched slightly, extending his hand directly to grab Granny Goldenleaf. Granny Goldenleaf instinctively used her long smoking pipe to strike, hitting his sunglasses. The sunglasses tilted slightly, revealing a pair of soulless eyes. Granny Goldenleaf was taken aback. So, you're blind? No wonder. The sunglasses law enforcer smirked faintly, his voice low and indifferent. Your smoke is ineffective against me. You might as well comply. You're really funny. Granny Goldenleaf chuckled lightly, suddenly taking a deep breath, and then forcefully exhaling a thicker white smoke. This time, the white smoke no longer just spread but quickly condensed in the air into strands of smoky ropes. Like a living creature, it swiftly twisted towards the two enforcers. What? The tall enforcer realized something was wrong and was about to back away, but the smoke vines were incredibly fast, instantly binding his hands and feet. The enforcer in sunglasses heard something unusual, but in an instant, he was accurately tied up by the smoke vines around his arm. Hee, who told you to be blind? Grandma Goldenleaf chuckled, her fingers twisting, and the smoke vines tightened more and more, sealing both of their movements. Grandma Goldenleaf thought the smoke chains had firmly trapped her opponents, but the next second, a domineering and fierce force exploded from the smoke. Sizzle! A sharp sound of breaking air was heard, and Grandma Goldenleaf's smoke vines were actually torn apart. That force seemed to explode from within, instantly breaking free from all restraints. What? Grandma Goldenleaf frowned and quickly retreated, only to see the enforcer in sunglasses was already approaching her, his steps steady and soundless, as if completely unaffected by the smoke. He slightly turned his wrist, revealing a thin, black blade the size of a cicada's wing gripped between his knuckles, cold light glinting, cutting through the night. TSK, he really is a tough one. Grandma Goldenleaf secretly cursed, lightly retreating, but her footsteps hesitated slightly. She was already used to her enemies hesitating and slowing down in the smoke, but this man completely ignored her tactics. No matter how she dodged, that black blade accurately locked onto her position, the killing intent chilling. A man who doesn't spare women is truly the most annoying. Grandma Goldenleaf sneered, her tone laced with a hint of mockery, yet her movements were increasingly suppressed, and the enforcer in sunglasses' assault grew more and more fierce, with each knife strike like a storm, leaving no gaps. She could still maneuver flexibly within the smoke, but her opponent seemed to predict her actions with perfect accuracy, repeatedly sealing off her escape routes and forcing her into passivity. A flash of the blade cut through, a cold wind approaching. Grandma Goldenleaf could almost feel the chill of the edge brushing past her neck. She cursed in her heart, knowing that if this continued, she would eventually be cornered, and she had to think of a way to escape. Grandma Goldenleaf took a deep breath and suddenly waved her sleeve, pouring all her remaining genuine energy into the smoke. In an instant, the previously ethereal white mist erupted, churning and surging like a raging tide. Smoke mist formation, thousand shadows escape. Her figure split into 10 within the thick fog, dispersing like a ghost in all directions. The enforcer in sunglasses was momentarily stunned, and the blade in his hand suddenly swung out, instantly cutting through 3 phantoms. But just as he prepared to continue the pursuit, Grandma Goldenleaf's true form had already transformed into a remnant shadow, swiftly darting towards the position where Qi Lang was. Qi Lang, let's face them together. Her figure flashed, and in an instant, she landed next to Qi Lang, warily watching the surroundings, ready for the upcoming battle. Qi Lang had been entangled by the silver handcuffs, his hands bound and unable to fully exert himself, but just at the moment Grandma Goldenleaf approached, he coldly smiled, a murderous intent suddenly condensing in his eyes. Kid, you're not really planning to drag this broken thing into battle, are you? Grandma Goldenleaf gasped and cast an unhappy glance at him. Qi Lang gritted his teeth, suddenly shaking his arms violently, and the genuine energy within him surged out wildly. The binding spirit lock exploded in an instant, the silvery radiance shattering like frost, dissipating into countless light spots in the air. The female enforcer frowned, surprised that Qi Lang could break free from her restraints, but then she sneered, "You have some skill, but it's nothing more than that." Qi Lang coldly snorted, not bothering to waste words, and with a flick of his wrist, the ghost-slaying knife was unsheathed. A drawn-out battle is not in our favor? Then let's settle it quickly. Before his voice fell, an extremely violent aura erupted from Qin Lang's body, the ferocious wind whipping, the killing intent sweeping like a hurricane, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Chapter 166, Bai Qi's Old Friend. At this moment, Qin Lang's momentum surged to its peak, like a divine weapon that had just been unsheathed, radiating sharp edges, glinting with cold light. Boom! The earth trembled slightly as Qin Lang shot out like a black lightning bolt, the ghost-slaying blade slicing through the air, creating a series of piercing sonic booms, aimed straight at the female law enforcer. The female law enforcer's expression changed, Qin Lang's speed left her heart racing, and she barely caught the moment to counterattack. Instinctively, she stepped back, simultaneously flipping her hands, two pairs of silver handcuffs crossed in the air, forming a silver barrier, trying to block the strike. Clang! The raging blade energy came crashing down, the silver handcuffs trembled violently, and the female law enforcer was pushed back repeatedly by this immense force, even cracking the ground beneath her feet. On the other side, the sunglasses-wearing law enforcer had intended to continue attacking Granny Genia, but when the terrifying murderous intent released by Qin Lang came crashing in, he froze slightly, the black blade in his hand halted half a beat. This kid's strength is actually this strong? The sunglasses-wearing law enforcer felt the fighting spirit in the air, his grip on the knife tightening involuntarily, vaguely shocked. Qin Lang forced the female law enforcer back, the blade pointing to the ground, his gaze cold as ice, slowly lifting his head to look at the surrounding law enforcers, a cruel arc forming at the corner of his mouth. What are you all standing there for? Qin Lang chuckled, let's all go together. The female law enforcer, pushed back by Qin Lang's strike, revealed a trace of shame and anger on her face. She had always prided herself on her strength and skill, and now being suppressed head-on by the opponent, how could she tolerate it? Damn it! She bit down hard, her eyes sharp, and disregarding the warning from the sunglasses-wearing enforcer, she leaped up again, charging towards Qin Lang. Captain, calm down. The sunglasses-wearing enforcer yelled, his brow furrowed. But the female law enforcer could no longer hear him, the silver handcuffs in her hands shimmered with strange light, dancing like a serpent, her wrist flicking, the binding spirit lock's silver chains transformed into streams of light, rushing forward. Qin Lang sneered coldly, just about to explode with power again. At that moment, Bai Qi's voice suddenly sounded. Big brother, don't move. Deep in his mind, Bai Qi's voice exploded, filled with urgency and an undeniable warning. Qin Lang suddenly froze, and before he could react, he felt the power within him come to a sudden halt, a strange repulsive force churning at his dantian. Two different energies violently clashed within Qin Lang's body, forcibly blocking his meridians. This. Qin Lang cursed inwardly as the energy inside him became chaotic, the explosive force he had been building up was instantaneously interrupted. It was in this fleeting moment of delay that the threat descended. Gleams of triumph flashed in the female law enforcer's eyes, the silver handcuffs suddenly expanded, transforming into several binding spirit chains, writhing like wild steel snakes, instantly wrapping around Qin Lang's limbs and body. Crack! The chains intertwined and tightened, binding Qin Lang tightly, immobilizing him completely. Qin Lang. Granny Genia's face changed, not understanding why Qin Lang was captured again. But before she could take action, the sunglasses-wearing enforcer had already closed in, as if he had seen through everything, locking onto Granny Genia's weakness the moment the female law enforcer struck. Got you. The sunglasses-wearing enforcer said coldly, his hand suddenly reaching out, as fast as a storm, pressing down on Granny Genia's shoulder with a force so strong that she shuddered slightly. Granny Genia's heart tightened, just as she was about to break free, she suddenly felt her shoulder weighed down, a terrifying force like a 1,000-pound boulder pressing down, making it impossible for her to use her agile skills. Bang! Granny Genia was slammed to the ground, dirt flying, dust clouding the air. The surrounding law enforcers saw this and gathered around, their faces showing relaxed smiles. Oomph, we finally caught you. Qin Lang was completely bound by the binding spirit locks, his heart filled with confusion. Bai Qi, what exactly is going on? All this time, Bai Qi had never caused him any trouble. What suddenly made me go against myself today? Could there have been some kind of change? Qin Lang complained inwardly, but Bai Qi calmly said, Big brother, don't blame me, I'll explain everything to you shortly. Don't worry, if they want to harm you, I will definitely help you. Qin Lang was speechless. The police car sped by, the night outside the window was dark as ink, and the street lights along the way cast swaying shadows inside the cabin. Qin Lang and Granny Genia were locked in the back seat, the silver spirit binding lock still binding them. Qin Lang leaned back in his seat, his gaze profound, his face showing little emotion, yet his heart was in turmoil. Bai Qi, why are you trying to stop me? He silently questioned in his heart. After a moment of silence, Bai Qi's voice finally echoed in his mind, deep and complex. I sensed the aura of an old acquaintance from that female law enforcement officer. Qin Lang was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowing. Old acquaintance? What do you mean? Bai Qi slowly sighed, as if searching through a distant memory, and after several seconds, continued. This woman is probably a descendant of one of my former subordinates. This statement surprised Qin Lang. Your subordinate? Qin Lang repeated softly, his gaze shifting slightly. Which subordinate? Someone who could be remembered by Bai Qi was surely not an ordinary person. Bai Qi didn't answer and fell silent, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. Since Bai Qi didn't want to say much for now, Qin Lang decided not to press further but raised his head to look towards the front seat. In the front, the female law enforcement officer was focused on driving the police car, the red and blue lights occasionally casting a stern glow on her profile. Her expression was cold, her lips pressed tightly, glancing at Qin Lang from time to time, radiating an intense sense of discipline and vigilance, as if she would never let her guard down. Qin Lang's gaze flickered, and he actively spoke up. Hey, officer, what's your name? The female law enforcement officer slightly turned her head, shooting him a cold glance, her eyes showing no excess emotion, as if she had no intention of acknowledging him at all. A silence fell in the police car, the atmosphere oppressive and dull. However, Qin Lang curled his lips, lazily continuing. What's wrong? You arrested me but won't even introduce yourself? The female law enforcement officer finally spoke, her voice cold and lacking any warmth. Isn't your curiosity too heavy? Qin Lang shrugged casually. I can't help it, it's hard not to be curious about a beautiful and capable female officer like you. Granny Genia rolled her eyes beside him, thinking how daring this kid was to flirt with the officer at such a time. The female law enforcement officer frowned slightly, she seemed impatient with Qin Lang's smooth-talking attitude. Why should I tell you? Are you sick? Qin Lang said, if you don't tell me, then I might just go wild. Chapter 167 Another Purpose. What are you going to do? The police car continued to speed, a tense atmosphere enveloping the cabin. The female law enforcement officer looked at Qin Lang vigilantly. Qin Lang smiled. Suddenly, a crisp snap sounded abruptly. Qin Lang's arms shook, the spirit binding lock that had restrained him instantly shattered, the silver chains slipped off him like a broken snake, making a series of crisp metallic clinks. You! Another law enforcement officer in the passenger seat suddenly turned his head, and the female law enforcement officer abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the entire police car to come to a brief halt in the night, the tires screeching against the ground. The air in the cabin seemed to freeze instantly. The female law enforcement officer slowly turned her head, her gaze sharp as she stared at Qin Lang, her hand discreetly reaching for her weapon at her waist. However, Qin Lang just leisurely moved his wrist, a faint smile curved on his lips, unconcerned about her vigilance, and casually said, Don't be nervous, stay calm. If I really wanted to escape, it wouldn't be hard at all. Look, I'm already being this sincere. It is obvious that I don't want to stir up trouble. Qin Lang deliberately spread his hands, indicating that he had no intention of attacking. The female law enforcement officer gritted her teeth and said, I advise you not to. Qin Lang said, if I really want to escape, do you think you can stop me? The female law enforcement officer took a deep breath, her gaze flickering slightly as she fixed her eyes on Qin Lang, trying to find a weakness in his expression. Clearly, she did not expect Qin Lang to be able to break free from the binding spirit lock so easily. Once locked in, no one has been able to break free. What kind of monster is he? But soon, the female law enforcement officer forced herself to calm down, suppressing her inner shock, and asked in a low, steady voice. What do you really want? Qin Lang casually leaned back in his seat, staring at her with a half-smile, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery and depth. Actually, it's nothing much. I'm just a bit interested in you and want to have a good chat. The female law enforcement officer frowned even deeper, her tone cold. Chat about what? Qin Lang gently flicked his fingertip, seemingly asking at random. For example, your name. Song Nianxi's eyes shifted slightly, but she did not hesitate for long and coldly said after a moment, Song Nianxi. Hearing this name, Qin Lang's gaze flickered, and then he quietly asked in his mind, Bai Qi, can you remember now? Descendant of which of your subordinates? Bai Qi remained silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly. 1,000 years have passed. Do you think I can remember just from a name? I'm not a god. Qin Lang shrugged, seemingly not surprised by this answer, and casually said, what a pity. Song Nianxi narrowed her eyes slightly, clearly sensing that Qin Lang's reaction was somewhat strange. Her voice, laced with caution, asked, what are you really plotting? Qin Lang suddenly curled his lips, revealing a meaningful smile, and said casually, what else? Of course, I want to date you. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire car froze. Old Lady Jean shot Qin Lang another glare. The law enforcement officer in the passenger seat suddenly turned around, looking shocked at Qin Lang, as if doubting whether he had heard correctly. Song Nianxi was taken aback for a moment, and then her expression instantly turned cold as she gritted her teeth and spat out 3 words, crazy person. Qin Lang, however, smiled even more brightly, as if he had expected her reaction, leisurely leaning back in his seat and lazily saying, don't be so cold, we have so many topics to discuss. Song Nianxi took a deep breath, forcing down the impulse to slap him, her gaze cold as a knife, seemingly contemplating how to make this man shut up completely. Qin Lang put his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. All right, let's drive, I need to sleep for a while. Song Nianxi was still a bit uneasy. But old lady Jean spoke up, alright, let's drive. If Jean Lang really wanted to leave, he wouldn't waste time with you. Song Niancy huffed in discontent. Inside the police station, cold white lights illuminated the metal tables and chairs, and a faint smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. Jean Lang lazily leaned against the bench in the detention room, his legs crossed, a smile on his lips, looking as if he was just casually chatting in the police station, not a suspect who had been arrested. Old lady Jean sat cross-legged beside him, holding a long pipe, occasionally exhaling a plume of bluish-white smoke. Old lady Jean squinted her eyes, her gaze sweeping over Jean Lang, and suddenly spoke, Jean Lang, aren't you the least bit worried about Su Mubai? Upon hearing this, Jean Lang smiled slightly, casually waving his hand and replied nonchalantly, worried? No need. Old lady Jean raised her eyebrows, oh? You're quite carefree, I thought you were very concerned about that female strange one. Jean Lang chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with meaning as he looked towards the corridor of the police station, his lips curling up slightly as he leisurely said, did you forget what I said before? My nose is very sensitive. Just now, I smelled Su Mubai's scent on Song Nianci. Grandma Jean Yu was slightly stunned, then burst out laughing, her gaze holding a hint of teasing. TSK, so you knew Su Mubai had fallen into the hands of the law enforcers long ago? No wonder you're so calm, I almost thought you really didn't know anything. Jean Lang shrugged nonchalantly and said, if it weren't for you being so into your act, I wouldn't have played along. Grandma Jean Yu rolled her eyes, alright, it seems you're the crafty one. Jean Lang didn't respond but slightly furrowed his brow, his expression thoughtful. But there's one thing I haven't figured out. He raised his hand to touch his chin, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, why are the law enforcers targeting me? I have no connection to Bai Qin Hu's case at all. Grandma Jean Yu's smile gradually faded as she looked at him thoughtfully, do you suspect they have other motives? Jean Lang nodded, his gaze heavy, the law enforcers coming to find me must have another reason. I only came out of Silent Hill 2 days ago, Bai Qin Hu's people have clearly been dead for a long time, so it can't be me who did it. The law enforcers must be looking for trouble. Just as the two were discussing, a cold voice came from the doorway. Jean Lang, come out, your interrogation time is up. They turned to see Song Nianci standing at the door, arms crossed, looking coldly at Jean Lang, with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Jean Lang smiled slightly, stood up, adjusted his collar, and lazily looked at her, teasingly saying, Officer Song, you miss me so soon? Song Nianci's eyes turned cold, less nonsense, come with me. Jean Lang shrugged, raised his hands to Grandma Jean Yi as if saying wait for him to come back, then leisurely stepped into the interrogation room. The interrogation room's lights were harsh and glaring, pale light hitting the metal table, reflecting cold glimmers. The room was extremely simple, apart from the chairs and the surveillance camera in the corner, there were almost no extra furnishings. Jean Lang was brought to sit in front of a chair, his hands casually resting on the table, appearing lazy, as if he didn't care about the interrogation at all. Opposite him, Song Nianci stood straight, arms crossed over her chest, her gaze sharp and locking onto him, exuding an overwhelming presence. She slowly pulled out a chair, sat down, and her gaze didn't leave Jean Lang, immediately asking direct questions. Jean Lang, what is your relationship with Bai Qin Hu? At these words, Jean Lang smiled slightly, his tone casual as if chatting, he asked me to go to the Silent Hill instance, so I went. Song Nianci scoffed, lightly tapping her fingers on the table, her voice tinged with disdain, is it that simple? Jean Lang shrugged, otherwise? Song Nianci stared at him, and after a moment, slowly said, then why were you at Bai Qin Hu's villa? Jean Lang blinked, as if he heard a very ordinary question, and matter-of-factly replied, because I came out of the Silent Hill instance, so I went to report to him. Bang! Song Nianci slammed her hand on the table, her eyes filled with shock, her voice rising, I didn't hold back revealing you, but you keep embellishing things, right? What did you say? You came out of the Silent Hill instance? Her pupils slightly constricted, her eyes filled with disbelief. Jean Lang was amused by her reaction, leaning back in his chair, with an almost smile saying, why, am I not sitting here just fine? Song Nianci stared deeply at him, as if confirming whether he was joking or trying to deceive her. However, judging from his demeanor, Jean Lang showed no signs of lying. Yet, her hands unconsciously tightened, her knuckles turning slightly white, and she said in a deep voice, impossible. No one has ever come out alive from the Silent Hill instance. How did you do it? Jean Lang sighed softly, stretched lazily, and looked completely relaxed. How about, you buy me a cup of coffee, and I'll slowly tell you. Song Nianci's gaze became increasingly fierce, her hands crossed on the table, fingers lightly tapping the cold metal surface, making a dull clattering sound. Her voice carried an undeniable authority. Jean Lang, I advise you to be serious. The murder case at the White Capture Tiger Villa has created quite a stir, and the whole city is paying attention to this matter. If you still refuse to cooperate, you will face the consequences. Jean Lang shrugged helplessly, his smile slightly diminished, but his tone still carried a hint of sarcasm. I have indeed cleared the Silent Hill dungeon, but if you don't believe me, what can I do? Song Nianci's expression darkened, her eyes cutting like a blade as she scanned his face, seemingly trying to find any expression that showed a crack. However, Qin Lang remained at ease, even appearing a bit languid, as if he truly believed that what he said was perfectly normal. Song Niancy scoffed, clearly not believing his nonsense. She knew better than anyone the terrifying nature of the Silent Hill dungeon. It was a place where all who entered were doomed to die. Let alone clearing it, no one had ever come out alive. But at this moment, Qin Lang suddenly narrowed his eyes, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and asked meaningfully, "Officer Song, since you're not asking me, let me ask you a question." "What?" Song Niancy frowned. Qin Lang raised a finger and waved it in the air, leisurely saying, "Have you caught an A-level anomaly?" Song Niancy paused slightly, caught off guard by the question. Her eyes sharpened, her tone unfriendly. "No, why?" Qin Lang stared into her eyes, as if carefully observing her reaction. After a moment, his smile deepened a bit more, shaking his head and saying, "You're lying." Song Niancy furrowed her brows tighter, a glimmer of wariness in her gaze. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, lightly sniffed the air, a glint of jest in his eyes, and slowly said, "Because you smell like her." Song Niancy's face abruptly darkened, her pupils slightly constricting, as if the air around them suddenly became colder. Her gaze sharpened even further, radiating a sense of pressure. Her voice was low yet firm. "Qin Lang, you have no right to question me. Now, you should obediently answer my questions, instead of questioning me." Qin Lang, however, laughed dismissively, even carrying a hint of casual mockery. He shrugged and calmly replied, "That won't work, Officer Song. If you don't release Miss Su, don't expect to get any answers from me." As soon as his words fell, the air instantly froze for a moment. Song Niancy narrowed her eyes, staring intently at Qin Lang, her tone icy. "I did catch a female ghost, and if you don't tell the truth, you'll never see her again." Qin Lang, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback, then revealed a faint smile. "Oh? So, Su Mubai really is in this police station?" Song Niancy's brows knit slightly. "Yes, what of it?" Qin Lang's smile deepened a bit more. He leaned back in his chair, hands clasped together, letting out a soft sigh. "In that case, I'll just take my time to find her." Before he could finish speaking, there was a crisp snap. Song Niancy's pupils shrank suddenly. She watched in shock as Qin Lang exerted a slight force and easily ripped apart the special handcuffs that held his hands. At the same moment, the wooden chair in the interrogation room shattered into pieces when he suddenly exerted strength, fragments flying everywhere. Not good. A tightness seized Song Niancy's heart. In the blink of an eye, she quickly raised her hand and drew out another binding spirit lock from her waist. But Qin Lang's figure vanished between the shattered chairs in an instant. The whole person had already rushed toward the door. "Want to run?" Song Niancy's eyes sharpened, her wrist shook, and the spirit binding chain suddenly shot out like a spirit snake, carrying a whistling wind, rushing towards Qin Lang's back. "Heh, interesting." Qin Lang heard the wind approaching, a slight smile appeared on his lips, his figure abruptly halted, his footsteps slightly sideways, and he stopped like a ghost, almost brushing past the chain. The spirit binding chain missed, hitting the interrogation room door hard, producing a heavy, muffled sound that shook the entire door slightly. Song Niancy's face darkened, she suddenly turned around, quickly retracting the spirit binding chain, her eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. "Qin Lang, don't think you can escape." Chapter 169, A Great Disturbance in the Law Enforcement Bureau. Song Niancy followed closely behind Qin Lang, her voice cold echoing in the police station corridor. "Qin Lang, do you think you can get away? This is the Law Enforcement Bureau, with experts all around. What you are doing is just a waste of effort." Qin Lang did not look back, his steps unceasing, but he began to run even faster. His eyes sparkled with excitement, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Experts all around? Sounds thrilling." However, just as he rushed out of the interrogation room, a tall figure firmly blocked his path ahead. It was a man in a black law enforcement uniform, wearing sunglasses, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, standing straight like an unmoving statue. It was the law enforcement officer who captured Granny Genia. The sunglasses-wearing officer slightly tilted his head, his voice deep and full of pressure. "Please return immediately, otherwise you will only increase your sins." Qin Lang stopped, glanced at the other party, and then chuckled lightly. "Sins? This label is quite big. I'm not interested in being a good child. As long as you hand over my companion, everything will be fine." The sunglasses-wearing officer did not respond, he simply raised one hand, showing a standard fighting stance. Qin Lang shrugged, sighing helplessly. "Looks like there's no more to discuss." In the next moment, the air suddenly exploded. The sunglasses-wearing officer shot out like a leopard, a thin crack appearing in the floor beneath him, turning into a black shadow that instantly closed in on Qin Lang. The wind from the punch tore through the air, a powerful direct punch aimed straight at Qin Lang's face. Qin Lang's pupils constricted, he stepped aside, rolling backward to dodge the punch. However, where the punch passed, the air seemed to explode, and even the corridor walls trembled slightly. "Some skill." Qin Lang laughed softly. But the sunglasses-wearing officer gave him no chance to catch his breath. The moment he dodged the direct punch, the officer accelerated again, driving another fist toward Qin Lang's abdomen, the punch fierce, carrying the force of thunder. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, feeling the wind coming at him, and finally stopped holding back. He flipped his wrist, and in an instant, a cold light flashed, a narrow black blade quickly shot out from his hand, the Demon Slayer blade. The blade's light sparkled like lightning, instantly slashing toward the sunglasses-wearing officer's fist. Clang! The expected blood splatter did not happen. The Demon Slayer blade struck the officer's fist, bursting forth with a metallic clash sound. Qin Lang's gaze shifted slightly. That fist is so hard? The sunglasses-wearing officer remained expressionless, taking a step forward, using the gap from Qin Lang's swing to suddenly spin, his shoulder crashing hard into Qin Lang. Qin Lang was caught off guard, knocked back 3 steps, but his reflexes were equally quick. Twirling his wrist, the Demon Slayer blade flashed with a sharp cold light and stabbed out again, aiming for the officer's throat. However, the sunglasses-wearing officer still did not draw any weapons, enduring the attack with his own body. He slightly sidestepped, just avoiding the blade, then his left hand shot out fiercely. As if capturing, he grabbed Qin Lang's wrist, wanting to snatch the ghost-slaying knife away. Qin Lang snorted coldly, the blade suddenly twisted, forcing the opponent to let go, and then he charged forward, the knife light flashing, the attack like a raging storm. However, the sunglasses-wearing officer responded only with body techniques, using extremely precise steps and blocks to actually match Qin Lang blow for blow. In just a few seconds, the two had already clashed dozens of times, knife light and fist shadows interweaving, each collision creating astonishing shockwaves, as if the surrounding air itself was trembling. The sunglasses officer was slightly panting, his feet firmly planted on the ground, his tone still calm and confident. "Qin Lang, you are not my opponent, give up." Hearing this, Qin Lang's mouth curled into a playful smile. "Oh? Is that so?" Before his words fell, he suddenly made a horizontal slash, the blade cutting a fierce arc in the air. The sunglasses officer thought Qin Lang was going to continue the attack, his body instantly tensed, crossing his arms to prepare for defense. But the next second, he was astonished to find that Qin Lang's slash was not aimed at him. Boom! The ghost-slaying knife's blade was unmatched in sharpness, directly cutting through the wall beside him. Bricks shattered, dust swirling, the wall was split open, creating a crack wide enough for a person to pass through. What? The sunglasses officer was horrified, realizing he had been tricked. Qin Lang wasn't really fighting him at all, he was familiarizing himself with the internal structure of the law enforcement building through their exchange. Once he understood the environment, he didn't hesitate to rip open a gap and charge straight towards his target. Damn it! However, his roar came too late, as Qin Lang's figure vanished like a ghost, rushing directly into the neighboring room through the opening. As soon as he stepped into the room, Qin Lang felt a familiar presence. It belonged to Sumu Bai. It's nearby. His gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he charged forward. However, just then, a light-hearted and slightly lazy voice sounded from the darkness. "Oh dear, which child got lost and ended up here?" Qin Lang's heart jolted, his footsteps suddenly stopping as he quickly turned back, locking his gaze on a corner of the room. In the dim light, a slender woman was leisurely leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed and long legs stacked together, her posture lazy yet filled with a dangerous aura. Dressed in a law enforcement officer's uniform, her tight black jacket outlined her exquisite curves, and below she wore black stockings that wrapped around her long, beautiful legs, glimmering subtly in the haze of the light. Her narrow, enchanting eyes were tinged with a hint of playfulness, her red lips curled slightly, as if looking at a prey that unexpectedly wandered into her territory. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, gripping the ghost-slaying knife tightly, cautiously sizing her up. "Another one blocking my way?" Wearing black stockings to work, your law enforcement agency really is full of talents. The black-stocking female officer chuckled lightly, slowly pacing forward, each step imbued with grace and poise, yet increasing the pressure in the air. Tilting her head, with a half-smile, she said, "Oh? Full of talents? Hearing that from your mouth is rather amusing." Qin Lang scoffed. "So, are you going to fight, or are we going to talk?" The black-stocking female officer smiled even more, her gaze looking at him like a cat playing with a mouse, then she gently licked her lips. "What do you think? To be able to tie with the sunglasses officer means you are strong too. I just love men who are both strong and tough." Qin Lang laughed. "Oh, then let's have a little clash." Chapter 170, No Surrender, Only Death. As soon as Qin Lang finished speaking, his figure shot forward like lightning, the ghost-slaying knife wrapped in sharp knife energy, heading straight for the female officer's throat. However, facing such a rapid attack, the female officer merely smiled softly. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, and his figure flickered like a phantom, unexpectedly disappearing from the spot just before Qin Lang's blade reached. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed, the momentum of the sword did not stop, and he forcefully withdrew a step, glancing around with vigilance. He could be certain that his strike was not merely fast, but accompanied by a mental lock, making it impossible for an ordinary movement to completely evade it. However, the woman in front of him not only dodged easily but even her aura had disappeared completely, as if she had never existed at all. What is going on? Qin Lang silently thought, his mind highly alert. The truly dangerous enemies are often not the warriors who attack fiercely, but those elusive assassins who are hard to grasp. He could be certain, this woman was not invisible. If she were, her aura would definitely leave traces behind. But now, there were no traces of her left in the entire room. However, before he could react further, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly struck from behind. Qin Lang reacted extremely quickly, almost instinctively tilting his head to dodge, and then he suddenly turned around, only to see the sunglasses-wearing enforcer had caught up, his fist wrapped in a fear scale, aiming directly for his face. Tisk. Qin Lang clicked his tongue, flipping his hands over, the ghost-slaying blade positioned horizontally, blocking that speeding iron fist. Bang! The blade and fist collided, creating an ear-splitting roar. The shockwave surged, instantly causing cracks to appear in the glass outside the interrogation room. Qin Lang felt an immense force travel along the blade, and he used that momentum to slide back a step, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. That sunglasses-wearing enforcer truly possessed terrifying skills, able to match his ghost-slaying blade with sheer physical strength. He was definitely not an ordinary character. However, what concerned him more was... He. A light laugh suddenly came from his side. Qin Lang's peripheral vision caught a glimpse, and his pupils suddenly constricted. That female enforcer had unexpectedly reappeared from some unknown place, still in her fitted black uniform, black stockings outlining her long legs. She was watching Qin Lang with great interest, her eyes full of mockery. This woman's movement was too strange. Qin Lang's expression darkened, realizing that these two were working together seamlessly to block his escape route. The sunglasses enforcer attacked head-on, while the female enforcer moved like a ghost in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. If he couldn't quickly find a way out, he would likely be dragged into a passive situation. It seems you really think you can stop me? Qin Lang took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his blade tighter, his aura suddenly becoming violent. Of course. The female enforcer chuckled lightly, slowly approaching, tilting her head as she examined him, and leisurely said, "After all, you are a very dangerous and charming man." Qin Lang snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as he stared at her, but the corner of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. "Oh really?" As he spoke, he suddenly stepped down hard, his figure accelerating abruptly, but he was not charging towards the female enforcer. Instead, he swung the ghost-slaying blade fiercely. Boom! The adjacent wall shattered in response, debris flying everywhere. Qin Lang had quietly familiarized himself with the interior structure of the Enforcer Bureau during the fight, breaking through the wall directly and dashing towards the direction where Su Mubai was. Both the sunglasses enforcer and the female enforcer were startled, clearly not expecting Qin Lang to not be focused on the fight, but already secretly planning an escape route. Ah! The female enforcer sighed lightly, then a glint of frost flashed in her eyes, and her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. As Qin Lang rushed into the adjacent room, he immediately heard her whispering voice beside his ear, "What a cunning little guy." Qin Lang's footsteps shifted slightly, his body leaning back sharply, like a spirit snake, sliding past the female enforcer's sharp strike. At the same time, the sunglasses enforcer's heavy fist, wrapped in a formidable gale, thundered toward Qin Lang's side. The wind howled, and a sense of pressure rushed over. Just as the punch was about to hit Qin Lang, his figure suddenly swayed. Qin Lang slid out with an almost unbelievable speed, easily dodging along the narrow gap where the two intersected, like a shadow slipping out of the battle circle, steadily landing a few steps away. Poof! Qin Lang panted slightly, moved his wrist, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He glanced down at the slightly sunken ground beneath his feet, recalling the details of the earlier fight, and suddenly let out a soft eh. He raised his head and looked meaningfully at the female enforcer, his tone carrying a hint of contemplation. "I can't shake the feeling that something is off." The female enforcer raised her eyebrows slightly, revealing a teasing smile, but did not speak, merely watching Qin Lang quietly. Qin Lang stroked his chin, his mind quickly retracing the battle scene just moments ago. His earlier attack had clearly locked onto the female enforcer, and logically, even if she was fast, she couldn't completely disappear without a trace. More crucially, she not only dodged but her breath had completely vanished. It was as if she had never existed at all. Like. Qin Lang's eyes suddenly brightened, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. "I understand." He slowly raised the Ghost Slayer blade in his hand, his gaze icy as he looked at the female enforcer, slowly uttering, "You're not fast, you possess some kind of spatial leap skill, right?" The sunglasses-wearing enforcer frowned slightly, while the female enforcer laughed even brighter. She gently clapped, her eyes filled with a mix of admiration and danger. "You're really smart, Qin Lang." Qin Lang stared at her, not lowering his guard but instead gripped his blade tighter, ready to respond to her next move at any moment. Using spatial leap techniques to instantly move elsewhere not only allows you to dodge attacks but also hides your breath, creating an illusion of disappearing. Qin Lang said slowly, his tone becoming gradually certain, "No wonder every time I lock onto you, you vanish completely. So what if you see through it?" The female enforcer smiled slightly, her red lips parting, her voice like a seductive whisper floating in the night, "Even if you know, you'll still die." Qin Lang smiled faintly, a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flickering with sharp light, as if capable of piercing the darkness and seeing through all illusions. "Who dies is yet to be seen." He spoke casually, seemingly unfazed by the danger surrounding him. Before his words fell, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from the side, and Song Niancy, holding the spirit binding lock, rushed over with a sharp gaze. Seeing her two colleagues had gained an advantage, she felt a surge of pride in her heart. Song Niancy's voice became cold and firm. "Qin Lang, you have no way out. Surrender obediently, or you will surely die here." Yet Qin Lang merely chuckled, a hint of amusement in his eyes, as if he didn't take her words seriously at all. "Oh really? Let's find out then." He suddenly tightened his grip on the Ghost Slayer blade, its edge glinting coldly in the dim light. In the next moment, his figure shot forward explosively, the ground beneath him cracking instantly, transforming into a blur that directly confronted the female enforcer. "Looking for death." The female enforcer laughed lightly, her figure once again eerily disappearing into the air, as if merging with the darkness, leaving no trace of her presence. However, just as she was about to re-emerge behind Qin Lang to launch a fatal strike, a fierce aura suddenly erupted from Qin Lang. Boom! 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 That aura swept through like a hurricane, carrying an unmatched sense of oppression, instantly flooding the entire room. The air seemed to freeze suddenly, the ferocious force surged, stirring up a circle of invisible ripples. Song Niancy's face changed dramatically, her steps halted, and her hand gripping the spirit binding lock trembled slightly. The fist of the sunglass-clad enforcer paused in mid-air, cold sweat trickling down the corner of his forehead. And that female enforcer, she had just leaped behind Qin Lang, ready to launch a surprise attack. But in that instant, her body suddenly froze, her pupils constricting, the smile on her face completely disappearing. A suffocating sense of oppression locked onto her tightly. Such a strong presence. Song Niancy felt her legs beginning to weaken. Qin Lang's eyes slowly swept over everyone, his voice low and dangerous. "Now who still dares to move?" Song Niancy's gaze suddenly turned cold, her fists involuntarily clenched, the anger on her face nearly impossible to contain. Her patience was nearing its limit. Just as she was about to reproach Qin Lang's arrogant attitude, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open. Creak! The heavy metal door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in a black enforcer's uniform walked in. His build was tall, his demeanor steady, carrying the authority of a superior. Qin Lang noticed that a golden trim was embroidered on his cuffs, and the badge on his chest was more complex than Song Niancy's, clearly indicating a high rank. Seeing the newcomer, Song Niancy immediately stood up straight, suppressing all emotions, saluting him respectfully. "Good day, Director." The director lightly nodded, acknowledging her salute, then his gaze fell on Qin Lang, filled with scrutiny and inquiry. After a moment, he curved his lips, his tone calm yet impossible to ignore as he said, "Mr. Qin, I've heard it took us quite some time to invite you here. It seems that, indeed, without some talent, we wouldn't have been able to get you." Qin Lang lazily leaned back in his chair, looking at the director with a half-smile, his eyes showing no trace of fear, rather carrying a hint of mockery. He chuckled lightly, asking casually, "What? What do you want now?" The director's lips slightly lifted, revealing a meaningful smile, his tone gentle, even with a touch of flattery. "Logically speaking, for someone like you, who can clear Silent Hill, you certainly have the ability to take care of the white-captured tiger group. It's reasonable for us to invite you for questioning, so please don't get angry." At these words, Song Niancy and the others suddenly jumped in surprise, turning to look at the director. Song Niancy's tone carried undeniable shock. "Wait, are you saying he really cleared the Silent Hill instance?" Qin Lang's eyes showed no ripple of emotion. "Haven't I told you this already? What, do you think I'm joking?" Song Niancy clenched her teeth, speechless for a moment. She obviously knew how terrifying the Silent Hill instance was. It was a dead end that most people would not dare to enter lightly. Moreover, up to now, all officially registered challengers had not returned alive. Yet, Qin Lang not only walked out alive, but also looked completely unaffected? How was that possible? The director gently sighed, reaching out to tap on the table, pulling both of their attention back to himself. "All right, discussing this is of no significance." He paused, the smile on his face gradually receding, his tone growing serious. "Mr. Qin, I know you're very concerned about Miss Su's safety, so we can make a deal." Qin Lang's eyes sharpened, the smile unchanged, but his eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a hint of danger. His voice calm and indifferent. "Oh? What deal?" The director's gaze remained steady as he slowly said, "You only need to agree to one of my conditions, and I'll release her immediately." "What condition?" Qin Lang asked directly, his tone still casual, as if he were not worried at all about Su Mubai's safety. The director's fingertips gently tapped the table, and he whispered, "Do not go to the Rainy Night Hotel instance." Song Niancy and the others were stunned again. What? Qin Lang was still going to the Rainy Night Hotel instance? Qin Lang's smile froze, his eyes sharpened an instant, the casualness at the corner of his mouth completely gone. He found a spot and slowly straightened his body. With hands interlaced on the table, he gazed deeply at the director, his tone low. "Why?" The director's expression remained calm, but his tone carried an indescribable sense of pressure as he stared intensely at Qin Lang and slowly began to speak. "We have already investigated and confirmed that you and Boss Jean have reached an agreement. And once you successfully clear the Rainy Night Hotel, Boss Jin's power will significantly increase, and that is definitely not the situation we want to see. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of a playful smile curling the corners of his mouth. He gently tapped the table, his tone lazy. From what you say, the reward for this instance seems to be even richer than that of Silent Hill? The director did not answer immediately but looked quietly at Qin Lang, as if pondering how to respond. After a moment, he slowly nodded and spoke in a deep voice, "You are quite right. The reward of the Rainy Night Hotel is enough to change a person's destiny." Qin Lang's gaze sharpened, asking with interest, "Oh? What is so special about this instance?" The director did not directly answer but sighed gently, seemingly lost in memory. Years ago, one of the founders of the Wu Dao Association. It was after clearing the Rainy Night Hotel that their power grew immensely, eventually becoming a dominant force and single-handedly creating the Wu Dao Association. As the words Wu Dao Association were spoken, the room fell silent. Song Nianxi's expression changed slightly, and she looked at the director with a serious demeanor, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. It seemed that this news was also the first time she had heard it. Qin Lang's eyes lit up, his smile deepening. He gently tapped the table again, with a hint of excited anticipation in his tone. "The Wu Dao Association, then I am even more interested." His eyes suddenly turned sharp, a trace of provocation etching onto his lips. "Hearing you say that, I must go." The director frowned slightly, seemingly having anticipated Qin Lang's reaction, but he still deeply sighed, a touch of helplessness appearing in his eyes. Song Nianxi then glared fiercely at Qin Lang, angrily saying, "Qin Lang, the director is trying to have a serious conversation with you, and are you doing this on purpose?" Qin Lang shrugged, arms crossed, the smile on his lips unyielding. "Of course." "What? Are you not convinced?" Chapter 172 The Power of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Song Nianxi frowned, her expression darkening as she coldly said, "Qin Lang, watch your words. This is not a place for you to act wild." Her tone carried an undeniable authority, the binding spirit lock in her hand swaying slightly, ready to unleash the next attack at any moment. Just a moment ago, being suppressed by Qin Lang's aura made her feel a twinge of unease, even anger. This man is too arrogant. However, just as the air thickened with tension, a calm voice, slightly tinged with a smile, broke the silence. "It's fine." The director slowly stepped forward, his eyes examining Qin Lang, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he carried an aura as stable as a mountain, leaving others unable to discern his depths. "Mr. Qin, your strength is indeed impressive." The director sighed gently, a glimmer of meaningful light flashing in his eyes. "However, since you insist on going to that instance, you must take along our law enforcement officer." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang's eyes flickered slightly as he smiled slightly. "Oh? Are you planning to assign 2 overseers to me?" The director smiled nonchalantly. "Not overseers, I am different from Boss Jin." He then turned to the 2 standing beside him, slowly saying, "You have already clashed with them, but now let me properly introduce them." He raised his hand, first pointing to the man wearing sunglasses. "His name is manhwa. He specializes in close combat, able to withstand various weapons with sheer physical strength, even handling extraordinary beings with ease." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at manhwa. "He is indeed a master," Qin Lang said with a light laugh. Manhwa seemed to realize that Qin Lang was looking at him and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your guidance earlier." The director chuckled again, then looked at the female law enforcement officer standing on the other side. "And her?" Qin Lang's gaze also fell on the woman in black stockings. "Let me speak." She crossed her arms, a playful smile on her lips, her eyes provocatively fixed on Qin Lang. "My name is Ling Wei, skilled in high-speed combat and space leap." The director nodded. Many people, in front of her, don't even get a chance to strike before they have already lost. "Oh?" Qin Lang's eyes slightly narrowed as he stared at Ling Wei. "No wonder you suddenly disappeared earlier." "So you really used space leap?" Ling Wei chuckled lightly, her voice laced with a lazy tease. "Oh, Mr. Qin, you really are smart. But even if you see through it, so what?" She tilted her head slightly, extending a slender finger and lightly beckoning. "Want to try again?" Qin Lang smiled, a hint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. "Try it, then." Seeing this, the director gently cleared his throat, interrupting their competitive atmosphere, and slowly said, "Well, now that everyone has met, let's talk about the copy." Qin Lang withdrew his gaze, his lips slightly curling. "All right, talking is fine." The director stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm and unquestionable. "This time, when entering the Rainy Night Hotel, you must be accompanied by our Enforcement Bureau personnel." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile that wasn't quite a smile, his eyes glimmering with amusement. "Oh? Sounds like you're afraid I'll escape?" "Not afraid you'll run, but afraid you won't run." The director sighed lightly, his gaze deep as he looked at Qin Lang, slowly saying, "The danger level of the Rainy Night Hotel far exceeds your imagination. Although you are powerful, facing this copy, going solo may not be the best choice." Qin Lang snorted lightly, casually raising his hands. "Then if your Enforcement Bureau insists on sticking to me, what do I get in return?" The director smiled faintly, his tone neither hurried nor slow. They can accept your orders and commands. As soon as the words fell, the entire room fell silent. Song Niancy's expression suddenly changed, and she looked up incredulously at the director. Director! This absolutely can't happen. Her tone was filled with strong dissatisfaction and resistance, her whole being radiating a suppressed anger. Let the Enforcement Bureau take orders from an outsider? This is completely against regulations. However, standing aside, Hanzhuo and Lingwei showed no signs of disagreement, instead appearing particularly calm. Hanzhuo gently adjusted his sunglasses, speaking in a calm tone, it doesn't matter, anyway, it's just a task, anyone can command. Lingwei looked at Qin Lang with great interest, a subtle smile on her lips, lazily saying, listening to his orders? That's interesting. Anyway, I don't like listening to those old guys either. Song Niancy shot them a fierce glare, you. Yet the director merely waved his hand, interrupting their argument, his gaze again fixed on Qin Lang, his eyes sharp as a knife. Mr. Qin, I can speak directly with you, my goal is just one, to eliminate Boss Jean and the Wudao Society. His voice was low and firm, carrying a determination that brooked no dissent. You have old grudges with the Wudao Society, right? So this time, you can completely utilize the power of the Enforcement Bureau to achieve your goals. You could say this time I am entrusting you, and it can also allow you to gain the help of the Enforcement Bureau. Qin Lang casually flicked his wrist, a faint smile on his lips, but his eyes revealed an undeniable firmness. Cooperation is possible, but before that, I want to meet Su Mubai. The director nodded slightly, his expression still calm, without any hesitation, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Niancy, standing nearby, visibly stiffened, her gaze briefly sweeping over Qin Lang, biting her lip, but ultimately didn't say anything more and turned to walk toward the interrogation room. Before long, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a slender figure walked in. Qin Lang. As soon as Su Mubai saw Qin Lang, the joy in her eyes was almost unabashed. She quickly walked up, a hint of indescribable relief appeared on her face. It's good that you're okay. Qin Lang smiled slightly, nodded gently, inspected her state, and confirmed that she was unharmed before withdrawing his gaze, casually saying, it's good that Miss Su is fine. Beside them, Song Nianci watched the scene, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable, her face revealing some unwillingness. However, Qin Lang paid no attention to her emotions. He shifted his gaze to the director and slightly curled his lips. Since Miss Su is safe, then there is someone else who should be released. The director frowned slightly. Who do you mean? It's the old woman, Granny Jean, who was captured with me. Qin Lang's tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable meaning. If we are to cooperate, we must first show enough sincerity, right? Chapter 173, She is the Undercover. The director fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. A moment later, another figure was brought in. When Granny Jean entered and saw Qin Lang, she smiled slightly. Good kid, have you become the guest of honor? Qin Lang nodded gently and went straight to the point. We have reached an agreement with the Law Enforcement Bureau, this time I will join them in the rainy night in instance. Upon hearing this, Granny Jean frowned slightly, while Su Mubai was surprised, her eyes wide open. You want to join them? Qin Lang chuckled and shrugged. I have no choice, they offered to help. Su Mubai and Granny Jean exchanged glances, both with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Just as they were about to ask something, Su Mubai suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed. Wait, what about EZ? Granny Jin's expression darkened as well, her sharp gaze scanning Qin Lang. Right, what about EZ? The atmosphere in the room instantly became delicate. Qin Lang smiled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. Don't worry about her, she should have been taken away by Shenwan Qing by now. Su Mubai was taken aback, her brows furrowing tightly, and a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Why? Granny Jin's gaze suddenly became sharp, her eyes squinting as she stared at Qin Lang, her voice low and carrying an undeniable pressure. Kid, what you mean is, the undercover of Boss Jean is actually Shenwan Qing? Qin Lang shook his head gently, his expression calm, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, just the opposite. Upon hearing these words, everyone was stunned. Su Mubai's pupils slightly contracted, a wave of unease rising in her heart, and she couldn't help but take a step forward, her voice somewhat tense. So you mean? Qin Lang slowly scanned everyone, finally sighing softly, his voice deep and meaningful. Shenwan Qing is actually one of the Law Enforcement Bureau's people. What? Su Mubai exclaimed, her eyes filled with shock. Granny Jin's expression also became serious, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Lang, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. Meanwhile, Song Nianci, Hanzhuo, and Lingwei also frowned slightly. Clearly this news was unexpected for everyone. After a moment of silence, Su Mubai took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty. Wait. Qin Lang, so you mean? Yi Zi is actually Boss Jin's undercover? Her voice held disbelief, even revealing a hint of unwillingness to accept the truth. Granny Jean was also taken aback, never expecting that the inconspicuous Yi Zi would actually be Boss Jin's undercover. She hid too deeply. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Qin Lang, waiting for his answer. Xin Lang slightly lifted his chin, scanning the faces around him one by one, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips as he said, "In fact, I already knew this when I was at Boss Jin's house." Sumo Bai was stunned for a moment, frowning as she asked, "What do you know?" Xin Lang gently sniffed the air, his gaze deeply fixed on her, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable certainty, the smell of Yi. At this statement, everyone was shaken. Xin Lang crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, seemingly lost in thought, his tone nonchalant. "I smelled Yi's scent in Boss Jin's villa." His voice suddenly dropped a notch. That place is not somewhere ordinary people can just step into, only a very few trusted ones can leave traces there. Sumo Bai's eyes widened suddenly, her face instantly turning pale. "Do you mean Yi has always been by Boss Jin's side?" Xin Lang lightly shook his head, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. "No, rather, she has always been by my side." The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Xin Lang slowly continued, "At that time, I couldn't fully confirm her identity, but I knew at least that her position was definitely not simple." His gaze darkened slightly, his eyes deep and inscrutable. "However, when I meet Song Nianzi, everything will have an answer." Song Nianzi frowned, staring coldly at Xin Lang. "What do you mean?" Xin Lang smiled slightly, his tone laced with a profound meaning. "You carry the scent of Shenwaning." Song Nianzi's expression changed slightly, her eyes wavering, but she quickly regained her composure. Xin Lang, unfazed, continued, "The scent of Shenwaning is very faint, but I won't be mistaken, she has been with you, and not for a short time." His eyes flickered with sharp light, as if he could see through everything. "From that moment on, I basically deduced the truth of the matter. Shenwaning is not Boss Jin's undercover agent, but someone from your law enforcement bureau." Everyone's expressions changed, and Sumo Bai, in particular, covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to speak for a while. Xin Lang sighed softly, shaking his head. "In this case, many things can now be explained. The reason Yi has been following me, why Boss Jin knows my actions so well, even my detailed habits." He paused, a colder smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "The answer is simple, it is Yi who has been passing information to Boss Jin." Sumo Bai's complexion became extremely complex, her lips trembling slightly, as if she wanted to refute but could not find the right reason at the moment. She looked at Xin Lang, her eyes full of disbelief. "Impossible, how could Yi be an undercover agent? She has fought alongside us so many times, she has saved us, even." Her voice grew lower, as if she herself was starting to waver. She recalled the countless battles where Yi accompanied them through life and death. If all this was fake, what could she still believe in? Song Nianzi, however, did not have such a big emotional reaction. She crossed her arms, glancing sideways at Xin Lang, snorting coldly, "What kind of monster are you? You can smell this too? Are you really a dog nose?" Xin Lang chuckled lightly, hands in his pockets, seemingly unbothered by Song Nianzi's mockery. "Whether it's a dog nose or not is not important, what matters is..." He slightly tilted his head, a smile that was neither a smile appeared on his lips. "Is Yi currently being held by you?" Song Nianzi furrowed her brow, her gaze flickering slightly. "So what?" Xin Lang shrugged, his gaze profound. "That means my speculation is not wrong at all. You haven't let her know she was captured by the Law Enforcement Bureau, right?" Song Nianzi asked. "Are you plotting something bad again?" Chapter 174, My Identity. Xin Lang glanced at Song Nianzi, smiling. "It's not a bad thing, it's an interesting thing." Granny Jean gently tapped her smoking pipe, her gaze deeply fixed on Xin Lang. "So how do you plan to deal with Yi, this traitor?" Xin Lang smiled carelessly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. "Since the Law Enforcement Bureau has already caught someone, I'll play alone." Upon hearing this, everyone was startled and furrowed their brows, not understanding his meaning. "Play alone?" Sumo Bai looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" Hanjua scratched his chin. "Do you plan to use her to extract information from Boss Jin?" Xin Lang nodded. "That's right." Meanwhile, in the underground prison of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Yi was trapped in an iron bar cell. The cold metal bars enclosed her, and her hands were locked in special anti-spirit shackles, suppressing her power, making it impossible for her to use even the most basic skills. She tugged hard at the shackles, leaving red marks on her wrists, but it was all in vain. Her eyes were full of anger and unwillingness, glaring fiercely at the law enforcement officer outside the cell, her voice tinged with repressed rage. "Hey! Who the hell are you? Why did you grab me? Let me out!" Her voice echoed in the empty cell, but the law enforcement officer standing outside remained unmoved, simply standing there coldly as if waiting for something. At that moment, the iron door was pushed open, and steady footsteps sounded. Yi looked up to see three people walk in. The one at the front was Song Nianzi. Unlike her usual uniform, she was wearing a black leather jacket, her long hair casually tied in a high ponytail, a teasing smile on her face, looking particularly carefree and dangerous. Next to her was a sturdy man, hands in his pockets, wearing sunglasses. And behind them was a young man in his 20s, wearing a slightly loose hoodie, with rolled-up sleeves revealing strong arms. He wore a mask, his gaze sharp, and had an air of casual nonchalance about him. Yi felt a bit uneasy seeing these three people. Xin Lang pulled down his mask and swaggered in with Song Nianzi and Han Kuan, already devoid of any formal aura of law enforcement officers, instead resembling a small gang. Yi Zi was suddenly stunned, a strong sense of unease rising in her heart. You. Who are you? Why did you grab me? Song Yanci stopped, crossed her arms, and raised the corners of her lips in a meaningful smile. What do you think? You are in cahoots with Xin Wan Chang? Yi Zi's pupils slightly contracted, her gaze fixing fiercely on Song Yanci's face, filled with anger and vigilance, as if wanting to see through her. However, Song Yanci merely smiled lightly, her expression frivolous yet somewhat mocking, as if looking at a small beast caught in a trap, speaking slowly. We are Qin Lang's enemies. Her voice was lazy and light, carrying an undeniable confidence. She leaned slightly forward, looking down at Yi Zi, her lips curling in a half-smile. So, Miss Yi Zi, now we need you to cooperate and record a video to lure Qin Lang over. As long as you behave, you might suffer less. Yi Zi's breath slightly quickened, a spark of anger igniting in her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly, forcing herself to calm down, and scoffed, dream on. You won't get Qin Lang to take risks. Hearing this, Song Yanci shook her head slightly, but the smile on her face grew deeper. She let out a light sigh, shrugged her shoulders, and with a hint of disdain on her lips, oh, Yi Zi, you are just too stubborn. Since you are so uncooperative, I will have to make you experience some pain. Yi Zi's whole body trembled, alarm bells ringing loudly in her heart. Her breath instinctively held, her muscles tensed, ready to face the upcoming torment at any moment. Beside them, Qin Lang watched Song Yanci, thinking this woman really plays her role well. Oh my, why so rough? Yi Zi suddenly looked up, her gaze landing on Qin Lang not far away. He stood there leisurely, a hint of an intriguing smile on his lips, but his eyes sparkled with unsettling light. He stepped forward, moving casually and relaxed, his hands in his pockets, his gaze slowly scanning Yi Zi before slightly squinting, revealing a somewhat lascivious grin. Such a big beauty. Qin Lang deliberately elongated his tone, the smile on his face becoming more obvious. I wonder what is beneath your clothes. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Yi Zi's face instantly turned pale, her eyes widening in shock, her heart feeling as if it had been tightly gripped by an invisible hand, sinking straight to the bottom. She instinctively stepped back, her breathing slightly hurried, her voice filled with anger and a trace of barely perceptible panic. You. Don't mess around. Otherwise, I will kill you. However, Qin Lang paid no mind to her threat, instead laughing even more joyfully. He slowly moved closer, leaning down to stare at her, his tone teasing and frivolous. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Yi Zi's nails dug deeply into her palm, her complexion pale and filled with shame and anger, her gaze sharp like a knife, wishing she could tear this man apart. Meanwhile, Song Yanci stood to the side, silently rolling her eyes. This man was indeed not a good person. He did not act like a rogue, he was genuinely one. Yi Zi's back pressed against the cold wall, her eyes fierce, like a beast cornered with no way out. Her breath was rapid, her chest rising and falling violently, her gaze sweeping over the three in front of her, finally settling on Qin Lang's mocking face, her voice sharp and furious as she shouted. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will definitely be left without a burial place. Her voice echoed in the small cell, carrying an undeniable fierceness and warning. However, Qin Lang merely raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening further. He extended his hand, clapping his palms together, looking interested. Oh? Interesting. Then why don't you tell us what background you have that would make it so we can't even find a corpse? Yi Zi took a deep breath, quickly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. She knew now she only had one way to make them stop. She steadied her emotions, her sharp gaze sweeping over everyone, and gravely said, my identity is not ordinary. Oh? Qin Lang elongated his tone meaningfully, looking at her with a half-smile. What identity? Let's hear it. Yi Zi ignored his mockery and continued, as long as you let me go and release Qin Lang, I guarantee, whatever you want, you will have it. Song Yanci crossed her arms, letting out a cold laugh. Yi Zi, do you think we are 3-year-old kids? Who would believe a few empty words? Exactly. Qin Lang tilted his head slightly, wearing a playful expression. You think we would trust you based on just a few words? Do you think that's possible? Yi Zi's face changed slightly. She knew that if she didn't provide some real evidence soon, these people would not believe her at all. She fell silent for a moment, biting her teeth, her gaze sweeping over everyone, before finally slowly speaking. You guys know Boss Qin, right? Qin Lang and Song Yanci exchanged glances. Qin Lang asked, who doesn't know Boss Qin? But so what? Actually. Her voice was deep and slow, as if each word carried a heavy weight. I am Boss Jin's daughter. This sentence was like a bomb, instantly exploding in the cell. Everyone's eyes widened, and Song Yanci leaned forward, her face revealing disbelief and shock. What did you say? You are Boss Jin's daughter? Han Cohen couldn't help but clench his fists. Yet Qin Lang remained unfazed, displaying a calm demeanor. But Qin Lang's heart couldn't help but tremble. He had thought that Yi Zi played an uncommon role in Boss Jin's team. But he never expected Yi Zi was actually Boss Jin's daughter. Qin Lang slowly raised an eyebrow and calmly asked, Boss Jin's daughter? With Boss Jin's power and influence, aren't you above everyone else? Yi Zi's expression was cold, her teeth clenched as she said, don't bother. As long as you let me go, I will naturally take you to find him. You can have anything you want, I can get it for you. Qin Lang stared at her face, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting, his gaze deep and unreadable. His voice was low and slow, carrying a hint of probing. Then, do you have any proof? Yi Zi's heart tightened. She knew that without evidence, her words would only be seen as nonsense. She bit her lip and firmly said, I can prove it. But the premise is, you must let me go, and at the same time, cannot harm Qin Lang. The air in the cell seemed to freeze again, all eyes focusing on Yi Zi. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, revealing a meaningful smile, as if deep in thought, while Song Nianxi's gaze became even more complicated. Yi Zi straightened her back, glaring fiercely at the few people in front of her, her tone resolute. In short, you cannot lay a hand on Qin Lang. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you go. Her voice was powerful, carrying an undeniable fierceness that echoed throughout the cell. However, after hearing this, Song Nianxi merely paused for a moment, then smiled meaningfully. He. She chuckled lightly, arms crossed, leaning against the cell door, her eyes playfully sizing up Yi Zi. You seem to care about Qin Lang a lot? Yi Zi's fingers curled slightly, her eyes flickering, but she still forced herself to stay calm. Seeing this, Song Nianxi's teasing look deepened, her tone playful as she continued, what's wrong? Do you have some untold secret? She deliberately dragged out the end of her sentence, her voice tinged with a hint of mockery. Yi Zi's heart jolted, her brow furrowing imperceptibly. She opened her mouth to retort, but found herself momentarily speechless. Song Nianxi saw her silence and laughed even more heartily, her eyes holding a hint of speculation. Or is it, you like him? This sentence was like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples. Qin Lang turned to glance at Song Nianxi, who wore a triumphant expression. Yi Zi's pupils dilated, her entire being momentarily stunned, then she instinctively clenched her fists and forced herself to remain calm. What nonsense are you talking about? Her voice was more hurried than she had anticipated, as if she was in a rush to clarify something, but her ears secretly flushed with a barely noticeable redness. Song Nianxi observed all of this, her smile blossoming even more. Oh, this reaction seems a bit suspicious? Yi Zi's heart skipped a beat, her gaze sharpening in an instant. She took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable emotions within, and coldly said, in any case, you can't harm Qin Lang. She emphasized again, each word carrying an unresistible firmness, otherwise, no matter what the cost, I will not let you go. Qin Lang remained indifferent, a faint smile hovering at the corner of his mouth, his gaze darkly fixed on Yi Zi. You look like you care a lot about Qin Lang. But as far as I know, Boss Jin has always wanted Qin Lang's life. This sentence struck Yi Zi like a sharp sword, piercing her heart and causing her breath to catch. Yi Zi swallowed hard. This. Qin Lang leaned slightly forward, his eyes sharp enough to seem like they could see through all her disguises, continuing, since you are Boss Jin's person, then it seems. You also hope he dies, don't you? Yi Zi's face suddenly changed, her pupils quickly constricting, a glimpse of panic flashing in her eyes, as if someone had viciously choked her throat. No, that's not how it is. She almost blurted it out, her voice tinged with urgency and anger, vehemently denying, I never thought like that, never. Qin Lang is my friend. Qin Lang questioned, does he know your identity? Yi Zi was speechless. I. But even she did not realize that her fingers were slightly curled from the strain, her knuckles turning white, her body instinctively tensing, as if deeply afraid Qin Lang would not believe her words. Qin Lang's expression showed no change, still calm and composed, quietly watching her. Boss Jin just sent him to the Rainy Night Hotel instance, you must know that, right? This sentence exploded like thunder in Yi Zi's mind. What? Her pupils suddenly enlarged, her entire being struck as if by lightning, the blood draining from her face in an instant. The Rainy Night Hotel, that instance. Her heart raced wildly, her chest felt like it was crushed by a giant stone, and her breaths became rapid, a wave of uncontrollable panic surging from her heart. She stared fixedly at Qin Lang, her voice trembling slightly from excessive fright. Where is Qin Lang now? Tell me quickly. Chapter 176. She values you a lot. Yi Zi gripped the iron bars of the cell door tightly, her fingertips turning white from the exertion, her entire being exuding an unprecedented anxiety and tension, her previous composure and calm completely shattered. I beg you, don't harm Qin Lang, okay? The others in the cell were stunned by her reaction. Qin Lang was somewhat puzzled. I haven't done anything, is it really this serious? Song Nianxi squinted her eyes, looking at her with a playful smile, then glancing at Qin Lang with great interest, as if she had suddenly perceived something unusual. Qin Lang resumed his calm demeanor, slowly raising his head, his gaze deep and cold. What, exactly are you afraid of? His voice was deep and slow. Yi Zi's hurried breathing echoed in the small space. Qin Lang is my friend, I just want to protect him. I beg you. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her eyes reddening, tears flowing like pearls from a broken necklace, rolling down her cheeks and hitting the cold ground. Xin Lang just came out of the Silent Hill instance, his body is still not well, please don't force him, and don't harm him. Her voice was choked with sobs, revealing an unmistakable plea and anxiety. Xin Lang coughed, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Ahem, crying won't help, it would be better to say a few honest words and let's see if we should listen to you. He even doubted whether Yi Zi had already seen through his identity and was intentionally saying these things to distract him. Yi Zi took a deep breath, raising her tear-filled eyes to meet Xin Lang's, her eyes full of determination and pleading. Xin Lang is the most important person to me. Her voice was not loud, but carried an unshakable resolve, so I beg you not to harm him. Put. Song Nianci squinted, glancing back and forth between Yi Zi and Xin Lang, her smile deepening, seeming highly amused by this sudden deep declaration of love. And Han Kuan could not help but stroke his chin, as if pondering whether there was more behind this statement. Xin Lang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This woman, what does she mean? But before he could think further, Yi Zi urgently spoke again. Also, don't let him go to the Rainy Night Hotel, he will die. She nearly shouted, her voice full of fear and unease, as if that place harbored something incredibly terrifying that would claim Xin Lang's life the moment he set foot there. Yi Zi's breath calmed a little, but her gaze was still filled with anxiety. She gripped the iron railing tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. Xin Lang frowned slightly and then said, repeating this doesn't mean anything to me. You need to provide some information that can move me, otherwise, it's all in vain. Yi Zi took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice steady. Okay, I will say. I am the daughter of Boss Jean. Since I was a child, I was trained to be a player in the dungeons. According to his plan, I should become his capable assistant, gathering resources for him, serving his business. Unfortunately, my talent is lacking. In his eyes, I am just a useless waste. Moreover, I cannot stand him treating players as tools for profit, playing with people's destinies like chips in his hands, so I eventually ran away from home. The air in the room was silent for a moment. Xin Lang squinted, watching her with interest, a smirk on his lips as he said, who would believe you with just your words? Yi Zi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I can prove it. Boss Jean has a stronghold in the city, it's a contact point for him and the Wudao Society, and only a few core members know about it. Then she mentioned a location. You can go see for yourselves, you will soon know whether what I said is true or false. As soon as she finished speaking, the others present exchanged glances. Song Nianci rubbed her chin and revealed a knowing smile. Oh? Such an important place, why would you tell us? Don't tell me you're deceiving us or setting a trap? Yi Zi did not hesitate and responded directly, because I don't want to be involved in Boss Jin's plans anymore, his matters have nothing to do with me now. And I could never joke with Xin Lang's life. Xin Lang stood aside, his gaze flickering slightly as if weighing the credibility of her words. After a brief silence, he smiled faintly and turned to walk outside. Just then, Yi Zi suddenly grabbed the iron railing, her voice laced with a hint of pleading, wait a minute. Xin Lang stopped but did not turn around, he just asked in a lazy tone, what is it again? Yi Zi's eyes were extremely anxious, her voice a bit choked as she shouted with all her might. If you can contact Xin Lang, help me convey a message. Make sure not to let Xin Lang go to the Rainy Night Hotel, I beg you. Xin Lang glanced at her and then said, you just take care of yourself. After leaving the cell, Xin Lang said to Song Nianci, go check that stronghold. Song Nianci placed her hands on her hips, do you really think I am your subordinate? Xin Lang replied, if you don't go, I'll go myself, and then you can explain to your director. Song Nianci gritted her teeth, you little brat. Ling Wei laughed, Nianci, you might as well go with him. If I didn't have things to handle, I would want to go with him too. But you must be careful, that Yi Zi seemed to care so much for Xin Lang, don't be like her. Song Nianci chuckled, be like her? I would have to be crazy. Soon, Xin Lang, Su Mubai, Song Nianci, and Han Kuan were sitting in the police car, heading toward the stronghold that Yi Zi provided. Song Nianci turned her head to take a glance at Xin Lang, a playful smile on her lips, so? Are you really planning to check out that stronghold, or is it because you don't trust that girl? Xin Lang lazily glanced at him, his tone casual, I believe what she said. He lifted his hand to stretch his fingers and continued, but regarding the Wudao Society, I want to see for myself what they are up to. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease going to that dungeon. Han Kuan frowned slightly, what do you mean? Xin Lang curled his lips, his voice deep and meaningful, the Rainy Night Hotel dungeon, they will definitely come too. Upon hearing this, Song Nianci couldn't help but burst into laughter. He shrugged, teasingly saying, I told you, how could that girl care so much about you if she were lying? Xin Lang paused his steps and turned to look at Song Nianci with suspicion, as if looking at someone not quite right in the head. I say, what are you thinking in your head? Chapter 177, Sudden Arrest. Song Nianci carelessly spread her hands, innocently smiling, isn't it just speaking the truth? That girl cried so pitifully in jail, scared you would die, it makes people feel soft-hearted just listening. Xi Lang frowned slightly, his eyes filled with a bit of helplessness. Although you're a woman, you don't misunderstand women's tears, do you? Song Niancy whistled and said nothing more, but the smile on her face couldn't be hidden at all. Han Kuan shook his head slightly nearby, clearly disinterested in the interaction between the two. The base was located in a desolate factory area, surrounded by rusty steel frames and collapsed buildings. Dim light reflected on the damp floor, and the air was mixed with a musty smell and metallic stench. A foul odor hit even before getting close. Xi Lang, along with Song Niancy, Han Kuan, and others, crouched behind an abandoned shipping container, quietly observing the movements at the base ahead. This place was quite open. If the people inside really wanted to run out, it would be easy, and harder to find their whereabouts. Xi Lang whispered, "Miss Su, you go in first to scout the situation." Su Mubai nodded, then her figure flickered and disappeared into the night like a wisp of morning fog, silently passing through the door and entering the base. Watching the direction where Su Mubai vanished, Song Niancy couldn't help but curl her lips and muttered in a low voice, "Hey, Xi Lang, don't you think having a female ghost by your side feels too heavy with gloomy energy?" Xi Lang didn't turn around, casually throwing out a line, "Aren't you still unmarried?" Song Niancy almost stumbled, her smile immediately stiffening, her face showing confusion. "What does me not being married have to do with you?" Only then did Xi Lang turn his head slightly to glance at her, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his tone indifferent. "Then what does Miss Su being by my side have to do with you?" For a moment, Song Niancy was speechless, her face slightly reddening, raising her fist wanting to hit Xi Lang's shoulder, gritting her teeth. "Xi Lang, are you asking for a beating?" Xi Lang had long expected this, his body slightly turned, easily dodging, and his smile deepened. "It's just a fact, why are you reacting so much?" Song Niancy took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger, secretly telling herself not to stoop to the level of someone like Xi Lang, or else she would eventually be driven to death by anger. Han Kuan, hearing their banter from the side, couldn't help but shake his head, helplessly saying, all right, stop arguing, the important business is pressing." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mubai's figure appeared silently behind them, carrying a cold night breeze. Her expression was a bit serious, clearly having encountered something troubling. Xi Lang's expression changed slightly, his gaze deepened. "It seems the situation here is not simple." Everyone instantly stopped their playful thoughts and looked towards Su Mubai, waiting for her to bring back news. Su Mubai's figure slowly emerged from the darkness, her face looking somewhat grave, clearly having discovered something important. She gently frowned, her voice echoing softly, "There are indeed people talking inside, but there is a barrier set up around, making it hard for me to approach. But I noted the general location and can take you there." Hearing this, Xi Lang thoughtfully stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over Song Niancy, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, asking with a half-smile, "What do you think, can we directly arrest them for illegal assembly?" Song Niancy rolled her eyes, glaring at him with irritation. "Do you think law enforcement can just act recklessly? They can't just grab someone with any excuse?" Xi Lang's eyes lit up slightly as he meaningfully said, "So what you mean is, it is possible, right?" "What do you mean?" Song Niancy was taken aback, about to explain that was not what she meant, but Xi Lang had already rushed out. Led by Su Mubai, Xi Lang raised his hand without hesitation, and a powerful force shot into the sky as he shouted loudly, "Law enforcement officer, surprise inspection. Everyone inside must not move. You have already been surrounded by me alone." This sudden change made Song Niancy's face instantly change, her heart filled with shock. How dare this guy? "Xi Lang, are you crazy?" Song Niancy shouted in alarm, not thinking. She immediately rushed forward, trying to stop Xi Lang. But she couldn't catch up to Xi Lang's speed and could only follow closely behind. Song Niancy was so angry she wanted to curse, her heart was about to go crazy due to Xi Lang's rogue behavior. This guy was just using the name of law enforcement to act recklessly. But it was too late to shout now. Xi Lang's voice had already thundered throughout the entire abandoned factory, and those inside must have realized something was off. "It's over, it's really going to get chaotic." Song Niancy gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Without time to think, she quickened her pace and charged toward the base. As Xi Lang's shout faded, the atmosphere in the room instantly became extremely tense. After a moment of silence, accompanied by a flurry of hurried footsteps, two figures suddenly burst out of the side door, trying to escape amidst the chaos. "You run pretty fast." Xi Lang snorted coldly, and with a push of his foot, his figure shot out like a dart, directly chasing after one of them. His speed was extremely fast, the wind howled in his ears. The moment the person took a few steps, Xi Lang was already closing in, and he reached out, trying to grab the shoulder of the other. However, the other's reaction was equally swift. Sensing Xi Lang was closing in, they immediately turned their foot, their body sliding sideways like a fish, narrowly avoiding Xi Lang's grip. Quick reflexes, interesting. Xi Lang squinted, a cold smile emerging at the corner of his mouth, his body sinking as he gathered strength to sprint again. Meanwhile, Song Niancy had also taken action. She stood at the back, witnessing the two attempt to escape, and without hesitation, she raised her hand. The spirit-binding lock on her wrist shot out like a viper, making a sharp whoosh sound as it cut through the air in a silver arc, accurately wrapping around the bodies of the two. "Don't run!" Song Niancy shouted, and the spirit binding lock instantly tightened, locking the four limbs of the two in an instant, rendering them immobile. The two had just struggled for a moment when they realized that the chains were faintly glowing with a ghostly blue energy, seemingly possessing a sealing effect, which bound their internal aura, making it impossible for them to use their strength to break free. TSK, this trick is quite effective. Xinlang stopped, looking at the two who were locked up, casually patting his sleeves and smiling. No kidding, this is my treasure, specially used to deal with you restless people. Song Niancy shot a glance at Xinlang. Although her words were not polite, a hint of pride flickered in her eyes. Okay, let's see who these two guys really are. Xinlang stepped forward, his gaze cold as it swept over the captured two, his eyes slightly darkening. He shouted loudly, "Hey, which one of you is from the Wudao Society?" Chapter 178, The Interrogation Begins. Xinlang slowly walked forward, his gaze scanning over the two tightly bound by the spirit binding lock. In the dim light, it was clear that it was a man and a woman. Both were dressed simply, but the fabric on them had been specially treated, faintly showing some protective patterns, looking unlike ordinary people. The man had dark skin, was lean, but his eyes were sharp, exuding a fierce, beast-like aura. At this moment, he was glaring fiercely at Xinlang and Song Niancy, his face full of anger, seemingly completely unaware of his situation. You law enforcement officers are too bold. Let us go now. The voice carried a hint of restrained agitation, as if it could explode at any moment. The woman also spoke up, You guys, do you even know what you are doing? If you don't want to die a terrible death, let us go right now. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Oh? Xinlang raised an eyebrow, revealing a meaningful smile, slowly crouching down, looking down at the man's fiery eyes. I can't have heard you wrong, are you threatening me? Don't you know what the enforcers do? You guys are sneaking around here at midnight, it's very suspicious. Isn't it normal to arrest you? The man snorted coldly, gritting his teeth, the muscles on his face twitching slightly, clearly holding back his anger. What's so special about you enforcers? I have plenty of ways to deal with you. He. Xinlang chuckled lightly, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a bit of amusement. You make it sound very scary, but unfortunately for you, I am someone who never gets threatened by others. He intentionally paused, his gaze sweeping towards Song Niancy beside him, and he chuckled softly. Officer Song, did you hear that? This gentleman says he wants me to regret. Yes, I heard very clearly. Song Niancy crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the man with a smile that wasn't really a smile. But I wonder why I feel that the ones who will regret later will be you? The man ground his teeth, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly forced himself to calm down and said coldly, You better realize, we are not ordinary people. If you dare to move against us, you will not have a good ending. Oh dear, you really scared me to death. Xinlang sarcastically sighed, but the next second, his face suddenly sank, and his gaze sharpened like a knife directed at the man. But what I like most is dealing with people like you who have someone backing them. Now you can try threatening me again. Xinlang smiled, his voice gentle as if chatting with an old friend, but his eyes were icy cold, radiating a chilling murderous intent. I really want to see how long you can hold out. The man's expression finally changed, from initial anger and disdain to a hint of unease, even a creeping fear. The woman kept silent until this moment, finally unable to hold back. What do you actually want to do? Her voice was a bit hoarse, carrying a hint of forced calmness and indifference. It's very simple. Xinlang stood up, lifted his chin, and spoke cheerfully. I just want you to cooperate obediently. That way, everyone will have it better. If you refuse to cooperate. He paused, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Then don't blame me for being too ruthless. The air immediately became oppressive, as if the surrounding temperature had dropped a few degrees. Xinlang smiled lightly, slowly extending his hand. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and he now held a long knife that was as dark as ink, faintly glimmering with a bloody light, the Demon Slayer knife. The blade was fearsome, entwined with visible black evil energy, as if countless wronged souls were crying and howling upon it. In the next second, Xinlang thrust the Demon Slayer knife directly in front of them. The man was initially still holding onto his anger, but at this moment, his pupils contracted, and his throat felt blocked, swallowing saliva became difficult. The woman couldn't help but shrink back, her face pale, breath ragged, her eyes filled with fear. Xinlang's mouth curled into a smile that was somewhat mocking, slowly spinning the blade in his palm, murmuring, You can see, this knife of mine, right? It's not an ordinary knife. His voice was light, even carrying a hint of casualness, but this nonchalance sent cold sweat rushing down the backs of the man and woman. Xinlang slowly crouched down, placing the knife horizontally in front of them, gently stroking the blade, casually saying, If you don't behave, I will use it to slice your flesh off piece by piece. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying killing aura suddenly surged from the blade, pouncing towards the man and woman like a tangible force. The chill pierced their bones, as if their souls were about to be sucked into the knife alongside the ominous energy. The woman shuddered violently, instinctively closing her eyes, her lips quivering but unable to utter a single word. The man clenched his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his 10 fingers beginning to tremble slightly. Aren't you a law enforcer? Abusing your power is. Seeing this, Xin Lang slowly stood up, feigning helplessness as he sighed, speaking with a hint of regret. Why? You just looked down on the enforcers and the law, and now you want to use the law to protect yourself? What a flexible bottom line and principle. Ah, it seems you still refuse to cooperate. He slightly tilted his head, seemingly mumbling to himself, actually, I have a daily quota for killing. Once I've hit the number, I won't kill anymore. Hearing this, the woman suddenly opened her eyes wide, her voice trembling as she asked, You. How many do you have to kill each day? Xin Lang looked down at her, revealing a gentle smile, and casually replied, Not many, just 100 each day. 100? The man couldn't help but exclaim, his face instantly turning pale. Yes. Xin Lang lightly twisted the handle of the knife, pondering aloud, You two are lucky today, I've already killed 99. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, the woman's face growing even paler, her mouth slightly open as if she wanted to say something but couldn't produce any sound due to her dry throat. The man, on the other hand, displayed disbelief, the struggle and fear evident in his eyes. Why, you must be lying. The man forced himself to speak, his voice shaking, How could you kill so many every day? Xin Lang chuckled softly, looking down at the ghost-slaying knife in his hand, sighing lightly, If there weren't that many, then tell me, why is the killing aura on this blade so heavy? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly unleashed the killing aura from the knife. In an instant, dense black mist surged like released evil spirits from the blade, transforming into countless twisted shadows in the air, the wailing of ghosts exploding in their ears. The temperature around them dropped sharply, a chilling dread enveloping them, making them feel as though they were trapped in a ghostly realm. That intense killing intent and feeling of death pressed down hard on the two, instilling a deep fear that penetrated their very bones. It was as if in the next second, their souls would be devoured entirely by this bloodthirsty, ferocious knife. The woman could no longer hold back, trembling all over as she shrank back, while the man's earlier composure completely shattered. His face was deathly white, his breathing rapid, and his pupils filled with terror. Don't, please, big brother, let's talk this over. The man's voice was already trembling, as if he might burst into tears at any moment. Oh? Have you thought about what you want to say? Xin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone leisurely as if this whole situation was just a game for him to play. Xin Lang smiled slightly, casually raising the ghost-slaying knife in his hand, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp glint, the killing aura swirling. The man swallowed hard. Big brother, I can offer you something else. Xin Lang shook his head. Alright, since I'm just one short of my kill quota today, how about, you two discuss who will fill this spot? After all, I went through so much trouble to come here just to ask about the Wu Dao Society, and you can't let me down, can you? As soon as the words left his lips, the man and woman froze in place, the air seeming to solidify, even their breathing becoming hurried and chaotic. The man reacted the fastest, almost without hesitation, pointing at the woman beside him, his tone urgent, Let her do it. Let her. The woman was still trembling. Hearing this, the whole person suddenly froze. She immediately turned to look at the man, her fear instantly turning into anger, her voice sharp and filled with hate, You scumbag. How could you push me out at this time? The man, however, did not care about her fury. Instead, he stared intently at the knife in Xin Lang's hand, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and hurriedly said, She's just a minor character. I know more than she does, really, I'm the one you need. Xin Lang looked down at the knife in his hand, seeming to ponder as he stroked the blade, then lifted his gaze to the woman and smiled, Oh? Since he says so, then let's kill you. The woman's face changed dramatically, and she waved her hands repeatedly, backing away in panic, her tone urgent, No, no. Don't kill me. She stared fiercely at the man, gritting her teeth in hatred, Do I not know enough? I'll tell you, I am the leader of the Wu Dao Society. Hearing this, Xin Lang raised his eyebrows, revealing a playful smile, Oh? The leader, ha! He looked at the man with a half-smile, his tone relaxed, Sounds like you have little value. The man sensed the danger and turned pale, hurriedly waving his hands, saying urgently, No, no, no. She's just a little leader. I'm a special liaison of the Wu Dao Society, I know more. Xin Lang nodded, seeming to ponder as he smiled, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery, Oh, so your intel is worth more? The man shook his head frantically, eager to speak, Yes. Yes. I know more. Don't kill me. The woman glared at the man, her eyes filled with rage and hatred, wishing she could personally strangle him. Xin Lang lightly tapped the hilt of his knife, seemingly quite satisfied with their performance, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful arc. He gently shook the knife in his hand, the blade glimmering coldly in the moonlight, and the murderous aura still lingered, pressing so heavily on the man and woman that they did not dare to breathe. The corners of Xin Lang's lips curled slightly, his expression half-smiling as he swept his gaze over the two, slowly saying, I will ask questions now, whoever gives me the more satisfying answer can walk away. As soon as the words fell, the man and the woman nodded desperately, the fear in their eyes almost overflowing. Qin Lang smiled slightly, seemingly completely immersed in this situation, casually twirling his knife, and leisurely asked, "Very well, let's start with the simplest question. Who are you?" The man spoke first, almost blurting it out, his voice hurried, fearing the woman would answer first. "My name is Wu Qi. A peripheral member of the Wudao Society, responsible for delivering information. I handle various key information, really. I know most things." The woman shot Wu Qi a fierce glare, her expression fluctuating, but quickly suppressing her emotions, gritting her teeth, her tone clear and firm. "My name is Zhao Qingran, the team leader of the third group of the Wudao Society, mainly responsible for assisting in arranging some operations, but I also know many confidential matters. I also know a few real core members. I can tell you their names and contact methods." Wu Qi's face changed, and he swallowed hard, quickly adding, I'm not just a liaison, I also know some secret strongholds of the Wudao Society. Big brother, there are places even she doesn't know. If you want intel, mine is more useful than hers. Zhao Qingran sneered, looking at Qin Lang without backing down. "I know the connection between the Wudao Society and Boss Jin, and I know the true purpose of the Wudao Society at the Rainy Night Hotel." Wu Qi's expression changed drastically, panic rising, sweat pouring down his forehead, gritting his teeth. He said, "She is lying to you. What she knows is just the tip of the iceberg. Only we liaisons will get to the real details of the Rainy Night Hotel plan. I am the one you really need." Qin Lang stood in front of them, leisurely watching the two competing to pledge their loyalty, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Qin Lang gently twirled the ghost-slaying blade in his hand, its cold light flashing in the night like the open eyes of a deep abyss, revealing a chilling aura. His gaze slowly swept over Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran's faces, a smirk hung at the corner of his mouth, his tone calm yet laden with undeniable pressure. "What I want to know next is about the Rainy Night Hotel dungeon." Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran shuddered simultaneously, exchanging a glance. A hint of hesitation appeared in both of their eyes, as if weighing how to respond. Zhao Qingran's fingertips involuntarily twisted the hem of her clothes, her gaze flickering slightly, her lips moved but she did not speak immediately. Wu Qi, on the other hand, began to sweat on his forehead, his throat moved as if considering his words carefully. "Big brother. I can talk about anything else, but about the Rainy Night Hotel, I really can't say. If I speak about this, I might as well be cut to death by you." Chapter 180 Edited Dungeon. Upon seeing this, Qin Lang slightly narrowed his eyes, pushing the blade forward an inch. The demonic energy on the blade instantaneously surged forth like a tide, exuding an invisible oppression that pressed towards the two. "What are you still considering?" Qin Lang's voice was deep and cold, like a cold wind slicing through a sharp blade, carrying an undeniable ruthlessness. "You two wouldn't want to trick me, would you?" Zhao Qingran, spurred by the demonic energy, suddenly shivered, her eyes fluttering towards Wu Qi, clearly a bit flustered. No. Big brother, calm down." Wu Qi's face turned even paler, taking a deep breath, his lips pressed tightly together, clearly struggling internally. "This." Wu Qi spoke softly, his voice laced with hesitation, as if searching for a less deadly answer. "The Rainy Night Hotel is indeed very important. But we, the outer members, don't know much about the specific reasons." Qin Lang regarded him with a calm expression, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth grew colder. "Oh? What about her?" His gaze fell upon Zhao Qingran, his eyes sharp like a silent blade. Zhao Qingran bit her lip, her gaze shifting between Qin Lang and Wu Qi, ultimately taking a deep breath and whispering, "The Rainy Night Hotel does indeed hide something. But what exactly it is, I really don't know." As soon as her words fell, Qin Lang lightly humped, his gaze gradually growing colder, raising the ghost-slaying blade slightly, the demonic energy once again flooding forth, making it hard for the two to breathe. "It seems you both don't want to live anymore." Wu Qi's face suddenly turned white, hurriedly waving his hands, his voice trembling slightly. No. What I know is really limited, I can only tell you a little. That dungeon has been modified." Qin Lang's brows slightly furrowed, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "Modified?" Qin Lang slowly repeated Wu Qi's words, his tone filled with confusion and caution. Wu Qi painfully swallowed, seeming hesitant, but under Qin Lang's gaze, he steeled himself to explain, "Yes. Actually, as long as one can unlock all achievements in an S+ level dungeon, they can obtain editing permissions for the dungeon." "Editing permissions for the dungeon?" Qin Lang slightly narrowed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously grazing the hilt of the blade. Wu Qi nodded, cold sweat trickling down from his temples, his voice slightly tense. "Players with editing permissions can add or remove content within the dungeon. In other words, they can modify the dungeon, even design levels and set rules for players who enter later. Moreover, if no one clears the dungeon, all the rewards will belong to the editor." The Rainy Night Hotel dungeon was previously cleared by the leader of our No Way Society, and he obtained editing permissions. As soon as these words were spoken, before Qin Lang could respond, Song Niancy, standing beside him, suddenly changed her expression. Her pupils slightly contracted. It was as if he suddenly realized something and spoke gravely. If that's the case, then wouldn't the members of the unorthodox society find it easy to break through? Wu Qi forced a bitter smile, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. That's not the case. Those who have edited the instance cannot reveal anything within it, or they will be punished by the instance system. Editors can design targeted traps, making it impossible for outsiders to pass through, or directly make certain specific players infinitely stuck. Zhao Qingran's face also looked grim as she added softly, more importantly, all gains within the instance, including items, gold coins, hidden rewards, and even some special privileges, will be prioritized for the editor. Song Nianzi exclaimed, oh wow, that means it turns a fair competitive instance into their internal breeding ground. Xin Lang's gaze turned cold. So, are you saying that the Rainy Night Hotel has completely turned into the unorthodox society's backyard? Wu Qi avoided his gaze and whispered, to be precise, it is the chairman's backyard. Xin Lang let out a cold laugh, the ghost-slaying blade lightly spinning on his fingertips, the remaining ominous energy on the blade slightly undulating, reflecting the tense expressions of Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran. Interesting. He murmured softly, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes, in that case, I really want to see that instance. Then, Xin Lang ordered Song Nianzi to detain Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran in the interrogation room of the Law Enforcement Bureau, with several law enforcement officers closely monitoring them to prevent any unusual moves. Xin Lang stood behind the one-way glass, his expression stern as he stared at them, his fingers lightly tapping on the glass, seemingly lost in thought. Song Nianzi stood beside him, watching the two being taken away, a slight smile tugging at her lips, clearly very satisfied with this operation. She stretched lazily and then turned to Xin Lang, smiling as she said, so? Now it's proven that Yi Zi wasn't lying, right? Shouldn't you go talk to her to ease her mind a bit? Xin Lang's gaze shifted away from the glass and turned to Song Nianzi, his expression still calm and controlled. Not necessary for now. He spoke steadily, his voice low, carrying an undeniable firmness. Song Nianzi frowned slightly and said unhappily, after all, she helped us, she is still an ally, isn't your attitude a bit cold-blooded? Xin Lang scoffed lightly, his gaze deep as he looked at her, his tone calm but laced with a hint of caution. She is the daughter of the gold boss, even if what she says is true, her goals and intentions are still questionable. Upon hearing this, Song Nianzi rolled her eyes, arms crossed, her tone somewhat displeased, are you too suspicious? She left home and clearly does not get along with the gold boss, and you still want to be cautious of her? Xin Lang did not respond, only glanced at her before turning to leave. Song Nianzi clenched her teeth, feeling somewhat unconvinced. She watched Xin Lang's back and suddenly snorted, then spoke in a nonchalant tone, fine, if you're not going, then I will go find her myself, tell her some news, and let her not worry too much. No. Xin Lang's voice suddenly grew cold, he stopped, turning back to stare at Song Nianzi, his eyes sharp as a blade. Song Nianzi was stunned by his gaze, her mouth slightly open but unwillingly closing it, finally just pouting and showing a perfunctory smile, replying casually, got it, I'm not a fool, I won't say too much. Xin Lang stared at her, seemingly wanting to confirm if she had really taken it in, and finally let out a light humph. Remember, absolutely do not go find her. Alright, I got it. Song Nianzi stared at the back of Xin Lang as he left, feeling even more unconvinced. She pouted, a hint of stubborn light flashing in her eyes. You don't want me to go? You really have too much control over me, Xin Lang. Don't think I'm like the director, just letting you off. She whispered in her heart, secretly glancing at the exit of the Enforcement Bureau, already having made up her mind. Yi Zi was locked up in a separate interrogation room in the Enforcement Bureau, with no windows in the room, only a cold-toned light shining down, making her face appear even paler. Her hands were shackled behind her back, sitting on a metal chair. Although the position was somewhat uncomfortable, she still maintained her usual calmness, looking ahead with a blank expression. The door was pushed open, and a familiar figure walked in. Song Nianzi strode in with a light step, a playful smile on her face, seemingly quite interested in the scene. She stood in front of Yi Zi, arms crossed, looking down at her from above, deliberately using a slightly teasing tone to say, your information is good, it seems you really are Boss Jin's daughter. Yi Zi glanced up at her, calmly saying, now that you have confirmed my identity, can you release me and Xin Lang? Upon hearing this, Song Nianzi chuckled softly and shook her head, her tone still teasing. Of course not. She deliberately paused, noticing Yi Zi's brows furrowed, then slowly added, but I can tell you that Xin Lang is still alive and kicking. Yi Zi's eyes visibly softened, and the tense shoulders slightly relaxed. Clearly, she had been worried about Xin Lang's situation, and now that she received confirmation, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she gently frowned and softly said, but, this position is really too uncomfortable, can you loosen it a bit? Hearing this, Song Nianzi tilted her head, as if contemplating whether to agree to Yi Zi's request. Looking at Yi Zi's expression, she recalled how desperately she had fought for Xin Lang before, a strange feeling stirred in her heart. Alright, seeing how cooperative you are, I'll agree. Song Nianzi shrugged, stepped forward, and skillfully unlocked the shackles, allowing Yi Zi's hands to regain their freedom. Yi Zi moved her wrist and gently rubbed her slightly sore joints, a faint look of comfort appearing on her face. Song Niancy, hands on her hips, looked at her and said, "We'll change your location later, you can't stay here all the time." Yi Zi looked up at her, the corners of her mouth slightly curling, her tone carrying a hint of contemplation. "You enforcement officers are quite humane, huh?" Song Niancy was taken aback, her expression changing suddenly, pupils shrinking. She quickly stepped back, watching Yi Zi warily, her voice raised a notch. "How do you know I'm an enforcement officer?" Yi Zi smiled lightly, her eyes carrying a hint of mockery, her voice calm and unhurried. "You were in such a rush when you came that you even forgot to take off your military boots." Song Niancy's heart sank, realizing she had made a big mistake. She looked down, and sure enough, the standard military boots she was wearing were glaringly obvious. This was one of the symbols of an enforcement officer. Yi Zi laughed, "So it turns out an enforcement officer caught me. Oh no." Song Niancy cursed inwardly and immediately stepped back, reaching for the spirit binding lock at her waist, wanting to subdue Yi Zi right away. However, the moment her fingers touched the spirit binding lock, Yi Zi had already acted first. Paper blowing snow. With a flip of her wrist, Yi Zi instantly scattered a flurry of white paper from her sleeve, filling the entire interrogation room like a blizzard. Each piece of paper spun through the air like a blade, producing sharp whistling sounds, much like countless tiny flying knives sweeping toward Song Niancy from all directions. "Damn it!" Song Niancy cursed softly, quickly retreating, crossing her arms in front of her, while channeling her spiritual power, trying to withstand this overwhelming assault. But the speed of the paper-blowing snow was simply too fast, dense as a storm, and even though she tried her best to dodge, her arm was still scraped by a few paper edges, leaving several bloody marks. "You?" Song Niancy gasped in shock, her face changing slightly, but she couldn't care less about the wound. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. Grinding her teeth, she was ready to force her way out, but just then, bang! A gust of wind attacked from the side. Before Song Niancy could react, Yi Zi had already taken advantage of her evasion, dashing out like a swift wind. Oh no, she is going to escape. A tight feeling gripped Song Niancy's heart, and she hurriedly chased after her. However, as soon as she burst out of the interrogation room door and hadn't yet had time to see the situation outside, suddenly, bang! A shadow suddenly pounced from the side. Song Niancy's vision blurred, and before she could react, she was knocked down to the ground by a massive force. Her back slammed hard against the ground, shaking her insides violently. She quickly raised her head, locking eyes with Yi Zi. Yi Zi's lips curled up slightly, pressing down on Song Niancy's shoulder with one hand, her knee digging into her waist, while the other hand firmly held her wrist, preventing her from reaching for a weapon. "Sorry, I won't stay here obediently." Yi Zi chuckled lightly, her voice laced with a hint of teasing. "Miss Enforcer, you need to practice your capturing skills." Song Niancy frowned, struggling a bit, but found herself momentarily unable to break free from Yi Zi's grip. Clenching her teeth, she stared at Yi Zi's face and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly do you want?" Yi Zi squinted slightly, her lips curling into a hint of impatient smirk, yet her tone remained casual. "Very simple, take me to find Xinlang right away." "You captured him, didn't you?" Hearing this, Song Niancy felt a mix of laughter and frustration for a moment. Pressed down by Yi Zi, she thought the other party was going to escape, or even do something more radical, but unexpectedly her only goal was just to find Xinlang? Song Niancy took a deep breath, adjusted her posture a bit, and tentatively said, "You don't need to do this to find Xinlang." Yi Zi's gaze shifted slightly, filled with suspicion. "What do you mean?" "I can take you to him, is that okay?" Song Niancy sighed and added, her tone even carrying a hint of helplessness. Yi Zi narrowed her eyes slightly, still maintaining her pressure on Song Niancy, clearly not fully trusting her words. "Do you think I would fall for that?" Song Niancy let out a soft sigh, a hint of helplessness at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes carried a trace of mockery. "Xinlang is right in the enforcement bureau, you guys have actually met him earlier." Yi Zi's brows slightly furrowed upon hearing this, a flash of doubt crossed her eyes. She quickly recalled, feeling a hint of unease in her heart. "Met?" She murmured it again, quickly searching her mind for the people she had encountered in the past few days. Suddenly, her pupils slightly constricted. That day, in the interrogation room, the person sitting across from her, looking at her with scrutinizing eyes, that familiar feeling. She suddenly widened her eyes, as if struck by lightning, a chill creeping up her spine. Chapter 182, Cooperation Between Women. "Wait." Yi Zi's voice trembled slightly, her lips moved gently as if desperately trying to recall the scene at that time. Then, she suddenly looked up at Song Niancy, her expression instantly becoming serious. "So, what you mean is?" She clenched her teeth, her breath quickening, and her voice involuntarily dropping. "Xinlang already knows I am the daughter of Boss Jin?" Song Niancy looked at Yi Zi's expression as it changed rapidly, nodding slightly, and spoke in a calm tone. "Yes, he knew long ago." Yi Zi froze momentarily, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face, her brow furrowed slightly, and her lips pressed together. She lowered her head, seeming to contemplate something, and after a moment, she slowly spoke, her tone revealing an air of unease. Then, what did Qin say next? He shrugged his shoulders, speaking casually. Him? He doesn't seem to care much. Yeezy suddenly looked up, surprise flashing in her eyes, even a bit of disbelief. He doesn't care? I'm the daughter of Boss Jin, and he actually doesn't care? Song Nianzi nodded. Yeah, his mind is completely occupied with the Rainy Night Hotel instance. He doesn't have time for this. Yeezy's face changed instantly, her breath quickening, her whole being seemed to tighten up. The Rainy Night Hotel? Is he really going to the Rainy Night Hotel? Her voice suddenly rose a little, her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. That instance can't be accessed. She grabbed Song Nianzi's wrist, the grip so strong that it made Song Nianzi wince slightly. Hurry, take me to find Qinlang. Yeezy said eagerly, her eyes firm, filled with a sense of refusal. Song Nianzi sighed helplessly, gently breaking free of her hand, arms crossed, with an innocent expression she shrugged. Who do you think can persuade him? Besides, don't you think meeting him in your current identity would be awkward? Yeezy took a deep breath, her eyes growing more resolute, gritted her teeth and said, then I'll go too. Song Nianzi frowned, looking at Yeezy with a complex expression, unable to help but ask, is a man like Qinlang really worth you doing this? In her view, Qinlang's way of doing things was crude and so strange. Hearing this, Yeezy smiled bitterly. You don't understand. Song Nianzi looked at her like this, feeling a bit confused, but she didn't continue to ask, instead she pondered for a while. Suddenly, Song Nianzi's eyes lit up, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing a significant smile. Alright, since you are so persistent, then we can cooperate. She said slowly, her eyes revealing a hint of calculation. Yeezy froze slightly, narrowing her eyes as if contemplating Song Nianzi's intention. Cooperate? Yes. Song Nianzi nodded, her tone tinged with amusement. Don't you want to find Qinlang? I can help you, but you have to listen to me. Yeezy stared at Song Nianzi for a few seconds, finally softly uttering two words, okay. Meanwhile, in the training ground of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Qinlang stood in front of a metal table. Lingwei was standing before him, arranging one piece of equipment after another on the table. This is the Shadow Shield. It can automatically release a defensive barrier once at a critical moment, blocking a lethal strike. This is the Psychic Detector. It can detect hidden traps and abnormal energy fluctuations within 5 meters in the instance. This is the Quantum Communicator. Even if the signal is limited inside the instance, it can maintain short-term contact with the Law Enforcement Bureau. As Lingwei spoke, she skillfully operated the equipment in her hands, each one a weapon crafted within the Law Enforcement Bureau. She raised her head, looking at Qinlang earnestly, adding, these are treasures of our Law Enforcement Bureau. As long as you take this equipment, your survival rate will greatly increase once you enter the instance. Qinlang said nothing, only lowered his head to carefully inspect the equipment, his gaze deep, seemingly weighing something. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lingwei continued, we have previously investigated the Rainy Night Hotel instance. It belongs to a high-risk S+ level instance. You also know it has been modified by someone, so there will be many unexpected traps. It is said that even the boss has been changed, specifically targeting some pro players. Qinlang frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. At this moment, the door of the training room was suddenly pushed open. Hanzhou walked in quickly, his face a bit serious. He walked straight to Qinlang and said, Qinlang, Yeezy has escaped from prison. Su Mubai, upon hearing this, had a complicated expression. Did Boss Jin send someone to rescue her? Hanzhou replied, no, she heard Nianzi somehow and then escaped. Qinlang's gaze instantly sharpened, slowly raising his head. Oh really, I didn't expect she had this ability. Granny Jean remarked, to escape from the Law Enforcement Bureau. She really had kept her true self hidden before. After hearing Hanzhou's report, Lingwei frowned and asked with a hint of concern. How is Nian Ci? Hanzhou replied, she was slightly injured, but it's nothing serious. Hearing this answer, Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief, but her expression still remained grave. She turned her gaze towards Qinlang, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, will Yeezy escape back to Boss Jin? Qinlang shrugged, his expression indifferent, as if he did not care about the question. Let her be. He said in a calm tone, we have already obtained the information we want, whether Yeezy lives or dies is no longer of concern to me. His tone was cold and rational, as though he was stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, a tiny camera in the ventilation duct was quietly aimed at Qinlang. Song Nianzi curled up in the narrow space of the ventilation duct, propping up the camera with one hand, a slight smirk on her lips, tinged with mockery. She murmured softly, her voice carrying a hint of schadenfreude. TSK, Yeezy, you must have seen this man's true face now, right? On the other side of the screen, Yeezy's gaze was tightly locked onto the figure of Qinlang on the screen. After a few seconds, she softly said, I deceived him, it's only right for him to say that. Her tone was calm, as if she was finding a reasonable excuse for herself. Song Nianci sat beside her, resting her chin on her hand, looking like she was enjoying the show, and chuckled lightly, teasingly saying, "You really are quite foolish." Yi Zi did not reply, still staring at Qin Lang on the screen, her gaze obscure. "Alright, it's time for our plan to begin. You need to pass the level, I want Qin Lang. Next, I will tell you which part of the Rainy Night Hotel dungeon has been modified. But you must truthfully convey it to Qin Lang." Song Nianci smiled, "Okay, I will definitely say it." Chapter 183 The Selection at the Start. In the Law Enforcement Bureau, everyone was already prepared to set off. Sumu Bai's gaze fell on Qin Lang, and he asked, "Qin Lang, when do you plan to set off?" Without any hesitation, Qin Lang calmly replied with 2 words, "Tonight." At this remark, Han Zhuo frowned, somewhat surprised, and said, "You're going tonight? Isn't it too risky?" The Rainy Night Hotel dungeon had been modified by the unruly society, and its danger far exceeded that of an ordinary dungeon. Entering rashly could be extremely perilous. Naturally, Han Zhuo did not wish to act recklessly. "We still lack enough understanding of each other, it's better to practice more." However, Qin Lang's expression remained calm, his eyes deep as night. He softly said, "What we can't think of, they can't think of either. We are preparing, they are also preparing, we need to catch them off guard." This statement left the meeting room in a brief silence. Ling Wei suddenly smiled, breaking the silence, her tone carrying admiration. "I like adventurous people." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she threw a flirtatious glance at Qin Lang. Qin Lang chuckled, "According to what your chief said, you all should follow my instructions carefully from now on. Boss Jean asked me to go to this dungeon, saying we need to deal with the unruly society together. But after I found out that Yi Zi is his daughter, I became suspicious." Sumu Bai asked, "What happened?" Qin Lang shook his head, No, it's nothing, I'm just talking nonsense. Let's set off." The night was deep, the clouds were heavy, and Qin Lang and the others arrived in front of an abandoned mansion. Qin Lang stood at the entrance of the courtyard, slightly furrowing his brows, taking in the dilapidated scenery before him. He turned his head to look at Ling Wei and asked in a deep voice, "Is this the entrance to the dungeon?" Ling Wei folded her arms, her lips carrying a hint of a barely discernible smile, shaking her head. "No, a car will come to pick us up shortly." As soon as she finished speaking, several beams of car lights pierced through the darkness, approaching with a low rumble of engines. "Song Nianci, it's here." Soon, several black vans slowly drove up to the entrance of the mansion. The car body was pitch black and shiny, as if it had swallowed the night. Qin Lang glanced around and found that there were already people sitting in other cars. Their expressions varied, some looked tense, while others had cold gazes, clearly all players about to enter the instance. Ling Wei pointed at the minibus and said, "According to the information, these cars will also come to pick us up after we clear the level. In other words, if we can't get on these cars, we might not come back." This is the uniqueness of the Rainy Night in instance. Everyone boarded the minibus in sequence, and the door slammed shut with a bang, instantly making the entire cabin feel even more oppressive. The driver in the driver's seat wore a black hat, his head buried low in the shadows, making his face hard to see. He said nothing, as if he were mechanically executing some task. The car started and slowly drove out of the courtyard. The streets outside the window quickly rolled back under the dim streetlights, and occasionally one could see dilapidated buildings by the roadside and some shadows vaguely watching the car. Qin Lang slightly turned his head, tapping his fingers lightly on his knee, feeling something was not quite right in his heart. At that moment, there was a bang, the car jolted violently, and then the entire vehicle tilted sharply, making a screeching sound. Han Zhuo grabbed the falling Song Nianci beside him and shouted, "Be careful." Before his words fell, the entire car suddenly flipped to the side. Qin Lang felt his body instantly lose balance and he slammed against the side of the car, while others cried out. The cabin was in complete chaos. The heavy impact was mixed with the sound of metal twisting, and the seatbelts became useless under extreme inertia, sending people flying to every corner of the cabin. The sound of glass shattering rang out one after another, and the cold night wind instantly rushed into the car, carrying a biting chill. In the midst of the chaos, Qin Lang quickly adjusted his posture, grabbing the back of the seat in front of him with one hand. With the other hand, he steadied Ling Wei beside him while his gaze swept towards the window like a hawk. After the violent impact, the entire cabin was in disarray, with twisted metal structures scraping against the floor, making a piercing screech. The windows shattered, glass shards scattered between the seats, and the air was filled with a burnt smell, with the odor of gasoline growing stronger. "Hurry, I think the car is going to explode." Qin Lang's ears buzzed, but he forced himself to steady his breath, quickly wiped the blood off his face, and suddenly pushed hard, kicking open the already deformed door and leaping out of the car. Qin Lang looked around and said, "It's pretty lively outside too." The overturned car body looked like a broken corpse in the dim environment, with several black minibuses tilted and blocking the road. Oil flowed slowly from the bottom of the car, pooling on the ground into a dark liquid that vaguely reflected the pale lightning. Even more frightening, several cars were completely shattered, their doors wide open, and the passengers inside were silent. Xin Lang glanced around and saw that several players had turned into twisted corpses, some being thrown out of the car, battered and bloody. There was another one stuck in the window, with broken bones piercing through the skin, revealing horrifying white bones. Further away, a few players were struggling to get up, their faces pale and shaken. Damn it! Song Nianci crawled out from the wreckage on the other side, blood on her face, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings as she cursed under her breath. This instance is too ruthless, not even giving us preparation time, just going for the kill. The trial of the instance had already begun at this moment. Xin Lang took a deep breath, his expression grim. He had always felt this mission was not simple, but he did not expect such bloody deaths to start right upon entering. Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded in the sky, the blinding flash illuminating the entire night sky, followed by a deep rolling thunder, as if some giant beast deep within the heavens was growling. The wild wind wrapped wet and cold air and swept in, raindrops stabbed the earth like daggers, soaking the ground in an instant. Xin Lang, a heavy rain is coming. Cold rain smashed onto his face, bringing a bone-chilling coldness. The air mixed with the smells of dirt, blood, and rust, making one feel uneasy. We need to quickly find a place to hide from the rain. Hanjua raised his hand to block the falling raindrops, his gaze scanning the surroundings with caution. This rain is unusual, staying outside may be dangerous. Xin Lang narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. In the thick curtain of rain, the outline of a dark building faintly emerged. A worn-out sign hung precariously in the wind, dim light seeped through the windows, casting a gloomy glow, as if peering at the intruder in the darkness. The corners of his lips curled slightly, and he chuckled softly. It seems our destination has arrived, and we have found a place to hide from the rain. He pointed with his hand, gazing deeply at the silent building standing in the rain. That must be the Rainy Night Inn, right? Chapter 184, The Guests. Xin Lang and the others hurried to the inn's entrance. The inn looked old, with 3 floors, the brick walls were covered in green moss, and the wooden window frames were rotten, as if they would collapse at any moment. In the front yard, weeds grew wildly, and the stone path was soaked with rainwater, becoming smoothly slippery. In the center of the yard stood a broken stone lantern, its shade tilted, and the wick inside had long been extinguished. It was clear the owner had some taste and aesthetic, but it had all faded away now. As soon as Xin Lang's group stepped into the yard, the rain suddenly intensified. In the moment the heavy rain fell, it pounded sharply on the roof and the ground. Hiss, this rain feels strange. Lingwei frowned, lifting her hand to shield her forehead, trying to see the distant scene clearly. At that moment, Grandma Jeannie slowly spoke, a few more people are coming. Everyone turned to follow the sound, only to see a few shadows in the rain, running frantically, their figures stumbling as if they might be swallowed by the rain at any moment. Xin Lang said, forget it, let's go inside first. Song Nianci suddenly called out, ah. Under the corridor on one side of the yard stood a hunched old woman. She wore a floral dress and a transparent raincoat, her hair gray, skin shriveled like dry bark, her murky eyes half open and half closed. Her gaze slowly swept across the group, as if confirming their identities. Song Nianci felt goosebumps rising all over her body. Why does this old woman look so eerie? Xin Lang looked closely and found she wasn't weird. Could she be a guest of this inn? Then, the old lady tilted her head slightly, glanced towards the direction outside the inn, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on her lips. Xin Lang warily followed her gaze, but it was just the other side of the corridor, there was nothing else. Looking back, the old lady had already turned and walked away. Song Nianci asked, should we go over to take a look? Xin Lang narrowed his eyes and replied, forget about her, let's go in and see first. He stepped forward first, onto the stone steps leading to the inn, the soles of his shoes making a slight creak sound on the slippery bluestone tiles. The inn's door was slightly ajar, a hint of yellow light seeped out, like a silent eye watching the guests about to step inside. At the entrance of the inn, there was a faint chilling air spreading out. Song Nianci shivered, my god, the eerie energy is so strong, many people must have died here. Xin Lang and the others walked in and found the inn's lobby furnished in an ancient style, with several yellowed old paintings hanging on the walls and a thick ledger placed behind the counter. The stairs wound along the wall, leading directly to the second-floor corridor. Just as everyone entered the lobby, quiet footsteps came from the wooden stairs. Who is it? A young man slowly descended from upstairs. He appeared to be just over 20 years old, his demeanor slightly strange. The figure was slender, wearing a simple dark long-sleeve shirt with the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing a section of a fair wrist. His face was handsome, features well-defined, but his expression was a bit cold, and there was a hint of vigilance in his gaze, as if he was uneasy about the arrival of Xin Lang and the others. The young man's eyes scanned the crowd and finally landed on Xin Lang, who stood at the front, calmly asking, what are you here for? Xin Lang glanced at him and casually replied, to stay at the inn. The young man's brows furrowed slightly, then he nodded. Oh, that's fine. As soon as the words fell, Lingwei suddenly walked up with a cheerful smile, her arms crossed, playfully sizing him up, with a teasing arc at the corner of her mouth. You're quite good-looking, huh? Her voice carried a hint of mockery, her eyes glimmering with cleverness. What's your name? Do you have a girlfriend? The young man visibly felt uncomfortable, his brows slightly knitting together, but he still replied seriously, Feng Zhao. Feng Zhao? Ling Wei repeated the name softly, her smile deepening, her tone carrying a deliberate flirtation. Why are you here alone? Don't you feel lonely? Feng Zhao's face stiffened slightly, then he lowered his head and said flatly, the inn belongs to my uncle, I'm just here to help. His tone remained calm, but it was clear he was reluctant to chat further with them. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at him thoughtfully. This place felt very off, and Feng Zhao before him seemed to hide something. But he didn't press on, instead, he quietly watched as Feng Zhao walked behind the counter and took out an old register, picking up a pen stained with ink. Please register your names. Feng Zhao said quietly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Song Nianzi frowned. What era is it? Still handwriting the registration? Qin Lang and the others stepped forward one by one and wrote down their names in the register. Outside, the heavy rain poured down, the wind howled, wrapping the inn in a damp and gloomy darkness. At this moment, no one noticed that Feng Zhao's fingers trembled slightly as he flipped through the register. After Qin Lang and the others went upstairs, Feng Zhao swallowed hard. Are there just a few of you? Qin Lang and the others climbed the stairs, finding it eerily quiet, with no one else around them. Just then, a faint noise came from downstairs. The sound was a bit chaotic, as if someone had pushed the door open, mixed with the sound of raindrops hitting the ground, muffled and indistinct. Qin Lang glanced down the stairs, his gaze freezing slightly. The hall was dimly lit, obscuring the situation at the door, but he could feel someone had entered. Song Nianzi asked, what's going on? Qin Lang shook his head, I can't see clearly, it should be someone who just came in from the rain. It's not many, a lot of people were really reimbursed in that accident. Ling Wei remarked, that's strange. Hanzhuo nodded, yeah, those who dare to come to this instance are all pro players, how could so many get injured right at the start? Song Nianzi's heart tightened. What about Yi Zi? Did she also not make it? Qin Lang said, forget it, let's go check the rooms first. Everyone entered their rooms one after another. Qin Lang pushed the door open and slowly scanned every detail, finally settling on an old wall clock nearby. The clock was broken, the hands frozen in place. Qin Lang furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze shifting around the room. Strange, really strange. Qin Lang stepped back out of the room and directly entered another room. Ling Wei, seeing Qin Lang barge in, asked, why? So anxious to come in, can't you wait a little longer? Qin Lang ignored her, looking around her room. The same. As he spoke, Ling Wei seemed to notice something unusual, following his gaze, blinking her eyes and curiously asking, what's wrong? Chapter 185, Normal is just not normal. Qin Lang did not answer immediately, but slowly raised his head, looking up at the gently swaying chandelier on the hotel ceiling. The light reflected on the glass surface of the clock, making the still hands look even more strange. Others gathered around and asked, Qin Lang, what's wrong? Qin Lang answered, all the clocks are showing the same time. Everyone was startled, They looked closely and found it indeed to be true. The grandfather clock in the corner, the clock on the front desk, even the digital clock hanging at the end of the second-floor hallway, all stopped at the same time. 11:11. This discovery sparked an unusual feeling in everyone's hearts. Qin Lang stared at the still clocks, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. Is it a coincidence? Is it decoration? Or... The rain outside grew heavier, the wind howled softly through the door gap, as if whispering something unclear. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and said quietly, the time here really has stopped at 11:11. Hanzhuo furrowed his brows and lightly tapped a vintage clock at the end of the hallway, but the hands did not move at all. This can't be a coincidence. Hanzhuo said in a low voice, with a hint of vigilance in his tone. Before he finished speaking, a heavy footstep sounded from the staircase. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw 3 people slowly walking up from the lobby on the first floor. 2 men and 1 woman, all drenched from the rain, clearly new guests who had just entered. As they walked, they muttered low complaints about the recent car accident. It's really spooky, how did the car accident happen so suddenly? One man rubbed his arm, still with bruises from the fall. This place is too cold, it feels like no one has ever lived here. The only woman held her coat tightly, glancing down at the dim environment of the hotel. Stop complaining, let's find a room to rest first. The other man lowered his voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. However, as soon as their eyes met Qin Lang and the others, the expressions of the 3 suddenly froze. Their conversation stopped abruptly, as if afraid of being caught overhearing some kind of secret. The atmosphere instantly became strange, with an indescribable silence filling the air. The 3 exchanged glances without saying anything more, turned around hurriedly back to their room, even closing the door very gently, as if afraid to disturb something. Song Nianzi frowned, staring at the tightly closed doors, and said softly, those 3 are all strange. Don't we look like we saw ghosts? The atmosphere in the hallway grew heavier, vaguely revealing a sense of unnameable unease. At that moment, Grandma Genia's voice broke the silence. Xin Lang, what are you going to do next? Xin Lang glanced around the lobby, his gaze landing on the still hands of the clock, his expression calm and contemplative. I just thought of something. According to common sense, the scenario should give us a hint the moment we enter the hotel. But until now, there hasn't been any sign at all. This isn't normal. Hanjua asked, do you mean the scenario has not officially started? Xin Lang nodded, his finger unconsciously tapping the wooden surface of the front desk, as if pondering something. Ling Wei held her arms and thoughtfully said, that is indeed the case. This rainy night hotel is different from what we've seen before. This scenario has been modified, and now it requires some trigger conditions to officially start. What if we can't trigger it? Song Niancy asked. Then we might be stuck here until we find the right method. Ling Wei said slowly, her tone laced with a hint of excitement, so, isn't this fun? Song Niancy's eyes widened, is this fun? What kind of fun is this? After hearing that, Xin Lang gently curled his lips, his gaze sweeping deeply across the surrounding environment, murmuring, interesting, let's split up for now, and explore this hotel. We'll meet up in half an hour. Half an hour later, in Xin Lang's room. The crowd gathered together again. Outside, the heavy rain continued to pour down, and the sound of thunder echoed, reflecting the gloomy atmosphere of the inn. Ling Wei leaned against the desk, arms crossed, with a hint of confusion in her tone, it's really boring. I just walked around and found one strange thing, there seems to be only that young man named Feng Zhao in this hotel. Her gaze swept over the crowd as she continued, I searched all around and didn't see any other staff members. According to normal reasoning, even if it's a family-run inn, there should at least be a cook or a cleaner, right? But there really isn't, I didn't even see an extra waiter. Moreover, there is a complete kitchen here, with a stove, pots, pans, and storage cabinets, yet there is no one inside. Song Niancy then asked, what about that old lady just now? Ling Wei shook her head, no, she is nowhere to be seen. Xin Lang frowned slightly, thoughtfully tapping the table, do you mean? Feng Zhao is maintaining the operation of the entire inn alone? So far, it seems to be the case. Ling Wei nodded, with a hint of vigilance in her expression. Sumubai then spoke up, I checked everything, there are no secret doors, hidden passages, or secret rooms in this inn. At least from the architectural structure, this is just an ordinary inn with no hidden spaces. Xin Lang gently stroked his chin, asking, did you check on the two men and that woman? Sumubai nodded, yes. The three of them are together, they should be friends. Did they say anything strange? Xin Lang inquired, his eyes deep. Sumubai recalled and shook his head, no, their conversation was very ordinary, just about the sudden car accident and how they ended up here. At this moment, Xin Lang's fingers tapping on the table suddenly stopped. He squinted his eyes and slowly said, it seems, something is not right. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Xin Lang. Xin Lang raised his head, pausing slightly in his tone, his eyes shining with a sharp light, we went out and split up for half an hour, and nothing happened. Being too normal is actually abnormal. Others agreed as well. At this moment, even if something bizarre occurred, they all knew how to react. But now everything seemed normal, which made everyone somewhat anxious. Xin Lang said, it seems this episode is quite interesting, with all sorts of twists and turns. Ling Wei said, everything seems normal now, but it could easily become abnormal later? As soon as her voice fell, a sudden scream came from outside. Ah ah ah. The sound was sharp and desperate, clearly the last wail before death, filled with indescribable fear, sending chills down one's spine. Xin Lang and the others almost simultaneously rushed out of the room, quickly heading towards the room at the end of the corridor, following the sound. They saw a door wide open, with the light from the corridor spilling in, vaguely revealing two figures standing in terror at the doorway. It was one man and one woman from the three who had checked in with them earlier. Their faces were pale, their lips trembling, and their eyes full of horror. Upon seeing Xin Lang and the others approach, the man and woman immediately became vigilant again. What's happening? Song Niancy quickly stepped forward, her sharp gaze scanning the two, then looking towards the open door. The scene inside the room made her frown suddenly. A man lay on the floor, his death pitifully gruesome. His body was no longer human-shaped, his abdomen exploded, blood and intestines splattered everywhere, with horrifying bloodstains all over the walls and sheets, and there were even some unidentifiable black fragments on the floor. His eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at the ceiling as if he had seen something terrifying right before dying, unable to even scream. Xin Lang's pupils constricted. What happened? The surviving woman tightly clasped her hands, her body trembling continually, clearly very frightened, her lips slightly parted as if she wanted to say something. However, just as she was about to speak, the man beside her suddenly reached out a hand and tightly covered her mouth. Don't speak. The man's voice was low and urgent, carrying an undeniable threat. The woman's eyes widened suddenly, she struggled a bit, but ultimately could not break free. A low whimper escaped her throat, her gaze filled with terror and struggle. Song Nianxi's gaze hardened as she stared at the man, her tone calm yet laced with coldness. What do you mean by this? The man cautiously glanced at Qin Lang and the others, his voice deep and oppressive. Don't get involved, don't ask, and don't interfere. Otherwise, you will also die a horrible death. The hall instantly fell into a strange silence. A flash of lightning outside illuminated the man's tense face that held a warning, and also reflected the horrifying corpse lying on the ground. Qin Lang did not speak immediately, he merely narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deep as a chasm, as if weighing something. Song Nianxi's hand had reached for her identification, her gaze sharp, wanting to reveal her identity as an officer. However, just as she was about to speak, Hanjua gently pressed on her wrist. Don't act impulsively. His voice was not loud, but quite calm. Qin Lang glanced at Hanjua, his gaze sweeping over the tense man, clearly aware of a certain danger present. Although Song Nianxi was dissatisfied, she was not a reckless person. After a moment's hesitation, she suppressed her inner impulse and did not take further action. At that moment, a voice came from downstairs, as if breaking the frozen air. Dear guests, it's time for dinner. It was Feng Zhao. His voice carried a habitual calmness, yet sounded somewhat abrupt in this strange atmosphere. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, glancing at the corpse lying lifeless on the ground, then at the still silent man and woman, a hint of barely noticeable coldness flashing in his eyes. Let's go. He took the lead and stepped downstairs. The others exchanged glances, and could only temporarily suppress their doubts, following behind. In the first-floor hall, the lights remained dim, the wooden tables and chairs emanating an air of age, and a faint aroma of food lingered in the air. However, this aroma did not relax anyone, instead, it elicited an inexplicable discomfort in everyone's hearts. Seeing everyone come down, Feng Zhao sighed in relief and said, We will provide everyone with appropriate dinner, but there are only 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner. If you want lunch, it will have to be at your own expense. As Song Nianxi walked towards the table, she coldly spoke, someone died upstairs. Her voice was not loud, yet it was enough to silence the entire hall. Feng Zhao had just walked out holding a bowl and chopsticks when he heard this, he instantly froze, almost dropping the bowl on the ground. He frowned, looking at Song Nianxi in shock, clearly bewildered by this sudden news. How did they die? His tone held a hint of disbelief, and his face visibly paled. Qin Lang glanced at him leisurely, a faint smirk tugging at his lips, yet not a hint of a smile. You should ask those 2 people that question. He gestured with his chin toward the man and woman standing in the corner. However, those 2 kept their heads bowed, not speaking, as if they hadn't heard Qin Lang's words at all. An unsettling silence hung in the air. Just as everyone felt the atmosphere gradually solidifying, an old woman dressed in worn gray clothes slowly walked out from the kitchen, carrying a large plate of food. Though her steps were slow, they carried an inexplicable eeriness. Come on, everyone, it's time to eat. Her voice was hoarse, and the corners of her mouth twisted into a strange smile, revealing a few yellowing teeth. Grandma Genia's pupils suddenly constricted, staring at her for a moment, then quietly said, It's her. Everyone turned to look at Grandma Genia in unison. What her? The woman asked nervously. Grandma Genia's tone carried a hint of hesitation. When we arrived, we saw her standing at the hotel door, staring at us. Upon hearing this, the smile on the old woman's face deepened, her eyes holding a strange meaning. She slowly walked towards the group, placing the food in her hands onto the table, her movements slow and mechanical. After setting it down, she lifted her head, grinning at them, revealing even more yellowing teeth. That smile had no warmth at all, instead giving off a chilling, eerie vibe. Qin Lang stared at her, his brows slightly furrowing, and asked, Who is this old woman? His question seemed like an invisible blade, causing everyone's gazes to unconsciously turn towards Feng Zhao. However, Feng Zhao's expression suddenly became quite strange at that moment. His mouth moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he chose silence. His eyes flickered with unease, as if he was avoiding something. She is. Feng Zhao finally said, You guys don't need to worry, please eat, I won't disturb you. However, not a single person moved their chopsticks. Everyone's gaze kept shifting back and forth between the food on the table and each other's faces. Qin Lang glanced lightly at the crowd, a faint, mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What's wrong? Not hungry? Afraid it's poisoned? Song Nianxi whispered, Isn't that stating the obvious? Unexpectedly, Qin Lang directly picked up his chopsticks and began to get food. Qin Lang was unbothered, his gaze slowly falling on a piece of braised pork on the table. He extended his chopsticks, and without hesitation, picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. After taking a bite, Qin Lang smiled and said, The meat is rich, the sauce is thick, salty and sweet blending together, surprisingly good. But at that moment, no one cared about how it tasted, everyone was watching him, even holding their breath slightly. Su Mobai's gaze slightly changed, whispering, Be careful. However, Qin Lang merely chuckled, put down his chopsticks, casually leaned back in his chair, and his eyes gleamed with mockery as he scanned everyone at the table. If the way to die in this instance is merely poisoning, then it's too boring. He spoke casually. The Wudao Society's president wouldn't lower themselves to using such lowly tactics, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly tensed up. The man and woman sitting in the corner abruptly looked up, their gazes sharp as blades, fixed firmly on Qin Lang. Their eyes held shock, doubt, and even a hint of unease. You. The woman's voice trembled slightly, seemingly suppressing some kind of emotion. How do you know about the Wudao Society? Her expression turned wary, even revealing a hint of panic. Qin Lang calmly watched her, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Interesting. He narrowed his eyes slightly, tapping the table, his tone indifferent. You aren't telling me anything, yet you want me to share something with you? This one sentence caused the air to fall silent once again. The man and woman's faces turned awkward, their eyes exchanged glances for a few seconds, as if undergoing some kind of silent communication. Qin Lang lightly tapped the table, his gaze indifferent as he scanned between the man and woman, a hint of mockery gracing his face. You don't have to be so alert. His tone was casual, but his eyes harbored a hint of coldness. Our information exchange has principles. I'm not the kind to casually spill information, but currently, you haven't given me the urge to exchange information. The man's expression darkened, his gaze flickering slightly, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a brief silence, he gave a cold laugh. Since you came for the unlawful society, there's even less reason for us to team up. His tone carried a hint of warning, even a bit of rejection. On the contrary, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. As soon as he finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Qin Lang slightly raised his eyebrows, the smile still on his lips. Suddenly, he slowly extended his hand, picked up the spoon on the table, and without hesitation, threw a scoop of hot soup at the man. Hiss! The man instinctively turned to the side to avoid it. Although he was not splashed directly, hot soup still splattered onto his sleeve, instantly soaking it and leaving a slight burn. His face changed dramatically as he glared at Qin Lang, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, his voice deep. What do you want? Qin Lang, however, paid no attention to his anger, instead looking at him with indifference, casually tapping the spoon against the edge of the bowl, producing a crisp sound. You better understand one thing. Qin Lang's tone grew cold, his eyes sharp as knives, piercing through the man's spirit. Do not mistake me for a polite person, my courtesy and quality are not given randomly. He slowly stood up, looking down at the other man, his gaze heavy, his tone revealing a fierce sense of oppression. The fact that I haven't killed you yet shows great restraint. The atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became tense, as if even the air had thinned. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice deep, tinged with impatience. The thing I dislike the most is riddlers. The man's face subtly changed, his fingers unconsciously tightening into a fist, his Adam's apple bobbing as if he was suppressing something. Everyone at the dining table held their breath, even Feng Zhao instinctively took a step back, seeming hesitant to intervene in this confrontation. You are quite arrogant. The man's face darkened terrifyingly, his lips pressed into a straight line, seemingly suppressing his anger. Qin Lang said, because I have the capital to be arrogant. The man shot Qin Lang a fierce glare, seeming to want to say more, but ultimately just snorted coldly, violently pushing his chair back and storming off. The woman paused for a moment, clearly not expecting her companion to leave so abruptly, yet she quickly stood up and hurried after him. As she left, the woman couldn't help but turn back to glance at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with a complex emotion that was hard to grasp. The restaurant fell into silence for a moment, everyone watching the man and woman leave until their figures vanished around the corner of the stairs. Then Ling Wei slowly turned her head, her eyes shining with excitement. She rested her chin on her hand, grinning at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, you looked really cool just now when you got angry. Qin Lang remained non-committal, simply continuing to eat the food on his plate, as if the earlier conflict was just a trivial episode. Song Nianzi frowned and said softly, those two are indeed strange, it's good to stand up to them. Han Zhuo turned to Qin Lang, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. Qin Lang, did you discover something just now? Qin Lang slightly raised his gaze, the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly putting down his chopsticks, his eyes sweeping over the people at the table, his tone calm. There's so much to discover. He lightly tapped his finger on the table, pondering for a moment before speaking. First, let's talk about Feng Zhao. Everyone turned to look at Feng Zhao, who was sitting not far away, his head lowered, seemingly fiddling with something, his expression deep in thought. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and continued, did any of you notice, when we told him someone died, a normal person's first reaction wouldn't be how did they die, but he asked how did they die? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. Ling Wei recalled and nodded vigorously, that's true. Ordinary people would first ask where the accident happened if someone died in their shop, right? Song Nianzi frowned slightly, but he directly skipped the location. The first reaction is to ask about the cause of death. What does this mean? Qin Lang smiled lightly, this means he is not surprised by the death incident happening in the hotel. It is even quite common, and different ways of dying carry different messages. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle, and everyone instinctively exchanged glances, a hint of chill creeping into their hearts. Ling Wei wiped the smile from her face and said seriously, it is indeed unusual. Qin Lang gently shook the chopsticks in his hand, thoughtfully saying, moreover, that man and woman are also quite strange. Hanjua sat up straight and asked, what do you mean by strange? Their companion died, but have you noticed one thing? Qin Lang squinted his eyes, his voice slightly low. They did not show any signs of sadness, which is obviously not normal. Everyone recalled the earlier scene. That couple indeed showed no signs of sorrow from start to finish. Instead, the two seemed to be hiding something, and even the man deliberately stopped the woman from speaking. Indeed, that makes it even more unsettling. Song Niancy spoke softly. Ling Wei rubbed her chin. Are they truly not sad, or is there something they dare not show? Hanjua leaned back in his chair, pondering for a moment before saying, no matter which situation, it indicates they are inextricably linked to the hotel's secret. Qin Lang gently curved his lips, his gaze deepening, and now the instance has not officially begun. Suddenly, Qin Lang said, right, the instance hasn't officially started. How could someone die immediately? Everyone was taken aback. Right, if the instance hasn't started, it means the strange occurrences and mechanisms haven't been activated, and it's unlikely there would be casualties. Song Niancy asked, could it be that those two are the killers? The crowd exchanged glances, silently pondering. At that moment, the rain outside continued to fall, raindrops tapping against the glass, creating a sporadic ticking sound. Suddenly, a low and melodious piano sound abruptly came from upstairs, like a ghost in the rainy night, rippling through the still air. The melody of the piano was slow and eerie, the tone neither a dull sound from an old piano nor a synthetic sound from an electronic keyboard, but rather an odd mix carrying a hint of unreal ethereality. Is someone playing the piano? Ling Wei suddenly looked up, doubtfully scanning the surroundings, then frowned. Wait a minute. I clearly checked all the rooms before and found no piano. Su Mubai also nodded, his expression serious. Not just you, I've looked too, there's no piano in any of the rooms. The eyes of everyone turned towards the upstairs, the piano sound continuing, the melody sweet yet carrying an indescribable strangeness that sent a chill down one's spine. Song Niancy frowned, her right hand habitually resting on the weapon at her side, her eyes flashing with vigilant light. I'll go take a look. Just as she was about to get up, Qin Lang reached out to stop her, his tone steady and decisive. Sit down, don't make any sudden moves. Song Niancy was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding Qin Lang's intention, but still obeyed and stopped her actions. Qin Lang's gaze did not leave the upstairs, a hint of exploration in his deep eyes. He lightly tapped the table, pondering for a moment before finally speaking. Ling Wei, Hanjua, go call Feng Zhao over. Understood. Ling Wei and Hanjua exchanged glances, then stood up and quickly walked towards the back kitchen. However, the piano sound upstairs did not stop with their movements. Instead, it grew even louder. The pianist had completely immersed themselves in the music, each note seeming to carry some special emotion, echoing in the dim hotel and gradually seeping into everyone's ears. Qin Lang slightly narrowed his eyes, his fingertips gently tapping the table, as if contemplating some unresolved mystery. Others instinctively held their breath, as an unspoken sense of oppression filled the air. This piano sound, where is it coming from? Ling Wei and Hanjua quickly brought Feng Zhao back to the restaurant. His expression seemed somewhat unnatural, eyes evasive, as if avoiding something. The piano music continued to flow slowly from upstairs, like invisible hands plucking at human hearts, adding a strange atmosphere to the dim hotel. Yet Feng Zhao's expression showed little change, as if he had grown accustomed to it. Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, his calm gaze falling on Feng Zhao, his tone steady. What's going on with the piano sound upstairs? Feng Zhao's lips trembled slightly as if he was organizing his words, but when it came to his lips, he only mumbled vaguely, it's nothing, really nothing, you can just pretend you didn't hear it. Ling Wei raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at him with a quasi-smile. Pretend we didn't hear? But the problem is, it's playing, how can we pretend we didn't hear it? We still have to stay here. Feng Zhao's expression grew even more unnatural, his eyes flickering as he evaded the others' gazes, stammering, just don't mind it, it's fine once you're used to it. Fine once you're used to it? Ling Wei suddenly laughed, her eyes teasing. Handsome boy, did you just hear what Qin Lang said? I live upstairs, and if this piano wakes me up in the middle of the night, do you think I can just ignore it? Feng Zhao's face slightly changed, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed and quietly said, actually, as long as you wait until 11:11 p.m., it will stop by itself. Before the words fell, Qin Lang's expression suddenly darkened, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. 11:11? Qin Lang recalled, all the clocks in the hotel had stopped at 11:11. A hotel with a mysteriously appearing piano sound, and a space where all the clocks point to the same time, the connection between these two was too strange, absolutely not a coincidence. Qin Lang raised his head, his sharp gaze staring directly at Feng Zhao, slowly speaking, and these clocks? Why are all the clocks stopped at 11:11? Feng Zhao's expression clearly tensed, his hands subconsciously clenched the edge of his clothes, his gaze began to wander, as if he was being pushed to the corner. After a few seconds of silence, he shook his head and said firmly, I don't know. Are you sure? Song Niancy spoke coldly from the side. I really don't know. Feng Zhao's tone grew anxious, as if afraid of being pressed further. He paused, then suddenly took a step back, forcing a stiff smile. I have something to do, I'll leave first, you guys continue with your meal. Saying this, he actually turned and hurried out of the restaurant as if fleeing, not even looking back. The others watched his departing figure. The dining table fell into a deep silence. Lingwei gently whistled, the smile on her face fading a bit, turning to look at Qinlang. What are you going to do? Qinlang's gaze remained on the direction Feng Zhao disappeared, his brow slightly furrowed, finger rhythmically tapping on the table. Since he won't say, let's go check it out ourselves. Qinlang and the others stepped onto the wooden staircase, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the empty hotel, intertwining with the piano sound, revealing an indescribable eerie feeling. The piano music was smooth and melodious, subtly carrying a hint of sadness, like some distant call, tightening one's heart inexplicably. The sound is coming from the end of the corridor. Hanzhua said quietly, his ears moving, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Just as they moved forward, a voice emerged from behind, don't go over there. Qinlang turned around to find it was the girl from before. She looked extremely nervous and said, you mustn't go, Another man rushed out. A hand pulled her back. You have nothing to do, right? You're such a busybody. The door closed again, followed by a loud slap sound. Song Niancy placed her hands on her hips. Is this guy sick? And he hits women? Just wait and see how I deal with him. Hanzhua grabbed her. Niancy, don't be impulsive. What if this is their trap? We must remember our mission, don't let them affect us. After hearing this, Song Niancy had no choice but to relent, but still said, just wait, if this guy makes it to the end, I will definitely send him to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lingwei turned her head to stare at the room at the end of the corridor, frowning as she said, I've been in this room before, there was nothing in it, not even a bed. How could there be piano music? Upon hearing this, everyone quickened their pace until they reached the end of the corridor, where a closed wooden door appeared before them. The sound of the piano pierced through the door, as if it came from another world. Qinlang stood before the door, reached out to press the doorknob, and found that it wasn't locked. With a slight push, the door creaked open slowly. The room before them was pitch black, the curtains covered with thick layers of dust, and a faint musty smell hung in the air. However, in this dim space, a black grand piano stood quietly in the center of the room, its dark body reflecting a weak light. And the piano music abruptly stopped the moment the door opened. The room fell silent, terrifyingly so. Sumubai took a gentle breath, looked around, and said softly, there's no strange aura. Her tone revealed a hint of doubt. If there was anything unusual here, as one of her kind, she should be able to sense it. But now, it was completely empty. Qinlang scanned the room and, after a moment of contemplation, reached out to grab the doorknob, click, and closed the door again. Just at the moment the door fully closed, the piano music started again. The melodious tune echoed in the air once more, striking at everyone's nerves, one note after another. The air seemed to freeze instantly, everyone held their breath, standing at the door, staring at the closed wooden door. Qinlang's gaze slightly darkened, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a meaningful arc. Interesting. He pushed the door open again, and the room was still cloaked in darkness, the musty smell and the sense of death more intense than before. However, this time, Qinlang's gaze did not immediately focus on the black piano, but rather on the floor of the room. A trail of bloody footprints clearly appeared on the wooden floor, stretching from the corner of the room all the way to the piano. These footprints were a bit blurry, seeming to have just formed, yet had an ancient aura, as if they had existed in this room for a long time. The deep red color of the blood bore dark spots, clearly not just appearing moments ago. Moreover, their shapes were somewhat unusual. Song Niancy stepped forward to take a look and said, these are not normal human footprints, it seems like someone was dragged, leaving marks while struggling. Lingwei said in a low voice, just now, when I entered the room, these footprints did not exist, how could they suddenly appear? Lingwei's face also changed, she quickly took a small necklace from around her neck, on which dangled a silver, teardrop-shaped crystal, translucent and emitting a faint light. This necklace can help me perceive any abnormalities in the room, whether human traces or certain strange presences. She explained, her eyes focused, fingers tightly gripping the crystal. As she applied slight pressure with her palm, the surface of the crystal began to flicker with ghostly light. She closed her eyes, seemingly undergoing some kind of sensing. A few minutes later, beads of sweat began to form on Lingwei's forehead. Lingwei suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her expression was somewhat astonished. Strange, there is absolutely nothing abnormal here. She aimed the crystal of the necklace at her surroundings again, carefully examining, but still, there was no reaction. Song Niancy and Hanzhua were both somewhat surprised. Nothing at all? Qinlang frowned slightly, crouched down beside the footprints, and carefully observed these marks. He murmured softly, gently touching the wet pool of blood on the floor with his fingertip, falling silent. Lingwei's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, still unable to find any clues that could explain these footprints. Impossible, not a single clue. Her voice trembled, clearly not expecting such a change to happen. Grandma Jeannie looked at Qinlang. Not human, nor something strange. Could it be some kind of illusion? Are we already caught in an illusion? As soon as this was said, Song Niancy and the others began to feel a bit anxious. If someone was really at work, didn't that mean they had already fallen victim to someone's skill? Qinlang did not speak again, but walked around the piano, checking the surroundings, carefully observing the ground. Suddenly, Hanjua said softly, "These footprints seem to stretch from the piano to the other side of the room, but there are no hidden passages or any concealed spaces in this room. In other words, the bloody footprints here should be the result of the victim being dragged out of the piano by the killer." So the question arises. Qinlang paused for a moment, staring directly into Lingwei's eyes. How did these footprints come to be? We were all outside just now. If there really was any movement, it's impossible we wouldn't have noticed at all. Everyone fell into silence. Qinlang stood in the center of the room, frowning slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping over everything in the room. Wait a minute. Qinlang's gaze stopped on an old clock on the wall. The glass face was already yellowed, the hands were moving slowly, and the ticking sound was clearly audible. Look at this. His voice was deep and calm. The clock in this room is still ticking. As soon as this was said, everyone almost instinctively looked up at the clock. Song Niancy was taken aback for a moment, and then her pupils shrank slightly. Really? All the clocks downstairs, including every one we checked before, are all stopped at 11:11, but this clock in the room is still running. Her voice paused, as if she had sensed something deeper and more unusual. This clock was not only running, but its time seemed to be a bit faster than outside. Grandma Jeannie stepped closer, staring closely at the clock face. Could it be that this room is not affected by some rules of the copy? Qinlang thought for a moment, suddenly realized something, and his tone became suddenly firm. I got it. Quick, everyone hurry up and get out. Chapter 190 Time Rules. No, it's not that it is unaffected, but rather it is going through its own flow of time. He slowly raised his head, his eyes deep, as if he had already glimpsed the hidden secret of the room. I understand now. As soon as this room is closed, it will begin to repeat what has happened before. Grandma Jeannie was slightly stunned, looking down at the bloody footprints, her face suddenly becoming serious. You mean, everything we see, including that row of footprints, the sound of the piano, even the flow of time in the room, is all past events being repeatedly played out? Exactly. Qinlang nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with rational light. This explains why Lingwei's necklace detects nothing, because it's not something happening now, but a scene that occurred in the past. It's just that it is now being continuously reproduced by some kind of rule. Why does it sound like? Song Niancy couldn't help but add softly, a tape that's stuck in a loop? Qinlang raised his gaze, scanning every detail of the room, and slowly said, if this is the case, then everything here may just be some kind of residual time projection. This means we can't obtain any direct clues from here at all. The atmosphere in the room was so heavy it felt suffocating, as if the air itself had become stagnant. Everyone instinctively took a step back, staring at the row of stark bloody footprints and the black piano quietly standing in the corner. At this moment, the piano sound had long since vanished, yet an invisible sense of oppression spread throughout the space, sending chills down their spines. If the time in this room ran independently and continuously recurred past events, then, what else would happen here next? No one could predict. Lingwei couldn't help but rub her arms. Although the temperature in the room was not low, she felt a bone-chilling cold creeping up from behind. Song Niancy's fingers curled slightly, her gaze fixated once more on that chaotic trail of footprints. Those marks began beside the piano, stretching toward the door, dragging a dark red path behind. At the end of those footprints, the bloodstains became even more pronounced, showing clear signs of struggle, as if someone had attempted to escape but was pulled back by something. Damn, this is really troublesome. Song Niancy frowned, muttering a curse under her breath. That means we have no idea what this room will recreate next, and the flow of time is completely beyond our control. She was also an experienced player in the scenarios, having faced many different types of plots and difficulties. But at that moment, she realized an extremely dangerous fact: they could not control anything that happened here. They might be able to push the door open and observe the echoes of the past, but if the rules of time in this place truly meant continuously repeating past events, would the room recreate someone's death? Would it recreate some kind of invisible terror? More importantly, when these scenes replayed, would they still be able to leave safely? Granny Jeannie took a drag from her cigarette and asked, if that's the case, Qinlang, calling us out was the right thing to do. We better not stay too long. Because we don't know if this recreation process will pull us in as well. Everyone's heart sank instantly. Tick tick tick. Just as everyone was deep in thought, a sudden strange noise echoed in the room, like something being knocked over, followed by a muffled argument. The sound was not loud but carried an unusual sense of oppression, as if it came from a shadow of another world. That voice seemed trapped in this room, continuously repeating a moment that had once happened. Sizzle. Accompanied by a tearing sound of fabric, the air in the room suddenly stiffened, and the argument became clearer. Qinlang and the others listened closely and could hear a man and a woman shouting. Their voices seemed to be covered by some invisible interference, making it hard to understand the specific content, only distinguishable by the intense emotional fluctuations, anger and growling. Song Niancy's brow furrowed slightly, then she pulled out a spirit binding lock from her waist. Playing tricks. Her gaze sharpened as she quietly said, I refuse to believe it, no matter what kind of ghostly thing is inside, I'll catch it first. After saying that, she lifted her foot, ready to charge in. However, just as she was about to step forward, Xin Lang abruptly grabbed her arm, speaking firmly, it's useless. Song Niancy was taken aback, her brow slightly furrowing, why? Xin Lang fixed his gaze on the furnishings in the room, his voice calm and steady, haven't I said? The rules of this room have been set, once the door is opened, the time inside will stop. You won't capture anything by going in. Song Niancy was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking towards the black piano, then sweeping her gaze across the room's decor. Indeed, the argument they had just heard had instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. Song Niancy frowned, what's going on? Because the door is closed. Xin Lang said lightly, this room will only continue to replicate everything that happened when it is sealed. As long as we push the door open, it will pause. He paused, then continued, this is not just a simple supernatural phenomenon, but a kind of special time remnant. Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Then what should we do? Song Niancy tightened her grip on the binding spirit lock, her eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. Should we just wait here? Xin Lang's gaze darkened, he nodded slowly and said, we can't directly intervene, but we can wait. Hanzhuo frowned, wait until when? Not until when? Xin Lang's lips curled slightly into a smile, his tone meaningful, what I mean is, wait until someone who understands comes here to tell us the story of this room. Ling Wei was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly reacted, tentatively asking, you mean to force them to come out? Xin Lang raised the corners of his mouth and nodded, that's right. Ling Wei frowned, hesitatingly said, but the problem is, would they be willing? Especially that Feng Zhao, just now he was stammering, clearly reluctant to talk. And he's clearly not simple, accustomed to the strange happenings here. Even if he knows, he wouldn't tell us. At this moment, Grandma Genia suddenly laughed and said, hee, Xin Lang, are you planning to do something bad? A glimmer of playfulness flashed in Grandma Genia's eyes. Xin Lang didn't shy away, nodding straightforwardly, that's right. Chapter 191, Stories of the Hotel. As soon as the words fell, Xin Lang directly drew out the Ghost Slayer knife from behind. Seeing this, Ling Wei, Song Niancy, and Hanzhuo were slightly taken aback. Su Mubu's eyes changed slightly, and he whispered, you don't really plan to tear down this room, do you? Xin Lang coldly smiled, gripping the handle of the knife, his gaze sharp, if the things in this room are unwilling to speak, then let them reveal themselves. After he finished speaking, he decisively raised the knife, the blade slightly angled, clearly intending to slash directly at the wall. However, just as the blade was about to fall, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from the corridor. Tap, tap. The sound was like someone slowly approaching, their steps steady but bearing a strange heaviness, as though carrying a kind of indescribable pressure that inexplicably raised a chill in one's heart. Soon, a hunchbacked figure slowly appeared at the end of the corridor. It was the old woman from before. Her murky eyes shone with an eerie light under the dim light, her lips curled in a smile that seemed both real and fake, staring at Xin Lang. Ha! Such a hot-tempered little guy. Her voice was deep and hoarse, yet carried an indescribable significance. In the dim light, everyone finally saw that the old woman was actually wearing a wet raincoat. Raindrops dripped continuously from the corners and cuffs of her coat, splashing tiny droplets on the wooden floor, and one could even hear the drip, drip sound, particularly clear in the silent corridor. Ling Wei instinctively took a step back, mumbling softly, wearing a raincoat indoors? What's wrong with her? Yet the old woman seemed not to hear their murmurs, slightly lifting her head, her murky gaze sweeping over everyone, her voice low and slow, little ones, you should be more honest. Her tone carried no deliberate threat, yet inexplicably gave a sense of pressure, as if each of her words weighed heavily on the heart. However, Xin Lang merely smiled slightly, still holding the Ghost Slayer knife firmly, the blade gleaming coldly, as if ready to fall again at any moment. If you want me to stop, that's fine. Xin Lang said calmly, you first need to clarify what happened in this room. The old woman looked deeply at him, shaking her head, this room is one of the features of the entire hotel, you cannot destroy it. Her voice carried a hint of sighing, as if speaking of something already destined to happen. Hanzhuo frowned, special? What do you mean? The old woman did not answer directly but continued, if you know what is in this room, you will never be able to turn back. Her tone was heavy, even carrying a sense of warning. Ling Wei couldn't help but speak, never turn back? What does that mean? The old woman did not answer but looked steadily at Xin Lang. Xin Lang chuckled softly, without hesitation, saying, it doesn't matter, we came here for this. His gaze was incredibly determined, without a trace of hesitation. The old woman stared at him for a few seconds, finally sighing, as if she had already anticipated this answer. All right. She shook her head gently, then wait until 10:30, all of you come downstairs, and I will explain everything. After speaking, the old woman went downstairs alone. Sumu Bai and the others simultaneously looked at Qin Lang. Let's wait, go downstairs at 10:30 on time. Qin Lang put away the ghost-slaying blade, let's see what is here. As 10:30 approached, Qin Lang and the others arrived downstairs as promised, and indeed saw the old woman waiting there, still wearing that wet raincoat. Water droplets slowly slid down the hem of the coat, pooling into a small puddle on the ground, looking eerie and cold. Song Nianci stared at her for a few seconds, unable to help but frown. Aren't you uncomfortable wearing that? The old woman looked down, her voice still hoarse. I've been used to it for years, moving around outside. Her tone was calm and undisturbed, as if the raincoat had become a part of her body, even making one suspect she had never taken it off. Qin Lang said nothing, his gaze fixed on the old woman, waiting for her explanation. The old woman slowly raised her head, her eyes sweeping over everyone, carrying a kind of profound heaviness. She gently sighed and finally spoke. This hotel used to be an ordinary family inn, run by an old couple. Her voice was low, almost as if it came from a past time. The couple lived a peaceful life, their inn was small but did fairly well. They also had a clever and lovely daughter, and the three of them lived together happily, leading a simple yet joyful life. At this point, the old woman paused, her gaze falling outside the window, as if she saw a distant past. Until one rainy night, everything changed. The wind outside blew the tattered curtains, making a rustling sound, as if echoing her words. That night, the rain fell in torrents, and the inn's light reflected in the puddles, appearing very lonely. Raindrops beat against the windows, and the sound of a bell outside echoed in the night, as 10 guests knocked on the inn's door. The old woman's tone was calm, but hearing that 10 guests arrived made everyone feel a strange chill. Song Nianci guessed instinctively, something big was about to happen. The 10 people were dressed in soaked clothes, looking like merchants from out of town, claiming they had been caught in the storm and had no choice but to seek shelter. The old couple were kind-hearted people and, of course, would not turn them away, so they welcomed them, arranged rooms, and even enthusiastically brewed ginger soup, afraid the guests would catch a cold from the rain. Who would have thought? The old woman's voice trembled slightly, her eyes deep as night. In the middle of the night, the 10 people revealed their true colors. The air in the hall seemed to freeze. The old woman slowly said, it turned out that from the very beginning, they never intended to just stay over. They tied up the old couple and gagged them, not allowing them to make a sound. Their daughter tried to resist, wanting to seek help, but... The old woman paused, a very dark expression appearing on her face. She was violated by several of the men. In the end, a family of 3 has been locked up by robbers. Her voice was light and airy, yet it struck the hearts of everyone like a stone falling into an abyss, creating ripples. Hanjua frowned, as if sensing something wrong in her words, and quietly asked, then what happened? What happened to them later? And what does this have to do with that room? The old woman didn't answer immediately, instead, she looked down at her raincoat, a mysterious curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Because. She gently uttered these 2 words, her voice like a whisper barely heard in the night wind, that family of 3 died in that room. Chapter 192, 3 more come. As the old woman spoke, the hall gradually fell into a dead silence. Qin Lang's gaze deepened as he slowly asked, so, everything that happened in that room was the tragic state of the hotel owner and his family? The old woman exhibited a strange expression at this sentence, half smiling, half frowning. Not entirely. Qin Lang's brow furrowed, then what is it? What do the continuously repeating piano sounds in that room and the sudden blood footprints represent? The old woman slowly raised her head, the piano sound in that room was played by the former owner's daughter. Her words seemed to fall upon everyone's hearts, carrying a heavy weight. Ling Wei frowned slightly, so, that girl's spirit is still there, right? She had seen countless strange things in spirits, so she was not afraid. It was just this bizarre phenomenon of time reversal in the room that she had never encountered before. Ling Wei couldn't think of how to deal with such a bizarre occurrence, making her quite anxious. The old woman sighed softly and shook her head, not just her, the spirits of all 3 of them, and each has its own place to return. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. If each has one, then there are still 2. So, we only encountered one of them. Song Nianci's voice was a bit dry. That's right. The old woman nodded slowly, you have only touched one for now, and since just now, you have already been targeted by that family of 3. At the moment this sentence fell, Qin Lang and the others exchanged glances. Qin Lang smiled, so, they are already watching us? The old woman's lips curled slightly, exactly. Qin Lang smiled, good, this is just what I want. Seeing Qin Lang's expression, the old woman showed a hint of surprise. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a series of short and urgent car horn sounds rang out, particularly jarring. Qin Lang and the others were slightly taken aback, then promptly walked towards the hotel entrance in unison. Amidst the rain curtain, 2 cars stopped in front of the hotel, their headlights still shining, rain sliding down the car bodies, pooling into small puddles on the ground. Soon, the car doors were pushed open, and a man and a woman stepped out of the first car. The man was in his 30s, tall and thin, wearing a dark jacket, his face filled with anxiety. He supported a woman as they entered, dressed in a gray trench coat, her hair soaked from the rain, her features scrunched together, clutching her swollen belly and continuously groaning. Almost simultaneously, the door of the second car was also pushed open, and a petite woman hurriedly stepped out. Her long hair spilled over her shoulders, droplets of water covering her face, with a nervous expression. The man, disregarding the umbrella, quickly ran up the steps and spoke to Qin Lang and the others standing at the entrance. "Excuse me, is there a room available? Can we get a room?" His voice was tinged with urgency, rain dripping down from his forehead, his hands tightly holding the woman in his arms, seemingly trying to comfort her. The old woman slowly stood up, scanning the three people with her gaze, then turned and called out, "Feng Zhao." Soon, Feng Zhao came down from upstairs, upon seeing the two women and one man at the door. A hint of surprise appeared on the originally somewhat wooden face, but it quickly regained calm, nodding and saying, "There are rooms on the third floor, you can." "No." The man immediately interrupted him, urgency in his tone, "I want a room on the second floor, my wife is feeling very unwell right now." "Ah." As he spoke, the woman's complexion became even paler, a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead, her hands unconsciously clutching her belly. Clearly, her condition could not be delayed any longer. Feng Zhao paused slightly, seeming a bit hesitant. He glanced at Qin Lang and the others. "There aren't many rooms on the second floor of the hotel, there is indeed one room, but it is not quite suitable for staying." However, before Feng Zhao could speak, Song Nianzi, who stood beside him, suddenly spoke up, "We can let them have one room." Her voice was crisp and decisive, without any hesitation. Feng Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, nodding, "Okay, I'll take you up right now." Qin Lang's expression darkened, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority, "No, we cannot give up our room." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Song Nianzi frowned, unable to help but retort, "Qin Lang, how can you be so heartless? Don't you see she's unwell? What if she goes into labor?" Her tone held a hint of reproach, clearly dissatisfied with Qin Lang's attitude. Upon hearing this, the man immediately nodded, urgently saying, "Sir, we can pay double the room fee. As long as we can stay there, money is not an issue." As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and spread it in his palm, his eyes filled with pleading. But Qin Lang didn't even glance at it, coldly uttering 4 words, "No amount will do." The man's face changed slightly, his lips trembling as if angry. But Qin Lang's expression showed no sign of wavering, his eyes were deep, as if he had already made a decision. After a moment of stalemate, the man finally sighed, gritting his teeth, and softly said to the pregnant woman, "Honey, let me take you up first." After speaking, he turned to Feng Zhao, his eyes revealing suppressed urgency, "Sorry for the trouble." Feng Zhao nodded, leading them upstairs. The man took a couple of steps, looking back at Qin Lang with complex feelings, seemingly still unwilling to accept. "Someone like you, I wish you all the best." Qin Lang glanced at him, chuckling, "Don't worry about it." The man stopped saying more and directly went upstairs. At that moment, another woman standing beside slowly stepped forward. Dressed in a fitted black long dress, the rain-soaked fabric accentuated her curvy figure, her features exquisite and sharp, with a cold elegance in her eyes. Her skin was pale, and the double eyelid crease was quite prominent. Qin Lang asked, "Miss, are you also staying at the hotel?" The beauty ignored him, seemingly displeased with Qin Lang's recent cold-blooded behavior. She waited for Feng Zhao to come down before speaking, "Book a single room, anywhere is fine." After saying that, she pulled out a large stack of money from her bag and placed it on the counter decisively, adding indifferently, "I want it to be quiet." Feng Zhao glanced at the stack of cash, his eyelids twitching slightly, then nodded, "Okay, let's register first." The beauty wasted no time, picked up a pen, and neatly wrote her name in the registration book. Her handwriting was tidy and cold, just like her demeanor, without a trace of warmth. Suddenly, Feng Zhao looked at her name and asked, "Is this your real name?" The beauty flipped her hair and said, "What's it to you?" Qin Lang stepped forward for a look and found that the beauty wrote 3 characters, "Little Strawberry." Feng Zhao suddenly asked with a stern face, "You're not outselling yourself, are you?" Everyone's gaze fixated on the beauty. The beauty frowned, "What does that have to do with you?" Feng Zhao angrily replied, "I get out." Little Strawberry frowned, "Why? You want me to go out in this heavy rain? Are you as cold-blooded as that man just now?" Feng Zhao was about to speak again when the old lady in the raincoat spoke up, "Feng Zhao, how can you open your door for business and not let people in?" Feng Zhao gritted his teeth and shot a glare at Xiao Qiaomei, snorted, then threw out a key and left. Xiao Qiaomei muttered, "Crazy." After everything was done, she raised her hand to tidy up her slightly messy hair and walked straight toward the stairs. Once the outsiders were gone, Song Nianzi couldn't hold back any longer, suddenly turning her head, her gaze angrily fixed on Qin Lang. "Qin Lang, you're really too cold-blooded." No matter how careful you are, you should at least consider the feelings of a pregnant woman, right? Your behavior just now was really excessive. But Qin Lang just gave her a slight glance, a look of disdain on his face. Song Niancy, did the door hit your brain? Song Niancy frowned. What do you mean? If you don't clarify, I won't let you go. Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, his gaze calm and sharp. Look at the cars those people are driving. Hearing this, everyone unconsciously looked towards the hotel entrance. In the rain curtain, those two cars quietly parked on the muddy ground, looking quite retro in their model and appearance. Ling Wei frowned slightly, her expression gradually becoming serious. That car, it's at least a decade-old model. In today's world, it could be considered an antique. How could they still drive such cars? Qin Lang nodded, continuing, not just the cars, but also the cash the woman took out just now. Did you notice? Those bills are not new, they are also over a decade old. Moreover, who still carries so much cash nowadays? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Yes, now is the era of electronic payment, and apart from certain situations, almost no one carries such a thick stack of cash. Ling Wei suddenly gasped, her pupils slightly constricting, her lips a bit dry as she said, Qin Lang, are you saying they are not from the same era as us? Qin Lang nodded, that's right. At first, those two men and one woman we met might still be players. But the people we're encountering now may be arranged, living in the past. Everything about them may be planned and designed. When we are unclear about their identities, I don't want to have too much interaction with them. Song Niancy thought about her moment of weakness, realizing it could bring unexpected consequences, and felt a wave of fear wash over her. Different times, different eras, everything happening in one place. She had never seen such a situation before. Hanjua asked, what do you plan to do? Qin Lang's lips curled up, a hint of playful sharpness in his gaze. Very simple, just go find them and ask. Ling Wei frowned, whispering, what if they don't cooperate, like Feng Zhao? Qin Lang shrugged, his tone nonchalant, don't cooperate? Then just pressure them. After that, Qin Lang reached for the knife at his waist. Song Niancy and the others exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing to this approach. Ling Wei looked around at everyone, pondered for a moment, then said, I have a suggestion, why don't we split up? Qin Lang, you go find out about those people's backgrounds, and we'll search for the other two rooms occupied by the spirits, trying to get a grasp of the situation here as soon as possible. But there's one principle, under circumstances where we don't know what will happen, no one should act rashly. All action should wait until everyone is gathered. Qin Lang did not object, okay. Song Niancy blinked, casually stretching her arms as she said, while you all wait for me a moment, I need to go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Ling Wei didn't think too much about it and simply replied, go quickly. Song Niancy smiled, turned, and left the living room. Walking down the corridor towards the bathroom. She pushed the door open and closed it behind her, ensuring the lock clicked shut. Only then did she pull her phone out of her pocket, quickly swiped the screen, and her fingers flew over the keys. Song Niancy sent a message to Yi Zi, hey, how are you? After sending the message, she held her breath, staring at the screen. Yi Zi and she had secretly made a deal, agreeing to keep it from Qin Lang and allowing Yi Zi to enter the Rainy Night Hotel's copy. Now Yi Zi should be hiding somewhere, and after realizing the terror of this hotel, Song Niancy began to doubt whether Yi Zi was safe. A few seconds later, the phone vibrated, and a new message popped up. Yi Zi, I'm already inside the hotel. Song Niancy's pupils contracted, and she gasped, immediately replying, where are you? Did you see anything? Yi Zi, there's a backyard in the hotel, I'm hiding in the warehouse for now. Just as Song Niancy was thinking of a reply, suddenly, footsteps sounded from the corridor outside the bathroom. Clop clop clop. The sound was neither fast nor slow, as if someone was barefoot on the damp floor, dragging slowly forward, each step accompanied by a faint sound of water, especially clear in the bathroom. Song Niancy's heart tightened, and she looked up towards the door with vigilance. Ling Wei? She called softly. However, there was no response from outside. The corridor was as silent as death, even the sound of raindrops hitting the windows seemed to have been swallowed. Could it be? Song Niancy frowned, a hint of unease creeping up in her heart. She instinctively held her breath, pressing her ear to the door panel, trying to listen carefully to the sounds outside, yet the clop clop sound continued. Song Niancy took a deep breath and said, who is it? Don't be naughty. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. Song Niancy's fingers tightened slightly, her heartbeat suddenly quickened. She quickly tucked her phone away back into her pocket, adjusted her breathing to calm herself down. Among the people she knew, there were only two women, Ling Wei and Su Mubai. Su Mubai was a female weirdness, not needing to go to the bathroom, and she made no footsteps. So if the person outside wasn't Ling Wei, who else could it be? Suddenly, the lights in the women's restroom dimmed. Song Niancy's heartbeat sped up, and she pulled out her binding spirit lock. Who are you? Show yourself. Chapter 194 Eyes in the Dark. The humidity in the bathroom suddenly increased, and the air became even more dead silent. Is there no one here? Song Niancy shivered, her heartbeat continuing to quicken. At that moment, Song Niancy suddenly felt a chill of the gaze. That feeling was as if something was looking down at her from above. Song Niancy's pupils suddenly contracted, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. Song Niancy's neck stiffly lifted upwards, a pair of deep eyes glimmering in the dark, staring at her motionlessly. Those eyes, devoid of light, instantly reminded one of the dead fish eyes that could only be seen in a morgue. Ah! In an instant, Song Niancy felt her blood freeze. She screamed and stumbled out of the bathroom, her entire person shooting out like an arrow, almost running straight down the corridor. Bang! She crashed heavily into someone's chest, the recoil making her stumble, and when she focused, she realized she had collided with Qin Lang. Qin Lang frowned, squinting his eyes and asking, "What are you doing? Why are you running so fast, seeing a ghost?" Song Niancy gasped, her face pale, and she tightly grabbed Qin Lang's sleeve, her voice trembling as she said, There's really something in the B bathroom." Qin Lang's brows furrowed even tighter. What kind of thing? Song Niancy's voice trembled, her words incoherent as she gestured, "It was just staring at me." She wasn't new to dealing with the weird, but that scene just now still made her scalp tingle. Qin Lang gave her a suspicious glance, his gaze revealing a hint of scrutiny. "Calm down first." "Calm down my ass." Song Niancy was about to explode. "I'm almost scared to death. I think." Qin Lang spoke calmly, scanning her body with his eyes, then his mouth twitched slightly. "No matter how scared you are, at least, put your pants on first." Song Niancy was stunned for a moment, her heart racing even faster. She looked down and realized that she forgot to pull up her pants when she came out. After running out in haste, her loose sweatpants had slipped down past her knees, and now she was standing in front of Qin Lang with bare legs. Song Niancy. The air fell into a deadly silence. Then, Song Niancy's face turned red in a second. Qin Lang smiled slightly. "I didn't expect you to be a little innocent." Song Niancy pulled up her pants. "If you look again, I'll fight you." Qin Lang just laughed, raising an eyebrow. "It's fine, caring about hygiene is a good thing. I have to say, I really have a new understanding of you. Get out of here." Song Niancy pushed him away, tugging at her pants and shouted, "If you tell anyone, I'll kill you. I really will do it." Qin Lang raised both hands. All right, I'll never tell anyone that I saw a wild animal today." "You still dare to talk?" Song Niancy's face was still a bit red. She glared at Qin Lang and angrily asked, "Why were you guarding the women's restroom door?" Qin Lang laughed. "You yelled so loudly just now, the whole corridor could hear you. If I didn't react at all, that would be a problem, right? I was actually going upstairs to find that couple and the little strawberry, but I got called here by you, and now I'm all confused." "You?" Song Niancy was speechless, recalling her awkward appearance just now. Her face felt even hotter. At this moment, Sumubai also rushed over and asked what happened. Qin Lang shrugged. The weirdness in this hotel started again. Sumubai became a bit nervous after hearing this, but after a moment, she said, "But I didn't feel anything at all." This was what she cared about the most. In previous scenarios, whenever there were similar beings or weirdness, she could always sense them. But in this rainy night hotel scenario, she felt that her ability to sense the weirdness had failed her. Qin Lang looked towards the restroom. "Miss Su, you should go in first and see if there's anything unusual." Sumubai nodded and suddenly floated into the restroom. After a moment, Sumubai came out, frowning slightly. "There's nothing, I can't even feel a trace of weirdness." Upon hearing this, Song Niancy's expression changed slightly, and she instinctively clenched her clothing. She knew she definitely wasn't seeing things, but Sumubai's words made her shiver. If there were no ghosts inside, then what did she see? Seeing her anxious expression, Qin Lang continued to ask, "Are you sure you really saw something?" Song Niancy affirmed, "Absolutely no doubt." Qin Lang asked again, "Then tell me in detail, what exactly did you see inside?" Song Niancy took a deep breath, trying to recall the terrifying scene from earlier. After a moment, she licked her dry lips and whispered, I saw what seemed to be a pair of men's eyes." Qin Lang asked, "Men's eyes, what did they look like?" Song Niancy hugged her arms instinctively while recalling, "I don't know how to describe it, but it was very scary. It was looking down at me from above." Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh. "Looking down from above, sounds like it's not a proper weirdness." Song Niancy hit him. "Are you in the mood to joke? I was almost scared crazy just now." Qin Lang scratched his chin. "Then it seems I have to go in and take a look. Let's go, let's meet the weirdness here." Under the dim yellow light, the restroom was filled with a faint dampness. Qin Lang walked in front, and Sumubai and Song Niancy followed behind. The three slowly entered that bathroom which terrified Song Niancy. At this moment, the restroom's lighting had somehow returned. The surroundings were silent, with only the occasional drip of water from an old pipe, splashing on the tiled floor, echoing with a drip thud. Qin Lang glanced around and found everything in the bathroom looked normal, nothing particularly scary. Song Niancy anxiously shrugged her shoulders and pointed to the innermost stall, her voice tense. Just now, it was here. I saw that pair of eyes while sitting on the toilet. Xinlang squinted and stepped toward that stall, pushed the door open, and found it empty, with only the toilet lid half closed, and a strong smell of urine lingering in the air. Xinlang pressed the flush button and said, "There's nothing here." "Think carefully, what other features did those eyes have?" Song Niancy stared at that stall, her face still pale, muttering, I really saw it, it was staring at me from right there. How exactly was it? I really can't remember. However, before she could say anything more, the lights in the bathroom suddenly went out with a click. Chapter 195, Women's Restroom. Xinlang looked up. Suddenly, everything around him became pitch dark. "Miss Su, Song Niancy?" Xinlang's first reaction was to turn around and look for Su Mubua and Song Niancy, but around him was empty, and he could hear no sounds. He tried to shout again, but the sound echoed in the confined space without any response. "Ha! Is it finally my turn?" Xinlang immediately tightened his grip on the demon-slaying blade, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and pushed open the stall door, stepping outside. It seemed like he was the only one left in the bathroom. Xinlang licked his lips, his gaze scanning the area, but he felt no panic in his heart. Instead, a hint of excitement grew within him. Rather than being kept in the dark, Xinlang preferred this proactive approach. Like in a game, wandering around without encountering anything was less enjoyable than facing the monster head-on. At least it meant he wasn't lost. "Come out and play with me." Xinlang chuckled softly, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle gaze resting on him. That feeling was like prey being watched by a lurking predator, both secretive and oppressive, as if something was hiding in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Xinlang did not rush to turn around. He closed his eyes, slowly exhaled, then suddenly grinned, whispering, "Not hiding anymore? You've been watching for so long, you should show yourself." However, the gaze behind him did not shift, instead growing colder and colder. Xinlang finally turned around, his gaze landing on that dark corner behind him. Still, nothing was there. He smiled, casually rotating the hilt of his knife, speaking cheerfully, "Let me give you a hint. As for me, I have no other hobbies, I just love to destroy homes." He raised the demon-slaying blade, its edge reflecting a sharp light in the darkness. "So, stop playing hide-and-seek with me." His voice was low and filled with menace, the tip of the knife slowly pressing against the wall, as if with just a little more force, the entire wall would split open. "If you don't come out soon, I'm really going to destroy it." He 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 he. A strange laugh echoed in the dark bathroom, sending chills down the spine. Xinlang sneered, without saying a word, his hand raised, and the knife fell. Bang! The demon-slaying blade cut through the air with a sharp whoosh as it struck the stall door fiercely. The blade embedded deep into the wood, and with a violent tremor, the door cracked open, a deep cut extending from the top to the ground. But just as Xinlang prepared to pull out the blade for another strike, a crack sounded, and that hacked door miraculously began to repair itself. The crack seemed to be smoothed over by an invisible big hand, the wood grain rejoined, leaving not a single trace of damage, as if Xinlang's earlier attack was just an illusion. Ha 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 ha. And that laughter grew even louder. The laughter was sharp and piercing, carrying a sort of indescribable mocking tone, as if it was ridiculing Xinlang's helplessness. Xinlang narrowed his eyes, the ghost-slaying blade once again positioned at his side, and spoke indifferently, "What are you laughing at? You think I can't deal with you?" Before the words finished, Xinlang suddenly closed his eyes, his blood seemed to boil in an instant, a strong killing intent burst forth from deep within his body. "Bai Qi! Come out and stretch your legs." The Bai Qi that had been silent within him suddenly awakened at that moment. In the darkness, a chilling phantom gradually emerged, closely adhering to Xinlang's back. Bai Qi's voice, carrying a lazy smile, echoed in Xinlang's mind, "Big brother, you really haven't called me in a long time. If you don't call me out, my bones will stiffen." His tone had a hint of menacing mockery, but Xinlang only coldly sneered, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "That's just right, today let them see the power of you, the god of killing." As soon as Bai Qi made his move, the entire bathroom suddenly trembled. The ceiling lights flickered erratically, producing a zzz sound of electricity, sometimes extinguishing and sometimes lighting up, as if manipulated by some invisible force. The ground trembled slightly, the partition doors creaked and groaned, as if some invisible hand was pushing forcefully. Black streaks of water seeped from the gaps in the wall tiles, like some ominous aura flowing quietly. The killing intent and powerful combat power from Bai Qi continuously erupted. With Xinlang's changed physique, Bai Qi's killing intent overflowed even more. "Big brother, how does it feel?" Xinlang laughed heartily, "I feel stronger than before." Bai Qi said, "It's not that you got stronger, but that you are becoming more skilled. As I absorb those treasures, I also let you benefit. So, continue to gather more treasures like these, both you and I will become stronger." Xinlang said, "When you say that, you're asking me to do something." "Don't worry. As long as we break through this dungeon, we will get more rewards and can find the people from the Wudao Society. They have plenty of good things. Their conversation continued, and the strong killing intent kept overflowing. The atmosphere in the entire bathroom began to change violently. However, just a few seconds later, bang! All strange phenomena abruptly stopped, the light stabilized, and everything returned to calm. Xin Lang scanned the surroundings, a smirk of sarcasm creeping onto his lips, carelessly resting the ghost-slaying blade on his shoulder, sneering, so it turns out to be a paper tiger. Xin Lang. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. Xin Lang turned around and saw Su Mubi and Song Nianzi nervously rushing into the bathroom. Song Nianzi's face was slightly pale, her eyes filled with a trace of uncertainty, as if she had just experienced something unusual. Su Mubi immediately frowned and asked, Xin Lang, where did you go just now? You disappeared all of a sudden. We searched for a long time. Song Nianzi followed closely, her voice carrying some anxiety. We were clearly standing at the bathroom door, but in the blink of an eye, you vanished, not even a trace of your breath left. What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Xin Lang lightly brushed the dust off the ghost-slaying blade, leaning leisurely against the sink, and casually replied. It seems that this hotel has strange powers that can send people to different time and space. Song Nianzi was taken aback, then frowned. Different time and space? How can you be sure? Xin Lang pulled something from his pocket. It can prove it, and it can be considered one of the secrets of this hotel. Song Nianzi and Su Mubi looked over, then suddenly startled. Chapter 196, The Terrifying Time. Xin Lang pulled something out of his pocket. It turned out to be a steamed bun. Song Nianzi and Su Mubi took a closer look, and found that the bun was covered in deep green mold, its surface pitted and emitting a foul odor. Song Nianzi couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose. Is this the secret of the Rainy Night Inn? Xin Lang said, this was what I put in my pocket during dinner. And just a moment later, it became like this. Fortunately, I came out early, or I wouldn't have known what was going on. Su Mubi's pupils slightly constricted, and she whispered, how is this possible? She thought she had strong spiritual power, but she had never seen such strangeness in traps. Xin Lang casually threw the bun to the ground, shrugging as if it was nothing, and said lightly, if I'm not mistaken, the strangeness not only sends people to different time and space, but after this time-space ends, it will also make people experience the passage of time. He looked at Su Mubi. For the strangeness, time is meaningless, but for the living, time equals lifespan. The worst part is, this change is not harmless. It won't let you immediately notice something is wrong, but after a few time leaps, you will find some details start to become different. For example, your belongings, your body, even your lifespan. Song Nianzi suddenly widened her eyes, shock making her cover her mouth. Song Nianzi's expression became completely serious. Do you mean, we are fighting them with time? She remembered she had just fallen into this trap. If Xin Lang hadn't arrived in time, if she had run out herself, perhaps by now. Song Nianzi couldn't help but shiver. Song Nianzi's face had turned a bit pale, and she instinctively touched her arm, fearing that she too had quietly aged a little. Her voice trembled slightly. Wait, so according to you, after we've gone through a few of these leaps, our lifespans will be shortened? Xin Lang flicked his fingertips lightly, a half-smile on his face as he said, who knows? So next time we have to be careful, or we might just grow old and die in some time-space. Song Nianzi frowned, lowering her voice. Xin Lang, don't joke around. If this is really serious, what should we do? Her tone revealed a hint of anxiety, clearly frightened by what Xin Lang had just said. Xin Lang was about to answer when suddenly ding, a crisp notification sound abruptly rang out in the air. The familiar dungeon system had arrived. Immediately, the dungeon system displayed a row of text. Congratulations player on activating the Rainy Night Inn dungeon. Dungeon name, Rainy Night Inn. Dungeon difficulty, SS+. Dungeon background, an abandoned inn, reopened on a rainy night. The identities of the owner and guests here are strange, and various rumors circulate in the inn. Main quest, within the specified time, find that abnormal presence in the inn and uncover the hidden truth of the inn. Xin Lang smiled. Finally, we activated the system. It seems we have to find the initial truth of the Rainy Night Inn to truly get started. Interesting, this dungeon has been modified to be quite fun. Song Nianzi's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Xin Lang and Su Mubi. Wait, does this mean that what we just experienced wasn't even the official start of the dungeon? Xin Lang narrowed his eyes, a playful smile appearing on his face as he murmured softly, yeah, no wonder it's a dungeon modified by the president of the Wudao Association, who would expect that? Song Nianzi shot him a frustrated look. What are you laughing about at a time like this? Xin Lang shrugged, about to say something. A sudden scream pierced the air above the inn. The sound was sharp and piercing, filled with heart-wrenching fear. Song Nianzi shivered violently. The expression on her face instantly turned pale. It's Lingwei. Go! Xin Lang, Song Nianzi, and Su Mubi rushed up the stairs almost simultaneously. In the corridor, the cold white lights flickered, as if they would extinguish completely at any moment, plunging the entire space into darkness. The previous scream seemed to have stopped, but a suffocating tension still filled the air. Lingwei. Song Nianzi was the first to see her and hurried over. Are you okay? Lingwei was leaning against the corner of the corridor, her face pale, with remnants of fear in her eyes, hugging her knees, trembling all over. Beside her, Granny Genia stood quietly. She said nothing, just silently puffing on a thin cigarette, the heavy smoke hiding some complex emotions deep in her eyes. Qin Lang asked her. Song Nianzi's gaze then fell on Hanjua, who was not far away. Hanjua was slumped on the ground, his body slightly curled up, his face looking extremely pale. He wore a painful expression, cold sweat covering his forehead, teeth clenched tightly, his right hand gripping his left wrist as if he was trying to endure some intense pain. Qin Lang frowned, his gaze landing on the wrist Hanjua was holding, his expression changed. What happened to you? Song Nianzi quickly rushed over, squatting down, reaching for Hanjua's left hand. Hanjua, what's wrong? Hanjua's body shook violently, as if he didn't want others to see his hand, but he had no strength to resist, allowing Song Nianzi to pry open his fingers. The moment Hanjua's left hand was fully exposed to everyone, Song Nianzi's pupils suddenly contracted, and she gasped in shock. How is this possible? Hanjua's left hand, even the skin on his wrist and forearm, had become extremely aged, like the hand of a frail old man. The skin was loose, covered with wrinkles, veins bulging, and even his nails had turned dry and yellow, completely unlike a young person's hand. It looked as if something had drained the life out of it. Song Nianzi stared blankly at Hanjua's hand, her mind blank, unable to say even a complete sentence. How could this be? Hanjua was breathing deeply, his voice hoarse and painful. Just now I touched. His throat rolled, ready to speak of some terrible truth, but as the words neared his lips, he instinctively shivered, as if recalling the terrifying moments he had just experienced, his face turning even paler. As an enforcer, his mindset was relatively good, and since Hanjua could not see his mutated hand, he quickly regained his composure. Qin Lang's eyes darkened, slowly speaking. Touched what? Hanjua's breathing quickened, cold sweat sliding down his temples, his lips trembling slightly, as if he was struggling to remember the terrifying scene. He took a deep breath, his voice low and hurried. Just now, Lingwei and I were about to find the next point of a ghost. And then... As he said this, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Lingwei. Lingwei huddled in the corner, still pale, hugging herself tightly. Upon hearing Hanjua mention what had just happened, she couldn't help but shiver, biting her lip without speaking. She was clearly calmer than Song Nianzi. Her current state was not fear, but deep contemplation on the situation at hand. Hanjua swallowed hard, continuing. When we passed by Qin Lang's room, we suddenly heard a sound from the wardrobe. That sound was very faint, like something was lightly scraping the cabinet door from inside. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly. My wardrobe? Hanjua nodded. Yes. At that moment, the sound was strange, intermittent, as if someone was inside. We hesitated for a moment, but decided to go take a look. He said this, and his face looked even worse, a hint of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. We stood in front of the wardrobe. I hesitated for a moment, and reached out to pull open the cabinet door, but who knew, just as my hand touched the gap of the wardrobe door. At that moment, Hanjua's body suddenly shook, and his voice revealed a suppressed fear. From the gap of the cabinet door suddenly a hand reached out. A woman's hand. Song Nianzi's eyes widened, and she gasped in cold air. A woman's hand? She remembered having searched this room before, clearly finding nothing. Hanjua nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. Yes. Her hand, the wrist, was very thin, the skin pale. The nails were very long, and. His eyes flickered, seeming to hesitate whether to continue, but in the end, he still gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. Her fingers had no temperature. What? Su Mubai's face suddenly changed, and Song Nianzi covered her mouth directly. A hand without temperature, what does that mean? It means it doesn't belong to a living person. Qin Lang squinted slightly, speaking in a deep voice. Then what happened? Hanjua's body gently trembled, speaking faster than before. That hand suddenly grabbed me. It was so strong, I couldn't break free. Hanjua described how he felt like his blood was almost being drained. He couldn't help but raise his already withered hand, and after trying to calm his emotions, he said, I struggled to brace myself against the wardrobe with my foot, then suddenly pulled hard backward, finally getting my hand free from hers. But after pulling my hand out, it turned into this. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, scanning the faces of the people around him, and slowly said, Now, I think I can understand. His voice was not loud, but in this dead silence of the corridor, each word hit everyone's hearts like a hammer. Hanjua instinctively held his breath, Lingwei's face remained pale, while Song Nianzi and Su Mubai fixed their gazes on Qin Lang, waiting for his analysis. Qin Lang's expression deepened, and he raised his hand to point in the air a few times, as if sorting through his thoughts. If we connect everything that just happened, we'll find these ghostly points have a pattern. He paused, his tone carrying a slight certainty. First, the mysterious eyes appeared in the women's restroom. They belong to a man, which can basically confirm that it relates to the deceased father of a family of 3 in this hotel. At this point, he turned to look at Han Jue. Then there's your experience. The hand that reached out from the wardrobe, the hand of the woman without temperature, should belong to the mother. Finally. His gaze scanned the dim corridor of the hotel, his tone slightly pausing before continuing. There is still one point left, which is the first room we saw, that is the daughter's territory. The air became even more stagnant, as if an invisible hand tightly grasped everyone's hearts. One ghost trapped in the restroom, one hidden in the wardrobe, and the last one, lurking in an unknown room. Song Niancy hugged her arms, shivering, then couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Wait, if the daughter is in the room that seems somewhat normal, right? She smacked her lips, her brows furrowing tighter, but why are the father and mother's locations so bizarre? The father is in the restroom, and the mother is hiding in the wardrobe. That's just too unusual. Qin Lang chuckled softly, speaking in a carefree manner. The father appearing in the women's restroom is actually quite understandable. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on him, waiting for his explanation. He slowly looked around, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps he enjoyed hiding near the women's restroom, peeking at those unsuspecting guests. The air instantly became heavy for a moment, and Song Niancy's eyes widened. Recalling the time he had used the bathroom there, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Disgusting, you mean, he was a peeping Tom while he was alive? Qin Lang nodded, his expression calm, continuing. As for the mother, she hid in the wardrobe. There are two possibilities. One is she was used to peeping while alive, the other is she became this ghostly form after death. Not a family, not entering the same door. The actions of this couple radiate an aura of darkness and sleaziness. It's strange if this kind of hotel doesn't have incidents. Song Niancy crossed her arms and couldn't help but click her tongue. This couple, are they really that twisted? Her brows tightened further, an uneasy feeling creeping into her heart. Aren't the previous guests who stayed in the hotel quite unlucky? If they didn't notice anything abnormal, they must have been watched the entire time? Qin Lang didn't speak, only lifting the corner of his mouth meaningfully. We always thought the previous guests harmed the hotel owner and the other two. But there's also a possibility, the owner couple's sleazy behavior was discovered by the guests, who then dragged them out and gave them a beating. Hanjua also understood something, saying, if they chose to settle with money, that would be too foolish. Those angry strangers seeing money would definitely kill them. Silence enveloped the corridor, even Granny Genia's smoking action slightly paused. Sumo Bai's expression remained indifferent, while Hanjua's face looked even worse. After a few seconds, Ling Wei suddenly spoke, her tone filled with hesitation. Wow, they're all villains. Then what about the daughter? Qin Lang withdrew his contemplative gaze, paused, and slowly shook his head. As for the daughter, his eyes carried a hint of seriousness, his voice slightly low. She was in the room playing the piano, and left bloody footprints. This part one haven't figured out yet. But I thought of another question. This question might be the secret of the Rainy Night Hotel. Chapter 198, Secret Investigation Bureau. Qin Lang's gaze fell on Hanjua's old and withered hands, slightly frowning. This wardrobe was placed in his own room, in other words, he was more likely to fall victim. Now Hanjua had some of the taste he had experienced himself. Qin Lang's tone remained slow and steady, asking Hanjua, can you hold on? Cold sweat beaded on Hanjua's forehead, his teeth clenched, forcing a nod. No problem. Qin Lang patted Hanjua's shoulder. Alright, then I'll help you take another look at that wardrobe. Qin Lang arrived in front of the wardrobe, the dark wooden door slightly ajar, as if something was peering at him through the gap. Bai Qi, it's your turn to come. Qin Lang silently called out in his heart, infuse your power into the ghost-slaying blade, let's confront this Eerie thing. Bai Qi seemed a bit busy. Big brother, you can do it yourself, right? Qin Lang, your killing intent is stronger. And don't you understand what it means to show weakness? What I'm doing is strategy. Bai Qi's cold voice echoed in his mind. I see Big Brother is just being lazy. But Bai Qi did not refuse. Soon a chill spread along Qin Lang's arm, and strange blood-red patterns surfaced on the surface of the ghost-slaying blade, the blade faintly exuding eerie white ghost energy, the killing intent so strong it seemed to lower the surrounding temperature to freezing point. Song Niancy couldn't help but touch her own arm. What is this? Qin Lang's lips curved slightly, flipping his wrist, suddenly stabbing the blade into the wardrobe. Puff! The moment the blade pierced through the wood, a piercing scream suddenly erupted. Ah! 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 A shrill sound erupted. Song Niancy and the others felt their eardrums buzzing. What's that noise? Immediately after, bright red blood seeped out along the crack cut by the blade, slowly flowing along the wardrobe's doorseam. The blood dripped onto the floor, looking even stickier than oil. The wardrobe began to shake violently, the wooden panels creaking, as if something inside was struggling madly, trying to break free from the ghost-slaying blade. Qin Lang slightly squinted his eyes, gripping the handle of his knife, and laughed coldly. You can really scream, keep shouting. He violently twisted his wrist, the demon-slaying knife plunged deeply into the wardrobe, and blood immediately spewed forth. The entire room was instantly filled with a pungent smell of blood. The screams grew even more chilling. Qin Lang looked at the blood flowing continuously from the wardrobe, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. So this wardrobe itself is strange. Before he finished speaking, he shook his wrist, and the blood-red patterns on the demon-slaying knife flickered, a powerful ghostly energy instantly spreading out. He tightened his grip on the knife handle, his muscles slightly tensing, ready to slash again, completely tearing apart this damned wardrobe door. However, at that moment, a deep and indisputable voice called out from outside the door. "Stop!" Qin Lang's blade halted in midair, his brows slightly furrowing, his gaze coldly sweeping toward the doorway. The door was pushed open, revealing a man and a woman standing at the entrance. It was the pair who had checked into the inn first and had lost a companion. Qin Lang asked, "What do you want?" The man had no extra expression on his face, holding up a black ID card for everyone to see. "We are from the Secret Investigation Bureau." Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his gaze landing on the black ID card, the golden embossed letters glimmering faintly in the dim light. The ID had a steel seal, and the name section read Feng Tao. The woman also revealed her ID, her name written as Su Lily. Ling Wei's pupils shrank, her expression suddenly serious. "You are actually from the Secret Investigation Bureau?" Song Nianzi and Han Zhua were also taken aback by this title, clearly not expecting to encounter them here. Qin Lang blinked, his tone dismissive. "Secret Investigation Bureau? What kind of nonsense is that?" Ling Wei explained in a low voice, "The Secret Investigation Bureau is a special agency independent of the law enforcement departments. For a long time, authorities from various countries have been curious about why replica powers are born and even wanted to exploit this power. So countries around the world organized the Secret Investigation Bureau to enter various replicas for special missions." Song Nianzi added, "The Bureau's authority is much greater than that of us ordinary law enforcement agencies. You could even say, if they give an order, we all have to listen." Song Nianzi's tone was filled with surprise, clearly not expecting this organization to intervene in the incident. Qin Lang rubbed his chin, a playful look in his eyes as he regarded the two at the door. "Oh? So that means, they are your superiors?" Feng Tao did not answer, only coldly stared at Qin Lang, his gaze sweeping over the still dripping wardrobe, his tone calm but carrying a hint of warning. "Qin Lang, do you know that just now, that slash nearly ruined our plan? Now, in the name of the Bureau, I demand you immediately cease all actions." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his gaze dangerous. "Oh? What plans do you have here?" Feng Tao said, "I have no obligation to explain to you. In short, this place needs to be sealed by us for a slow investigation." Qin Lang snorted with a laugh, glancing sideways at Feng Tao, his tone thick with sarcasm. "The strangeness of this place is right in front of you, and now you only just thought to investigate properly? Sorry, but I have no need to cooperate with you." Feng Tao's face suddenly darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife, his voice low and filled with intimidation. "What do you mean by that?" He didn't expect Qin Lang to be so ungrateful. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang shook the demon-slaying knife in his hand, pointing the tip at the wardrobe, revealing a playful smile. "It means very simply, this thing, I can't possibly give to you." The air in the room instantly froze. Feng Tao's eyes were piercing, his fists slightly clenched, as if he was suppressing his anger. Meanwhile, Su Lily, standing beside him, adjusted her glasses, her expression complex as she looked at Qin Lang, seemingly not surprised by his reaction. "Do you know who you are going against?" Feng Tao said in a deep voice, with a hint of threat. "We are the Secret Investigation Bureau, we have every right to decide your life and death. Qin Lang, I am being particularly lenient with you because I see your special talent. Now you are interfering in our actions without permission, which may not only ruin our investigation but also let the situation get out of control." Qin Lang shrugged, looking indifferent. "You professionals?" His gaze swept over the bloodstained wardrobe, his tone mocking. "Then why don't you tell me what happened to Han Zhua's hand just now? I see you are more like bystanders, just wanting to see how many people these bizarre things can kill, right? Your behavior seems quite similar to the Wicked Association, doesn't it?" Chapter 199, You Are the Prey. Feng Tao was momentarily speechless from Qin Lang's retort, his face looking even more displeased. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger, his tone growing even darker. "Qin Lang, I warn you, this is not a place where you can act recklessly. Do you think you can handle the Wicked Association?" Qin Lang laughed. "Oh? Sounds like you are also coming for the Wicked Association?" Su Lily spoke up. "Of course, we have been keeping an eye on the Wicked Association for a long time. In the archives of the Secret Investigation Bureau, the Wicked Association is listed as one of the most dangerous evil organizations. There are even rumors that they have mastered some horrifying abilities beyond reason, even capable of manipulating the bazaar itself. This scenario was modified by the leader of the Wicked Association, and many of our investigators have already fallen here. Right now is our best opportunity, you better not get in the way." Qin Lang said with a chuckle, "But to me, you are the ones blocking the way right now." Feng Tao coldly stared at Qin Lang, his tone steady yet filled with threat. "The Wicked Association is our prey. You are just an irrelevant person, don't get too involved, otherwise you won't even know how you died." Qin Lang slowly put away his smile, his lips still curled with a hint of disdain. "The Wicked Association is your prey, but they are also my enemy. I can't just give them to you." Feng Tao could no longer hold back his anger, stepping forward fiercely and shouting coldly, "Are you seeking death?" His gaze was sharp as a knife, the aura radiating from him became razor-sharp, and the surrounding air pressure seemed to suddenly drop. However, Qin Lang remained where he was, a nonchalant smile on his face. "What's wrong? Want to make a move? Fine, before cleaning up this bazaar, I can practice on you." As soon as Qin Lang finished speaking, Feng Tao's face turned completely dark. "Seeking death?" He shouted angrily, his figure lunging out like a fierce tiger, his right fist swinging out suddenly. Just as his fist was about to strike, his entire arm was unexpectedly engulfed by a layer of intense flames, the flames dancing between his muscles and bones, the red light illuminating the entire room. The extreme heat from the flames caused the air to start twisting violently, and even the walls of the room began to tremble from being roasted. "Wow, you really play with fire." Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. Before he could take action, Ling Wei had already lunged forward. A black crack suddenly opened in the air, an entrance to another space emerged instantly. Feng Tao's fiery fist directly smashed into the other space, the intense flames exploding instantly within. Ah! However, even though the other space successfully swallowed the flames, Ling Wei was also hurt. Her arm was severely burned by the heat, forcing her entire body to stumble back several steps. "Sister Ling Wei!" Song Nianzi exclaimed, quickly supporting her. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Ling Wei gritted her teeth, but her palm trembled slightly. Feng Tao's fiery power was even difficult for her other space to completely handle. This man's strength was clearly far beyond what they imagined. Song Nianzi shouted, "Hey, aren't you going too far?" Seeing his attack neutralized, Feng Tao knitted his brows, his gaze coldly sweeping towards Ling Wei, as a member of the Law Enforcement Bureau. "You actually want to stop me? Who is your leader?" Ling Wei said, "Our leader told us to follow Qin Lang's command for this operation. Now that you want to attack him, I naturally have the duty to step in and help." A cold voice suddenly rang out, "Stop." Sumubai's figure, at that moment, seemed to transform into a dark ghostly shadow, slowly emerging from the shadows. Her eyes were crimson, and her pale fingers slowly lifted, the tips entwined with a deep blood-red aura. Blood Demon Technique Release. Boom! The temperature in the room suddenly dropped, and a strange blood-red energy violently erupted. Sumubai's figure instantly blurred, transforming into an afterimage. The floor beneath her feet cracked under the pressure as her ghostly body rushed towards Feng Tao, her 5 fingers clawed, sharp blood-red nails slicing through the air, each attack bearing a chilling murderous intent. Feng Tao remained unconcerned, continuing to retaliate with fiery punches. "Do you think you're the only one who can play with fire?" Sumubai's voice was low, and in the next moment, her nails stabbed fiercely towards Feng Tao's chest, the blood-red energy wildly surging at her fingertips, blue ghost flames flickering above as if they wanted to drain the life force of the opponent. Feng Tao's pupils contracted, he knew he couldn't take this head-on. He gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and his entire body suddenly retreated sharply. "Can you dodge?" Sumubai's figure suddenly split into several illusory shadows in midair, blood-red ghostly claws reaching for Feng Tao from all directions. Feng Tao chuckled coldly, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes, but his mouth wore a disdainful curve. As expected of an A-class anomaly, it does have some skills. His gaze locked onto Sumubai, and the flames on his body surged again, the blazing fire illuminating his slightly twisted smile. "But an A-class anomaly is still not enough for me." As his words fell, his figure shot out once more. Raging flames dragged a scorching trail through the air, resembling a falling meteor, carrying a destructive force as it lunged towards Sumubai. Yet Sumubai showed no fear, a cold smile crept across her lips, crimson blood mist swirling at her fingertips. Her wrist turned slightly, and her ghostly figure suddenly disappeared, transforming into a blood-red afterimage, instantly evading the frontal assault. Feng Tao was about to continue his attack when an uneasy feeling crept in. Qin Lang had not made a move, but why had his earlier attacks been ineffective? "Lili, cooperate with me." Seeing that this wave of attacks yielded no results, Feng Tao decisively called for cooperation. Standing not far away, Su Lili furrowed her brows, stepped back 2 steps, and did not immediately join the fight. Instead, she covered her eyes with 4 fingers. After a moment, Su Lili raised her hand, pointing to a nearby corner, and said in a deep voice, "Watch out for that old lady with the pipe." Feng Tao's heart tightened slightly. He was about to turn around when suddenly he felt a strange chill rising from below his feet. He lowered his head sharply, and saw gray-white smoke coiling around his feet, quietly tightening like ghostly shackles, locking down his movements. The smoky chains twisted and churned, emanating a sinister and eerie power, gradually absorbing his heat. Not far away, Granny Genie gently exhaled a puff of smoke. The tobacco in her pipe glimmered with a faint red light, her eyes shone through the smoke, revealing a hint of sly mischief. "Young man, don't play with fire." Feng Tao's expression changed slightly, suddenly forcing all his firepower to break free, but that smoky chain seemed to possess some strange rule, becoming even tougher after absorbing his heat. Granny Genie exhaled another puff of smoke, chuckling, "What secret investigation bureau? It's nothing much." "Ha ha ha." Feng Tao let out a cold laugh. You are the prey.